A card fell from the sky and swept across the globe, while everyone else disregarded it. I saw it as a treasure and picked it up, all because soon the rain of blood cells will come, and countless bloodthirsty corpses will emerge from it. At the same time, all the food, water sources, and various resources in the world will lose their original functions. To survive the doomsday, one can only rely on the various resources and talents obtained from the cards. However, as a reborn person, I know that the first batch of cards will fall at midnight tonight. I immediately rushed out of the house, prepared for everything. At this moment, as the hour hand pointed to 12 o'clock, a buzzing sound as if from outer space rang out, followed by a torrential downpour. Unlike in the past, where rain was just rainwater, the rain now consists of plain card-sized cards. At this moment, residents near the pedestrian street are coming out of their homes, looking at the card rain with confusion. As for me, I am frantically picking up the cards, without any selection, and regardless of the color of the cards, I am stuffing them all into my bag. These are extremely important strategic resources that can maximize survival rates in the apocalypse. At that moment, amidst the falling cards in the sky, one card was shimmering with colorful light, floating ahead. Colorful legend card. I swallowed hard and rushed towards the legendary card. With a leap, I firmly grasped the colorful card in my hand. Following closely, after an hour of card rain, it finally stopped, and I successfully filled 13 packs of cards. Looking at the bulging backpacks in the van's storage space, it would be fake not to be excited. At this point, more and more people were going out to pick up cards. To avoid attracting attention, I immediately drove away from the pedestrian street and headed to the hotel I had booked early. These cards will only show their effects after the apocalypse, so now I just have to wait for sunrise. I lay on the bed, took a deep breath, and fell asleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the originally blue sky suddenly turned black. Thousands of blood cells fell from the sky, and countless bloody humanoid creatures rushed out from the blood cells towards the nearest people. At this moment, I silently lowered the curtains, my expression extremely calm. The scene outside the window was just the beginning for me. A survivor who had lived in the apocalypse for 5 years, not even considered an appetizer. I then took out 2 colored cards and flipped one of them over. In the colorful halo, I saw the words attached to the card. Talent, Super Recovery Body. Turns the owner into a Super Recovery Body. Wounds can self-heal in a very short time. Snap, I tore off the colored card, and a rush of heat spread throughout my body. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on my lips. Not bad. Next, I turned over the second legendary card. Item, Safe Cottage. Occupies 200 square meters. Stand alone with absolute defense barrier. Capable of withstanding H-bomb level attacks. Although the safe cottage had extremely strong defensive capabilities, it had a huge drawback: it couldn't move. At the moment, I had no intention of settling in one place. I kept the cottage card close to me, and then took out 10 gold cards. Overall, this batch of gold cards was of high quality, belonging to the T0 talent in the gold card category, whether it was super strength or a heavyweight fighter. Just then, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a ragged woman stumbled in, followed by 3 blood corpses. The young woman screamed in horror and reached out her hand. Help, help me. Seeing this, I walked over and quickly dealt with the 3 corpses with 3 punches. The woman was stunned, staring blankly at the 3 blood corpses on the ground before finally reacting. Thank you. I looked at the woman in front of me, slightly taken aback. Lynn Warner. What a coincidence. I actually met her on the first day of the apocalypse. Strictly speaking, Lynn Warner had once saved my life. In my previous life, I had barely survived with the help of this woman. Later, the community we were in was overrun by a tide of corpses, and I never saw her again. At this moment, Lynn Warner was also surprised. Do you know me? Big star. Of course I know you. At this point, Lynn Warner's mood was not so tense anymore. Can you tell me what's going on? What are these things? I briefly explained and then changed the subject, pointing to the pile of backpacks. 10 to 20,000 cards. I sorted them alone, taking forever. I happen to need some help here. Do you want to team up with me? Your task is simple. Just help me sort the cards, and I will be responsible for your safety and daily needs. Sheen Lang pointed to the pile of hiking bags. 20,000 to 20,000 cards. He had to sort them by himself. It would take him until the monkey's age. It was too much of a waste of time. Lin Wan Air barely hesitated. Now that the environment outside was complicated and there were monsters, and this man in front of her obviously knew something, it was obviously safe to be with him, and she decisively nodded her head and agreed. Lin Wanner's hands and feet were very nimble, immediately opening the hiking bag and pouring out the cards inside, categorizing them under Qin Lang's reminder. Qin Lang looked at the outside world, and the streets in his time had long been devastated. Aside from blood balls of varying sizes and bloody corpses, There was little sign of human activity to be seen. Strange. How come this water doesn't quench my thirst at all after drinking it? Lin Wan-er shook a bottle of mineral water and muttered to herself. Water, including food, everything is useless. You have to find it from the cards. Just find the water card and tear it. Qin Lang pointed at the white cards on the bed that were divided into several categories. Water, 500 milliliters. Lin Wan-er took out a water card and tore it open. And in the next second, a small bottle of water did appear in her hand. It's amazing. Lin Wan-er slurped and wiped her mouth after finishing it in one gulp. Oh no! If the phone doesn't work, how will the police know we're here and how will they save us? You still don't get it. This is the end times. There is neither law nor police. Even the state no longer exists. Who is expected to save you? Qin Lang tore open a green card and a bottle of black tea immediately appeared in his hand, which he raised his neck and drank. I don't know your name yet. Qin Lang. Oh. Lin Wan-er lowered her head and continued to organize the cards. Near 12 o'clock at noon, the originally quiet street suddenly appeared a team composed of humans, led by 2 fierce men with steel swords, followed by a dozen of young men and women, each carrying a weapon. The surrounding blood corpses found that there was human activity, immediately roared and swarmed. However, the fighting strength of this squad was not covered. Dozens of blood corpses were cut into pieces without even waiting to get close. As soon as the blood corpse over here fell, someone immediately went to look for the card in the body of the blood corpse. So powerful. Lin Wan-er was watching the fun from the window and couldn't help but shout, "We're here! Help!" Qin Lang frowned. It was too late to do something about it, as the squad's gazes had already looked over in unison. Hotel lobby. Lin Wan-er. I'm a fan of yours. I can't imagine you're on a business trip in Star City. Zhou Wen acted quite excited and introduced. This is my younger brother, Zhou Wu. These are all people from our neighborhood. Hello, where are you guys planning to go? Lin Wan-er asked politely. Of course it's to kill the blood corpses to get the cards. Does Miss Lin want to join us? We're strong. Zhou Wen shot a glance at Qin Lang, thinking that Qin Lang was Lin Wan-er's assistant, so he stopped paying attention and attentively invited Lin Wan-er to join their squad. Lin Wan-er hesitated. Shouldn't we find a safe place to hide in this situation right now? Why are you taking the initiative to provoke those monsters? Zhou Wu laughed. Didn't my brother say that those blood corpses have cards in their bodies? And in case you get lucky and get a blue skill card, the chances of survival will be much higher. No need. We can protect ourselves. Come on, let's go back. Qin Lang greeted him and turned to leave. Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow. This little brother, wait. I don't know how many cards you got last night. Do you have any blue or silver ones? Qin Lang said. There are a few if the cards. Qin Lang fished out a dozen silver cards from his clothes, directly causing the crowd to look at him with their eyes nearly glazed over. I can't believe this is a fat goat. Ha! So many. Zhou Wu gulped and gave a wink to his elder brother, Zhou Wen, who nodded, his eyes filled with greed. It's useless for you to take so many cards alone. Why don't you give them to us, and we'll keep them for you? Lin Wan-er woke up and hurriedly said, we can keep it safe. Ms. Lin, it's the end of the world. There are no police or laws. Whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. Zhou Wen changed his previous gentle attitude. His eyes became sinister. Hand it over obediently. Don't force me to take action against you. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. Would you like to guess why I would keep these silver cards on me instead of using them myself? What do you mean? Zhou Wen was stunned. Meaning, Qin Lang clenched his fists. You guys are going to die. Ha ha, you kid has to lose his mind. There are so many of us. You. Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, he felt his eyes go black, followed by a complete loss of consciousness. In the viewpoints of the others, Qin Lang, an unassuming young man with a well-proportioned figure, had shattered Zhou Wen's head with just one punch, and the corpse fell to the ground while his brain matter mixed with blood. Chapter 4, The Toolman. Big brother. Zhou Wu was stunned and stood dumbfounded on the spot. Qin Lang tilted his head and looked at him with a smirk as he threw out another punch. Pop! The body fell to the ground. The scene was deathly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Not long ago the small team that had cut down the blood corpses with incomparable ease was silent at the moment, and everyone's face was filled with shock and fear. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu both possessed the silver talent, so how could they die just like that, without even half a chance to fight back? How could they know that Qin Lang was a person who had lived in the end times for 5 whole years, and his combat skills were considered to be at the master level, not to mention that he had several top-level talents in his body, and even if he didn't, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them in seconds. It's your turn. Just in time to try out the blade. Qin Lang tore the gold card apart and an evil black blade immediately appeared in his hand. Wait. We didn't mess with you. We don't want to fight you. Let's get out of here right now. The 10 or so people were a bit flustered and spoke up. Late. Qin Lang ignored it and waved his black blade, chopping gold, and plunged headlong into the crowd. There were screams and broken limbs flying around. It's a hell of a sight. From the time Qin Lang struck out to the time all the squad members died, it took less than 2 minutes in total. Vomit. Vomit. Looking at the mutilated corpses all over the ground, Lin Wanner could no longer hold back. Kneeling on the ground and vomiting heavily, even the bitter bile was spat out. She never dreamed. Qin Lang looks courteous and refined. The shot was so ruthless and merciless. There are still a few 17 and 18-year-old children in the squad. How did he get his hands on them? Don't forget to search the body after you puke and bring the card up to me. After saying this, Qin Lang put away his sword into his sheath and turned around to go upstairs without looking back, leaving Lin Wanner alone in the hall, crying and vomiting. 10 minutes later, Lin Wanner reappeared in front of Qin Lang with her crying makeup, and in her hands were dozens of cards, the highest quality being blue. Qin Lang pointed to the various cards on the bed that were categorized into different types. Go on. I'm sorry, I'll never talk too much again. Lin Wanner apologized with a sobbing voice. If I were to blame you, I would have cut you down along with me a long time ago. Qin Lang laughed it off. He didn't mean to blame Lin Wanner. After all, the end of the world had just descended. Not many people could adapt so quickly. He changed the topic and said, you must always caution yourself that you are now in the end of the world. The end of the world has no legal constraints. In the case of absolute freedom, the evils of human nature will be completely unleashed. A beauty of your caliber falling into the hands of those men, being wielded is the lightest result, even in the end times. There are good people. How to put it? Lin Wanner's brain was a bit shafted. I admit it, but not too much. Work. Qin Lang smiled harmlessly, and it was hard to connect him with the slashing maniac from before. Over the next few hours, successive groups of humans of varying sizes passed by, and Lin Wanner, having learned from her previous experience, was smart enough to learn to shut up. At dusk, the wind brought the distant hiss of a bloody corpse. It's almost dark, time to get moving. Qin Lang muttered to himself and threw the 5 silver cards to Lin Wanner. This is? Lin Wanner was puzzled. You use these 5 cards before you go out hunting with me. Lin Wanner turned over the silver cards one by one and realized that none of the 5 cards were aura skills. Recovery aura enhances the speed of recovery from self and friendly injuries. Aura of monstrous strength, enhance your own and your friend's strength. Aura of agility, enhance your own and your friend's agility. Aura of strong strike, enhances damage when attacking yourself and your friends. Aura of protection, enhance your own and your friend's protection. Although Lin Wanner shaft, but is a smart person. Not smart also cannot mix with the mixed entertainment industry. Immediately some helpless, muttered up in a small voice. I said why turn over the silver card for so long? The original is intended to cultivate me into a tool person. Lin Wanner's voice was small, but it was still heard by Qin Lang. He laughed, you don't understand. Right, tool talent is fragrant, eating grass, milking milk. Not only can you bring great gain to those around you, but you yourself also have a certain ability to protect yourself. In case I accidentally hung up, you were captured by the other team. They are not willing to kill you. If you really don't want to be a toolman, I'll find you a new set of combat class talents, so you can fight the blood corpses. Forget it then. I'd rather be a toolman. Lin Wanner shook her head back and forth. Not to mention physical combat. Just the smell of decay on the bloody corpse's body made her, who had a slight cleanliness fetish, physiologically uncomfortable. Lin Wanner learned her skills and looked at the cards neatly arranged on the bed and asked, but if we go out, what will we do with these cards? Don't worry about being stolen from home. Qin Lang shook a gold card in his hand. Just transfer all the cards to the car. After saying that, Qin Lang picked up the hiking bag and carried it on his back, transferring a dozen of hiking bags to the entrance of the hotel. Qin Lang tore up the caravan gold card and threw it towards the front, only to hear a clatter sound, and a medium-sized caravan appeared. The caravan shell was covered with a whole circle of iron plates and steel nails. Even the tires had been reinforced to give people a complete sense of security. Gold card, sturdy little RV. By then, the sky had completely dimmed and the city was plunged into darkness, except for the hissing of monsters who knew not where they were, and an eerie atmosphere pervaded the entire city. Inside the RV, the lights were on. Sipping her coffee and blowing the air conditioning, Lin Wanner methodically continued to categorize the cards, placing the dinners, blue card, for steamed hairy crabs, blue card, a pot of spicy crayfish at her hand. Aren't you going to eat it? It tastes really good. It's the best hairy crab I've ever eaten. Lin Wanner bit down hard on the crab legs. Qin Lang laughed it off. Eat more, it's going to be busy later. Lin Wanner came to the co-pilot's seat with a bite of a crab foot and asked, where are we going? If I say so, we have so many cards. It's enough to use for a year or two. There's no need to go on an adventure. Right. Finding a place to live is the way to go. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? I've read many post-apocalyptic novels where the main characters are like this. First of all, the card is mine, not ours. Qin Lang waved his fingers. Secondly, novels are not the same as reality. If you want to survive for a long time in the post-apocalyptic world, you have to take the initiative to scavenge for supplies and arm yourself as much as possible, and if you live to the end, you will surely die when your resources run out. Do you know why I chose to act at night? Lin Wanair shook her head. The blood corpses at night are more berserk. The cards they drop are of a higher quality. And, at night, a new kind of monster will appear. What information could be said and what information could not be said? Qin Lang's heart was like a clear mirror. A new monster. What is that? Lin Wanair suddenly felt her scalp tighten a little, and a trace of fear grew in her heart. Nightmare. Chapter 5, The Night Demon. Rose Garden Neighborhood. With the use of power cards, power was restored to the neighborhood, and a sense of security surged under the lights as hundreds of residents erupted in cheers. It's really worthy of you, Sung. It's so great. From now on you'll be the leader of our community. You have to lead us to live in this world. Hung is great. Lu Xiong smiled and waved his hand towards the crowd. It's a small thing. Don't worry. As long as I, Lu Xiong, am here, those blood corpses can't hurt you. Our brother Xiong is someone with a golden talent. Killing blood corpses is as simple as eating and drinking water. A few of Lu Xiong's men chimed in. Li Miao, aren't you dreaming that the man you've always looked down on can also have a time to soar? Lu Xiong's gaze landed on a plump and wonderful woman. He laughed evilly and said, I'll give you another chance to make a choice. Now are you willing to marry me? Li Miao was cold. Lu Xiong, hurry up and put away your villainous face. You just picked up a gold card by luck. We can pick it up in the future too. What's the point of being complacent? Calling me a villain? Lu Xiong's face stared, rushed over and grabbed Li Miao's collar. Asterisk. If it wasn't for me, all of you would have been eaten by the blood corpses. How dare you talk to me like this? You let go of my daughter. Lu Xiong, what do you want? Do you really think there's no law? When order is restored, I'll sue you at the police station. Seeing this, Li Miao's parents rushed up to stop them. Sue me? Lu Xiong narrowed his eyes, killing intent in his heart. He actually chopped an axe towards Li Miao's mother's head, only to hear a click. The woman's head was split in two. She didn't even have the chance to scream out a scream and died on the spot. Ha! Lu Xiong! You! The residents were stunned. Li Miao and his father were dumbfounded. They did not expect Lu Xiong to be so ruthless, saying that he would kill. Mom! Wife! Li Miao's father and daughter let out a cry. Lu Xiong licked his lips, gripped Li Miao's hair and dragged her away from the corpse. Look down on me right. Curse me behind my back right. I'll let you know today how bright and open-minded I am. Someone come, strip the stinking cousin of her clothes for me. See how I her down to earth in public. Ah, Xiong, you can't do this. We're all in the same neighborhood. That's not nice of you. Someone looked away and spoke up, but his voice was weak. Not good? Lu Xiong was happy. Without Lao Zi, you guys would have died long ago. Now in this neighborhood, Lao Zi is in charge. Whoever dares to say a word of no, Lao Zi will chop him up. Lu Xiong, you let go of Miao Miao. Let go of her. I'll you. Another axe smashed down, and Li Miao's father's head was chopped to pieces. In a short period of time both parents were killed. Li Miao could not stand the stimulus, let out a scream and fainted on the spot. Passed out? It doesn't matter. I'll go on as usual. Ha, 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 ha. Lu Xiong laughed maniacally as he unbuckled his pants and stepped forward. The 100 or so residents couldn't bear to look away. At this moment, no one noticed that at the end of the darkness, there was a huge body that was rushing towards the cell at a speed of more than 10 meters per second, and behind it, followed by dozens of staggering blood corpses, inside the sturdy little RV. If the night demon is so terrifying, why are we bothering it? Lin Wanner's entire body went numb after hearing Qin Lang's description of the night demon. Fast, strong, high defense, except for eyes that can't see. All other attributes are basically pulled full circle. Invincible existence. High risk means high reward. Night demon can drop silver cards at the very least, and if you're lucky, you can drop gold cards or even legendary color cards. But didn't you say it was so powerful that a fully armed squad of a dozen men couldn't take it? The nightmare is awesome. I'm not weak either. We're almost there. Just hide in the car and turn on your aura later. The RV turned the corner into a parking space in the Rose neighborhood. Lights flickered in the small area. On the large open space, dozens of blood corpses were frantically gnawing on the corpses, and among the corpses there was a behemoth lying on its back, visually estimated to be 2 to 3 meters tall, weighing more than 500 pounds, with a bare body made up of pure muscle lines. Then it's a night demon. Lin Wanner covered her mouth, her eyes whiter than copper bells. She couldn't imagine how humans could win against this kind of monster. Qin Lang quietly extinguished the lights of the car, pulled out the car keys, and walked down single-handedly with the black knife chopping gold. There were many ways he could deal with the night demon. The easiest of course was to use the Timberwolf sniper rifle to remotely blow his head off, but he was eager to try out how far he had reached in battle. And most importantly, the rewards for melee kills were much better than long range, which was the result of rigorous testing in his previous life. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, when both sides were still 20 meters away, the blood corpses smelled the scent on the uninvited guests, and they dropped their tasty meal to roar and charge. Qin Lang calmly pulled a blade flower and slashed out horizontally. Poof! The 6 blood corpses were split in 2. The knife came out again, and 5 more were cut down. More than 20 blood corpses were killed as they were without even touching the corner of Qin Lang's coat. Even though Qin Lang currently did not master any sword-type skills, with the killing power of the black blade chopping gold and the combat experience from his previous life, killing these ordinary blood corpses was as simple as eating and drinking water. Patter, patter. The night demon spat out a letter the thickness of a child's arm and slowly turned its body to face Qin Lang. It had a certain level of intelligence compared to the blood corpses, and its intuition told it that the human in front of it was strong and needed to be dealt with carefully. Qin Lang shook off the blood on the black blade and took the first step. Phew! The nightmare moved as well. It was hard to imagine that the night demon's 500-odd-pound body could leap 7 or 8 meters in a single bound, as if it were a small hill crushing towards Qin Lang, its 2-foot-long sharp claws waving crazily. Be careful! Lin Wanner covered her mouth and murmured in her mind. Brush! Qin Lang drilled underneath the night demon with a sliding step, and the black blade chopping gold stabbed upwards violently. Put! Without any suspense, the night demon's body was stabbed through, splattering plasma and collapsing to the ground, but instead of dying, it struggled frantically on the ground, trying to get up and fight again. Qin Lang didn't give it a chance and rushed up and smashed his right fist heavily on its twisted and strange face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. Eventually, the night demon's head was smashed hard. Phew! Qin Lang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and beckoned towards Lin Wanner. Come over here. Lin Wanner warily got out of the car and ran over, forcibly resisting the urge to vomit, and began rummaging through the corpses for trophies. Soon the spoils of this skirmish were out. 9 white cards, 4 green cards, and 2 blue cards, 3 silver cards from Nightmare, more or less shabby. He was very dissatisfied, but it was only 7 o'clock and the night was still long. Look for the body too. Maybe there's a card. Qin Lang silently lit a cigarette and smoked it, and Lin Wanner also quietly began to rummage through the pile of corpses. Maybe too many corpses in one day. Lin Wanner's lower limit of disgust was refreshed, in addition to the beginning of a bit of stomach, and then even slowly accustomed to the taste. Pouting buttocks seriously rummage looked to make Qin Lang, the young man who was in the year of the dragon and tiger, a bit on fire. Wow! Sure enough, there were left behind a bag of cards, dozens of them. Lin Wanner excitedly held up a pack of cards and shouted, "Duck!" Qin Lang roared, and Lin Wanner subconsciously dodged to the side. Next, a bullet that landed right where Lin Wanner had been standing before, knocking out a deep crater there. Chapter 6, The Code of Outrageous Riches. Inside the 6th floor residence. Damn! This didn't even hit? Lu Xiong cursed and decisively prepared for a second shot, but when he saw the young man holding the black knife through the rifle scope, his 4 eyes met and an unprecedented sense of terror surged up from the bottom of his heart. It felt like being targeted by some ferocious beast. This guy's a little scary. But he had sneak attacked first, and the other party had the strength to take out the big monster, so he definitely wouldn't let it go, and there was no point in showing weakness. Bang! The moment the bullet was fired, Qin Lang dodged into the dead center of the shooting with a sprint. Lu Xiong's eyes were gloomy as he commanded, "You guys guard the corridor well, no matter who it is. If you dare to come up here, you can directly kill them." "Yes, boss." A few of the minions immediately went out with their weapons. On the other side, Qin Lang came to the shooting dead center underneath building A2. His face was terribly gloomy. If he didn't possess the night vision ability and had the habit of observing the battlefield environment to discover Lu Xiong hidden on the 6th floor, just now that Lin Wanner would have already been dead through and through. Phew! Exhaling smoke, Qin Lang stomped the cigarette butt out heavily. The end of the world had only just descended, and there was someone who could strike out at their own kind without hesitation. Such a sociopathic personality would have been able to survive the end of the world if they hadn't encountered him. Odds are, because this person fit the law of survival of the end of the world perfectly. But unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person. "Qin Lang, are you alright?" Lin Wanner, who was hiding behind the dumpster, shouted in fear. "It's okay, wait here for me and don't wander off." Qin Lang had the key to the small caravan, and could completely let Lin Wanair go back to the small caravan to hide. But the heart of prevention was not to be forgotten. All of his cards below blue were in the caravan, in case Lin Wanair drove the caravan and ran away. Wouldn't he be doing something for nothing earlier? Although the likelihood of this is no higher than 0.01%, Qin Lang surveyed the building in front of him. It was a standard 6-story residential building without elevator structure, with 3 households on 1 floor. Climbing from the 1st floor to the 6th floor would only take 2 to 3 minutes at the end of the day. But Qin Lang would not be so foolish as to risk his own life. In case there were a lot of strengthened humans swarming in the building, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Most importantly, the talent he currently had at his disposal would be difficult to withstand an attack from a hot weapon. Qin Lang took out a stack of silver and blue cards from the lining pocket of his shirt and smiled as he ripped one of the silver cards open. In the next second, a bundle of explosives appeared in Qin Lang's hand. This kind of silver card explosives, Qin Lang often used them to blow up blood hearts in his previous life, and they were extremely powerful. In fact, this was the most common method humans used to dispose of blood hearts in the pre-apocalyptic period, and it was tried and true. After taking out the explosives, Qin Lang found another, remote-controlled drone, from the blue card. He hung the explosives on the drone, ignited it, and then maneuvered the drone to fly straight to the 6th floor. Lu Xiong several juniors at this time has long been carrying a gun ambush in the 6th floor corridor, just waiting for someone to come up to give him a shuttle. But how they did not expect, a drone will be from the back type corridor gap fly straight up. What the hell? Explosives? Run! By the time they realized the explosives in their ignited state, it was too late to run. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and all the glass in the entire building was shattered, and the building shook violently for a while. Smoke and dust filled the air, plasma splattered everywhere, and broken limbs and arms were scattered all around. Cough cough. Lu Xiong is on the 6th floor, and the explosives are only separated from a wooden door. Although the explosion did not directly hurt him, the huge explosion sound made him have a short tinnitus. He strongly struggled to stand up. Still quite stout body was what chips pierced a lot of mouths. Is bleeding. Through the smoke and dust, he vaguely saw a silhouette flash by. Come on in. I've killed zombies. I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Xiong's eyes were streaked with blood as he raised his snatch and aimed at the doorway, yelling. Qin Lang leaned his back against the wall and smiled as he threw in a melon grenade that had been held in his hand for 3 whole seconds. Ah, a grenade. Boom. The house was dead silent after the explosion. Qin Lang looked at the mutilated corpse by the window, without much joy on his face after defeating the enemy. War burns money. Post-apocalyptic warfare. Burning cards. This battle that lasted less than 3 minutes before and after. He used 2 silver cards, explosives and grenades, and 1 blue card. To say that he was not heartbroken was false. After all, the landlord's family did not have any food left. You boys better be fortified past silver or above, or I'll lose my money. Qin Lang muttered to himself as he cut off the corpse's head with a single slash, and after a quick search of the cards scattered around the room, he left the scene carrying the bloody human head. What just happened? What blew up? Seeing Qin Lang come out intact, Lin Wanair's hanging heart landed on the ground and asked with concern. Then, Qin Lang casually threw out an object. Lin Wanair, unlike Qin Lang who had night vision, didn't know what it was and subconsciously raised her hand to pick it up, and when she realized that it was a broken head in her hand, she instantly went numb with fear. Lin Wanair's face turned pale. You, Qin Lang laughed. You have to get used to it slowly. Keep this head useful and bring it back. Qin Lang drove the small caravan around the Rose Garden neighborhood, killing a dozen or so fallen blood corpses along the way, determining that there was nothing to salvage from this place before decisively leaving. What the hell is this head for? Lin Wanair looked at the head wrapped up in rags with a look of disgust. Just because of this thing, she didn't have the appetite to eat the remaining hairy crabs and crayfish on the table. Qin Lang didn't answer her question, but suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lin Wanair realized that something must have happened and rushed over. Through the car window she saw a scene she would never forget. 200 meters ahead, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, bloody, gigantic heart constantly beating, and this disgusting heart was surrounded by hundreds of blood corpses wandering aimlessly. Lin Wanair covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear and shock. This was the first time she had ever seen a bloody heart. That's, what? The code of outrageous fortune. Lin Wanair froze. Ha! Qin Lang didn't rush to destroy the bloody heart. Instead, he turned off all the lights inside and outside the car, and then came to the dining table, first lifting the back cover of a hairy crab, and then tore 2 blue food cards, boiled fish and braised pork, and began to wind up in front of Lin Wanair. Qin Lang ate very quickly, before and after less than half an hour to eliminate the food on the table. He lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. How are you going to deal with that thing? Lin Wanner looked worried. Qin Lang glanced at the distant blood heart, tightened the tactical undershirt on his body, and closed his eyes by the window. What's the rush? I'll take a nap first, and switch shifts with you on watch later. Lin Wanner burst into tears. How did you sleep? Chapter 7, The 7-Man Squad. Qin Lang slept for more than 3 hours this time. When he woke up again it was already more than 1 a.m. Qin Lang patted Lin Wanner, who was dozing off, and told her to go and rest, while he himself sat on the driver's seat with a cigarette in his mouth and observed the huge bloody heart from afar. Regarding the information about the blood heart, Qin Lang did not tell Lin Wanner a single thing because it was unnecessary. Originally, his plan was to drive all the way towards the east and go next door to Fengshan City to look for her, and in the meantime, hunt night demons and clean up some small blood hearts. But the plan could not catch up with the changes, and when he found such a giant blood heart that was about to metamorphose at the intersection, he naturally did not want to leave. To know that after the metamorphosis of the blood heart, the card rate is more than 10 times higher than the ordinary blood heart in Night Devil, there is no reason to lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seed. The only problem now was that he didn't know how long he would have to wait until the blood heart metamorphosed. If the blood corpses of this blood heart faction didn't hunt a sufficient number of humans, not only would they not metamorphose, but they would also be in danger of degradation. I should have known to move all the corpses over to feed it. Of course, that was all Qin Lang thought. The interior space of the caravan wasn't small, but it couldn't hold many corpses, and besides, he had to consider Lin Wanner's SAN value, so he wouldn't give this little star another scare. It's okay, there's plenty of time, just take your time. Qin Lang casually threw the cigarette butt out of the window, holding the black dagger chopper gold, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Time passed slowly. Hours passed, and the sky dawned. Lin Wanner rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to Qin Lang's side, lost in thought. Qin Lang gave her a look and didn't say anything. Lin Wanner's lips moved as if she wanted to ask something, but saw that Qin Lang did not seem to have the desire to talk, so she went to the dining table to recategorize the cards. Tens of thousands of different types of cards is not a moment that can be divided up. That is, Lin Wanner has the patience to change. Qin Lang would have jumped at his feet to curse his mother. Unconsciously, another half hour had passed, and seeing that the sky outside was already completely bright, those originally stagnant blood corpses suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and hissed and rushed towards the right side of the intersection. In the next second, a series of intensive gunshots rang out. The corpses were shattered as if they were rags, and a team of humans appeared at the end of the blind spot. 7 people in total, 5 men and 2 women. They were all between 20 and 30 years old, all wearing blue combat uniforms and carrying guns. Qin Lang took out the military binoculars, blue card, to take a closer look. When he saw the appearance of the person in the lead clearly, his heart was a bit odd. He recognized the leader of this 7-member team. That person was called Wang Feng, an auxiliary police officer before the end of the world, and he had formed a relatively strong team in the pre-apocalyptic period. The reason why Qin Lang remembered it well was because in his previous life, his community had had a fierce conflict with Wang Feng's team over snatching the cards, and in a way, it was considered an enemy. One never expected to meet him here. It seems that his rebirth has caused the butterfly effect. Is the blood heart going to be robbed? Lin Wanner whispered. It's not that easy. Qin Lang put down the binoculars and shook his head. With the current level of human reinforcement, it was difficult to pose damage to the higher blood hearts, especially this kind that was looking to metamorphose into a black heart, and attacking them rashly would only cause them to die an ugly death. Crossroads. Wang Feng didn't know that his death was imminent, dashingly carrying his rifle to the blood heart. Heat sked. Good guy. This is the biggest blood heart I've ever seen. Taking this thing out will definitely give a lot of good cards. Female team member Li Yan reminded. Brother Wang, we don't have many ammo cards left. Do we really want to waste them on this bloody heart? She was worried. Not long ago they had exterminated a normal-sized blood heart. Although they had gained some silver cards, or even gold card rewards, they had consumed a great deal of it, and currently the ammo cards in their hands had already bottomed out. Blood heart, this thing looks thin layer. In fact, its vitality far beyond the blood corpse, do not know how many times. Without hundreds of rounds of bullets simply cannot burst. Bullets have to be conserved. Let's use this one. Wang Feng took out a dozen green cards from his jacket pocket, and the eyes of the crowd lit up when they saw what the cards were. What are they doing? Drinking at this hour? Since the distance was really too far and Lin Wanner didn't have a telescope, she could only vaguely see the bottle-like objects appearing in Wang Feng's hands. Anyone who can survive the end times and start counterattacking the blood corpses is not a fool. That's a flamethrower. Qin Lang praised from the bottom of his heart. Burning the blood heart with a flask. Will that work? Lin Wanner asked as she blinked her large Kazran eyes. Against ordinary blood hearts, A large number of incendiary bottles can take care of it. Qin Lang paused. But against this kind that is about to metamorphose, not to mention the incendiary bottles, the power of the explosive detonators will be greatly reduced, and all these people will have to be accounted for here. After hearing Qin Lang's words, a trace of fear flashed across Lin Wan'er's face. Wait, just watch? Lin Wan'er whispered. Qin Lang looked deeply at Lin Wan'er. Let go of the helping plot and respect the fate of others. Lin Wan'er pursed her lips and stopped making remarks. While the two people in the car were talking, Wang Feng had already placed hundreds of incendiary bottles around the giant blood heart. Then they stepped back a distance and shot one of the incendiary bottles. Boom! With a sound, the flask exploded, forming a huge ball of fire that instantly engulfed the giant blood heart, which was under attack and suddenly let out a shrill cry. Ah! It's so ear-piercing. Lin Wan'er hurriedly covered her ears with a somewhat pained expression, and when she looked at Qin Lang again, he did not have the slightest expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. Bloodheart's screaming only lasted about 10 seconds before it stopped. Several people, Wang Feng, stood up in a sorry state and cursed. Dog! Scare your father! Why does this thing even make a sound? Eardrums almost didn't make it through. Not right. A member of the team realized that something was wrong, pointing at the giant blood heart. Old Wang, look! The incendiary flasks don't seem to be of much use to it. Only a layer of the outer shell has been burned. Wang Feng fixed his eyes and watched. The giant blood heart in the flames was indeed only the outer layer was burnt to a charred black color. Other than that it did not cause any more damage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This thing has such thick skin? Wang Feng was still cursing. Team member Li Yan's face changed wildly. She surveyed the circular instrument in her hand and screamed. No, it's not good. So many blood corpses. We're surrounded. As soon as the words fell, thousands of blood corpses surged out of the originally calm intersection. They stumbled around towards the 7 people, and some of them accidentally fell down while running, and were instantly stomped into mush by their counterparts behind them. These blood corpses that heard the blood heart scream were like an army rushing back to save the day, and went mad as they pounced on the 7, at twice the usual speed. Shoot! Wang Feng's 7 people back to back directly shoot. Bullets like rain, swept down the blood corpses in pieces, but the number of blood corpses is too many. Soon broke through the heavy siege, accompanied by a scream. A male team member in the change of magazines when a blood corpse with only half of its body yanked down, dragged into the horde of corpses, and in an instant was bitten into pieces. Chapter 8, You're really nice. The remaining 6 people's faces changed wildly. Against dozens, even if more than 100 blood corpses, they were sure that they would be able to exterminate them, but right now they were facing thousands of blood corpses. The bullets were not enough. To continue to stay here was no different from waiting for death. Follow me and break out. It was not without reason that Wang Feng could become the captain. He saw the direction and decisively tore open a silver card. Wielding a silver card-level katana and slashing violently towards the corpses, the frenzied blood corpses only boosted their running speed, and their defense ability was no different from normal blood corpses, so they were unable to resist the sharpness of the katana, and immediately 7 or 8 blood corpses were hacked to pieces. The number 2 person in the team was called Zhou Weiman, a strong man who had enhanced his physical strength and arm strength. His bullets ran out. He threw his rifle casually and ripped open the cards in an exemplary manner. His cold weapon of choice was a meteor hammer, and several blood corpses' heads blossomed between swings. In this way, the 6-member team with Wang Feng and Zhou Weiman as the core actually killed a bloody road from the corpses. And Qin Lang, who witnessed all of this in its entirety, was somewhat in tears. There are 4 roads at the crossroads. Why did you break out in my direction? No matter how sturdy a small caravan is, it can't withstand a wave of corpses. They seem to discovered us. Lin Wan'er was worried. Hide all the cards and get ready to entertain the guests. Qin Lang droned on unhurriedly. Wang Feng several people in the breakout process naturally found the sturdy small caravan this obviously only after the end of the world exaggerated carrier. The eyes are bursting with excitement color. Open the door. Help us. Wang Feng exclaimed. Come on up. Qin Lang asked Lin Wan'er to open the car door and waited until the 6 people were panting and drilled into the caravan. He stepped on the gas pedal and the small caravan bulldozed a dozen or so blood corpses nearby, crushing out a road and driving in the opposite direction. The importance of carriers is evident in the midst of a post-apocalyptic world. Ha! Ha! There's no way out of the mountain. But there's another village in the darkness. I knew that I shouldn't have been killed. Wang Feng laughed out loud, celebrating his afterlife, but when he thought of the death of his comrade Little Li, he couldn't help but sigh. As he surveyed the interior decorations of the car, as well as Lin Wan'er, who was acting a bit handicapped, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, You're Lin Wan'er? Lin Wan'er was stunned. I never thought I'd be able to meet a living star. The rest of the few people looked at each other in dismay and greeted Lin Wanner, which made Lin Wanner a bit flattered. She was obviously just a small fourth-line actress. Friend, you're lucky to get a caravan card. Carrier class. At least a gold card, right? Joe Wayman took the initiative to sit on the co-pilot to find Qin Lang to accost him. Although he acted enthusiastically, in reality, his eyes were full of disdain and greed. Qin Lang hummed. Picked it up last night. Really good. Joe Wayman's eyes didn't forget to glance around as he spoke. And when he found the cigarettes that were placed in the organizer, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and light up to smoke one. Damn. That's good. One. Have one. Joe Wayman was an old smoker who had smoked for more than 10 years. But as soon as this post-apocalyptic world descended, food and tobacco lost their original utility, and he hadn't smoked for 2 days, and almost didn't suffocate. Several men in the group were given cigarettes and began to gulp them down. Seeing that he had already shaken off the group of corpses, Qin Lang parked the car on the side of the road. We're already safe. Wang Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. He made a wink towards Joe Wayman. The latter understood in a second. He suddenly pulled out his pistol and pressed it against Qin Lang's temple. Kid, thank you for saving us. Send the Buddha to the west. Why don't you give us this caravan as well? It's too much of a waste to leave it in your hands. Lin Wanner gasped. How can you all be so gracious? Wang Feng snorted. It's the end of the world. What kind of enmity are you talking about? Young or not? Shui Yu, a young man who looked like he had white skin and was gentle, spoke up conspiratorially. Boss, let's slaughter this man. It's so pretty. Stay, right? You. Lin Wanner's face suddenly turned white. The two females in the team, Li Yan and Zhou Lei's faces weren't very natural when they heard this, but they didn't say anything. Several of Wang Feng's treated them with respect, and as for them wanting to go and play with other females, what did it have to do with them? Besides, you, Lin Wanner, are so pretty, aren't you just for men to play with? When they thought of this, the two women were still somewhat pleased. In fact, without Shui Yu's suggestion, Wang Feng also had the idea of leaving Lin Wanner behind. Before the end of the descent, as an auxiliary police officer, he only a poor 2,000 a month salary, but also from time to time for people to take the blame. Looking at the almost 30 years old, not to mention his wife, and even his girlfriend cannot be handed over, and it was not easy to catch up with the end of the world his second brother to have the opportunity to use, and now a beautiful starlet in front of the eyes. How could he let go of it easily? And must be ruthlessly ravaged. I won't kill you for saving us. Go down. Joe Wayman shoved Qin Lang. In his opinion, Qin Lang was just a lucky college student. Killing him was purely a waste of bullets, so much so that the pistol safety was kept off. Otherwise Qin Lang would have made his move the moment he pulled out his gun. How could he allow someone to hold a gun against his head? You're a nice guy. Qin Lang grinned. Everything was within his grasp. Joe Wayman was stunned. What did you say? Just as the word "what" was uttered, a military dagger had already slit Joe Wayman's throat, and Joe Wayman's eyes widened as his body fell out uncontrollably. Old Chow. Wang Feng was shocked, and without waiting for him to stand up, the bullet exploded his head. The pistol came from Joe Wayman, and the moment he had his throat slit, Qin Lang snatched it up unerringly and skillfully opened the safety and fired, all in one motion. No good. Shui Yu exclaimed in shock, wanting to run but it was too late. Qin Lang took an arrow step forward, close enough to shoot. The bullet exploded his head. Red and white things mixed together. Don't. The only remaining male member of the team begged for mercy, and was killed after only one word. In less than 10 seconds, all four males were wiped out. Qin Lang didn't even look at the corpses, reloaded the pistol with magazines and pointed at Li Yan and Zhou Lei. Don't kill me. None of our business. Li Yan and Zhou Lei were trembling in fear. Ask you guys something? Answer honestly. Qin Lang seemed to smile. The two women settled down and said that they would definitely know what they were talking about. Qin Lang learned a few things through the ensuing conversation. Wang Feng's team came from the Chuanshan community. Wang Feng was the head of the community, and this time, he was bringing people with fighting ability out to scavenge for supplies. The community did hoard some cards, but not many, only 100 or so white and green cards. As for the blue and silver cards, they all carried them with them. It was impossible to put them in the community. That's all there is. Qin Lang was a bit disappointed. This information was worthless. The white card and green card were unattractive to him. That's all I know. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Even if to sleep with you. Li Yan's cheeks blushed. Zhou Lei, who was on the side, saw this and hurriedly said, Li Yan, you are shameless. Little brother. Don't listen to her. She's a person who misbehaved before the end of the world and is full of diseases. If you really sleep with her, sooner or later you'll have to contract a disease too. Zhou Lei, how? Do you say that about me? Li Yan's expression was furious. She could not imagine that her best BFF would betray her at this critical time. Isn't what I said the truth? Who in the unit doesn't know about your Tai Fox seducing the leader in the unit and causing him and his wife to get sick? Your bull ting me. Bang! Bang! 2 shots later. The car was quiet. Chapter 9, A Big Profit. Everyone has changed. Lin Wanner sat on the stool with a pale face. She didn't blame Qin Lang for the murder, but she had difficulty accepting the status quo. Why is it that the end times have only just come and gone and the fellow countrymen have turned so bad? Is human nature inherently evil? Seemingly seeing Lin Wanner's inner struggle, Qin Lang smiled and lit a cigarette and took a drag. Human nature is evil. In times of peace, because of the legal constraints, most people don't dare to be too unbridled. Nowadays, Qin Lang shook his head and didn't say anything further. There were many such things in the future, so he could only let Lin Wanner digest them on her own. And what he had to do now was to hurry up and find a way to make the blood heart metamorphose. Qin Lang quickly drove the car back to its original position. In front of his eyes were densely packed thousands of blood corpses, and it was certain that all the blood corpses within 3 kilometers of the neighborhood were here. Bleeding again. Qin Lang sighed. Thanks to his good foundation, completed the primitive accumulation of cards before the end of the descent of the world. There are a lot of explosives, grenades, incendiary bottles in the hands of other people, even if they know that the blood heart to be metamorphosed, but also take it cannot do anything. After all, so much blood corpses, purely by force, without dozens of people in the team cannot be cleaned up. Qin Lang first used the drone to pour gasoline on those blood corpses, and then used the drone to remotely airlift the incendiary bottles into the corpses. And the moment the incendiary bottles blew up, the bottom was turned into a sea of fire, and thousands of blood corpses were just torched. The whole process from preparation to implementation took a total of 2 hours. With most of the blood corpses taken out, the remaining scattered blood corpses naturally didn't pose a threat, and they were all crushed by the small caravan with a single kick of the gas. It stinks. Lin Wan air covered her nose. The huge bloody heart a few meters away continuously released a strong stench that completely overpowered the charred scent of the battlefield. Qin Lang ignored this and moved all the bodies out of the caravan and threw them next to the blood heart in turn, waiting for everything to be completed before he returned to the car to observe. After about 5 minutes of waiting, a thumb-thin, vein-like tentacle broke through the ground and lodged itself in 6 corpses as well as a head. That's the root of the blood heart, which metamorphoses or spawns by absorbing human flesh and blood, Qin Lang explained. After absorbing 6 corpses as well as a human head, the large blood heart suddenly trembled, and an indescribably bizarre aura emanated from within it. It's going to metamorphose. Qin Lang's heart was jumping straight up and down with excitement, but his face was always cloudy. Wouldn't it be stronger after the metamorphosis? Lin Wanner said curiously. Qin Lang shook his head. After the metamorphosis of the blood heart is of course strong perverted, at present there will not be any individual with the ability to single out the black heart, but in the process of metamorphosis, the blood heart in order to allow itself to complete the metamorphosis, will be all the energy will be drawn to the core. In other words, at this moment, it is the most fragile time, the defensibility is not much higher than the ordinary blood heart, and it is the best time to kill it. It's a stuck bug. Clang! The black knife chopping gold under the sunlight refracted a sharp light, and Qin Lang carried the knife straight towards Bloodheart. The reason why Qin Lang knew so much was because in his previous life, he had been a heart-picking farmer for a long period of time, specializing in picking blood heart cores for the society. Snort! The black knife easily and incomparably cut through the shell, with a large amount of sticky and foul-smelling liquid flowing out. The interior of the blood heart was visible. From top to bottom, there were hundreds of chrysalises arranged irregularly. The vast majority of the chrysalises were empty, and only a small number of them were cultivating blood corpses, night devils, as well as winged monsters, but none of them were full-bodied. Qin Lang walked into the interior of the blood heart and soon found the heart hanging in mid-air, the size of a fist, which was gradually changing color. In the depths, the moment the heart turned completely black, Qin Lang chopped off the black heart core with his hand and then ran back to the RV without looking back. Put! Goo! Behind him, an odd sound came, and the black blood heart that had lost its core fell apart, instantly turning into a puddle of blood, as if it had never existed. Inside the RV, this is the black heart core? Curiosity was written all over Lin Wan-air's face. Qin Lang nodded, placed the black heart core on the dining table and took a deep breath. It's a black heart core, the most precious resource at the beginning of the end times, bar none. In his previous life, Qin Lang did take a lot of black heart cores, but that was all for community work, no different from a bank teller. Besides, even a community leader couldn't monopolize all the cards within a single black heart core. Because this thing was simply not a resource that could be plundered by a single person or a small group. Have a few save the date cards. Put. The black blade chopped down. The black heart core instantly turned into a cloud of ashes and disappeared. And in the original location of the black heart core, a stack of cards appeared. A dozen of them, and from the side, one could clearly see the existence of 2 colored cards inside. And the rest were all gold and silver level cards. Double color. Good luck. Qin Lang rubbed his hands together, picked up the cards, and looked at them in turn. These 11 or 16 cards, in addition to the 8 silver cards, have 2 colored cards and 6 gold cards. The gold cards are Talent Dangerous Intuition, gives the possessor a keen eye for danger. Talent Heavy Fist Fighter, makes the possessor's fists as powerful as cannonballs. Talent 2 Channels of Chong'an Belt, enables the possessor to open the 2 chakras of Chong'an Belt, and the true chi flows on its own. Talent Biologist, equips the possessor with biological skills. Skilled Marksman, consumes a certain amount of stamina and locks the vitals of an enemy within 200 meters. Food Seafood Feast, a seafood feast to boost morale. The 6 gold cards, except for the food card and biologist, which were temporarily useless. The other 4 cards could be considered extremely valuable. T0 level talents, especially Dangerous Intuition, which could further ensure the survival rate and reduce the probability of being sneak attacked. I wonder what the legendary color card gives. Qin Lang lifted one of the colored cards, and after reading the introduction on it clearly, his pupils stared. Talent Aura Control Technique, enables the possessor to gain the ability to manipulate aura. Requirements for use, opening of the 8 chakras, an illusion god level talent in the Toho color card. But the conditions are a bit harsh to learn. Qin Lang was excited and a little depressed. The so-called opening the 8 chakras meant that before learning the Royal Chi technique, one had to learn the 4 gold card talents, which were the Rundu 2 chakras, the Chong Belt 2 chakras, the Yangwei and Inwei 2 chakras, and the Yang dash asterisk 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 and Yin dash asterisk 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 2 chakras. If this talent was just more difficult to learn, Qin Lang was not so depressed. The real reason he was depressed was that this illusory god-level talent of Qi royalty was a proper nurturing system. Even if it was learned, the performance in all aspects in the initial stage was far inferior to Heavy Fist Fighter, Grappler, or even if you learn it, the initial performance in all aspects is far inferior to Heavy Fist Fighter, or Sanso Champion, which is a gold card talent that can be used well, and can only be strengthened with gold cards and color cards in the later stages to bring out the strongest combat power, which belongs to the thick and thin type of talent. And the further you go, the stronger you are. As far as he remembered, there were indeed quite a few people who had learned the Royal Chi technique in his previous life, but there were only a few people who had mastered the higher-ranked Royal Chi technique, and once they had become one, they would inevitably be a party hegemon. Chapter 10 Bracelets and Bowmen. It's no use thinking about it if you can't learn it. Qin Lang put away the Chi Sentry technique and lifted the second colored card. When he read the contents of the colored card, he could no longer hold back his laughter. Fine. Give me this right. Qin Lang's face blossomed with joy. It's not that the city isn't deep enough. It's just that what was given was too good to be true. Defense Electronic Protection Bracelet. As long as there is electricity, you can't die a little. Simple and brutal description. It's true to the famous saying from a previous life, the less description, the stronger the item. This electronic protection bracelet. Qin Lang had seen people use it in his previous life. It was a kind of existence that needed to consume silver card batteries to charge it. And after it was fully charged, it could withstand 3 fatal attacks or a number of ordinary attacks, depending on the opponent's damage. Of course, the premise was that the attack could not exceed the protection threshold of the protection bracelet, or it would fail, equivalent to a passively triggered super shield. The first thing he did was to take the bracelet out of the card and put it on his wrist. Then he took out 3 silver battery cards from his tactical vest. Above blue cards, Qin Lang himself had made a simple categorization in his spare time, and it was not troublesome to find them. And what there was nothing. He knew it very well in his heart. As the 3 squares of green energy bars on the bracelet were filled, Qin Lang instantly felt a sense of security. And after some thought, he handed the pistol to Lin Waner. Lin Waner froze for a moment. I don't know how to use it. Not many people in the Hualong country who were born in the era of peace had ever touched a real gun at all. I'll teach you. First this, then this. Lin Waner was a strong learner. Qin Lang only taught her once and she knew how to make it. But Qin Lang's next words left her dumbfounded. Shoot me. Qin Lang pointed to the center of his eyebrows. Lin Waner was surprised. Ha? Qin Lang said. Don't worry. I just want to try the protection. I won't joke with my life. Shoot. Seeing that Qin Lang had said so, Lin Waner could only bite her teeth and shoot. Bang! The bullet was swallowed by a protective film the moment it approached Qin Lang's forehead and disappeared without a trace. and when he looked at the energy bar on his bracelet again, it had indeed decreased by 1 frame. I don't know how much energy is consumed by hitting my body, but I don't have a lot of silver card batteries, only about a dozen, so I can't waste them like that. Qin Lang muttered to himself, and when he looked at Lin Wanner again, not only was there shock on his face, but there was more pain. Qin Lang, who learned the original reason, couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the recoil of the pistol was too great and dislocated her wrist. That's crunchy. Qin Lang assisted Lin Wanner to the dining area and sat down, helping her to connect her wrist. It looks like this kind of firearm is not suitable for you. It's better to use a bow. Before acquiring the protective bracelet, Qin Lang had no intention of letting Lin Wanner fight, mainly because he was worried that he would be backstabbed if he gave her a weapon. But now it was different. With the protective bracelet in place, he had no worries at all. Having Lin Wanner shoot at him wasn't just for testing or showing off either. It was a deterrent. In fact, Qin Lang is a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. Lin Wanner from the beginning to the end has never started the idea of betraying him. She knows in her heart that she is just a small actor with no power. It is impossible for a person to survive in the end of the world. And encountered Qin Lang such a thick thigh is certainly firmly hold tight, which has the reason of betrayal. But it was not Qin Lang's fault. After all, he had lived in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years and had seen too much betrayal. And his thinking had subconsciously changed, so that he did not look at anyone like a good person. Mechanical bows I used to practice for a while when I was filming. Did I? Lin Wanner's expression was a bit odd as she spoke, and she gently rubbed her wrist. A trace of inexplicable emotions welled up in her heart just now when Qin Lang helped her catch her bones, but she couldn't figure out what was going on. That's definitely there, and quite a few more. Qin Lang took out the silver cards. There were a total of 6 silver card mechanical bows, all of which had the exact same functional power, the only difference being that they had different color coatings. Without any surprises, Lin Wanner chose the pink-skinned mechanical bow. Well, the pinker the color, the harder the hit. Reasonable. You shoot that pole and see the strength. Qin Lang pointed to a utility pole not far away. Good. I'm good. Lin Wanner's body was straight, incomparably skillful in opening her bow, only to hear a swoosh sound. The arrow flew out as a stream of light, incomparably accurately sticking on the garbage can that was 3 meters away from the utility pole. Awesome. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Lin Wanner bashfully turned red. I haven't used it for too long. Let me try again. Hold on. Use these cards before you try again. Qin Lang handed Lin Wanner the silver cards that he had sorted out early in the morning, which were Talent Bow Mastery, Talent Precision, Talent Long Range Shooting, Bow, Skill Divine Archer, Bow. These are all for me? Lin Wanner was incredulous. Well, the monsters I'm going to encounter down the road are going to get more and more powerful, and I need to have a helper. Besides, you've been helping me out as well. It's all due to you. Flowery words didn't need to consume any resources, but they could make the heart happy. So Qin Lang didn't mind saying a few more words. Lin Wanner's cheeks were flushed, so shy that she was embarrassed to look at Qin Lang. She was the one who had AC numbers in her mind. What had she done for 2 days? 3 things: sorting cards, or sorting cards. However, at the thought of being able to fight side by side with Qin Lang next, Lin Wanner was filled with joy. Thank you for trusting me. I've always believed in you. I just haven't figured out which route to let you take, Qin Lang said in a serious manner. Lin Wanner's little mouth turned away, saying, Are you saying this to lose your heart? Of course, I understand you. With a few silver cards, talent enhanced Lin Wanner's accuracy and arrow power was several times stronger, hitting fixed targets with a hit rate of up to 95% and moving targets with 77%. It was just a pity that the nearby blood corpses were all cleaned up. Otherwise Qin Lang really wanted to see the effect of actual combat. Unconsciously, dusk fell, and the caravan was always as bright as day. In order to celebrate this day's great harvest, Qin Lang tore up a silver card food, Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot set meal, a table full of top-quality beef and mutton, as well as a variety of green vegetables, adding up to more than 30 dishes in a piecemeal fashion. Wow, this is too sumptuous. Will I get fat if I eat it? Lin Wanner's saliva dripped with gluttony. The more talents you master, the more you consume, so don't worry about eating well. Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head. Is this human talk? Everyone else is worried about not getting enough to eat, but you're worried about getting fat? Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were feasting, the door of the RV was suddenly slammed. Qin Lang looked at the car recorder. Originally thought it was a bloody corpse, but I didn't realize that there was a middle-aged couple standing at the door, and the woman was holding a 3 or 4-year-old boy in her arms. Please help. We haven't had water for 2 days. Give us some water and food. The man was full of anxiety. Please, the woman cried out with a sobbing voice. Chapter 11 Community Residence. Qin Lang hesitated and opened the car door. He surveyed the family in front of him. The couple had very haggard faces and their lips were both dry and cracked to the point of breaking the skin. Compared to them, the little boy was in great shape. No signs of dehydration except for the fact that he looked a bit malnourished, so he assumed that the couple had used their not-so-much water card on the child. Wani, bring over a couple of water and food cards, Qin Lang instructed. And Lin Wanner hurriedly took out a small stack of white water cards and food cards from the cabinet and handed them to the middle-aged couple. The middle-aged couple gratefully knelt down for Qin Lang. Thank you, thank you. Aha, Qin Lang nodded. It's not safe at night. Go back. When he finished, he was ready to close the car door. The middle-aged man said, wait, please wait. Qin Lang could not be refuted. If you guys want to get on the bus, I can clearly tell you that this is impossible. The middle-aged man choked and was a bit embarrassed. We're already too happy for you to give us water and food to think such thoughts. Oh, so what else is up with you? My son, who is 3 years old, is so dangerous out there right now. Can you? Don't even think about it. Qin Lang decisively refused. Let's go while I'm in a good mood. After saying that, he closed the car door without any further ado. Lin Wanner didn't say anything when she saw this. She just stared at him one after another. What? Did I grow flowers on my face? Qin Lang curiously said. Lin Wanner shook her head. No, I was not expecting that you would give them the card. I thought, you think I would trick them into getting into the car and killing them? Qin Lang chucked a piece of tender beef into the bowl. The meat was cooked a bit old due to the delay caused by the family knocking on the door. I didn't say that. Don't accuse me wrongly. Lin Wanner skimmed her mouth. Qin Lang laughed as he ate. Have you noticed that even though it's only been 2 days since the end of the world has descended, the gap between people has already grown wider? Lin Wanner nodded her head. This was an undeniable fact. Leaving aside Qin Lang, a monster who could even block bullets, let's just say that she herself, who was a small, unarmed actress before the end of the world, was now convinced that she could easily take out a small team of blood corpses as long as she was given the space to output. Only dare to fight, can survive in this post-apocalyptic world? That family of 3, unlikely to last until the second stage, so I simply did not treat them as people. Just as the roadside wild cats and wild dogs happen to have food in hand, share them a little bit of no harm. When he said these words, Qin Lang was cold like an emotionless machine. Second stage. Lin Wanner silently recited this word in her heart, but since Qin Lang didn't want to say it, she wouldn't be foolish enough to ask more. After eating and drinking, Lin Wanner made herself another cup of coffee and then started to continue sorting the cards. Qin Lang took the military binoculars to look at the monster in the sky dome. Looking at the white frost covering the big twisted and horrible face, his heart was like a mirror. It should rain a second card soon. He decided not to act tonight, to get his strength up and wait for the card rain to end before going to Haicheng to find Feng Xiaoni. Although he believed that with Feng Xiaoni's intelligence and ability, even if he did not go to her, she could still live well in the end times. But she was after all the most important partner in his life. Early received by the side of the early peace of mind. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, the tapping on the door resumed. Qin Lang swept the car recorder. His eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. The caravan around at some point even gathered dozens of people. There are men and women, old and young, and even there is a pot-bellied woman. When did so many people come? What do they want? Lin Wanner was already asleep, but at this moment, she also woke up with a start, asking for food. What else? Qin Lang was not the least bit surprised as he opened the car door. The middle-aged man who knocked on the door saw Qin Lang and said with a sarcastic smile, "Brother, can I discuss something with you?" Qin Lang was happy. Okay, go ahead. What is it? It's like this. We are the opposite neighborhood. These days there is not the kind of man-eating monsters outside. We do not dare to go out. So we have been hiding at home. But you also know that the water and food hoarded at home are not useful at all. They do not quench the thirst and do not satisfy the hunger. Only the cards are effective. I saw that Wang Gui and the others asked you for some water and food cards. So can you give us some too? Of course. We definitely don't want you for nothing. All of us are willing to follow you. Qin Lang couldn't help but be happy, and said with unflinching sarcasm, "Mixing with me? Mix with what? What can you do? You don't even dare to kill the blood corpses, and ask me to be a nanny for you? Want my card? There's no door. Young man, how can you talk like that? I'm a big old man. How can I fight with those monsters? We're discussing with you. What kind of attitude is this?" The old man who spoke should have been a cadre before he retired, and at this point in time, he still gave off a feeling of bossing people around. Qin Lang didn't spoil him either and disliked him back with a smile. What does it matter to me if you are older or younger? Are you living on me? How can you be so justified in asking for food? You, how do you? The old man was furious. Upon hearing Qin Lang call them beggars, this group of people were unhappy and whispered. In fact, they had grouped together before they arrived to discuss countermeasures and what they should do in the face of various situations. Seeing Qin Lang is this kind of attitude, a few stout young guys stood out. Buddy, don't be so foul-mouthed. We're just borrowing some food and water from you. Let's talk nicely. Don't give us a hard time. If we come hard, I'm afraid you can't take it. They do know how to be courteous before they are courteous. Lin Wan-Air's white eyes almost rolled up to the sky as she listened at the back. So shameless. Qin Lang couldn't stop laughing. Oh, what a cow. You don't dare to kill the blood corpses and came to me to rob. Come. You hard one for me to see. Shoo, all shut up. The middle-aged man, obviously their leader, rounded up and stated the demand. We don't want much. 40 servings of food and water for a week. Give it to us and we'll leave right away. Not to say I don't have it, but if I did, I couldn't possibly give it to you. Qin Lang refused with a cold smile. Just kidding. 40 servings of food and water for a week. That must be thousands? On what grounds? No, if you don't give it then we'll do it. The middle-aged man roared, and a few boys rushed up to drag Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't nag, and directly blasted out with a punch, only to hear a bang sound. The guy more than 160 pounds of body like a piece of paper directly flew out, landing in 7 or 8 meters away from the place where life and death is not known. This is the terror of heavy fist fighter. He knocked someone off their feet? How is this possible? A group of people were shocked on the spot, subconsciously retreating several meters. I'm in a good mood today. I'm too lazy to bother with you guys. If you follow me this race face again, I'll kill all of you. Get out. Qin Lang sneered and slammed the car door, leaving a group of community residents staring at each other. Yo, what about this? He's so good. What's the point of panicking? Nyo Yutian murmured. He's just scaring us. He doesn't dare to kill for real. It's not a question of whether he dares to kill or not. We can't get in if he doesn't open the door. Can we? Nyo Yutian thought for a moment. The corner of his mouth lifted up, and he flipped a saber from his waist. I have a way to get him out. You, go and puncture the tires on his car. Inside the car, Qin Lang, Lin Wan-Air. Chapter 12, Wang Gue. These guys are nuts. Lin Wan-Air was furious enough, puncturing a tire without giving food. How was this different from bandits? Qin Lang's eyes turned grim. Originally, he was in a good mood today and didn't want to be general with them. But looking at the current situation, if he didn't make a move to slaughter a few chickens, there was a real possibility that he wouldn't be able to deter this group of monkeys. The tires on the sturdy little RV, though also reinforced, would never stand up to a saber attack. Qin Lang fished out his pistol from the nightstand, checked the magazine, and reopened the car door. Instantly all eyes were on him, and some noticed the gun in his hand and gave a scared look. You're the head of this group, aren't you? Qin Lang pointed his gun at Nyo Yutian. Nyo Yutian stretched his neck. So what if it is? Don't think you can scare us with a toy gun. If you don't give us something to eat and drink, you don't want to leave either. Big deal. The fish is dead. Oh, go to hell then. Qin Lang nodded and fired directly. Bang! The bullet directly shattered Nyo Yutian's head. The red and white straight thing went out, and the body fell to the ground heavily. Nyo Yutian never dreamed that this young man really dared to shoot. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in life. Murder! He really shot. Run! A group of rabble scared liver and guts. In an instant birds and beasts scattered. A few young men who had threatened Qin Lang before ran faster than anyone else. Their shoes flew off. Qin Lang didn't bother wasting bullets on them and returned to the car with a cold face. With Nyo Yutian as a lesson from the past, how dare the residents of the neighborhood harass Qin Lang? They all avoided him. And the night passed. Fish belly white in the east. At 7:30 a.m., just as Qin Lang had expected, a rain of cards descended. Though on a much smaller scale than on the first day, it gave the survivors hope to live. And the neighborhood swarmed with many residents all cheering and picking up cards. Stay in the car and don't open the door no matter who calls. I won't go too far. Call me if anything happens and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Qin Lang was a bit uneasy and instructed Lin Wan-Er. Lin Wan-Er nodded heavily. You have to be careful. Aha! Qin Lang got out of the car, tore open the gold card and casually threw it toward the front, and a red Ghostfire motorcycle immediately appeared in the open space. It was the only gold card carrier he had other than the RV. The description of this motorcycle is interesting. Ghostfire is in trouble, and 8 parties are in favor of it. Qin Lang himself hated those spiritual guys, little sisters, who didn't sleep in the middle of the night and rode Ghostfire to blow up the streets. But now it was the post-apocalyptic world, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Ghostfire, an extremely maneuverable and flexible carrier, was a divine weapon. With everything ready, Qin Lang rode Ghostfire towards the front. His gaze firmly locked onto a gold card that was still floating in midair and had yet to land. He had a very clear goal. Just the gold and colored cards. Cards in other colors don't really appeal to him. Inside a certain residence. You stay at home with Xiao Bao. I'll go and return. Wang Gui had recovered quite a bit after a night's rest, both physically and mentally. You must be careful. The wife is actually reluctant to let her husband go out. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime time to hoard resources. And if she misses it, she will have to go hungry again. Don't worry. I know what to do. Wang Gui had been a hiking enthusiast. Naturally, there was no shortage of hiking bags and such equipment at home. He casually picked one up on his back and rushed out of the door with a hiking walking stick as a defense. At this time, almost all of the survivors had gathered near the neighborhood, and without exception, they were all grabbing cards, and some were even fighting over a blue card. Wang Gui didn't choose to scramble with them, but turned into an alley and picked up the cards scattered on the street after leaving the neighborhood. Wang Gui was very lucky, and in less than 10 minutes, he got more than 30 white and green cards, and even a blue card. It's almost enough to feed our family of 3 for a week if we save our money. Wang Gui was full of joy. Just as he continued to look for the card, his head was hit by something, and when he touched it with his hand, he found that it was actually a colorful card. Colored cards? Wang Gui's pupils condensed. His heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He didn't even look at it. The first thing he did was to stuff the colored card into his shoe. Cootie! And I know the value of the colored card must be high. Gui! Pick up as many cards as you can. Wang Gui had just stood up when 3 burly young men suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Gui know them. Is the community's famous street skulkers? Daytime idleness, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all proficiency. But we live in the same neighborhood. Meet or greetings. Wang Gui smiled and said, it's a big army. I came out late and didn't pick up much. Didn't pick up much, that's how much? Hu Dajuan smiled and stepped forward. Without saying, grabbed Wang Gui's mountaineering bag, unfolded it and let out a strange laugh. Yo-ho, quite a few isn't there dozens of them? Dijun, what are you doing? Wang Gui weakly opened his mouth. He was originally a man with a weak character. Otherwise he wouldn't have hunkered down at home and not dared to go out. Not doing anything, just borrowing some cards from you. Hu Dajuan stuffed all the cards into his pocket and cheekily threw the hiking bag back to Wang Gui. Wang Jiqing is Hu Dajuan's buddy. Seeing that Wang Gui was a little angry, without saying anything, he kicked him in the face. Asterisk. Are you displeased? What's that look in your eyes? Wang Gui fell to the ground, his body trembling. Alright Jiqing, we can't do things that bully honest people. Hu Dajuan smiled and waved his hand. While it's still raining, hurry up and pick up the cards. The 3 of them immediately left Wang Gui behind towards the distance. Wang Gui saw the 3 people walking away, then covered his face and stood up, secretly glad that thanks to his own mind, or else he would have been taken in a pot. On the other side, the rogue trio searched for the card. Brother Jun, I have something I don't know if I should say or not. Wang Jiqing licked his lips. We're brothers. If there's anything you want to say, you don't need to hide it. Hu Dajuan gave him a curious look. Wang Gui, his daughter-in-law, is quite pretty and has given birth to a child. Nizi is also very big. At these words, all 3 stopped in their tracks. Hu Dajuan's face was odd, but it quickly turned hideous and evil as he took a ride on Wang Jiqing's shoulder. What's the matter? Listening to you means you want to. Wang Jiqing was full of bad smiles. It's the end of the world. Monsters are rampant. Who knows when they will be killed by monsters? I want to have a good time before I die. I actually want to get that for a long time. Zhou Yun licked his lips and gave a bad smile. I don't have any opinion. Anyway, there is no law now. The police are useless as. See what Jun's opinion is. I listen to Jun. Hu Dajuan rubbed his crotch. A woman is just right to serve the 3 of us. If you didn't say it, I really didn't think about it that way. Her daughter-in-law is indeed broad-minded enough. But Jun, what if Wang Gui finds out? That's not a bad idea. Just get him killed. Hey! The 3 hooligans looked at each other, their hearts pounding. The card is also too lazy to pick up. Bad grinning back toward the neighborhood folded. The rain of cards lasted less than an hour before it stopped, and Wang Gui, fearing that monsters would appear next, made 7 detours and deliberately avoided the crowds to go home. When he arrived at the door of the house, he realized something was wrong. The door was open. Daughter-in-law, why don't you close the door? I picked up quite a few cards. It should be enough for us. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Wang Gui's voice seemed to be pinched by a big invisible hand, and the scene that came into his eyes was incomparably miserable. Like hell on earth. Chapter 13, Card Replacement. Welcome home. Qin Lang had just parked the ghost fire at the door when the door of the RV opened from inside. revealing Lin Wanner's pretty face overflowing with youth. Xin Lang was slightly stunned, and for a moment, he had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, when Feng Xiaoni would say the same thing to him every time in his previous life. Back. Xin Lang smiled and walked into the RV with the Ghostfire key pulled out. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Xin Lang couldn't help but say, "Waiting for me specifically?" Aha! Lin Wanner's pretty face blushed slightly. Xin Lang has long been not just out of the campus of the fledgling. There is no reason not to know Lin Wanner's mind. Just that at present he does not have the heart to engage in any childish love. The early post-apocalyptic period is an important moment to hoard resources, directly affecting how long he can survive in the post-apocalyptic world. In front of the life, sex as a spice can only be in the back row. After finishing his lunch hastily, Xin Lang observed the strange face on the sky dome. Based on his experience in his previous life, with the current changes in the strange face, there should still be 3-4 more hours for the blood rain to fall, and he had to go and do an important errand before that. "I'm going out. You keep an eye on the house." Xin Lang put a bag of school bags with food and water on his back and drove towards the opposite neighborhood in a puff of smoke on his Ghostfire. He was going to do a little trading. Just now, he went out to scavenge for cards rather unsuccessfully. Apart from picking up a few resource-based gold cards, the rest were all silver, blue and green cards, so he planned to take his chances in the neighborhood and see if he could exchange them for some high-quality cards. For these residents, food and drink are paramount. When Xin Lang arrived at the community garden, the garden was empty, not even a ghost shadow, but he knew that the residents of the neighborhood were hiding in their respective homes, and that there were dozens of pairs of eyes watching him right now. "I don't mean you guys any harm. I just came over to trade with you. I have tons of food and water cards here, and I would like to trade with you for green cards, blue cards other than food. If there are silver or gold cards, I'm willing to offer a higher percentage." In order to show his sincerity, Xin Lang took the initiative to open his school bag and took out the stacks of white cards inside. Opportunity knocks. "I'll only be a short while." Xin Lang's face at this moment was no different from that of a peddler who set up a stall in front of a university town, and was quite pro-grounded. After yelling for a short while, someone came cautiously out of the building. A young couple, 25 or 26 years old. "What are all the cards?" Xin Lang opened the door. "1 blue one, 5 green ones, and the white ones have." The man timidly opened his mouth. No wonder he was afraid. Last night, although he did not personally participate in the begging mouth activity, but heard the next-door neighbors say, they have one-word comment on Xin Lang ruthless. "No white, blue and green cards, let me see." Xin Lang took the card and looked at it, his eyes disgusted. "This is all useless. I'll give you up to 20 white cards. Food or drink are randomly selected, change or not." Once the man heard about randomly picking food and drink, he was busy nodding his head. "Swap, swap, swap. We'll take 5 portions of food and 15 portions of water." "Okay, take it." Xin Lang was not ambiguous and handed over the card. The first sale was successfully completed. As the saying goes, where there's one, there's two. The others saw that Xin Lang had really come over to make a deal, so they no longer hesitated, and they went downstairs to trade cards with Xin Lang, and soon Xin Lang had exchanged more than 1,000 resource white cards for more than 300 blue and green cards that were not very useful. It looked as if Xin Lang had lost money, but in reality, he had earned his scalp. Keep in mind that the normal card trading ratio is 10 to 1. 10 white cards can only be exchanged for 1 green card. 100 white cards can only be exchanged for 1 blue card, and so on. If the transaction is conducted through the trading terminal, he will only be able to exchange 100 green cards, a proper internal player benefit. Seeing that the cards were almost exchanged, Xin Lang was also ready to leave, when a familiar voice came from behind him. "Colored cards, how do I change them?" Xin Lang's entire body froze. Looking at Wang Gue, the man who had begged for food from him last night, he settled down and lowered his voice. "You have colored cards? What name card?" He had to make sure the other guy wasn't fooling him first. "Spatial finger ring, 10 cubits, Wang Gue whispered. "Hiss." Xin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. "Space rings, absolute strategic equipment." A space ring in the previous world can almost exchange 2 sets, 20, of golden talent. Is one of the few color cards whose premium exceeds twice its original value. "Want to talk in my car?" Xin Lang had thought that Wang Gue would refuse, but how did he know that the man just gave a hum and sat on his Ghostfire? "The card I hid. It's useless if you kill me." Wang Gue spoke ghostly like a ghost. Xin Lang froze and laughed it off. Inside the RV, Xin Lang asked Lin Wan'er to pour Wang Gue a cup of coffee and get him a curry beef rice. Wang Gue didn't refuse, and buried his head in a flurry of gobbling. Xin Lang wasn't in the least bit anxious and didn't speak until Wang Gue had finished his meal. "Now we can talk about the deal. What are you going to trade for?" Wang Gui wiped his eyelids. I don't want the card. Just help me kill 3 people. Xi Lang was stunned and realized something was wrong. What's going on? My wife is dead. And my son, too. Wang Gui's eyes froze. Lin Wan-er looked surprised. Dead? Last night was fine. How could? The people who killed my wife and son were Hu Dajuan, Wang Jicheng and Zhou Yun, who took turns insulting my wife and strangling my son. Wang Gui suddenly became agitated and madly slammed his fists on the dining table, roaring, I'm going to let them die. As long as they die, the colored cards are yours. Kill, help me kill them. I know you have the skill. Qi Lang stared at this man whose nerves were already a bit abnormal due to his excessive grief for a long time, and calmly said, I'll attach another condition to you. You can choose the method of their deaths, and if the conditions allow it, I'll let you take revenge with your own hands. Qi Lang glanced at the time on his wristwatch, grabbed the black dagger chopper gold and got up. Follow me. Be careful, Lin Wanner said softly. Aha. 5 minutes later, Qi Lang brought Wang Gui back to the neighborhood. He just wanted Wang Gui to point out where those 3 people lived. Wang Gui suddenly pulled his arm and trembled. That's them. Qi Lang looked over and was greeted by 3 young men who had a hand in the siege of the caravan last night. They just didn't do anything about it. Hu Dajuan's face was full of teasing. Yo, brother Gui, back. You are the ones who killed my wife and son. Don't deny it. Someone saw it. Wang Gui yelled. His eyes streaked with blood. Hu Dajuan laughed. Who says I won't admit it? That's right. I killed the man. What can you do to me? Wang Gui didn't expect the other party to admit it so generously. His brain couldn't turn a corner for a moment. Wang Jicheng smiled and said, There's one thing to say. Your wife is really good. Especially moist. You don't even know how cooperative she is when we are playing with her. It's called a pinch. I'll fight you. Wang Gui wailed and screamed and tried to lunge forward like a madman, but was grabbed by Qi Lang. Chapter 14, Space Rings. Sleeping around and killing people. Even children. Qi Lang's face was expressionless. Not much emotion showing as he said these words. Hey, Hu Dajuan spread his hands. Actually, we didn't want to kill anyone at first. It was purely an accident. We do big things when that little kid crying I upset. I let the old weak to block his mouth. Who knows that this kid inexperienced. The little kid to muffle to death. Then that went crazy. I couldn't kill her if I didn't. Look how she tickled me. Emboldened, Hu Dajuan deliberately provoked Wang Gui, revealing several bloody scratches on his neck. Hey, I can't be blamed for all of this. How did I know that little brat was so fragile? I didn't use any strength at all. Zhou Yun aggrieved on. You guys? Wang Gui's body trembled and tears flowed. The tragic death of his wife and son was described by them so lightly. No one else could endure it. If not for Qi Lang's firm grip on him, he would have gone to fight for his life in the morning. You brought him here for revenge, didn't you? Hu Dajuan's eyes were full of provocation. Staring straight at Qi Lang. Kid, that pretty girl in your caravan is quite good. Our brothers booked it, and when we get you killed, we'll serve her well, and ensure that she'll be lusted after. Immortal, lusted after, and died. Ha 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 ha, my big eagle can't wait. Wang Jicheng and Zhou Yun laughed out loud, both deliberately revealing the pistols on their waists. They got lucky and picked up 3 silver pistol cards on their way back to the neighborhood. This is the main reason they are emboldened. So when they realized that Wang Gui had brought Qi Lang back to seek revenge, they took the initiative to meet the enemy. 3 men. 3 guns. What's there to fear? You 3. Qi Lang revealed a cold smile. Griffin. Pretend you're a INGX, die for me. Hu Dajuan decisively pulled out his gun. However, without waiting for him to pull the trigger, Qi Lang, who had been prepared, broke his arm with a shot. Drawing a gun with me? Looking for death. Ah, my hand. Hu Dajuan screamed miserably and fell down. Wang Jicheng and Zhou Yun saw this and hurriedly shot at Qi Lang. To their horror, the bullets hit Qi Lang's body were all like stone cows sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace, unable to injure him in the slightest. Qi Lang didn't give the duo more time to think or attack, and fired back. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, Wang Jicheng and Zhou Yun both had their arms with guns broken. Which of the survivors who could survive for 5 years in the post-apocalyptic world was not a sharpshooter? And which of them didn't have some special skills? Qi Lang didn't even use the locking function of marksman. At such a close distance, there was no need for that. Why? I clearly hit him. Why is he okay? It hurts. It hurts. The 3 Yangs were lying in a pool of blood and howled miserably, causing the residents of the neighborhood to look downwards. There is no impermeable wall in the district. What happened to Wang Gui's wife and son they all already know. Naturally no one sympathizes with these 3 people. Qi Lang patted Wang Gui's shoulder and handed him a green blade card. You can personally avenge your wife and son. I've completed your request. Where's my stuff? behind the downspout on the first floor. After Wang Gue finished carrying the firewood knife and took a step towards the three people who kept crawling back, Hu Dajuan tried to pick up the gun and was cut off half of his palm by a knife. Brother Gue, we were wrong. Please let us go. We would like to work for you as oxen. I'll give you anything you want. Cards? We have a lot of them. All of them pay you back. Don't kill me, please. It was Wang Jiqing's idea. The three people who were incomparably arrogant not long ago all pissed their pants and opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness and testify against their good brothers. Xi Lang looked at the scene and then withdrew his gaze. What he had to do had already been done. The decision of life and death was in Wang Gue's hands. Whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to get that space finger ring quickly now. Wang Gue didn't lie to him. The colored card was indeed hidden behind the sewer pipe at the end of the first floor corridor, covered with dust and some industrial garbage. Xi Lang tore the card open and put the ring on his finger, and a 4-square space did appear inside, 10 cubic meters, which didn't seem like much, but in fact, it could hold very much, such as his ghost flame motorcycle, or hundreds of normal-sized corpses. The area of a 120-pound adult standing is about 0.06 cubic meters. Having this will put cultivating Bloodheart on the schedule. The moment he learned of the existence of the spatial rings, Xi Lang had already figured out how to use them. Packing a corpse. Of course this premise had to wait until we found Feng Xiaoni and found a safe place to make a long-term settlement. Walking out of the unit building, Xi Lang swept over with a glance. The three people led by Hu Dajuan had been disemboweled and died beyond death, while Wang Gue, his body covered in blood, sat on his knees in a pool of blood and cried and laughed. Any comfort seemed miserable at this moment, and Xi Lang said nothing, just brushing past him. As for the 3 pistols, he wanted to take them all away, but then thought better of it and left one for Wang Gue. Otherwise this colored card was really uncomfortable for him to hold in his heart. A few hours later, it's raining again. No, it's raining blood. Lin Wanner's alarming cry woke up Xi Lang, who was lying in the driver's seat with his eyes closed. Xi Lang looked through the car window towards the outside. Countless blood hearts of different sizes rained down. The number was only a little more compared to the first blood heart, and he even saw some black hearts crossing the dome of the sky and falling into the distance. Those blood hearts immediately began to multiply as soon as they hit the ground, and a large number of blood corpses rushed out of them in search of prey. The RV is parked at the south end of the intersection, which is not only convenient for transportation, but also has a relatively open view, and most importantly, there are no high-rise buildings in the vicinity, so you can see at a glance where the blood hearts are falling. Go, try your archery skills. Xi Lang pulled Lin Wanner to the roof of the car and smoked while saying, "What? So scared? No fear. Not afraid, then why are you shaking?" "Phew," Lin Wan air snapped. "I'm just too excited. Before I could only watch you kill monsters. Now I can finally fight side by side with you. Let's see how I perform." As she spoke, Lin Wan air opened her bow and shot. Shoo! The arrow exploded out, running impartially through the head of a blood corpse. The action is flowing in a single motion. Just 2 words, handsome. Not bad. Keep it up. Xi Lang gave a thumbs up. Although the bow was not powerful enough, it had a huge advantage over firearms, and that was that the noise was negligible, so there was no need to worry about attracting other blood corpses. Guns were a different story. Miles apart, Xi Lang could hear the gunfire coming from the other side of the neighborhood, and the blood corpses would only increase the more they fought. I wonder how many people will be left in the neighborhood after this blood rain. Never mind. What does that have to do with me? Xi Lang drew his black blade chopping gold and rushed towards a small group of blood corpses not far away. Chapter 15, Wang Gue's plea. A little earlier in the day. Neighborhoods just a few miles apart. Wang Gue sat in a daze in his living room. The floor had been cleaned of blood, and the bedroom lay with a large and a small body covered with a sheet. "It's me who's useless. I can't protect you guys. You guys walk slowly. I'll go down to you now." Wang Gue grabbed the pistol on the table against his temple, but just when he was ready to pull the trigger to go to the spring to meet his wife and children, the neighborhood came a burst of alarm. Wang Gue came to the window and looked downward, and was shocked. A few bright red blood hearts appeared at some point, and blood corpses covered in a fishy odor with mucus struggled to crawl out, and some of them found their targets and chased after them with a strange wail, and several residents who were exchanging cards in the clearing were torn to shreds on the spot. "Daddy! I'm scared!" A boy of 3 or 4 years old stood bawling in the garden, not far from a blood corpse running towards him, and his father, who had been bitten by the blood corpse and broken his neck. "Watch out, kid. Watch out. Wang Gue is a cowardly man, timid by nature, and the only way to relieve his stress is to climb mountains." And at this moment he did not know where the courage. A hot brain from the 3rd floor jumped down, the body heavily smashed in the green belt. Not caring about his cut arm, he rushed into the building with the little boy in his arms. The blood corpse pounced on the empty, not angry, turned to chase over, even pounced with a bite on the little boy's legs. The pain of the little boy fainted on the spot. "I'll fight you." Wang Gui roared and pulled the trigger, the bullet blowing the blood corpse's head apart. The sound of the gunshot startled the other blood corpses, and these monsters with unusually sensitive hearing and sense of smell twisted their heads in unison. Inside the Crossroads RV in the evening. "Come down and rest. There shouldn't be any blood corpses around." Qin Lang greeted Lin Wanner as she got down from the roof of the car. In just 2 hours, he found that Lin Weiner has a very strong fighting talent and learning ability. From the beginning of the war to the later continuous headshot of the bloody corpse, the skills to improve the rapidity of his breathtaking. No wonder Lin Weiner, this small actor in his previous life, can kill a bloody road to find go in the home shivering him. "I took out 61 blood corpses." Lin Wanner was full of joy as she jumped into the caravan to take credit with Qin Lang. "Awesome. Change your clothes and take a shower for dinner." Qin Lang smiled and said. Prolonged mental tension. Lin Wanner's jacket has long been soaked in sweat, underwear clearly visible, hands and feet are spring light. So that Qin Lang, the early 20s of the young man of the dragon and tiger, almost could not hold. After rinsing off, Lin Wanner changed into a clean white shirt and walked out in her small hot pants, her body exuding the unique scent of shower gel and female hormones mixed together. "Are we leaving here tonight?" Lin Wanner inquired as she blew out her hair, having long since made the RV her home. Qin Lang nodded. "Kill all the way there while it's dark." It had just rained blood, and there must be tons of blood hearts and corpses all over the city right now, so it was a great time to hoard resources, and it would be even better if we could slaughter a few night devils along the way. As for Blackheart, Qin Lang currently had no intention of raiding it, and a mature Blackheart simply couldn't be chewed down without a team that was experienced in combat. "Qin Lang, Wang Gui's voice came from outside the door. Qin Lang froze for a moment, not realizing that this man had survived and was holding a dying boy in his arms. He opened the car door and let Wang Gui in. "And this boy is?" His mom was out of town on a business trip before the end times and couldn't be reached. "His dad was bitten by a monster not long ago." Wang Gui was full of heartache and said, "He was bitten by a blood corpse. Do you have a way to save him?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. At this time, Wang Gui's essence was much better than a few hours ago, apparently finding a new spiritual support from this little boy. But something like silver card serum was quite precious, and he only had a dozen of them. "I have the card. I can switch with you." Wang Gui haphazardly pulled out a bunch of blue and green cards from his pocket. "If it's not enough, I'll get you more. Give me some time. Let's save lives first." Qin Lang thought about it and put away Wang Gui's card, and rummaged through his body to find a silver card serum, which was a special effective injection that specialized in treating those who had been gnawed by blood corpses. After helping the little boy inject the serum, Qin Lang curiously said, "How did you guys manage to block the blood corpses? How many others are there in the neighborhood?" With Qin Lang's understanding of the residents of the neighborhood, it was only probable that this group of people would perish in this rain of blood. Wang Gui sighed. "I proposed that we all join together to defend the building. Otherwise death would be a matter of time. Good thing they were willing to listen to me. But unfortunately, we were too weak. We sacrificed a large portion to barely clear the blood corpses. Those who survived were probably only 30 or 40. I didn't count them exactly. All young and daring?" Qin Lang's words caused Wang Gui to be stunned at first, then he realized something and his expression became excited. Yes, the ones who fought side by side with me are all young people. They are very brave. A few of them have even strengthened their talents. Are you trying to?" Qin Lang laughed. "Don't get so excited first, I'm just casually asking." Wang Gui was instantly a bit disappointed. "It's not safe at night. Let me send you back." "Wan Air, make Wang a cappuccino." "Okay." Lin Wan Air was busy going through the food cards. At that moment, Qin Lang started the RV to send Wang Gui and the little boy back to the neighborhood. The neighborhood they were in was semi-open and the guardrail was a sham. But the big iron gate was open when he came over in the daytime, and now it was closed. And not only that, but there were several thick chains on it, and there was someone on duty in the security booth. "I'll go in with Wang first, you keep an eye on the house." Qin Lang informed him and followed Wang Gui out of the car and headed inside. The young men in the security booth all showed excitement when they saw Wang Gui returning with Qin Lang. They were not sure how strong Qin Lang was, but they had all watched when Qin Lang killed the 3 hooligans in seconds in the afternoon, and his fighting strength was formidable. "Big brother, are you here to help us?" The young man who spoke Qin Lang recognized the first young couple who exchanged cards with him in the afternoon, his girlfriend trembling and shivering as she followed him, both of them covered in dirt and blood. The smell was quite unpleasant. It wasn't their fault, with resource cards being so scarce, but any water card would be saved for drinking. Not many would be extravagant enough to use it for bathing. "I came over to check it out." Qin Lang swept his gaze. There were traces of the aftermath of the battle everywhere. Bloodstains, limbs and corpses could not be cleaned up in time, and were scattered haphazardly around. Some survivors who had lost their loved ones in the battle cried silently, and many more were like walking corpses, lost in their souls. That's all that's left of you guys. Qin Lang sighed. Wang Gui hadn't lied. More than half of the people were dead. I'm leaving later. What are your plans next? Qin Lang asked casually. Mr. Qin, where are you going? Can you take us with you? As soon as Wang Gui said this, Qin Lang's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he smiled slightly. Wang Gui hurriedly said, sooner or later, those of us who stay here will be killed by the monsters. Only by following you can we possibly find a way out. Brother, take us with you, please. We don't want to die. The young couple cried and fell to their knees. When someone started this, someone else followed suit, and soon Qin Lang was surrounded by 20 to 30 people kneeling. All rise and speak. When the crowd stood up, Qin Lang waved his hand. It's not impossible for you guys to come with me and find a way out, but you have to make an appointment. I like to say the ugly words up front. Chapter 16, the team takes shape. The night was already deep, and the hissing of monsters came from time to time from this city shrouded in darkness. And if one were to look down from mid-air at this moment, one would realize that the entire city was plunged into darkness and dead silence, with only sporadic lights flickering on. At the end of the wretched road, there was an RV traveling at a slow pace toward the front, and, tellingly, a fleet of bicycles, totaling more than 30 people, followed the RV. They followed the caravan silently and wordlessly in the darkness, occasionally coming across a blood corpse that had been shot. They would get out and cut open the body of the blood corpse to take the card from it, and the car in front of them tended to stop silently at that point and wait. Tonight, Qin Lang's fleet had both good and bad luck. The good thing was that the largest contingent of blood corpses they had encountered was only about 20. The bad part was that the largest group of blood corpses they had encountered was only about 20. Eventually the RV pulled up in front of a large mall. Wang Gui, take a few people into the mall to take a look around, and exit if you encounter danger. Qin Lang instructed, and Wang Gui hurriedly called on the 5 young men and carefully walked in towards the mall. One of the 3 laws of the covenant: unconditional obedience to Qin Lang's orders. A few minutes later, Wang Gui trotted out with a joyful face and informed that the first floor of the mall was safe. There should be people who had used this as a shelter. The back of the broken glass all around was blocked with cargo cabinets, and the only thing that could get in and out was the front door. But for some reason the Aborigines abandoned the place. Take the rest of the day off here, and you put the cards away. The second part of the covenant: all cards must be surrendered and ultimately distributed by Qin Lang, and those who hide them privately are expelled from the team. It's been put away. It's all here. Wang Gui handed a large stack of cards to Qin Lang's hands, although 99% of them were white cards and green cards, and there were very few blue cards. They made Qin Lang's eyes light up. He hadn't expected such a rich harvest from this journey of killing. Take these supplies and distribute them to the guys, along with these clothes and weapons, and tell them to take the time to take a shower and change their clothes. Qin Lang handed Wang Gui the cart he had prepared early in the morning, which was full of supplies, food and drink, and even thoughtfully prepared shower gel, shampoo and so on. After Wang Gui took these cards into the mall for the others to use, people were moved to tears, especially the few women in the team, who found tampons and new clothes in the supplies, and were almost so excited that they knelt down to Qin Lang, who needed these supplies so much. When they had had dinner, showered, changed into new clothes, and their bodies smelled good as they lay down on the soft ground bed Qin Lang had prepared for them, all the fatigue from the night's ride dissipated at this moment. It's all worth it. They finally don't have to be afraid in the night. They're safe. Safe is not necessarily true. Qin Lang lay on the bed and closed his eyes. I made a deal with them. Under normal circumstances, I will protect their safety, but if the danger encountered is something that even I can't resist, I will not hesitate to abandon them. If they can't even accept that, I won't take them with me. Lin Wanair retracted her gaze from the end of the shopping mall and softly said, You're a person. You have a cold face and a warm heart. You always like to put on an unsympathetic appearance, but in fact, your heart is kinder than anyone else's. I'm not. You don't say. Qin Lang's heart flung out the denial trifecta directly. In this post-apocalyptic world where monsters run rampant and humanity is lost, kindness will only hasten death. He just wasn't that bad. But what harm could it do to him if Lin Wanair thought so? You're in such a hurry to get to see City. There's someone important there, right? Your mom and dad? Lin Wanair asked curiously. After spending so many days together, Qin Lang had never talked to her about himself, only saying that he was going to Haichang. My parents divorced when I was very young. I've forgotten what they looked like, Qin Lang said quietly. He wasn't an orphan, but not much different from one. having been a left-behind child in the countryside until he was 10. I'm pretty much the same as you. Lin Wanner's eyes reddened. My dad gambled and owed a lot of money. People came to the door every day to collect debts. My mom finally couldn't take it and divorced him. When I was in junior high school, my mom went to work overseas with a guy and lost contact. I'd been boarding at a relative's house until I got into art school. Xin Lang looked at Lin Wanner with a sideways glance. Don't think so much. Go to bed early. You still have to rush tomorrow. Lin Wanner wiped the corners of her eyes. Aha. 10 o'clock in the morning. After 5 hours of rest, the crowd had recovered to the maximum extent both in terms of physical condition and essence, and he even saw long-lost smiles on the faces of some people, and it was as if this group of people had been transformed overnight. Xin Lang, who had taken all this and secretly nodded his head. He needed men who could fight, not a bunch of cowards who only knew how to escape and cry when things went wrong, which was why in the car he would ask Wang Gui if they were all young men, if they all dared to fight. Boss, we're ready. When are we leaving? Wang Gui trotted over to inquire. Boss? Xin Lang was a bit uncomfortable with this title. Wang Gui was a bit embarrassed. It wasn't me who shouted first, it was them who called you that. I think it's quite good. You were originally our boss. It doesn't matter what the name calling is. I have something to explain. Go ahead, boss. Xin Lang stepped out of the caravan, stretched, and fished out 7 silver mechanical bow cards. Originally, he had 6 mechanical bows. Lin Wanner used 1, and there were 5 left, but he picked up 2 more during the card rain session yesterday. Distribute these 7 cards to the women on the team so they can train properly. Women were naturally weak, making it impractical for them to charge into battle, and mechanical bows and mechanical crossbows naturally became the most cost-effective weapons, providing maximum long-range support. Hiss! Wang Gui took a deep breath, his eyes sizzling. So many silver cards, boss, you've really put in the blood this time. Where's the return without the investment? Xin Lang laughed it off, and then he flipped out another stack of silver and blue cards and handed them to Wang Gui. Here are the explosion-proof shields and police-grade electric batons and swords. Give them to the males in the team who are strong enough in terms of stamina and physical fitness. Tell them that if they want to stay alive, they have to fight for their lives. And whoever dares to take my stuff and paddle around, don't blame me for being rude to him. Wang Gui was busy nodding his head. Don't worry, boss. Whoever dares to paddle, I'll be the first to not let him go. How is little Bauer's body? Xin Lang finished explaining his business and turned his words around. Warmth immediately surfaced on Wang Gui's face. Luckily, thanks to your special medicine from boss, little Bauer is much better. He slept through the night and woke up in the morning yelling that he was hungry. Children are growing, and these cans of powdered milk and bread were given to you privately by me, and I don't even want to use them myself. Xin Lang finally slipped 10 green cards to Wang Gui. Wang Gui was grateful and his eyes were on fire. Boss, I can't thank you enough for the great favor. Go get busy. Witnessing Wang Gui leaving, Xin Lang sighed. His family could not afford to squander so much. He only had over 100 silver cards left now. He had to save them. Chapter 17, Dark Shadows in the Night. After arranging Wang Gui's side, Xin Lang left them all in his RV to patrol the neighborhood. Why drive a car instead of riding a ghost fire? The reason was simple. For one thing, now that Lin Wanner had used a lot of her talent cards, her combat power was already not weak and could provide a great deal of help in the battle. Secondly, Xin Lang didn't completely trust Wang Gui's group. In case they turned against him, wouldn't he be sorely missing out on the caravan and Lin Wanner as a helper? Xin Lang never skimped on speculating on the hearts of people in the worst light, even though he knew that the probability of Wang Gui and the others turning against him was really low. After driving around the surrounding streets a few times, Xin Lang realized that it was obvious that someone had been in the neighborhood. Otherwise the blood heart that had only descended yesterday afternoon could not have been cleaned up so well, and he hadn't even seen a single survivor along the way. You mean there's a very powerful neighborhood community? After following Xin Lang for a long time, Lin Wanner learned a lot and had her own judgment. I don't know if it's strong or not, but there's definitely a lot of them. Xin Lang withdrew his gaze from the bloody corpse wreckage strewn ahead, tried to avoid encountering them. Go back first. If that community really has a lot of people and their strength isn't weak, then by hugging together, won't our survival rate be much higher? Lin Wanner simply inquired. Of course she knew that Xin Lang could not possibly stay here. He had to rush to High City to find someone. Xin Lang shook his head as he sniffed. The more people there are, the greater the consumption. The 30-odd people that Wang Gui brought with him have to eat and chew 100 white cards every day. A high consumption means that they have to keep going to kill blood corpses for supplies. Not a long-term solution. With the current situation, it makes the most sense for the community, or team, to stay below 10 people. So Lin Wanner blinked her big eyes. God knows if she understood. Due to the presence of such a powerful community nearby, There were no blood corpses or blood hearts for them to kill, and throughout the day Qin Lang had nothing to do, so he simply huffed and puffed under a large blanket. In the evening, when the sky was about to darken, Qin Lang greeted Wang Gui and the others and set off. With last night's experience, this group of neighborhood residents weren't as afraid of the darkness, and when they encountered blood corpses along the way, many times they didn't even need Lin Wanner to make a move. They would be able to silently move forward to surround and kill them. This was all thanks to Wang Gui, who had divided the 30-odd people into different teams, ensuring that there were both melee and long-range attacks in each team. And on top of that, there was also the maneuvering team, which was specially designed to protect the head and tail of the caravan, and was made up of 10 young men. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure back. This Wang Gui is a talent. Qin Lang took everything in and secretly praised in his heart. If the next performance Wang Gui could still shine so brightly, he wouldn't mind building another toolman out. The caravan traveled north for more than 3 hours, and when they were about to enter the highway section, Lin Wanner frowned as she looked at the black shadow that flashed in the sky. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel like something is flying in the sky? Lin Wanner rubbed her eyelids, retracted her body back into the car, and asked uncertainly, can blood corpses fly? Zip! Qin Lang braked sharply, and Lin Wanner nearly fell without standing still. What did you see? Qin Lang had been driving and couldn't notice what was going on in the sky. I'm not sure what it was, but if it was a bat it wasn't that big. Lin Wanner described the creature she saw. Qin Lang's scalp tingled. Winged devil. How many days has it been since a winged demon appeared? Winged devils weren't scary. What was scary was that there must be a black blood heart near where there were winged devils. The winged devil is a sentinel of the black-blooded heart. We have a situation. Come back the way we came. Qin Lang grabbed the walkie-talkie to inform Wang Gui. Wang Gui didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly waved his hand for the crowd to turn the car around. Hissing. In the distance, there was a piercing scream. That was clearly the sound that Bloodheart made. The welcome song of hell. Discovered. Qin Lang took out his rifle card and came to stand on the roof of the car. Possessing the gift of night vision, he was not affected by this dim environment at all. And as soon as he raised his head, he saw the 7 or 8 winged devils skimming across the sky. These winged demons were only 1/2 the size of blood corpses, extremely ugly and long, resembling large bats. The biggest advantage of this monster was its extremely fast flying speed, and its own defense and attack ability was average. Seek death. Qin Lang directly turned on marksman and continuously pulled the trigger to shoot point blank. Da, 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 da. In a series of several single clicks, all 7 winged demons without exception had their heads blown off and fell into the nearby wheat field. Boss, what happened? Wang Gui's expression was tense. He couldn't see anything. People are always afraid of the unknown. Everyone get ready. It's going to be war. Qin Lang threw the rifle and some bullets and Molotov cocktail cards to Wang Gui and tore a new rifle card for himself. Protect your people. Got it, boss. Wang Gui touched little Bauer's head, and the little boy cringed. Uncle, I'm scared. Wang Gui had a gentle face. Not afraid. Uncle is here. Uncle will definitely protect you. There is a deathly silence before the storm. Lin Wanner's body was trembling a little with nervousness, until a large warm hand gently patted her back, which calmed her down a little. You'd better go back to the car. It's not safe here. Qin Lang smiled. No, I'm going to fight with you. Lin Wanner firmly shook her head. If I can't, I'll go back. Lin Wanner had learned several silver card level aura support skills, and as long as they were within a 10-meter range, all friendly troops could enjoy the aura gain. Never push yourself. Come on. Qin Lang's pupils condensed. At the end of the road, a large group of blood corpses appeared, densely packed. It was unknown how many of them. They let out strange screams before and after. Among the blood corpses, several night devils were interspersed, and as if they were their leaders, the night devils followed the group of blood corpses unhurriedly. Nima. How to fight this? Wang Gui saw the scene ahead through the military binoculars and couldn't help but burst out. But when he saw that Qin Lang on the roof of the car didn't look the least bit intimidated, and the rifle in his hand was so heavy, his mind was slightly tranquilized. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. He's got a gun. What's he afraid of? Come on, I'll mutate all of you. Wang Gui licked his lips hard. Whoa! Suddenly, a scream rang out, but it was a man in his 40s or 50s in the group who was sneak attacked by a winged demon, and was lifted off his canopy and had his brain scooped out. They were so focused on looking ahead that they ignored the sky, where a dozen winged demons were leering. Fight! Wang Gui shouted and raised his gun to shoot, and the women in the team who were equipped with mechanical bows also aimed at the dark winged demons in the sky. Chapter 18, The Corpse. The killing power of the winged devil is very limited. In the case of the people have some defense, they are difficult to get close. but their flying speed is too fast. Not to mention the women who are practicing the mechanical bow for the first time. That is, Wang Gui used a whole pike of bullets and only managed to kill a head. You go help Wang Gui and the others. I'll be on the front. Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner and raised his rifle. The corpses at the front had already entered the effective range of the rifle. He could not care about the back. Qin Lang condescended to pull the trigger, and the bullets immediately poured out like rain, and the blood corpses in the front row collapsed on the spot. However, the number of blood corpses was too large, and Qin Lang's one rifle alone was unable to stop them. But he had prepared for this, and pulled out grenades and explosives from his spatial ring, and threw them out from afar. The deafening roar resounded through the sky and the earth, and between the flames, hundreds of blood corpses were blown away, and the densely packed corpses were blown out of a blood-colored open space. Worthy of being the boss, so fierce. Wang Gui took a deep breath and his eyes blazed up. With the assistance of Lin Wanner, a divine archer, on his side, he quickly repelled the winged demons that tried to sneak attack, and they began to turn their guns to the front, with 2 rifles, 8 mechanical bows, and with the grenades, explosives, and incendiary bombs that Qin Lang threw from time to time. The corpses froze and were stopped at a distance of 50 meters away, making it difficult to inch forward half a step. Roar! Suddenly, the 2 night devils and the corpses just rushed up against the bullets and bow and arrows, and they pounced on Qin Lang on the roof of the car at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, with extremely fast speeds as if they were 2 high-speed sedans. Watch out! Lin Wanner exclaimed. Good coming! Qin Lang was undaunted as he sheathed his black sword. Chopping gold. Chop! Put! The arc of light flashed by, and the nearly half-done night demon was split in 2, a large amount of blood gushing out of its broken body, and its limbs twisted for a few moments before it no longer moved. A move 1. Qin Lang does not stop. Take a step forward. Horizontal slash. The night demon senses the danger and wants to dodge, but unfortunately it is too late. Qin Lang swings the knife too fast. Half of the night demon's head was chopped flying out. Snapping his fingers to exterminate the 2 night demons, Qin Lang did not have half an expression on his face as he copied the rifle again and skillfully replaced it with a new magazine to strafe at the corpses. The 2 sides faced off for another 7 or 8 minutes. The corpses seemed to have retreated. It was noticed that the corpses stopped charging forward and began to slowly retreat. All stop. Don't waste bullets. Qin Lang raised his hand to signal a ceasefire. He scanned the crowd at the back. The result pleased him, except for the uncle who was sneak attacked at the very beginning. Wang Gui's team had no other casualties. Not only that, they had also exterminated hundreds of blood corpses. That's what's so great about crowds. If he didn't bring Wang Gui's team out this time, when he encountered this scale of corpses, Qin Lang would definitely choose to escape at the first opportunity. Qin Lang jumped down from the roof of the car and began to search the cards on the night demon. The 2 night demons each gave Qin Lang a gold card. Earned it. Qin Lang put the gold card away, and without waiting for his orders, Wang Gui had already called a few young men to go with him to clean up the battlefield. 10 minutes later, Wang Gui handed over a large pile of cards to Qin Lang. There had to be 200 to 300 of them. It's not safe here. Head back. Qin Lang turned the car around and returned the same way. After driving for more than half an hour, he made sure that he was far away from the sphere of influence of the black-blooded heart before stopping. Everyone is tired, so we'll rest here for now tonight. After this encounter, all of them were physically and mentally exhausted, but their eyes were much brighter than yesterday, compared to the previous battle in the neighborhood. And then looking at tonight's battle, the scale of the 2 could not be compared at all, but the casualties were negligible. Brother Gui's decision is so right. Only by following the boss will we be able to survive. We killed hundreds of blood corpses. TSK, I can't believe this is real. Following the right person is like this. Did you guys just see that? The boss is too fierce. A monster that big was killed by him in 1 second with 1 slash. I heard Gui say that thing is called a night demon. The people's morale was high as they cooked and chatted around the campfire, and the topic naturally centered around Qin Lang. In order to celebrate this victory, Qin Lang took out a lot of green material cards to treat them. Like what ham sausage, canned meat, instant noodles, and marinated eggs were enough. These were foods that they hadn't eaten since the end times came. Tasting these junk foods in the mouths of experts in times of peace a week apart moved many to tears. I can't believe I'm eating meat. Who would believe it? A big, burly man cried as he chowed down on a can of luncheon meat. You eat more? I'll just have some soup. Male fine dog pushed the soaked instant noodles to his girlfriend with affection. His girlfriend wiped her eyes and shook her head stubbornly. No, Ari, we'll eat together. Inside the RV, the lights were on. Qin Lang sliced off a piece of tender beef and brought it to his mouth. His brows slightly furrowed, obviously having something on his mind. And so it is. Although they had won this encounter, the black blood heart was still ahead, and if he didn't take this thing out, he would have to make a big detour to get out of the city. It didn't matter that he had a caravan. Wang Gui and the others would definitely not be able to stand it. Besides, it may not be safe to go the other way. Lin Wan was very sensible and didn't disturb his thinking, and after eating, she obediently sat aside to categorize the cards. She stole glances at Qin Lang from time to time, her heartbeat inexplicably speeding up. Serious men are the most fascinating. What's wrong? Qin Lang had just returned to his senses when he realized that Lin Wan was looking at him. It's fine. Oh, I meant to tell you that we seized 317 cards tonight. 33 green, 5 blue, and 1 silver. All here. Not bad. Qin Lang nodded. Earned, but not much. By the way, what are those 2 gold cards? Qin Lang remembered that there were still 2 gold cards scavenged from the night demon in his spatial ring and took them out to look at them. 1-4, weapon bloodstained gun, and 1-4, talent acute sense of smell. A cold weapon like the bloodstained gun was only useful if one had learned the skill talent that matched it, and for the time being, he couldn't use it. What's interesting is this, sharp sense of smell. In essence it's similar to dangerous intuition. It's a passive talent that can detect dangers in advance. Except that he already has dangerous intuition. There's no need to learn this talent that has a not-so-small side effect. What are the side effects? Lin Wanner had the expression of a curious baby. Qin Lang smiled and said, having a nose that's too smart is never a good thing for people, especially in the end times. It can seriously affect the quality of life. Lin Wanner thought about it, and it was indeed true. If you amplify the stench of a bloody corpse a few times, no one can stand it. It's nice to use this talent to curb meals and stay in shape. The morning of the next day, Qin Lang brought Wang Gui over and asked him to distribute today's portion of supply cards to everyone. And while he was chatting, a dark green military truck came in the distance, and the truck stopped 100 meters away from the camp. Chapter 19, Card Trading. 5 heavily armed men jumped out of the truck, and the one who spoke was a flat-headed man in his 40s, dressed in camouflage uniforms and with a stocky build. Don't be nervous everyone, I mean no harm. We are a search team from the Unity community. My name is Li Zhengqi. Who is your leader? I want to talk to him. Li Zhengqi shouted with a smile on his face. What can I do for this uncle? Qin Lang greeted him with a smile. You're the leader? Li Zhengqi was a bit incredulous. Obviously just a young man in his early 20s, but he could be the leader. It seems like something. Li Zhengqi laughed. It's like this. My camp has a strong defense line and sufficient supplies. You also know what environment is outside now. There are man-eating monsters everywhere. Only by embracing the group can we survive. Are you willing to bring your people back to the camp with me? Let's cooperate together to fight against those monsters. Of course, if you are not satisfied when you arrive at the place, you can leave at any time. I'm not forcing myself. I do think that the more people there are the greater the hope of surviving. It had to be said that Li Zhengqi's words were sincere and reasonable. Faced with a sudden monster, anyone in their right mind would choose to embrace the group. Uncle, where is your campground? Qin Lang asked. The Four Seas restaurant behind Fairview Gardens. Oh, it's that. Qin Lang nodded. As expected, it was right. The campsite that Li Zhengqi had mentioned was not far from the mall where they had stayed before. Only a 20-minute drive away. Jussie, I'll talk to my friend first. At this time, Qin Lang was acting rather childish and had little initiative. Li Zhengqi naturally smiled and said that it was fine. Let him go ahead and discuss. In his heart Li Zhengqi completely categorized Qin Lang into the category of sunny and cheerful big boy who had good luck. Boss, are you really planning to go back to the camp with them? Wang Gui came over to inquire. There's nothing to lose by going over there. Have everyone pack up and depart in 10 minutes. Qin Lang has lived in the post-apocalyptic world for so many years. Read countless people. Is good or evil by intuition can judge out. This Li Justice is obviously not evil. The body of the cheerfulness and temperament is not pretend. Okay. Wang Gui didn't have any opinion and obeyed Qin Lang unconditionally, immediately yelling at the crowd to pack their bags and prepare to start. Getting an affirmative answer from Qin Lang, Li Zhengqi acted very happy. So a military truck, a caravan, followed by dozens of bicycles slowly traveled towards the city center. Chief, I just observed. The equipment of this group is quite good. The worst are blue card weapons. The women are equipped with silver card mechanical bows. Their combat power should not be underestimated. The man in the passenger seat wearing glasses suddenly said. His name is Qin Qi. He's Li Zhengqi's deputy. Li Zhengqi laughed. What's so strange about this? It's the end of the world. Monsters are running rampant. And the survival of the fittest. Only the strong can survive. The weak have long been eliminated. I'm a little worried that they might covet the resources of our camp. Li Zhengqi was dumbfounded. You're a person who is good at everything. But you're too cautious. And you like to think nonsense when there's nothing else to do. Is this thing a decoration? Li Zhengqi patted the rifle hanging on his chest. Besides, their standard of living isn't low. Have you noticed that all their clothes are new and everyone is clean? That alone is better than our camp. After Li Zhengqi reminded him of this, Chen Shi nodded his head. It was still true. This group of 30 or so was somehow cleaner than the survivors they had found before, and all full of energy. Near noon, the convoy returned to the entrance of the Four Seas restaurant. The tavern was surrounded by electric fences, stakes, and some walls used to block the travel of the blood corpses. How much defense capability this thing has? Qin Lang does not comment. Anyway, it is better than nothing, at least it can add some security to the heart. Inside these walls were tents that housed a number of pimply-faced, refugee-like survivors. Compared to them, these people brought by Qin Lang were an absolute regular army. The appearance of Qin Lang and his group unsurprisingly attracted the envious gazes of the survivors. "Boss, you're finally back." Seeing Li Jingqi return with his men, a young man with a gun ran over to greet them in a hurry. "What happened? Panic?" Li Jingqi frowned. "Something happened to Sean. He was badly bitten and ran back alone." "What? Where is he?" "In the medical department." "Show me." Li Jingqi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly and blankly followed the young man to rush into the hotel, leaving Qin Lang's group of people inside the restaurant. Chen Shi was a bit helpless. "Sorry gentlemen. Something happened at home. Please take a rest here first. You can talk to me if you need anything." "It's fine. You guys go ahead and get busy." Qin Lang waved his hand, signaling Chen Shi to go ahead and get busy. After Chen Shi left, Qin Lang began to take a closer look at the 9-story building. In the early post-apocalyptic period, the occupation of such a high-rise building can effectively resist the attack of the blood corpses, but the attacker is bad if the human. A dozen bundles of explosives to the load-bearing walls thrown, directly as the result of the house collapsed and the group extinction. Of course, in the early stages of the post-apocalyptic era when attack cards were so scarce, there should be no human group that would do such a stupid thing as hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming themselves 800 times, except for a deep hatred. Seeing Li Jingqi again was a few minutes later. He apologized to Qin Lang with a grim face. "Sorry for the cold shoulder. Another search team from our community was attacked by a group of corpses and the captain was injured. I went to take care of him just now." "Badly hurt?" Qin Lang followed Li Jingqi inside. Li Jingqi sighed and said with a worried frown, "Well, it's very serious. 8 people went out and the only one who came back was old Huang. What's killing us is that we don't have the serum in our hands anymore. If we let it go." After a pause, Li Jingqi tried. "Little brother, you wouldn't happen to have the serum in your hand, would you?" Qin Lang looked straight at Li Jingqi's expectant gaze and smiled. "I do have the silver card serum on me, but I have to keep it for emergencies. As you can see, there are more than 30 people in my team as well, so in case anyone gets bitten, what if I can't get the serum at that time?" Li Jingqi nodded. "You're right, that's the truth, but right now saving people is important. I won't lie to you. Huang Shan is our camp's second fighting force. If something really happens to him, it's a loss the camp can't afford. Let's put it this way. What conditions are you willing to give me the serum?" Qin Lang spread his hand out. "Since you like to be direct, uncle, then I'll be direct as well. Let's exchange cards. I don't know if you have any talent class gold cards in your hand." "Uncle, gifted gold card?" Li Jingqi choked. "Silver for gold, and it has to be gifted. You're taking advantage of the situation, aren't you?" Qin Lang said in a serious manner. "The silver card serum is a relatively special existence, and its value is actually similar to the gold card." Li Jingqi was a bit hesitant. "Boss, it's bad. Sean is dying," the young man on the stairs exclaimed. "Fine, just change it. I do have a gifted gold card here." Li Jingqi gritted his teeth and fished out a gold card from his pocket. Chapter 20, Infighting. Talent Young Stilt and Instilled Veins. Qin Lang's pupil stared. This was an important card for opening the 8 veins. In that case, as long as he found the Yang Dimension In Dimension 2 veins, he would be able to learn the Qi Royal Art. To be able to open 8 veins and learn the Qi Royal technique at the early stage of the end of the world, how strong would that be? He didn't even dare to think about it. This talent, it's not much use. However, Qin Lang still revealed a distressed expression. "But saving people is important. Uncle, wait a moment, I'll go get the card." Qin Lang returned to the car and pretended to stay in the car for a few minutes before handing the silver card serum to Li Jingqi. Watching Lin Wanner laugh for a while, Li Jingqi got the card and rushed upstairs to inject Huang Shan. After a while, Li Jingqi came out with an obviously relaxed mood. Fortunately, old Huang's life was saved. "Thank you, little brother." "Uncle, don't be polite. We belong to the equivalent exchange. If you have any other cards here that you don't need for the time being, I can use other cards to exchange with you." "Thank you. It's not necessary." The corner of Li Jingqi's mouth twitched. From the end of the world to now, he led the team to get a total of only 5 gold cards, 2 of which One is a carrier, military trucks. One is food. In other words, can be used only 3 only. On this was also Qin Lang exchanged for a say not need pain is false. But the thought of saving Huang Shan made it all worth it. The next time Qin Lang followed Li Jingqi to stroll around the camp inside and outside. Even such an important place as the command headquarters, Li Jingqi didn't cover it up. Obviously he didn't take Qin Lang as a threat. After strolling through the entire camp, Li Jingqi suddenly said, "Little brother, what do you think of my camp?" Not good. Thinking like this in his heart, naturally he couldn't say so on his mouth. Qin Lang wasn't a person with low emotional intelligence. He smiled faintly. Not bad. Right, Li Jingqi said with a fluttering brow. I had my own considerations when I chose to build the camp here. This place has a wide field of vision, is easily accessible from all directions, and is easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as you guys are willing to join the camp, we will definitely be able to kill those monsters and hold out until the rescue team comes. Uncle, do you think there will be a rescue team? Qin Lang's expression was odd. It shouldn't be. He was in his 40s. Why was he still so naive? Li Jingqi's face changed. Muttered, in fact, I know in my heart, the possibility of the existence of the rescue team is unlikely. But this person I'll always have to give themselves a hope is not it. Qin Lang let out a faint smile. I'm sorry, I'm going to High City to look for someone, so I won't be staying with you for too long. There's something I don't know if I should say or not. Just go ahead and say it. Little brother. Li Jingqi's expression was a little disappointed when he heard that Qin Lang was leaving, but they had agreed before they came that they could leave at any time if they felt it was inappropriate. So he quickly calmed down. This camp of yours has less than 30 armed men, and the rest of the 100 or so are not fighting men, or at least, they don't look to me like they would fight. Indeed, many parts of them are old, weak, women and children, rescued by the search team when they were out looking for supplies. Li Jingqi nodded. How many resources must be consumed in a day by these more than 100 people? Eating and chewing on horses? You can hold out for a day or two. What about 10 days and half a month? Relying on 30 of you to support 100 people. Sooner or later you'll drag yourself down. It was only when he saw that Li Jingqi was not a bad person that Qin Lang was willing to say a few more words. If it was anyone else, he would not bother to care about the other party's life or death. These words were poking Li Jingqi right in the lungs. The words were true. With the increase in the number of people in the camp, in just a few days he had already felt a huge pressure. If not for that, how could he have forcefully split the 2 search teams into 4, in order to maximize the collection of supplies? But what could he do? We can't just stand by and watch these people get bitten by monsters. Drop. The communicator on Qin Lang's waist rang, and Wang Gui's voice came from it. Boss, something happened down there. Qin Lang was stunned and poked out his body to look downstairs. Dozens of people were clearly divided into 2 factions and seemed to be arguing about something. What's going on? Qin Lang and Li Jingqi came to the open space on the first floor, and Wang Gui jogged over to tell him what happened. It turned out that just now, Wang Gui's team was a bit hungry. So they started to bury pots and pans to make food, and most of what they consumed was the green card food that they hadn't eaten in the morning, such as ham and sausage, canned food, instant noodles, and these things, especially the aroma of the instant noodles, which was definitely an olfactory attack for the Aborigines who had been eating rice and salted food in the camp for a week. So the Aborigines sent a few representatives to beg for food, and the 2 sides quarreled after being refused by Wang Gui. Up, why are you guys being so petty? It's just a couple of bags of instant noodles I asked you for. I don't even want to look at junk food like this before this. That's right. I used to be the boss of a listed company, sitting on a few $100 million, and you want to order food with you to push around. A little pattern has no. I'm a doujinshi netizen with 600,000 followers. Give me 2 cans, and when the end times are over, I can bring you guys a lot of money. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Hearing these people messy words, Qin Lang almost did not hold back his laughter. This group of people have been brainwashed by Li Jingqi. Naive thought that the end of the world will pass. The rescue team will come to the rescue, but do not know that now even the country is no longer. Save a yo-yo ah. Xiao Hu. You're Xiao Hu, the nurse from the Women's and Children's Hospital, right? I'm your sister Wang. Do you remember me? I didn't take care of you when you were in the unit. The young woman in Wang Gui's team grunted. Of course I remember you. You didn't give me many shoes. Why are you talking like that? I was helping you grow up. For your own good. The woman's face changed. Why are young people nowadays so ungrateful? That's enough. All of you. Didn't I send you food this morning? Li Jingqi was dying of embarrassment. After all, he had been bragging to Qin Lang that the camp was not lacking in resources. White porridge with pickles again. We haven't smelled meat in days. Yes, Li too. You could at least open a few cans for us too. If we keep eating like this, we'll be malnourished sooner or later. When you brought us back, you promised to eat and drink enough. Had we known it was this kind of treatment, we might as well have been outside. It is what it is. Li Jingqi's mouth almost didn't crooked. Deputy Chun Chi annoyed, all of you shut up. Unconditional supply of food and drink for you guys is not enough? In order to find resources for you, Brother Sean almost lost his life outside, and now he's still in a coma. Are you guys losing your conscience by saying such words? Seeing that the quarrel had turned into a pitched battle, Qin Lang gave Wang Gue a wink, and the latter signaled for the crowd to step back and watch the fun. Don't worry everyone. I'll take care of the food. I hope you'll give me some time. Li Jingqi is physically and mentally exhausted. Repenting, good reason for such a bunch of burdensome over why. Don't use the delaying tactic. Li too. They have ready-made good food. The women pointed to Wang Gue's group. Improve the food for us first. Right. Let's improve the food first. Immediately, someone else followed the motion. Chapter 21 Resistant Blood Corpse. Nonsense. What does their card have to do with me? Li Jingqi stopped the crowd by drinking. Qin Lang was happy. If you want to improve your food, go out and kill blood corpses. Which blood corpses don't have cards inside? My people can eat meat because they follow me and fight for their lives. But who are you to say? A bunch of stinky beggars still think the food is rancid? When Wang Gue's group of people heard this, they all puffed out their chests. The words were right. Last night they had teamed up with Qin Lang to fight against the corpses. This was what they deserved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Clean your mouth. Who are you calling a stinking beggar? When I was choosing a concubine in the heavenly world, you still don't know which ing nook or cranny you were in. A middle-aged man in a tattered suit in the crowd stood up and said viciously, today, you have to give this card even if you give it, and you have to give it even if you don't. I said so. You said your mom. Qin Lang didn't bother to nag him and directly drew his gun. Bang! The whole world went silent while the red and white things were swung. Chen Qi was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Lang to kill when he said he would. He subconsciously went to touch his gun. But in the next second, he was pressed by a rough hand. He was puzzled. Boss? Li Jingqi didn't say anything, just shook his head gently. Looking at the group of survivors that Qin Lang was facing, they all took several steps back like quails at this moment, their eyes filled with fear. None of them had expected that Qin Lang, the sunny and cheerful-looking big boy, would kill people so decisively without batting an eyelid. Only Wang Gue and the others knew that Qin Lang just seemed to be nice and talkative, but was actually ruthless. Anyone else who dares to bleep, step forward and let me see. Qin Lang waved his pistol and saw that no one said anything. Then he sneered. I still say that, if you want to eat good food, go kill monsters. And if you want to snatch food from my people, there's no problem. Let's just see if it's your lives or old me's bullets that are hard. Wang Gue hurriedly came over. Boss, watch your men, watch your food, and whoever dares to rob, just kill. I'll back you up. What are you looking at? Why don't you get back? Wang Gue cursed and raised his rifle to aim at the survivors. The survivors all retreated silently at the sight. Uncle, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Qin Lang put the gun away and waved his hand at Li Jingqi with a smile. The corner of Li Jingqi's mouth twitched. What kind of bull asterisk sunny and cheerful big boy is clearly a murderer. This is all my fault for not being able to govern properly. So I've made you laugh. Li Jingqi sighed. It's proving difficult for the two of us to gel as a team, and I'm ready to leave after another break. Understood. Li Jingqi nodded. Old boss. At that moment a man emerged from the door, dark-skinned and stocky, his body wrapped in blood-soaked gauze. Old Huang, you're awake. Why don't you rest properly? What are you doing out of bed? Li Jingqi hurried over to assist him. This man was the camp's second combatant, Huang Shan. Huang Shan said with an agitated expression. I have important news for you. We have to get out of here quickly. It's not safe. Qin Lang was all set to enter the RV when he heard this and his feet stalled. Are you burnt out of your mind? How are we not safe here? Li Jingqi was full of fog. They had easily fended off several waves of small corpses in the past few days with the camp's defense system. Huang Shan panted and sat on the steps, his eyes scowling as he said, I'm not lying. It really isn't safe. Our team was attacked by a horde of corpses when we were scavenging for resources, but you know our strength. Not to mention a dozen or so blood corpses, or even dozens of them. We can easily get rid of them, but what we encountered today is different. Those blood corpses' bodies are as hard as stone. Bullets can't penetrate them. How is this possible? Li Jingqi exclaimed in shock. It's true. We emptied our magazines and couldn't take one out. And by the time I realized something was wrong and greeted my brothers and ran, it was too late. Huang Shan was in tears. If I hadn't learned the athletic talent, I would have gone with my brothers. Boss, it's not that I'm afraid of death. I have to tell you this news. I don't blame you. But, what the hell is wrong with those blood corpses? Why would the bullets not kill them? Li Jingqi was puzzled. If that's the case, this camp does have to be abandoned. Qin Lang's voice sounded from behind. Do you know what's going on here, little brother? Li Jingqi turned his face. Qin Lang nodded and explained. It is common knowledge that people can enhance their abilities through cards. However, if someone learns an aura such as stone skin or bullet resistance and is eaten by a blood corpse, then the blood corpse will have a certain probability of mastering this talent. Listening to old brother Huang Shan's description, I'm guessing that it's bullet resistance aura, and that ordinary firearms have minimal killing power against them. Sweat came down on Li Jingqi's forehead. Then if you encounter this kind of blood corpse, how to deal with it? It's simple. Use a cold weapon, or a bow. Qin Lang asked Huang Shan, where did you meet that group of blood corpses? West, almost 10 kilometers away. Huang Shan was very badly injured, panting after a few words, and was forcefully escorted back to the house by Chen Qi to rest. Uncle, let me discuss something with you. Qin Lang called Li Jingqi aside. I'd like to borrow your truck for a while. Li Jingqi had an odd expression. You know that those blood corpses are gifted, but you still want to take the risk? Riches and riches. Besides, 10 kilometers, not too far, not too close. Can you rest assured of letting such a group of blood corpses that aren't afraid of bullets roam around? Or are you planning to really abandon this camp? Li Jingqi thought about it and nodded. Borrowing a car is no problem, but I have one request. You say, I'll drive, and I'll take Chen Qi with you. Qin Lang's expression was odd. He originally thought that Li Jingqi wanted collateral and he could offset the ghost flame to him, but he didn't realize that he wanted to kill the blood corpses together with the group. Li Jingqi said helplessly, there isn't much left of the camp's supplies. Don't worry, I'll only take my fair share. Qin Lang heatedly laughed. It's so happily decided. There's no time to lose. Hurry up and take care of that group of blood corpses before nightfall. Go! A few minutes later, Qin Lang's small caravan drove ahead, followed by military trucks full of 30 people. Little Bauer and the other 2 children who were not capable of fighting were left behind in the campsite, to which Wang Gui and their parents didn't say anything. If we had this military truck, Wang and the others wouldn't have to follow us on bicycles. Lin Wanner had been listening to Qin Lang's words to stay in the car, not moving an inch, and at this time looked back and said, you mean, find a chance to take out Li Jingqi and grab this car? Qin Lang said lightly. I didn't. Lin Wanner panicked and screamed. I didn't mean that. Qin Lang laughed it off. Joking with you and you're still serious. I'm not a homicidal maniac. At least I won't kill someone for a mere gold card class carrier. To kill, it's also colored cards or above. But there are no dark gold cards that appear in the first stage of the end times, Qin Lang secretly said in his heart. Soon the 2 vehicles arrived at the scene of the incident. Qin Lang couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth as he saw everything in front of him through the military binoculars. Chapter 22 Uncle, you're hiding pretty deep. How did old Huang speak half rakishly? He didn't say so much. Li Jingqi was also equipped with military binoculars. He jumped out of the car and came to Qin Lang's side to spit. A few hundred meters away were swarms of blood corpses, densely packed and numbering no less than 300. Use Molotov cocktails or dynamite. It's best not to use it if you can. Qin Lang shook his head. Weapons of mass destruction such as Molotov cocktails, explosives, and grenades are indeed effective in killing blood corpses, but they will destroy the cards inside the blood corpses to the greatest extent possible, which in layman's terms affects the card drop rate. The purpose of Qin Lang's initiative this time was to handily kill that Halo blood corpse and see if he could pop out the bullet resistance Halo, which was a colorful legendary card, and with this, he would no longer be afraid of being attacked with firearms. No need for explosives. So many blood corpses. It's a bit hard to kill, Li Jingqi muttered. This was the first time he had encountered this scale of corpses. In comparison, Wang Gui's team, who had only fought with the corpse tide last night, was much more calm. The women all raised their mechanical bows, while the men all copied their shields, electric batons, short swords, and other weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. This is the gap. Li Jingqi heartily praised that Qin Lang was far more competent as a leader than him. See that bridge? We can lure the blood corpses to it and kill them. Qin Lang pointed to a bridge across the lake not far away. This bridge was more than 10 meters wide and more than 100 meters long. There were many corpses piled up on the bridge. There were humans and blood corpses, and quite a number of post-apocalyptic private cars that had lost their kinetic energy were left alone on both sides of the bridge. After shifting his position to the bridge, Qin Lang pushed the Ghostfire motorcycle down from the caravan. The fact that he had a spatial finger ring was known to no one except Lin Wanner and Wang Gui, so he naturally would not take the initiative to expose it to outsiders. Who will ride this to lure the blood corpses over? Qin Lang looked at the crowd. Wang Gui stepped forward. Boss, I'll go. I've ridden before. I'll do it. Li Zhengqi waved his hand. You guys will definitely be the ones to make a big effort later. At least let me make a small effort. Chen Shi stepped forward to stop him. Boss, your talent is only suitable for melee combat. In case you are surrounded, it would be disastrous. It's better for me to go. In case of failure, I at least have a way to escape. Li Zhengqi frowned. That's true, but are you sure? It's dangerous. It's fine. Chen Shi smiled and handed the gun to Li Zhengqi. It's not like you don't know that my ability to save my life is a hair stronger than Brother Shan. After saying that, Chen Shi mounted Ghostfire. Qin Lang instructed him a few words before he dashed across the bridge in a flash. Everyone get ready for battle. It's up to this battle if we get extra food tonight. Qin Lang yelled and drew his black blade, chopping gold. Originally, the distance between the two sides was not that far. The Ghostfire speed was not only fast, but also noisy. It was hard not to attract the attention of the corpses, and they let out a horrible hiss as they stormed towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi was authorized by Qin Lang and deliberately slowed down his speed, always maintaining a safe distance of about 20 meters from the blood corpses, and just unhurriedly brought the corpses to the bridge, and the whole process was incomparably smooth. Just as the crowd was breathing a sigh of relief for him, the unexpected happened. As Chen Shi's attention had been focused on the blood corpses behind him, ignoring the bones and vehicle wreckage on the bridge, the wheels were accidentally choked by a protruding piece of iron, and the Ghostfire lost control of itself on the spot, the front of the car swaying wildly. Although Chen Shi had experience in riding a motorcycle, he was unable to control this horrible death swing, and after holding on for 5 or 6 seconds, he could only choose to abandon the bike. Chen Shi flipped over on the ground, climbed up and ran forward without looking back. What was visible to the naked eye was that his 2 legs were actually entwined with a transparent whirlwind. Whirlwind kick? Qin Lang instantly recognized that this was a gold card skill, which could boost his speed in a short period of time, increase his running speed, and his ability to save his life was top-notch. Li Zhengqi nodded. Well, when this kid runs, a dog can't even shoo him away. Qin Lang smiled. He owes me a Ghostfire. Li Zhengqi pulled out the machete on his waist. It's not appropriate to talk about this now, is it? Wait to exterminate this group of monsters before talking about anything else. Prepare to meet the enemy. Qin Lang communicated with Lin Wanner, who was standing by on the roof of the car. Through the intercom, there must be something different about the Halo blood corpse from the other blood corpses. Your task is to find it and tell me the direction. Good. Turn on, strong strike aura. Aha. As he spoke, Chen Shi jogged all the way back, and the corpses had officially entered the range of the mechanical bow, and the women standing on top of the military truck had struck their arrows, towering over the front row of blood corpses. After several consecutive rounds of shooting, dozens of blood corpses were exterminated. Qin Lang shouted, Wang Gue, got it boss. Brothers, follow me and charge. Wang Gue responded in a loud voice, leading the way by holding his blast shield at the front. The rest of the males in the team followed suit, and more than 20 of them froze and used their shields to hold up a wall, firmly blocking the corpses. It's my turn. Li Zhengqi took his short sword and rubbed it on his clothes. Jumping in place, he actually leaped over the shield wall and plunged headlong into the corpses. Asterisk 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 what the heck went over? Wang Gue froze. Qin Lang was a bit dazed, not knowing why Li Zhengqi was doing death. In the next second, it was seen that the location where Li Zhengqi was located was filled with limbs flying all over the sky. He was like a humanoid meat grinder, killing a bloody path in the corpses with only his own strength and a machete. This is my boss's talent, savage. Strong, isn't it? Chen Shi revealed a proud expression. Qin Lang smiled, thinking that the killing power of the gold card talent could not be so exaggerated. Li Zhengqi obviously had reservations. He must have learned some kind of talent that increased his damage ability. I saw it. Lin Wanner's voice came from the headphones, and at the very back of the corpses, there was a white-haired blood corpse. Roger that. Qin Lang waved his black blade and also plunged headlong into the corpses. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts. In terms of melee combat, Qin Lang was indeed much weaker than Li Zhengqi, and the speed of killing corpses was far less than Li Zhengqi. However, his target was not these ordinary blood corpses, but the Halo blood corpses in the back. Through Lin Wanner's precise point reporting, Qin Lang quickly arrived in front of the white-haired blood corpse, which was no different from a normal blood corpse in every part of its body except for the white hairs growing on its head. Die! Qin Lang slashed out, and the head of the white-haired blood corpse flew up high, and in the next moment, it was firmly grasped by Qin Lang and smoothly stuffed into the spatial finger ring. Ow! 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 A strange roar suddenly came from Li Zhengqi beside him, only to see him grabbing the wreckage of a car with both hands and wheeling it out horizontally, instantly sweeping down a dozen or so blood corpses that surrounded him. Then he threw the wreckage of the car far away. and another dozen or so blood corpses were crushed into pieces. Is it overlord or monstrous power? Qin Lang was fiercely envious. This was clearly a colored card ability. Would love to have. Without the gain of the halo blood corpses, Wang Gui and Shen Shi began to sweep the corpses with their rifles, and in less than 5 minutes before and after, the blood corpses on the bridge were cleaned up. Huffing and puffing, Li Jingqi sat down on the ground and panted heavily. He had taken out more than 100 blood corpses by himself and had long been exhausted. Uncle, you're hiding pretty deep. Qin Lang reached out and yanked Li Jingqi to his feet. Smirking and snickering, I should have known not to bring you here. You'll let my people eat and drink whatever they want tonight. Chapter 23, The Halo Arrives. Li Jingqi hee straight music. The end of the world. Always have to leave yourself a little backhanded, is not it? You don't say me. You haven't been hiding. I didn't know until just now that you've hidden a big beauty in the caravan. She's Lin Wan Air. I've seen the TV series she acted in. Qin Lang laughed out loud and was in quite a good mood. With the corpses cleared, the next time was to clean up the battlefield and collect the cards. Qin Lang's side naturally had Wang Gui to lead the people to do it without him needing to worry about it. Li Jingqi and Shen Shi had a harder time and could only do it themselves, but both of them had smiles on their faces. This trip out was in 2 words, blood money. Boss, the cards are all here. Wang Gui handed the cards up. There were 2 silver cards in there, and the rest of the white, green, and blue cards added up to a small 200. Aha! Qin Lang put the card away and looked at Li Jingqi's duo who were still busy. So he said, help them. Good. Soon the battlefield was cleaned up. Li Jingqi and Shen Shi were talking and laughing as they walked toward the military truck. And Qin Lang said with a bad smile, Uncle, you've earned a lot. That's quite a few indeed. Over 200. That's cool. There are over 100 people in the camp. How long is that enough? Qin Lang smiled badly and got into the car. Li Jingqi's smile instantly solidified, and Shen Shi's face collapsed. Solid old iron. Inside the military truck, Shen Shi's face was grim. Boss, I know you're well-intentioned and can't bear to see them being eaten by monsters, but these cards are all earned by you sacrificing your life. Do you really intend to share them? Look at those people under Qin Lang, which is not capable of fighting. Those people in the camp really want to help us. This card to give out I am also willing, but they, okay, stop muttering. Li Jingqi sighed. I'm to blame for this. It's the end of the world. What kind of saintly mother is this? But now that I've been put on the fire, what can I do? Is it hard to kill them? Li Jingqi was quite suffocated in his heart. Due to the lack of experience in team management, the foundation was not laid well at the beginning. That's why this situation occurred. It was necessary to have to learn from Qin Lang in terms of team management and operation. Overall it was a brilliant win. When they got to know that Li Jingqi and the others had taken out an entire group of corpses and seized a large number of cards, the people in the camp were very happy. Li Jingqi was not a stingy person, and immediately took out a large portion of the card and distributed it to the crowd for them to add to their meal. In response, Qin Lang chose to look on with cold eyes. Nightfall. The tavern with electricity and water is still more or less homey. At this moment, Li Jingqi was sitting on the roof of the building and drinking. When he saw Qin Lang coming, he smiled and beckoned. Little brother, sit down. Do you want a whole mouthful? Qin Lang sat over with a smile on his face. Uncle asked me to meet alone. It can't be just to buy me a drink, right? Of course not. I am not blocked in my heart. Want to find someone to nag. Yo, you still have cigarettes. Hurry to give uncle to a. Li Jingqi more than 40 years old, but the mentality with the early 20s of the young man is no difference. Obviously in the peace era is a heartless lord. Qin Lang helped Li Jingqi light up the cigarettes and stuffed most of the remaining pack into the pocket of his tactical undershirt. Save your smoke. I don't have much. Gotta go. Thanksgiving. Li Jingqi laughed out loud. The wind took away the nicotine in the air. Looking out over the whole dark city, Li Jingqi suddenly said, if you were put in my position, what would you do? Qin Lang crushed out half of the cigarette butts and replied, Uncle, I should have taken them out of here last night. It's just a pity that they were blocked by the Black Blood Heart. Should we join hands and explode the Black Blood Heart together? What is a Black Blood Heart? Li Jingqi naturally didn't know what a Black Blood Heart was. It was a creature that was 10, even a dozen times more powerful than a normal blood heart. The Black Blood Heart possessed a certain level of intelligence, and each Black Blood Heart would spawn a large number of blood corpses, night demons, winged demons, even some new monsters. Then, can we beat it? Li Jingqi was a bit impressed. The more powerful the monster, the better the card drop. As the saying goes, risk and reward go hand in hand. Whether or not you can fight is another story. There will definitely be a lot of attrition during the battle, so you have to be mentally prepared for that. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, I don't know how you lead the team. Anyway, my personal habit is that the team doesn't keep idlers. What you give, you get. Alright, uncle. It's late today. I'll go back to rest first. You ponder over it and give me an answer in the morning. After Qin Lang left, Li Jingqi's face sank like water. He wasn't a little cutie. How could he not hear the deeper meaning in Qin Lang's words? Would that be a little too cruel? He was a little undecided. Xiaoqi, where are you? Oh, with old Huang. Don't move. I'll discuss something with you. Li Jingqi put down the walkie-talkie and headed downstairs. Inside the RV, Qin Lang took out the white blood corpse head from his spatial finger ring. Lin Wanner had long been accustomed to this, but her eyes were just a little curious, wondering why Qin Lang attached so much importance to this white-haired blood corpse. Qin Lang felt out his saber and carefully sliced the bloody corpse's head open. His mouth was silently chanting something. After listening carefully, Lin Wanner heard and understood. What he was chanting was, color cards come. Color cards come. Color cards come from all directions. Ka! The head split in two, revealing the card inside. It was the all-too-familiar colored card. Yes. He picked up the card and looked at it, and everything was just as he had guessed. Bullet resistance aura. Friendly resistance to normal bullets is greatly increased within a range of 50 meters. The more people you encompass, the greater the stamina drain. Qin Lang didn't even think about it. He directly tore the card and studied it by himself. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Wanner, but with Lin Wanner's current physical strength, it wasn't enough to support the use of a skill card of this intensity, and she would be off her feet in minutes. Besides, he wasn't willing to put his life in someone else's hands. Anyone who has it is better than you. In this way, Qin Lang had triple insurance. Super restorative body, protective bracelet, bullet resistance aura. It's so cozy, how can I die? It's not that Qin Lang floats, unless he has lost his mind and single-handedly goes to the black-blooded heart. Or else with these 3 legendary cards it's enough for him to pass through the first stage of the end times in peace and quiet. By the way, Wan Air, you use these 2 cards. Qin Lang handed Lin Wanner 2 silver cards. 1 for physical strength, and 1 for distant view. The silver cards that boost stamina and eyesight, respectively, are quite cost-effective. Good. Lin Wanner was full of joy and used the card. Don't categorize the cards for a few days. Rest early. You must be refreshed and ready for the big fight. You mean, Black Blood Heart? Lin Wanner froze. Well, tomorrow the odds are that old Li will bring everyone from the camp with us to fight Black Bloodheart. Lin Wanner was stunned, subconsciously thinking of the refugee-like camp members outside. But, do they have a fighting chance? We have no fighting ability. We can't fight at all. You're clearly sending us to our deaths. Early in the morning, the sky was cloudy. When Li Jingqi announced the plan for the entire battalion to act together to attack Black Blood Heart today, someone immediately jumped out to oppose it. Head Li, this going out to look for resources has always been done by your people. Why did you have to bring us along this time? That's right. Where have we fought those monsters? Those monsters? I feel sick just smelling them. How can we fight them? Uncle Li, I'm only 18. I can't fight. Li Jingqi's face was expressionless as his stern gaze swept over the crowd. I think you have misunderstood. This is a notice, not a discussion with you. If you want to eat and drink, you have to put in effort. What is effort? It's actively fighting monsters. Whoever doesn't want to fight and just wants to live a life of clothes and food, then I'm sorry, please leave. From today onwards, the camp doesn't keep idle people. Chapter 24 Reason within pistol range. The camp refugees were not blind. They all clearly felt that Li Jingqi's attitude today was different from the past, and the voices of opposition instantly became much smaller. However, someone soon came forward to point out where the key problem lies. Li too. It's not that we don't want to fight with you, but we really don't have any experience in fighting. I'm a university professor. I've only dealt with books in my life. Is it reasonable for you to suddenly ask me to dance around with a sword and a baton to kill monsters? You have to give us some time. Professor Wang is right. We don't have combat experience. We'll surely die against those monsters. Yeah. Let's fight, not no. At least let's practice him for 10 days and half a month. Li Jingqi had anticipated that this group of assholes would use this kind of discourse, and immediately turned his mouth away. Practicing for 10 days and half a month. Don't you guys think it's funny to say that? Has it been 10 days and half a month since those monsters appeared until today? Anyway, I've already notified. We'll depart later. Those who are willing to follow me will go to find Chen Shi to register and receive their weapons. Those who are not willing will never be forced to do so. Xiao Qi, I'll leave this side to you. Chen Shi licked his lips. Got it, boss. After Li Jingqi finished arranging his side of things, he waved his hand toward Qin Lang from afar. Do you have time for a chat? Qin Lang nodded and sat on his but on the portable bench in front of the RV door, and Lin Wanner knowingly brought 2 cups of coffee before entering the RV. How many people do you reckon could be willing to go with you? Qin Lang took a sip of coffee and flung a cigarette to Li Jingqi. Li Jingqi busily took over and lit it. After taking a deep breath, a happy smile appeared on his face. These are not important. What is important is that you have a few % certainty to take out that black blood heart. You give old brother a solid bottom. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense about this, Xin Lang said with a smiling face. The only thing I can guarantee you is that the black blood heart is extremely high yielding. If the traitorous luck we really give it a dry shattering, the captured cards will be able to be used by at least 30 people for 10 days and half a month. So fat? Li Jingqi's eyes glazed over and he sat up straight. Little brother, how do you know so much? Can't it be that before you? Well, where else do you think I got this RV behind me? Xin Lang expected that Li Jingqi would ask this question and had thought about how to answer it long ago. Good. It's good to have a success story. When do you plan to act? Li Jingqi acted quite excited. Xin Lang watched all of this in his eyes and secretly sighed in his heart. Those who don't know have no fear. The black blood heart is not that good. My plan is to leave this afternoon, go to the gas station where we first met for a half-day's rest, and make it official tomorrow morning. The reason why they rested for half a day was that the distance between the two sides was a bit far, and the long journey would take several hours, so people needed to recuperate. And secondly, Xin Lang only knew the approximate location of the black blood heart but not exactly where it was, so searching for it would take a certain amount of time. The third and most important point, attacking the black blood heart in the daytime. There is no increase in the feats and defense abilities of monsters such as blood corpses and night demons, although the explosion rate is a little lower, but it is better than safe. Xin Lang was meticulous and took all the details, big and small, into account. Okay, then it's a deal. We'll go together this afternoon. Li Jingqi threw his cigarette, crushed it out fiercely, and got up to leave. The clock ticked down to noon. Xin Lang was eating chicken stewed mushroom in the caravan. He was a little tired of eating hot pot in the past few days and wanted to change his tastes, when he suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel outside. Pulling open the curtains to look, without any surprise it was Li Jingqi's side that had made a mess again. At this moment, the members under Li Jingqi's command were divided into two distinct factions. One was the fighting faction led by Li Jingqi, Shen Qi, and Huang Shan, with more than 30 people, while the other was the reaching out faction led by Professor Wang, with about 100 people. The trigger for the fight was lunch. Li Jingqi, it's okay for us adults to starve for a meal or two, but we have so many old and young women and children here. How can you bear to let them eat this kind of food that has no nutrition? Professor Wang pointed painfully at the canned goods on the side. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. Have you lost it in just a few days? Li Jingqi grunted. Professor Wang, you are less likely to morally kidnap me here. I made my words clear and unambiguous this morning. Those who are willing to fight with me, eat and drink enough. If it is not for you to stir up the wind and light a ghost fire, saying that it is better to embrace the warmth of the group than descend to their deaths, how is it possible that there is not even one who is willing to join us? I can see that you guys are addicted to whoring. Of course, I won't force you. It's your own choice. Hello? Chen Shi drank a bowl of instant noodles with soup and dregs, casually threw it away, wiped his mouth and yelled, brothers, seize the time to eat. Let's go fight monsters after eating. Oh yeah, I'll give you a preview of tonight's menu. There's mapo tofu, stewed spare ribs with bean curd, pickled fish, boiled fish, braised pork, and grilled lamb chops. In order to make his words more convincing, Chen Shi pulled out a dozen blue food cards from his arms, making Professor Wang's group of people salivate and almost not drool. All of the above dishes can only be described as mediocre in times of peace, but in these days of monsters and extreme food scarcity, none of them is a coveted delicacy, and every one of them is mouth-watering. Good for you, Li Jingqi. How dare you hide so many food cards? It's just too much. A middle-aged woman came out of the crowd and huffed. Li Jingqi, thanks to us treating you as a good person, it turns out that you've been eating and drinking behind our backs. The card must be handed over or no one leaves. Yeah. Hand over all your cards and you can do whatever you want. We promise not to stop you. Crowd out of a dozen or so of the body is still fit men yelling up. Look at their sleeves rolled up, arm posture is ready to come up to snatch. I asked you guys to come with me to fight the blood corpses, but you're not willing to. But you're quite active in grabbing food. The cards are right here. Who dares to grab one and try? Li Jingqi laughed coldly in succession. He was already completely disappointed with this group of people and only hated himself for not meeting Xin Lang earlier. What's wrong with robbing you? There are over 100 of us and only 30 of you. If we really fight, do you have any chance of winning? The young man's mouth grinned. But Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh. The young man said angrily, what are you laughing at? Chen Shi forced a smile and shook his head. I'm laughing at you guys for being a bunch of big dumb X's. As the words fell, Chen Shi raised his pistol, only heard a bang sound. The bullet entered from the man's left eye socket, shot out the back of his head. The body soared with blood and fell to the ground. In the dead silence, Chen Shi's laughter seemed particularly harsh as he flung the pistol and said to Li Jingqi, "Boss, I told you that this thing is much better than reasoning, right?" Chapter 25 Black Blood Heart Eradication Battle. Anyone else who wants to grab it, step forward and let me see. Let's see if it's your fists that are hard or my bullets that are hard. Chen Shi teasingly opened his mouth while shaking his pistol, and whoever the gun was pointed at would subconsciously avert their gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. "Professor Wang, do you have something to say? Say whatever you want to say. Don't ever hold it in." There are no words. Professor Wang showed a scared expression and retreated back into the crowd. He wanted to rely on his own 3-inch tongue and Li Jingqi gang to talk about conditions. Never thought that the other side is not according to the rules. Direct killing, which he can still say what? "Boss, let's go. Just this group of white-eyed wolves. It's a waste to give them weapons." Chen Shi had actually been looking at this group of people with displeasure for a long time. Li Jingqi stood up and swept his eyes sharply over the crowd. "You guys are on your own." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Lang led this convoy of more than 60 people back to the gas station, and after clearing away the scattered blood corpses in the surrounding area to make sure that it was 100% safe, Qin Lang then greeted the people and set up camp to rest. "That's the battle plan for tomorrow. Is there anything else you guys want to ask?" Qin Lang pointed to the area circled by a red pen on the map. "Brother Qin, I just have one question." Huang Shan, the third in command on Li Jingqi's team, raised his hand. "You ask, if we are successful in this joint operation, how will we end up splitting the cards we seized? That's what everyone is concerned about." Qin Lang nodded. 60-40. 6 for me and 4 for you. How come it's 40%? Huang Shan frowned slightly, and was about to say something when Li Jingqi laughed. "No problem. This information about the Black Blood Heart was brought to us by Brother Xiaoqin, so it's only right that we should take an extra share. Right now we only have more than 30 people, not to mention taking 40%. Even 30% is enough." "Oh, are you so generous, uncle? Surprisingly, you only need to take 30%? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, and Li Jingqi was busy laughing. AI. "I'm just saying that. Don't take it seriously." "Ha ha." The two of them sang and eased the atmosphere of the scene. Qin Lang gathered his smile and got back to the point. "Now there is a very important issue. Although I can determine the general location of the black-blooded heart, I don't know exactly where it is. So after the war starts, I will need someone with reconnaissance ability to infiltrate in and find out the exact location of the black-blooded heart. I currently don't have such personnel in my team." The corners of Huang Shan's mouth twitched slightly. "If I hadn't been injured, I could have been this scout. It's really not possible. It's better for me to go." Chen Shi took the initiative to volunteer. His talent was whirlwind legs, to run very fast. It would be difficult for ordinary blood corpses to catch up with him. "No, this is not the same as us fighting the corpses on the bridge. Didn't Brother Xiaoqin just say that the black blood heart usually breeds strange and weird blood corpses? It's far from enough to just run fast. You have to have a certain level of offensive and defensive capabilities. If not, I'll go be the scout." Li Jingqi shrugged his shoulders. The proposal was vetoed by Qin Lang in the next second. "No, you and I are the main force in attacking the blood heart, so it's best not to waste our stamina on anything else. Personally, I think that Huang Shan is the most suitable candidate, but old Huang's body hasn't healed yet." Li Jingqi frowned. "I happen to have a special medicine and a stimulant here. The former can restore Huang Shan's body to its peak, and the latter can be used to save his life in times of crisis." Qin Lang fished out 2 silver cards from his bosom and handed them out. "These are my crushing supplies. I've never been able to use them." Li Jingqi's face was full of helplessness. "Did you think of this a long time ago?" Qin Lang spread his hands. "This task is difficult for anyone other than Huang Shan." Huang Shan grinned, and greatly accepted the silver card. "No problem. Let's see how I perform tomorrow." It was already late in the evening when the strategic deployment ended. In order to prepare for tomorrow's big battle, Qin Lang took out 30 blue card food out of his own pocket to give the crowd extra meals, and the entire camp was soon filled with laughter and high morale. The night was silent, and the next morning dawned. At first light, the caravan began to push toward the highway, and at 6:20, the group arrived at the site of their first encounter with the corpses. After days of exposure to the sun, those corpses were almost all dehydrated, emitting a pungent stench. Li Jingqi's pupils contracted and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had heard more than once that Qin Lang and the others had encountered a horde of corpses, but hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were two different things after all, especially since there were also night demons and winged demons amongst the corpses that he had never seen before. What a powerful team! As Li Jingqi marveled, a dull gunshot suddenly sounded in his ears, and when he looked up, he saw a winged demon with its head blown off falling from the sky. Looking further back, he saw Qin Lang standing on the roof of the car. holding a giant sniper rifle with dark green baking paint, a cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. "We've been spotted. All buck up and prepare to meet the enemy." After Qin Lang reminded him, he sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. The sniper rifle in his arms was called the Timber Wolf Sniper Rifle, a gold card level firearm. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes later, dozens of winged devils formed a black, dark cloud sweeping towards the caravan. The low roar of countless blood corpses came from the end of the road, and the dense mass of corpses was swooping towards the caravan at a very fast speed. "Arm the defense!" Accompanied by Li Jingqi's roar, people tore up the cards prepared early and threw them out. In just 10 seconds or so, a simple trench was built, equipped with guns, bows and crossbows of the long-range attackers. First time to find a good position, just waiting for the corpses to enter the range to start the attack. On the other hand, Qin Lang's side, due to having the ultra-long-range gold card gun, Forest Wolf, as well as the gold card talent, Marksman, he directly carried out ultra-long-range headlock sniping, and those winged devils in the sky were shot in the head one after another, crackling downwards. "That's awesome." Chen Qi couldn't help but gulp. He knew that Qin Lang was strong, but being this strong was something he had never expected. If he knew that the strength that Qin Lang had displayed at this moment was merely the tip of the iceberg, I wondered how he would feel in his heart. Seeing that the group of winged demons were slaughtered by Qin Lang alone in a short period of time, all the combatants were highly demoralized and launched a ground attack, with bullets and arrows raining down, sweeping down patches of bloody corpses like mowing down wheat. "It's not that scary. It's just looking bluff." Chen Qi licked his lips and joined the fight as well. Li Jingqi glanced back at Qin Lang, who was sitting on the roof of the car with his eyes closed, and whispered, "Don't be gullible." The humans and the corpses had been fighting furiously for 10 minutes without realizing it. The human side was in a completely crushing stance, and although the corpses were numerous, they were unable to rush through this line of defense made up of bullets and arrows. But just then, a sudden change occurred. A dozen or so huge night demons at the back of the corpses leapt high into the air and landed in the field, and they charged towards the crowd with their thick enough muscles to harden themselves against the bullets and arrows. Chapter 26, Total Annihilation. "Hold them back. Don't let them come through." Wang Gui shouted and rushed up with a dozen of males holding explosion-proof shields. This was the first time they had confronted a night demon head-on. It would be false to say that they weren't afraid, but in order to survive, they had to carry on even if they were afraid. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you go help?" When Li Jingqi saw Wang Gui leading people forward, he was busy yelling at his members to go over and help, and soon dozens of heavily armed young and strong men formed a human wall. Boom! Bang! Despite the night demon's immense strength, after landing on the ground, it suffered an attack and was injured quite badly. At most, it could only exert 60% or 70% of its combat power. A few night demons attempted to break up the wall of people, but the result was invariably not to be toppled to the ground. There were a few bold and careful men in the team, who saw this and rushed to fill the gun towards the night demon's head, and in the confusion they really got a few of them killed. Nice! Qin Lang, who had taken in the distant scene, secretly nodded his head. Wang Gui's group's growth speed far exceeded his expectations. If the harvest this time was really bountiful, he wouldn't mind picking a few elites out to focus on cultivating them. "Brother Qin, I'll go then?" Huang Shan took the special medicine and after a night's rest, his body had basically recovered. "Don't push yourself too hard. It's naturally best if you can find the black blood heart. It doesn't matter if you can't. Your little life is important. Gotta go." Yellow Mountain hemmed and hawed, and sprinted on foot to the wheat field to his right, where he soon disappeared. "Turn on the halo and reduce the pressure on them a bit," Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner, and the latter opened the aura. At the first time, a green aperture visible to the naked eye rose from underneath the feet of the crowd, and the crowd, who were still a bit tired a second before, were all energized after receiving the gain from the aura. "It's an aura skill, recovery aura?" Li Jingqi was completely convinced. In just a few minutes, Qin Lang completely subverted his cognition of strong people. The other party not only displayed horrifying long-range attack means, even the little star in the caravan was actually an ace in general. Fortunately, Qin Lang did not know how to read minds, or else he would have to die of laughter. Lin Wanner was just a tool person that he had cultivated. Nothing more. A dozen or so night devils were quickly decimated under the combined attack of more than 60 people. But a new challenge appeared. While the people were fighting the night devils, the corpses at the back, without the interception of bullets and arrows, swarmed up like locusts. The wire mesh and the bunkers made of cement bags were useless and could not stop them from advancing. "No, boss, there are too many. We don't have enough firepower," Chen Qi shouted. "It's not enough to hold me up." Li Jingqi once again cast his gaze towards Qin Lang's side, only to see that Qin Lang had a bunch of remote-controlled flying machines around him at some point, each of which had explosives strapped to it. Holy, so many explosives. Li Jingqi's eyes almost didn't fall out. Qin Lang maneuvered the flying machine to remotely transport the explosives into the corpses, and with the deafening explosions ringing out, the dense corpses were blown out into a large blood-colored area. Wang Gue. Qin Lang maneuvered the flying machine without looking away and said to Wang Gue, who was covered in blood, "Weapons are ready for you. Bullets are also inside. Give me a hard hit." Wang Gue haphazardly wiped away the blood on his face. At this time also noticed a mouthful of white metal box placed on the side of the caravan. Opened it up. Inside was a clear small caliber submachine gun card. The bullet card was also among them. A thick pile. Give it to someone who trusts it. Qin Lang didn't look at Wang Gue from the beginning to the end, and the latter hummed and greeted a few young men who dared to fight and come over to get their guns. With the addition of 5 submachine guns, the firepower was instantly raised by 2 notches, and the double fire coverage in the air and on the ground managed to completely stabilize the defense line that was about to collapse. Boss, the corpses seem to be retreating again, Wang Gue shouted. The corpses were unable to attack for a long time and once again chose to retreat. After them, don't let them get away. Destroy them all for me. Do you hear me? Total annihilation. Brothers, charge. Wang Gue wailed and led the charge. Should we follow them? In case they encounter a night demon. Lin Wanner was a little worried. Qin Lang shook his head. In this current situation, even if there are night demons, they would only be near the Black Blood Heart. Lin Wanner nodded with seeming understanding. Although she didn't fight the corpses in close quarters, turning on her aura for a long time still drained her physical strength. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. Her pink bra was hidden. Go ahead and take a shower and change your clothes and rest. After Qin Lang so reminded, Lin Wanner realized that she almost went naked. Red-faced drilled back to the caravan. Soon the sound of clattering water came from inside the car. Is there a letter from old Huang's side? Qin Lang inquired in a loud voice. Contacted me 5 minutes ago and said he was still looking. Tell him to be careful. 10 minutes later, Wang Gue and his group returned in triumph, and everyone had smiles on their faces. Pa, I'm home. As soon as Wang Gue picked up little Bauer, he raised the green card in his hand. This is an electric Ultraman model. When it's done I'll ask Uncle Qin to get it over here for you to play with. Thank you Uncle Wang. Little Bauer nodded her head. Wang Gue's smile stalled and he sighed. In the next period of time, Wang Gue led his men to start cleaning up the battlefield. Originally, according to the agreement, both sides should work together to clean up the battlefield, and finally Qin Lang would distribute the cards. But given that Qin Lang's team had contributed the most to this encounter, Li Jingqi was worried about his team members stealing the cards and thus causing unnecessary trouble, so he wisely gave up this right and took his 30-odd people to the side to have a smoke break. Zip, 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 monster, save me, zzz save me, Li Jingqi drew a breath of cold air and roared, Brother Shao Qin. Something happened to old Huang. There is a small village near the highway, named Songjia Village because 80% of the people in the village are surnamed Zhang. The entire Songjia village at that time was shrouded in a gray mist, and despite being several hundred meters apart, one could still intuitively feel the aura of evil and terror. Can't see a thing. Li Jingqi put down the military binoculars and slammed his fist hard on the ground. He couldn't accept the reality that Huang Shan had been sacrificed. Old Yellow not only has both offense and defense, but also runs fast, and even more so with the stimulants you gave Brother Shao Qin. How could he fold here? Even if he encounters a night demon he should be able to escape. Black blood hearts are an upgraded version of normal blood hearts. Apart from blood corpses, night demons, and winged demons, they usually spawn monsters with strange abilities. Old Huang should have encountered a speed-type monster. Qin Lang patted Li Jingqi's shoulder. My condolences. Li Jingqi oohed and awed. How do we get it now? Charge in and find the Song family shrine and it up? Chapter 27, The Change. Don't be so impulsive. A good meal is never too late. What's the hurry? Despite the fact that the two sides were separated by a few hundred meters, Qin Lang was still able to detect the presence of horrible creatures in the mist through dangerous intuition. Even though he was able to save his life 100%, but his purpose this time was to earn cards after all, not to test the strength of his survivability. There was no need to be too reckless. Returning to the highway, Qin Lang saw that the crowd was almost rested, so he greeted them and headed to the Song family village together, leaving only Lin Wanner, a few children who were not able to fight, and a few seriously injured people at the scene, probably because of the experience of total annihilation of the corpses. Both Wang Gui's team and Li Jingqi's team looked a bit fluttery, with not the slightest bit of nervousness seen on their faces, and even more so, they were joking and discussing about waiting for the meeting to be finished fighting the black-blooded heart, and whether or not they should hold a celebratory banquet in the evening. Qin Lang took it all in and said nothing. Friends, do you know what you're about to face? Brother Qin, what can I do for you? Li Jingqi noticed Qin Lang's face not looking right and asked curiously. Qin Lang smiled and shook his head, tossing a gold card over. Li Yongqi froze for a moment as he took the gold card. This is? Ordinary cold weapons do very little damage to a black-blooded heart, so I'll lend you this weapon for now and return it to me when you're done. The gold card weapon that Qin Lang gave out was exactly the blood ripple gun that had exploded from the first encounter with the corpses a few days ago. He had the black knife chopping gold now, so he couldn't use it for the time being. Li Jingqi was also not polite. Full of promise, he tore open the gold card, and in the next second there was a blood-red metal lance in his hand. The tip of the lance was cold and sharp, unusually sharp. Listen to my command later, and whatever you see, don't mess up, let alone panic. After Qin Lang reminded him, he stepped into the Song family village that was shrouded in mist. It's only a step away, but it's like being in another world. In this gray space, the sunlight could not shine in at all, and the large Song family village was dead silent. Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Wang Gui jogged over, followed by a woman in her early 20s. What is it? Qin Lang glanced at him. Hu Chunli is from Song village. She knows the location of the Song village ancestral hall. Qin Lang laughed. That you didn't say earlier. Hu Chunli was a bit nervous, first bowing towards Qin Lang before pointing in a direction. The ancestral hall is at the end of this road to the left. Walk for about 10 minutes and you'll get there. Qin Lang nodded. Good. It's better to have a location than scurrying around like a headless fly. Hu Chunli right. Take credit for that. At that moment, the group slowly walked towards the shrine. It's so quiet that I'm getting a little flustered. Li Jingqi muttered in a small voice. Boss, have you noticed that we have seen a lot of blood after walking all the way? But we haven't even seen a single corpse. Chen Qi whispered. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and stopped in his tracks. If it wasn't for Chen Qi's reminder, he almost overlooked this most obvious clue. From the end of the world to today, it had only been 10 short days. Even if the people of Songjia village had been killed by the blood corpses, it was impossible that there wasn't even a single corpse. Regardless of blood corpses or blood hearts, what they devoured was only human flesh and blood. It wasn't like they were capitalists who ate people without spitting out bones. This is very wrong. Couldn't have hit the jackpot, could you? The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched as he thought of a possibility. And the only possibility. Wow. Suddenly, the ground shook for a moment, followed by the sound of something heavy running over the ground. Prepare to meet the enemy. Wang Gui gave a low shout, and the members immediately hugged together. The sound is coming from over the shrine. Hiss, that's... Li Jingqi's voice came to an abrupt end, and 100 meters away, a huge and incomparable monster raised its round head. Ah! When the crowd saw clearly what the monster was, they all turned pale with fear, and some were even scared to tears on the spot and peed their pants. It was a huge and incomparable centipede-type monster, and its body was no less than that of a high-speed train. And what made people feel seriously physically uncomfortable was that this centipede was made of human limbs spliced together from head to toe, which was unspeakably bizarre and horrible. Old yellow. Li Jingqi's eyes were red, and in the inconspicuous place on the left side of the centipede's head, he clearly saw Huang Shan's dead face. I'm scared. Mama. Run. There was a big man who was so scared that he lost his wits on the spot and threw down his weapon and ran. Li Jingqi wanted to go after him, but was stopped by Qin Lang reaching out. Let him go. There's no way for this kind of person to fight even if he forcefully stays. What the hell is this? Li Jingqi sucked in a breath of cool air, possessing the characteristic black-blooded heart. Qin Lang sighed, not knowing whether to be happy or depressed for a moment. As we all know, the black blood heart is an upgraded version of the blood heart, and after the blood heart is upgraded to the black blood heart, there is a probability for the black blood heart to develop characteristics. Usually this black blood heart is also known as the Fey Black Heart, and it is an existence that is even more difficult to deal with than the ordinary black blood heart. If Qin Lang knew that this black-blooded heart in the Song family's ancestral hall was a Fey, he wouldn't have come over to find excitement even if he was beaten to death. But now that he was here, there was categorically no reason to flee. Wow. The centipedes apparently noticed the presence of the human group and twisted their bodies to crawl over quickly. The human limbs that were haphazardly inserted into their burly bodies all paddled lifelike. Even some of the arms that were obviously those of babies and toddlers made a crawling gesture despite not being able to touch the ground. Shoot. Wang Gui's guts were considered big, but he couldn't stand this kind of extreme Saiyan descending monster, and took the lead to open fire without waiting for Qin Lang to give orders. The bullets crackled and fell on the centipede's body, splattering slices of blood. But, it was only a blood splatter. It couldn't stop the centipede from advancing at all. Even the forest wolf sniper rifle in Qin Lang's hand could only make a bloody hole, which was no different from scratching an itch for a human centipede that was several hundred meters long. Old Li, buy me some time. Qin Lang retrieved the sniper rifle into his spatial ring and took out the Ghostfire motorcycle. Li Jingqi knew what Qin Lang was trying to do and clenched his teeth fiercely. You go and come back quickly. This damn thing, I can't hold on for long. 10, no, 5 minutes. Qin Lang charged out on Ghostfire without a second thought. Tackle the thief. While the crowd draws fire, go steal the house and take out the Fey Blackheart. Everybody hear me. 5 minutes. Just hold on for 5 minutes. Don't be afraid. I'll cover the sky when it falls. Ow! Li Zhengqi roared furiously, and even leapt up, swinging his blood-patterned gun and ruthlessly stabbing the centipede's head. Put! The body of the gun didn't enter the centipede's head for half a meter. But, there's no use. Centipede threw it with force, and Li Zhengqi was thrown out with his gun. Boss! Chen Shi let out a cry of surprise and chased after him with his legs wrapped around a whirlwind. Bang! 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 A series of intense gunshots rang out suddenly. Chen Shi lowered his head and stared blankly at the body penetrated by the bullet, falling straight down in a pool of blood. Chapter 28, The Supreme Sacred Chop. Even to his death, Chen Shi did not figure out why this monster would still use a gun. The one who shot Chen Shi was none other than Centipede. In the middle part of the centipede's body, many of the hands that originally belonged to humans held pistols and submachine guns, and those arms were very mechanically pulling down the triggers and firing indiscriminately. Apparently the owner of these arms had fought a fierce battle with Black Bloodheart in his lifetime. Aha! Li Jingqi climbed up from the rubble, looking at Chen Shi, who was regarded as his own brother, being killed by a stray bullet. His monstrous rage could no longer be suppressed. He threw himself up to the sky and shouted, regardless of the fact that he was wielding his blood-patterned gun to rush to the centipede once again, stabbing it in with all his strength. And the centipede didn't care about Li Jingqi's attack. The round head that was made up of countless heads smashed down heavily towards the crowd, just like Tarzan pressing down. It's an offense that simply can't be defended against. The other side. Qin Lang smoothly arrived at the Song family ancestral hall, looked at the Black Bloodheart that stood more than 2 people high in front of him, and quickly drew out his black knife to chop gold. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound in his ear, and the 2 night devils were so godlike that they launched a sneak attack from behind. Qin Lang's hand rose and fell with his sword, instantly chopping the night demon into 2, and without looking back he stepped into the ancestral hall. There were no monsters present around the black-blooded heart at that time, and the entire exposure was in Qin Lang's eyes. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth slightly raised, and he ruthlessly slashed at the black-blooded heart in a 2-handed knife-wielding stance. Put! The black knife sliced through the shell without any obstruction, and in the next second, a large amount of sticky, fishy, black blood shot out, smearing him all over. Fortunately, the defensibility of a mature Black Bloodheart isn't very high. Qin Lang swung several slashes in a row, cutting through the thick shell. At the same time, the black-blooded heart that had encountered the attack let out a sharp popping sound, regardless of whether it was a high-level Bloodheart, which was about to metamorphose, or a Black Bloodheart. It would emit a popping sound at the first time after suffering damage in order to call for monsters within its sphere of influence to come to its rescue. And the current situation was that the corpses had long been exterminated, and the only one that could come to its rescue was the giant human centipede. Fruity! The centipede that was fighting with the human team at the back heard the popping sound and fumed, turning its body to crawl towards the Song family's ancestral hall. I'll let you run! Let you run! Li Jingqi stood on the centipede's back like a god. His feet were deeply embedded in the flesh to stabilize his body to prevent himself from being thrown off. His 2 free hands held the blood-patterned gun and repeatedly stabbed the centipede's body. The attacked area had long been blood and flesh flying across the ground, but it was of no use. In a moment, the human centipede had already returned to the Song family ancestral hall with Li Jingqi. It looked down at the Black Bloodheart that had long since dried up into a puddle of black water, and countless human faces simultaneously revealed expressions of despair. Old Li, I'm here! Qin Lang's voice suddenly came from the alley. Li Jingqi froze, drew his bloodstained gun and jumped toward the ground, sitting behind Ghostfire in a sprint and urging, Go! Go 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 go! The maneuverability of the Ghostfire motorcycle was maximized at this moment, and the centipede couldn't be faster than the Ghostfire even if it was faster. In the blink of an eye Qin Lang returned to the village, and in front of his eyes were the remaining dozens of shivering humans, and more were crushed into mush in the battle. Go! Qin Lang exclaimed. Quick! Run! Wang Gue slammed his legs, which were trembling and uncontrollable due to fear, and struggled to organize the crowd to escape. Wow! The crowd had just fled the scene on the front foot, and the centipede chased after them on the back foot, its bloated and obese body raised high, and its thousands of human faces revealed expressions of extreme anger. Can we fight? It's not for nothing that Li Jingqi can be the leader of the camp, and at this point in time, he still doesn't wimp out at all. I don't know. How about trying out the power of a newly learned skill? Qin Lang waved his black blade. Woo! Next, the centipede's immense and incomparable head was like a mountain, bringing rolling waves of air crashing down. Qin Lang shouted, and the black blade suddenly erupted with a dazzling light snort. The huge blade arc directly blasted the centipede head into pieces with a blinding light. Rumble! The centipede fell heavily, thousands of human arms and legs and feet twitching and dying. It's, what? Li Jingqi's mouth was O-shaped open. Any words can hardly describe the surprise in his heart at this moment. This is really the attack power that human beings can have? Supreme Sacred Chop, just touched it from Black Blood Heart. Qin Lang smiled and touched out 2 cigarettes, lighting them and handing one to Li Jingqi. This skill is more powerful than I thought. Ah, we've succeeded. Success. Li Jingqi looked blankly at Chun-Chi and the many corpses that had been turned into meat paste, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his heart in sorrow. Men have tears. It's only because we haven't gotten to the heartbreak. With the overthrow of the Black Blood Heart, the fog that had enveloped Songjia village dissipated at dusk. Qin Lang had long since washed off the bloodstains on his body and changed into clean clothes. Wang Gui sat in front of him and bowed his head. In this battle, Wang Gui's team suffered 13 casualties and 3 serious injuries. Li Jingqi's team, 16 killed in action, 5 seriously injured. Less than half of the 60-strong team remains. Oh-hoo! Oh-hoo! From time to time cries came from the camp. You distribute these cards and tell everyone to get some rest. This is the end times, and death is inevitable. Qin Lang was generous, and the cards given this time were green cards at the least, and more blue cards and a few silver cards. Wang Gui nodded and took the card back to the crowd. Old Li, here's your team's share. Qin Lang gives a stack of cards and a bracelet. Li Jingqi glanced at the card and raised an eyebrow. This bracelet is? Well, there are a total of 2 colored cards. One is the Supreme Sacred Slash, and the other is this, Electronic Protective Bracelet, which can ward off attacks by simply using a silver card battery. And it's quite suitable for your fighting style. Qin Lang's loud words made Lin Wanner, who had her back turned to grill meat, almost fail to tense up her electronic protection bracelet. It was clearly second-hand goods. Li Jingqi shook his head. I can't use this thing. You think I'm like you with a big family? Silver card batteries say to use. You give me a few practical gold cards to change. Oh, what kind of gold card do you want? I'll see if I have one here. Qin Lang very frankly put the electronic protection bracelet back on his hand. Lin Wan Air. My gold card talent is Barbarian. And my color card talent is Barbarian Heart. And I go for the physical attack line. The bloodline gun fits me quite well, so I won't give it back to you, and you'll see to it that the others are given. Li Jingqi was originally a big-hearted person. Where would he care so much? Besides, Black Blood Heart and Centipede were both killed by Qin Lang's work, and the other party's willingness to share a portion with him was already very good, and he was a person who knew what was good for him. Qin Lang thought about it and tapped the table. There's really a gold card that suits you. Wait, I'll find it for you. Qin Lang returned to the car, opened his spatial ring, and found 2 gold cards from a large pile. Javelin Champion, and Precision Throw. Qin Lang handed the card to Li Jingqi. There is no talent more suitable for you than these 2. Chapter 29, A Day of Earning Hemp. Javelin Champion, and Precision Throw. Why is it for me? Li Jingqi was at a loss. He had only seen the javelin competition at the games. He had never even touched it himself. Barbarian is characterized by strong strength, strong arms and high endurance. Barbarian's heart is characterized by a substantial increase in strength, arm strength and endurance on top of the barbarian's original foundation. While Javelin Champion, whether this gold card can exert maximum power depends precisely on the user's strength and arm strength. And the stronger the ability of the 2, the greater the power that can be exerted. And accurate throwing is needless to say. As the name suggests, it's a passive talent that increases accuracy, and a few talents combined together can make a qualitative change. Li Jingqi was on cloud 9, but since this was a card strongly recommended by Qin Lang, he didn't have much hesitation and used the 2 cards sparingly. It's nothing special. Although Li Jingqi had 2 more gold card talents, he didn't feel any different from before. See that load-bearing pillar? Use your full strength to take the blood strike and throw it. Qin Lang pointed at a thick load-bearing stone pillar 30 meters away. I'll try. Li Jingqi made an oh-so-quiet sound and copied the blood strike gun and tried to throw it. Snort! The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. He barely aimed with his heart, but the blood-patterned gun turned into a stream of light as if it had eyes click and stuck on the stone pillar. Half of the gun body didn't go in. This throw not only scared Wang Gui's group of people who were resting over there. Li Jingqi himself was shocked. He rubbed his eyelids vigorously and couldn't believe that this was true. He couldn't have been more clear about how much augmentation, barbarian, and barbarian heart, actually provided to his body. But it was impossible to inflict such horrific damage no matter what. Those 2 cards given by Qin Lang, so ruthless? This is too fierce, isn't it? Li Jingqi sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this still myself? Now you believe it. Qin Lang patted Li Jingqi on the shoulder. Practice more if you have time. Good. Thank you, brother Qin. Li Zhengqi ran over and pulled out the bloodstained gun in the envious eyes of the crowd. Why is the bloodline gun he threw out so powerful? Lin Waner's eyes were filled with envy. Compared to Li Zhengqi, her mechanical bow was no different from a toy. That's because all of his current talents are a perfect fit, creating a positive chaining effect with each other. Perfect fit? Positively chained? Lin Waner was curious. These 2 words were too unfamiliar. Unfortunately, Qin Lang had no intention of explaining in detail, and smiled as he returned to the RV. I'll take a nap first. I'm a bit tired. Every time, it's like this. Half-said words. Lin Waner skimmed her mouth. Qin Lang, who heard this, laughed it off. But he likes to sell. Appetizing. It is really these 2 words to explain too complicated. At present, in addition to Li Jingqi and no other suitable examples, can only be temporarily suppressed. Besides, why do you know so much as a tool? Lying on the soft bed of the caravan, Qin Lang opened his spatial ring and looked at the 3 colored cards inside, revealing a pleased smile. That's right, Faye Blackheart gave him a total of 4 colored cards. One of them had already been used. The very same, Supreme Sacred Slash, that had killed the human centipede in a single slash. And the other 3 were, Spirit Pool, Master of Mechanical Manipulation, and, Mobile Fortress. Skill, Supreme Sacred Chop, stare wide-eyed. This chop is not only strong, it's also handsome. Conditions for use, sword and blade weapons. Learning requirements, reinforcement of 2 color cards or 20 gold cards. Passive, Spirit Pool, adds a pool of spirit chi to the user's body. Requirements for use, opening of the 8 chakras. Talent, Master of Mechanical Manipulation. Mom no longer has to worry that I won't pass subject 2. Carrier, Mobile Fortress, Fortress-class RVs with superb defense capabilities and spacious interior activity space. The gold about these 4 legendary color cards is immense. And without exception they are not T0 tier. Needless to say, to the Holy Chop, makes up for his lack of skills to the greatest extent possible and greatly enhances his instantaneous explosive ability. Although the Spirit Pool did not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, it was able to double the amount of blue, dramatically increasing its endurance, which made Qin Lang, who had originally planned to take the route of a chi refiner, even more determined. Just waiting to get the last gold card, Yang Dimension in Dimension 2 chakras, and at that time, his combat power would have a qualitative change. Not to forget his space ring still had an illusory god-grade color card, Imperial Chi Technique, lying in it. Mechanical Manipulation Master and Mobile Fortress. These 2 cards are not very useful at the moment. The former is useless to learn, because right now there is no dark gold or above mechanical device to operate. If you simply learn it to drive a car, it's like an atomic bomb hitting a mosquito. As for Mobile Fortress, he already has a sturdy small caravan. Mobile Fortress can only be used as a replacement. In addition to these 4 colored cards, there are more than a dozen gold cards, half of which came from opening the Black Blood Heart, and the other half from killing the Night Demon. So it can be said that it is another day of earning hemp. Qin Lang briefly looked at these gold cards and didn't find any that suited Lin Waner. As for whether Wang Gui's group should invest in cards to enhance their abilities, Qin Lang already had a decision in his heart. It was time to optimize the team. Otherwise, if they encountered a monster like the human centipede again, not only would they not be able to exert their combat power, they would also drag their feet. Early the next morning, after a night's rest, the sadness on people's faces faded considerably. As dawn broke, people began to wash up. Qin Lang stepped out of the caravan and greeted Li Jingqi, who revealed a bitter smile. Alas, I have the habit of sleeping in. I've developed it since the time I went to work, and it's all because Xiao Qi is responsible for calling me. My condolences. No one wanted this outcome. Qin Lang flung him a cigarette. What's the plan going forward? Are you going back to the tavern? Li Jingqi shook his head repeatedly. What's the point of going back to the restaurant? Seeing those white-eyed wolves annoys me. I thought about this matter all night yesterday. Little brother Qin, if you don't mind, I plan to bring my brothers to hang out with you. It's best not to. Qin Lang smiled and politely declined. I'm used to being alone. Coming alone. Ha? Li Jingqi had an odd expression, as if saying, what's with this group of people around you? I am not so close to them as you see. I have covenanted with them that I will abandon them at any time in case of great danger. Moreover, the seized cards must be handed over to me before I distribute them. Qin Lang smiled playfully. I'm quite the dictator. Li Zhengqi didn't get angry after hearing this, but sighed. If I could be like you and see through the essence of the end times early on, I wouldn't have taken so many detours. In the post-apocalyptic world where there is a huge gap between individual strength and weakness, if you don't go for dictatorship to talk about democracy, then you won't become a cutie like me. Qin Lang had no expression on his face, but in his heart, he even called out 6666. Look at this awareness of others. So you're willing to come with me? Qin Lang tried. Of course. Li Zhengqi nodded heavily. Chapter 30 Arrival at Sea City. Old Li, welcome aboard. I'll call you that from now on. Qin Lang was full of smiles and shook Li Zhengqi's hand vigorously. He was genuinely happy. This throwing barbarian of Old Li was definitely worth more than both colored cards, and had far-reaching strategic significance. In the future, please take care of brother Xiaoqin. No, boss. Old Li laughed, the haze in his heart unconsciously dispersing quite a bit. That goes without saying. After breakfast, Qin Lang gathered the crowd together and spoke his thoughts. You all saw with your own eyes how vicious yesterday's battle was, and the monsters we face in the future will only get stronger and more people will die. I'm giving you all a free choice now. You can stay. I'll give you a certain amount of supply cards so that you'll be able to successfully last for at least a month. Of course, you can also choose to continue to follow me. I still say that I can't guarantee that you will stay alive. Whether you stay or go, give me an answer by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After saying that, Qin Lang went back to the caravan to rest. The crowd outside the camp looked at each other, then talked softly. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? You want to stay? Qin Lang glanced at Lin Wan'er. Lin Wan'er was a bit angry. I'm not staying. It's so dangerous outside. If you leave, I definitely won't be able to survive alone. Qin Lang was non-committal, and Lin Wan'er leaned on her face and said, I just can't figure out why you suddenly want them to stay. Got to form an elite team. I'm not asking for each of the team members to play as big a role as you and Old Li. At least they can't drag their feet when dealing with monsters. A lot of people pissed their pants yesterday when we fought the centipede, and there were others who were deserters. Although Lin Wan'er had not participated in the final battle, she had heard the others come back to tell her that many unexpected things had indeed happened on the battlefield. I wonder how many people will choose to stay, Lin Wan'er muttered as she looked at the crowd of people talking outside the window. At 2 p.m., the results came in. A total of 25 people chose to stay. Only 3 men and 3 women decided to continue with Qin Lang, which did not include Wang Gue. The only thing that can be said about this result is that it is reasonable and unexpected. Qin Lang did what he said he would do, and immediately asked Lin Wan'er to take out 500 white and green cards and give them to Wang Gue. Boss, Wang Gue was torn. He actually wanted to go with Qin Lang, but he couldn't rest assured that Xiao Bauer, who could take care of Xiao Bauer once he died in battle. I understand you. Qin Lang patted Wang Gue's shoulder. The gun will be left for you to defend yourselves. You guys have combat experience, as long as you don't be too wavy, and if you have a clear division of labor, I believe you can live a good life. Of course, you can't be too wimpy. When it's time to strike, sitting on the fence has no good results. Thank you, boss. Wang Gue's eyes were a little moist, and his voice choked as he said, the rivers and lakes are far away. Gentlemen, we will meet again sometime. Qin Lang made a brief goodbye and drove the small RV onto the highway, followed by the truck driven by Lao Li. 3 of the 6 people inside the truck were members of Lao Li's team, the Wu family brothers, Wu Fa, Wu Tian and college student Lin Mo. The remaining 3 were from Wang Gue's team, lovers Li Lei, Han Mei and nurse Hu Chuanli. The scenery on the highway is just like a post-apocalyptic wasteland wind. Everywhere you can see broken down private cars and corpses, and on the way also encountered a small group of corpses made up of 50 to 60 blood corpses. Qin Lang simply did not have the opportunity to take action on the Old Li single-handedly cut out. Old Li is afraid that he has the ability to single-handedly fight night demons, right? Lin Wan'er was envious. You're underestimating Old Li. 4 or 5 night demons can be laid to rest if you fight for your life. So strong. Lin Wan'er's big eyes sparkled. He has strengthened the color card talent, especially since all the strengthened cards are also positively chained. His combat power is definitely top-notch, Qin Lang casually explained. It's no exaggeration to say that an Old Li's combat power is definitely worth a small cold weapon army. Late afternoon. Small RV pulls into Sea City. This once civilized city of tourism has now become a dead city. The whole city is dead and very depressing. Old Li, camp here tonight. Qin Lang pulled up to the entrance of an abandoned nightclub and said towards the intercom. Copy that. Old Li parked the car and jumped down. Earl's nightclub. Hey, I've been here before. Aren't you working as a security guard? But you have the money to come to a nightclub to show off? Qin Lang glanced at him. You think too much. Pointing to the security guards that little salary I would have starved to death. Occasionally I also run as chauffeur. That time is to run as chauffeur with the boss over. That boss found 5 little girls, I from 9 p.m. until he waited until 4 a.m. The memory of it is very deep. Old Lee replied as he carefully pushed open the gate while carrying his blood-stained gun. As soon as the door opened, a rotten smell immediately went straight to his nose, choking him and almost making him vomit. Blah, 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 what the is that smell? Qin Lang looked towards the inside, and what met his eyes were hundreds of corpses that had long since decayed. The vast majority of the corpses had maggots and were writhing, obviously having been dead for some time. In addition to these human corpses, there were many blood corpses and several night demon corpses. This was supposed to be a camp that was attacked by the corpses. You guys see if there are any cards in the corpses. I'll check upstairs. Qin Lang came to the second floor of the nightclub. The scene on this side was not much different from the first floor, with dried blood and corpses everywhere. After checking the inside and outside of the nightclub to make sure no monsters existed, Qin Lang returned to the first floor. Old Lee handed him a dozen or so cards with an excited look on his face. There are more than cards. There are quite a few. Qin Lang smiled and put the card away. Tonight we'll stay on the second floor. Li Lei, Han Mei will be on the first shift. De Wu and Xiao Wu will be on the second shift. Lin Mo and Hu Chunli will be on the third shift. Each shift will be 3 hours long. And everyone has to guarantee sleep. Understood. Copy that. The six nodded. By the way, during the break you guys write down your pre-apocalyptic occupations and what you're good at and give it to me later. I'll use it. Occupations and specialties. A few people looked at each other in dismay. And when they reacted to what Qin Lang was going to do, they all revealed excited expressions and busily agreed. After dinner, Qin Lang found Old Lee on the top floor who was smoking, with many cigarette butts scattered around his feet and a pile of empty beer cans. What are you doing here? Qin Lang sat over. Old Lee hemmed and hawed. I'm not that pretentious. I'm bored with idleness. Do you want to fix some too? Qin Lang politely declined. It's not time to drink yet. You're so young. Why are you so preoccupied? Not at all like a person in his early 20s, but like a bad old man in his 40s or 50s. Qin Lang did not refute Old Lee's comment and silently sighed in his heart. Anyone who survived for 5 years in that kind of hooked up, long-term and extremely depressing environment of the end times was afraid that they would all change to be like him. He liked to chat with Lao Li when he had nothing to do because he was very envious of Lao Li's heartless lifestyle. Ha! Old Lee suddenly let out a soft eep. Qin Lang sniffed and looked, only to see 2 pickup trucks in the distance slowly driving this way, with 3 or 4 heavily armed men and women sitting in the buckets respectively. Chapter 31, Xu Yun and his sanctuary. That's not. Qin Lang looked closely and realized that there was an acquaintance from his previous life sitting in the passenger seat of the front car, Su Yun. In his previous life, he was stranded in High City more than 2 months after the end of the world. At that time, Su Yun was already the boss of High City's largest community, the Tianshan community, with no less than 100 strong people gathered under his command. And he had been its search team member in the Tianshan community for a long period of time until the Tianshan community was destroyed by the necrotic tide, which forced Qin Lang to leave and met Feng Xiaoni on the way of wandering. Community was destroyed by the necrotic tide. Qin Lang was then forced to leave and befriended Feng Xiaoni on his way to wander. Will they have information about Little Ninja? Qin Lang thought for a moment and fished out a flare from his spatial ring and threw it out. As soon as the flare hit the ground, it immediately illuminated the street as if it were daytime. The 2 pickup trucks stopped in perfect synchronicity. Boss? The driver looked toward Su Yun. Su Yun was in his early 30s, a graduate of a martial arts school, and a good-looking man, but the gnarled muscles of his arms under his short sleeves were intimidating. He raised an eyebrow and lifted his walkie-talkie. Go see what's going on. If it's a real rescue or a trap, see what happens. Got it, boss. Pop. A man stepped out of the back of the car, wearing a dark green tactical undershirt and holding a handgun in each hand, and cautiously approached the flare. I'm not hostile. A voice came from the opposite building. After shouting these words, Qin Lang jumped straight down from the 3rd floor, raising his hands high to show his attitude after landing. Huang Laoer frowned and put his gun away. Who are you? What do you want to do by calling out to us? I'm looking for someone, a woman named Vani. I don't know if you've seen her. Laoer, give him the walkie-talkie, Su Yun said indifferently. Next, our boss wants to talk to you. Huang Laoer tossed the walkie-talkie to Qin Lang. Our shelter is on the south side of the city. There are a couple hundred people there. I'm not sure if this woman you're talking about is in that group. Do you want to come back with us and check it out? How many people are on your side? That's 9 people counting me. So if you would allow me to come to your shelter, that would be greatly appreciated. No problem. Waiting for you guys. Hang up the communication. The driver frowned. Boss, these people are of unknown origin. Why are you leading them towards the shelter again? You forgot about what happened before. Su Yun laughed. Don't be afraid of the well-roped once bitten by a snake for 10 years. Even in the last days, they are not all bad people. Didn't people say very clearly that they are looking for their relatives? But who knows if he's telling the truth? Even if it's fake, there are only 9 of them. What are you afraid of? Soo-yun had a disinterested look on his face. That's true. Shin Lang's orders had to be obeyed, and this was something that the crowd fulfilled quite thoroughly. And at that moment, the crowd drove up to the RV and military truck to follow Soo-yun's pickup truck. How extravagant. 9 people driving 2 cars, and they're all very loadable big guys. Something. Soo-yun narrowed her eyes. Sea City was a small city, and in an hour and a half, the crowd was back at the shelter. In contrast, the scale of this shelter can be much larger than that of Lali's previous one, which is a shelter converted from a people's hospital, with the nearby walls and guardrails reinforced, and specialized personnel standing guard in the guard booths every few dozens of meters. There were a lot of plants planted in the garden, and Shin Lang looked at them and found that the shelves were surprisingly filled with cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and other food. And this is starting to get planted. Is that so outrageous? Shin Lang was greatly shocked. It was hard not to attract the attention of the Aborigines with the arrival of strangers, who poked their heads out of various floors to look down. I wonder how many people live here. Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with curiosity. At least 200 or 300 people. They're pretty good at picking places. With enough resources, it's not a problem for large hospitals to hold a few thousand people. So you're coming down with me to get some air? Yes. Lin Wanner cheered. Staying in the car all the time. Safe but boring. Parking his car. Shin Lang got out and took the initiative to shake hands with Soo-yun as a sign of appreciation. You're welcome. What asylum are you from? We just arrived in Sea City today, and we're all from Star City. Star City? Soo-yun was startled. Good lord. This is the end of the world. Monsters are rampant, and those who dare to drive hundreds of kilometers in such a situation are either mentally challenged or have confidence in their own strength. These guys are extraordinary. Soo-yun couldn't help but rate Shin Lang and his party a few points higher. Wait a moment. I'll have someone broadcast for you. What's the name of the person you're looking for? Fong? Vani, 20 years old. Good. Soo-yun instructed Elder Huang to go to the radio while he himself took Shin Lang a few times around the hospital. Through his conversation with Soo-yun, Shin Lang learned that the hospital shelter currently had more than 400 survivors, which Soo-yun had led to snatch from another team 10 days ago. Zip. Zip, now playing the seeker notice. Feng Shu and I. Female, 20 years old. If in the shelter, please come to the lobby. Someone is looking. Zip, now playing the finder's notice. A sweet female voice suddenly came out of the hospital speakers. Even a professional announcer? Shin Lang gave a thumbs up. Soo-yun laughed out loud. She was originally a hospital announcer. She didn't have time to evacuate when the end times came. By the way, what's the situation in Star City right now? No different than Sea City. I don't know when this day will end. Soo-yun sighed. After waiting for 10 minutes and not seeing Feng Xiaoni come to the hall, Shin Lang knew that the probability was that she was not in this shelter, so he prepared to leave. Soo-yun said, Shin Lang, why don't you rest here for the night first, and I'll have someone broadcast for you in the morning. It's not certain that you'll fall asleep at this point. Shin Lang smiled. Good, then we'll sleep outside in the car. Seeing Shin Lang and his group leave, Huang Lao Air whispered, Boss, what do you think of the strength of these people? Not much weaker. These 9 are clean and dry. Definitely hunters, not survivors. Warn the brothers in the camp. Don't get yourself into trouble harassing them. Soo-yun warned. Got it. That night Shin Lang and his group stayed at the hospital shelter clearing and were at peace with each other. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, there was a sudden alarm outside, followed by the shrill sound of sirens. Shin Lang pulled open the curtains to see that it was raining. Countless bloody hearts, big or small, fell from the sky and smashed on the ground or buildings. Meet the enemy. Meet the enemy. The hospital is a mess inside and out. Asterisk. The point is so bad. It's only the second day here and it's raining blood. Old Lee cursed and came out of the tent with his blood-stained gun. Shin Lang did not panic and raised his military binoculars to look upwards. This is not a normal blood rain day, but a rare double rain day. Cards rain and blood hearts rain at the same time. Chapter 32 Double Rainy Day. All get in the RV and go hunting. Shin Lang greeted several people as they entered the RV. Which one of you can drive? Me. So would I. Lee Ray and Lin Mo both said they would drive. My dad was a neighborhood food seller and I drove around the neighborhood delivering groceries when I was a teenager. Although Lin Mo is a college student only in his early 20s, he has nearly 10 years of driving experience. If you didn't say so earlier, come here. Shin Lang pressed Lin Mo into the driver's seat and signaled the crowd to get on the roof. Later on, you will drive in whichever direction I tell you to. Do you understand? Got it, boss. Lin Mo's response came from the other end of the intercom. Go. Yes. The RV immediately carried the crowd away from the shelter. These eggless bastards. They even escaped. Huan Lao slashed and flipped over the blood corpse, cursing angrily in the direction the caravan had left. Su Yun gave a playful glance. Little cutie. They didn't flee. They went hunting. Can't you see that the military truck is still in the courtyard? Su Yun sighed. Although the small group of 9 people had no fixed place to live, there was one thing that was better than those like him who had a fixed shelter, and that was mobility and execution. There were no worries, and they could leave when they said they would. Unlike them, when they encountered Bloodheart Rain they had to clear out the monsters near the shelter before they could organize a team to scavenge for supplies. It was too inefficient. Xin Lang's side drove the small caravan out of the asylum's sphere of influence and began to kill the blood corpses while picking up the cards. Even though this was the first time the 9-member squad had fought as a team, they worked together quite well. Oldly, the barbarian can be attacked from afar and can be defended from near. Completely acting as a meat shield role, rushed into the group of corpses is a passive sweeping and stabbing. The main fight is simple and brutal. Xin Lang and Lin Wan were responsible for remotely assisting Oldly to kill the blood corpses. The remaining Li Lei, Han Mei, Hu Chun-li and Wu family brothers, because they hadn't been strengthened and their combat power was low. Naturally, they took on the heavy responsibility of collecting the cards, and just picking them up and killing them at the same time. In less than 20 minutes, they loaded up a book bag full of them. This was more than 20 times more efficient than Xin Lang alone. Turn right up ahead. 500 meters. Xin Lang gave instructions to Lin Mo, who spotted a gold card floating in midair. Okay boss. The next second, the RV crushes the bloody corpse and rushes to its designated spot. When they reached the intersection, a dozen unkind gazes looked straight over. Not blood corpses, but hunting groups just like them. Xin Lang signaled Lin Mo to stop the car and said in a loud voice, "Friends in front, let's each take charge of a street. How about non-aggression?" The leader of the search team was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stubby cigar in his mouth. He gulped down the clouds and his eyes flashed with a cold aura. He smiled and said, "No problem my friends. If you guys pick up a gold card or a colored card that you can't use at the moment, we can trade it." "Oh, do you have any Yang Dimension in Dimension 2 chakras, gold cards there?" Xin Lang asked. "Yes, what are you going to trade for?" The middle-aged man responded. "We're short of ammo on our side. 30 silver card ammo for gold cards. Will you trade for them?" Xin Lang almost laughed in anger. He thought he was already dark enough, but he never imagined that the other party was even darker than him. A 30-to-1 exchange rate? How was this different from robbery? "I don't have that many silver cards. Only 15. Big deal. I'll offer 10 more blue cards. Let's trade." Xin Lang acted rather childishly, giving off a harmless feeling between the lines. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and reluctantly said, "All right, I'll take a loss. You come over in trade." "Oh good. I'm on my way." Xin Lang jumped out of the RV and headed that way. Old Li whispered, "Hey, are you okay? Be careful." Xin Lang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to feel at ease. The two sides were only more than 100 meters apart. Xin Lang quickly came to the other side's fleet and raised the card in his hand. "I've brought the card." "Oh." The middle-aged man's mouth grinned. "Put down the card and you can get out." "What do you mean?" Xin Lang's eyes widened. "I came here to trade. Where's the card I want?" "You want your mama want, is not tired of living want to die? Are you kids still not clear about the situation? Ha ha, stupid as a pig, ha 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 ha, wow." Several firearms of different lengths were aimed at Xin Lang at the same time, with enough firepower to beat a person into a sieve in an instant. I can't imagine that an idiot like you can survive for so long in the end times and even pull together a team. TSK. The middle-aged man exhaled a cloud of smoke and sneered. "I'm going to count to 3. The card stays. And then get the hell out of here as far as you can. It's too much of a waste of bullets to kill you." "Hey, since you said so, then, you go on your way." Xin Lang sighed and suddenly drew his black blade chopping gold and raised his hand to fire a supreme sacred slash. In the next moment, the terrifying arc of light split the middle-aged man into two with his car. The rest of the group reacted, shrieking and pulling their triggers. However, in the face of the rain of bullets, Xin Lang did not dodge or avoid them, and most of the bullets that landed on him only caused minor wounds. And the most terrifying thing was that those wounds recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This is the gold of the super restorative body, plus bullet resistance aura, double legend. The firepower can be a bit stronger. I can stand it. Xin Lang spoke with a smiling face. Monster. Monster ah. Seeing that the magazines were all emptied and the young man in front of them was not at all hurt, the remaining dozen or so people in the convoy turned their heads in fear and ran. Xin Lang, however, did not give them a chance to escape as he took out the Forest Wolf sniper rifle from his spatial ring and continuously pulled the trigger. With the marksman talent, soon the entire street was quiet, leaving only 12 corpses with their heads blown off. In order to save time and not miss the cards, Qin Lang stuffed the dozen or so corpses into the spatial finger ring in a brain. The first priority right now was to scavenge for resources, and things like searching for corpses could well wait until the rain stopped. This bloody scene looked at Old Li and the rest of the 6 people with a burst of fear. Qin Lang wasn't even afraid of bullets. Where was his ceiling? The double rain lasted an hour and a half before it stopped. As for Qin Lang's 9-member squad, they didn't return to the hospital shelter until 2:30 p.m., having been out in the waves for a full 6 hours. It looks like little brother Qin has gained quite a lot. Suyun's eyes were filled with envy, and her address changed from Qin Lang to little brother Qin. Not bad. A small profit. Qin Lang's words changed. Brother Su has been in the shelter and hasn't gone out? Suyun shook his head. That's not true. I went out just now, but unfortunately I didn't pick up any good cards. They were all shortchanged. That said, there are quite a few search teams in Haichang. You guys didn't come across any? Of course they did. Except they're all corpses. Qin Lang was non-committal and turned to ask, Brother Su, do you have any additional cards in hand to trade? Which one do you need? Suyun asked casually. Yang Dimension In Dimension 2 Chakras. I can exchange it for a gold card of the same rank or 10 silver cards. Wait a moment. I'll ask the others if they have it in their hands. Also, I need some gold and silver level cards of the auxiliary class. I'll write a list later. Please help me find them. No problem. After Suyun left, Qin Lang returned to the clearing and set up camp, taking the corpse out of his spatial ring in the meantime to search for the loot in the corpse. Chapter 33, Team Building. Originally, Qin Lang thought that this trip out hunting would have seized at most more than 1,000 cards. What he didn't expect was that the number of cards seized in the end was as high as 2,470, with more than a dozen gold cards and more than 60 silver cards alone. After handing over the cards below the blue card to Lin Wanner for her help in categorizing them, Qin Lang spent another hour finding 60 talent class cards from the hundreds of silver cards, and handed them over to Li Lei, Han Mei, Lin Mo, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and Hu Chuanli respectively. Nurse Hu Chuanli, a former nurse at the city hospital. The card Qin Lang prepared for her was, Remote Healing, X3+, Rapid Surgery, X3+, Stamina Recovery, plus, Dexterous Hands, plus, Quick Shot. Among them, except for, Quick Shot, which is an attack talent. The rest of them are purely auxiliary talents, skills. Within a range of 50 meters she can perform remote healing, as long as the wounds are not fatal. She is able to save them all. The set of talents can be formed after the formation of the avenues to choose from, such as, Field Doctor, Priest, Physician, and so on. College student Lin Mo. The cards Qin Lang prepared for him were, Driving Technique, X7. Physical Strength Recovery, X3. A discerning person would know at a glance that Qin Lang was planning to train him to become a driver, or else he wouldn't have given him 7, Driving Technique, which would allow him to directly raise his driving skill to, LV3, and, Physical Strength Recovery LV2, to ensure that he would never be fatigued from driving in normal circumstances. The paths available after molding are, Giant Machine Manipulator, and, Master Operator. Li Lei and Han Mei. This pair of small couple Qin Lang prepared for them are a set of melee talent, Shield Bearer, and Long Distance, Divine Archer, Bao, so that the two people's melee defense ability and long distance ability have been maximized. Can be said to be the most cost-effective choice? There is no one. The later stage of the choice of pathway is extremely large. For the time being, do not do more than that. Wu Fa Wu Tian brothers. Qin Lang prepared them with Sentinel and Scavenger talents. The former possessed Enhanced Sight, Enhanced Hearing, Enhanced Sense of Smell, Enhanced Olfaction, Enhanced Physical Strength. The latter possessed Insight, Observant, Lucky, and Mindfulness. Both sets of talents were almost devoid of combat abilities, but were essential for a team to exist. The former could detect danger in advance, while the latter greatly enhanced the speed of card fetching as well as the efficiency when going out hunting with the team. Qin Lang, I also want to progress. Lin Wanner looked at Qin Lang with bated breath. I won't forget you. It's ready early. Qin Lang took out 3 gold cards and handed them to Lin Wanner, which were Warmth Aura, Cold Aura, and Purification Aura. Originally, Lin Wanner was quite happy, but when she saw the descriptions of the 3 gold cards, she almost didn't cry. Warmth Aura continuously drains stamina and raises the surrounding temperature. Cold Aura continuously drains stamina and lowers the surrounding temperature. Purification Aura continuously consumes stamina and purifies the surrounding air. Lin Wan Air. What's all this? Air conditioner plus air purifier? Are you kidding me? I know you're dying to ask what these 3 auras are good for, and my answer is, save for a rainy day, and soon you'll know the answer. And yeah, since they're gold cards, there must be a reason for them, don't you think? With one sentence, Lin Wan Air's mouth was blocked. Although Lin Wanner didn't say it on her lips, She was very dissatisfied with these 3 types of aura skills. Otherwise Qin Lang wouldn't have been shivering from the cold in one moment and sweating from the heat in the next while he was sleeping. I guess this was the little fairy's silent protest against him. When the auxiliary staff's cards were all constructed, Qin Lang took out 2 gold cards and more than 20 silver cards and handed them over to Oldly. The 2 gold cards were Street Fighting Lover and Frenzy. The former boosted melee attack power and the latter was a skill that boosted explosive power. The 24 silver cards are Stamina Recovery, X7, Arm Strength Enhancement, X7, Hardened Skin, X7. Colored cards and the following skills and talents upgrades require the consumption of cards of the same type as 2481632641282565512, up to LV10. In the evening, Suyun brought Huang Lao and a few people to Qin Lang, informing him of the disappointing news that they had asked all the people in the shelter and could not find the Yang Dimension in Dimension 2 veins that Qin Lang needed, but there were some other miscellaneous cards. For this result, although Qin Lang was disappointed, it was not unacceptable. Originally, the pathway Qi Refiner took was the nurturing system. He was not in a hurry. It didn't matter if it was a day early or a day late. Since there isn't even, Brother Su, I'm ready to leave. Su Yun was stunned. Leave? Where are you planning to go? Wander around. I won't be leaving Haichang for a short time anyway. If you find Feng Xiao and I, Brother Su, remember to let me know. I'll definitely have a heavy thanks. Su Yun laughed. Don't worry about that. It will be. It's just that it's already dark and there are a lot of blood corpses at night. So it's dangerous in case we encounter a night demon. Su Yun was eager to leave Qin Lang and his group behind. Oldly grinned. You don't have to worry about that. Little night demons, I'll kill as many as come. Huang Lao snorted. Asterisk. Don't blow awesome, okay? Night demon, that thing is fast and thick skin. The only one who can single-handedly fight the night demon in the whole shelter is our boss. Can you pick over that thing? How do I not believe it? You? Oldly was a bit angry. Penis. Shut up. Suyun stopped Elder Huang and arched his hand towards Qin Lang. Since you're determined to go, I won't force you to stay. Whether I find the person or the card, I'll contact you. Thanks and goodbye. Qin Lang immediately greeted the crowd and got into the car, leaving the hospital shelter. Boss, you just let them go? Huang Lao was upset. These guys must have a lot of cards on them. What does it matter to us if they just have more cards? Do you still want to rob them? Suyun glared at Huang Lao who looked unconcerned. So what if I rob them? Are you still afraid that they'll call the police to arrest me? Boss, you're good at everything. You're just too indecisive. It's the end of the world. The weak are the strong. Suyun shook his head. Even in the end times, you can't mess around. Stop your nonsense. Pack up and get ready to set off on a hunt. The shelter is running out of resources. Hey, okay, I know. Huang Lao sighed. When Suyun walked away, the 2 men beside him said, Second brother, I'll be honest with you. You don't want to hear it. It's not true that Boss Su is a good person, but he's really not suitable to be the boss. The ones that left just now were clearly big fat sheep, and he didn't even slaughter them. How can such an indecisive person be a good shelter leader? What about according to you guys? Huang Lao slanted them a glance. I put a tracker on the truck during the day when they weren't there. To do it or not to do it. We'll listen to you. Second brother. Chapter 34 Huang Lao's Night Attack. A large and a small car traveling through the city. With Lin Mo as a professional driver, Qin Lang finally had his hands free and looked towards the outside while drinking his coffee. Along the way they encountered 3 caravans that came out at night to search for resources. But all of them looked at each other and left. The team that dared to come out at night to find resources to kill monsters had no weaklings, much less cuties, rushing out without knowing the staffing and strength of the other side. It was easy to play themselves to death. Qin Lang is confident in his own strength, but for the sake of some cards to kill people indiscriminately, this kind of bottomless thing he can't do, unless the other party makes the first move. It took until after 2 a.m. for the night search to come to an end. Qin Lang signaled Lin Mo to drive the car to the entrance of the KFC in the center of the city, and camp here for the time being tonight. I'll leave the night watch to you. Do Wu. Qin Lang laughed and threw a bottle of beer over to Wu Fei, who caught it and laughed. Don't worry boss, it's on me. Wu Fei Wu Tian 2 brothers look like 7 or 8 points, but the character is diametrically opposed to the character of the big Wu extroverted. Big talk, little Wu is introverted. Silent. Say, what do your parents do? Why did they give you such arrogant names? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? I've wanted to ask before, but I've never been able to find the opportunity. Oldly was nibbling on a nourishing and oily roasted leg of lamb. Leaving the big team, the quality of the people's food had risen linearly. The worst was green card food. More often than not, blue cards were consumed. Oldly rolled his eyes. That's what the sentiment is. I told you so, but no normal parent would give their child such an outrageous name. Boss, Chief Lee, I'll go stand guard first. Wufa smiles as he carries a beer and greets his brother upstairs on duty. Qin Lang looked at the young couple not far away from you and joked, "Hey, do you want to borrow my RV for you guys to use?" Han Mei's face brushed red and she shyly stuck her head into Li Lei's arms, who hastily waved his hand, saying that he would wait to settle down before considering contributing to human reproduction. On the right side, Lin Wanner was chatting with Hu Chunli and Lin Mo, with laughter coming from time to time, not knowing what she was talking about. Taking it all in, Qin Lang secretly nodded his head. Even though the team only consisted of 9 people, it had a big family atmosphere, with no barriers between each other. All of you get some early rest. We still have to hunt tomorrow. Qin Lang got into the RV and closed his eyes. Not long after, Lin Wanner came up, made a face at the sleeping Qin Lang, and burrowed into the quilt next to her. 3 o'clock in the morning. The 2 pickup trucks slowly came to the center of the city. Huang Laoer put down his military binoculars and licked his lips. It looks like they are all asleep. Brothers, get ready to do it. With clean hands and feet. Second brother, what about the pussy on their team? The man with a lewd face said. That Lin Wanner old son to be on the first time. Other I do not care. Huang Laoer even laughed. He was a convicted ex-convicted because of molestation. At the first sight of Lin Wanner rose up in mischief. Now it is not easy to have the opportunity that must be beautiful to play only. He even thought of the posture is good. Ha 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 ha. The crowd followed with bad jokes. Things come in groups and people come in groups. And half of Huang's diehard ponies have squatted in the slums before. Go. Huang Laoer copied the rifle and arrogantly walked towards the KFC with 13 heavily armed minions. However, what they didn't know was that the moment the vehicle pulled into the street, Wu Fei had told Qin Lang the news through the intercom. Qin Lang frowned as he stared at the group of uninvited guests. With his previous life's understanding of Su Yun was not the type of person who would kill people to get away with murder. In other words, this group of people should be acting without authorization. Strike first? Old Lee raised his blood-stained gun. There's no rush. Ask before you make your move. Just a bunch of mole crickets. Qin Lang snorted. Old Lee, go talk to them and see what they want. Within 50 meters. I guarantee you won't die. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Lang added a bullet resistance aura to Old Lee, which was equivalent to putting an invisible all-round, deathless bulletproof vest on him. Gotta go. Old Lee swaggered out of the bunker and faced Huang Laoer's team alone. Late at night, heavily armed. What do you want? Ha, Huang Laoer was a bit surprised, unable to imagine that his actions had been discovered. But it didn't matter. Everyone here had to die anyway. He simply showed his cards and smiled grimly. Knowingly, there are so many of us, so many guns. What do you think we're here for? He. The group of minions followed with bad jokes. Asterisk can do it, without even pretending. Old Lee craned his neck. Come on then. Huang Laoer licked his lips. Didn't you kid claim to be able to single-handedly take on the night demon? Let me see if you're as fast as a bullet. Ha 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 ha. Laughing maniacally, Huang Laoer pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down, clanging on Lao Li's body, but invariably they were not bounced off, causing only minor bruises. Ha? Huang Laoer was greatly shocked. What's going on here? How come the bullets have no effect on him? Asterisk it still hurts a bit. Old Lee grimaced and rubbed his body hard. I stood and let you fight and you couldn't even kill me. And with this much ability you're still learning how to kill people? Old Lee laughed. Now it's my turn. Old Lee copied the bloodstained gun and threw it forward in a plain and unassuming manner. Snort! A terrifying air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Huang Laoer couldn't react at all. He only felt his eyes flashing, and it seemed that something had passed. When he turned his head back to look, he saw that his good buddy Salty Strong had a fist-sized hole through his chest from something. Vomit poof! Salty Strong spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell headfirst to the ground. Shoot! 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 Huang Air was so shocked that he screamed and pulled the trigger. A dozen guns were fired at the same time. Even with bullet resistance aura, Old Lee couldn't withstand it. His body kept on bleeding. But in the next second, his body was enveloped by a green glow, and those wounds magically recovered. This is remote healing from Hu Chunli in the KFC store. If it weren't for the fact that Old Lee's shirt and pants were riddled with holes, no one would have believed that he hardened himself against the rifle fire of a dozen or so men. Are you a human or a demon? Huang Laoer was genuinely scared and trembling. This guy in front of me. Could it be that this team's strongest fighting force exists? Yeah, that must be it. That 20-year-old brat was just a smokescreen he threw out. But the next second Old Lee's words made him completely despair. My boss's fighting strength is more than 10 times stronger than mine. Just you little caramels. You dare to pass your claws towards the master. Go to hell for the master. Old Lee, just waste them, don't kill them yet. These people are useful to keep, Xin Lang reminded from afar. Understood. Chapter 35, Su Yun and Ding Yuan. Hospital shelter. Su Yun, who had a busy day, was sitting in his boss chair with his eyes closed. As the leader of the shelter, he had too many facts to worry about every day. Slowly opening his eyes, looking at the alarm clock on the table already pointing to 3:20 a.m., he frowned slightly, looking for his assistant to inquire about it, and learned that the search team in charge of Huang Er had already gone out for more than 6 hours and had not yet returned. Huang Er himself has a lot of gold card talent, and the people he brought out this time aren't weak either. So even if they encounter a night demon they can still fight, so nothing should go wrong. Big brother Su, you'd better take an early rest. You haven't had a full night's sleep in many days. The assistant's name was Ding Yuan, a 25 or 26-year-old woman. Not only did she have excellent looks, but her body was also quite hot, with a convex front and curvaceous back, and her outfit of glasses with black silk was even more fatally attractive to men of any age. However, Su Yun's eyes never stayed on her for more than 3 seconds, and he just rubbed his temples tiredly. It's fine. Strengthened stamina recovery, and a little bit of nourishment will do. Our shelter's food card. How much is left? How long is it enough? I just tallied it up, and it's not a big problem for 3 or 5 days. Is there only 3 or 5 days worth left? Su Yun sighed heavily. There were simply too many people to feed at the shelter. Even at the minimum standard, more than 1,000 sheets had to be consumed in a day. Let me help you press your shoulders. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Ding Yuan came behind Su Yun and gently pressed his shoulders. At this time the cell phone placed on the table suddenly rang. The caller ID was Xin Lang. Su Yun answered with a surprised face. Brother Shao Qin, what's the matter at this late hour? Huang Laoer brought people to sneak up on me. Is that what you meant? Xin Lang's ice-cold voice came from the other end of the cell phone. What? Su Yun drew herself to her feet. KFC temporary camp. Xin Lang hung up the communication and signaled for the people to go and rest, and he would personally be on duty for the second half of the night. A few people grunted their assent, but in reality they were not sleepy at all. And how big the mind had to be to fall asleep after having just been sneaked up on. Are you trying to knock Su Yun? Old Lee had already showered at this time and changed into a dark green tactical undershirt, looking quite spirited, and Hu Chunli in the back was looking at it. Women have a strong mentality, like the Old Lee such to face value have strength of the man. Hu Chunli will have thoughts about him is not surprising at all. His men sneak up on me. I'm sure I'm going to make him bleed a little. Xin Lang flung a cigarette to Old Lee and complained. I asked you to waste them, but I didn't ask you to smash their hands and feet. Listen to the ghostly cries outside. Who can sleep? Old Lee rolled his eyes. Okay, then next time you come. It was already dawn in the twinkling of an eye. A convoy arrives in front of the KFC makeshift camp. Su Yun came to the door under the arch of a group of men, staring dead at the dying Huang Laoer and his dozen or so confidants. Their hands and feet had all been smashed with a blunt object. Although not fatal, it was almost impossible to heal and recover to be like a normal human being. In other words, this group of people had been ruined. Brother Su, you have to give me an explanation as to what this means. Xin Lang walked out with Old Lee. Su Yun took a deep breath and signaled the crowd to put down their guns. Huang Laoer acted without authorization, and although I had nothing to do with it, I do have some responsibility. It's my fault for failing to rein in my subordinates. I apologize. Apology accepted. Xin Lang spread his hands. On top of that, you have to compensate me. Su Yun expected Xin Lang to say this and let out a bitter smile. The asylum is running out of resources. These 10 silver cards are the best I can get out at the moment. It's only 10 silver cards. You're sending out beggars? Old Lee's eyes glared. Hey, don't be impulsive. Xin Lang patted Old Lee's shoulder and said to Su Yun, I know about the shelter's difficulties. Let's just consider it as making a friend. A grasshopper's leg is also meat. I'll accept the card. You take the person away. I'll pretend that the night never happened. Thanks a lot. Help them over. Su Yun signaled his men to bring Elder Huang's group to the car and hurriedly left. How poor. Such a big shelter. Only giving so little stuff, Old Lee said in disgust. You ran a shelter before. Can you come up with 10 silver cards? Xin Lang had a bad smile on his face. Old Lee was deflated and scratched his hair in embarrassment. Look at you. Always sticking knives into people's lung tubes. So unkind. Xin Lang laughed out loud and threw Old Lee's shoulders around. Extra food. Extra food. A whole roast. Xin Lang did not lack these 10 silver cards at all. What he lacked was a reliable ally. He didn't know how long he was going to stay in Haichang until Feng Xiao and I returned to the team. And offending Team Su Yun to death wouldn't do him any favors. Inside the car, Su Yun's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. I warned you several times not to provoke Xin Lang and the others. Why didn't you listen? Now it's good. The whole army has been wiped out. Tell me, what exactly happened last night? It is all my fault that I misjudged their strength. Last night only one person surnamed Li struck. Huang Lao regretted his intestines were green. Intermittently told Suyun about last night's encounter. After hearing what happened, Suyun sucked in a breath of cool air. With only one thought in his mind, Qin Langstein was far more powerful than imagined, and could only be allies, never hostile. Boss, this isn't the way back to the shelter, is it? Huang Lao sipped his water and stared out the window in a daze. A dozen of you have had your hands and feet smashed to pieces. Living is still torture, so you might as well die and get it over with, Suyun said indifferently. Boss, you're going to kill me? Don't. I'm loyal to you, Huang Lao exclaimed. If I were truly loyal, I wouldn't have kept this kind of thing from me. No, boss, don't, please, don't kill me, go in peace. Suyun sighed and snapped his fingers, and countless thorny vines were born out of thin air to entangle Huang Lao to death, sucking him into a dry corpse in a matter of moments. Ding Yuan said softly, once Huang and the others died, we lost many more combatants. If that's not possible, there's only plan B. Suyun pinched her temples. I really should have listened to you in the first place. I just hate myself for not being able to make a move. I was too indecisive. Don't you dare say that. Ding Yuan smiled sweetly. It's never been such a kind and decent you that I've liked. Okay, pull over. I'm going to take care of those people in the back. Ting Wan eased to the back of the truck and dove in headfirst. Ah, no, help, ah. The miserable screams lasted for a full 5 minutes, and when she came out again, Ding Yuan was like a shower of blood as she licked the blood from her slender fingers, revealing a contented smile. Chapter 36 Trading Terminal and Phase 2. Put. The bloodline gun turned into a stream of light that ran through the body of the night demon, and a poor night demon had its life taken away without even having the chance to scream. Dozens of blood corpses nearby went crazy and charged towards the humans, and they were greeted with a rain of arrows that exploded their heads. This small group of corpses consisting of 3 night demons and more than 60 blood corpses was slaughtered by the human squad in no time, and from the beginning to the end. Qin Lang was only sitting on the roof of the caravan to watch the battle. Today was the 3rd day of coming to High City, with one encounter after another. Old Li, Lin Wanner and the others were cooperating more and more. As long as the number of corpses didn't exceed 100, Qin Lang could be at ease as a shirker. It's not easy. We've killed nearly 20 night demons. Right. And for the first time we popped out colored cards. Old Li's cheer made Qin Lang inquired with a sideways glance. What color card? A trading terminal. What is this thing? Old Li was a bit confused. A trading terminal? Qin Lang was stunned and then smiled. Surprisingly, this thing exploded. What's the point? Old Li tossed the card far away to Qin Lang. Qin Lang caught the card and explained. To put it simply, this is a machine that allows for remote trading, and its main function is to trade cards with other people who also have trading terminals, as well as to exchange unused cards for survival points to purchase the cards that come with the trading terminals. Qin Lang greeted the crowd and got into the car, tearing open the card and throwing it into the recessed corner of the RV that was specifically designed to hold the trading terminal. With a flash of golden light, a machine half a man tall appeared. This thing is the twin of a slot machine, isn't it? Old Li leered. No wonder Old Li would say so. The shape of the trading terminal was indeed similar to a slot machine, and it was very simple and convenient to operate, using the silver card battery to charge it, and then the card used for trading could be inputted from the left side, and when the transaction was successful, the new card would fall out from the output port on the right side. Seeing as there is no second person within the trading range besides us who has a trading terminal, Qin Lang scared. This result did not surprise him at all. The end of the world came to today is less than a month. The vast majority of human beings are still in the state of not having enough to eat and wear. Like the trading terminal, such color card level props, it is completely understandable that few people have. See what cards are for sale in the terminal. Qin Lang skillfully operated the trading terminal, and a purchase interface soon popped up, with a 5 hours, 41 minutes and 35 seconds refresh countdown below. What are survival points? Lin Wanner, the curious baby, came to Qin Lang's side. Her body was fragrant. Qin Lang couldn't help but sniff it and replied. Survival points are the digitization of the card. 1 point for white card, 10 points for green card, 100 points for blue card, 1,000 points for silver card, and 10,000 points for gold card. The colored cards are more special cards, so they can't be recycled. *******. There's even a barbarian talent for sale here? Wait, how much? 30,000 survival points? Old Li exclaimed. Why doesn't it go and grab it? The trading terminal is mainly used to trade with people on an equal footing. Even if the premium is not too high, 99% of the cards that are refreshed by the purchasing terminal every 24 hours are at a loss. And for the time being this thing is a bit of a chicken rib. Qin Lang casually turned off the transaction terminal. Save some electricity. Silver card battery is hard currency. Have to use it sparingly. Even if he has a big family, he does not intend to buy the cards in the trading terminal. It is too black. The silver card recovery price is fixed at 1,000 points. But the price of buying a silver card is fluctuating at 2,000-3,000. Not many people will buy the terminal card unless it is necessary. Of course, there are also 1% hard currency cards that can make a small profit when bought. It's just that Qin Lang doesn't need this kind of grasshopper leg at the moment. It's still affordable to fight monsters and pop cards. Qin Lang looked at the time. It was almost 5 in the morning, so he instructed the people to go and rest. The crowd is used to this day and night routine. What's going on? Is that? Call the boss. Qin Lang, who had had breakfast, was washing Xiang when the exclamation of Old Li and the others suddenly came from outside the caravan. What happened? Qin Lang didn't even have time to put on his pants and rushed down with a bath towel around him. Look! Old Li raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Qin Lang raised his eyes. The monstrous face that had brought devastation to the planet was crumbling at a speed visible to the naked eye, crashing into the ground in countless pieces. Weird face crumbled. Does this mean the end times are coming to an end? Hu Chuanli covered her mouth and wept with joy. The Wu brothers and Lin Mo showed the same excitement. And only Lin Wanner quietly surveyed Qin Lang's body. No! The expression. A touch of gravity quickly surfaced on her handsome face. Things are obviously not that simple. Stage 2. It's coming so soon. Qin Lang muttered. Before he was reborn, like most people, he had been staying at home in order to avoid the blood corpses, and had little concept of time, only knowing that the second stage of the end times would appear in almost a month, and never imagining that it would start so early. Stage 2? What does that mean? Old Li looked over. Qin Lang turned around and walked into the RV with an expressionless face. Survival has become more difficult. It was 5 minutes after Qin Lang came out of the RV again, and he held up his military binoculars to observe the strange face disintegrating in midair and greeted the crowd as they got into the car. Soon after, boom, 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 explosions rose and fell, countless fragments of strange faces smashed onto the surface like cannonballs, destroying one building after another, and a gurgle of screams came from the still quiet city. As it turns out, many of the survivors have taken refuge in their homes, struggling to stay alive on supplies from several card rains. What kind of monster is that? Old Li witnessed a family of 3 being bitten to death by a monstrous dog as they fled for their lives. The strange dogs were bigger than the blood corpses, covered in blood. No skin, only muscle and bones. Sharp teeth and claws were daunting. They were creatures that were bred together from those strange face fragments. Bloodhound. Qin Lang raised the forest wolf sniper rifle and blasted the blood dog's head with a single shot 1,000 meters apart. Woo! Woo woo! Many of the nearby bloodhounds heard the gunshots and drew towards the small caravan. And along with them was a previously unseen monster. Humanoid creatures with a sturdier build than blood corpses, but on the weaker side than night demons. First-order blood corpses. While Qin Lang explained, the work in his hands didn't fall at all. A bullet was sent out, blowing up all the blood dogs and reinforced blood corpses. The rest of the group quickly recovered from their shock and spontaneously formed a defensive formation, slaughtering the bloodhound pack. Old Li was still raw, and a sweeping shot smoothly took away 3 blood dogs. In the face of absolute power, these new monsters still posed no threat to the crowd. Soon the pavement was cleared of bloody dogs and corpses. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sunlight was originally very warm and genial. But one mountainous giant arm after another suddenly appeared in the dome of the sky and slammed hard on the ground, causing an earthquake that once again resulted in a large number of casualties. The chaotic, bizarre and horrific scene continued for over 3 full hours and didn't stop until close to 12 o'clock. When I look at the city again, it has long been full of holes, with giant arms towering over it everywhere. Oh, a cold wind blew. Old Li tightened the tactical undershirt on his body. He surprisingly felt a little cold. Hu Chuanli sneezed. It's cold. It's not even August. Why is it so cold? It's snowing? Lin Mo looked at the snowflakes that fell on his hand and quickly melted, and was stunned out of his mind. Chapter 37, Cold Winter. As the goosefeather snow slowly fell, the temperature in Haikou dropped from 25 degrees above zero to 15 degrees below zero in just 10 minutes, and the ground was soon covered with a thick layer of snow. Lao Li's group entered the caravan and found that the temperature inside was unexpectedly high, just like turning on the underfloor heating, and the indoor temperature was always kept at about 23 degrees. That's strange. There's air conditioning in this car? How come I don't see it? Old Li looked around, puzzled. When he got close to Lin Wanner, he realized that she was like a large fireplace that was releasing a steady stream of powerful heat. Old Li looked surprised. Lin Wanner laughed. Qin Lang expected the temperature to drop early and let me learn the warmth aura in advance. Warmth aura? Worthy of being the boss. Prescient. Old Li gave a thumbs up and patted his ass fiercely. Qin Lang has laugh up. I am blind cat meets dead rat. You don't be happy too early. The caravan is only so big. Can't live in so many people. At night you guys still have to move back to the house. Here, you guys take these warm cards. What's missing, take it with me. That's for sure. Several of Old Li nodded in understanding. Qin Lang handed out cards to the crowd of heaters, insulated tents, insulated sleeping bags, and the like that had been prepared in advance. A sudden drop in temperature of dozens of degrees. People who have not prepared warming equipment in advance can suffer old age. How long do you think this extreme climate will last? Old Li looked out the window. I'm not an immortal, so how would I know? Qin Lang shrugged. In fact, he knew that the snow would last for about 3 months and the temperature would get colder and colder. And in that last half of the month, the lowest temperature would reach -50 degrees, and many people couldn't survive the extreme cold weather. Outside the house the snow was flurrying and the wind was bitterly cold, while under the dual support of the 3 heaters and Lin Wanner's warmth aura, it was as warm as spring inside a nearby residential house of only 80 square feet that was being used as a shelter. And the crowd ate hot pot and drank beer at the same time, and Old Li was sweating from the heat and took off his down jacket, blue card. Drip, drip. As he was eating happily, the cell phone Qin Lang had been hanging on his waist suddenly rang, and it was Su Yun calling. Little brother Qin, are you still in Haicheng? Su Yun's voice trembled a little as she spoke. Still here. What's the matter with brother Su? Qin Lang caught a chopstick of fatty beef roll dipped in sauce and brought it to his mouth. Do you have any warmth cards over there? This damn weather is just too cold. The warmth cards I have here are far from enough. The warmth cards? I do have some in my hand, but how can they not be enough for 400 people? How can there be 400 more? I left the hospital shelter the day before yesterday, and now I have only about 30 men with me. Su Yun didn't lie. 3 days ago, after solving Huang Laoer's group of people, Su Yun, who had returned to the hospital shelter, called all the cadres together for a meeting, and finally decided to leave the hospital shelter. They left a batch of material cards for the shelter's people on their way out, and as to whether or not they could survive in the end, it would be up to their own destiny. So, I see, but as you know, supply cards are hard to come by, and if you want cold weather supplies, you have to take something in exchange. While Qin Lang was talking, his hands were not idle as he flew to eat, and Lin Wanner was very thoughtful as she gave him a lot of meat in her bowl. 1 silver card for a set of warmth cards, including clothing, pants, shoes and socks. Deal. Come and get it. Qin Lang told Su Yun the address. Boss, you told them our address. Aren't you afraid? Lin Mo, a college student, was a bit insecure. Fear AF**CK. Lend them 10 guts. Do they dare to rob? Old Li coldly grunted. Qin Lang patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Don't worry, don't you have me. Without a full means of self-preservation, how could Qin Lang tell outsiders the address, even if it was an old friend from his previous life? Half an hour later, several pickup trucks and vans came down the street, braving the wind and snow. Su Yun told the rest to wait outside and only brought Ding Yuan into the room. As soon as he entered the house, he froze. What the hell? Is this heaven? It's so warm in the house? Also, they're actually eating fondue and drinking beer? People will die then people. Goods will be thrown away. Su Yun had a very magical feeling. Brother Su, would Ms. Ding like to have some together? There are quite a few dishes left. Qin Lang greeted the duo with a smile. Su Yun swallowed hard. Thanks. No need to eat. My brothers are still freezing outside. Let's change the cards first. I need 10 sets. No problem. Qin Lang immediately took out more than 200 imperial cold sets consisting of white, green and blue cards and handed them over. Although Su Yun had a meaty pain in her 10 silver cards, but there was nothing she could do. She could only bite her teeth and change with Qin Lang. Brother Su, if you don't mind, take this pot of hot pot for the brethren to eat, to keep the cold at bay. Su Yun glanced at the thick grease and rich ingredients in the pot, and without squirming, he fiercely clasped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Shao Qin. You're welcome. There was a supermarket 1 street away from Qin Lang's shelter, and the owner of the supermarket was long gone. Su Yun thought left and right and decided to settle here for the time being. Even though 10 sets of cold weather supplies were simply not enough for 30 people to share, it was better to have them than not to have them, and at least the crowd wouldn't be in danger of getting frostbite after using this equipment. Damn, it's finally a little warmer. A certain little brother breathed a long sigh of relief after downing a large bowl of hot pot soup. I don't know how long this snow is going to last. After dinner later, Ding Yuan and I will take a few of my brothers to go hunting. You guys fix this up? Don't ever let the cold air pour in. Su Yun was not the kind of cutie who would sit around and eat. Suyun was not the kind of cutie who would sit around and eat nothing. She knew that the worse the environment was, the more she had to go out and scavenge for supplies, or else she would starve to death even if she didn't freeze to death. Boss, there's something I don't know if I should say. The man with glasses in the team suddenly spoke up. Speak, there are only 9 of them, and there are over 30 of us, so why should we eat their leftovers? That's right, just rob them and be done with it. I agree. This statement was immediately echoed by the rest of the team. Suyun said expressionlessly, 3 days ago, Huan Laoer also had the same idea as you guys, and ended up being wiped out by someone else's group alone. And the most frightening thing is that the one who did it was only a member of Qin Lang's team. And none of us know how strong Qin Lang himself is. You guys think about it differently. He dared to tell us his location without any defense. Is it not a side note that people have confidence in themselves and are not afraid of looting at all? Perhaps. He can't wait for us to make the first move so that he can rightfully destroy us. Ding Yuan whispered softly. None of those 9 people next door are good. You'd better put those unrealistic ideas to rest before it's too late. There was a sentence Ding Yuan didn't say. Her talent had a strong perception of danger. Just now in close contact, Qin Lang meditatively gave her the feeling of only 4 words comment unbeatable. Chapter 38 Forming a Team. After having lunch and resting for a while, Qin Lang decided to go out hunting. Old Li wanted to go with him, but was decisively rejected by Qin Lang. Old Li was the only high-level combatant in the team and had to be responsible for guarding the shelter. As for Lin Wanner, the warmth aura skill on her body would be much less effective when used in an open-air environment, while the other auxiliary auras did not have a particularly large boost for the current Qin Lang, so she simply left Lin Wanner to stay with Old Li and the others. I won't go far, just around the corner. Call me anytime you need me. Qin Lang exhorted Lin Wanner and Old Li for a few words, tightened the down jacket on his body and walked out. Coincidentally, he had just rounded the corner when he saw Suyun, Ding Yuan, and 5 men coming out of the store, looking like they were preparing to go out hunting. Just like him. Brother Qin, thank you for the hot pot. Suyun smiled and waved. Qin Lang rode Ghostfire to Suyun's front with a smile on his face. Brother Su is going hunting. Yeah, supplies are lacking like hell. If we don't get some monsters killed, my team will be starved to death if not frozen to death. Suyun was quite modest. He took a glance at Qin Lang's ghost flame and suddenly said, Little brother Qin, do you want to act with us? Together? Qin Lang thought about it, and it seemed like not a bad offer. Although the supplies had to be divided equally, safety and efficiency were greatly improved. Alright, I'm good at long-range sniping, so I can provide you with long-range firepower reinforcement. Qin Lang patted the sniper rifle hanging on the Ghostfire wrapped in a holster. Suyun laughed. That's really great. It just makes up for our shortcoming of lacking long-range attackers. Let's get going before it's too late. Suyun pulled out a gold card, tore it open and threw it down the street, and a brand new snow chariot appeared. Snow chariot, as the name suggests, is suitable for combat in the snow vehicles. Up to 10 people. Inside is very spacious. The most important thing is equipped with high-power air conditioning. Otherwise, in this icy weather out hunting, ordinary vehicle square is not convenient to drive is one thing. People will certainly be frozen enough. At that moment, Qin Lang sat in the car and drove slowly along the road with Suyun and his group. The horrific post-apocalyptic sights along the way made the crowd fall into silence. The snow chariot drove out for about 20 minutes, and at the reminder of his teammates, Suyun pulled over to the side of the road and pulled out his military binoculars to take a look. 500 meters ahead, a dozen or so blood dogs and first-order blood corpses were wandering aimlessly by the side of the collapsed building. I'll do it, or you guys? Qin Lang was now very discerning and had little interest in this kind of ordinary monster anymore. Can you let us have it first? Suyun was quite polite. Okay. Qin Lang nodded and made a gesture of invitation. 5 heavily armed men remove hand crossbows, silver cards, from their backpacks and approach the dogs on foot. A creature like a blood dog possessed a very keen sense of smell, and without any surprise, it discovered the traces of several people, barking furiously while running over, and the 5-member team is not a vegetarian. Wait until the bloodhounds enter the effective range. Continuous firing hand crossbow, accompanied by the sound of swoosh. 7 or 8 bloodhounds were hit by crossbow arrows, fell down in the snow and began to convulse. After 2 rounds of shooting, the living bloodhounds are already very few left. Swish! 2 of the more stoutly built men drew their long knives and, with a handful of knives, hacked over the remaining blood dogs that had rushed over. While the 5 were in the process of craning the blood dogs to remove their cards, Suyun approached in his snow chariot, picking them up and continuing on his way. In the next half an hour, the crowd experienced several more skirmishes, and since there weren't many of them, Suyun, Ding Yuan and Qin Lang didn't have a chance to strike. I can kind of see that you're waiting for the big one, little brother Qin, and the blue card is no longer in your sights. Suyun laughed and joked. Brother Su, you're only half right. The blue card really doesn't appeal to me much. And on top of that, I'm using a sniper rifle. It's loud and I'm worried that it'll attract too many monsters. It was fine if Qin Lang didn't say this, but once he did, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world for Su Yun. Su Yun slapped his head and cursed, I'm so stupid. How can I forget such a simple thing? What's the point of wasting oil? Just make some noise to lure the monsters over to kill them. We have plenty of ammo. Ding Yuan and I for melee, and Xiao Qin is a sharpshooter for long range, so we're not afraid of the hordes. Qin Lang smiled without saying anything and said, You've finally gotten the hang of it. Su Yun drove the snow chariot to the entrance of a shopping mall, then pressed the horn. Bah! The shrill sound of a horn instantly carried from the empty street. 1 minute later, one of the members of the 5-member squad suddenly turned gloomy. Chief, it's coming. There's a lot of them. They're converging towards us. Prepare for battle. Su Yun picked up his rifle and went to the roof of the chariot. Qin Lang also pulled out the forest wolf sniper rifle at this time. Ow 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 ow. Dozens or hundreds of blood wolves appeared at the end of the field of view on both the left and right sides, and following them was a large group of first-order blood corpses. Seems a bit much, Su Yun grinned, but the more you kill, the more enjoyable it'll be, so prepare for an extra meal tonight. Hey, after the end times, my 2 favorite words to hear are refill. I can't wait. The group of 5 all laughed as the hand crossbows all switched to rifles. Taking this scene in, Qin Lang secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being the largest community leader in the previous life of Hai Chang, he just didn't know what skills he had strengthened to make his team members feel so at ease when facing the tide of corpses. In the time it took to speak, the corpses on the left and right sides were already in range. The crowd immediately opened fire. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Tongue of fire spitting, bullets pouring swept down groups of blood dogs, blood corpses, ears in addition to the monster's dying howl, is the crunching sound of shell casings after landing. However, the corpses were numerous and they were brazen, stepping on the corpses of their companions, and soon there were blood dogs and blood corpses rushing near the chariot. Go to hell. Su Yun's right fist clenched hard. A fantastic scene happened. The snow grew out of thin air a dozen 5 or 6 meters high, arm-thick thorny vines, which under Su Yun's control or entangled or slapped the blood dogs and blood corpses that came close to him, and the blood dogs and blood corpses that touched the vines were crushed and killed without exception. This is my skill, killing vine. Su Yun smiled and explained to Qin Lang. Druid, pathway skills. Qin Lang nodded. The group attack effect of this thing was quite powerful, and it was definitely a T0 existence at the beginning of the end times. With the killing vines guarding the front of the chariot, the sense of security was overwhelming, and the crowd killed even more vigorously. Soon the corpses were wiped out by a large margin. Ha ha, it's going to be hard not to get extra food tonight. Ha 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 ha, it's so good. The young man in the squad of 5 laughed as he changed magazines, when suddenly, his face changed and he looked down at his chest. A furry claw penetrated his spine and stabbed out from his chest. What the hell? What is this? Looking at the bodies of his teammates that were thrown high into the air, and the owner of that claw, the crowd was shocked. Chapter 39, The 8 Veins Open Up. What came into view was a giant creature shaped like a spider, with a 2-meter-tall blood heart carried on its round body, and dozens of furry chelicerae as its main means of movement and attack. Qin Lang recognized this creature at a glance. In his previous life, people named it 100-foot, a creature that was a notch higher than the night demon in both speed and lethality. The most frightening thing about this creature was that it had a hunting instinct, and it would raise its own rank by hunting monsters. The 100-footed one in front of him was attracted by the smell of blood from those monsters on the battlefield. Put! The sharp chelicerae tore the man in two, and in the rain of blood in the sky, only to see that the 100-footed slammed hard, and the already unsound wall collapsed on the spot, and it swung its chelicerae towards the several people and stabbed them. Qin Lang reacted the fastest, putting away the sniper rifle while taking out the black knife from his spatial ring, and with a chop in the air, the chelicerae that attacked him were cut off. The others were not as lucky as Qin Lang. The other 2 of the 5-member squad were stabbed to death due to their inability to dodge. The remaining 2 shouted in alarm and shot at the 100-footed monster. But unfortunately, the power of the rifle was fine for dealing with the blood dogs and blood corpses, but against the 100-footed monster, which was such an elite creature, the effect was very little, and it only inflicted superficial wounds. Boss, save. Wow. The man closest to Qin Lang had his head sliced off by a keliped limb, and the other man was swatted away, falling into the corpses as a pack of bloodhounds barked furiously and pounced on him, biting him to pieces in an instant. Asterisk. Su Yun became furious and split half of his vines to attack the 100-footed, but the 100-footed monster's chelicerae were very sharp and cut off all the vines in a few strokes. You guys deal with the corpses. I'll take this. Qin Lang pulled up a blade flower and leapt down. raising his hand to strike a supreme sacred slash. 100 feet seems to notice the power of this move. Do not dare to hard touch. Towards the side to avoid. Unfortunately the speed is half a beat slower. The next second half of its body annihilated in the horror of the light. So strong. It's horrible. Su Yun and Ding Yuan both drew in a breath of cold air. Of course they knew that Qin Lang was strong. They just didn't know that he had gotten so strong that he could even kill such a large monster in seconds. Qin Lang's body didn't stop at all as he won a move, catching up with the severely injured 100 feet and hitting another supreme sacred slash to slash at the huge bloody heart, completely ending its life. With Qin Lang's current physical state, he could use the supreme sacred slash 3 times in a short period of time, which was enough to kill 99.99% of powerful individuals. 1 color and 1 silver. Good luck! Qin Lang decisively put away the 2 cards and returned to the ice chariot. The 5-member squad had already been reunited, and only Qin Lang, Su Yun and Ding Yuan were left in the car at this time. Due to the lack of fire suppression, Su Yun's vines alone could not clear out so many blood corpses and blood dogs, and he saw that the vines were about to be ripped apart. At that moment, a low roar came out of Ding Yuan's mouth, and her down jacket was held open, and many dark green scale-like things suddenly appeared on her smooth skin. That rather outstanding face turned weird and scary as her talent unfolded. In just 2 minutes, the imperial sister Ding Yuan turned into a green-skinned half-lizard person. She jumped into the corpses. With her hard scales and sharp claws she hardened herself and killed a bloody path. Blood dogs or blood corpses. They could not harm her at all. Melee combat ability is not weaker than Old Li in any way. Shape-shifting talent. Qin Lang put away the black sword chopping gold and took out his rifle to assist Ding Yuan in killing the corpses. The next battle was almost without suspense. Several hundred monsters were slaughtered in less than 20 minutes under the cooperation of Qin Lang's trio. Regaining her human form, Tingwan sat almost half-naked in the snow. Panting heavily, she was injured. Fortunately not seriously. Din Hope, are you okay? Su Yun hurriedly took off his own down jacket and put it on Ding Yuan, cradling her in his arms as the latter shook her head wearily, her eyes full of happiness. Qin Lang is not a petty person. Casually tossing Su Yun a new duvet card. Go back to the car and rest. Don't catch a cold. Thanks. Su Yun's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thanks. Tingwan nodded back. Taking advantage of the 2 of them resting to regain their strength, Qin Lang began to clean up the battlefield, pocketing 1 card after another. But unfortunately, most of them were white and green cards, with a very small number of blue cards, and the occasional silver card could be seen. But in the spirit of the principle that a grasshopper's leg is also meat, a little bit is a little bit if you can pick it up. I'm rested. Let's go pick up the cards too. Ding Yuan's face was blue. Her long transformation into a lizard man had severely overdrawn her physical strength, and at this moment, her entire body was limp. You rest here. I'll just go. Su Yun opened the door and got out of the car and started looking for the card in the body. I'll leave the rest to you. My share is enough. Qin Lang stretched his back. This battle was already a blood profit when he got a colored card. There was no need to grab those white and green cards from Su Yun. It would make him look like he had no pattern. While Su Yun was cleaning up the battlefield, a dozen figures staggered out of the neighborhood across the street, and upon closer inspection, they were all survivors. Many of them were skinny and out of shape, wrapped in bed sheets and bedding, and walked like corpses to the battlefield where the corpses were piled up like a mountain, and they were both respectful and fearful of the 3 of them. Qin Lang. In their view, Qin Lang's few people were undoubtedly war god-like existences, otherwise how could they take out these hundreds of monsters? Can you give us something to eat? Please, we haven't eaten in ages, and I have kids at home. Wow! A dozen men knelt in a heap, pleading from afar. If they weren't so hungry that they couldn't stand it, how would they dare to come out and ask for food? Get up. I'll just give it to you guys. Su Yun sighed and fished out a small stack of white and green cards from his arms and threw them over. Thanks. Thank you. A dozen people cowed out hard, picked up the cards and helped each other walk back to the neighborhood. He's always been so gentle. Ding Yuan looked out the window at the scene, her eyes full of adoration. Qin Lang silently lit a cigarette and smoked it. Su Yun was considered to be a representative figure of the kind formation in the post-apocalyptic environment. It was late afternoon when the 3 returned to the neighborhood. Little brother Qin, I want to exchange some more supplies with you. I got a card that you happen to need. Su Yun suddenly spoke up as he handed a gold card to Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a look at the gold card, and it was exactly the Yang Dimension Yin Dimension 2 chakras that he needed. What supplies do you want to trade? Medicine, food, and gear for the cold. Yes, you can come to the shelter to pick it up later. I'll go back and get ready first. Qin Lang nodded. This was not an excessive request. Thanks. Su Yun handed the card to Qin Lang and assisted Ding Yuan into the store shelter, while Qin Lang rode the ghost fire back to the residential shelter. But I'm back. Good man. You've been out for 4 hours. Are you hurt? Chuanli, Old Li yelled. And Hu Chuanli raised her hand to deliver a remote healing. Xin Lang laughed. I'm not injured. Old Su's side folded 5 people. Xin Lang told the crowd about his experience in the afternoon, during which Su Yun came over to get the supplies, and Xin Lang generously gave him 2 silver card batteries and several sets of cold weather equipment. After Su Yun thanked him profusely, he took the card and left, and promised to call them together if he went out hunting again. And Xin Lang was naturally happy to agree. Whether it was Su Yun or Ding Yuan, their combat prowess was quite outstanding, making them very suitable allies. It would be best to corral them if possible. Of course, this question was only in Xin Lang's mind, and for a while, he could not find an opportunity to integrate the two. Inside the RV, it was warm as spring. Xin Lang took a quick hot shower and then took out the card to study. With the successful opening of the 8 veins, and the successful acquisition of the Qi Sentry technique, and the spirit pool, Xin Lang clearly felt that the overall quality of his body had qualitatively improved. Xin Lang beautifully unfolded his skill panel. The gorgeous colorful talents and skills, his eyes were blown away by the sight of them. Never fought a war so rich. By the way, what was that colored card before? Xin Lang fished out the colored card he had scavenged from the 100-foot monster from his spatial ring, and looking at the explanation on the colored card, a ray of hard-to-conceal excitement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 40, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. The next whole week, the snow did not show signs of stopping, and the temperature also came to a horrible -20 degrees. The snow outside is a meter thick. Look away. The whole city is white. During this period Xin Lang and Su Yun's team had 2 group hunts in total, and the results were good and both sides were satisfied. That morning, Xin Lang was huffing and puffing in the warmth of his RV when his bedside cell phone rang, and not surprisingly, it was Su Yun again asking him to go hunting. Xin Lang was just about to agree when he heard Su Yun shout from outside. Little brother Xin, the sun is shining on your butt, it's time to move around. Xin Lang looked helpless. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first. Xin Lang yawned and went to the bathroom to wash up, and Lin Wanner said blearily, the 3 of you are going this time? Why don't you take me with you? It's freezing outside. Why did you go out and suffer that? Xin Lang's mouth was full of bubbles, and he spoke indistinctly. Staying at the shelter is so boring. Look how fat I've gotten. Lin Wanner pointed at the number on the scale, infinitely approaching 50 kilograms. Keep in mind that she could have kept her weight at 42.5 kilograms before the end of the world. Hey, the family who understands the end of the descent she froze to eat 15 pounds of fat. The face is round. Xin Lang laughed out loud. As the saying goes, a woman is not 100. She's either flat-chested or short. So what's wrong with being fatter? You guys are just saying that on your lips. You should dislike it when you really become a big fat man. Lin Wanner puffed out her cheeks and shook Xin Lang's arm vigorously. Take me with you. Take me with you. I promise I won't drag my feet. Xin Lang thought about it. It was just an ordinary hunt. The possibility of encountering danger was completely negligible. So he agreed. Since you want to go so badly, then fine. Yay! Lin Wanner cheered as she hurried to pack her equipment. Ha! This time Ms. Lin is coming with us. Su Yun smiled as she threw away her half-smoked cigarette and turned to get into the car. Yeah, she was too bored to stay in the RV. Big brother Su. Sister Ding Yuan. Lin Wanner greeted nicely. Wanner, come on. Sit next to me. Ding Yuan smiled and held Lin Wanner's hand. On this side, Xin Lang unfolded the map of High City. Many areas on the map had been marked by him with a red pen, meaning the areas that had been searched. In the case where there was no blood rain, these areas could be considered safe zones, with neither monsters nor supplies. There are basically no supplies left in the north of the city. What do you think about us driving towards the west of the city this time? Su Yun pointed at the map. No problem. I don't care. Xin Lang nodded. Hunting anywhere was hunting. There was no difference. Before I go, I may have to waste some time. I want to make a trip to the neighborhood first. Could be. Xin Lang knew that during this period of time, Su Yun had been sending supplies to the survivors of the neighborhood that had previously encountered the corpses every now and then. The snow chariots flew over the thick snow like it was flat, and in no time at all they were in the neighborhood. By then, the original mountains of corpses had long been covered with snow, and no one could tell that a bloody battle had erupted here. Su Yun entered the neighborhood with Ding Yuan, but soon came out with a frown on his face. What's wrong? Xin Lang looked over. No one. No bodies. They all left. Su Yun frowned. Where could a group of ordinary, battle-less survivors go in this freezing weather? If there are no signs of combat at the scene, the odds are that it was picked up by another shelter. Human beings are the most fragile and strongest race in the world, and even in this extremely harsh climate, there are still people who have survived, and not a few. It should be. There are still a few shelters in Haichang. Su-yun nodded, not taking it personally. What he could do had been done. The rest was up to the group. A flash to noon. A small harvest of 4 people in the roadside to find a wall-intact store, drilled into the sealed door, then set up an induction cooker to eat hot pot. As the red oil hot pot soup began to gurgle and bubble, the temperature in the room rose with the naked eye. The whole point. Qin Lang fished out 2 beer cards and ripped them open, dividing the cans of beer among the 3. It's still little brother Qin, you know how to enjoy yourself. Next meal is on me. Ha ha, eat and drink. A few people ate and chatted. The atmosphere in the room was both harmonious and warm, where there was half the appearance of the end times. Almost 8 to the end of the time, outside suddenly came the sound of tires crushing through the snow. Go out to see. 3 snowmobiles have come to the near side. From the car down 7 or 8 people. They are heavily armed, wrapped themselves like a dumpling. Each person is wearing a windshield. What are you guys doing? Stepped over the line, you know? One of them droned, rifle aimed at the 4. We're not hostile. We're just passing through and taking a rest here, Su-yun explained. Boss, their food is old and awesome. They even eat hot pot and beer. It's too extravagant. A few henchmen drilled into the house, and their eyes reddened with envy after discovering the food in the house. What kind of family dares to eat hot pot and drink beer in the end of the world? You guys are having a ing picnic here? Wan Air, is that Lin Wan Air? The caravan boss was about to speak when a man behind him exclaimed. Ah, you are? Lin Wan Air froze for a moment and didn't recognize the man until he took off his windproof goggles. Brother Fong? Fong Yushu excitedly said. Wan Air, how are you in Haichang? Ah, you, how did you put on so much weight? Lin Wan Air, at #$. When she met her friend in another country, Lin Wanner was excited to cry, but she hardened herself and held it back. The words "you've gained weight" are undoubtedly lethal to women. It turns out that this Fong Yushu is Lin Wanner's agent and assistant. Should have gone to Star City with Lin Wanner. How do you know that the end of the world came without warning? He was trapped in the Sea City. Fortunately, is to join the Sea City's powerful shelter, without fear and without risk to mix it today. So it's family. The boss signaled the crowd to put their guns away. Since you are Old Feng's friends, you are our friends. It's freezing and there are so many monsters out there. Come back to the shelter with us. Su-yun looked towards Qin Lang's side to ask for his opinion and smiled after receiving Qin Lang's approval. Good. I can't believe that you are also in High City. It's really great to see you. Fong Yushu's face was one of undisguised joy. Where's Lily and Wen? Aren't they with you? These two were Lin Wan'er's exclusive makeup artist and foreign language teacher. Fong Yushu sighed. When they were fleeing they were attacked by monsters. Ugh, Lin Wan'er shook her head. That's right, Wan'er. You haven't introduced them yet. These 3 are. This is Qin Lang. This is Su-yun. Big brother Su. Ding Yuan. Sister Ding. Lin Wan'er hurriedly made introductions. Hello guys. Fong Yushu smiled a little oddly. Chapter 41, The True God's Believers. During the process of traveling to the shelter, Fong Yushu intentionally or unintentionally inquired about how Lin Wan'er had survived for almost a month. Lin Wan'er is very smart. Did not explain too much, only said that she was lucky, during the period of time to get good people to take care of, all the way paddling to the present. And when asked to learn what talent, Lin Wan'er life to Fong Yushu performed a section of humanoid air conditioning heat generation principle. A car of people are amused. It seems that this chick is indeed lucky and hasn't suffered much, but it's a pity that her luck will end when she meets us. The leader of the convoy, named Zhao Gang, said quietly after listening to Lin Wan'er's narration through the wiretap. It's cheap for this Fong Yushu kid. I hope that when it's our turn, this chick hasn't been played out yet. Why are you always staring at that little starlet? I think Ding Yuan has more flavor. Ha 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 ha. Grateful to the true God. Grateful to the true God. Half an hour later, the convoy returned to the shelter. Su-yun laughed. The pedestrian street has actually been converted into a shelter. You guys have been living here all along? Yeah, we stayed here within a few days of the end of the world, and we've been living here until today. Fong Yushu nodded. Did you just say how do you keep up with daily consumption with over 200 people in your shelter? Su-yun as a former leader of a large shelter was quite sensitive to this issue. A shelter of 200 people. The minimum daily consumption of resources would require 600 white cards. Not to mention the fact that a large amount of cold weather resources were needed with the cold winter descending at the moment. Fong Yushu laughed. Of course it's out hunting. We have 5 hunting teams. It's not hard to get some resources. Su-yun did not continue to ask, just silently exchanged a look with Ding Yuan, each other heart to heart. Both feel that Fong Yushu's words have a lot of water. How many cards can 5 hunting teams hunt in one trip? And he wouldn't know? As for Qin Lang, he always said nothing and closed his eyes. We have rules here. Newcomers to the shelter have to be searched first, and weapons have to be surrendered temporarily. The doorman stopped the four with an expressionless face. They are my friends from before the end of the world. Give me face. The search will be waived. Feng Yushu hurriedly said. Oh, pre-apocalyptic friends? The doorman's face softened a bit. That's fine. But the weapons must be surrendered. That's no problem. Su Yun and Ding Yuan were very cooperative in handing over their rifles, while Qin Lang and Lin Wanner, with their weapons in their spatial rings, were always empty-handed and could not be surrendered. That's fine. Go in. As the four entered the shelter, the iron door closed heavily behind them. Let's go. First take you guys to see the boss. Feng Yushu rubbed his palms, his eyes excited as he led the way in front. The four of them followed Feng Yushu while their eyes looked around, and through the glass window, Qin Lang keenly captured a pair of eyes filled with fear. The eyes came from a teenager, who was soon dragged away and draped by the middle-aged woman in the house. This place is a bit evil, Qin Lang said softly. Found it. It's dead here. The atmosphere is depressing. I'd like to see what they're up to. Su Yun wasn't half afraid. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a church, and after informing the guards, Feng Yushu carefully stepped inside and bowed towards a bald man in golden robes. Chief, these are my friends from before the end of the world. We found them while hunting. The bald man is obese, obviously only 1.7 meters, but weighs 120 kilograms, living like a ball. He smiled as he surveyed the four, his heart overflowing with excitement. Both Lin Wan'er and Ding Yuan possessed top-notch looks, and it had been a long time since the shelter had seen such high-quality women. Greetings, my name is Tang Ao. I am a True God believer and am temporarily managing the shelter. Welcome to the True God shelter. The True God will surely bless you. Tang Ao clasped his fingers together, closed his eyes, and said reverently, Great True God, thank you. Following your holy light, we have recovered our 4 lost siblings. Grateful to the True God, Feng Yushu shouted reverently. All right. You take them to rest first. We're almost at the time for communion. Tang Ao waved his hand and several people retreated. Brother Feng, what is the True God? I remember you're an atheist. Lin Wan'er couldn't feel anything, and her body was still prickly and scratchy. Feng Yushu wasn't angry and explained. If it wasn't for the True God protecting us, how could we have survived until now? You mustn't underestimate the chief. His divine power is limitless. He once destroyed hundreds of blood corpses with his own strength. So powerful. Lin Wanner expressed her shock, while the three of them, Qin Lang, had a flat face. Any of them who didn't have the ability to exterminate small corpses anymore. Tang Ao's high probability was that he had strengthened his color card talent just like them. The place where Feng Yushu brought them to rest was a 4-bedded room, which was fairly clean and tidy, and the air smelled like disinfectant. You guys take a rest first. Don't move around. I'll call you later when you have communion. Feng Yushu twisted his head and went out after saying that. What do you think of the strength of the godly man surnamed Tang? Su Yun looked at Ding Yuan. I couldn't feel it just now as it was a bit far away. But no matter what, it can't be stronger than brother Shao Qin. That may not be the case. Qin Lang shook his head. He never took anyone lightly. People need spiritual support after the end times, so various religious groups will rise. I can understand that, but this shelter gives me a distinctly abnormal feeling, especially the way that godly man looked at you too, as if he wanted to eat you alive. Ah, yes? Lin Wan'er was really not paying attention. They'd better not have any ill intentions. Otherwise, humph. Ding Yuan narrowed her eyes. Ha, here's a doll. Lin Wan'er looked around and suddenly realized that there was a dirty doll toy under the bed, obviously missed by the cleaning staff when they cleaned the room. She pulled the doll out and held it in her hand to play with it. Su Yun frowned. Show me. Here. Lin Wan'er handed the doll over. Su Yun took a closer look at the doll, and her pupils suddenly shrunk as Ding Yuan whispered. Wasn't this doll the one you brought for little boy last time? I still put this patch on myself. Who's little goody? Qin Lang wondered. Su Yun explained to Qin Lang. The little boy is a little girl, but also one of the dozens of survivors of the community. He went to send supplies to the community every other day, and over time he got to know the people in the community. This doll is the toy that Su Yun gave to the little boy. So, the people from the neighborhood were picked up by the shelter, and they're at the shelter now? But, Qin Lang pointed at the dolls. Little girls don't usually throw away their toys. Su Yun's eyes were ferocious, rubbing up. He wanted to go out, but he realized that the door was locked from the outside. Why are you locking the door? Open the door. Su Yun became furious. Chapter 42 Holy Communion. After a dozen or so consecutive smashes, there was the sound of a sparse opening of the door. When the door opened, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed dead center against Su Yun's head. Do you have a ing death wish? Ha! Zhao Gang, who was polite and courteous not long ago, was full of grimace at this moment. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed now? Su Yun's eyes were filled with anger. Are we prisoners? Why are we being held? Zhao Gang smashed Su Yun over with the butt of his gun and laughed. Silly bird, you'll know if you're a prisoner or not. If you make trouble again, I'll shoot you. You. Su Yun just wanted to roll his eyes when Qin Lang said, Old Su, don't be impulsive. Su Yun frowned and held up the doll in her hand. What about the child? Zhao Gang snorted. How would I know? Bang! The gate is closed. Ding Yuan took out the hemostatic patch she had with her to help Su Yun put it on the wound. Su Yun apologized. I'm sorry, I was the one who was impulsive just now. Qin Lang waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Before we figure out how many people are on the other side and what their abilities are, it's best not to flip out. There are only 4 of us, and Wanner is not a combatant yet, so we still have to endure when it's time to endure. I'm worried about Sweetie. Even if they are inhuman, they won't do anything to a child. Don't worry, Ding Yuan advised. After about half an hour, Zhao Gang reopened the door with 5 heavily armed men. Communion is being given out. Let's go. Where's Feng? Lin Wan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Gang gave her a look, but said nothing. The 4 were escorted to the restaurant at gunpoint, and along the way they saw many men and women who had suffered the same treatment as they had. Fear written on every face. Communion, isn't it supposed to be a food? Why are they so scared? A few people were puzzled. Soon, more than 100 people arrived at the restaurant. Tang Ao opened his arms under the arch of a dozen loaded men. Sisters and brothers, communion has been given. Please feel free to take your seats. In front of the crowd lay nearly 100 hooded dinner plates, with no way of knowing exactly what food was inside. Daff, what are you waiting for? Take a seat. Zhao Gang viciously took the muzzle of his gun and disliked Qin Lang's waist and eyes. A ray of killing intent flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, but it was quickly hidden, and the 4 of them casually found a seat. When everyone was seated, Tang Ao's pious cross-clasped. Thank you, Almighty True God, for the Holy Communion. And let's wait and see who is honored to receive your call. Open the meal. With a big wave of Tang Ao's hand, all the gunmen around him raised their rifles. Uncover. Wow. The circular cover was lifted to reveal the food on the plate, which consisted of only 1 serving of plain thin rice and 2 steamed buns as well as a small serving of squash to accompany the meal. Qin Lang looked at it, and Lin Wanner's trio had exactly the same food as himself. No, no, no. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed, He's only 13, please, spare my son, my lord, let me go. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The bone-thin man wailed and begged for mercy. The sudden change caused Qin Lang to frown slightly as he looked over there and immediately discovered the end. It turns out that not everyone's plate was filled with thin rice buns, a dozen or so had empty plates. Those who have food can eat, those who don't, will die? Qin Lang instantly understood. No wonder the atmosphere of this shelter was so oppressive and suffocating. Tang Ao said with a pious face, Why are you all afraid? To be summoned by the true God is something that many people dream of. Don't you talk nonsense. What bull *** about being summoned by the true God? None of those who were summoned came back alive. Another man stood up and retorted, Brothers, together, kill him, or else it will be our turn sooner or later. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, and a dozen men holding daggers simultaneously pounced on Tang Ao. Tang Ao sighed softly, Those who turn their backs on the true God, the holy light will punish you. Dead fatty, go to hell. The man grimly stabbed his dagger into Tang Ao's body, but in the next second, the golden robe on Tang Ao's body suddenly bloomed with light, bouncing the man away. Everyone was dumbfounded. Foolishness, I am a messenger of the gods. Tang Ao lowered his arms and ordered, These traitors, shoot them on sight. They are not qualified to have an audience with the true God. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Several gunmen opened fire at the same time, instantly shooting a dozen or so rebels to death. With thanksgiving to the true God, you may enjoy Holy Communion. As for you, Tang Ao looked at the dozen or so men and women who were unfortunate enough to be chosen by the true God. Come with me. I'll take you to an audience with the true God. After saying that, Tang Ao tightened the robe on his body and slowly left. That golden robe of his is a colored card, right? Su Yun asked uncertainly. Qin Lang hummed. He had recognized what the golden robes were. Color card grade defense, Holy Light robe, has a passively triggered Holy Light barrier. The effect is similar to the protective bracelet. The only difference is that the protective bracelet consumes silver card batteries, and the Holy Light robe consumes Holy Source. What now? Su Yun said softly. With so many people watching, what else can I do but endure? Qin Lang sat down. If he was just a person, he could have let it go. With the bullet resistance aura, and protective bracelet, he was not afraid of those gunmen at all. The problem now was that there were 3 more burdens around him. Once he started fighting, he could guarantee that he and Lin Wan would be safe and sound, but the rest of the 2 would not be able to say. The stamina consumed by one person using bullet resistance aura, and 4 people using bullet resistance aura, together was incomparable, and even he wouldn't last long. I'm a little curious now as to what a true god really is. Xin Lang rubbed the tip of his nose and said with a smile, Wan Air, this phone brother of yours has dug a nice big fire pit for you to jump into. Lin Wanner's face was ugly. He wasn't such a person before. Thanks to me trusting him so much. Communion time was soon over and the crowd was escorted back to their rooms one after another. Wan Air. Feng Yushu suddenly appeared. His face full of smiles made people unable to resist giving him a few punches. Lin Wan Air screamed. Feng Yushu, I treated you as my own big brother. And you betrayed me. You knew it was dangerous here. Why did you bring us here? Feng Yushu spread his hands and said aggrievedly. Wanner, you've wronged me. I didn't betray you. At that time, in that situation, if you didn't come with me, you and your friends would definitely be executed. I was helping you. Bah! Lin Wan Air fiercely poo-pooed. Now no matter what Feng Yushu said she would no longer believe it. Feng Yushu didn't die and said with a sincere face. I just had a long chat with the head, and for my sake he intends to give you guys a chance to serve him. As long as you agree, not only will you not have to take communion from now on, but you will also be able to have the same right to move around freely in the shelter as me, and the rest of the people. Chapter 43 A Dagger in the Sky. Serving him? Su Yun narrowed her eyes. Which kind of service do you mean? Feng Yushu laughed. We are all adults, so I won't beat around the bush. The only thing a woman can serve the chief is naturally the flesh. As long as the two of you put forth your best efforts to make the chief happy, he will naturally protect you. Feng Yushu, you're shameless. Lin Wan Air became furious and slapped Feng Yushu on the face. Feng Yushu's face quickly reddened and swelled up, but he was not angry. Instead, he touched his rolling and sore face, and said with some intoxication, Wanner, I won't lie to you, I've liked you for a long time. I've dreamed of being beaten by you. You can hit me a few more times. Count me as begging you. You turned out to be so perverted. Lin Wanner's pretty face turned white with anger, and when she raised her hand and was ready to fight, she was stopped by Qin Lang. Dealing with this kind of pervert, you're rewarding him by hitting him. Feng Yushu was obviously a bit disappointed that he didn't get a reward. He fixed his mind and spread out his hands. Join us. Only the true God can protect us to survive in the end times. What if we refuse? Ding Yuan wrapped her arms around her. If her eyes could kill, Feng Yushu would have been killed by her thousands of times already. I can't think of a reason for you guys to refuse. Feng Yushu's face was full of seriousness. There's food and shelter here, as well as a perfect shelter and the blessing of the true God. How can I see it is better than you guys wandering in the city? Don't forget, this is the end times. The shackles that civilized society has given us should have been thrown off a long time ago. Come, join us and let me open the door to a new world for you. We refuse. Qin Lang spoke indifferently. Feng Yushu shook his head. Pitiful, pathetic, lamentable, and unfortunate. You guys still haven't figured out the situation. This is not something that you can just refuse. I'm only giving you guys a chance to join of your own accord for the sake of having a friendship with Wanner. Since you guys are stubborn, then we can only use force. Take away. When Feng Yushu's words fell, the 5 men around him immediately raised their rifles. Wait. Qin Lang waved his hand. Scared? The corner of Feng Yushu's mouth lifted. I'd like to say a few words to Tang Ao. Lord True God follower. In person. I guess there's no need for that. Feng Yushu hemmed and hawed. Old Feng, what are you dawdling about? The chief is waiting impatiently. At this time, Zhao Gang walked in with a few people and urged. It's coming. Feng Yushu just finished speaking. Opposite Su Yun got Qin Lang's authorization to snap and snapped his fingers. In the next second, a dozen of thorny vines appeared out of thin air on the surrounding ground, whistling and jerking down towards Feng Yushu's several people. Almost no reaction time. The 6 people led by Feng Yushu were turned into corpse pieces. Ha! Zhao Gang was shocked. But before he could order him to fire, a lizard man rushed out of the room to pounce on him. 2 rows of poisonous shark teeth biting him solidly on the face. Taking half of his face off, clearly visible was the white mass of still throbbing brain flour. The lizard man spat out the bone crumbs and stuck out his scarlet tongue to lick his eyeballs. The remaining few gunmen, who had never seen such a battle, were almost scared to death and turned to run. However, Su Yun, whose killing intent had already risen, did not give them a chance, and the vines rolled over quickly, binding them firmly. The group attack ability of the killing vine is unparalleled. Say, where's the last batch of people who stayed in this room? Wasn't there a little girl? Su Yun questioned. I said, don't kill me. One of them screamed miserably. They were brought here yesterday, and the chief took them to an audience with the true God, and then they never came back. Su Yun's heart sank. It had been a day and a night. and it looked like little boy was already in a bad way. You always talk about having an audience with the true God. What is the true God? Where is he? Speak up, or I'll strangle you to death. At the church. We've never seen the true God. No one else has seen what the true God looks like except the chief. I've told you all I know. Brother, let me go. Dream on. Suyun's right fist bounded violently. Ka-ching-ching. The moment the vines disappeared, the body parts crashed down. There are still more than 30 gunmen outside. Can you two handle it? Qin Lang asked. Suyun said, Brother Shao Qin, you're more or less underestimating us. A mere rifle won't be able to break Yuan's defense, so I'll just be a little more careful. I've been worrying about you too. If I had known that your defenses were so strong as well, I should have stepped in when I gave out communion earlier. Let's go. It's not too late. Wan Er and I will go to the church. You two clear out the gunmen outside and meet me at the church. Yes. Qin Lang raised his hand and added a bullet protection aura to Lin Wanner, drew his black blade chopping gold and walked out. Su Yun and the lizard man followed close behind. Ah, there's a monster. Lizards? Ha! The gunmen on duty outside the door all looked over at the sight of the four before being surprised by the lizard man. They were just ordinary people equipped with rifles, pressed with no enhanced talents. How could they be Ding Yuan and Su Yun's opponents? These two rushed over, just like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. Sister Ding Yuan, her talent is so scary. Lin Wan aired scared, never dreaming that the gentle, sexy and sensual sister Ding Yuan was fighting in such a way. There has to be a trade-off between intensity and face value. As Qin Lang walked towards the church, some nearby gunmen spotted the two and pressed the trigger hard. Then the bullets were seen hitting Qin Lang, and without exception, they were not bounced off. He's not afraid of guns. He's a demon. Wow. The gunman was shot in the head by an arrow and fell from the roof of the building. Out of the blue Lin Wan Er. It was her first kill. But she didn't have the slightest mental burden because she knew these people were bad and deserved to die. Lin Wanner calmly took arrows from the arrow pot and unfolded shooting one after another. And soon those gunmen on the roof were killed to death. The two men came to the door of the church. The heavy doors were tightly closed. Ka! Qin Lang raised his sword and slashed. The cross-light arc flashed, and the entire wooden door shattered open. A bitterly cold wind poured into the church, causing the temperature of the otherwise warm church to plummet. You guys? Lin Wan Er bit her lips hard. The scene in front of her was unbearable and brought a great shock to her mind. Inside the church, there were more than 30 naked men and women who were practicing sexual intercourse, including Tang Ao himself. Tang Ao's eyes looked at the uninvited guest with a morose gaze, realizing what had happened. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest, kicking the woman with a face full of panic at his crotch to death. He laughed fiercely. I thought that old Zhao and the others had brought back 4 lambs, but I didn't expect it to be 4 ferocious tigers. That's good. It's been a long time since I've had to seriously fight with someone. Come on, let me see how strong you guys are. Whether you're qualified to be true God believers or not. Go to hell. Lin Wan Er shot an arrow from afar. Seeing that the arrow was about to hit Tang Ao's brow, Tang Ao raised his hand, lightly grabbed the arrow and tossed it to the ground, shaking his head with a smile. You guys wouldn't be naive enough to think that you can do whatever you want after learning a few talents, would you? Ignorant people. I'm a true God follower, an immortal existence. Qin Lang didn't bother to nag him and raised his hand to deliver a supreme sacred slash to see the strength. A blinding light enveloped Tang Ao, and the light faded in an instant. TSK, something. You're better than the last colored card talent holder I killed. It's a legendary skill, right? What's the name? Tang Ao stood intact. Not even the thin-looking golden robe was half damaged. Chapter 44, Tang Ao's treasure. Strange. No damage absorbed. No damage bounced off. It feels like it's cutting blanks. What kind of talent does he have? Qin Lang's brain was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he was only a hangman-level survivor, with too little experience fighting against strong people, and more against monsters and extreme weather, so that his experience in this area was somewhat lacking. Again, Tang Ao looked at the two with a smile. By then, those gunmen had also come back to their senses and copied the rifles on the side to attack Qin Lang and Lin Wanner. The duo with the bullet resistance aura naturally wouldn't be afraid of this kind of attack. You kill all these gunmen. I'll handle him, Qin Lang whispered. Aha! Lin Wanner nodded heavily, and just like that, she shot the gunmen one by one against the rain of gunfire. The other party was powerless to fight back. A complete descending blow. I still don't believe it. Qin Lang took a step forward and made another slash. However, the second supreme sacred slash was exactly the same as the first, with the stone ox sinking into the sea and disappearing without a trace. As I said, I am a true God follower, blessed by the true God, an immortal existence. No matter how you attack, you won't be able to hurt me in the slightest. Speaking Tang Ao arms slowly open. The whole person covered in the golden light. Not to mention, if not he did not wear pants. Small earthworms exposed in the outside of the hall. This look is really a bit bluffing. You're very good. A bit of strength. Now kneel down and take me as your master. And I can forget about what happened before. There are no immortal people in this world. So don't pretend with me. Qin Lang snorted coldly and swung his black blade towards Tang Ao's head. Stalker! Tang Ao's expression turned livid, and instead of resisting the black blade, he raised his palm, which was haunted by golden light, and fiercely blasted at Qin Lang's chest. Knife drop, palm out. The two of them staggered past each other, both carrying each other's attacks hard. Ha! Tang Ao's face was full of oddities. He didn't understand. His palm could flatten a car and break a load-bearing pillar. How come it didn't have any effect on this man? Could it be that his talent was the same as his own? There wouldn't be such a coincidence under the sky? It's a bit strong. One slap dried up the power of the bracelet. What kind of monster is this? Qin Lang was cloudy on the surface, but he was greatly shocked inwardly. He hurriedly used the batteries in his spatial finger ring to fully charge the protective bracelet. If he didn't have this thing, he would definitely be injured in that moment just now. By this time, Lin Wan-er had already shot all the gunmen in the house, and Su Yun and the lizard man had both arrived at the church. The dozens of gunmen outside simply weren't enough for both of them to kill. Su Yun looked at Qin Lang. It looks like you need help. Patter, patter. Ding Yuan tried to speak, but the change in her body structure made it so that she could only make this strange cry for the time being. If you don't kneel down, I'll really get angry, Tang Ao said in a cold voice. Angry? Oh, you can't even see that thing of yours without a microscope. You're considered deformed. Yes, you should be angry. Su Yun looked svelte, but her speech was caustic. Patter. The lizard man grinned, obviously laughing. Seek death. Tang Ao was most annoyed with people making fun of his physical defects. This was true before the end times, and even more so after the end times, as he waved his palm and slapped it towards Su Yun. Pissed off. That's what I'm saying. Su Yun dodged to the side, dodging the process of finger hook. Two vines appeared out of thin air at once while Tang Ao entangled. Ha! Tang Ao frowned. He felt the strength of the vine. It was by no means unusual. Could it be another colored card talent possessor? That's when the lizard man saw his chance to dart over and bite him in the face. Monster! Get the hell out of here! In the next second, Tang Ao roared and shook off the vines, swinging his fist to blast the lizard man. Bang! The punch slammed solidly into the lizardman's stomach, and despite the protection of the thick scales, the lizard man was still smashed half to death and fell 7 or 8 meters away, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Ding Yuan! Su Yun was taken aback. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Ding Yuan regained her human form and couldn't be bothered to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Be careful. His fists are very powerful. But there was another mouthful of old blood, and it was obvious that all of his organs had been injured. You take care of Ding Hope. Qin Lang stuffed 2 silver cards, healing medicine, into Lin Wan-er, and then he raised his sword to point at Tang Ao. I don't believe I can't break your defense. Lao Su. Pester him for me. Yes. Su Yun raised his fingers and 2 more vines appeared, this time thicker than the previous ones, whistling and rolling over. All my life, I hate thick things the most. If you want to fight, then come down and fight. Tang Ao grunted and turned to leap into the basement behind the lectern. Chase. How could Qin Lang just let Tang Ao off the hook? He and Su Yun both chased after him. The basement was dim and out of reach. Qin Lang had the night vision ability. This bit of darkness would naturally not affect him in any way, while Su Yun had prepared a strong flashlight. And soon the two of them arrived at the lowest level of the basement, where the smell of decay filled the air. It's hard to imagine that there is such a large space underneath the church, about the size of a parking lot. The beam of a strong flashlight fell into a pile of human corpses and bones. The corners of Su Yun's mouth twitched. It's not like he hasn't seen dead people before, but there are just too many human bones here. Thousands of them, piled up into a mountain of bones. Not to mention Su Yun. Even Qin Lang's heart was pounding. What the hell did Tang Ao hide in the basement? Is it possible that he killed all these people? The answer was revealed as the two walked through the mountain of human bones. At this moment, Tang Ao was sitting in front of a 1-person tall black blood heart. There were a dozen or so tentacles of that black heart of blood running down the throats of a dozen or so men and women who were about to be turned into jerky. The very same ones whose plates were empty at noon communion time. You actually raised a black blood heart in the basement. Qin Lang's pupils stared. Black blood heart? No. It's my baby. Tang Ao could finally put his pants back on. And at this time there was a gorgeous crescent scepter in his hand. He said with a pious face, if it hadn't given me power, I would have died long ago. You'd better show some respect. Hiss. Qin Lang swung his sword and was about to slash when there was a sudden stabbing pain in his brain. A mysterious force invaded his mind, and almost at the same time, the spiritual chi in his body boiled crazily like boiled water, actively resisting the attack of this mysterious force. Soon this mysterious force was crushed under the repeated flushing of the aura, and Qin Lang returned to normal, his thinking following clear. It's... Tang Ao looked at Qin Lang incredulously. Even his own spiritual attack could block it? What kind of freak was this? I see. Qin Lang exhaled a heavy cloudy breath. This is the Fey Black Blood Heart. It can compel people's hearts. Tang Ao laughed dryly. No, you're wrong. Compelling people is my ability. Its ability is transformation. Tang Ao, this side of the words just fell. Black Blood Heart. That soft shell slowly discharged more than a dozen cards. There are white, green. There are also blue. Chapter 45, Flying Sword Forever Burning. What the? Qin Lang stared wide-eyed. As a heart-picking farmer, he had never seen such a Fey Black Heart that could produce cards while still alive. Tang Ao was very satisfied with the shocked expressions of Qin Lang and Su Yun. Smilingly said, several of you are very good in strength. Especially you. I like you very much. Do you want to cooperate with me? As long as you feed it survivors, it will be able to produce a steady stream of cards. You guys don't think that it will only transform these low-level cards. Through this period of time, I found that the younger the person being transformed is, the higher the chances of a high-level card coming out, especially like that kind of newborn babies as well as children under the age of 10. By the way, there was a 6 or 7-year-old girl yesterday and she managed to convert a gold card. I have a very bold idea. We can join forces to make the shelter bigger and stronger. Let the women of the shelter get pregnant. Then when they give birth to their children, bring them to be transformed. Although this process is a bit lengthy, it will allow us to steadily increase our strength. How about it? Is my idea good? The more Tang Ao spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes sparkling, and he didn't notice that when he said that the little girl had been transformed, Su Yun's eyes almost spewed out fire, his body trembling, obviously trying his best to control his emotions. I have to say, that's an intriguing offer, Qin Lang said indifferently, but sorry, I'm very much a bottom-line person. Bottom line? Tang Ao laughed. Don't be ridiculous. This is the end times. All we have to do is survive by any means necessary. What morals, laws, ethics? Those are just rules made by the strong to bind the weak. As the saying goes, the strong make the rules, the weak abide by them. And we, my friends, we are the kings of the last days, and the rules will be written by us. While Tang Ao was saying these words, that scepter was still secretly releasing spiritual attacks for compulsion. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Lang had opened the 8 veins before this, and had become a proper chi refiner, there was probably a real possibility that he would be compelled. No wonder you're so strong. You must have strengthened a lot of legendary talents. Qin Lang was in no hurry to make a move. The 3 consecutive supreme sacred slashes had caused him to consume a great deal of physical strength, and he had to recover for a little while. It's not as much as you think. There are only 9 legends. The rest are gold cards. As you know, it's hard for adults to live in this post-apocalyptic world, let alone children. 9 legend cards. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly, although he didn't know whether what Tang Ao said was true or false, but just from the means he had displayed so far, it was not too far from the truth. Attacking and defending, not to mention the diversity of attacking means. Difficult to get. By the way, what did you two do before the end of the world? Tang Ao actually nagged. I was the janitor in charge of this pedestrian street. I have a wife and 4 children in the countryside. In order to provide for my family, I work all year round in Haichang. Last year I went back to my hometown and found out that my wife had gotten involved with a village cadre. I was angry and beat that village cadre. The result was that he brought people to retaliate. Broke my 7 or 8 ribs. Lying in the hospital for a big year before I could barely get out of bed to walk. And then what happened later? You surely can't imagine. Tang Ao touched out a pack of cigarettes, smoked himself, swallowed clouds between the fog, slowly said, later I sampled from 3 daughters and a son. Did a DNA paternity test. The results, you guess what? Surprisingly, none of them are mine. Ha 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 ha. That shameless dead, if she's still alive, I'll definitely capture her. She likes to give birth to wild seeds so much, then I'll let her give birth to enough. To old age, to death. Pop. Tossed the half-empty cigarette down and crushed it out heavily. Tang Ao stood up with a maniacal expression and said, how's the consideration? To be an enemy, or a friend? We're better off as enemies. I really hate hypocrites like you. Tang Ao snorted. What kind of bull ***** bottom line do you still talk about in the end times? You've been a lackey for so long that you can't stand up. You're wrong. The bottom line doesn't matter to me. I just don't like the idea of having a middleman making a difference. Wouldn't it be more beautiful if I got you killed and had sole possession of this black blood heart? Qin Lang waved his black knife. There was one more thing he didn't say. No one would be stupid enough to be partners with a deranged madman. Tisk, Tang Ao sighed. Then we'll see if you have the skills. Tang Ao waved his scepter toward the front, and a beam of light as thick as his arm came in. Qin Lang flew towards one side and swept away, and the original standing position was blasted out into a large crater, killing vines. Su Yun had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he summoned a dozen vines, wrapping them around Tang Ao in 3 layers. Ha 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 ha, useless. Tang Ao inside the vines laughed maniacally as he shook the vines off, his golden robes hunting without wind. You guys have no idea what a terrifying existence I am with 9 legendary cards. Without waiting for Tang Ao to finish his sentence, Qin Lang struck out 2 supreme sacred slashes in a row. The light dissipated. Although Tang Ao was still standing intact, Qin Lang clearly felt that his aura had weakened considerably. That's right. No card makes a person truly invincible. There are just higher and lower defense thresholds. Ungrateful clowns. Tang Ao sneered as he swung his scepter. This time he no longer stayed his hand. A beam that was enough to penetrate through steel plates and blow over trucks exploded in this small space like no money. Careful. Qin Lang was fine and was able to utilize his agility to dodge these beam attacks. Su Yun was much worse and was unfortunately hit during his dodge. He fell in a pool of blood. One of his legs was penetrated and blood was pouring out. How are you? Qin Lang twisted his head to look. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Su Yun growled lowly, a deep sense of frustration coming over him. And in fact, not Su Yun weak, but this Tang Ao was really too strong. What is the concept of 9 legendary cards? Qin Lang, the rebirth of this open-ended, did not get so many, and then there is the druid, way before not learning the transformation. The defense ability is average, cannot be beaten is normal. Phew. Tang Ao wiped the beads of sweat running down his forehead and said in disgust, how annoying. This doesn't even die. I didn't want to use this weapon, but looking at this current situation, it doesn't seem like I can swing you without it. Qin Lang took out a colored card from his spatial finger ring and tore it open, and in the next second, a long sword that continuously burned appeared in his palm, flying sword forever burning. Legendary weapon. Tang Ao raised an eyebrow. Luxurious enough, but can it break my defense? Immortal and indestructible. Oh, yeah? Qin Lang laughed. His fingers hooked and pointed towards the front. The flying sword eternal combustion trailing a long fire tail penetrated Tang Ao's body in the next second. Tang Ao looked down at his rapidly healing body incredulously. What? The power is actually this great? It's just getting started. Qin Lang hooked his fingers and continuously maneuvered the flying sword eternal flame to chop at Tang Ao, who was surrounded by a ball of fire in a matter of moments. Chapter 46, Tide of Corpses. Just as Qin Lang judged, no one could achieve true immortality. Under the repeated cuts of the flying sword eternal flame, Tang Ao was just like a humanoid target, and was hacked and stabbed with 1,000 holes in no time, while the legendary level, Holy Light Robe, finally collapsed and resolved when it lasted until the 16th sword, and turned into golden fragments all over the ground. No way. Tang Ao's body started to bleed, and he finally started to get scared, because he found that the young man in front of him seemed to have inexhaustible stamina, while his own side had no means of defense left, and all of his life-saving talents had been used up. Stop. Let's talk. Don't kill me. Tang Ao in the firelight let out a scream. The only thing that responded to Tang Ao was the flying sword eternal flame, which was attacking more and more swiftly under Qin Lang's control. When Qin Lang exhausted the last drop of spiritual chi in the spiritual pool, Tang Ao's body was burnt all over, emitting a charred smell as he lay motionless on the ground. Phew. Qin Lang heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This Tang Ao had a single means of attack, but it was really hard to kill when the defense was pulled full, if it wasn't for the fact that he had opened the 8 chakras, learned the sword art, and spirit pool, which maximized combat flexibility and endurance, and that the flying sword forever burning was the exclusive weapon of the chi refiner pathway, which created a positive chain lock between them. It would have been hard to say who would die in this battle, so tired. Qin Lang shook a few times and sat down on the ground as his legs went limp. Looking at Su Yun again, his leg had stopped bleeding, but he couldn't stand up for a while. Squeak! Odd voices suddenly rang out from the charred corpses. Qin Lang's pupils stared, and he saw Tang Ao climb back up. Immortal! Put! Just as Qin Lang was alarmed, the Fey blood heart behind Tang Ao suddenly extended a tentacle through Tang Ao's body. Tang Ao looked unbelievably at the writhing tentacles, spitting blood out of his mouth. No! Tang Ao's obese body dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into a pile of white bones, while the Fey Bloodheart released a terrifyingly extreme breath after getting Tang Ao's life energy. Bad. Qin Lang secretly said that it was not good. This was a precursor for the Fey Blackheart to ascend. It must not be allowed to succeed in its ascension, or else we will all die. Qin Lang summoned all his strength to stand up and limp towards the Fey Blackheart. The Fey Blackheart that felt the danger coming was like a human heart, thumping and beating. Put! The moment the flying sword eternal flame cut through the surface layer of the black heart, the Fey Black Heart emitted a sharp and ear-piercing pop, shocking Qin Lang into staggering backward and nearly falling, and blood flowed from his eardrums. Regardless, Qin Lang cut through the surface layer with force, and what met his eyes was a fist-sized egg-like shape of Fey Black Heart core, exactly the same as the one he had picked in Songjia village before, except that the one in front of him contained energy that was several times stronger than the one in Songjia village. Qin Lang swung his sword and slashed. Just then, a strange change occurred. A slimy claw suddenly reached out from a writhing mass of flesh and blood, firmly grabbing Qin Lang's arm and preventing him from harming the Black Heart core. Looking at the claw, a flash of past life memory suddenly flashed through Qin Lang's mind. In his previous life, there had been a monster named Monarch, which possessed an IQ that was on par with humans and extremely terrifying combat power. And human powerhouses that had been strengthened with 5 or 6 legendary cards were just as fragile as papier-mâché in front of it. And it was a creature that was frightening to behold. I see, Qin Lang muttered. You're a monarch fledgling. You use Tang Ao to help yourself hunt. And when your body matures, you'll kill Tang Ao and use him as your sustenance. No wonder I never heard anything about Tang Ao in my previous life. A strong man like Tang Ao is silent, which is unreasonable in itself. You're still a bit short of becoming fully formed, aren't you? Goo 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 goo. The creatures in the flesh and blood stirred as Qin Lang was right. It's not fully formed yet. Just a little bit. Don't stop me if you're not fully formed. Qin Lang's hand rose and fell with his sword to cut off the strange hand, and then chopped off the Black Heart core with a sword. Zip! The Fey Black Heart that had lost its Black Heart core withered rapidly, turning into a puddle of blood in an instant. Qin Lang put the Black Heart core into his spatial ring and pulled Su Yun up from the ground. We have to get out of here quickly. The corpse tide is coming. Seeing the two return to the ground, Lin Wanner shed tears of excitement. Why did you go for so long? I was worried to death. I'm not back here. Ding Yuan, how are you doing? Can you walk? Not so good, but walking should be fine. Ding Yuan suffered very serious internal injuries and only managed to stand up with strong support. So Qin Lang assisted Su Yun, Lin Wan assisted Ding Yuan, and the 4 of them headed out. Countless pairs of eyes stared straight at them in the snow and wind. Tang Ao, is Tang Ao dead? Someone asked bravely. Well, you guys are free. Qin Lang nodded. Great, Tang Ao is dead. He's finally dead. We're free, haha. We don't have to take any more bull ***** communion, haha. People cried and laughed with joy. Qin Lang said in a loud voice. Now is not the time to celebrate. The corpse tide is coming soon. Hurry up and gather your firearms and prepare for defense. What necrotic tide? People looked at each other. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook as if 1,000 armies were coming this way. What's that noise? The monster is coming. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Qin Lang couldn't care less about them and said to Lin Wanner, go to the high ground for defense. Go up to the bell tower. The church is flanked by a bell tower building with 6 floors and is also the tallest building on the walkway. The 4 came to the top of the bell tower and looked around. Even for someone like Qin Lang, who had been through 100 battles, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. All around were blood corpses, blood dogs, and the army of corpse tide was interspersed with many night devils and a small number of 100 feet. Giving off a feeling. It seems like all the monsters in Hai Chang are heading this way. How to fight. Su Yun shivered, his person numb. Qin Lang took out his firearms and bullet cards and handed them to the 3. Fight as you should. The more times like this, the more you can't wimp out. Qin Lang had already thought of a way to retreat. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use the safe hut to hide. With the defensive ability of the safe hut, it wouldn't be much of a problem to withstand the tide of corpses for a while. After all, it was a building that could withstand a nuclear bomb attack. Once the safe hut is destroyed, he still has the mobile fortress. It's spectacular. Ding Yuan stared blankly at the black wave of corpses. Wow! Boom! The defense line set up around the pedestrian street was a sham. Destroyed in an instant as the wave of corpses poured in. Chapter 47, a collaboration between the inside and the outside. The scene before us is more apocalyptic than the end times. The blood corpses, blood dogs, and night devils summoned by the Fey Blackheart were all in a berserk state, like locusts crossing the border. Wherever they passed by there was not an inch of grass left. The surrounding defensive buildings were instantly pushed sideways, and most of the survivors could not react in time to be drowned in a wave of corpses. With no corpses left, there were those who reacted slowly. Naturally there were those who reacted quickly. At this moment, dozens of men and women followed Qin Lang's 4 people stumbling to the clock tower. Their expressions were highly unified. All of them had a look of horror and despair, and they didn't react until Qin Lang slammed the rifle with bullets to them. Hit me hard if you don't want to die. Holding a rifle in each hand, Qin Lang took the lead in launching an attack towards the bottom, with bullets pouring down like rain. In this environment there is no need to think about hits at all. It's just that a blind man won't be able to shoot an empty gun. When the rest of them saw how brave Qin Lang was, they joined the battle and swept the corpses. Dozens of people fired at the same time, forming a firepower network whose power could not be underestimated. And in a matter of moments, hundreds of blood corpses and blood dogs were killed. Boom! Boom! Several night devils leapt onto the bell tower and raised their voices to the sky, and between the swings of their arms, several men and women were knocked off the bell tower, and were split up on the spot, without even a chance to scream. Don't get distracted. Hit the bottom, I'll take care of the top, Qin Lang shouted, and with a wave of his arm, the flying sword Eternal Flame whistled out with a snorting air-breaking sound, easily severing the bodies of those night demons, before circling around in midair and erecting itself at Qin Lang's feet. So strong! A glimmer of hope flared in the hearts of the desperate. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. At this time, a large dark cloud moved over at an extremely fast speed. Qin Lang looked up and couldn't help but thump in his heart. It was a flying unit consisting of several hundred winged devils. Among them, there were a dozen or so that were the upgraded version of the Silver Wings, which Qin Lang hadn't even encountered before this. The swarm of winged demons came over the crowd, pausing briefly before swooping down. Boom! In the next second, a large swath of dazzling light flashed by, and dozens of winged demons were annihilated in the light, their corpses and bones gone. Sweat slid down his cheeks, and Qin Lang's mouth grinned. The power of the Supreme Sacred Slash naturally needed no introduction. Currently it was his only group attack skill. The disadvantage was the huge consumption of physical strength. 2 hard battles in a row had indeed made him a little bit out of gas and couldn't support him anymore. The recovery of both aura and stamina is too slow. It looks like you can't save cards even if you want to. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Brother Shao Qin, I'll find a way to help you clear a path out. You take Ding Yuan and break out. Su Yun faced determined. He can see. Continue to defend. The end result is only all dead here. Only break out to have a chance of survival. I'm not leaving, Ding Yuan screamed. If you're going with me. Don't be stubborn. This isn't the time to get carried away. Su Yun changed magazines while saying, my biggest regret is not accepting you earlier. Yuan, you must not blame me. This is not the time to talk about this. Ding Yuan bit her lips tightly. I told you, we'll live together and die together. Qin Lang, wait, are we all going to die? Lin Wanner's face was pale. I'm so unwilling. Qin Lang threw away the jammed rifle and replaced it with a new one, sweeping the corpses without a word. The safe hut is arguably his last card, and he really doesn't want to waste it here. But it's not going to work if he doesn't use it. Bobby. Just as Qin Lang reached into his spatial ring to touch the card, the sound of a horn suddenly came from behind him, and when he turned his head to look, it was actually a military truck that couldn't be more familiar. There were quite a few people standing on the military truck, and at the head was none other than old Li Jingqi. He swung his bloodstained gun to sweep down patches of blood corpses, and behind him stood a dozen or so gunmen darting and sweeping the blood corpses that surrounded him. Old Li. Qin Lang turned on the intercom. Asterisk. Boss, did you stab a monster nest? Why are there so many monsters? If we work together, can you guys rush out? It's hard to say, but we can try. You guys don't drive in. Be careful of getting stuck in and not being able to pull out. Qin Lang visually measured the distance between the two sides. If he charged hard, the possibility of breaking out was not small. Where's Brother Su? Where's Sister Ding Yuan? Someone grabbed the walkie-talkie. We're still alive, and we're all under the command of Brother Shao Qin. All follow me closely to break out. Qin Lang touched out more than 20 grenades from his spatial finger ring and smashed them into the corpses in a brain, accompanied by the sound of violent explosions. Qin Lang pulled Lin Wanner and leaped into the corpses, followed by Su Yun and Ding Yuan. These two people were not lightly injured, but after all, they were the ones who had strengthened the color cards. Their physical qualities were much stronger than ordinary people. Murderous vines. Su Yun clenched his fist fiercely, and a dozen vines appeared at the back, fending off the blood corpses that surrounded the survivors. It's all this time and he's still trying to rescue the others. Clack, 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 click, click, click. 200 feet appeared in front of it. Qin Lang's face was expressionless as he directly drew out his physical strength to slash out the last shot of the Supreme Sacred Chop, and after seriously injuring the 200 feet, the flying sword Eternal Flame shot out, cutting out a bloody path hard. Don't panic, boss. I'm coming. Oldly let out a gust of strange screams, headlong into the corpses, living a human bulldozer. He rushed left and right in the strange group. No one under the gun. In a moment came to the front of a few people. Quickly go! Quickly go! I'll break the back. Don't be too much of a wave. And hurry over to join us. Qin Lang reminded the crowd and greeted them to follow. And not waiting for Qin Lang's 10 or so people to return to the truck, a mild green light flashed from their bodies. Hu Chuanli was sweating profusely as she cast remote healing for the crowd, and the rest of them were doing their best to cover for them. Get in the car. Qin Lang greeted the crowd and got into the car, shouting at Old Li, "Old Li, come back, coming." Old Li came panting over and jumped into the car. Qin Lang hung himself on the main driver's footrest and slapped the door hard. Go! Boom! The 30-passenger military truck, carrying 67 people, fled the pedestrian shelter in a panic. Temporary shelter. Old Li led Wu Fa Wu Tian and a few of Su Yun's men to distribute various supplies to the survivors, mainly down jackets for warmth and food. They were wearing thick down jackets and eating hot instant noodles, and they were all moved to tears. Eat slowly, we have nothing else here, but enough food and drink. Old Li pinched his waist and asked, "Where's the boss?" "I don't know. The boss hasn't come out of the caravan with his sister-in-law since he came back." Wu Fa spread his hands and said. Old Li scratched his face, and behind him Hu Chuanli whispered, "Boss wants you to go to the RV." Oh, Lali twisted his head and left. On the way out, he also did not forget to slap heavily on Hu Chuanli's buttocks. Hu Chuanli's cheeks flushed, ranting, "Hate, aha, aha ha ha." Old Li was full of smugness. "Boss, I'm coming." Old Li pushed the door and got into the car, and saw that in addition to Qin Lang, Lin Wan'er, and Su Yun and Ding Yuan, who had already received treatment and their bodies were basically healed, were also in the caravan. Chapter 48 Dark Gold. Team Glory. What is it? Old Li grinned broadly and headed for his chair. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Alright, the people are all here. Now I have something to discuss with you," said Qin Lang as he took out a card from his spatial ring. This card immediately attracted the attention of the crowd as soon as it appeared. As we all know, there are currently only 6 colors of cards: white, green, blue, silver, gold, and colored. However, the one that Qin Lang took out was a black card. To be exact, it was a dark gold card, and the back of the card had a circle of diamond pattern on the back of the card, which was obviously much more expensive than the colored card. "This is?" Su Yun gulped. "The black blood heart burst out?" Qin Lang nodded. "Well, this is a dark gold card. The card is called Team Glory." Dark gold card. Team Glory? What does it mean? It sounds weird, not like an ability card. Old Li rubbed his big, bare head. This dark gold is indeed not an ability card. To be precise, the ability it grants us is not quite the same as what everyone understands. After a pause, Qin Lang explained. After using it, you can create a squad of up to 6 members, which is divided into a captain, a vice-captain, and 4 players, and after the card is upgraded, more team positions can be unlocked. Of course, we can't do it with our current strength. Dark gold cards are too rare. What's the point of this team honor? This is a matter of great concern to the congregation. Qin Lang patiently explained. First of all, the 6 people who have joined the team can engage in short and medium distance mind communication, which is also known as transmitting sound into the secret or encrypted call in novels. The content of the communication can only be heard by the team members, and no one else can eavesdrop no matter what method they use. It's quite a practical ability. Su Yun nodded. Secondly, the captain can choose to turn on or off team damage. In other words, people in the team don't have to worry about injuring each other in battle using wide-range attack skills. Finally, you can get a private storage space with 10 cubic meters for team members, 15 cubic meters for co-captains, and 30 cubic meters for captains, equivalent to 6 space rings. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't sit still and rubbed their hands together in excitement. Other than that, just this private storage space is quite heavenly. In the future, fights directly from the space to take equipment is not too convenient. 10 cubic feet really isn't small. Old Li exclaimed strangely. I'm just worried that the bloodline gun has no place to rest. Boss, with this good thing, why are you still holding meetings? Just let us use it directly. Qin Lang shook his head. What I just said are the advantages of this card. Next I'll say the disadvantages. The captain has the highest authority of the team, such as kicking someone out of the team, checking on the team member's physical enhancement, checking on the use of the team member's storage space, and even calling up the team member's storage space items, and so on. Let me make a statement first. I will definitely be the captain of this team, and it's impossible for me to give it up to someone else. I called you all here because I want you to consider for yourselves that once you join the squad, it's the same as having no clothes on and displaying your body naked to me, with no privacy to speak of. Of course, by this privacy I mean only the body strengthening aspect, not really looking at your bodies. I'm not that perverted. Old Lee lit a cigarette and smoked. Hey, what did I think it was? Getting so serious. What talents and skills I learn are all chosen for me by you. They don't affect me in the slightest. Qin Lang laughed out loud. You think I'm saying these words to you? Don't flatter yourself. Su Yun laughed. Brother Xiaoqin is saying this to Yuan and I. Ask yourself, if it wasn't for today's incident, I would have considered it carefully and even rejected it, but through fighting side by side today, I believe in Brother Xiaoqin's character. If you're not the captain of a team, who will be? This kind of noble quality is rare, not to mention in the post-apocalyptic world, but also in the peaceful era. Ahem, there's no need to brag so much. Qin Lang was a bit weak and coughed dryly. What about you, Sister Ding Yuan? I don't have a problem with it. I totally agree. If it wasn't for you, Brother Su Yun and I might not have survived. Ding Yuan nodded vigorously. In that case, the card is open. Qin Lang tore open the dark gold card, and 6 tadpole-shaped pills the size of thumbcaps immediately appeared on the table. 1 white and 5 black. White is the captain. Black is the crew. Qin Lang picked up the white tadpole and threw it into his mouth. Lin Wanner didn't even think about it and picked up the black tadpole and swallowed it. And the remaining 3 saw this and also took the tadpole medicine. Both can hear me, right? Qin Lang clearly didn't open his mouth, but his voice clearly reached everyone's mind. Asterisk. Bulbach Plath. Do we count this as a godly friendship? Old Lee was full of oddities. Qin Lang, currently the farthest communication distance can be up to 10 kilometers in diameter, which is a lot more convenient than using a phone or something. Su Yun, more than convenient. It's simply convenient against all odds. Qin Lang, you can also engage in one-to-one and one-to-many communication. But there is one thing I have to remind you. Mind communication consumes mental energy, so it's better to use normal communication when it's not necessary. Several people nodded in agreement. Boss, oh, I forgot. Old Lee patted his big bald head and switched to normal mode of communication. There's one left. Boss, who are you going to use it for? The position that is vacant. Keep it for the time being. I will use it for someone more suitable. As for the position of vice captain, for the time being I don't intend to appoint one. The vacant seat, of course, was reserved for Nini. As for the co-captains, there is no need for a second-in-command to exist on a one-word team. A few people were fine with that. Qin Lang spread his hands. Other than that, there's nothing else. So all of you grab some rest, and in 4 hours, when it gets dark, we'll go back to Walking Street. The crowd had excited expressions on their faces. A tide of corpses means vast resources. It must be brushed violently. By the time Old Lee and the 3 of them got out of the car, only Qin Lang and Lin Wanner were left in the car. Lin Wanner pursed her lips. Her pretty face flushed red as she said, I feel like I'm dragging my feet. The vast majority of those talents of mine are aids, and can't help you guys much at all. Who said that? It's because you don't have that. Qin Lang fished out the scepter of holy light from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Wanner. This is after finishing off Tang Ao. Qin Lang casually picked up. Did not look directly thrown into the space ring. Just now he checked. Charm, ability is still quite strong. This, legend level scepter. Is it really for me to use? Lin Wanner's eyes were incomparably joyful. Well, I'll get a few more cards that enhance mental power for you to strengthen when I get the chance. And from now on, you'll be positioned as our team's field control. Yes. Lin Wanner held the scepter lovingly. She suddenly thought of something and ran to Qin Lang's side and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, woman. You're playing with fire. Qin Lang half-joked. Lin Wanner snorted. Just play with fire. Oh, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth rose slightly as he walked over with a bad smile. Chapter 49 Exterminating the Corpse Wave. I don't realize that it's coming to evening. The moon was dark and windy, and the goosefeather snow showed no sign of stopping. After a full 4 hours of rest and an ample supply of food, Su Yun, Ding Yuan and the others had recovered to their peak physical condition. As the door opened with a creak, Qin Lang walked in, flanked by Lin Wanner who was holding his arm. Boss, Old Lee, Lin Mo and the others hurriedly stood up to greet them. Boss, Su Yun and Ding Yuan followed suit, and although they were still a bit tongue-tied, they had real respect for Qin Lang. Sit down and talk. Qin Lang waved his hand. He had only rested for 2 hours, but his essence was quite full, as the tension and primitive human instincts that had been silted up deep inside had been maximized, and his overall state was 3 times stronger than at his peak. Wan Air, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Ding Yuan realized that Lin Wanner was walking with a slight limp. Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed, and she busily said, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Chuanli, come on, help Wanner heal. Old Lee yelled, and Hu Chuanli raised her hand for a remote healing. Ding Yuan chided. Boss, you need to know how to be compassionate. Don't be so fierce at first. Qin Lang, Sister Ding Yuan. Lin Wanner was too shy to even raise her head. Stop poking fun at us and get down to business. Xin Lang sat down on his butt. We'll depart in 10 minutes and head to the walking street shelter to kill the corpse tide. Are any of you willing to go with us? The first half of the sentence was a notice. The second half was an inquiry about the lucky 24 or so who had escaped from the walking street shelter. The only 24 or so left in a shelter of several hundred people. They looked at each other. And they all wore scared expressions. It's human nature. It wasn't that long ago that they had escaped from a desperate situation. And then they were told to go back. Anyone else would have had to think about it. Fortunately, they were not stupid and knew how perverse the overall strength of Qin Lang's team was. Everyone was like Superman, flying swords and summoning vines, so even if they followed their asses to pick up the slack, they would be able to eat their fill. I'm up for it. I'd like to go too. When someone stepped forward to make a statement, someone else chimed in, and soon these 20 or so people unanimously agreed to join tonight's hunting party. Qin Lang asked Oldly to talk to them about the rules and distributed the guns and ammunition one by one. 10 minutes later, this team of 67 people killed their way back to the walking street shelter with vigor. What Qin Lang was worried about didn't happen. Through the military binoculars he clearly saw densely packed monsters wandering aimlessly in the snow. Come to think of it, other than their group, what other shelter's hunting team in Sea City would dare to think about the corpse tide? Qin Lang, Oldly, go and lure them over here. Lao Li, OJBK. Oldly got on his Ghostfire motorcycle and rushed toward the corpses with a strange shriek, his horn honking loudly. This outrageous scene almost didn't scare the group of survivors who joined afterward, and those who didn't know thought he had lost his mind. A few minutes later, Old Li managed to pull in hundreds of monsters, wailing strangely and charging back. What are you thinking? Fight! Dozens of rifles firing at the same time. The power was quite amazing. Those blood corpses and blood dogs fell down in pieces. Even the night demon with extremely powerful defense could not withstand such horrific firepower, and hated on the spot. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were constantly winged demons being killed by headshots. The one who struck out was Qin Lang, whose night vision plus forest wolf plus marksman had a strange effect when used against air units. The two sides exchanged fire for a few minutes, and the sound of gunfire attracted more and more monsters to join them, as several hundred-footers stampeded through the sea of corpses and bones towards the crowd at a surprisingly fast speed. Charming light. Lin Wanna raised her scepter high and pointed it out from afar. One of the centipedes froze slightly, then pounced on the companion beside him, and the Caliceri, which were sharper than scythes, ran right through him. This is the ability of the legendary weapon, Scepter of Charming Light, consuming mental energy to briefly manipulate creatures with a certain level of intelligence, and is ineffective against unintelligent creatures. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Old Su, Ding Yuan, Old Li, you guys can make your move. Just take it easy and don't let the monsters get too close and hurt anyone. Su Yun, copy. Ding Yuan, understood. Old Li, ow ow ow. Let's see who kills more. Charge. Receiving Qin Lang's authorization, the three of them rushed out in unison, literally chopping and slicing. What blood corpses and blood dogs were just like paper in front of them. Even the night demon didn't want to come and touch the porcelain, and was penetrated by a single shot. Are they people, or are they monsters? People looked dumbfounded. Previously, in the bell tower, Qin Lang's few people were either injured or physically exhausted, so they had little chance to show their strength. Now, the three of them, who were completely at their peak, had easily exterminated several hundred monsters with a single strike. What creeped them out the most was that they had long since learned that the leader of this team was Qin Lang, the young man standing on the roof of the car. From the beginning to the end, he had only shot the winged demons in the sky without making a move. Even his subordinates were so terrifying. So how strong should his true strength be? They can't imagine. I took out 154 of them. Old Li, covered in blood, let loose a wild laugh. Old Li, this is too much water for you. My killing vines are a group attack technique, and I've only managed to take out over 100 of them. Su Yun didn't believe it. Ding One, boss, you're looking at it clearly. Which one of them has killed more? Qin Lang, Lali killed 134, Ding Yuan 77, and Lao Su 141. I have a record on my side. Old Li performed a smile disappearing trick on the spot. Su Yun hilariously laughed. TSK, the smile hasn't disappeared. It's just been switched to us. Ha 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 ha. Qin Lang, Old Li took out 6 night devils. You took out 2. Li Zioximo. The crowd spent the next few hours in this state of total relaxation. It wasn't until dawn that this 67 heirs versus corpse wave battle drew to a close, and they managed to kill their way back to the walking street shelter that had been nearly leveled by the monsters, and where the only intact building might have been the sin-filled church. Qin Lang, Old Li, Old Su, you arrange for people to search the loot. Try not to miss anything. If you find anyone hiding, kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. Lao Li and Su Yun, understood. Come on. Go back inside and warm up. Qin Lang held Lin Wanner's small hand and returned to the RV, which soon began to vibrate violently. Once the door to a new world is opened, it can never be closed again. It was already noon when Qin Lang appeared in front of the crowd again. Dozens of people gathered in the church to escape the cold, and the meal was fondue. 6 people at table hot pot. Set a whole 11 tables. The table not only has a variety of meat rolls, green vegetables, and a variety of alcohol, beer, white wine, foreign wine, red wine, can be said to have everything. Treating meritorious officials, Qin Lang never skimped on these basic supplies. Qin Lang and Su Yun's team, needless to say, were a bit tired of eating hot pot every day, but the 20-odd people who joined afterward howled as they ate. This was the first hot pot they had eaten since the end of the world came. Chapter 50 Peaceful Life Under the End Times. Eat well, why are you crying? Look at your worthless looks. Follow the boss and do a good job. You'll be able to eat hot pot roasted meat all the time. Old Lee had already finished eating, pinching his waist as he wandered through the crowd. But I have to say this in advance. Whoever dares to do things that are not good for you, such as secretly hiding the cards and not surrendering them, then don't blame me for not being polite to you. After saying that, Lolly gripped the hair of one of the men who was wolfing down his food and ripped him hard from the dining table. The man was confused. Me? What happened to me? Old Lee opened his hand wide. Hand it over yourself, or let me search it? The man hesitated for a moment, trembling, took off his shoes, and took out a few silver cards hidden in his shoes, and he plopped down on his knees and begged. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. I'm sorry I received it, but you, there's no later. Old Lee's right arm vibrated, and the bloodline gun went straight through the man's head. There was silence. Old Lee had the 2 brothers, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, drag the body out and retrieve the blood-stained gun, saying, I hope that this is the last time that I will ever use a weapon against one of my own people. Inside the RV, Qin Lang lowered the curtains. It's hard for Old Lee, letting him be this blackface. A pair of warm and slippery arms wrapped up. Lin Wan'er smiled and said, no rules, who let him hide the cards? Qin Lang shrugged, his body pressing down solidly. A lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. In the next half of the day, no one dared to hide the cards anymore, and it was not until the evening that the battlefield was cleaned up, and all the cards were handed over to Qin Lang, a total of 7,000 to 8,000 cards. The omission is definitely there, but there is really no way. The snow fell too much. In the -10-degree environment to dig out the body to take the card, this workload is not ordinary people can bear. Although Qin Lang is not kind, but also cannot do the degree of people as cattle and horses make. Qin Lang, I've already distributed cards suitable for you to your private storage space. Use them before it's too late. As the captain, he had the power to open everyone's private storage space, and naturally, he also had the power to put things in it. Lowly, ********, thanks. Boss. So much, is it serious? Su Yun, so many cards, thank you, boss. Ding Yuan, thanks, boss. Lin Wan'er, mwahaha. After finishing giving the cards to a few of the team's main characters, Qin Lang personally went to find Lin Mo and the others, and customized a new set of upgrade cards for all of them, making sure that each card was reasonable and could have a positive chain lock effect. Boss, I have a question that I've been holding in my heart for a long time, and I wonder if you can help me out. Qin Lang suddenly received a request for spiritual communication from Su Yun. Speaking, we can raise our combat power through cards. Does this mean that we can use as many reinforcement cards as we have and become superhuman after reinforcing ourselves with 1,000 or 800 of them? This question was so crucial that Qin Lang pulled the rest of the people into the mind exchange. Not so. As far as I know, everyone's physique and potential are different, and there is a certain limit to the number of cards that can be used. And now that it's the early days of the end times, we can't afford to pick and choose. We can only use whatever we have. Later on, we must target the use of cards to avoid wasting card slots. Of course, this is not something we need to worry about at the moment. Lowly, boss is so knowledgeable. Kudos. Su Yun, if you're going to put it that way, I get it. It smacks of playing a game to construct a BD. Qin Lang, what is BD? Su Yun, build, or BD for short. I used to work that time. I like to play the game in my spare time. There are all kinds of BDs for different professions in it, such as Paladin BD, Thunder Mage BD, Barbarian BD, etc. To create a powerful character with limited skills and talent bits. Qin Lang, almost the same thing, just so happens that everyone is here. I'll talk about your professions and team positioning. Lao Li is a throwing barbarian, or throwing barbarian for short. Team positioning is front row and burst output. Lao Su is a druid. Team positioning is field control and group attack. Lin Wan'er is a Halo Priest. Team positioning is field control. Damage increase. Support and recovery. Ding Yuan is a lizardman. Team positioning. Honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. Ding Yuan? Boss, are you polite? Qin Lang, I'm also being honest. Look, your attack ability is no match for Old Li. Field control and group attack is equal to 0. And although your defense ability is there, it's not very high, so it's really hard to judge. Ding Yuan, after I lizard eyes, my purely physical defense is definitely higher than Old Li's, and I'll definitely have no problem being a front rower. Qin Lang, I don't think Lao Su would agree to you charging forward. Of course, having to go in the direction of the front row is fine with me. You two can have a chat, and after that, I'll give you a whole new set of BDs. After ending this spiritual exchange meeting, Qin Lang wrapped his arms around Lin Wanner and went to sleep back to sleep. This was definitely not free-spiritedness, but the monsters in the vicinity had all been killed off, and if they were hard to kill monsters, I'm afraid that they would have to go to the vicinity of the giant arm, and the level of danger there was definitely higher than that of the Fey Blackheart, and Qin Lang didn't intend to go there and risk his life. Warm single room. Ding Yuan leaned her head on Su Yun's shoulder. I don't want to be a drag on the team. The post-apocalyptic environment is only going to get worse and worse. The more you protect me, the more likely I am to run into danger. I hope that you can respect my own choice. Su Yun nodded. Okay, I promise you that I will never interfere with your personal choices in the future. Ding Yuan's face was scarlet as she rolled over and pressed Su Yun underneath her. Okay, it's a deal. Are you rested? Su Yun coughed dryly. I have an idea, but I'm afraid you'll call me a pervert if I say it. What do you say? Lizards, lizardmen. I haven't tried it yet. Hashtag UN%*%at. That night, Qin Lang clearly saw that on the second floor of the shelter, there was a lizardman physically fighting with a human under the orange light, and in the end, the human made vines to tie up the lizardman. In response, Qin Lang commented with only 6 words, playing really ing fancy. The days without monsters were both relaxing and restful. The only thing people needed to do every day was to eat and drink, and then it was time to fatten up in the warmth of the shelter. And in just a few days, everyone in this team of 66 had gained anywhere from 3 to 5 pounds of weight, and everyone ate with a full face. At noon that day, the temperature dropped again, reaching a terrifying -33 degrees, and as far as the eye could see, the city was almost drowning in snow. A dozen snow chariots were speeding through the snow, everyone on them armed to the teeth. It seems that Haicheng has been all but wiped out as well. We've been driving for so long, not to mention people, we haven't even seen a trace of a monster. The man wearing goggles sighed and looked at the woman beside him who only showed her eyes. Sister, where should we go next? Should we go and up the giant arm? We're not lacking in resources at the moment. There's no need to take the risk of going to Star City. The woman shook her head. Chapter 51, Chunjianghe. Time rushed by, and 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, the snow that had been falling for almost a month finally stopped. It's finally stopped. If it keeps raining like this, we'll have to build a snow house as a shelter. Old Li stepped out of the shelter and stretched wide against the sun. People are coming out of the shelters one by one to feel the sunshine that has been missing for a long time. Boss, sister-in-law. Hello boss. Hello sister-in-law. Upon seeing Qin Lang and Lin Wanner step out of the caravan, the crowd saluted and greeted them. It's a beautiful day. I was just about to take you guys out for an activity and the snow stopped, so that's nice. Old Li looked curious. Activity? Where to? Qin Lang raised his hand and pointed to the northwest, the giant arm that towered over the clouds. Does that thing say anything? There's the monster lair. What? A monster lair? Then, wouldn't that be dangerous? At these words, the people who had just gotten used to a life of ease showed expressions of fear. Qin Lang smiled and said, there is no need to be so nervous. We are only hunting in the neighborhood. We don't enter the interior of the giant arm. Theoretically speaking, we can't encounter any danger. Besides, always shrinking in the shelter. You guys are carefree. Have you ever considered my feelings? How many resources must be consumed by people eating and chewing horses every day? The landlord's family has no spare food. Boss Qin is right. Raising an army for 1,000 days is a good idea. We can't always be assholes. Boss, when do we leave? A man with a glaring gaze extruded from the crowd, giving off a very shrewd and capable feeling. We're leaving in an hour, trying to get there by early evening, so all go pack. Qin Lang clapped his hands, and the crowd immediately got busy. All kinds of daily necessities, such as sleeping bags, electric heaters, pots and pans and so on piled up a full truck. It was good that Qin Lang had quite a few carrier cards in his hand, otherwise all these lines would have been wasted. An hour later, the convoy was ready and headed towards the giant arm with great vigor. Evening. A high building buried by the snow a large part of the interior. An obese man huddled in which, in addition to the whistling wind. And then there is the hissing of the monsters, like sharp nails across the glass of the sound of people listening to the distraction. Dog thing, there's no end to it, is there? If it wasn't for the fact that Fatty had previously ate a large spider to death and had consumed too much physical strength, just with you, Fatty would be able to slap you to death with a single slap. Fatty lowered his voice and muttered. His mouth was hard, but his body was trembling. Buzz! Just as a huge black shadow was about to probe into the interior of the tall building, a horn suddenly sounded in the distance. Click, 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 click. The dark figure heard the sound and turned decisively to crawl after it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fat Master, I really am the chosen one. This can all live. No, which little cutie in the end? Honking your horn near the nest. You're tired of your own life, aren't you? Fatty carefully poked his head out and mumbled and whispered for a while before wiping his fingers on his eyes. And soon the full view of the caravan in the darkness came into view. It was a convoy of 8 vehicles, military trucks, RVs, and the rest were clear snow chariots. TSK, letting go of a good life. You have to make a fool of yourself. Don't worry, Fat Master, I will make good use of your inheritance. Fatty hemmed and hawed, following the monster's footprints as he trotted over in the direction of the caravan. In the passenger seat of the military truck, Wu Fa suddenly frowned and said, Brother Su, there's a situation. Something seems to be coming over in front. Su Yun, boss, there's a situation. Qin Lang, stop the car. All hands prepare for battle. The convoy lined up, and the people got out of their cars and brought up their weapons. Qin Lang also came out of the RV with Lin Wanner. He quickly walked to the military truck and took out the military binoculars, only to see that a huge monster was rushing towards them 1,000 meters away. That monster looked like the centipede that they had initially encountered in Songjia village, only that the one in Songjia village had been spliced together by Black-Blooded Heart's use of his abilities, while the one in front of them was the original Nest Guardian, more than 20 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was definitely a daunting behemoth. The discovery of winged demons meant that it was very close to the high-ranking Bloodhearts, while the discovery of Lair Guardians meant that they had officially entered the Lair's sphere of influence. Old Leet Sked. What a big centipede. This thing doesn't look like it's too good to kill. Qin Lang said. We can't let it over. Otherwise our car will suffer. Old Lee and Old Sue, you two go with me, the rest of you stay in place on guard. Yes. Qin Lang nodded at the duo and each mounted a Ghostfire with snow tires to meet that Lair Guardian head-on. The two sides soon encountered each other, and without saying a word, Old Lee raised his hand and fired a shot. Only a plop. The bloodline gun directly penetrated the Lair Guardian's body, blasting out a fist-sized bloody hole. The Lair Guardian hissed in pain and went berserk, banging its head against the ground. But a few of the men were prepared for this and used Ghostfire's maneuverability to run far away. Killing vines. Lao Su circled around to one side and activated his skill. A dozen vines appeared out of thin air and firmly bound the body of the Lair Guardian. While it was unable to move, Qin Lang leaped up and his flying sword eternal combustion explosion sent out a cloud of blinding light, directly shattering the head of the Lair Guardian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty, who had taken in the scene in front of him in its entirety, was startled on the spot and rubbed his eyelids incredulously. Really? That's a Lair Guardian. An existence that can easily bulldoze a heavily armed 100-person shelter is being seconded? Even if the facts are in front of his eyes, Chen Jianghe can't believe it. He pinched his thigh hard, and then turned his head and ran. Unfortunately, he ran late. Qin Lang had discovered Chen Jianghe's presence when he finished off the Nest Guardian, and the Ghostfire motorcycle quickly caught up with him. Big brother, spare my life. I just heard the sound and came over to take a look. I'm not hostile to you. Chen Jianghe is very barefaced, and does not want to lose face in the slightest. Kneeling down and raising his arms high, Qin Lang looked this fat man up and down and already had a judgment in his heart. He who dares to eat himself into a ball in the post-apocalyptic world of lack of clothing and food can never be a wimp. There must be something too much, and he must be treated with care. What's your name and why are you here? Qin Lang asked. My name is Chen Jianghe. My house is right here and has never moved. Chen Jianghe replied honestly. At this time Old Li and Su Yun also came over. Old Li yo-yoed. This little fatty is quite festive looking. Round. I'm not fat. I'm just big-boned. Chen Jianghe retorted, and immediately changed to a pitiful look. Big brother, I have no grievances with you guys. You guys wouldn't kill someone to get rid of them, right? I really don't have anything on me. Lying to you is a dog. Get up. I wasn't going to do anything to you in the first place. We're new to the neighborhood and wanted to know what it was like. Chapter 52 Uninvited Guests. That's good. That's good. Chen Jianghe stood up and casually dusted off the snow on his body. You guys really aren't quite the same as those caravans that came before. Very powerful. Qin Lang just laughed at Chen Jianghe's horse's ass. There were many convoys that came before this? It was when it first snowed that there were caravans going around the area every day. Lately they've been few and far between, except for the occasional hunting party from the Iron Army side that patrols to the south. The rest of the time there are no vehicles passing through. Taijun? Well, the Iron Army shelter. Their oldest is named One Taijun. So you get the idea. Chen Jianghe was very cooperative and knew everything, and from him Qin Lang got a lot of useful information. For example, which shelters existed in the vicinity of the giant arm lair, which shelter was the strongest, and their style of doing things, etc., were quite detailed. You said you're not from the three major shelters, so you're a lone wolf? Lone wolf? This little brother, you are too good at joking. Now is the end of the world. Unless the novel Long Aotion kind of open pervert. Lone wolf is simply impossible to live. I live with a dozen brothers and sisters in the neighborhood. It's not that the supplies are looking at the bottom, so I have no choice but to come out and hunt. Chen Jianhe looked at the distant caravan and said tentatively, "Where are you guys going? If it's convenient, can you give me a ride? The place where I live is a bit far away from here, and it may take several hours to walk back. If you really can't, lend me a ghost fire." "Hey, little fatty, you are quite thick-skinned. Are we familiar with you? Opening your mouth is a ghost fire." Old Li rolled his eyes straight. Qin Lang, however, laughed. "Alright, more friends, more roads, ghost fire for you, and by the way, some more supply cards," he said, turning out some white and green cards and stuffing them into Chen Jianghe's hands. This outrageous scene didn't just leave Chen Jianghe confused. Even Old Li and Su Yun, who were familiar with his character, were also in a state of confusion. Qin Lang has always been the kind of person who doesn't see a rabbit. Why is he so generous today? Then, I'm flattered. A big favor. If I have the chance to see you again, I will definitely return it to you. Anyway, just be careful of the Iron Army shelter. Those guys are completely inhuman. Bye. Chen Jianghe quickly disappeared at the end of his vision on his Ghostfire motorcycle. Qin Lang stroked his chin, and when he saw the odd faces of Old Li and Su Yun, he smiled and said, "What? I can't do one good deed a day? You're the boss. You call the shots." Old Li gave a dry laugh, but he didn't dwell on such a small issue. Qin Lang glanced back at Chen Jianghe, who had long disappeared, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The reason why he gifted a car and then a card was because he thought of a top powerhouse named Chen Jianghe in his previous life, who, despite the small number of members in the shelter, no one dared to mess with, and the Legion of the Law God, under his command was invincible, and in the late post-apocalyptic period where the strongest people were like clouds, he was still at the very top of the heap. Whether this fatty would be that Chen Jianghe, Qin Lang was not sure for the time being, but that did not prevent him from releasing his goodwill. If not, a mere carrier and a few dozen low-level cards would be a drop in the bucket for him, and if it was then he would have made a fortune. A pot of porridge when you are down and out is worth far more than 10,000 taels of gold when you are up and running. Fall back 5 kilometers and find a place to camp and rest. Qin Lang waved his big hand. Deep inside a certain building, which looked snow-covered from the outside, there was actually something inside. An underground shelter made of ice and snow under the thick snow. "Brothers and sisters, I'm back." Chen Jianghe drilled into the igloo beautifully and distributed the cards he got from hunting to a dozen of his companions. "Jianghe, why did you go for so long this time? We were worried to death, especially Tsuehua. She asked us more than 80 times in an hour. Our ears are getting calluses." The crowd burst into laughter. Speaking is an old man, 60 or 70 years old. Long-term malnutrition led to his body is very thin. Used to be the neighborhood watchman. Tsuehua rolled her eyes very nicely and grunted. "Can you stop talking nonsense, Moncler? It's not that exaggerated. I've only asked 6 times before and after." Chen Jianghe laughed. "How much water is in our Lu's words? Who doesn't know? You have to squeeze the water clean to listen." Another burst of laughter came. Tsuehua worriedly said, "Brother Jianghe, are you alright? Are you hurt?" "Don't worry, not a single hair is missing, but today was quite a thrill. If it wasn't for the newer convoys that are more martial in nature, I really could have cooled off out there." At that moment, Chen Jianghe told his partners about the encounter with Qin Lang's group. "What do you think of the strength of this team?" A man wearing glasses asked. "There's one thing to be said for that. It's pretty fierce. I saw the Great Centipede being easily taken out by them with my own eyes. I judged their strength to be at least captain level of the Iron Army Asylum." After a pause, Chen Jianghe tore open a packet of dry noodles and stuffed it into his mouth to chew, saying vaguely, "I just don't know. Who is stronger between them and the Iron Army shelter? I hope that they break out into a conflict and then the caravan side will win. I've really had enough of days like this one of hiding in the east." Boom! As he was talking, there was a sudden loud bang from above his head, and ice and snow rustled down. Chen Jianghe was shocked and his entire body jumped up. "What's the situation?" Crunch! A heavy footstep rang out from the passageway and 3 men in warlord robes appeared in the doorway. The man in the lead took off his warlord hat and patted the snow on it, smirking. Chen Jianghe, I can't believe that you guys are hiding here. If it wasn't for the tire tracks on the snow, I really wouldn't have known that you've been hiding under the shelter's nose all this time. The most dangerous place is the safest chant? Zhang Bao, what the hell do you want? Chen Jianghe opened his arms to protect his partner behind him. I'll give you 2 ways, either go back with us or I'll kill all of you here. Zhang Bao smiled, giving off a very eerie feeling. We've never had any trouble with the asylum. We just want to stay alive. You can live just as well back at the shelter, and certainly more than you are living now. Zhang Bao elegantly tugged on his white gloves. The 2 shelters, Rose and Blade, are allied. We need manpower to fight against them. And it just so happens that you're an unrivaled combat-oriented talent. You don't even know how sad Bossy was when you fled the shelter with people. Chen Jianghe lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before sighing. Alright, I'll just listen to you guys. But you have to make sure that they are not victimized. I can't guarantee this. You also know the current culture of the shelter. Everyone is living a very depressing life and needs an outlet. Zhang Bao said with a smiling face. Of course, don't worry. Suihua is your woman. We definitely won't touch her. As for the others, Zhang Bao's lustful gaze swept over a few women in the crowd, frightening them into trembling. They had escaped from the Iron Army shelter and knew what inhumane torture women would encounter in the Iron Army shelter. So how could they not be afraid? Chapter 53, The Actor. Even if I die, I won't go back to be a star slave for you guys. You guys are just a bunch of... A softly built woman in the crowd let out a hiss. Ha! Zhang Bao smiled contemptuously. This matter you can't say anything. Chen Jianghe, have you considered it clearly? I'm already getting impatient. 2 similarly attired adjutants behind Zhang Bao. The one on the left pressed the single-framed mirror hanging on his ear and smiled. Boss, Chen Jianghe's combat strength is 447, which is quite a bit of a boost. Zhang Bao nodded. I remember when you first defected. Your combat power was only over 300. How long has it been since then? You've actually increased your combat power by 150. Not to be underestimated. Chen Jianghe gritted his teeth and said, What the hell are you trying to say? I meant to say, Zhang Bao tugged his white gloves out of habit. My combat power is 870. Chen Jianghe's face changed. In the next second Zhang Bao had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his neck. I'll kill you as easy as killing a chicken. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to come with me or not? Enough. Stop. Suihua was in tears. We'll just go back with you. We just hope you don't lay a hand on them. They're all still just children. Zhang Bao's face was full of grimace. That depends on Chen Jianghe's performance in the next battle. If he performs brilliantly, the boss naturally won't move them. But if he lets off steam and doesn't work seriously, ha 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 ha, I'll give you 5 minutes. Zhang Bao pushed Chen Jianghe out of the way and turned around to walk out of the underground shelter with his 2 adjutants. The snow has long stopped, but the temperature outside is still cold. The wind blowing on the body is like a knife. But compared to this bone-chilling wind, the hearts of the people are even colder, because they do not know what awaits them. Just as the group was about to get into the car and head to the shelter, one of the lieutenants gave a soft eep, only to see a man on a Ghostfire motorcycle appear in the snow. And the 2 sides were not far apart, and soon the man came to heel. It's him. Chen Jianghe wiped his eyelids. He was a little confused. Isn't this the little brother who was separated not long ago? Why would he come here? Hey, fatty. I can't believe we're meeting again so soon. Qin Lang smiled and greeted him. The corner of Zhang Bao's mouth lifted. Raw face? Which shelter are you from? Neither. Coming from downtown. Qin Lang rolled out of the car. So there are still living people downtown. Lefty. At Zhang Bao's gesture, the adjutant nicknamed Little Left understood and pressed the battle power detector. Soon, that originally cold face turned wonderful after seeing the numbers. What's wrong? Zhang Bao wondered. The detector seems to be broken. The number given is a bit outrageous. Adjutant Xiaozhua knocked hard on the detector shell, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was answering Zhang Bao's question. How is it possible for someone to have a combat power of 5,500, which is nearly 3 times stronger than the boss? Zhang Bao froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. That's definitely bad. 5,500 battle power. What international joke? Boss battle power 2,000 is already a superhuman level existence. 5,500 wouldn't it be destroying the heavens and destroying the earth? Ha 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 ha. Qin Lang said playfully. It's freezing cold. Where are you guys planning to go? Little fatty. Why do you have a bitter face? Are you being held hostage? If you're being held hostage, just blink. Chen Jianghe's fat face was red. I don't know whether it was freezing or anxious. Yelling, little brother, there's nothing for you here. Don't mind your own business. Let's go. Zhang Bao raised his big hand. It's the right time for the shelter to use people. Since I met you, let me try your accomplishments and see if you are qualified to join our shelter. Zhang Bao got off the car in a dashing manner, tugged his white gloves, took off his military cap and handed it to the adjutant at the side. Dare to come out late at night to sneak around by yourself. Your combat power should not be low. I will make 3 moves. If you can block them, I will take you back to the shelter to serve the boss. But what if I can't stop it? Oops, that's embarrassing. The shelter doesn't keep trash. Well, no. You kid is quite handsome. Can't part with pussy soldiers, even get rubber dolls. Probably won't mind you. A hint of viciousness flashed under Qin Lang's eyes and he spread his hands out. I can only say that I'll do my best. I'm coming then. Zhang Bao's figure fluttered, and he threw a punch at Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps as he gently bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. A poof! What power! Zhang Bao raised his eyebrows. Not bad, not bad. Able to block my first punch. Next is the second punch. Buzz! Fire suddenly appeared on Zhang Bao's fist and he struck out with another punch. Poor Qin Lang flew out a dozen meters like a kite with broken strings, and even hedged out a deep gully in the snow after falling to the ground. Qin Lang stood up with great difficulty and spat out blood once again. Too strong. Cough. Zhang Bao frowned slightly. Catch my third punch. Slow. Qin Lang begged for mercy. This official, the power of your fist is too great. I really can't take it anymore. I'll die if I keep hitting you. Do me a favor and don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Bao looked up to the sky and laughed. Not bad. Those who know what's good for them are good people. My third punch. Ordinary people can't really withstand it. What's your name? Qin Lang. Qin Lang wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and spoke back without coming up for air, giving the impression that he was going to GA at any moment. Well, get in the car. Yes, officer. Qin Lang limped into the car. Chen Jianghe had a crying expression on his face. Little brother, do you know what place we're going to? You didn't come earlier or later. Why did you come over at this time? Qin Lang hemmed and hawed. It's not just the Iron Army shelter. Qin Lang put an arm around Chen Jianghe's shoulder. Little fatty, if there is a fight later, protect the people around you, but don't let them get affected. Fight? Chen Jianghe was stunned and said in alarm. Don't you mess around. The Iron Army shelter is the strongest shelter in this area. Wang Taijun and the chief captain both have over 1,000 combat power, and Wang Taijun himself has 2,000 combat power. You even received Zhang Bao's 2 punches with such difficulty. You're going to die, don't take us with you. Is 2,000 battle power strong? Qin Lang looked at him askance, waved his fingers, and said mysteriously, is there a possibility? I'd say it's possible. The battle power detector isn't broken? Ha! That's funny. You mean you really have 5,500 battle power? How can that be? Chen Jianghe's words came to an abrupt end in the middle of his sentence as he thought of the large centipede that Qin Lang and his 2 partners had easily finished off not long ago. As if seeing a bright light in the darkness, he perked up. Could it be that you really have 5,500 battle power? Remember, protect your people and leave the rest to me. Just tell me which ones are important. Okay, definitely. Chen Jianghe nodded his head repeatedly, his sweaty hairs standing straight up in excitement. Chapter 54, Those who obey me live. Those who oppose me die. By the way, little brother, how did you get here? It took Chen Jianghe a while before he could suppress this excitement and open his mouth to inquire. Qin Lang laughed. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Chen Jianghe revealed a bitter smile. It's just a coincidence. Aha! Qin Lang really didn't lie. The reason why he appeared near Chen Jianghe's shelter was not wrong to say that it was a coincidence, and it was also correct to say that it was intentional. After separating from Chen Jianghe, Qin Lang let the crowd camp in place to rest, while he drove his ghost flame to patrol the neighborhood. After all, after entering the sphere of influence of the giant arm lair, it was always right to be careful. But somehow, during his rounds he was suddenly a bit curious about where Chen Jianghe was going, so he followed the tire tracks on the snow all the way here, and coincidentally met Zhang Bao, who was going to bring the crowd back to the shelter. Since the 2 shelters were not far apart, it took less than 20 minutes of driving for the crowd to arrive at the Iron Army shelter. What came into view was an incipient city fortress, with hundreds of giant ice cubes hanging from the entrance of the huge fortress, and it was only when the vehicle drove past that Qin Lang recognized what was in that ice cube overhead. That was hundreds of female naked corpses. They had been abused in life to such an extent that their lower bodies were unsightly, and when they died they were hung in the doorway and frozen into ice. Ooh-hoo! Mom! A woman in the carriage whimpered and cried, recognizing one of the ice sculptures as her mother. The gang! Chen Jianghe's eyes were on fire as he lowered his voice and cursed. Here we are! Get off! Someone was outside slapping hard on the wagon. When the people got off one after another, Zhang Bao smiled and said, "You two come with me to meet the boss. And the rest of you, take them to the basement first. Don't be afraid." Chen Jianghe nodded his head vigorously and held back his tears as he bid farewell to the crowd. "Please, kill me. I can't take it anymore." The group moved forward, passing a wooden house from which came the unmistakable, miserable screams of a woman. Zhang Bao was unimpressed and said, "This is a gun room. A place for low-level soldiers to vent. We have better options. Don't worry, as long as you do a good job. You'll have resources if you want them, and women if you want them. We even have stars here. You guys know Chu Wei, right?" While Chen Jianghe looked a bit bewildered, Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Chu Wei, a first-rate actress. In terms of curiosity, it was several floors above Lin Wan Air, and could be considered a household name. "She's just a dog for our boss now." Zhang Bao thought of the one night with Chu Wei not long ago and said with a face full of intoxication, "The end of the world is really great. The hierarchy is broken. As long as the strength is strong enough, what kind of women you want to play with can be done." With regards to this statement, Qin Lang really couldn't find a reason to refute it. Team Zhang is back. A group of loaded soldiers greeted each other, and after seeing Chen Jianghe, disdainful expressions spread across their faces. "Damn fatso, you still have the face to come back. I always thought you were dead out there. Traitor, dead trash, pretend to be decent." In the face of accusations, Chen Jianghe chose to remain silent and accelerated his pace to follow Tension Bao. "Zhang Bao, you're back." A raspy voice came from inside the closed door. Zhang Bao hurriedly stood up straight and respectfully said, "Yes, boss. I'm back. I found the former Captain Chen Jianghe while I was on patrol, and I brought him and his men back. On top of that, I also brought back a pretty capable little brother." "Oh good. Come in and talk." Squeak! The doors opened and a warm breeze emanated from the room. This 300 square meter hall is bright as day and warm as spring. Nearly 100 men ate and drank in this hall, and there was a man making peace in the gloom of a corner, who, by the sight of his half-undressed clothes, was evidently a man of captain's rank. A stocky man sat in a large chair in the middle of the room, wearing a suit of metal armor, while at his feet, two young women with chains around their necks knelt prostrate and were used as footrests by him. One of them was precisely Chu Wei, an actress with an annual income of over $100 million in the era of peace, and the other one was a little older and had a pretty face. Qin Lang looked familiar but couldn't recall who she was, so he thought that she must be some kind of a star or an entrepreneur. In the post-apocalyptic world where there is no rule of law, women themselves are a resource, especially beautiful women, in short supply. "River, our river, long time no see." Wang Taijun sat up straight, full of sarcasm. "It seems that you live quite nourishing outside. Not only not thin, but also fat." Chen Jianghe didn't say anything, just silently lowered his head. "I think Zhang Bao has already told you what happened, so I won't be long-winded. I'm short of manpower right now, so as long as you sincerely serve me, the previous matters will not be blamed. I, Wang Taijun, have never been someone who holds grudges. I understand. Thank you boss for not forgetting about it." Chen Jianghe nodded. Wang Taijun looked at Qin Lang. "What is this little brother's name?" "His name is Qin Lang, and his strength is not bad." Zhang Bao took Adjutant Xiao's battle power detector and handed it to Wang Taijun. "Boss, this battle power detector is frozen, and it even shows that his battle power is 500. Do you think it's outrageous?" Wang Taijun laughed it off. "It's freezing cold. It's normal that the detector will break. Here's a new pair for you." Zhang Bao took the new detector card, tore it open and hung it on his ear. "I'm guessing your battle power is at least 400 as well." Drip, drip, drip. After a few seconds, a number appeared on the battle force detector, 5,500. What's going on?" Zhang Bao, who saw the numbers, was incredulous. "Impossible. This is a new detector. How come the result is still 5,500? Wang Taijun frowned. "Nonsense. How could anyone possess such a high level of battle power? But that's clearly what the numbers on it show." Zhang Bao was a bit puzzled. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Pop! There was a captain in the corner who was ravaging the woman. He sniffed and silently put on his detector. After the detection, he stopped his waist movement and frowned. "It can't be all broken. My detector is also 5,500. Wang Taijun frowned. "Impossible. Could it be that you?" Qin Lang spread a smile. In the next second, a burning longsword appeared in his originally empty palm, and the longsword transformed into a flame that directly penetrated Wang Taijun's body. Wang Taijun stared wide-eyed and tried to say something, but unfortunately it was too late, and in just a few seconds he was plunged into eternal darkness. The lively hall was deathly silent, and everyone was staring at Qin Lang in death. "Old boss?" Zhang Bao rubbed his eyelids and screamed. You killed boss." Qin Lang stood with his arms folded, and the flying swords circled around his body like eternally burning living creatures. At this time, he had a solemn expression, which still had half the appearance of a fledgling. Those who obey me will live. Those who go against me will die. Qin Lang spoke indifferently. Chapter 55, The New Lord. The hall, which was filled with 100 people, was so dead silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qin Lang, and the emotions contained in those gazes were quite complex, ranging from fear and anger to astonishment and expectation. Gulp. Fatty Chen Zhenghe, who was closest to Qin Lang, swallowed hard. He had envisioned countless possibilities of both sides tearing their faces apart, and the scene at hand completely exceeded his imagination. Wang Taijun, this individual merchant boss who had pulled together a powerful team from the beginning of the end times, who had been singing triumphantly all the way, who had killed gods when he met them, who had chopped off ghosts when he saw them, the powerful and incomparable asylum boss, had simply died under Qin Lang's sword, and he didn't even have the chance to scream. What's going to happen next? Chen Zhenghe felt his scalp itching a bit, as if he was about to grow a brain. Qin Lang slowly came to Wang Tiejuan's corpse, and with a wipe of his left hand, he stowed the corpse into space before sitting on the throne that symbolized power. The two human dogs sat up on their knees after being frozen for a while, both with fawning smiles on their faces, but unfortunately the two artificial tails behind them wouldn't move. Who is the chief captain? Qin Lang inquired about Chen Zhenghe. Fatty was stunned and raised his hand to point at the man who didn't even have time to put on his pants. He's the chief captain. Roar! This man thought that Qin Lang was going to take a shot at him, so he was scared, and after roaring furiously, a large area of gray hair grew on his body, and his muscles and forms swelled up, and in just a dozen or so seconds, he even turned into a seat wolf that was 2 meters tall. Just when everyone thought that this chief captain was going to be powerful and take revenge for Wang Taijun, the chief captain who had transformed into a seat wolf turned around and ran towards the door. Just kidding. What was he? The chief captain who only had 1500 battle power at the end of his days, going to fight against a monster with 5500 battle power? Revenge? Avenge what the hell? Of course it's important to save your life. Did I tell you to run? Qin Lang unhurriedly took out the forest wolf, aimed at the seat wolf's robust hind legs, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Seat wolf's right leg was blown off. He let out a wail and fell to the doorway. Under the severe pain, he quickly regained his human form, holding his broken leg and howling miserably. Who's the third in command? Qin Lang ignored the chief captain's renewed inquiry. Chen Zhenghe pointed at Zhang Bao. The shelter doesn't have a third in command. The rest are captain level. Zhang Bao was covered with sweat, trembling with fear, and his voice trembled. Didn't he do anything? It's all Taijun. Taijun, he instructed us to do this. I am willing to serve you. Please don't kill me. After saying this, Zhang Bao poofed and knelt down, kowtowing like garlic. What is dignity before life? What's more, he has no such thing as dignity. Qin Lang nodded his head. Not bad. Those who recognize the time are wise. Since you are willing to defect to me, of course I won't kill you. Not only will I not kill you, I will also give you heavenly benefits later. Get up. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao was overjoyed and kowtowed a few more times with a thump, obediently standing aside. Seeing this, the other 5 captain levels all hurriedly stepped forward before kneeling down to show their loyalty to Qin Lang. As far as defiance goes, it doesn't exist. The highest among them was only 600 or 700 battle power, not even 1 over 1,000. So how would they dare to pass their claws towards Qin Lang? Just like that, Qin Lang took less than 10 minutes only to easily and comfortably set up the shelter. In the end, he had underestimated himself and overestimated the Iron Army shelter. Even if he didn't show weakness and sneak into the interior, he could still easily kill his way through the shelter in a head-on fight, but it would only be slightly more troublesome. Dog, do you want to live, or do you want to die? Qin Lang looked at the chief captain who was covered in cold sweat, and the chief captain screamed in terror. Boss, I want to live. Please give me another chance. No way. Anyone can live here, only not him. Chen Zhenghe was anxious. Qin Lang was curious. Why? Chen Zhenghe said excitedly. He has been working for the tiger. Although he was instructed by Wang Taijun, the bad things he has done are no less than Wang Taijun. This kind of person must be killed. The chief captain trembled and dared not squeak. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said, by your logic, all the captains would have to be killed, and even this shelter would have no reason to exist. Chen Zhenghe froze. Isn't it? This is the end of the world. You have to accept the setting of the weak and the strong. What's more? Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Don't interrupt when I'm talking. Are you trying to be my master? Chen Zhenghe's face changed and his heart shivered. Yeah, who was he to influence Qin Lang's decision? Who was he? He was only a captain-level little Karamika at the end of the day. Take it. Qin Lang tossed a silver card to the chief captain, who was filled with surprise. Highly effective healing medicine. Thank you boss for not killing me. The chief captain was busy taking the highly effective healing pill, and soon, his broken leg began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Bao, boss, I'm in. Zhang Bao hurriedly saluted, his face full of smiles. You and Shen Zhanghe go and bring over the people in the basement in the gun room. Yes, boss, but, boss, say, don't swallow. Those women in the gun room have basically lost the ability to take care of themselves. I'm afraid that bringing them here will stain your eyes, Zhang Bao carefully said. Is it because you're afraid of defiling my eyes? Or are you afraid that I'll back out in a fit of anger and slaughter all of you? Qin Lang laughed coldly. I won't pursue what you guys have done before, and I'll never back out on my golden words. Zhang Bao wiped his sweat. Boss is generous. Then I'll get on with it. Zhang Bao went out to lead the people with 2 adjutants, Chen Zhanghe, and some ordinary warriors from the shelter. Qin Lang looked at the group of captains below. Tell me, what abilities do you all have? Boss, my ability is Seat Wolf Transformation. Even though it's a gold card talent, I've leveled up and it's not a problem for me to single-handedly fight a few night demons, the chief captain hurriedly said. Well, as of today, your code name is Seat Wolf. The chief captain, or Seat Wolf, nodded his head busily. Yes boss, Seat Wolf is at your disposal. My ability is Surgery and Healing Aura, and I'm the one who heals all the injuries of everyone in the asylum. Then your nickname will be Doc. My powers are. The captains told Qin Lang about their abilities, and Qin Lang gave them different nicknames based on their abilities, namely Seated Wolf, Doctor, Blade Runner, Eagle Eye, Warlord, Torturer, and Chariot. I have to say, the team build is pretty reasonable, with front row, meat shield, healing, support, and long range. All 7 captains are highly skilled. No wonder Wang Taijun could live so nourishingly until now. Boss, the men have been brought here. Everyone is here. Zhang Bao walked into the hall with a group of people that numbered over 200. Suewa's group didn't know what the hell was going on here, and held Chen Zhanghe's arm in a death grip. Qin Lang's gaze fell on the dozens of women who had their arms and legs chopped off and were cloaked as cannon room slaves. Chapter 56, Negotiations. Even for someone like Qin Lang, whose heart was as hard as iron, he couldn't help but let out a dark sigh in his heart when he saw the miserable state of these women. If it wasn't for the fact that he was preparing to challenge the giant arm lair next and needed a lot of cannon fodder, he really had the urge to raise this shelter to the ground. People are creatures that have an upper limit to how good they can be, but there is no lower limit to how bad they can be. None of these bastards will live. For now, let's get rid of them. From today onwards, I am in charge of the shelter. I don't know what rules Wang Taijun set for you guys before, but in my place, I won't allow any bullying of the weak to happen. If you want a woman, you have to ask for the other party's consent. If you dare to be tough, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, boss. The group of captains had put their heads down. They understood the new officer. Fatty, in. Chen Zhanghe hurriedly stepped out. Later, you'll lead the men to tear down the gun room and use it as a restroom for the time being. Here are some supply cards. Take them and give them to them first. As for them, Qin Lang pinched his brow. He did have gold cards that could make these miserably toyed with women grow new limbs, but there was no way he could use them on this group of women. The payoff was not proportional to the reward. Boss, leave them to me. I'll help them. Chen Zhanghe sighed. Suit yourself, and take these 2 with you. Qin Lang handed the dog chain to Chen Zhanghe. The personality of the actress and the woman with the nice temperament had been destroyed long ago, and it was difficult to return to normal. Arrange everything in the shelter. Qin Lang was guided by Seat Wolf to Wang Taijun's treasure trove. After opening the box, the depression was swept away. Wang Taijun had a lot of cards in his private stash. Even the colored cards had 3. The gold cards and the silver cards added up to more than 100. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't be polite or anything and collect them all into the storage space. It's much faster and easier than killing monsters and popping cards. The night was silent, and the morning of the next day was early. Qin Lang was telling Lin Wanner, Old Li and the others about his plan through mind communication when Zhang Bao hurriedly ran over. Boss, it's not good. The 2 shelters, Rose and Blade, have brought people over, and it looks like they want to attack us. There were a total of 3 shelters near the giant arm lair, in a 3-legged situation, with the most powerful being the Iron Army shelter, followed by Rose, and finally Blade. In order not to be bullied by the Iron Army shelter, Rose had formed an alliance with Blade, something Chen Zhanghe had told him about. Come out with me and see. Qin Lang stretched his back and led a group of captains out of the hall. 100 meters outside the door of the shelter, there stood nearly 200 people, each with a weapon in their hands, and their thick down coats couldn't hide the murderous aura on their bodies. Let Wang Taijun roll out. New grudges and old grudges will be settled together today. The stocky man let out a beastly roar that was deafening. Zhang Bao said, he is the chief captain of the Blade Asylum, nicknamed Giant, and has a battle power of 1390. Boss, I can easily clean up this kid. Seat Wolf was eager to show himself in front of Qinlang. Try not to make a move if you can negotiate. Qinlang waved his hand and told them to stay where they were, walking out of the camp alone. This boldness alone made everyone on both sides admire it. Who are you, stranger? What do you want? The giant asked. Wang Taijun was already killed by me last night. The body is here. Without any nonsense, Qinlang directly ripped out Wang Tiejuan's corpse from the storage space and threw it on the ground. When the crowd took a look, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Boss, it's really Wang Tiejuan's corpse. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes, the giant said to the man in the car. Lan Feng frowned. This young man is so capable. He can even take out Wang Taijun? Wang Taijun is a terrifying existence with 2000 battle power. How much battle power is he? Let's see. Hiss. The giant huffed backward. Boss, is the detector broken? It's impossible that he has 5500. What? 5500? Lan Feng couldn't sit still any longer and grabbed the walkie-talkie. Chen Shui. The result of the test on our side is 5500. What about your side? Same. We are just not his match even if we add together. No wonder he was able to kill Wang Taijun. A woman's voice came from the other side of the intercom, pleasant and cold. What now? Go back? Lan Feng looked shrewd, but in reality, he lacked mastery, and the two shelters were able to ally and withstand the multiple attacks from the Iron Army shelter. All thanks to Chen Shui maneuvering around from there. I'll talk to him and see what he has in mind. Hanging up the communication, Chen Shui got down from the snow chariot. Boss. A crowd of minions stepped aside to make a path for her. Chen Shui stood at a height of 1.7 m and wore a thick white down jacket. Even though her figure was wrapped in 3 layers of clothing, you could still tell that she had a good figure. Hello, I am the leader of the Rose Asylum. My name is Chen Shui. Dare I ask what is your name, sir? Chen Shui was very polite, facing a terrifying existence with 5500 battle power. She didn't dare to take the slightest offense. Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, we are very happy that you can kill Wang Taijun. We are very happy. We just don't know what your next plan is. Come on, sit down and have some tea and talk over it. Qin Lang touched out a few cards and tore them open, and tables and chairs and 3 round benches immediately appeared in the center of the venue. Qin Lang tore open a silver card tea leaf and tossed it into the tea bowl. Blade's boss, please come over and sit down as well. Blue Maple hesitated and got out of the car as well. Blue Maple, Blade Asylum leader, please. The 3 sat in the center. Qin Lang said while making tea, life is tough in the end times. Fighting with monsters is already difficult. There is no need to fight and kill internally. What I mean is that the 3 of us can form an alliance and develop together. Easy for you to say. Then who will pay for the sins Wang Taijun committed before? If you really want to ally with us, it's not impossible. You have to hand over all those captains first. Lan Feng snorted coldly. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Why? Chen Shui said. They're not worthy of death for the sake of the tiger. There's no reason for you to take their side. Qin Lang nodded. They do deserve to die. I can hand them over to you to deal with on your own. Really? Lan Feng was delighted. Don't be too happy yet. I have conditions. Qin Lang took a sip of tea, and his body immediately turned warm. After the 7 captains are handed over, you guys have to make up for the battle power lost by the shelter. In other words, each of your families has to send me 3 battle type talents with a battle power of 1,000 or more. Put. Lan Feng spat out a mouthful of hot tea. What? Chen Shui's face was grave as she said. Mr. Qin, are you playing us? Qin Lang slowly shook his head. The reason why I don't kill them and keep them is because they can fight monsters. Kindness, integrity, gentleness. Can these noble character be used to kill monsters? These character are worthless in the end times. 10 evil fighters and kind-hearted trash. I choose the former. I wonder what you two think. Chapter 57 Alliance Success. Mr. Qin, I understand what you're expressing, but I disagree. Those 7 asylum captains behind you, each of their hands are stained with blood. The evil deeds they have committed are too numerous to list. My friends, loved ones, and many innocents have died at their hands, and you want me to let them off the hook. It's never going to happen. Chen Shui shook her head vigorously. I have the same attitude as Chen Shui. If you are truly sincere in your alliance with us, you must hand over the 7 of them. Growling. The steaming tea was poured into the cup and Qin Lang drank it all in one go. He wiped his mouth and his gaze suddenly looked at the snowy ground not far away. There was apparently some huge creature writhing in the snow a few hundred meters away. The creature's entire body hidden in the snow. Stalking through it, Looks like a giant centipede. This damn monster is coming on the scent. Watch out everyone. Lan Feng and Chen Shui both noticed the difference as well and tensed up. Every time they encountered this centipede monster, their team would be dealt a heavy blow. And even quite a few hunting teams that went out to look for resources were unfortunately killed at the hands of this large centipede. There was no way around it. Giant centipede monsters were an absolute nightmare for these small shelters with insufficient combat power. Wait a moment, both of you. Qin Lang smiled and got up, walking straight towards the giant centipede that was getting closer and closer to him. Mr. Qin, what are you doing? You're sending yourself to death. Giant centipede. Never an existence that can be killed by one person. Come back. Lan Feng and Chen Shui were both startled. Yes, it was true that the giant centipede only had 3,000 battle power through the numbers given by the battle power detector. But with its sturdy shell and dozens of tons of weight there, it simply wasn't an existence that a human could single-handedly take on at the moment. They had been living in this area for almost a month now, and had encountered the giant centipede many times, and the best they could do was just to repel it. Trying to kill it was as hard as heaven. Boss, let me help you. Seat Wolf really wanted to progress too much, wanted to show himself in front of Qin Lang too much, but unfortunately, he wouldn't know that he and the other captains had long been sentenced to death in Qin Lang's heart. No need. Qin Lang waved his hand and the flying sword Eternal Flame flew out from the storage space. At that exact moment, the giant centipede burrowed out of the snow surface, its more than 10-meter-long body standing up and surveying the humans below from above. The Lair Guardian that possessed a certain level of intelligence was a bit curious as to why this human didn't run away. And driven by curiosity, it bent down, dozens of lantern-sized eyes staring straight at him. Chen Shui, should we save him? Lan Feng whispered. No, what does it have to do with us if he seeks his own death? Besides, it won't do us any harm if he dies. Without Wang Tiejuan's shelter, those captains alone won't be our opponents. We can take revenge and then. The corner of Chen Shui's mouth revealed a bad smile. Makes sense. Lan Feng nodded and laughed. Pretenders, they deserve it. At that moment, Qin Lang grabbed the flying sword Yongyan with one hand and said in a chilling voice, "You're disturbing my conversation with my friends." The three words chatting up had just been uttered when an eye-catching light erupted from the flying sword Eternal Flame, and by the time the crowd regained their eyesight, they only saw that the giant centipede's head had been blasted to pieces by something, and the tattered body was constantly burning. Qin Lang retrieved the flying sword Eternal Flame in a dashing manner and returned to his seat with a smile. Now no one is disturbing. Right, let's continue the topic we were just talking about. Where did we get to? The dead silence lasted a full half-minute. Chen Shui clenched her fists with a reddened face, and her body was so aroused that she actually lost it in public. Hooray! No one but herself knew this embarrassing secret. Ms. Chen, what's wrong with you? Qin Lang was filled with doubt. I am fine. Chen Shui forcibly suppressed her arousal and said with winks, Mr. Qin, your power is beyond my understanding. I won't be ungrateful enough to make conditions with you anymore. I hope that our three families can form an alliance to defend against the monsters of the end times. Me too, Lan Feng hurriedly said. Words could hardly describe the shock Qin Lang brought him. Qin Lang was stunned and smiled. Then let's wish our three families a happy alliance. Please have tea. 3 rounds of tea. I'm planning to hunt inside the giant arm in the near future, and I was wondering if either of you had any intention of doing so. Qin Lang suddenly made a proposal that the two families didn't even dare to think about. What? Go hunting inside the giant arm? Lan Feng exclaimed. You're not kidding, right? Do you know how many monsters there are? Just those big centipedes in the periphery have dozens and hundreds of them. Hunting, I think it's being the prey, right? Chen Shui, however, said. Lan Feng, listen to Brother Qin finish his sentence first. I believe that Brother Qin won't be aiming at nothing. I'm sure he has some well-thought-out plan. Qin Lang laughed. There is no such thing as a well-thought-out plan. After all, plans can't catch up with changes, and I'm not too sure about what exactly is going on over at the giant arm. My idea is very simple, which is to unite all the forces of our 3 shelters to attack the giant arm lair and destroy the giant arm by human sea tactics. In this way, we can seize a huge amount of resources, which is enough for a while even if the shelters have more people. Now that the monsters are getting stronger and stronger, it's not a good day for the shelter, is it? These last words spoke into the cracks of Chen Shui and Lan Feng's hearts. The shelter was more than bad. It was downright tough. People eating and chewing on horses consumed hundreds of resource cards every day. And the monsters outside were so powerful that hunting was extremely risky. And the 2 major shelters had recently begun to experience starvation, freezing, and sickness, making the situation very grim. If not, how would their 2 families have allied to risk attacking the Iron Army shelter? Revenge was just an excuse. Their real purpose was to obtain the resources of the Iron Army shelter to renew their own lives. The nature of mankind is man eating man, only that civilized societies and post-apocalyptic worlds eat man in different ways. How do you know that there are tons of resources in the giant arm lair? Could it be? Chen Shui thought of a possibility. The only one. Ran. Qin Lang touched out a cigarette and was about to light it, when a seat wolf behind him suddenly rushed over even as it ran. Then it used its furry paw to help him light the cigarette under Qin Lang's odd gaze, and ran back upside down, transforming back into its human form with a face full of pride. This seemed to see the remaining 6 captains heart a good burst of chagrin, or how to say that people are the chief captainate. Look at this awareness. Qin Lang, Blue Maple, Chen Shui, the once chief captain of the Iron Army shelter. A terrifying existence with over 1,000 battle power. Now it's like a pug. Chen Shui was greatly speechless. What is our success rate of successfully destroying the giant arm lair? Chen Shui asked after stabilizing her mind. 70% or so. Qin Lang made up his mind. He was not panicked in the slightest. If he really needed to encounter danger, he would just run away. As for the lives and deaths of the personnel of the 3 major shelters, what did it have to do with him? This matter is too important. Can you give us time to think about it? Chen Shui thought about it. Of course. By the way, the 2 of you came all the way here. I'm afraid it's not right to go back empty-handed. Do you want to ask your brothers to go into the shelter to have a hot pot before leaving? My treat. Qin Lang was very generous. Fondue? That must be eaten. As soon as Lan Feng heard that there was food, he immediately became excited. Chen Shui nodded back. Her butt was a bit cold and she needed to find a place to change her pants. Chapter 58, Positional Battles. Brother Qin, are you really entertaining us with this? Chen Shui rubbed her eyelids. She kind of didn't believe her eyes and felt like she was living in a dream. She thought that Qin Lang's words of eating hot pot were just polite words, but she never expected that Qin Lang would really take out more than 100 silver, blue and green food cards for hospitality. At this moment in front of her is a wide range of dishes and meat products. Not far from the roasted whole sheep and roasted suckling pig exudes aroma ruthlessly stimulate the taste buds of all people. Not a few drooling. As a matter of fact, since the end of the world, the vast majority of people had been starving. And how many of them had been able to enjoy this level of food? To put it mildly, canned goods and instant noodles count as big meals. Ms. Chin, you've misunderstood. This is for the brethren. The house is where I've prepared the feast for you. Inside please. Qin Lang extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner, signaling Chen Shui and the core members to enter the house first. Walking into the brightly lit hall, the tables, chairs and benches had long since been wiped clean, and the 7 captains lined up and bowed neatly. Welcome honored guests. Qin Lang took out a few gold cards and tore them open, and soon the table was filled with various steaming dishes. Gold card, seafood feast, full house, bear paw and tiger meat, precious flying birds. These foods are almost impossible to eat in times of peace, and each of them is enough to put you in jail. Brother Qin, you're so, really flatter us. Chen Shui was greatly touched, her eyes slightly moist. Don't have any psychological pressure. These cards are just a drop in the bucket for me. Don't just stand there. Come to the table and eat. Qin Lang raised his hand, signaling the crowd to take their seats. The 7 captains, led by Seat Wolf, took a step forward in unison to salute and shouted in unison, reporting to the boss. Our duty is to maintain order in the shelter. No, eat. Qin Lang laughed. Very good. There is awareness. I like it, but I don't want my people to starve. So let's do it this way. You guys can eat when the VIP and I are done. Yes, boss. Seat Wolf nodded his head vigorously. Our boss just knows how to feel for people. 6 captains, yeah. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Chen Shui's cheeks were scarlet as she put down her wine glass. Her originally flat belly had long since bulged from eating. I can't. It's already reached the eye of my throat. If I eat any more, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the shelter today. Brother Qin, thank you for your hospitality. As for the matter of joining forces to attack the giant arm lair, I just discussed it with Blue Maple and the captains, and it was unanimously agreed that everything will be at your disposal next. Brother Qin, don't force yourselves. Even if you guys don't agree, it doesn't matter. Our relationship won't change. Qin Lang had a serious expression. Brother Qin, you are so nice. Chen Shui sighed. Since the beginning of winter, our days are getting harder and harder. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. If we can't think of a way to break the situation again, sooner or later, we'll all starve to death. And now that you're willing to bring us along, Brother Qin, we're too happy to be happy. How could we possibly force ourselves? That's right, put up a fight. Single car into a motorcycle. Instead of freezing and starving to death, it's better to have a good time before you die. Blue Maple obviously drank too much. Full of alcohol, said. Then, Qin Lang nodded. How about all of you rest in the shelter today, And we'll set off early tomorrow morning? Don't worry about the cold weather equipment. I will prepare it for everyone. Good thing too. Chen Shui thought about it and agreed. The round trip was too long, and in case they encountered any more monsters on the road, there would definitely be some casualties, so it would be better to rest at the shelter. Little fatty, take Miss Chen and Mr. Lan to rest after you're done. Qin Lang greeted Chen Jianghe. Good. Chen Jianghe nodded and silently led the people to pack the leftover food. In the deepest room of the shelter, there were dozens of other slaves who had suffered inhuman tortures and lost their ability to take care of themselves, and Chen Jianghe was going to pack this food for them. A night without a book, and the morning of the turn of the day. A large caravan of over 600 men departed from the Iron Army shelter for the Giant Arms lair. All were well equipped with fine firearms and had absolutely plenty of ammunition. The three leaders, Qin Lang, Chen Shui, and Lan Feng, were sitting on the roof of an armored personnel carrier, making it easy to observe the surrounding situation at any time. Surrounded by captain-level powerhouses with a combat strength of 600 or more. On the way the large force encountered several small groups of corpses, and without waiting for the sea of men to make an impact, the corpses were blown to smithereens by rifle bullets. The caravan left at 8 in the morning and didn't officially arrive at its destination near the Giant Arm lair until 11. Looking down from above, there were countless black dots hovering around the towering arm of the Prime, the vast majority of which were winged demons and a few odd-looking flying monsters, while on the surface were thousands of blood corpses, blood dogs, night demons and a handful of centipedes and lair guardians. This is the first time I've seen a giant arm this close. It turns out that there are so many holes on the giant arm's nest. Chen Shui put down her military binoculars, goosebumps rising, her dense phobia was offended. This is a good location. Set up a temporary position here. Qin Lang waved his hand, and the captains immediately took action. In a few moments a sizable position was built. Dozens of light and heavy machine gun holes in the position covered all round without dead angle, ensuring that no matter which direction the monster attacked from, it was able to counterattack effectively. Since everyone is ready, let's get started. Qin Lang touched the forest wolf and slung it over his shoulder. His heart was far less cloudy than it appeared to be. In his previous life, he was a wardregs, although he followed the shelter to participate in a number of great wars, but they were all in the capacity of a logistician. For the strength of the giant arm lair has only a rather vague concept. It's really not easy to say whether the raid can be successful or not. First echelon, move out. With Qin Lang's order, dozens of people led by Seatwolf rushed down to the high ground on snowmobiles, and when they were still 1,000 meters away from the giant arms lair, those monsters in the vicinity were startled. They hissed and pounced over like crazy. Turn around! Seatwolf roared as the motorcycles turned in unison and rushed back to their makeshift position. Qin Lang chose the most traditional and most prudent method of fighting. By the time Seatwolf and his party fled back to their temporary position, the monsters were just in range. Fight! Bullets rained and poured. Countless Molotov cocktails, grenades, and explosives erupted in the group of monsters, blossoming into a brilliant shower of sparks and blood. The horror of the sea of people tactics was revealed at this moment. As powerful as Night Demon, 100 feet and such high-level monsters could not resist the attack of hundreds of rifles, and they were shattered into pieces in the rain of bullets and bullets. Ah, lost it again. Chen Shui inexplicably shouted a voice. Qin Lang face puzzled. What lost? What have you lost? In less than 10 minutes before and after, the monster corpses at the extreme range were piled up into small mountains. There's a couple big ones coming. Captains stand by. Qin Lang shouted, and a dozen or so lair guardians burrowed out from the thick snow, their huge and incomparable heads smashing ferociously against the rain of gunfire and bullets towards the position. Chapter 59 Inside the Nest. For the survivors of the current stage of the Jedi, the threat of the lair guardians was the greatest, not only because they all possessed thick shells that could withstand most bullet attacks, but most of all because they were so large that they were often able to smash a small 6-story building into pieces in a single, simple, yet brutal smashing blow. This is why a single lair guardian of 3,000 battle power can sometimes decimate a human shelter with multiple 1,000 plus battle power groups, and humans lack the means to effectively defend themselves against their attacks. But today, the Nest Guardians miscalculated. Just as they were about to launch a joint attack to destroy this group of human mole crickets in one fell swoop, the captains in the rear appeared on the battlefield carrying man-portable bazookas, and accompanied by swooshing cracking noises, more than a dozen rockets solidly struck the Nest Guardians' heads, blasting them to pieces. These gold cards, single rocket launcher, all came from Qin Lang, who had put in his blood to raid the giant arm lair. With the total annihilation of the lair guardians, the Alliance completed a positional battle with 0 attrition, and the crowd rested in place at Qin Lang's signal. Fatty Chen Jianghe, who was in charge of logistics, then led those of his into the battlefield, searching for cards. If Qin Lang had to ask Qin Lang to jump out a few he trusted among the group of captains, Chen Shui, and Lan Feng, it would only be Little Fatty. Little Fatty did not let him down. Soon 2 color cards and a stack of gold cards were handed over to Qin Lang. As for the silver cards and the following cards, Qin Lang talked to Little Fatty individually before he set off, and they could be temporarily placed in his place. The fattest errands are surely reserved for the most trusted. Chen Shui and Lan Feng both coveted the card in Qin Lang's hand, but neither of them objected. For one thing, this unit was pulled up by Qin Lang. For another, he was responsible for 70% of the weapons and ammunition on the field and 100% of the offensive heavy weapons, all of which were actual gold and silver card inputs. Just like doing business, whoever invested the capital was big, of course. Who took the lead? The last thing is that Qin Lang himself has 5,500 battle power points. Absolute battle power represents absolute power. After resting in place for an hour, Qin Lang signaled the large troop to leap over the sea of corpses and bones and continue to advance. By now the giant arm lair was close at hand. Strange. I came to scout around this neighborhood before and there were nearly 100 giant centipedes. How come we only encountered a dozen or so? Can it be that I'm mistaken? Lan Feng muttered. They should be inside the nest, and when they encounter a powerful attack, the giant arm nest will go on the defensive. What we defeated just now was just the advance force used to test the depth of our strength. The big meal is behind. It's still Brother Qin who's capable. I wouldn't even dare to think about it if I were you. Lan Feng's eyes admired. Get a strong flashlight ready. We're going in. With a wave of Qin Lang's hand, the convoy slowly drove into the interior of the pitch-black giant arm lair. There's even more space in here than from the outside. Chen Shui marveled. As a dozen or so flares were thrown, everything inside the lair was illuminated, and the putrid-smelling outer walls were covered with countless lumps of varying sizes, shaped much like blood hearts, all of which harbored some sort of monster. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as the people were looking around, a strange sound came from the top of their heads. Someone raised a strong flashlight and shone it there. They saw a huge ball-shaped object flashing by, but it was shot down by Qin Lang in the next second. Asterisk, 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 what the hell is this? Lan Feng stared at the dead spherical monster on the ground. The scientific name is I-Demon, which has a certain mental attack ability, and can charm those with an unsteady mind. The appearance of an I-Demon is often an indication that a large force is coming over. Qin Lang naturally recognized this monster and briefly explained. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Where the light above his head couldn't shine, there was a loud noise, and in the next second, countless blood corpses and blood dogs smashed down. The crowd reacted quickly and rushed to deal with the situation, which did not cause much casualties, except that no one except Qin Lang noticed that the entrance closed silently just when the chaos occurred earlier. Boom, boom, boom. A deeper than a sound of footsteps suddenly came. Dozens of strong flashlights hit the past, in a high place on a step, just like standing several bloated monsters. They were 3 meters tall and had the same limbs as a human, except that he only had one large eye on his face, which took up 2/3 of his entire face. Scared me. A thing with only a measly 1500 battle power. Let's see how I can clean it up. Seat Wolf sneered and changed into wolf form. But before he could launch his attack, these 5 or 6 monsters leapt up and heavily smashed into the crowd in a dumper-like position. A dozen people were smashed to pulp on the spot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Tons of fire spewed out, and the bullets hit the monsters with a large amount of blood splatters. And soon these monsters were riddled with bullet holes. But what everyone didn't expect was that these monsters didn't care about the wounds on their bodies. And after pounding their bodies a little bit, they rampaged towards the crowd, and on their paths, not to mention the humans, even the vehicles were knocked out by them. Not an adjectival bump off, but a physical level bump off. People finally realized something was wrong when a military truck flew over their heads. They were no ordinary monsters, with powers several times that of a night demon. They're called giants. Qin Lang raised his snatch to aim at the eyes of one of the giants and said in a loud voice, the key point is the eyes. Don't hit anywhere else. And pay attention to avoiding their charging route. Bang! 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 The forest wolf was not bad in terms of power, and the head of the giant that was unfortunate enough to be targeted by Qin Lang was quickly shattered, and his huge body was heavily planted. The rest of the group followed suit and shot towards the head. However, the giants just looked stupid, but were actually more intelligent than the lair guardians, and as they watched their companions fall, the few remaining ones freed one hand to protect their eyes and charged hard with their eyes closed, crushing the humans. At the same time, countless blood corpses, blood dogs, and night devils fell from the sky above and fought with the human hordes. Chen Shui took out a golden violin from a large box. Chen Shui's color card talent was battlefield musician. The impassioned music dispelled the fear in people's hearts. Everyone's eyes were red. Adrenaline soared, and they rushed towards the monster fearlessly. Qin Lang gave her a deep look, and he had to say that when it came to conducting large-scale group battles, Chen Shui's supporting ability was quite unrivaled. Seeing that Chen Shui had moved, Lan Feng as well as the captains had joined the fight. Once all kinds of fancy skills are performed, modern war immediately transforms into a magical war. He didn't participate in the battle, he just used the forest wolf for long-range sniping. He wanted to save his strength to deal with the existence at the top of the food chain of the giant arm lair. Chapter 60, The Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. As the battle continued, more and more humans who hadn't had their cards reinforced met their final end, and the ground was soon littered with the corpses of both monsters and humans. At this moment, Qi Lang raised his head and utilized his night vision ability to look towards the dark heights, where a strange-looking thing was slowly climbing down. I can't. I have to take a break. Chen Shui put down her violin covered in sweat. Playing Battlefield Score for a long period of time had caused her to experience great physical exertion, and she was now unable to continue. What's wrong? Chen Shui realized that Qin Lang had been gazing upwards and could not help but raise her eyes to look as well. A blurry black shadow was getting closer and closer to them, soon entering the illumination range of the flare. When Chen Shui saw the form of the black shadow, she frowned. What the hell? Another day of hitting the jackpot. To hell with it. How come it's Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy? Qi Lang's scalp was a little numb. Ever since he had returned from Rebirth, his luck had been quite unbelievable, not to mention encountering the Fey Blackheart twice, but the first time he raided the giant arm lair, he unexpectedly encountered the most difficult to kill and highest mortality rate of T0 level monsters in the giant arm lair, Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. As the name suggests, this 2-man-tall mass of flesh and blood creatures grew countless arm-like tentacles, which bobbed up and down as if they were human hands, and looked a bit dopey. What the? The captain, nicknamed the Punisher, holding a huge scythe, had just chopped off the head of a giant. When he saw the thousand-handed goddess appear, he thought that it was another small monster. He even pounced on it with a wailing sound, his scythe emitting a sharp cracking sound and chopping at the thousand-handed goddess's body. Gulp! Thousand-handed goddess of mercy did not move, only a tentacle raised, touched the scythe the moment it turned into a shield. The scythe caught on it, bursting out a large sparks. Ha! The paladin froze for a moment. Asterisk it deforms? Hey, someone find out how much battle power this thing has? Captain Chariot puffed and panted, gasping for breath as he came to his companion's side, pulling out his battle power detector and dropping it. Not high, only 1000. Ooh, that's just an elite little monster. Let's see how I can take it down. The torturer nodded and whistled as he charged forward to launch a second attack. At the same time, Chariot's face suddenly changed as dozens of shrunken numbers appeared within the lens. 1000, 1200, 1500, 2000, 3000, the highest reached 6000. No, get back here. Unfortunately, it was too late. While the torturer was still in the air, a tentacle transformed into a spear and pierced through his body, killing the torturer on the spot. What is this? The people near the thousand-handed goddess of mercy hurriedly stepped aside, only to see the bloated body of the flesh and blood creature split a slit from it. The tentacles that hung the palpator slowly sent the body in. After the slit closed, the flesh and blood creature began to wriggle, accompanied by the sound of crunching and chewing, and finally the flesh and blood creature's body surface grew new tentacles, and the tentacles turned into the shape of a scythe. It can evolve by devouring humans? Chen Shui's face turned pale. Ordinary blood corpses can evolve. Why can't it? Qin Lang silently put away the forest wolf and took out his flying sword Eternal Flame and droned. All of you get out of the way. This is not something you can deal with. Qin Lang leaped and quickly approached the thousand-handed goddess, waiting until he entered the attack range of the supreme sacred slash. He directly slashed his sword. The blinding light flickered, looking again at the original spot. Where was there any trace of the thousand-handed goddess? Ow! Seconds. The seat wolf stood up and wiped his eyes with his bloody, furry paws. Worthy of being the boss. Zhang Bao hurriedly trotted over to kiss his ass. Long live the boss. Stay back. He's alive. Qin Lang shouted. Zhang Bao's face changed wildly, but at this time Ben want to run where it is still too late. A large mass of liquid flesh and blood wrapped him firmly. Boss. Save. Me a cuckoo. Bao. No. Bao. The two Zhang Bao's adjutants were dumbfounded. Flesh and blood construct, Thousand Arms, the leader creature of the giant arms lair, with a difficulty of S rank to kill, possessing superb resilience and talents such as splitting, devouring, and analog learning. Qin Lang recalled all the information about the thousand-handed goddess of mercy, and one of the most crucial points was that the thousand-handed goddess of mercy was afraid of fire, and his flying sword Eternal Combustion happened to be of the fire attribute. That should be considered my only advantage. Qin Lang caught his breath and said to his two lieutenants, add my aura. Ah, yes. The two adjutants hurriedly added two auras of assistance to Qin Lang. Both of them did not have the ability to attack, but both of them had learned gold card level aura assistance skills. By this time, the thousand-handed goddess of mercy had completely digested Zhang Bao and restored its original form, and it shook its bloated body towards Qin Lang. Go! Qin Lang merged his fingers into a sword, flexed his fingers, and the flying sword eternal flame shot out trailing a long fiery tail. The thousand-handed goddess of mercy raised its tentacles and changed them into shields to block, but it had misjudged the lethality of the flying sword forever burning, and those metal shields were easily sliced apart like pieces of tofu, and the flying sword forever burning continued to go on its way, chopping a large piece of flesh and blood off of its body. The thousand-handed goddess of mercy burst into a rage, steeply accelerating and charging straight over. Qin Lang hurriedly dodged to the side, and on the way to dodge, a few tentacles transformed into ropes and wrapped around his body, yanking him towards the suddenly opened mouth. Go eat dynamite! Qin Lang had prepared for this. He first ignited a large bundle of detonators, followed by using his Imperial Chi technique to manipulate the detonators and send it in smoothly. The large mouth instantly closed. The next second it sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. A ball of fire exploded, and the thousand-handed goddess of mercy was reduced to countless fragments. Qin Lang was also affected and injured, falling heavily to the ground, his clothes torn and tattered, revealing a muscle mass so perfect that it was almost impossible to pick apart. Chen Shui looked on in a daze and violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air as her body trembled. Ow, 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 ow. Boss, are you alright? The seat wolf rushed over, picked up Qin Lang and threw him onto his back, darting to hide at the edge of the battlefield. I'm fine. It's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, Qin Lang moved his arm. My wound would have healed. Seat wolf. Qin Lang snickered and his expression turned serious and earnest again. The thousand-handed goddess of mercy wasn't such an easy creature to kill, even if it shattered twice in a row. As expected, the blasted pieces began to wriggle and gather towards a spot in the center. Don't all freeze. Shoot me at the debris. Qin Lang first lifted his rifle and launched a sweeping shot. The rest of the people followed suit, beating the blood and flesh into crumbs and preventing them from gathering. The sweeping was carried out for 5 or 6 minutes before it stopped at Qin Lang's signal. Aside from the fact that there was still fighting in the area a little further away, Qin Lang's side was quiet. Dangerous intuition showed its usefulness at this moment. Sensing that there was danger behind him, Qin Lang's scalp was numb, and without thinking, he tumbled to the side, and then raised his head again, only to see that where he was originally standing, at some point, a half-meter-tall pygmy creature had appeared, holding a dagger-like weapon in his hand. Chapter 61, The Core of the Nest. A trace of joy flashed in Qin Lang's eyes at the sight of the pygmy creature. According to the findings given by the researchers in his previous life, the thousand-handed goddess had a total of 2 final forms, one of which was splitting into a large number of flesh and blood gnomes, and although the flesh and blood gnomes in this state possessed superb speed and lethality, they had lost their terrifying ability to recover, whereas Qin Lang's best skill happened to be in parrying single attacks, and his speed was also his strong point. With this in mind, Qin Lang hooked his 2 fingers and the flying sword eternal flame viciously chopped over. Although the movement speed of the flesh gnome was fast, it was half a beat slower than the flying sword eternal combustion, and just as he jumped into midair and prepared to escape, he was chopped in 2 by a sword, revealing a colorful card in the broken flesh and blood. Qin Lang didn't even look at it. He directly threw the colorful card into the storage space. He turned around and then looked at the others. All of them were attacked by the flesh and blood gnomes. This inconspicuous gnome was difficult for even the captain to cope with, not to mention those ordinary people. In just a few tens of seconds, nearly 100 of them were killed. If it wasn't for Blue Maple seeing that the situation wasn't right and returning to the roof of the car in time to defend for Chen Shui to block the midget's attack, Chen Shui would have been killed by now. Qin Lang didn't have the energy to take care of the others as he walked towards the front with a firm pace, the flying sword eternal flame maneuvering with his fingers as he weaved through the crowd, constantly decapitating the flesh and blood gnomes. The occasional flesh and blood gnome that attacked was often chopped to pieces with his black blade of gold without waiting to get close. At this moment, Qin Lang could be described as impeccable in offense and defense. Gah! Gah! Suddenly, there were strange cries from the dark air, and countless winged demons swooped down, cooperating with the flesh gnomes to attack the remaining survivors, and the original army of more than 600 people was now down to less than 100, and was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 5 or 6 people per minute. Brother Jianghe, I'm scared. Suehua firmly grabbed Fatty's arm. Little Fatty's face was grave, as the 10 or so of them were not capable of fighting. They were placed in the car at the back by Qin Lang as battlefield cleaners, and they were shivering in fear when they saw the bloody scene outside through the car window. Bang! Put! Put! Several winged demons landed on the roof of the car, their sharp claws easily penetrating the seemingly hard steel plates. and in moments the roof was lifted off the car, the winged demons screaming as they penetrated the head of a woman, taking her into the air to partake with the other winged demons. The scene was precarious as the nearby winged devils all excitedly rushed over when they realized there was a load of prey. Unfortunately, even though Qin Lang saw what was happening in the rear, he was unable to do anything about it because he had already discovered that there was another leader other than the thousand-handed goddess hidden in the group of winged demons. This is a double alpha nest. Suffice it to say that the probability of encountering a double alpha in a lair is the equivalent of buying the same number for $100,000 and ending up winning over $200 million, without even having to pay taxes. In the darkness of mid-air, a humanoid monster with wings and a fork-like weapon stared at Qin Lang in death. This is a white Shura. Difficulty to kill B. It possesses extreme mobility, with the advantage of strong single combat ability and the disadvantage of slightly weaker defense. The three flesh gnomes took advantage of Qin Lang's distraction to launch sneak attacks from the left and right sides and back respectively. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab this abominable human to death, Qin Lang suddenly turned around and slashed continuously, and in a brilliant light, along with the flesh and blood gnome and the 5 or 6 winged devils in midair all turned into pieces. Little brother Qin, help me! Chen Jianghe stretched out his hand toward Qin Lang with difficulty, but, unfortunately, he didn't wait for Qin Lang to come back to his aid. A winged demon pierced his head through, and in the process of flying with Fatty, due to Fatty's body being too fat, he didn't catch it for a moment, and his body landed right at Qin Lang's feet. Qin Lang silently looked at the corpse, not knowing how to react. Chen Jianghe, the future top powerhouse, actually died here. My rebirth has changed the destiny of too many people. Will Neichan Shi? Qin Lang's mood suddenly turned a bit depressing. Jerking his head up, he saw that White Shura was already close at hand. It was simply too late to dodge, but Qin Lang did not panic at all and opened his protective bracelet at the first time. The steel fork stabbed at Qin Lang's body, only knocking him back and failing to cause any substantial damage to him. Gah! White Shura returned to midair, his already twisted face becoming more and more hideous. Bullying me for not being able to fly? Your opponent was never me. Qin Lang turned around, only to hear a loud boom as the closed door of the giant arm lair was violently blasted open, and dozens of heavily armed men and women appeared at the entrance. It wasn't anyone else. It was the squad members who had been maintaining spiritual communication with Qin Lang for the past 2 days. Lin Wanner, Lao Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and the entire staff of the shelter. Oh, that's the White Shura, isn't it? Xiao Su, it belongs to me. You mustn't snatch it from me. Old Li Mighty, holding a bloodline gun aimed at the White Shura. 100 meters apart is a throw. That White Shura pressure simply did not react to be a gun overturned. Smashed on the ground. Painful straight fluttering wings. Killing vines. Suyun crossed his arms, and in the next moment, dozens of vines were born out of thin air, firmly entangling the nearby winged demons and flesh gnomes. Kill! Ding Yuan's body changed into a lizard and pounced on the nearest flesh and blood gnome. There! Chen Shui stared blankly at this group of unfamiliar faces, and beside her was Lan Feng, who had long since died of gas. Blue Maple took out 6 winged demons and 2 flesh gnomes by himself and died of exhaustion. They're all mine. We're saved. Qin Lang reached out his hand, signaling Chen Shui to come down. Chen Shui leaped, and before she could stand firmly, a dagger in the darkness penetrated her waist. Put! Chen Shui sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and directly fainted. The one who had sneaked up on Chen Shui was a half-dead flesh and blood gnome, and even Qin Lang hadn't realized its existence. Chun-Li, help! Coming! Hu Chunli rushed over to start saving Chen Shui. On the other side, with Old Li, Su Yun and Ding Yuan, 3 strong men at their peaks, the gunmen and archers behind them were outputting very comfortably, and in no time, those winged devils were wiped out, while Bai Xiu Luoan eventually perished under the siege of the 3 of them. So many people died. Lin Wanner let out a soft sigh. Through psychic communication, she had known Qin Lang's plan early on, to consume the people from the shelter first, with them taking the lead, and then let them attack in the end, to minimize casualties, but she hadn't imagined that the giant arm lair would be terrifying to such an extent, that the alliance had brought over 600 people. In the end, less than 50 people survived, and the mortality rate was as high as 90%. You guys gather the cards and I'll go up and get my stuff. Qin Lang barked a word of advice and made his way up the spiral staircase. Along the way there were some fallen winged devils. They didn't dare to attack Qin Lang. They all scattered as birds and beasts. After walking upwards for a while, at the central location of the giant arm nest, Qin Lang found the fist-sized mass of the nest core. Qin Lang took a deep breath and used his knife to chop off its roots, holding it in his hand. Through the thin shell, he could clearly see the dark gold cards and colored cards inside. Chapter 62, The Safe Hut. As the core of the nest was removed, the large giant arm nest began to tremble. Xi Lang didn't dare to stay too long and hurried back the same way. At this time, the group of people responsible for cleaning up the battlefield had already been waiting outside the door. Xi Lang's pupils suddenly condensed as he found a half-naked corpse in the corner, whose owner was the former chief captain of the Iron Army Asylum, Seat Wolf. Of all the chief captains, it was Seat Wolf who impressed him. Unfortunately, Xi Lang couldn't recall how he died at all, but that was good, saving him from having to do it himself. Taking one last look at the sea of corpses and bones again, Xi Lang pursed his lips and walked towards the team. The caravan hadn't been driving away from the giant arm lair for long when it collapsed into a mass of sewage. Xi Lang, don't blame yourself too much. This is the end of the world. The end of the world is inherently cruel. Even if you don't bring them to the giant arms lair, they may not be able to survive the cold winter. I'm really heartbroken when you're like this. A pair of warm little hands gently rested on Xi Lang's shoulders as Lin Wanner softly comforted. Xi Lang withdrew his gaze and buried his head deeply into his soft chest. He didn't blame himself for bringing the alliance into the giant arms lair. He was just worried if Feng Xiaoni would end up like Chen Jianghe because of his rebirth. You lie down. Don't move. I'll serve you. Lin Wanner pulled up her long hair and pushed Qin Lang down with a smile on her face. And Lin Mo, who was the driver, was very knowledgeable and pulled the curtain closed. Non-respect. Are these cards really for me? Chen Shui couldn't believe her eyes. There were thousands of cards in front of her. Anyone else would be confused. This is what you deserve. I didn't expect to lose so many people in this attack on the giant arms lair. I'm flattered. Chen Shui strenuously sat up. She was injured very seriously. If not Hu Chunli rescue in time, life has long been accounted for. At this time is not healed. Move up some pain. In the future, the shelter will have to be run by you. People eating and horses chewing consumes a lot. You'd better take these cards. Otherwise what will you take to feed so many mouths? Qin Lang paused and added, we will stay at the shelter for a while. We will only leave when we have a new landing place. I will help you construct a suitable set of talent skills based on your talent in a few days. Your current talent is purely auxiliary. Once you are approached, you will be dead. Chen Shui was stunned out of her mind. What Qin Lang said were all good words, but she always felt that something was strange. Chen Shui snapped to alert. That's not right. Brother Qin, you're asking me to take these cards to support a few hundred people in the shelter? That's not enough at all. The shelter is full of old and sick people. Qin Lang spread his hands. I can only take out so much. As you can see, I also have quite a few people, and they have to be fed by me as well. Brother Qin, Chen Shui was anxious. You take me with you. Although my colored card talent doesn't have the ability to fight in single combat, it can play a strong supporting effect when fighting group battles. It's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It's not impossible to take you with me. But what about all the old and sick people at the shelter? He did like the fact that Chen Shui was a talent that played a supporting role in small-scale group battles, far surpassing the various silver and gold card auras. This, Chen Shui murmured. Why don't we leave the card with them? How long they can live depends on fate. The choice is yours. I'm casual. Qin Lang got up to leave. His arm was pulled by Chen Shui. Qin Lang was stunned. What's wrong? Brother Qin, Lin Wan'er is your girlfriend, right? Qin Lang was a bit puzzled. So what if it is? And what if it isn't? Chen Shui's pretty face blushed. I'm a master's degree holder in the music department of Berkeley University. And this time, I was returning to my country to visit my parents. Who knew that I'd encountered the end of the world? Although I'm not a star like Lin Wan'er, my family history and origin will only be higher than her, not lower. Qin Lang frowned deeply. What exactly are you trying to say? I want to be your girlfriend. Qin Lang was surprised. So suddenly? He was really not expecting it. Although I studied abroad, I am still a virgin. And I am clean. I don't want to compete with Sister Lin for favor. I just want to live well. Chen Shui's eyes pleaded. You get well first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Qin Lang stopped staying and walked out of the room. It had to be admitted that no matter the looks, figure, or appearance, Chen Shui was quite outstanding. Chen Shui would have such thoughts. But it was not incomprehensible. After all, in the battle he had shown superb fighting strength. Any woman would want to cling to the side of a powerful man as a dependence. Love and sex, they can only be used as seasoning in the end times. If you really think that I will be controlled by these two things, then you are too naive. Chen Shui, the figure is indeed good. Qin Lang rolled up a piece of white snow and mumbled his way back to the RV. At this moment, he did not notice that behind him, Lin Wan'er walked into the room where Chen Shui was with a dark face. Inside the RV, the temperature was always a balmy 25 degrees above zero. Qin Lang looked at the nest core on the table and fell into deep thought. There are two uses for the lair core. The first is to cut it up directly and remove the cards inside to augment yourself or your team. The second, planting it and nurturing it with human or monster corpses as sustenance, allowing it to spawn a steady stream of monsters, and then taking out the cards by beheading them. Normally, cultivating the nest core was the most cost-effective, but the drawbacks of doing so were also very obvious. Firstly, it meant that Qin Lang had to be prepared to fix his base camp in a certain area, as the nest core did not have legs and couldn't follow the vehicle around. Secondly, the process of growing the nest core was quite long. Even with sufficient nutrients, it would take 2 to 3 months, or even longer, before it could start reaping benefits. Qin Lang pinched his brow. With my current strength, as long as I don't die, I basically won't die. Why don't we just find a place to plant and try it out first? That place is very suitable as a long-term shelter. If it really doesn't work, it's not too late to cut the card and take it out. What? Boss? You're not kidding, are you? You're going to use this as a shelter? Old Li looked incredulous. Can I ask why? Can't. Qin Lang glared at him, and Old Li rolled his eyes and patted his big bald head vigorously. So what? You're the boss, you say? Then it is so happily decided. Qin Lang took out a colorful card from his spatial ring, Safe Hut. It was still something he had picked up on the first day of the end times, and had waited until today to have the chance to use it. With the card being torn and rolled, a courtyard covering more than 200 square meters appeared out of nowhere on the snowy ground. Pushing open the door is a huge yard with not only 4 areas for planting, but even a well with separate drinking water and electrical systems. Wow, this house is so beautiful. Are we all going to live here in the future? Lin Wanner's eyes went straight to the stars. Of course, we're going to be staying here for a long time to come, so you guys go pick out your rooms. Chapter 63, Planting and Trading. This safe cabin has a main control room and 4 separate rooms in addition to the yard, each with a built-in bedroom, storage room and bathroom. The first group of lodge residents were Lin Wan'er, Li Zhangqi, Su Yun, Ding Yuan and Hu Chunli. According to reason, Hu Chunli is not qualified to stay in the hut, but Hu Let People is Lao Li's woman, belongs to the left arm of the family, must be taken seriously. Qin Lang, as the owner of the hut, naturally stayed in the main control room, where the huge 200-inch screen could not only be used to watch movies and play games, but also had another use of monitoring the indoor and the surrounding area of 100 meters without any dead angle. Does it feel like home? Qin Lang lay on the soft bed and looked at Lin Wanner with a smile. Lin Wanner made a flying leap and drilled into Qin Lang's arms. I'm so happy. Hey, don't get busy with the bad stuff yet. Qin Lang cried and laughed as he grabbed his pants, or else they would have been ripped off by Lin Wanner. There is a sequence for everything. I have to take care of the most important thing first. What's the most important thing? Lin Wanner sat on the bed in the sitting position of a duck. I'll be right back. You shower first. Yes. Qin Lang walked out of the main control room and entered the backyard from the side. The backyard is a separate and private area with a level of defense equal to that of the main control room and, most importantly, 2 dedicated growing areas. Qin Lang buried the nest core into the earth, then took out the corpse he had casually packed in earlier from his storage space to cover the nest core. The vitality of something like the nest core was far beyond human imagination, and it was very simple to plant, so Qin Lang didn't have to worry about it at all. After easily completing the planting, Qin Lang dusted off the dust on his hands and went back to the main control room to find Lin Wan'er to applaud for love. On the morning of the following day, Qin Lang slipped and came to the backyard. The scene in front of him made him tsk. At this time the corpse covering the core of the lair had been penetrated by countless black veins. The veins continuously absorbed the nutrients within the corpse, and the corpse had obviously shrunk by a large circle. At the moment it's pretty much like consuming a body in 2 or 3 days. Qin Lang nodded and simply took out a dozen or so corpses to cover them, all picked up from the nearby giant arm lair. That way he doesn't have to come over every day to check on them, saving time and effort. Also working as farmers are 3 ladies, Ding Yuan, Lin Wan'er and Hu Chunli. They planted tomatoes, potatoes, beans, winter squash, pumpkins, and corn in each of the planting areas in the front yard. All of these seeds come from cards and are very easy to grow. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that you must choose the right season. For example, you can't plant spring seeds, fall seeds, or summer seeds during the cold winter months, and vice versa. In the next half a month, Qin Lang almost do not leave the house, every day either playing games and watching movies, or with Lin Wan'er to live a 2-person world. The days of I do not know how many times more comfortable than before the end of the world. He also felt the same way as old Li, a big bald man who more than once drunkenly exclaimed, I love the end times and the end times are really cool. The bigwigs in the safe lodge are certainly living life in style, which doesn't mean that the rest of the people who don't qualify for the lodge are having a miserable time. In fact, outside to Lin Mo, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, led by these guys all day to greet a group of people to engage in outdoor barbecue, really idle pain in the pile of snowmen. engaged in the arts, lively like to go to the urban ice world. In this world of ice and snow, people even gradually forgot the cruelty of the end times. Time passed, and one day half a month later, the sun was shining but could not dispel the cold. At this time, the outdoor temperature had reached minus 35 degrees. A convoy of 50 snowtroopers pulled up a few kilometers from the safe lodge. The man in the white fox fur hat lowered his military binoculars, his eyes flashing with a hint of doubt. The teenager in the white trench coat beside him exclaimed, "Boss, I think I must be starving my eyes. Why do I feel like they're having a party?" You didn't miss it. They did have a party. They even built snowmen, got slides, and there's like a ski slope back there? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is going on here? I'm messed up. The fox fur man tightened the scarf on his body that had long been frozen hard. Daring to play like this in the post-apocalyptic world. There's only one possibility. Their enhanced talents and skills are already enough to fight against the harsh climate and the vast majority of the monsters, and they are unafraid of it. The teenager mused. So what you're saying, boss, take a detour? We don't have enough food cards. We have to trade with them. Let's see what kind of attitude they have first. The fox fur man casually grabbed a handful of snow at his feet and threw it. The snow actually turned into a small bird in midair, fluttering its wings and flying towards the shelter. At this time, Lin Mo's group was playing poker in the tent when they suddenly heard a bird chirping outside and curiously walked out. What kind of bird is this? Never seen it before. Chen Shui looked curious. It's so beautiful. Ahem. Ahem. Birdie coughed a few times. Hello. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bird spirit. Wow. A dozen rifles were aimed at the bird in unison the next moment. The bird hurriedly said, Wait. I am not an enemy. We are a caravan from Wanghai City. Food is in short supply and we wish to exchange some resource cards with you. You guys can look to the west. Our caravan is here. The crowd sniffed and looked, and sure enough, they saw some black dots on the high ground to the west. What are you going to trade for our food cards? Lin Mo asked. Birdie, it all depends on what you're missing. Below the color card. It's all tradable. Okay, just wait. I'll inform the boss to go. Rimmer patted himself on the back and headed for the safe hut. Trade food cards? Yes. Go out and look around. Xin Lang learned of this news and put on his clothes and came to the door. Birdie, hello. My name is Deng Haifeng. I'm from Wanghai City, and I hope to trade with you. Yes. What is needed? You listed out for me to see first. Xin Lang nodded. At this stage of the end times, those who could survive were all human beings. Not many people dared to start a war easily. He estimated that this deal would be 80% real. The supplies I need are as follows. The bird spread its wings, only to see a snow tiger run out of the west, which stopped in front of the crowd, holding a gold card in its mouth. Birdie, gold card. Just to show our goodwill. Not counted in the deal. Ka-ching. The snow tiger's body crumbled, revealing a thick list. Xin Lang picked it up and looked at it briefly. The vast majority of the things they wanted were food with the exchange ratio indicated, but to the dismay of those around us, the food is blue card starting. No, it's the end of the world. It's good to have something to eat. Why are you still picky? You have to have blue card food? What? Instant noodles and ham sausages can't satisfy you? Old Li's trolling was quite precise. Chapter 64, Wang Wu. The bird covered her face with one wing and hung her head. I have my difficulties. This anthropomorphic scene made the surrounding people happy. Xin Lang also laughed loudly. He sat on the ground and said, What is difficult? It is not just that the messy card strengthened too much. Engaged in the final body cannot withstand it. The bird was startled and surprised. How do you? You know? Not only do I know, I also know how to make up for this defect. But well, Xin Lang fished out a cigarette and lit it. These are all chargeable elements. If you're willing to pay a consultation fee, I can teach you, but you have to come here in person. The bird was stunned and dissolved into a large snowflake that dissipated into the air. Boss, could he be lying to us? The trenchcoat boy's eyes widened. The fox-furred man murmured. No, he couldn't have known about our enhanced messed up cards if he was lying. He really does have a way to get to the root of our problem. But face-to-face communication, wouldn't that be dangerous? None of the shelter leaders we've encountered along the way look like human beings. The trenchcoat teenager was very worried. They had traveled a long way from Wanghai City to here, and had encountered at least 10 shelters. The vast majority of shelter leaders were brutal erotomaniac murderers, with the occasional exception of religious lunatics. The sects that didn't believe in them labeled them as cults to be completely purified, and after a dozen or so inexplicable fights they had long since been completely disappointed in humanity. Even if it's dangerous, it's the only way to get to the root of the problem, and you don't want them all to starve to death, do you? The fox fur man sighed. I'm with you. No, the fox fur man flatly refused. If the other party really has evil intentions, The team at least has you to lead it. If both of us are killed, how can you stand up to so many students behind you who trust you? The trenchcoat teenager looked at the men and women in the car. Despite the fact that everyone's face was exhausted after surviving the hardships of the post-apocalyptic world for almost 2 months, it was not hard to see that they were actually all very young. The oldest was only 17 or 18 years old. Boss, if they really dare to make a move against you, I'll avenge you even if I don't want to give up this life. The trenchcoat boy was in tears. Silly child, if even I am killed by them, what's the use of fighting for your life? The fox fur man helped the windbreaker boy straighten his collar, and out of the corner of his eye, he was surprised to find that the teenage girls in the snowy chariot had all come out, with worry written all over their red faces. Go back. It's cold out there. But, boss, why don't we just forget about it? Yeah, boss, we'll have no problem starving for a few days. Teenage girls have spoken up. The fox-furred man shook his head. I've made up my mind and I'm not going to change it. It's just, I'd like to hear you guys call me teacher again. Mr. Wang. Wha? We can't let you go. Mr. Wang. AI. Cry even if. Do not know that I thought I was going to send to death. Is there any mistake? I'm just going to negotiate. Don't cry me to death. Wang Wu humored him and waved his hand as he sat on the snow chariot and drove towards the shelter at the bottom of the slope. Wang Wu, an even more ordinary physical education teacher, taking a salary of 3 or 4,000, paying a mortgage of 2 or 3,000. After the advent of the end of the world, he desperately protected 67 students, fighting monsters in the front line and killing off wave after wave of monsters. After 2 months, in the caravan behind him, the total number of students was 67. Not one of them could be missing. It's a miracle under the end times. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Wu, originally a physical education teacher in Wanhai City. Wang Wu took off his fox fur hat and bowed. Asterisk, that's outrageous. Boss, you're really right. He has a battle power of 7,700. It's higher than even you. Old Leet Sked. Qin Lang glared at him and opened his mind communication. Oldly, you're so full of crap. When he enters the house with me, you guys think of a way to control those people on the slope. Be courteous first and try not to cause any deaths. Lao Li, OJBK. Su Yun, copy. Dingwan, copy that. Lin Wan Air, yes. Qin Lang laughed. My name is Qin Lang, the leader of this tiny shelter. I already know your problem. Let's come in and talk. I charge a very expensive fee. Wang Wu said. As long as we can solve this problem at its root, the card is not a problem. Hey, usually the ones who say money isn't a problem are 100% money problems. Ha ha, Mr. Qin is so humorous. Inside, please. Qin Lang led Wang Wu into the security hut. In the safe hut, he had 100% home field advantage. Not to mention that Wang Wu only had 7,700 battle power. He was 17,700, of course. It was currently impossible for a monster of this level to exist. This is not heaven. Wang Wu felt the warmth of the small courtyard and looked at the lush green plants, sighing with heartfelt emotion. Hey, Mr. Wang, look at what you're saying. Who are you burying? Where is heaven as comfortable as mine? Ha 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 ha, then it's still my mistake. I apologize. Wang Wu laughed. Eye contact is a wonderful thing. Wang Wu felt eye contact at the first sight of Qin Lang, and after a few short exchanges, he had already begun to like this young man who was quite a few years younger than himself. How bad can someone be who can retain a sardonic personality in the post-apocalyptic world? Simple logic. Growling, Qin Lang made a pot of tea in the courtyard and sat opposite Wang Wu. He drank a mouthful of tea, not half a bit of gabbing, directly to the point. Cards can enhance a person's combat power, improve the survival rate in the end of the world. This is an indisputable fact, but it does not mean that a person can brainlessly use various levels of cards to strengthen themselves. The ultimate result of brainless strengthening is to make the body cannot withstand the backlash brought by the card. The most typical example is that, when the number of strengthened cards reaches a certain number, and then consume the green card or white card food, they will lose their original energy. Simply put, it is not top hunger, not quench the thirst. At this time, the reinforced subject will have to use the blue cards to replenish energy for the body. You are currently in such a situation. Wang Wu almost jumped up in excitement. Right. What you said is half right. Right now the white and green card food, it's not useful to us at all. Eating more is just like not eating at all. Please teach me, Mr. Qin. What exactly should I do to alleviate this situation? Qin Lang picked up his teacup and said with a smile, that depends on your sincerity, Mr. Wang. Oh, I get it. Wang Wu was also considered a social person and hurriedly touched out 5 gold cards and handed them over. Qin Lang didn't even look at them and put them all into the storage space. I'll take the deposit first. and then collect the other part when I help you solve the problem. The corner of Wang Wu's mouth twitched. Well, while the young leader wasn't a murderous pornographer, he was an insatiable businessman. You said it. Wang Wu was already starting to feel a flesh pain. Chapter 65, A Leisurely Post-Apocalyptic Life. You guys have traveled all the way from Wanghai. You should have saved a lot of cards. Do you have a lot of these blank silver cards? Qin Lang fished out a silver card from his storage space and handed it over. This, Wang Wu froze and nodded his head repeatedly. It does exist, and there are quite a few of them. I've never known what it's for. Qin Lang smiled. Its function is to take out the silver card in below talents that you have already strengthened. And since your current problem is that you have learned too many messy talent skills, resulting in a strengthening overload, then just take out some of the useless ones, so that the body is no longer overloaded. Won't it be fine? This is so simple? Wang Wu was a bit dumbfounded. Or else, how complicated do you think it is? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. I have quite a few blank silver cards on my side. I'm willing to exchange gold cards with you at a ratio of 2 to 1. Do you want to consider it? Wang Wu smiled bitterly. Your ratio is too black. If it was 3:1, I could still consider it. I see you're a real person too. I'll change. Qin Lang stood up and shook hands heavily with Wang Wu. By the way, I also accept paid reinforcement direction planning on my side. If you are interested, you can come and consult me for a fee of 1 gold card per time. Enhanced directional planning? What does that mean? Wang Wu was a bit confused. He was after all just a poor and helpless gym teacher with a brain full of muscles. To put it simply, it's about using the least amount of cards to build the strongest warrior. Ensure that every talent and skill complements each other, so that in battle your team will be able to utilize the strongest combat power. Wang Wu's eyes glowed unsteadily. I would love to find you to plan, but we don't have many gold cards in our hands, and I'm afraid we can barely redeem our silver cards alone. So, then we'll talk about it then. Maki, 10 gold cards are required for this consultation. Okay. Wang Wu's heart huffed in pain. Outside the security hut. Mr. Wang. Wang Wu had just stepped out of the hut when he saw his students standing not far from him, surrounded by dozens of people. Wang Wu was shocked and roared. What do you mean by that? Qin Lang raised his hand. AI. Don't be agitated. Mr. Wang, I have no ill intentions. If I really wanted to kill people and get away with it, they wouldn't have been brought back. Wang Wu, then you. Qin Lang laughed. This is the end of the world. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. I don't like things to be out of control. You know what I mean? Wang Wu nodded. They are all my students. Don't hurt them. Old Li, pull back. Qin Lang shouted and withdrew the men. Just now when he was talking to Wang Wu, Old Li, Su Yun and the others had already told him the process through mind communication. Both sides did not fight at all. This group of students, although 1 or 2 seemed to be very intimidating combat power, either 3,000 or 4,000. In fact, not strong. Their class president, trenchcoat teenager Du Jun and Old Li sparring for a while, was easily pinned down after letting the students surrender their weapons, because Du Jun was a smart man. He could see that this group of people were not comparable to those shelter warriors he had encountered in the past, and were clearly several levels higher. Are you guys okay? Wang Wu was a little worried. Boss, we're all fine. They didn't mean any harm and said they'd treat us to hot pot later, Du Jun said smilingly. Wang Wu nodded. It's good to be fine. Boss, did he tell you the solution? Well, here's the thing. Wang Wu told Qin Lang's original words to his classmates. But we don't have that many gold cards at the moment. We can only settle for 1 for now. When we have 1 later. While the students were talking, the shelter crowd had already vacated a large tent at Qin Lang's signal, and all kinds of hot pot ingredients were placed on the table in unison. Fresh pork, beef and mutton rolls, a variety of green vegetables, mushrooms, and of course the most mouth-watering of all is the pot of red oil that looks so good in the bottom of the pot. Gulp. Wang Wu swallowed deeply. Old Li grinned broadly and said, our boss said that guests must be entertained with good wine and food when they come, and if the enemy comes, then he must be given a taste of the slap. And since you guys are guests, then please come in. Wang Wu bowed deeply. Thank you, Boss Qin. Qin Lang laughed. No need to be polite. The food and drinks are manageable. This is the most basic. Boss Qin, what are you doing? Du Jun had a bit of an E-man personality and was very outgoing. Oh, get some barbecue. We got tired of fondue a long time ago. Wang Wu, Dojin, 66 students, what a Versailles. At first the students eat and drink, still some constraints, but with 2 white wine down, the students can no longer be taught. Directly flying self, show their true selves. The likes of Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian were originally students, not much older than them, and quickly blended in, talking to each other. But, this is, after all, the end times, and many people have lost their loved ones, and after the wine and food, some people began to cry. What did I say? One just can't eat too much. When one is hungry there is only one worry, while when one is full it breeds countless worries. Shin Lang sked and continued to take the big screen to play a video game called Baldur's Gate 10. Lin Wanner snorted. Then do you still want to starve them? Scream and screw up my mood again, and I'll starve them. Shin Lang hemmed and hawed. There's something I never told you. Oh, what is it? I'm going to sleep in the empty room tonight. Why? I'm going to make room for Chen Shui. Shin Lang frowned. Ha? Lin Wanner happily said. Look at your expression. It's not like Chen Shui has been interested in you for a day or two. A man as strong as you deserves it. Don't worry about me. No, Shin Lang shook his head. I didn't mean that. I was thinking, you're so understanding. How could I bear to let you sleep in that other room? This bed of ours isn't big enough? Lin Wanner came over. You're bad. Even if I'm good at it, is Chen Shui good at it? Then I don't care. Shin Lang hugged Lin Wanner and pressed her heavily underneath. Go, bring Chen Shui in. Good. 10,000 words are omitted here. Early morning the next day, Shin Lang appeared in the courtyard of the safe hut with his left arm around Lin Wanner and his right arm around Chen Shui. Old Li was squatting by the water well, brushing his teeth, when he oohed at the sight. Shin Lang was not polite with him and kicked his ass heavily. You fart. I haven't seen you love cleanliness so much before. Heave. It's not like there's a woman in the house. You have to pay attention to hygiene. How about those students? No trouble? It's fine. It's peaceful. They went to sleep last night when they were tired of crying. Ding Yuan was worried that they would be cold when they slept in the tent at night. She even took a small son over there. Pretty good. Shin Lang nodded. Such a life was so comfortable. Chapter 66, The Disappearing Team. After washing up in the safe house, Shin Lang changed into his down jacket and opened the door to walk out. Safe cabin comes with a temperature mediation system, which is much better than central air conditioning. As long as the battery is sufficient, it can always maintain the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Once the door is opened it's a different story. There is a temperature difference of nearly 60 degrees between inside and outside of the house. Did you have a good rest yesterday? Shin Lang waved his hand towards the group of students, and immediately received enthusiastic responses from the students, saying that they had eaten and slept well, and thanked Big Brother Chin for his hospitality. Boss Chin, I have something I want to discuss with you. It might be a bit abrupt. If I'm wrong about something, you mustn't take it personally. Wang Wu opened his mouth with some hesitation. What if you tell me first, and let me be clear, as long as I'm not borrowing cards, anything else is negotiable. In the post-apocalyptic world, cards are everything. Wang Wu smiled. That's not true. We drove all the way here and are a bit tired both physically and mentally. I want to take the kids to rest here with you for a while before we leave. That's no problem. Shin Lang let out a sigh. I thought something was wrong. Getting all uptight. You guys can stay as long as you want. I'll take care of the heating part. But your food. It wasn't that Shin Lang couldn't afford to pay for all that food. In fact, the cards of supplies he captured in the Battle of the Giant Armlair were enough for 180 people to use for the majority of the year. But on what grounds? It wasn't like they were his own people. Wang Wu hurriedly said. This is not necessary. We will find a way on our own. Already living in yours. If I were to eat yours again, I couldn't do such a thing even if I had thick skin. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. The end times, everyone still has to stick together to keep warm. He made a round of the neighborhood of the shelter and stuffed some more corpses into the storage space, and then he went back to the safe hut to live his life. You play games too? Shin Lang looked at Chen Shui, who was holding the handle and playing vigorously, and couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. Chen Shui panicked and dropped the handle, stood up, and carefully said, I like playing games a lot. When I was studying, I also did live broadcasts to earn some pocket money, and I have more than 400,000 fans. Ouch. You're quite the internet sensation then. Have you played this to become one? One can do 9 foot yet. Played. Come on, get cracking. Good. I really envy you guys who can play games. Lin Wanner was a gaming idiot and could only watch with her eyes. It really wasn't her forte, and she didn't know what fun games were. Who told you not to play more games when you were in school? Now you can't keep up. Nasty. Lin Wanner indignantly kicked Shin Lang with her little foot. Time went by and a week went by without realizing it. Shin Lang's life during this period of time can be said to be quite regular. Every day as soon as he opens his eyes is to play games and watch movies. And when he is tired of playing, he sleeps with his 2 daughters. And when he wakes up, he repeats yesterday's daily routine again, enjoying himself. It wasn't that Shin Lang was complacent and lost his motivation to fight. It was really that there were no monsters for him to kill, and it was so hard to settle down that he was not allowed to enjoy his life. Besides, the temperature outside is now dropping to -40 degrees. So who would go hunting in this extreme climate unless they were starving to death? Drip drip drip. Xi Lang was sleeping when he suddenly heard the doorbell and raised his eyes to see that it was Wang Wu, who stood shivering in the doorway. Boss Qin, let me discuss something with you. Come in. Xi Lang opened the door to let Wang Wu in, and he slipped into the courtyard wearing short sleeves and shorts. What's wrong? Wang Wu moved his arms and legs and said, it's like this. I want to exchange some ammo cards with you. It's not snowing. A lot of monsters have popped up. I plan to take the students hunting, and then sit and eat like this. Sooner or later, there will be a day of running out of food, but I don't have many ammo cards on hand. It's snowing. Xi Lang stretched his back. He didn't even know about this. No problem. Isn't it just ammo cards? I'll privately sponsor 200 of them for you. Ah, then thank you so much. Wang Wu was ecstatic. 200 ammo cards. Enough to last for a while. I have a condition. Take my men with me to move around. I'm afraid their bodies are going to get rusty. Absolutely no problem. Wang Wu agreed without thinking. Originally, this was just a hunting activity that was no more than ordinary. But who knows that until the next night, Wang Wu and his nearly 100 people did not return. I made a deal with Wang Wu that we would contact each other once every 3 hours at the longest, and now he has been out of contact with me for 6 hours. Something must have happened. Old Li was very anxious, because Hu Chunli was a little tired of staying in the safe hut also followed Wang Wu and the others. Su Yan frowned and said, this is indeed strange. A team of over 100 people, well-equipped and experienced in combat. Unless Wang Wu took the wrong pills and brought them to fight the giant arms lair, there's simply no way any monsters can threaten them. Even a tide of corpses can be dealt with. Boss, what do you think? Xi Lang closed his eyes in contemplation and did not answer Su Yan's words. He also vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what had happened to Wang Wu and his group even if he thought about it. The second stage of the end of the world. The most terrifying in addition to the extreme cold is the giant arm lair. If you have to say what else can threaten the 100-member team, that is the leader-level monsters within the giant arm lair. But that kind of monsters are usually only active within or near the giant arm lair. Wang Wu could never go there to die. Could it have encountered an attack from one of the shelters? Lin Wan Er thought of a possibility. We can't rule out this possibility. In short, no matter what happened to them, we can't wait any longer. Let Lin Mo prepare the car and let's set off. Lin Mo is also on the team, and Wu Fa Wu Tian followed. Su Yun let out a bitter smile. You mean there's only 6 of us left in the whole asylum? Yes. Xi Lang pinched his brow. Go, 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 I'll drive. That safe house. With humanity's current means, it's basically impossible to crack the gate, and violent intrusion is even more of a pipe dream. Xi Lang wasn't worried about the safe hut being invaded in the slightest. This thing could withstand a nuclear bomb attack. Old Li's attack power was horrible enough. Right, but if he wanted to break through the door of the safe hut, he would have to smash it for at least a year and a half without eating or drinking. At that moment, Xi Lang took the 5 people to board the sturdy little caravan and tracked all the way along the tire tracks. The snow was still falling outside the window, and fortunately it wasn't so heavy that it didn't completely overwhelm the tracks, and it wasn't difficult to track. As for encountering quite a few monsters along the way, Xi Lang chose to avoid them. They were going out this time to save people, not to hunt, and their priorities had to be separated. Driving on like this, a few hours later, the caravan stopped at the corner of a city where a large-scale gunfight had obviously taken place, with a large number of monster corpses piled up in front of it, and the cards inside the corpses had all been taken away, obviously by Wang Wu and the others. Chapter 67, Mushroom Cave of the Earth. It's already so dark. Should we take a rest here and continue searching when it gets light? Su Yan suddenly said. At this time it was already 11 p.m. There was no other sound except for the whistling cold wind and the hissing of the monsters in the distance, and the temperature had reached -43 degrees, infinitely close to the extreme temperature of the second stage of the end times. Xi Lang thought about it and shook his head. Right now we don't know what Wang Wu and the others are going through. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can save our minds. Get on the car. Xi Lang drove the small caravan to continue tracking the traces. After driving out for 3 or 4 hours, suddenly the ground in front of him turned into a huge pothole. Xi Lang's reaction was fast enough to step on the brakes at the first time, but it wasn't useful in the slightest, and in the next moment even the man with the car fell down. Asterisk 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 up, fell to my death. Old Li let out a pained groan. Xi Lang kicked open the door and climbed out of the caravan. Looking at the dreamlike scene in front of him, his eyes were suddenly filled with astonishment. A cave in the mushroom floor. There really is such a place? Xi Lang rubbed his eyelids vigorously as the rumors related to the Mushroom Earth cave in his previous life surfaced from the depths of his memory. Rumor has it that under the monster-ridden post-apocalyptic wasteland, there exists a natural shelter called Mushroom Cave of the Earth. And each Mushroom Cave of the Earth exists for an indefinite period of time, a short period of 3 to 5 days, while a long period of time can be up to 7 to 8 months or even a year. And each Mushroom Cave of the Earth contains plenty of food and treasures. Gosh, what a place! So beautiful? Lin Wan'er let out a gasp of surprise as she looked at the glistening mushroom-like plant in front of her. The rest of the people who got out of the car looked dumbfounded. Its old king and his snow chariots. Old Li came to life at once, pointing to the scattered vehicles behind him. Obviously, Wang Wu and their convoy had suddenly collapsed when they were traveling through this area. Otherwise the vehicles wouldn't have been scattered everywhere. They would have piled up together. Thanks to the mushrooms down there. Otherwise it's hard enough to smash down. Lao Li raised his head to look upward. The supposedly enormous sinkhole is now similar to a wellhead. So you can imagine how deep this pit is. Trying to climb out is probably a struggle. Boss, you've seen a lot. What exactly are these soft things? Old Li stepped on the mushrooms under his feet and immediately made a duang-duang sound. Looks like mushrooms to me. All be careful. There's not always something here. Qin Lang pulled out his flying sword Eternal Flame and let it hover around his body, cautioning the crowd to be vigilant. The group of 6 made their way along the path illuminated by mushrooms. Along the way, they encountered many strange and weird mushrooms, some of which Qin Lang had read about in the post-apocalyptic encyclopedia, and some of which were unfamiliar to him as well. This mushroom is so cute. Red like an apple. I wonder if I can eat it. Old Li pointed to the fist-sized mushroom at his feet and said. Qin Lang was just about to warn him, but Old Li had already gone up and pulled it out. Zip, zip, zip. Qin Lang yelled. Throw it away. It's a bomb mushroom. Old Li, as a throwing stream barbarian with amazing arm strength, directly flung the bomb mushroom out, and then saw a ball of fire explode from mid-air, as if it was scattered like fireworks, and it was still weirdly pretty. I told you to stop moving. Why don't you listen? Qin Lang scolded. Blame me. My hands are too deficient. Old Li scratched his head. As punishment, eat this mushroom. Qin Lang shoved a thumb-thin black mushroom to Old Li, who froze. What's this? Wouldn't you know if you ate it? Old Li knew that Qin Lang would definitely not harm himself, and after a small hesitation, he ruthlessly swallowed the black mushroom into his stomach. Old Li, what's the flavor of this stuff? Su Yun wondered. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like eating a skinny egg. It stinks. Smell my mouth if you don't believe me. You stay away from me. Su Yun rushed to avoid it. Qin Lang laughed evilly. Li Zhengqi, tell me, what's the most embarrassing thing you've done in your life? Old Li as if possessed. The body stood straight and said, I have done the most embarrassing thing in my life. Is when I was a contemporary driver, a certain time to steal the money of the drunken boss, and then used his money to find the lady, but the lady had a disease. And then I spent tens of thousands of dollars to cure the disease before healing. The 3 ladies, Lin Wan'er, Ding Yuan, and Chen Shui, collectively showed their contempt. Qin Lang and Su Yun laughed their heads off. What have I said? No, boss, what the hell is this? Old Li's face was red. The one I gave you is called Truth Mushroom, and when you eat it, it can make people tell the truth. Qin Lang pointed to the one with circles on it. This one is called Negative Mushroom. You don't need to eat it. After touching it, people will turn negative. It usually lasts for more than 10 seconds to a few minutes, I guess. Old Li laughed. So interesting. Like me, such an optimistic person. Certainly not negative. I try. After saying that, he reached out to touch it, and then plopped down on his knees in front of Qin Lang, and forcefully smoked his own mouth. I am sorry for being born as a waste. A waste like me doesn't deserve to live in this world at all. Why? Why did they all die and I didn't? What right do I have? Let me die. I really don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to waste this precious air on Earth. Crowd. It's too scary. Just now I really can't feel the fun. I really want to die. Lao Li may be personality bias positive energy. Before and after less than a minute to come to their senses. Patting his chest and shouting afraid of fear. Alright, now is not the time to categorize the mushrooms. The most important thing is still that we have to hurry up and find Wang Wu and the others. Qin Lang took a deep breath and shouted. Wang Wu. The voice drifted to the deepest part of the mushroom cave and waited for a long time with no response. Go further in. The group continued to move forward, and after traveling like this for 2 hours, Qin Lang found a misty lake ahead, with dozens of men and women lying horizontally on the edge of the lake. Chun-Li. Old Li saw Hu Chun-Li at a glance, and just as he was about to enter, he was tugged by Qin Lang. Wait a minute. This fog is not right. Look at their bodies. Looking in the direction of Qin Lang's finger, colorful mushrooms grew on all of them. They shouldn't be dead, should they? Not dead. They're all breathing. They should have been hit with mushroom toxin. Qin Lang had read the encyclopedia, and there were relevant records in it. People who have been infected with this mushroom toxin will not die in the short term, but if they are left untreated for a long period of time, the person will be absorbed by the nutrients from the mushrooms that grow on their skin and will die completely. A process that lasts for about a week. Chapter 68 Panel Mirror and Mushroom Man. What do we do now? Everyone turned their gazes towards Qin Lang. Don't worry, I have an idea. Qin Lang rummaged around in his storage space for a while and finally took out a gold card and handed it to Ding Yuan. Toxin antibodies? Ting Wan took the card and looked at it. Is that for me? Qin Lang nodded. You inherently have toxin resistance after turning into a lizard man. Coupled with this, toxin antibody, it basically makes you immune to the vast majority of toxins currently available. And it would be most appropriate for you to go and do the job of looking for a poisoner. Good. Ding Yuan tore off the card without thinking, and a dark green light flashed on her body. You transform first, then walk into the poisonous mist and see. Good. Ding Yuan's trust in Qin Lang was no less than Su Yun's, and immediately turned into a lizard man as she carefully walked in. This was when the advantages of Team Glory came to light, allowing for direct and unobstructed mind communication. Otherwise Ding Yuan would have had a major communication barrier with each other after turning into a lizard man. Ting Wan, the toxin really doesn't work on me, but what am I supposed to do with it now? Qin Lang, carry them out of the poisonous fog first. Ding Yuan, okay. The giant lizard man that Ding Yuan had turned into soon came out carrying Hu Chuanli and a female student, gently placing them on the open space. Since Qin Lang had customized a set of BD for her, Ding Yuan's stamina and strength was absolutely abundant, and basically, she would not be able to get out of such a situation. Ding Yuan, I'll continue. When she finished, she dove in headfirst and began carrying people out one by one. Chuanli. Old Li was very nervous as he hugged Hu Chuanli, whose face was covered in mushrooms, and his tears were about to come down. As the saying goes, love grows over time, and he has long had deep feelings for Hu Chuanli. Don't move the mushrooms on her. Qin Lang reminded one thing. Those seemingly mushroom-like things on these people were actually part of the flesh. Only by eliminating the poisoner could they be completely cured. Otherwise they would have to use the special toxin serum, which was a gold card, and there were less than 20 of them in Qin Lang's hands in total, and he didn't want to use them here. Ding Wan was quite handy and soon transported 40 or 50 men and women from the lake. Ding Wan, I checked, and that's all the people in the neighborhood. The others went who knows where. Qin Lang, have you looked in the lake? Ding Yuan, I'm a natural duckling. I can't swim. Qin Lang was speechless. This time he turned over 2 gold cards to Ding Yuan. One was Diver Dave, and one was Fish Lung Holder. The former could give the reinforcer a strong diving ability, while the latter could drastically increase the time to close the air. The 2 cards were matching, with a positive chain link effect. Ding Yuan was overjoyed. I see. No wonder you haven't been giving me more cards. It turns out you're leaving me room to improve. Qin Lang, that's for sure. A strong team must not only be able to carry and fight, but also cope with all kinds of environments. Go down and take a look. If you meet a monster you can't deal with, just come up quickly. We'll come in to meet you right away. Ding Yuan, good. The lizard man rushed headlong into the fog, and soon the plop of something heavy hitting the water was heard. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the originally thick poisonous fog suddenly thinned out, followed by the mushrooms on the faces of Hu Chuanli and the rest of the people slowly starting to wither and shrink. What's going on here? What's this all of a sudden? You'd have to ask Din Hope about that. She must have done something. Su Yun, Yuan, what are you doing? The poisonous mist is dispersing. Ding Wan, hey, I'm coming up, and look what I got. Put. The lizard man brought up a large amount of lake water and leapt to the shore, only to see that it was carrying in its right hand a half-human tall, very anthropomorphic, mushroom-shaped creature, apparently knocked out, with both of its eyes in the shape of XS. I just went into the water. This mushroom man sneaked up on me and sprayed poison in my face. I gave it a few punches in anger. Then it became like this. I don't know if it died or not. Ding Yuan, who had regained her human form, took the blanket Su Yun handed over to wrap her body, and said excitedly, by the way, I also found 2 things under the bottom of the lake, which I threw into the storage space by hand. Qin Lang was happy and directly used his authority to open Ding Yuan's storage box, and indeed found 2 things inside, a shining standing mirror and a golden chest. Holy, wealthy! Qin Lang almost jumped up in excitement and took out both items. This mirror, is it that powerful? It can see what talent skills I've learned. Old Li was staggered. The smile on Qin Lang's face could no longer be hidden. This is called Panel Mirror, a dark gold tool. We've made a fortune. Panel Mirror, as the name suggests, can reflect everyone's attribute panel, And the most counterintuitive feature is that you can make any talent and skill access by simply consuming a silver card battery. In other words, with this mirror, Qin Lang would be able to adjust everyone's talent skills to their optimal state with minimal loss. The long-term strategic significance will not be less than team pride. Ah, I see. Chen Shui hammered her palm. It's the same as if we were playing a game. We can reconstruct the character BD. Brilliant. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Then this chest is. Several people looked towards the golden chest. If I were to guess correctly, what's contained here should be a secret mushroom treasure. Qin Lang rubbed his palms vigorously and came to the side of the knocked-out mushroom man. Just as he was about to slash the mushroom man to death, the mushroom man, who had been unconscious the second before, woke up and screamed in horror. Kirikou, 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 Kirikou. Short arms and legs stomping and kicking frantically. Big eyes streaming with tears. Is it crying? Su Yun was a little unsure. Qin Lang, can you not kill it first? I think this mushroom is kind of cute. Lin Wan Air pleaded for mercy. Girls of her and Chen Shui's age tended to lack resistance to cute creatures. Especially this mushroom man, with its half-meter height, round body, and short, stubby, fat arms and legs. It did fit the definition of cute as well. As if the mushroom man could understand Lin Wan Air's words, he actually stopped struggling, turned his head away, and wailed at Lin Wan Air. It seems to understand human language. Qin Lang loosened it up, and then he saw the mushroom man rolling and crawling as he rushed towards Lin Wan Air, and accidentally fell into a dog's poop as he ran too fast. Oh, not afraid, not afraid. Won't kill you anymore. Ouch. Are you in pain? Lin Wan Air heartbreakingly rubbed Mushroom Man's head, and Mushroom Man hugged Lin Wan Air's thighs and just cried, then pointed to the group of people lying on the ground, and then pointed to Ding Yuan. When Ding Yuan glared, Mushroom Man was scared and burst into tears again. It's so strange. I obviously didn't hear anything, but I understand what it means, Lin Waner said with a surprised look on her face. Chapter 69, Terrifying Presence. It should be that this little mushroom person has used a barrier-free communication skill or something like that on you, Qin Lang said after thinking about it. This kind of thing was something that happened at times in the mid to late post-apocalyptic period, and there were some special monsters that would not only engage in psychic communication or unhindered communication with humans, but could even become their companions. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that the human had to be gifted with skills such as taming or summoning, and Su Yun was quite suitable for this avenue. What does it say? It said that it didn't mean to hurt these two-legged monsters. They were the ones who barged in first, and it had no choice but to fight back passively. And, Lin Waner paused and smiled bitterly. It said that that lizard monster was the big bad guy. Ding Huan glared at it. Says who? Karika. The mushroom man was obviously very afraid of Ding Yuan and hurriedly hid behind Lin Wan Air. Alright, don't scare it. Ask where the others went. Qin Lang laughed it off. Lin Wan Air exchanged words with the little mushroom man for a while and said, the rest of them went after the lizard monster. A lizard monster? Could it be that there are other monsters in this mushroom cave besides mushrooms? Qin Lang sked. This was the first time he knew about this. Lin Waner said. It said that the lizard monster specializes in eating mushrooms for a living, and is the natural enemy of their clan, and that its parents and also its relatives died at the hands of the lizard monster, and that it is the last of the mushroom people. Then let's hurry over. Wang Wu and the others don't get into any more danger. Qin Lang thought about it and left Su Yun and Ding Yuan to take care of the injured, while he himself chased along the road with Oldly, Lin Wan Air, Chen Shui and the mushroom people. The mushroom man looked clumsy. In fact, it didn't run fast at all. Lin Waner was afraid that it would fall behind, so she simply hugged it and ran wildly, communicating while running, and then informing the crowd of this information through mind communication again. This chase is half a day's light, thanks to everyone has strengthened the physical strength, or else just hurrying would be half dead. Rumble. Just as Qin Lang was about to stop and let the crowd rest, a loud bang suddenly came from the front. I'll go over first. You guys follow. Qin Lang leaped forward and rushed forward. A few minutes later, Qin Lang arrived at the scene. At that time, the 50 or so people led by Wang Wu were besieging the swarms of lizards. To be exact, it was a crocodile-like creature that didn't look half as good as a lizard. The large open space was lying full of the monster's corpses, while there seemed to be no casualties on Wang Wu's side. That one's a nest, right? Qin Lang's pupil stared. There was a wall-like circular wall at the end of his vision. The wall was filled with large and small holes. There were hundreds of them. Obviously those monsters crawled out from those holes. This creature. Qin Lang's brows tightened as he suddenly remembered what this thing was called. In his previous life, people called this kind of monster bee crocodile, a kind of creature whose offensive and defensive abilities weren't very strong, but whose numbers were extremely high, and who usually only lived underground, and it was almost difficult to see them on the ground. What made Qin Lang feel worried was that according to the book, the bee crocodile was a swarming creature, and every bee crocodile nest would have a crocodile emperor and crocodile queen present. But how strong the crocodile emperor and crocodile queen were, this he did not know. After all, it was too rare and the relevant records were few. Wang Wu. Qin Lang stood on the mushroom and roared. As soon as Wang Wu turned around and saw that it was Qin Lang, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Boss Qin, why are you here? I don't feel comfortable with you guys disappearing for so long. It's Brother Qin. Brother Qin has come to save us. The students were overjoyed. Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian were also in the group, and all of them had happy faces. Don't kill them. Hurry up. The mushroom toxin has been detoxed from them. Qin Lang weighed the pros and cons and still felt that he couldn't be too wavy. In the second stage of the end times, the monsters on the ground were randomly killed. But this underground creatures that ran through the middle and late stages of the end times were afraid that they wouldn't be so good to deal with. Let's go later. The cards on these crocodiles are of high quality. At the very least they're green cards, and I got a lot of blue and silver cards. Wang Wu was killing the little cutie. Only then would he let go of the opportunity to get rich. Leave when I tell you to. What's the point of wasting words? These are just the small ones. In case we kill too many and bring out the big ones, we'll all have to die. Qin Lang was a bit angry. When Wang Wu heard this he immediately signaled the crowd to stop shooting. There are still big ones? Then, to be on the safe side, it is better to withdraw in a hurry. Xiao Du, you lead the team to pick up the card. We cover you. Class leader Du Jun nodded and greeted a few of his classmates to scavenge for trophies from the corpses, while the scattered bee crocodiles were given a chance to catch their breath, and they all burrowed back into their nests in a sorry state. Boss, we're rich. Look, a gold card. Du Jun was overjoyed and raised his gold card high. No, Wang Wu just wanted to say not bad. Who would have thought that the incomparably thick spherical wall behind Du Jun suddenly shattered, and a huge monstrous claw that could not be described in words reached out from it, out and grabbed Du Jun with one hand. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Du Jun's smile was still on his face, but his body had been crushed into pieces. There was no time to render aid. Ah, little Du. Wang Wu's eyes were red. Du Jun was one of his favorite students. Move. This is not something we can deal with right now. Qin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. Right at the moment when Du Jun was pinched into pieces, there was a feeling that gave him the creeps, and his intuition told him that if he stayed any longer, he would surely die. The monsters inside absolutely crush everything. My god, this monster's combat power is surprisingly 60,000. Someone in the group was wearing a battle detector and let out a gasp of surprise at this point. What's 60,000? No concept. This was not an existence that could be rated by humans at this stage. It was a creature as terrifying as a deity. Run! Qin Lang thought nothing of it and turned his head to run, just in time to meet Lin Wanner, Chen Shui and the others who rushed over. Qin Lang shouted, "Run if you don't want to die. Use all your milk strength. Run!" The crowd's reaction was fast enough, but there were still a dozen or so students and members of the original Suyun team who fell behind and were grabbed by that giant claw, and they didn't even have the chance to struggle or scream directly into pieces. Descending dimensional strike. The unfortunate thing was that the terrifying existence seemed to have a limited attack distance, and Qin Lang only ran for a few minutes before the terrifying aura disappeared. But he didn't dare to linger, and still rushed back to the small lake in one breath. And at this time, the poisoned and unconscious people had all awakened, only that their bodies were all weaker. Little Mushroom said that it has a way to send us out and told us to follow it. Lin Wan Air said. The group came to the place where the vehicle crashed, and stood on the huge mushroom at the sign of the little mushroom, only to see the little mushroom do a strange dance in place, followed by the mushroom starting to grow upwards, and in no time at all, it sent the group back to the snow-covered ground. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy. The crowd should have been celebrating when they escaped from death, but Wang Wu suddenly fell to his knees and cried bitterly. Chapter 70 Reconstructing the Deck. Dual Core. Qin Lang didn't stop Wang Wu and the students from venting their feelings by crying, and stood aside to watch quietly. As a team that was still fully formed after 2 months of living in the post-apocalyptic world, losing a comrade for the first time was indeed painful. Old Wang, you don't have to blame yourself too much. No one could have predicted this would happen. Seeing them cry for a while, Qin Lang spoke out to comfort them. Luckily we ran fast, or else all of us would have to be accounted for inside. Teacher Wang, it's not your fault. Don't cry. The one who spoke was a very pretty female student named Sun Yen, the vice class president, and her tears were frozen on her face, forming tear spots. Sooner or later, I will take out that thing down there and avenge Xiao Du and the other students. Wang Wu slammed the ground hard. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth tugged. Alright old Wang. The other students are infected by the mushroom toxin. Their bodies are very poor. Hurry up and take them back to the camp to rest. It's freezing cold. Don't freeze to death a few more. Qin Lang got into the caravan after he finished speaking, and Lin Wanner followed one after another a few times, always holding the little mushroom man in her arms. What does this mean? Qin Lang was curious. Lin Wanner was a bit squirming. Qin Lang, can I keep it? Little Mushroom said that it's the only mushroom left in the whole family. It's scared and wants to come with us. Qin Lang pinched his brow. This is the start of pet ownership. It's good that you're happy. Lin Wanner was overjoyed. Thank you. You're the best. The little mushroom man raised his short, stubby arm and gave a thumbs up. Croak. Lin Wanner said. It's very happy. It says you're good. Ha! Qin Lang was honestly in a rather good mood. This trip out, although lost a dozen people, but harvested, panel mirror, and mushroom secret treasure. Although currently do not know what's in the mushroom secret treasure, a panel mirror alone is already worth the price of admission. To put it bluntly, slightly in human words, it was that Wang Wu's group of people were all dead, and that was also a steady profit. Since Lin Mo returned to the team, the task of driving the car was naturally given to him. Completely freeing his hands, Qin Lang asked Lin Wanner to ask the small mushroom man secret treasure opening method. This kind of secret treasure is often not as simple as it seems. Violent lock-picking is easy to counterproductive, and ended up with a person's money two empty ends. The little mushroom man's IQ was almost that of a 5 or 6-year-old, and he was definitely reluctant at first, but he couldn't withstand Lin Wanner's flimflamming and eventually agreed to help open the secret treasure. The little mushroom man stood and danced in front of the treasure chest, his mouth gibbering for half a day, and finally, with a bang, the seemingly sturdy lock disappeared in pieces, and the secret mushroom treasure chest was opened. Looking at the objects inside, Qin Lang's eyes immediately lit up. The box was surprisingly full of a large stack of cards. At the top was a dark gold card, below that were 3 colored cards, then a large number of gold and silver cards. The asterisk 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 sound was loud in the car. Qin Lang picked up the card and looked at it. It was a whole set of cards, the core of which was this dark gold card, Mushroom Herder. The color cards were Mushroom Throwing, Mushroom Formation, and Mushroom Eater, and the gold cards were a variety of mushroom seeds. According to Mushroom Maker, S-Notes, this is a deck with both offense and defense, as well as strong field control. Qin Lang raised his eyes and saw countless pairs of expectant eyes in the car. Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, Old Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, they were all watching with bated breath. Qin Lang was happy. I'm especially suitable for this, Mushroom Maker. What do you guys think? Che. The crowd dispersed. Not happy? Non-existent. Qin Lang was the absolute team core, and the stronger he was represented the stronger the team was. Besides, who would take a dark gold set of cards and give them to someone else to use? It's not a living brain fart. Here, let your brother hold you. Qin Lang greeted the little mushroom man over. The little mushroom man was very smart, knowing that Qin Lang was the team leader, and came to Qin Lang with good behavior. Qin Lang rubbed the little mushroom man's head, and understood why Lin Wanner was in love with it. The feel of this thing was fantastic. It was very bouncy, kind of like the bouncing ball that he played with when he was a kid. Qin Lang rubbed the little mushroom man's face hard into the shape of a love heart and said prettily, "Hey, how about we call it Q-Boy from now on?" Yeah, I was worried about what to name it. Q-Boy sounds good. Lin Wanner was the first to raise her hand in agreement. The little mushroom man didn't seem too happy with the name Q-Boy, but it didn't matter. No one asked for its opinion. The journey was uneventful and the group returned to the shelter. Only one day had passed since they had left, and all was unchanged except for some snow. You guys wait for me outside. Qin Lang enters the safe hut alone. What he wants to do now is to use the panel mirror to optimize his talents and skills, like the gold cards at the beginning, heavy fist fighter, night vision, super physical strength, dangerous intuition, marksman, etc. What should be kept and discarded? After all, there is a better alternative. And most of all, except for a few essential passives in the gold card category, the others can no longer get into his eyes. The most important thing is that the gold card class, in addition to a few essential passive, the other has not entered his eyes. Since Qin Lang's core cards were only 2, 8 veins, and Mushroomer, it was simple to construct, and it took him less than an hour to reconstruct a set of 9-sided warrior BD with 2 cores and no shortcuts for himself. Qin Lang's current state of reinforcement: Alchemist Pathway Dash, Color Card Spirit Pool, Color Card Imperial Chi Technique, Gold Card 8 Chakras LV2, Mushroom Maker Pathway, Dark Gold Mushroom Maker, Colored Card Mushroom Throwing, Colored Card Mushroom Formation, Color Card Mushroom Eater, Gold Card Biologist LV2, Miscellaneous, Dark Gold Team Glory, Color card, Supreme Chop. Color card, Super Recovery Body. Gold card, Super Strength LV4. Gold card, Athleticism LV3. Gold card, Eagle Eye LV2. Gold card, Epidemic Survivor LV2. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Lang still decided to discard the Marksman and Bullet Resistance aura, although the latter was a colored card. As of now, ordinary firearms were really not very threatening to him. There was no need to waste this colored card position. It would be more appropriate to give it to Lin Wanner or Qin Shui. As for discarding Marksman, it was mainly because he had mushroom throwing, and although he didn't know how powerful it was yet, it was certainly more powerful than the golden card anymore, and no longer lacked a means of long-range attack. That's it for now. Help the others get it. Qin Lang stretched and headed for the door. At that moment, the group of people in the tent outside the door had their battle detectors on and were whispering, "There's no playing around if you lose. Who are you looking down on? Whoever plays rogue is a dog. I'm betting that the boss will be able to reach at least 7,000 or more in battle power after this enhancement. You're underestimating the boss. I'll bet 8,000. Qin Lang had just come out of the door when he heard the drip 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 sound ringing out, and when he saw clearly what the crowd was doing, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You little cuties, is there no boredom? Hiss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Naya. Really? He was answered by a chorus of backward gasps. Chapter 71 Old Lee's Choice. To say it's outrageous, it has to be you. Old Lee looked up to the sky and whistled. 9,800 battle power. I'm a mother. That's right. After the panel mirror readjusted his talents and skills, at this time, Qin Lang's battle power had almost doubled, soaring directly from 5,500 to an unbelievable level of 9,800. As a matter of fact, Qin Lang had some reservations. He deliberately did not let his battle power exceed 10,000 because he knew that once his battle power exceeded 10,000, there was a high probability that the cards he consumed on a daily basis would have to be silver or above. And as of right now, there was no need for that at all. It was too extravagant. This thing, the battle power detector, is fine for detecting monsters. It's very unreliable for detecting people. Qin Lang had wanted to remind them of these words a long time ago, so he happened to take today to say it. There are many auxiliary classes and passive talents that are not counted into the battle power. If you guys really take the battle power as the standard of strength and weakness, the ones who will suffer sooner or later will be yourselves. However, at this point in time, how could the crowd still have the heart to listen to this? They all dabbled and stood up, requesting Qin Lang to strengthen and reconstruct their natural skills. Old Lee, Old Su, Ding Yuan, the three of you shouldn't join in the fun. Your talents are all constructed by me. There is room for improvement. Reconstructing is not necessary. At least at the moment, you can't find a more perfect BD. Qin Lang's gaze fell on the two women, Lin Wanner and Chen Shui. Come on, I'll help you guys get your talents back in order. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui were overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to take Qin Lang's arm. I want the two of you to be able to stay behind the battlefield at all times as field control or long-range attackers. So I'm going to make Wan Er you a long-range attacker, and Shui Er you'll remain a pure support with the battlefield musician as the centerpiece. Qin Lang voiced his thoughts. The two women had no objections to this. They weren't stupid, so they naturally knew that Qin Lang was doing this to maximize their protection. Then I'll take out all of Wan Er's natural skills first. 2 hours later, Lin Wan Er and Chen Shui both came out of the safe hut. Outside, there was another drip, and Old Lee drooled with envy. Before entering the house, Lin Wan Er's battle power was only a little over 2,000. Now it was 4,500, and Chen Shui, who was originally just over 1,000, now reached 4,700, increasing her battle power by a full 5 times. This is the card Qin Lang asked us to give you. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui handed a pile of gold cards to Old Lee, Su Yun and Ding Yuan respectively. Cool is the word. I'm only going to say it once. Old Lee jumped straight up in excitement, while Hu Chunli, who was resting in the tent at the back, saw this, and a hint of undetectable downturn flashed in her eyes. That night, Qin Lang was playing poker with his two daughters when he suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel in the courtyard. When Qin Lang got dressed and came to the courtyard, he saw Hu Chunli sitting on the ground covered in blood, her face swollen. Old Lee, on the other hand, was sputtering and cursing something or other, saying whatever was hard to hear. Dirty as hell. Sister Chunli. Lin Wanner wanted to assist, but was stopped by Qin Lang. He knew Li Zhengqi. This person's shortcomings were many, but his emotions were quite stable, and I'm afraid it wasn't a small matter that could make him lose control of his emotions. Old Lee, what happened? When Old Lee saw Qin Lang come out, he collected his manic emotions and lowered his voice. It's nothing, it's just a little bit of that got into a fight. I'm sorry boss, for waking you guys up. What's the matter of the broken matter? Qin Lang said with interest. Su Yun and Ding Yuan, who were in the next room, also walked out in pairs, and they were very sensible as neither of them opened their mouths. Hu Chuanli couldn't be bothered to wipe the blood from her face and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made Old Li angry. I deserved to be beaten. It's all my own fault." Qin Lang opened his mind communication in silence. "Old Li, you are the person I trust the most. I don't want you to hide anything from me. If you hide anything from me, even if the relationship between us is ironclad, I'm going to let you leave the team." These words Qin Lang did not go behind the back of the other three, and belonged to team chat, rather than private chat. Old Li was silent for a while. "Boss, I will not hide it from you. At night when we eat, Chun-Li is a bit moody. I asked her what she refused to say. Just now she suddenly told me that she said, you only have sister-in-law and sister-in-law in your eyes. There is no brother at all. Otherwise you will not raise their battle power so high. To you, only give some gold cards to send off." I argued with her because of this, and then, I didn't hold back for a moment and beat her up. I think she should not dare in the future. Qin Lang, hey, I thought it was a big deal. I can't afford to be so angry. Qin Lang closed the mind communication and smiled. "You've all risen. Why don't you go out for a walk? Come on, all of you." Qin Lang smiled and walked out the door. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui hurriedly followed when they saw this. Su Yun gave Hu Chuanli a meaningful look and walked out of the safe hut with his arm around Ding Yuan as well. Hu Chuanli panicked. "Old Li, boss what happened to him?" Old Li sighed. "What else could it be? It must be angry. I'm bailing you out. Go out and take a look." Qin Lang didn't explain too much. He just spoke faintly. "I'm a person who hates backstabbing the most, especially some people who, after having benefits that didn't belong to her, intensify their efforts to want more. Old Li, since Hu Chuanli is your woman, it's inconvenient for me to step in, so you kill her for me. Kill her in front of everyone." Old Li was shocked. "What? Boss, you this?" Hu Chuanli pissed herself. "What? Boss? Don't kill me. I won't dare anymore. I drank at night. I was playing drunk. Those are my drunken words." Old Li's body suddenly shivered. He was really reluctant to give up. After all, the two had been together for so long. How could they say they didn't have feelings? But 1,000 times should not. Hu Chuanli should not blow pillow wind away from the feelings between teammates. Mindful of this, Old Li snapped his eyes shut and clenched his fists. "Old Li, open your eyes and look at me. I'm Chuanli. I'm pregnant. Pregnant with your child." Hu Chuanli cried. Old Li shivered and burst into tears. I have a child. Yeah, I'm really pregnant with your baby." Old Li hugged Hu Chuanli. That's great. Old Li, have a child. Ha ha, thank you Chuanli. If we didn't know each other in the end times, how nice it would be." Hu Chuanli cried. "Old Li, are you willing to forgive me? I will be a good wife and mother." "Well, I forgive you. I trust you. You'll be a good wife and mother. You will be. Woohoo. Put." Old Li suddenly slapped the back of Hu Chuanli's head, shattering it along with her brain. In this way, one should feel no pain. Old Li thought to himself. Chapter 72 Sun Yen, the hairy introducer. The scene was silent as the cold wind blew through. The hearts of all those who saw this cruel scene were cold. At the same time, the crowd also had a more profound perception of Qin Lang. He is a strong leader, a friendly leader, a humorous leader, and a generous leader. But all of this is based on loyalty, and anyone who shows any disloyalty will be wiped out straight away without mercy, even if it is a senior teammate like Hu Chuanli, who has been living in a safe cabin for a long time. "Don't cry too long and make a fool of yourself," Qin Lang said to Old Li, turned to look at the group of students shivering in the cold wind, and without saying anything, turned around and went back to the house. This night, although Lin Wanner and Chen Shui didn't say anything, they worked harder than before, unlocking quite a few new positions. Early morning the next day, when Qin Lang got up and washed himself, he saw Old Li sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with a listless look. He too was spitting out the toothpaste in his mouth. Qin Lang carelessly said, "Our current squad configuration is quite complete. Attack, defense, field control, auxiliary are all there. The only thing missing is a therapist. Free time for you to go to Wang Wu's group of students to look for research." Lao Li didn't understand at first, and woke up with an ah. He let out a cry. "It's not appropriate, is it? I'm so old." Qin Lang laughed and scolded. "What are you thinking about? I'm just letting you search for a therapist. Who asked you to pull the ones you can't use? Of course, if the student's character is really good, then it's fine. I won't stop you. It's the end of the world. Who cares about age? It's just an exchange." Old Li rubbed his face and revealed a bitter smile. "Oh, got it." In fact, this group of 18 or 19-year-old students were much more proactive than Qin Lang thought. Just at noon, Oldly went out to walk that will. There are several girls take the initiative to stick up. A mouth of a Lee uncle called. The Oldly are given to the whole shyness. They both want to fill the void left by Chun-Li who. They had never been inside a safe cabin before, but they guessed that the cabins must have everything they wanted and nothing they lacked. Living in a tent and sleeping in a sleeping bag outside in -degrees is not as comfortable as sleeping inside. Mr. Wang, are you in a better mood? Sun Yen, the deputy squad leader, walked into the tent with a bowl of hot skinny neat porridge with eggs. After a night's rest, Wang Wu's spirit had recovered quite a bit, but he was still a bit haggard. He hummed and gestured for Sun Yen to come over and sit. Is there something looking for me? Wang Wu asked as he took a sip of porridge. Sun Yen nodded. I want to know what you think of big brother Qinlang. Teacher. Wang Wu was stunned. What do you mean? Sun Yen said. Today, Uncle Li revealed information that he was preparing to promote a girl to be a therapist among our group of students, so I want to give it a try. Wang Wu became furious. Nonsense. Do you know what this means? Sun Yan's eyes dimmed and nodded. I know, although I'm only 18, but I know everything. Us kids living in the internet environment are usually precocious. Isn't it just that thing between men and women? I can learn if I don't know how. Your bull ******* ting me. Wang Wu was so angry that he smashed the porridge. Sun Yen, you said that you are such a pretty and quiet girl with good studies. How can you think of this? What? Are you thinking that I can't protect you guys? Sun Yen lowered her head and muttered. How did Du Jun die? Wang Wu was choked and nearly turned his back, stuttered for a long time, and finally sighed. I understand what you mean. Everyone has the right to choose. I'm neither your parents nor your relatives. I can only give you advice. After these few days of getting along and observing, Qinlang's team is very powerful, perhaps the strongest team in the end times. As long as you don't betray him and function in the team, not only will he not do anything to you, he will also do his best to protect you. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Wang Wu lowered his voice and said, if you are determined and want to join Qinlang's team, my advice to you is, depend directly on Qinlang, instead of looking for Oldly, who is only a second in command when all is said and done. Sun Yen frowned slightly, but, Brother Qin already has Sister Wanner and Sister Shui by his side. You have your advantages. You, only 18 after all. You're younger than all of them. Thank you, teacher. I won't forget you. Sun Yen bowed deeply towards Wang Wu. When he turned around and wanted to leave, Wang Wu reminded, no one will like a person who is too scheming. There is no need for you to set up a persona. Say whatever is on your mind. Instead it will be more likely for him to trust you. Do you know what I mean? Well, Sun Yen nodded. It's snowing outside again. Flurries. Sun Yen came to the door of the safe house and rang the doorbell. Hello, Brother Qin. I heard from Uncle Li that your team is short of a therapist, and I'd like to put myself forward. After a few short seconds of silence, the door to the safe house opened. In that moment, an aroma that contained the fragrance of the earth penetrated the heart. Sun Yen greedily breathed in the long-lost scent and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the girls outside who were getting close to Oldly saw the scene, and their eyes showed envy and jealousy. They weren't stupid. How could they not know what Sun Yen was doing in the safe house? She was a girl. What else but that? Shameless Sun Yen. In the past when I was in the class, I liked to pretend to be noble and pure, but what's the result? In the end, it's still not the initiative to throw yourself into the arms. So shameless. Being a whore. It's disgusting. A few girls whispered curses unsurprisingly reached Oldly's ears, who froze at first and then laughed. Where there are people, there is a jungle. This saying is really half true. A student body that is ironclad in times of crisis still has trouble avoiding collusion when it comes to relative comfort. That's human. Security hut, courtyard. It's so beautiful here. Sun Yen surveyed those green vegetables and fruits in the courtyard, feeling the gust of warm wind. This pretty girl clenched her fists hard. She died not wanting to leave the cabin, because this will be where she lives next. Sun Yen, you can do it. Sun Yen silently cheered herself up in her mind. Sun Yen, right. Sit down. Qinlang stepped out in a pair of fancy beach pants, topped with a loose t-shirt, and waved his hand lazily. Okay, Brother Qin. Sun Yen was well behaved and took his seat. Qinlang touched out a cigarette in his mouth, measuring the tall and beautiful female student in front of him. To be honest, he didn't have too deep an impression of this Sun Yen, only knowing that her position in the student team seems to be quite high, second only to Du Jun, belonging to the third in command. You said you wanted to be a therapist for our team. Do you have any advantages over those girls out there? Or, let me put it more bluntly, what are your credentials? Qinlang asked with a smirk. Chapter 73, Bullying. Sun Yen pursed her lips and said, before the end of the world, my grades have always ranked around 20 in the whole year. Not only that, I'm also very good at sports, and I also play some musical instruments, such as piano, hulusi, eru, etc. If it wasn't for the sudden arrival of the end times, I would have had a high probability of entering Qingbei. I'm very smart and learn things quickly. Why is it that when you're good at school, good at sports, and have so many specialties, the class president is Du Jun? Is he better than you? It's not like that. Sun Yan shook her head. My parents taught me at a very young age that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. I don't want to steal the class president position from Du Jun. Is it because you don't want to grab it, or you can't grab it? Xin Lang laughed. This question caused Sun Yan to fall into a 10-second long silence for a long time before she said, well, it can't be snatched. I've always been ostracized by my classmates in my class, and they're jealous of my looks and grades, and in itself, I'm not the kind of student who likes to waste time on interpersonal interactions. I believe that students should focus on their academics, and school is not the place to make friends. I can see that your mental age is much more mature than your peers, but that's no reason to convince me otherwise. As far as the current stage was concerned, whether or not there was a therapist was actually not important to the team, but the further down the line and the harsher the environment, the more important the therapist would become. Definitely an indispensable presence for the team, and because of this Qin Lang would not easily give up this position to a female student. I am 18 years old. I am young. I am obedient and loyal. I hope Brother Qin can give me a chance. I want to live a better life than now. Everyone out there wants a better life. And do you know what it means that you came to me of your own accord today? I'm prepared. Sun Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she clumsily pulled down the zipper of her down jacket, revealing her white neckline, which was covered in beads of dense sweat, slowly sliding down into what she needed to charge to see. Do you think I'm a stupid man with spermatozoa who can't walk when he sees a woman? Xin Lang laughed out loud. Then you're really underestimating me. Let's go. Don't disgrace yourself here. Brother Qin, I told you to get lost, and I don't want to have to say it again. Xin Lang's eyes were so cold that Sun Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, busily bowing and apologizing as he hurriedly left the safe hut. It wasn't until Sun Yan left that Lin Wanner walked out and smiled. She's just a little girl who wants to fight for a better life for herself. Why are you doing this to her? Xin Lang touched Lin Wanner's smooth little hand. People won't cherish what they get too easily. Let's put it on the fire for a while first. Aren't you afraid that if I take her in, it will threaten your position? After all, people are only 18 years old. Lin Wan air snorted. I'm loyal to you and was the first to follow you. Why would I be afraid of her threatening me? Age is indeed a woman's advantage. But again, it's not the whole story. I have my advantages too. I realized that you're getting better at talking. Xin Lang nodded and smiled as he wrapped an arm around Lin Wanner's small waist. Let's go. Go back to the house and sleep back. Noon. The snow shows no sign of stopping. Sun Yan, as usual, sat alone in the corner to eat. Today's lunch was instant noodles and ham sausage. Filling the stomach was enough. Sun Yan, what were you doing at the safe house this morning? At that moment 5 girls came over and surrounded Sun Yan in a ball. I'm looking for Brother Qin to say something. What's wrong? Sun Yan spoke calmly. Say something? Sun Yan, don't pretend. We were classmates together. What kind of person are you? Don't we know clearly? Did you hear that Brother Qin is recruiting therapists, so you went to offer yourself? The girl laughed coldly. Her name was Zhang Xingxing. She was the school's notorious female gangster. Sun Yan was a bit surprised. Zhang Xingxing, I underestimated you. I can't imagine that your grades are so poor, but you can still speak idioms. Who the are you cursing? Zhang Xingxing was furious. Lousy, that's not poor grades. Lousy just doesn't want to learn. Well, Sun Yan lowered her head. I did look for Big Brother Qin and wanted to join him, but I was rejected. Zhang Xingxing heatedly. Rejection is right. You think Brother Qin is blind? That Thai smell on you. You can smell it through the door. What is pretending to be pure? Who doesn't know that you got together with the broad of the second high school? I heard that you were pregnant, being stabbed by a man. Isn't it especially cool? Don't you talk nonsense. I've never known any broads. Sun Yan raised her head. Actually, I know that this rumor was spread by you guys, but I don't care anymore. The cleaner is the clearer. Do you guys still have something to do? If not, I'm going to eat. Eat your mom. A round-faced girl beside Zhang Xingxing suddenly took out a kettle and poured all the fishy yellow liquid inside into Sun Yan's bowl. A few of the girls laughed out loud. People like you only deserve to drink our urine. Drink! The corner of Zhang Xingxing's mouth was full of teasing. Sun Yan didn't argue with them, got up and wanted to leave, but was held down on the shoulders by 2 girls on the left and right. Sister Xing didn't let you go. How dare you? Sun Yan gasped. What the hell do you want? Don't leave until you eat this bowl. I'll call someone if you keep this up. Calling people? TSK. Gag her for me. Immediately a girl fetched dirty panties and forced them into Sun Yan's mouth before pulling and dragging her out of the tent. This scene was naturally seen by the other students in the camp. But no one wants to help her. What's the big deal about being good at school and being pretty? Born with a dog-eyed expression. Deserve to be bullied. Nyo Z, I remember you chased after Sun Yan. She was bullied and you didn't help? A few boys whispered. Help I was chasing her. Not rejected it. Sun Yan this hypocritical. Don't like it, just don't like it. Have to say what? In high school don't wanna fall in love. Have to study hard. But also say what if I can get into Qingbei? She can consider dating me. Ha ha ha. Still Qingbei. With your grades. It's smoke from your ancestors' graves if you can score 400 points. No wonder you hate her so much. Understand. Screw her. Grilled sausage. The sausage is getting mushy. A clearing not far from the shelter. Crunch. Sun Yan was escorted to her knees. Her body sunk deep into the snow. She tried to struggle, but there was no way to move. Her head and arms were controlled. I gave you a chance, but you don't hit the mark. Then don't blame me. Today I must feed you, said Zhang Xingxing as he went to undo the waistband of his pants. Several girls did not notice that their every move had already been recorded by a white mushroom covered in snow. Qin Lang didn't stop it and just quietly watched the few girls madly abusing Sun Yan. Chapter 74 Warhammer Woman. Life in a safe cabin is happy, warm, restful and cozy under the end times. But for some people who live outside the safe cabins, it's like hell. Since that day when Zhang Xingxing had finished abusing Sun Yan with his men, and Sun Yan did not tell Wang Wu about it for some unknown reason, more and more boys and girls joined in the orgy. They are young, energetic and need to vent. And Sun Yan, the good student with good grades and good looks before the end of the world and from a good family, is a perfect object to vent on. What could be more comfortable than stomping a once exalted goddess into a mud pit? They beat, humiliated and mentally abused Sun Yan. They replaced Sun Yan's food and water and forced her to eat feces. If it wasn't minus 40 degrees outside and the vast majority of the boys lost their most primitive abilities, Sun Yan would have ended up, I'm afraid, even worse than the female knights who were captured by the kobolds and taken into the lair. As night falls and snow falls, the only sound in the distance is the hissing of monsters. The bruised and battered Sun Yan, lying alone in the leaky tent. The sleeping bag was artificially damaged. The cold air constantly pouring in from the cracks, blowing on the skin, as if cut by knives. She could visibly feel her life draining away. Her lips turned blue. Her bloodshot eyes gradually became confused, and in the blur she seemed to see her father and mother, who were saying, Swallow, come quickly, come to mommy and daddy. Dad, Mom, I miss you guys. Sun Yan cried and stuck her hand out of the sleeping bag, but her parents were getting farther and farther away from her. She suddenly felt that all the cold had disappeared and her body was hot, so hot that she was almost sweating. Sun Yan burrowed out of her sleeping bag and used all her strength to walk towards the outside of the tent with a happy smile on her face. She was so happy that she was finally reunited with her parents. Dad, Mom, the swallows are here. Dad, Mom. Sun Yan fell heavily into the snow and completely lost consciousness. 3 days later, Sun Yan opened her eyes as she blankly looked around at the complete strangers. She didn't understand why she was here. What was this place? TV? Program? Sun Yan shook her sluggish brain vigorously as she thought of a possibility. There's no end times. There's no monsters at all. All of it, it's all a dream. Only this dream is too realistic. So that's it. Then my dad and mom. Footsteps sounded. Qin Lang appeared in front of her with a bright smile. Yanzi, you're awake. Qin, big brother Qin? Sun Yan froze. What else? Who do you think I am? Sun Yan choked up all of a sudden and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She already knew what this place was. It was Qin Lang's safe house. Brother Qin, if you rejected me, why did you save me again? Sun Yan cried. Before I answer this question of yours, I would like to ask you, why didn't you tell Wang Wu about your classmates' abuse of you? Didn't Wang Wu always protect you guys? Or does he have something else going on and isn't as friendly as he appears? This question Qin Lang couldn't figure out how. Sun Yan was filled with bitterness. Wang Wu was a good teacher. I didn't tell him because I was the one who betrayed our team first. I already told Mr. Wang everything I needed to say before I grossly betrayed him to you. So what face do I have to ask him for help? Oh, Qin Lang nodded, understanding. Sun Yan is not able to pass the hurdle of his own heart, but it is really a girl with a heart, but not much heart. You've been in a coma for the past few days. I've customized a set of cards for you. The pathway is War Priest. I don't know if you play the game or not. The biggest advantage of this pathway is that it can carry fight and milk. Of course, there is still a lack of core cards, so we can only take our time. Qin Lang handed a set of dozens of golden cards to Sun Yan. Yen, welcome to my Qin Lang squad. Brother Qin. Sun Yan suddenly burst into tears. There was not a moment as happy as now. Outside the security hut, Zhang Xingxing had been living in boredom these past few days. Wang Wu's mood had been consistently low ever since Du Jun and a dozen of his classmates had been killed by that big hand, and they hadn't gone out hunting for more than a week. Before there was Sun Yan that little for them to vent, but 3 days ago this little inexplicably disappeared. It is estimated that it is now long frozen into ice. So damn boring. Still comfortable when I'm in school, skipping classes, going to internet cafes to play games, and occasionally dating some rich old uncle. This day, when is the end? Cannot stand a little. Zhang Xingxing looked at the roiling snow and let out a sigh. Isn't this what we look forward to when we grow up? The round-faced girl suddenly spoke quietly. Hey, don't take it easy. There's a tide of corpses coming from the north. The teacher wants us to meet the enemy. Hurry up. A boy broke into the tent and shouted. A group of students and Su Yun's original team members copied their weapons and headed to the high ground for defense. As expected, a white swath of blood corpses and blood dogs appeared below the high slopes, numbering in the thousands, and this scale was more than enough to be called a necrotic tide. There are so many of them. With just this many of us, we definitely won't be able to beat them. Quickly notify Brother Qin and the others to come and help. The students were quite nervous. I've already notified. Brother Qin said that he won't give up on us and will send reinforcements right away. So let's hold out for a while. That's a relief. The crowd ate their hearts out in general, and waited until the wave of corpses was about to enter the range. When a woman whose body was shrouded in golden light came out from the safe hut, the light was so blinding that it made it impossible to see her appearance. She was clad in armor. Her weapon in her hand was a long-handled war hammer, and in her right hand she held a man-high tower shield. That's so dazzling. Is it Sister Wan Er, or Sister Ding Yuan? What's she going to do? She wants to take on a wave of corpses by herself? Just as the crowd was baffled, the woman stepped on the tower shield as a skateboard and slid all the way down, plunging headlong into the tide of corpses before seeing a large swathe of light erupt from the warhammer, sending patches of blood corpses and blood dogs flying. Battle power 4200. Strange. I remember that Sister Wan Er and Sister Ding Yuan have higher battle power than her. This is too fierce. People let out gasps. In just a few dozen seconds, hundreds of blood corpses and blood dogs had already been killed. Warhammer woman went crazy, killing in the tide of corpses. Before and after only 10 minutes, the tide of corpses hard to be killed by her alone. With the Warhammer woman at the center, the bodies were piled high. Too fierce. I love you sis. Woo. Sister Sticky. Not only were the boys boiling, but the girls were boiling and cheering. There is only one person in the crowd with stunning eyes. That is Wang Wu, who has guessed the identity of this Warhammer woman. The Warhammer woman slowly returned to the snowy knoll, a deep female voice coming from beneath her fully covered armor. Go clean up the battlefield. No private cards. Offenders will be killed. Yes, big sister. Zhang Xingxing jumped up. Sister, you're so cool. Are you Sister Wan Er? The Warhammer woman, who had turned her back, stopped in her tracks and turned around. Wanna know who I am? Of course. Sister is so valiant. We all want to know who you are. The students came over, very enthusiastic. Oh, okay. The Warhammer woman nodded and removed her mask, revealing a beautiful and stoic face. Looking at this face, Zhang Xingxing's group of people all sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel that the blood in their bodies froze at this moment. Chapter 75, Kindyan. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, and all the people who had bullied her just felt cold, as if they were frozen. This Warhammer woman with a battle strength of up to 4200, killing through the corpse tide with her own strength is not someone else. It is precisely Sun Yan who disappeared for several days, that once school goddess, and then the little one who was madly abused by them. Sun. The girls led by Zhang Xingxing were so scared that their legs went limp and they knelt on the ground. 1,000 words all choked up in their throats and couldn't be said. Sun Yan condescendingly looked down at the group of students. Not the slightest bit of anger could be seen in her steely eyes as she said flatly and incomparably, drink more water. You guys are a bit on fire. Sun Yan. I was wrong. I apologize to you. You, don't kill me. Let me do anything. Don't kill me. Zhang Xingxing kowtowed frantically and howled miserably. Why should I kill you? Kill you all? The corner of Sun Yan's mouth rose slightly. Don't worry. Not only will I not kill you, I will also help you properly and heal you. Not that I am merciful, but, from this moment onwards, you are all my slaves. I will let you see with your own eyes how big the gap between us is. I will become an existence that you can't even existence that you can even look directly at. Who's in favor of that? And who's against it? The scene was deathly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Sun Yan put her mask back on and turned around. The armor made a click of heavy metal. Go, Pick up the cards. Yes, yes, yes. Students struggled to their feet and rushed into the piles of corpses to collect cards from the battlefield. Swallow. Wang Wu came behind Sun Yan. Mr. Wang, do you have something? For Wang Wu, Sun Yan had a lot of respect because he was really a very good teacher. I don't know what your beef is with them, and I think it's time for me to take them away. Mr. Wang, did I not make myself clear just now? They are my slaves. Where are you taking my slaves? You are classmates. What slave or not? You can't exploit your classmates just because you've strengthened your body and become stronger. I know that you are often ostracized in your class, but that's no reason to enslave them. Wang Wu was quite emotional. Mr. Wang. Sun Yan under the mask seemed to be laughing. You're really stupid and adorable. You really don't know anything about what they've done to me. What did they do? Wang Wu was confused. He really didn't know anything, because no one had ever told him. He had been in his tent blaming himself for the loss of a dozen students through dereliction of duty. I don't need to explain anything to you. I'm tired. We'll leave later. Wang Wu clenched his fists. Buzz. The sharp side of the long-handled warhammer was aimed at Wang Wu's head as Sun Yan's voice was hoarse. I'll say it one last time. They are my slaves. I'll decide whether they live or die. Sun Yan, how could you do this? Are you crazy? I'm your teacher. Are you going to kill me? Swallow. How does this BD set feel? Qin Lang smiled and walked out of the safe hut, followed by a wobbly, clumsy and adorable Q-boy the Mushroom Man. Brother Qin. Sun Yan kneeled down on one knee with incomparable respect. Her life belonged to Qin Lang alone. Hey, get up, get up. What's with all the family rituals? You watch them pick up the cards. I'll talk to old Wang. Yes. Sun Yan stood up. Old Wang, come, we'll talk to you alone. Qin Lang came to the tent with Wang Wu on his shoulder. Wang Wu said indignantly, Boss Qin, we are only temporarily living here. You want to hold us here as slaves for you? Isn't that too much? This is excessive? Qin Lang was happy. You really don't know anything. Excessive here. You take your time to look. I won't bother you. Qin Lang flipped his palm and a white mushroom appeared. It was called a projection mushroom. He crushed the projection mushroom and images immediately appeared in the void. The image shows Sun Yan, who is being wildly abused by a group of students. As the images continued to play, Wang Wu clenched his fists hard and tears slid uncontrollably down his cheeks. He finally understood why Sun Yan was so hateful to his classmates. In his place, he would have let the group live. Not as death. Silly boy. Why didn't you tell me when you suffered such treatment? Wang Wu cried out. And he also finally understood why Sun Yan had said that his classmates were a bit on fire. That was the only source of water that Sun Yan could drink a few days ago. From that day on, the asylum of less than 100 people had a very distinct class division. The highest class, naturally, was the core members led by Qin Lang, Lin Wanner, Lao Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, Chen Shui, and Sun Yan, who collectively stayed in the safe hut. In the second tier were brothers Lin Mo, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and members of Su Yun's previous team, who lived in air-conditioned RVs and snow chariots. The third class was the students who hadn't bullied Sun Yan. The place where they lived was still a tent with sufficient food supply and heating equipment. Not to say how comfortable it was, but at least it wasn't uncomfortable. The fourth class, the 30 or so students who had abused Sun Yan, led by Zhang Xingxing, lived in tents, slept in sleeping bags, and ate food that was all obsolete and defective, which could only barely guarantee that they wouldn't freeze to death or starve to death. Just give me instant noodles, give me heating lamps, and do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Xingxing knocked on the door of some snow chariot, and the man inside raised an eyebrow. Really do anything? Right, do whatever you want. I'm really hungry and I can't stand it. Look at my frozen hands. They're full of frostbite. Zhang Xingxing was not an ugly girl. In fact, her face value was above the class level. There were only a handful of girls who were better looking than her. But after all these days of sleeping and weathering and enduring hunger and freezing, she was already skinny and out of shape. 3 buckets of noodles, 3 ham sausages, 2 heat lamps. Get in the car if you do, or get out. The man raised an eyebrow. Asterisk. Zhang Xingxing was overjoyed and got into the car. After about half an hour or so, Zhang Xingxing limped down from the car, holding instant noodles, ham sausages and a heating lamp in her hand. Just as she was full of joy and ready to go back to her tent to eat, the sound of steel armor rubbing came from behind her. Zhang Xingxing was stunned in place and explained in a panic. I was too hungry. The woman within the armor just gave her a faint look and said nothing as a golden light flashed from the war hammer, enveloping Zhang Xingxing. At once, she felt bathed in a hot spring, and all the frostbite and physical discomfort disappeared in the moment. Thank you, Sister Swallow. Zhang Xingxing fell to his knees and kowtowed in a hurry. Sun Yan was silent and walked forward. The man in the car, who had just finished getting high and was smoking a cigarette afterward, hurriedly threw away his cigarette and stood at attention to salute at the sight of the situation. This is a core figure, an existence that cannot be messed with. Hello Sister Yen. Sun Yan faintly said. Next time don't give so much. Hungry and cold to serve you better, isn't it? The man understood in a second. Understood. Hey, thanks for reminding Sister Yen. Aha. Sun Yan nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 76, The Ice Melts. In these brutal end times, time seems to lose its meaning. Qin Lang's daily routine, apart from playing games in the safe hut, was to go to the backyard to see how far the nest core that had been planted had grown. And the result was a great disappointment to Qin Lang. The growth rate of the nest core was far lower than his expectation. Several hundred corpses were absorbed as nutrients, and it only grew to a height of 2 meters. And if he wanted it to mature, it looked like it would take at least 2 or 3 more months, if it wasn't for the fact that his level of combat power had now reached its peak, and that no monsters on the surface could pose a threat to him. He even wanted to pluck the nest core at one point to see what the dark gold card inside was. There were a total of 2 planting areas in the backyard of the safe hut. One was used to plant the nest core, and the other was naturally used by him to plant all kinds of mushrooms. The mushrooms were growing happily, and he already had quite a lot of stock in his spatial ring. After practicing for this period of time, he gradually grasped the main fighting style of the mushroom herder pathway. Mushrooms belonged to another form of ammunition in his case. That afternoon, Qin Lang was playing a game with Chen Shui, when he suddenly received a psychic communication from Su Yun. Boss, something's wrong. Come out and take a look. Qin Lang dropped the handle and darted out of the safety hut. Jerking his head up, he saw that the sky was red, as if something was burning, and countless blazing fireballs of varying sizes crashed down, blasting the ground and shaking it violently. What is that thing? In the midst of the sheets of fireballs that seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth, someone saw a globular mass of monsters in the dome of the sky that was strewn with pits. This monster was covered with tentacles. Its body was just like a big ball of fire. It looked down at the earth without expression, its body hanging in the air without moving. How similar the scene was to the monster's giant face when the end times had just descended. Time passes so quickly. Have we reached the 3rd stage already? Qin Lang muttered. The sight of being tortured in his previous life was vivid in his mind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Boom! A ball of fire slammed into the neighborhood, blasting a snow chariot to pieces, and fortunately the people inside had come out to watch the spectacle. Ha! There's something in the fireball. In the massive chariots that had been destroyed by the fireball, many palm-sized, ladybug-like creatures, 100 or so in number, flew out, and they swooped down on the vicinity, the tattered tents that Zhang Xingxing's group was in, with their bodies on fire. Ah! Help! Dang! 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 Sun Yan rushed over with an arrow step and swung the warhammer in his hand continuously, sending all those ladybugs flying. Obviously, the creatures' bodies made the sound of steel when they took the whack, so it was clear that these creatures had quite a strong defense. There's more! Zhang Xingxing looked in horror at the one-horned creature that appeared from the fire. It was a humanoid monster, burning all over, with reddish skin, a one-horned horn born right in the middle of his forehead, and a hideous and ugly face. The ladybug's fighting strength is only 200, while this monster has 1,200. Someone conducted a battle strength test and voiced a reminder. The monster opened its arms and charged towards Sun Yan with flames spewing from its mouth. Sun Yan did not panic in the slightest. First he set up his shield to block the monster from approaching, followed by a hammer smash that directly shattered the monster's head. This thing even had a magma type of brain, not a carbon-based creature. No matter what kind of creature it was, a mere 1,200 battle power was as fragile as white paper in front of a priest with 4,200 battle power full body skill talent frontal chaining. Fire demons and fire ladybugs, Qin Lang said indifferently. The snow is just about to melt. The fireball fall lasted a full 3 hours. And if one were to stand in the sky and look down at this point, one would realize that the entire city was ablaze with fire, and the vast majority of it was moving as if it were alive. The snow seems to be melting. Is winter coming to an end? Someone noticed that the snow and ice were starting to soup up underfoot. Chain the vehicles together and hang them from the safety hut, Qin Lang ordered. Once all the snow melts underfoot, the first threat to survivors is flooding. I don't know if the safe hut is waterproof. Never mind. What the heck? It can even withstand an atomic bomb. What's the fear of flooding? Qin Lang took the down jacket and put it on. I'll go hunting. You guys clean up those scattered fire devils or whatever in the vicinity, and report back if there's any situation. Qin Lang pointed to his head and only brought along Q-Boy and a few students to help him pick up the cards. Creatures like this stage 3 creature that had just been spawned basically posed no threat to him, not to mention the ice and low temperature debuffs on his body, so there was no need to form a group to kill them. It was a complete waste of human resources, so the crowd didn't have any objections to Qin Lang's behavior. You guys, come with me. Sun Yan ordered Zhang Xingxing and 5 other students to follow her. Zhang Xingxing killed herself not wanting to hunt with Sun Yan. She was scared to death of this Warhammer woman in her heart of hearts, but there was really no way out. Who made them slaves and Sun Yan was the master. After resting for so long, it's time for us to move around. Su Yun and Ding Yuan smiled at each other and called away a few more students from the 4th class. It seems to have become the rule of the asylum to take students from the 4th class first to be slaves to pick up cards. Sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. What do you say? Do you want to accompany me, Old Li, to go out for a spin? Old Li asked at the top of his voice. Lin Wan air snorted. Who's going with you? You don't have any company around you? I don't like fighting. I'd rather stay in the safe house and sleep. Chen Shui also laughed along. Brother Li, you can go hunting, but you have to take care of the girls around you. I'm not going to join in the fun with you. I'm going to sleep with Sister Wan Air. Alright then, I'll go first. Babes, come with me on the hunt. Yeah, punch it. Kill kill kill. Several girls cheered and rushed into the snow chariot with Old Li. Lao Li is now a famous playboy in the camp. The 3rd class several girls surround him all day long. Lao Li also did not eat any good pork. No matter whether you are ugly or beautiful, fat or skinny, all eat dry. He is the core of the team. Pressure is not worried about resources. Of course, Lao Li also has a bottom line, limited to the 3rd class girls. The girls in the 4th class, that really don't want a dog, have their whole bodies played with in exchange for some resources. Let's go hunting too. Wang Wu got up to greet the other students, passing by the 4th stratum shelter. Looking at the pitiful eyes of those students inside, he sighed. Do you want to come with me? If there is a lot of harvest, I can share some of it with you. He couldn't bring himself to sympathize with any of these former students. Who told you to gang up on Sun Yan? You're all to blame for what happened to her today. Kindness and sainthood are 2 different things. Thank you, Mr. Wang. We'd like to go. Chapter 77, The Wonderful Use of Mushrooms. The rain of fire had just ended. Looking for monsters became an extremely simple matter. Qin Lang had just driven out for less than 5 minutes when he encountered a small group of monsters with flames all over their bodies. In addition to the fire demons and fire ladybugs, there were also 2 new monsters in the group. A kind of fire corpse with a flaming body, and a kind of imp with wings that flew in midair and was more than a meter tall. Qin Lang knew these 2 kinds of monsters very well. The fire corpse was nothing to talk about. The battle power was only 140, except for the fact that it would cause burns to close enemies. It was no different from the blood corpse. Ordinary firearms could easily take it out. The one that needed to be watched out for was the imp. Although this imp was very slow and flew at a height of only 3 or 4 meters, it would spit out fireballs from its mouth for a long-range attack. Once it was hit by such fireballs, the best result is also disfigurement and 180 battle power. Kirikou, Q-boy, like a child who was curious about everything, first tugged on Qin Lang's clothes, and then pointed at the group of monsters, meaning that there were so many monsters. It was so scared. Qin Lang smiled and stopped the car, stroked the Q bouncy mushroom head, picked up Q-boy, and met the monsters head-on. This group of fire monsters were affected by the snow on the ground, and both their speed and perception were at an extremely low state, so much so that Qin Lang was almost at their side before he reacted to the fact that this was the enemy. Wailing and screaming strangely as he lunged forward, Qin Lang unhurriedly took out a fist-sized, crystal-clear cold ice mushroom from his spatial finger ring and handed it to Q-boy, who looked puzzled and didn't understand what to do with giving it the mushroom. At the next moment, Q-boy's body was thrown up by Qin Lang, and then Qin Lang made a backward sweeping leg, solidly sweeping on Q-boy's waist, and then, Q-boy with eyes full of tears turned into a stream of light to head into the pile of monsters. The moment the cold ice mushroom came into contact with the monsters, only a click was heard, and a large area of beautiful ice crystals spread out, followed by dozens of monsters that were all frozen. It works wonders against fire monsters. As expected, Qin Lang was very satisfied with the power of the cold ice mushroom, and pointed his finger into a sword remotely, and the flying sword eternal flame traveled through the monsters for a while, decapitating all the frozen monsters without any effort. As for Q-boy, half his body was rooted in the snow, his big watery eyes filled with tears. Letting you kids steal my mushrooms. You think I don't know that, don't you? Qin Lang squatted in front of Q-boy and smashed Q-boy's mushroom cap a few times with his fist. Duangwang. Kirikou, Q said. I'll never dare again. Seeing this, several students hurriedly rushed into the pile of monsters to look for the cards and then handed them over to Qin Lang as they were. How dare they get up half a mind to keep it private? It's hard to live, but after all, they're still alive. Is there anything under the sun better than being alive? At the same time that Qin Lang's hunt was successful, the 6-member squad led by Sun Yan had also completed a successful hunt. saying that it was a squad of 6. It would be better to say that it was one phoenix with 5 chickens, because apart from Sun Yen, the remaining 5 were all 4th-class slaves. Yen, Sister Yen, this is the card. The card. Zhang Xingxing carefully handed over the searched card to Sun Yen. Sun Yen was silent as he put the card away, and when Zhang Xingxing saw this, a hint of cunning flashed under his eyes, and he was about to leave when a dull voice came from the huge armor in front of him. Do you think I don't know that you secretly hid the card? Hearing this, Zhang Xingxing's body instantly stiffened. She turned her face, and with a pleasing face, she pulled out the gold card and said, Sister Yenzi, I forgot. Me in my pocket. Bang! A heavy punch slammed solidly into Zhang Xingxing's face, and the schoolgirl flew out a dozen meters on the spot, spitting blood. Sun Yan slowly came to Zhang Xingxing's side, condescendingly saying, those who hide their secrets, die. This is the rule of the shelter. But don't worry, you are my most beloved slave. How can I bear to let you die like this? With that said, the sharp end of the long-handled warhammer flashed with golden light, and the bones of Zhang Xingxing, who was enveloped in the light, let out a clicking crunch and healed again. Sister Swallow, I deserve to die. I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Xingxing frantically smacked her face, that feeling of pain into her bones just now. She never wanted to experience it again. Sun Yan nodded. Get up and go to the next location. Yes. Zhang Xingxing was busy climbing up. Bull Yushan. Sun Yan suddenly shouted. Niu Yushan was stunned and said in a low voice, Sister Yenzi, I heard that you sold your ass for a bucket of self-heating hot pot. Niu Yushan, this former sports committee member, one of Sun Yan's suitors, one of her abusers, his face instantly turned ugly. What's the point of this? If you can't get enough to eat, why don't you come to me? Anything I expel is more nutritious than what you eat. Niu Yushan lowered his head and clenched his fists. Whoa, are you trying to make a move on me again? Ha, 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 ha. You can try. Sun Yan under the mask let out a maniacal laugh and turned to leave. We continue like this. Sooner or later she will play dead. Kill her. Must kill her. The 5 slaves looked at each other and simultaneously lunged towards Sun Yan's back. It should have been night, but the sky and earth were as bright as day. All because of the strange face of the deadly fireball in the sky. Xin Lang returned to the shelter and saw that Sun Yan was sitting on a bench in front of 5 men and women who were wearing thin clothes and hanging on a cross. Even if it was any warmer, it was still more than 20 degrees below zero, and they hadn't strengthened the relevant talents. So how could they stand this? But every time they were about to die, Sun Yan would put a healing spell on them, allowing their bodies to return to their normal state. Just play for a while. It's not worth it to use your strength on this group. Xin Lang reminded and entered the safety hut. Sun Yan thought about it. It seems to be this reasoning, so he broke the hands and feet of the 5 people and threw them into the tent, and said to the warriors of the 3rd class, I am a very kind person. Let them be comfortable, and in the evening I will give you an additional meal, whether it is barbecue or hot pot. You choose. Oh, not allowed to get dead. Don't worry, Sister Swallow, we have a measure. The warriors hooked up with each other and yelled and badgered their way into the tent. Soon there was a gut-wrenching scream from the tent. Old Li and Su Yan returned one after another not long after, and they both had good harvests. Although they didn't seize any colored cards, there were a bunch of gold and silver cards. Boss, I just saw a fireball cave in the north. There are a lot of monsters in the neighborhood. I didn't dare to wave too much. I just looked at the periphery. Don't look at it. Take a look at it. There are a lot of monsters with even more than 4,000 battle power. What is that place? The old Li is as staggering as ever. Xin Lang hilariously laughed. It's a good thing you didn't go in for a wave, or else you'd have died in a rhythmic manner. That's the fire nest. The nature of it is similar to the giant arm nest. It can't be gnawed down if the number of people is too small. Chapter 78, The Hunting Party Outside the Fire Nest. Xin Lang took a sip of beer and said with a wipe of his mouth, although it's not too realistic to pass the fire nest with our team's current overall strength, but then, it's still possible to clear those monsters around. Now is the best time. All the monsters have a cold debuff. Once we wait for this debuff to disappear, and then try to kill those monsters, the difficulty will be raised by at least 1 level. Old Li rubbed his fists together, his eyes glowing with excitement. Good. When will we go to the fire nest? These months have really suffocated me. Old Li, I need a good fight. Su Yun and Ding Yuan didn't have any opinion on this. I can kind of see the point. If you want to survive well in the end times, you have to hunt. Hunkering down in one place and sitting on your ass. The end result will be either being played to death by the end times or being taken out by the other shelters. There is no third possibility. Since everyone agrees, then have a good night's rest tonight, and we'll set out first thing in the morning to clear the outskirts of the fire nest. Qin Lang flipped out a few gold cards and distributed them to the crowd. Flame resistance. 1 per person. Ding Yuan. You're in the front row. Use 2 so you don't get burned. The crowd took the cards and used them. And after another beautifully full meal, they each went to their rooms to rest. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. The 6 core members led by Qin Lang walked out of the safe hut and were surprised to find that the snow on the ground melted faster than they had expected. And the hot and cold air met, forming a large area of steaming mist. The temperature is now -14. Suyun looked up at the strange face of the fireball in the sky dome. We've just gone through severe cold. Will it be scorching heat next? The team isn't full of muscleheads like old Lee. You're right. It must be a scorching heat. Judging by the temperature of the cold winter, the temperature of the scorching heat must be at least 42 degrees upwards. Qin Lang deliberately said lower. He remembered clearly that the temperature of the third stage of the end times was around 45 degrees above zero. If there was no means of cooling down, not to mention killing monsters, he would be sunburned into a dry corpse in minutes. The heat is okay. I used to work in Guangdong, often more than 40 degrees. That day was like a sauna. Stay still, will sweat. Old Lee stepped on the snow that melted soup under his feet. Some emotion. Brother Qin, how many people are we bringing over this time? Sun Yan asked. Qin Lang thought about it. Even the monsters in the periphery of the fire nest are very high in intensity, and if they are below 1,000 battle power, they won't be able to play much of an effect in the battle. So just bring some people to help pick up the cards, and the others will stay here. Although Qin Lang didn't care about the deaths of these people, he didn't want them to die either. Sun Yan gave an oh-so-subtle cry and walked towards the fourth-class living area, quickly bringing over a dozen shivering students. The girl led by Zhang Xingxing naturally, and the boy led by Niu Yushan. Get in the car and go. Qin Lang greeted the crowd and they all got into the car one after another. 3 snow chariots and a military pickup truck, 4 vehicles in all, traveled out. As old Lee had said, the fire nest wasn't too far from the shelter, just an hour's drive. But when the caravan arrived at the scene, the people were surprised to find that there was another group of people present, who had already fought with the monsters in the fire nest, numbering over 100. I thought we were the only ones left in the entire city, but there are still survivors? Old Lee rubbed his eyelids, somewhat incredulous. Suyun sked. Humans are truly a fragile yet strong race. No matter the circumstances, they can live like cockroaches. A few people were still here lamenting. The crowd that was fighting realized the arrival of the uninvited guests and withdrew at the first time, their eyes glaring at the crowd. Drip, drip. Old Lee pressed the battle power detector switch. Yo ho. Battle power are very high, the lowest 800, the highest has 3,400. Hey, friends in front, we found this place first. If you don't want to see blood, I hope you can leave here and not affect our hunting. Someone in the team of 100 shouted. You fart, I found this place yesterday. How come you guys found it first? Not to be outdone. Lolly stepped out of the car and disliked him. The young man who shouted couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw old Lee's battle power value. 5,100 battle power. This battle power is almost on par with the boss. Then what do you mean? Must you snatch it from us? Junior Xiaoxinhai said indignantly. There aren't many survivors in the whole city. There's no need to quarrel as soon as we meet. If there's any conflict, let's sit down and talk slowly. Suyun came out of the car with his arm around Ding Yuan, and both of them had a combat strength of around 4,800. It wasn't that Qin Lang didn't want to invest in them. It was really that he didn't have the right card. Hiss, Xiaoxinhai drew in a breath of cold air. 2 more 4,800 monsters? If the other party's core member's highest battle power was only 5,100, then he was still very confident. After all, the boss was as strong as the god of war and had the ability to fight with one of them. But if the other party still had 2 4,800 battle power helpers, even the boss couldn't possibly fight one against 3. What? You're talking about those hundreds, 1,000 elites? After surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, did he not know clearly whether ordinary firearms were useful to such people who could easily have several thousands of combat power? You guys wait. Xiao Jinhai hurriedly called his boss to report the scene. Boss? What now? Wait for me. Be right there. The woman's voice came from the other end of the line. My boss will be here soon. She will talk to you all personally. Xiao Jinhai shouted. Okay, then wait. We lack everything but time. Ha 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 ha. Old Lee laughed and fished out a cigarette and smoked it. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a tracked armored vehicle that looked like a tank rumbled onto the scene. Amidst all the admiring gazes, a woman wearing a pink down jacket, a pink rabbit ear hat, and a pink taijutsu at her waist emerged from it. Boss! Boss! The crowd cried out respectfully. The woman, who was only 1 meter 55 tall, looked very petite and cute, but out of place in a group of big, Blasé hunks. We found this place first. You guys want a kaha? Lovely girl does not open her mouth. That is called a years of peace. Birdie. A mouth. Chin Lang immediately spit out a large mouthful of coffee, all sprayed on the car window. Old Lee was staring blankly. He knew that all northerners had accents. But was it really good to have a heavy accent like this? I'm asking you guys. Want a kaha? Do you want to fight? The woman pinched her waist, her eyes blazing. Don't fight as soon as we meet. Let's have a good chat. I found this place yesterday. Because of insufficient preparation, I went back and rested for a day. But now I came over and found that it was occupied by your people, and we were told to go away. That's not reasonable, is it? Old Lee coughed dryly and said with a smile. If you say you found it first, you found it first. Where's the evidence? The woman was very domineering. With evidence, we can go. Without evidence, you say a draw? Don't think you're amazing with 5,100 battle power. Dare to rob. I'll cut you guys. Oh, you're not tall, but you don't have a small mouth. You're a small land out of the powerful what? Not just 5,800 battle power it. Who are you scaring? Old Lee got a little angry. Chapter 79, Chen CC, Single King of Haicheng. Who the are you calling a small land out of the slip? The woman became furious. Say that again if you have the guts, and you'll see if I'm done cutting you. The rest of them took a look at the woman's anger and copied their weapons. The young man beside them, Xiao Zhenhai, even growled as he condensed a ball of black fire in his palm. Asterisk. Apologize to my boss. Apologize? He too a. Old Lee dumped a large mouthful of spit on the floor. Worthy? Asterisk. The woman's eyes were sharp as she rotated the hilt of her knife in an attack position. At this time, a voice rang out. Originally there weren't many survivors left under the end of the world, and you're shouting to kill each other as soon as you meet? Is it because you want to rely on the number of people and bully the few? The one who spoke was Qin Lang, who leisurely walked out of the car, while Lin Wanner held Q Boy and Chen Shui followed closely behind. Sun Yan was the last one to come out. There is no way. The full body armor is too bulky. The corner of the woman's mouth lifted, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Zhenhai violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his voice trembled as he said, Old boss, this person's battle power, so terrifying. How much has scared you like this? Chen Cece was surprised. Xiao Zhenhai's character had always been calm, and he would almost never lose his temper. 9,800. Asterisk. Chen Cece cursed, and sweat instantly oozed from the palms of her knife-clutching hands. Those three females behind him, they are all over 4,000 battle power as well. Xiao Zhenhai stammered. What the hell do you want to do? Chen Cece's mouth was tough, but her aura lost a big chunk. As an asylum boss, she knew better than anyone else what 9,800 battle power meant. She had nearly been beaten up before when she sparred with another asylum boss with 6,000 battle power, and this one in front of her was even more outrageous. In the end times, monsters can't be killed, so why don't we split it in half, and no one crosses the line? Qin Lang smiled and said, worthy of being the boss, I accept this offer. Chance took advantage of the situation. What's a pretty girl's name? Chen CC. C is the sea of thinking. Chen CC? Aren't you that Haicheng monarch? Old Lee suddenly interjected. Chen Cece froze for a moment. What? You've heard of me? That's right. Before the end of the world, I was a delivery man, known as the Haicheng Monoking. Qin Lang was at a loss. Old Lee excitedly said. Asterisk. It's unimaginable. I can't imagine. I can meet the idol here. Ha! Qin Lang froze even more. Old Lee explained to the crowd. Before the end of the world in order to live. In addition to working as a security guard, he often will also take the chauffeur single, but also as a long-time takeaway boy. At that time in the Haichang writer circle there is such a legend. A female god called Chen Cece, for 3 consecutive years only sleep 4 hours a day. The rest of the time are running takeaway, and finally earns 1,020,000, earning an average of 340,000 per year, 28,000 per month, and 940 per day. Qin Lang arched his hand and said, respect and admiration. Chen Cece is a little embarrassed. Hey, don't say that. I was a writer that will, indeed, more than the average person to work hard, but the moisture in this thief, are the capitalists' routine? Take me as an example to fool the small white admission to work for them. How can a serious writer 3 years to earn 1,020,000? Do not eat or drink cannot be done. The little cutie, only believe. Old Lee didn't care, no matter what. It's not easy to meet a former idol. Have a drink sometime. As soon as Chen Cece heard about the drink, her eyes began to glow red. Okay, no problem. Ahem. Qin Lang interrupted the two to catch up. Ms. Chen, there are other shelters in Haichang? There's wow. Chen Cc nodded her head repeatedly. Besides my shelter, there are two other shelters, one in the north and one in the northwest. Those two shelters are quite close to each other. If you want to exchange some resources or something, I can help introduce you. Those two shelter bosses are my buddies. No problem. Then let's exchange contact information. We should hunt. Don't delay the business? Of course. At that moment, Qin Lang exchanged numbers with Chen Cc. With this line as the boundary, the left side belongs to us and the right side belongs to you. What do you think, Boss Qin? Possibly to show off her skills, Chen Cc drew her taijutsu and chopped in the air. Thumbs up. Between the sword chi, a gully half a meter deep spread all the way to a place dozens of meters away in front of him. Good sword chi. Qin Lang clapped his hands. It's settled. Let's go. Qin Lang waved his hand and the crowd followed, heading to the fire nest not far away. Chen Cc's side also readjusted their formation and resumed killing the fire nest. As a monster lair, the entrance to the monster is extremely numerous. The variety is more than 10 kinds, but can really pose a threat to people, but also the dozens of zapping, 4,000 battle power Delta Fire Devil and 3,800 battle power Mutant Fire Corpse. The rest of the miscellaneous soldiers can be ignored. Oh, Chen Shui played the violin, and the moment the impassioned music started, several types of gain auras were added to everyone's body. Attack, defense, speed, recovery ability, resistance, and so on. Sun Yen, as a war priest, did not participate in the frontal battle. She was like an iron mountain, standing guard in front of Chen Shui and Lin Wanair. Any monsters that wanted to touch them had to step over her corpse first. Lin Wanair's main job at this point was marksman, after she had readjusted her talents, and she carried the Forest Wolf sniper rifle as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Chen Cc took a look from afar and sked in praise. Worthy of being an elite hunting team. Look at this team configuration. How scientific. The rear alone has arranged gain aids, meat shields and long distance. We need to learn more in the future. Xiao Xinhai was unimpressed and said, Boss, don't grow others' ambition to destroy your own. In my opinion, their team is only as scary as the one surnamed Qin, and the others are just like that. Chen Cc gave him a blank look. Is that so? Then take a closer look. Does Qin Lang look like he's about to make a move? Xiao Xinhai was stunned and turned his head to look. His pupils could not help but freeze. The man with 9,800 battle power in the line of sight was currently sitting on a mushroom-shaped bench smoking a cigarette, and the only people in charge of the offense were Old Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan. Damn. So loaded? Xiao Xinhai cursed in a low voice. People don't call that pretending, they call it having strength. If you have 9,800 battle power, you can be like that too. Chen Cc grunted. Don't look. Prepare to organize an attack. Make sure to minimize casualties. Yes. Other side. Qin Lang really didn't mean to put on airs. He mainly wanted to come as a bystander to see what shortcomings there were when the team fought, in order to facilitate his later optimization. Besides, he was at least the asylum boss. If he had to do everything himself, he might as well be a lone wolf. By this time, Old Li and the lizard-eyed Ding Yuan had rushed into the group of monsters, and the disturbed monsters roared and rushed over. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Blood-stained spears, and daggers were thrown out continuously, and these weapons emitted terrifying air-breaking sounds, turning into pillars of light that penetrated through pieces of monsters in a matter of moments. Chapter 80, Tentacles. The battle erupted directly. The first to strike was the savage-centered Lao Li. Countless weapons stored in his personal storage space were thrown into the monster group by him in a heavenly manner, causing huge casualties to the monster group. Followed by the Lizardman incarnation of Ding Yuan. Lizardman itself has a strong melee defense ability, and the surface of the layer of shimmering scaly skin for a variety of toxins. Climate also has a fairly high resistance, so those monsters with fire cannot hurt her at all. Was her head into the crowd of monsters crazy gnawing bite and tearing? Although the efficiency of the monsters is relatively low, the degree of spectacle is very high. In this post-apocalyptic world where there is a desperate lack of entertainment, who wouldn't want to watch a good five-horse show? The last one to strike was Su Yun. Su Yun was quite depressed. The point where he was depressed was that although the murderous vines had the ability to swarm monsters and control them, but since the opponent was a fire-type monster, which restrained his wood-type vines to death, it was only after killing less than a dozen monsters that the vines caught on fire in droves, and he had to consume his stamina again to summon them. Qin Lang finished a cigarette, threw the butt into the snow, and sighed heavily. What can be said about the fit of these three? I can't say each to their own, I guess, but I can only say it's irrelevant. What tacit understanding, what team play, it doesn't show a bit. But, Qin Lang knew that this could not be blamed on them. For one thing, there were too few opportunities for several people to fight together. And for another, there were really no monsters strong enough to require them to join forces. Before and after it was just 10 minutes. All the monsters in the area Qinlang was responsible for were killed. A gold and silver card was collected into the storage space. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the authority as a team member, they would have wanted to throw it directly into Qinlang's storage box. Looking at Chen Cc's side, the difference is not just half a star. The same time, about the same number of monsters they fought incomparably difficult and dangerous. In the face of the many monsters attacking, the defense line composed of 100 people collapsed one after another, and even suffered casualties. Chen Cici at first also wanted to follow the remote command like Qinlang, then see the situation is not right, and then watch the battle on their own side of the men will be dead. So they had no choice but to carry a small pink taijutsu to join the battle. Not to mention, the height of only 155 small mines in the north cut up the monster that is called a pleasing to the eye. Chopping, sweeping, picking, stabbing, cutting. The simplest and simplest moves were used by her in an extraordinary way. Chopping monsters like cutting vegetables. It's true what they say, the more powdered the weapon, the harder it cuts. 10 minutes later, Chen Cici's team had also completed the hunt after losing 7 or 8 members in battle. Qinlang smiled and pulled the Q-boy under his ass out of the muddy water. Miss Chen, we'll be in touch some other time. Wait. Chen Cici pointed at the fire nest not far away with some surprise. That's it? It's so hard to get the outside done. Don't you want to go in and take a look? Qinlang shook his head repeatedly. There's no need. The greatest merit of this person of mine is contentment. Before I know what kind of battle power the monsters inside are, it's impossible for me to go in, and I advise you not to go in either. Chen Cici was not amused. Boss Qin, I can't imagine that you have such a high combat power, but you are so timid. Come all the way. There is no reason to enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed. If you don't go in, I can bring my brothers to charge. Once what cards are seized, you don't want to be red-eyed. The corner of Qinlang's mouth lifted. If I were the kind of person who would be red-eyed, wouldn't it be better to directly exterminate this hunting team of yours? If someone else had said this, Chen Cici would have jumped up and chopped someone. But when Qinlang said this, she only felt that it made sense. After all, 9,800 battle force is there. Alright, that's what you said. Then we can get ready to go in. Chen Cici nodded as she waited for the team to collect the loot. Hey old sister, you'd better listen to our boss. He said don't enter, you'd better not enter. Our boss never judges wrong. Old Li walked over and advised. Chen Cici laughed. Wealth and riches, mingling in this end of the world. Go, will only lose the opportunity to strengthen themselves. Too much wave will only end your life early. Old Li transformed into a great philosopher at this moment. Alright, stop nagging. I'll drink with you some other day. Now you hurry up and go. Chen Cici impatiently glared at Old Li. Old Li had no choice but to pat his head and leave resentfully. But only just 2 steps away, a terrifying aura emanated from within the fire nest, followed by dozens of pitch-black tentacles flying out from within the nest, all at once curling around a dozen or so people, dragging and pulling them into the fire nest, including Xiao Zhenhai, Chen Cici, and Old Li. What the hell? Old Li was shocked and used his blood pattern gun to cut the tentacle, but the tentacle was so tough that the blood pattern gun cut on it, only cutting a very small opening and flowing out ink like black water. Old Li. Everything happened so suddenly and without warning that Qinlang didn't have time to react, and when he came back to his senses and wanted to rescue them, Old Li and the dozen or so people had long since been swept into the pitch-black cavern, with no trace of them. Boss. Qinlang opened his mind communication at the first time. What's the situation? Are you alright, Old Li? Old Li was dazed by the fall. It took him half a day to wake up. He looked around. The incomparably dim cave, only a small area in the center was bright. But what exactly was there? Old Li could not see clearly, because there were 3 layers of flames shrouded inside and outside, blocking the vision. Lao Li, boss. I'm fine. Safe for now. Qinlang was slightly relieved once he heard this, but still reminded, don't act rashly. I'll think of a way to save you right away. Without the need for Qinlang to greet them, Lin Wanner and the others rushed over and asked about the solution. Having spent so much time together, they had long had feelings for each other. Boss, let's charge in. Su Yun clenched his fists. Don't be busy. Qinlang frowned slightly. Old Su, do you smell a smell of conspiracy? Su Yun laughed bitterly. Smell also have no move. Can only know that there is a tiger in the mountain. It is hard not to just give up, Lao Li. Qinlang laughed and looked towards the other side. Those warriors had already made contact with Chen Cici and Xiao Zhenhai inside the fire nest at this time, and they had gathered towards the entrance of the fire nest. Wait a little longer. Xin Lang wasn't in a hurry and kept his mind communicating with Old Li at all times while telling him what was happening outside. Old Li was a bit confused. Boss, it's very strange here. I remember just now I was dragged in with Chen Sisi and a dozen other people. Right, but I'm the only one here. I shouted half a day and no one took care of me. Xin Lang, how can you be the only one? Lao Li, really? I won't lie to you. I'm alone here. I'll take pictures to show you. Soon Xin Lang received the photo, and looking at the scene within the photo, Xin Lang fell into deep thought. Chapter 81, Terrorizing the Octopus Monster. Now you still don't have anyone else with you? Xin Lang inquired as he looked at the warriors who were walking into the fire nest one after another. No, it's still just me. What the hell is this place? It's dark. Old Li spat while looking around. The place was empty, nothing but the fire in the center. I see. It's folding space. Xin Lang snapped out of it. Folding space? What is it? A more straightforward explanation is that although there is only one entrance to this fire nest, the interior is formed by an unknown number of separate spaces, and everyone who walks into the entrance will be randomly transported to a different space. So get a little closer to that center pillar of fire. Take a picture and show it to me, and be careful not to disturb any of the creatures inside. Xin Lang dialed Chen Sisi in order to confirm his conjecture, and was answered after several rings, with bursts of monsters hissing on the other end of the phone, obviously killing each other. Boss Chen, quickly save me. Chen Sisi was covered in blood, surrounded by the corpses of a dozen or so monsters that were 2 meters tall and ugly in appearance. They all uniformly had horrible and hideous rat faces, and along with the ratman corpses fell the corpses of 3 warriors, who were besieged the moment they landed on the ground and died instantly without even a chance to be saved. Find a safe place and take pictures and send them to me. You fell into folded space and I need to judge where you are. I know. When I finished the work in hand, Chen Sisi silently hung up the communication, and in front of her were densely packed dozens of ratmen, which were covered in flames and approaching step by step. Asterisk 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 asterisk, your ass is a dead rat. Don't think I'm so easy to bully just because I'm short. Chen Sisi let out a wild whistle as her taijutsu swept out. Waterbird. A few minutes later, Xin Lang's cell phone received photos, not only from Lao Li and Chen Sisi, but also from other Chen Sisi's team members. Chen Sisi, in order to facilitate the posting of pictures, the team members who have cell phones and are still alive have been pulled into the group. 7 different spaces. Even the monsters are different? 7 different scenes appear in each of the photos. Old Li, I really don't know if he's lucky or unlucky that he was teleported into the fire nest core room. Xin Lang zoomed in on the photo Old Li had sent over. In the photo, the being within the core of the flames is a monster shrouded in a heart of blood, with the head of a human octopus, a dozen or so black tentacles growing from its mouth, the tentacles gently fluttering as it floats through the viscous liquid. Obviously, this was an alpha-level monster that hadn't completely matured. Really scary. Boss, you hurry to save me. This thing has 1W war power. This is still not hatched out. If it hatches, I'm dead. Even though it was a mental communication, the crowd could realize Old Li's fear at that moment. I deduced that it desperately wants to descend. That's why it took the initiative and captured people to enter the fire nest for supplies. I must snatch it before it descends and exterminate it, or else all the people inside, one or the other, will have to die. Xin Lang took a deep breath. I don't know whether this is lucky or unfortunate. Time is running out. Let's go in. No. Xin Lang raised his hand to stop it. In the face of this kind of folded space, it's useless to go in with more people. They'll only be distracted from their troops. It's better to attack its shell from the outside. I will personally save Old Li. But, how can you guarantee to arrive at the space where Old Li is? Su Yun queried. I have a natural way. Xin Lang mused. Regarding the function of the Team Glory Dark Gold card, Xin Lang had actually had reservations. One particularly important one, which he didn't tell anyone about, was that, as captain, he could swap places with any of his teammates at any time and place, with no need for their consent at all. In other words, if he was in danger, he could totally switch places with his teammates and use them as a stand-in to die in his place. It's a very cruel and insoluble ability. Old Li, close your eyes. What? Xin Lang directly activated the change of position, and in the next second, Xin Lang appeared near the core of that nest, while Old Li came to the position where Xin Lang had just stood, and he looked at his companions with a bewildered expression. The crowd was taken aback. Old Li was surprised. Boss, I came out. But you, where are you? Xin Lang, quiet. I'm inside. You guys hurry up and attack the outer layer. Old Li was in tears and wiped his eyes vigorously. Got it, boss. Inside the core of the fire nest, Xin Lang held his breath as he looked at the octopus monster not far away. He didn't have the habit of wearing a battle power detector, but he could clearly feel that the monster's aura was rising. From this it was clear that the battles on the other floors must have been exceptionally brutal. Don't worry, I'm not going to let you out. Qin Lang took out a dozen or so cold ice mushrooms from his spatial ring and placed them around the firewall with his chi defense technique. And when all the cold ice mushrooms were properly placed, he slammed his right palm on the ground, cold ice blast. This skill comes from mushroom formation under the mushroom maker pathway. Ka, click, click. The 16 cold ice mushrooms shattered at the same time, and a wave of cold air that swept through the heavens and earth not only extinguished the flames, but also directly froze the octopus monster within the blood heart. Next, with blasting, he was about to go and pull out the blasting mushrooms when he suddenly felt a coldness on his back, and when he looked up sharply, he saw that the octopus monster, which had originally closed its eyes, had opened its eyes at some point, and they were a pair of pitch black, emotionless eyes. Hiss! Qin Lang was glared at. This thing could still open its eyes after being frozen? At the next moment, something that surprised Qin Lang happened. The octopus monster even tore apart the seemingly thin layer of barrier with a single grab and flew out from the heart of the blood, its body hanging in the air, looking down at him from above. Ripe? Qin Lang's heart thumped, but when he saw the missing right leg of the octopus monster, he secretly nodded his head. He had overthought it. It was not a mature body, but only encountered danger and had no choice but to descend early. Since it's not a mature body, I should have a fighting chance. Qin Lang's right arm shook, and the flying sword eternal flame hung in midair. The octopus monster fiercely glared, a dozen tentacles in its mouth as if they were springs being stretched and viciously stabbed over. It's too fast. The speed was so fast that Qin Lang couldn't react in time. Ouch! Qin Lang fell heavily to the ground. His body was stabbed with 9 wounds, mainly in his arms and chest. Ow! The octopus monster in midair was furious and once again made a tentacle attack. It is this seemingly plain and simple attack, but Qin Lang can't avoid it, and he doesn't even have the chance to release the supreme sacred chop, and can only use the flying sword eternal combustion to protect his face and chest vital parts. Put. The moment the tentacles retracted, blood flowers shot out from all parts of Qin Lang's body. Chapter 82 Bitter Battle. Outside the fire nest. Old Li, Su Yun and his group organized manpower to frantically attack the shell of the fire nest, and countless rockets bombarded the top as if they didn't need money. However, it had little effect. The hardness of the shell of this fire nest was far beyond the imagination of a normal person. Those rockets that can easily destroy a civilian building hit on it is simply painless. Hold up just to destroy a thin layer of stone skin. This thing is resistant to hot weapons. If we keep fighting like this, we'll never be able to blast it open in our lifetime. Change to another method. Get on the swords and guns. Tingwon stops this ineffective attack just in time and rushes over to give the fire nest a clawing, with exciting results as Tingwon scratches off a large chunk of stone skin with just one claw. Ouch! Get me a cold weapon plow. Old Li wailed, pouncing after him and poking with his blood-striped spear, and the rest of the group followed suit and physically attacked the shell. Boss, you must hold on. Old Li was distraught. Qin Lang, nose, top of the fire nest. Chief's room. Qin Lang's situation is precarious. Qin Lang has never had the habit of underestimating monsters, but had to admit that the power of this octopus monster in front of him has completely exceeded his cognition, and with only a few hundred battle points difference between each other, he did not even have the slightest chance to fight back, and was passively beaten throughout. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a super recovery body that constantly mended the wounds on his body, he would have been stabbed into a hornet's nest. Snort! Another series of air-breaking sounds. Facing a new round of attack, Qin Lang gritted his teeth fiercely and slashed out a supreme sacred slash regardless. Do you really think I'm soft? Boom! Light and darkness collided in midair. A dozen tentacles were destroyed by the light, and the octopus monster wailed in pain, nearly falling from midair. Very fast. Average attack power. Average defense. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lang could not help but feel happy in his heart. Since we can hurt this guy, it means there's a way to finish it off. While the octopus monster had not yet eased from the pain, Qin Lang hurriedly rummaged through his spatial ring, which smoothly allowed him to find 2 mushrooms, one red and one green, one called Force mushroom and the other Speed mushroom, which as the name suggests can boost strength and speed. Without thinking, Qin Lang directly stuffed the 2 mushrooms into his mouth, and he didn't even have time to chew before the 2 mushrooms turned into soup and melted into his mouth, and for a moment, Qin Lang only felt that his body was filled with strength. This is another skill of the mushroom maker pathway, mushroom eater, which allows you to enhance your various abilities by consuming various mushrooms. To say that this is a dark gold card that can attack as well as control the field, and has support abilities, is quite comprehensive. Did you have a good time beating up old me just now? I'll let you have a good time today. Qin Lang merged his fingers into a sword and hooked his fingers. and the flying sword eternal flame brought up a long fiery tail to chop at the octopus monster in an arc of light. The octopus monster's body flickered in midair, actually causing all of Qin Lang's chopping attacks to fall short. The octopus monster's big naked and slippery head shook for a while, and new tentacles grew out of its mouth. Its pitch-black pupils once again looked at Qin Lang, and suddenly it frowned, and a large piece of light shrouded towards it. The octopus monster hastily dodged. Who knows that just avoided the supreme sacred chop. Half suspended in the air flew a blue bright crystal thing. Not waiting for it to dodge again, the bright crystal object burst open. An extremely icy breath will be it shrouded. The soul seems to be frozen at this moment. Those are cold mushrooms. The supreme sacred slash was just a front to attract the attention of the octopus monster. The real killing move was here. Gotcha. Qin Lang was expressionless as he hooked his fingers and flung them downwards. Supreme sacred chop. The flying sword eternal flame burst into a blinding light from above. Boom! The octopus monster that couldn't break free from the golden time was drowned in a holy light. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had fallen into dead silence. Ow! Ow! At the same time, the monsters in the other folded spaces of the fire nest that were slaughtering the humans indiscriminately stopped their attacks and raised their heads. And then they screamed and darted all the way up the rotating staircase-like building at the edge. Chen Cece was drenched in blood and covered in wounds. She wiped the blood off her face carelessly. What happened? The top floor of the fire nest. Qin Lang didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and hurriedly ate 2 physical strength mushrooms and energy mushrooms to replenish his body. To say that he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. The mushrooms that he had painstakingly planted during the period of time he spent in the shelter had consumed a large portion of them. When it's true, it's 3 months of food storage and 5 minutes of fighting. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from underneath his feet, followed by the sight of countless monsters of all sizes swarming from both sides. They completely ignored Qin Lang's presence and pounced straight at the place where the octopus monster had previously existed. Qin Lang sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and saw countless tentacles appearing in that mass of decay, sticking on those monsters, while the bodies of the monsters that were stuck rapidly dried up. It's sacrificing these monsters to replenish itself. You dream. Do you think I'll give you time? Qin Lang was really anxious and maneuvered his flying sword eternal flame with the intention of firing a few more rounds of supreme sacred chop. But who knew that just as he was about to fire, a huge humanoid rat-faced monster suddenly rushed out from his right side, and instantly knocked him out of the air. Asterisk. Qin Lang rarely cursed unless he couldn't help it. Just in the few seconds that he fell and flew out, dozens of rat monsters had assembled and blocked in front of him and the octopus monster. Go to hell! Qin Lang roared as the supreme sacred slash descended. The rat monsters couldn't withstand this level of attack and instantly turned into pieces of flesh and blood. Hiss! Ow! Looking again in the direction of the octopus monster, where hundreds of dried monster corpses had been piled up, it was absorbing its kind at a speed beyond imagination. The most infuriating thing was that there was a steady stream of monsters rushing up from the lower levels to sacrifice themselves. It must be taken care of quickly, or it will be dangerous. Qin Lang did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Will be the few stock of mushrooms a brain are pulled out. Attacking class directly to the monster group smashed. Auxiliary class directly stuffed in the mouth to eat. You can grow mushrooms again if they're gone, but if you lose your life, it's gone. The power of the mushrooms exceeded Qin Lang's expectations, often blowing over a dozen, or even dozens of monsters, and the octopus monsters that were attacked by the mushrooms slowed down their absorption speed a bit, but is just as slow. The power of the mushroom was great, but it couldn't hold up to the large number of monsters. One part of these monsters carried out sacrifices, the other part went crazy and attacked Qin Lang. Qin Lang, no matter how strong he was only one person, and it was difficult to take care of the head and the tail. The situation is very treacherous. Wow! The thing that made Qin Lang feel most helpless still happened. After sucking the life out of a large number of monsters, the octopus monster floated back into the air, and its size, it seemed to be a circle larger and more stout and majestic than before. Bad! Qin Lang's heart fluttered. The octopus monster extended its arm and flexed its fingers. The black beam of light hit solidly on the flying sword eternal flame that flew back to defend in the next second. A strange force that could not be described in words and could not be resisted sent Qin Lang flying, crashing into the back wall with a loud bang. Boom! The wall shattered and Qin Lang fell out, cold air gushing into his mouth and nose. Qin Lang spat out a large mouthful of blood. An old Li's alarmed cry came from his ears. Asterisk. Boss! Brother Qin. Sacred Healing Technique. Chapter 83, The Power of a Team. I can't believe it's been knocked out. So this is directly opposite the chief's room. Qin Lang grimaced in pain. If not for his timely recall of the flying sword eternal flame to block his chest, this would definitely have gone through his heart just now. And by that time, whether or not the super recovering body was still useful or not would be an unknown. As several holy healing arts descended, Qin Lang's injuries quickly recovered, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the octopus monster that flew out of the gap. Asterisk 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 boss, you've just been fighting this thing solo? Old Lee looked at the data transmitted back from the battle power detector and his face turned green with fear. 1W4 battle power. Almost 3 times that of mine. It's amazing that you managed to last this long. 1W4? Qin Lang silently rolled his eyes, thinking that no wonder it was so strong. The third stage of the end times had just begun when he somehow encountered this level of monsters. Qin Lang really didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. The octopus monster stood tall, slowly approaching towards the crowd, and at a distance of more than 20 meters from the crowd. It hovered its body, one hand behind its waist, the other hand open, and its slender 5 fingers coalesced a ball of black gas. Spread out. Never take any of its moves hard, Qin Lang shouted, and the crowd hurriedly retreated in all directions. The octopus monster's tentacle-laden mouth revealed a touch of playfulness, and in the next second, the black air mass shot over, and with a loud boom, blew out a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth that could not be seen from the bottom of the snow. The weirdest thing was that there were constantly burning black flames around the edges of the big pit. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the octopus monster had 2 more bullet holes in its body, and thick black juice flowed out of the wounds. This made the octopus monster furious, twisting its head to stare at Lin Wanner in death. Its body leaned forward and flew towards Lin Wanner. Wan Er, be careful. Old Lee, Qin Lang reminded while pulling his leg and running towards Lin Wan Er's direction. Roger that. Old Lee, I'm going to eat charcoal grilled squid today. Old Lee poo-pooed, and with a shake of his arms, a spear appeared in his hand and was thrown with a swoosh. Although the octopus monster possessed extremely strong attack power and proud speed, its physical body wasn't considered strong. Otherwise it wouldn't have been injured by Lin Wanner with the forest wolf. Facing Old Lee's throwing spear, the octopus monster didn't dare to fight it off, letting out an odd cry as its tentacles swept away, rolling up the spears all the way up. I don't have much of anything here, just a lot of spears. I'll see how many tentacles you have. Old Lee laughed out loud and kept throwing spears. He had a large pile of spare throwing type weapons like this in his storage space. He simply couldn't use them all. Taking advantage of Old Lee's efforts to pester the octopus monster, Qin Lang ran to Lin Wanner's side and maneuvered his flying sword Eternal Flame to perform a chopping attack. Murderous vines. Beam! Su Yun shouted. The vines that appeared in the semi-suspended air immediately bound the legs of the octopus monster, and with a forceful downward pull, the octopus monster immediately fell into the snow. Ding Yuan wanted to pounce over and tear at the sight, but was stopped by Qin Lang in time. In the face of such monsters with too great a disparity in each other's combat strength, melee combat could easily roll over. Ow! The octopus monster frantically tore at those coiled vines, but at that moment, a dazzling light flashed above its head. The supreme sacred chop fell. Annihilation of all things. The octopus monster in the pit was bloody, but this level of attack was obviously not enough to kill it. The octopus monster raged and charged at Ding Yuan, who was the closest to it, regardless, when suddenly, a warhammer flew out from the side and knocked the octopus monster over. Pop! As soon as Sun Yan raised her hand, the warhammer returned to her hand. The cycling sacred hammer, which was the exclusive skill of a war priest. Lao Su. Qin Lang greeted him, and Lao Su reapplied the murderous vines and tried to control the octopus monster again. But unfortunately, with the previous experience, the octopus monster no longer evaded and flew out its tentacles to break all those vines. Bang! Another shot. The shot hit the octopus monster's brow. The octopus monster couldn't care less about the black water flowing across its brow, and opened its hands to fiercely and unparalleled slam towards Lin Wanner. Boom! A one-man high tower shield duly appeared between the two. The octopus monster kept its feet, smothering its head and charging forward, and with a bang, it and Sun Yan both flew out. It had underestimated Sun Yan, who had all points defense because he was afraid of pain, and with the defensive ability of this tower shield, catching a dozen or so rockets would not be a problem at all. The dazed octopus monster had just stood up when its feet were entangled in vines, followed closely by a dozen spears that broke through the air. Put! Put! Black blood kept shooting out from the octopus monster, and the wounds on its body were getting more and more numerous. The octopus monster grew agitated. Boss, its combat power has dropped by 2,000 points to only 1W2, Old Lee shouted excitedly. Qin Lang nodded. Even if it's stronger, it's only alone. But don't be careless, just slowly grind it to death. Qin Lang didn't strike again, but instead patiently commanded, waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike in the meantime. Old Lee ducked. Yes, donkey punch. Want air retreat towards Sun Yan. While we're at it, Lao Su, pester it. Ding 1. Find a chance to give it a claw. This should have been an incomparably thrilling bloodbath, but it was made to look like a large game boss fight by Qinlang. The two sides had been entangled like this for nearly 10 minutes, and the constantly injured octopus monster's battle power was weakened again, this time directly down to 9,500. Ow! The octopus monster threw itself up to the sky, letting out a hiss of indignation and despair. Its fate shouldn't be like this. What gives this group of mole-like existences the right to force it to be so miserable? Bang bang bang! Swoosh! Clang! Bullets, spears, warhammers, keep landing on the octopus monster. The wounds are getting bigger and bigger. A discerning eye could see at once that it had a short life to live. You're strong. But unfortunately, we're stronger. This is the power of a team. Go to hell. Qinlang finally found an opportunity to launch the supreme sacred slash from behind. Oh! The octopus monster turned its face and watched in despair as the light obliterated itself. Put! The octopus monster that had lost its head and half of its body fell heavily, its black blood staining the white snow. Qinlang looked at the intact team and revealed a pleased smile. Luckily, he had a trustworthy and powerful team. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to beat the octopus monster. Che, 14,000 battle power. But it's nothing more than that. Oldly, I didn't even use my full power before lying down. Boring. So boring. Oldly was very flirty, completely forgetting how wretched he was when he escaped just now. Unity is strength. Several people were all smiles. Qinlang walked over and wanted to praise them, when suddenly, the corpse of that octopus monster turned into a ball of gas and drilled into Qinlang's right hand. At once, a sharp pain spread from his right hand. Ah! Qinlang was almost unsteady on his feet from the pain, and Sun Yan was the first to treat him, but it was no use at all. This is not an injury. Ah! When Qinlang held his right hand, he saw that something alive seemed to be wriggling under the skin on the back of his right hand. The pain lasted a full half-minute before subsiding. Qinlang had long been sweating profusely at this point, his stamina exhausted. While looking at the back of his right hand again, there appeared a totem covering the entire back of the hand in a circle. 8/9 of the totem was a blank area. The remaining 1/9 was clearly the head of an octopus monster. This is Chapter 84, The Curse and the Touch of Darkness. Are you okay? Everyone was nervous, and Lin Wanner carefully assisted Qinlang. It's okay, just rest a bit. You guys arrange for someone to collect the loot. Without waiting for Qinlang to greet him, Q-Boy twisted his chubby body and trotted over, taking the initiative to root his body into the snow, turning it into a mushroom bench. This scene made Qinlang unable to help himself. He patted Q-Boy's head. You kid has learned to be smart. The crowd was sure that Qinlang was not seriously hurt. Then they were relieved to call those fourth-class students to go and search for the cards, since the leader had already been killed. The monsters inside the fire nest would not pose too much of a threat to the crowd. Qinlang took a deep breath and looked at the totem that had suddenly appeared on the back of his hand, and inevitably felt some apprehension in his heart. Humans always had a fear of the unknown, and Qinlang was no exception. Gotta hurry back to the hut to see what the hell this totem is. While the crowd was picking up the cards, Chen Cece and her subordinates came out from the fire nest one after another. They suffered extremely heavy casualties, going in for more than 100 people. Only 20 or so were left alive, and a large portion of them were old, weak and sick. You don't need to guard me. Go help Chen Cece and the others treat the injured, Qinlang said to Sun Yan, who always stood beside him, her thick armor like a metal mountain. Sun Yan shook her head. Their deaths and lives have nothing to do with me. Qinlang smiled. Go ahead. More friends, more ways. Okay, Sun Yan nodded. An hour later, making sure that no loot had been missed, Qinlang and his group returned to the safe hut. As for Chen Cece's side, they only picked up a small number of cards and left early after slightly making up for their losses. They were reluctant, but they really didn't dare to pick up more. After all, there was Qinlang, the 9,800 battle power of this horrible character staring at there. If they really wanted to be greedy, Qinlang would not be much more difficult to kill them than to kill a chicken. Security hut, in front of the panel mirror. Looking at the explanation given by the panel mirror for the right-hand totem, Qinlang fell into deep thought. Apostle's curse 1/9, though it died, its curse exists in your body like a maggot in your hock, and the pain will continue unless the remaining 8 apostles are cut down. Of course, you can look on the bright side. The curse gives you pain, but it also makes you stronger, and you gain the touch of darkness skill. Dark touch, it's actually a dark gold skill? He was surprised to find a brand new system in his talent panel. Apostolic pathway, unknown, dark touch, dark gold, apostolic curse 1/9. Qinlang raised his right arm and silently cast touch of darkness. After a sharp pain, black gas rose from the totem on the back of his hand, forming a dozen black tentacles, which were like his limbs and were not half as difficult to manipulate. What made Qinlang feel most excited was that these tentacles had the ability to change forms. and could turn into soft vines, hard shields, sharp spears and so on, with the longest attacking distance reaching 5 meters, maximizing the strength of his short and medium-range combat. In order to corroborate the strength of these tentacles, Qin Lang successively sought out Ding Yuan, Old Li and Su Yun to test them. The result of the test was also very satisfactory to him. Without using any other avenues of any ability, except passive, relying only on the darkness touch, he was able to pin down Ding Yuan with great ease, and Ding Yuan could not get close to him even if he exerted all of his strength. The second tester was Su Yun, whose vines were nowhere near as powerful as the tentacles, and the result of the tussle between the two sides was that the tentacles ripped the vines off, and Qin Lang won in a crushing fashion. The last tester was Lao Li, who was known for his explosive power, was helpless against the shield formed by the tentacles and could not break the defense at all. This skill is too perverted. This is still only 1/9. What if this is a full body? Isn't it true that every time you kill an apostle, you get a new ability? Or is it true that you can enhance your abilities? Old Leet Sked, you're thinking too long term. The problem now is that I don't know where to find the other 8 apostles. Qin Lang was in a rather nasty mood, and after testing, the existence of the apostle curse clearly had more advantages than disadvantages. We'll just have to take our chances with this one and rest for a few days first. Qin Lang paused and said to Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan, lend me your vegetable garden for the time being. Ah, those fruits just fruited. Lin Wanner was a bit reluctant. Qin Lang smiled and said, so fond of planting vegetables. Let's put it this way. Lend it to me for a while first. I promise to get you a bigger vegetable garden full of fruits soon. Really? You're not allowed to lie to me. Lin Wanner's eyes glowed unsteadily. I swear. Hey, boss. I want to make a wish too. Old Li ran over upside down. What do you want? Qin Lang said cheerfully. Old Li let out a bad smile. Then of course it's getting stronger. No matter what. We can't drag you down. Boss, can we? Don't worry. I'll split the cards up for you guys once I get the mushrooms planted. The cards captured in the Battle of the Fire Nest had all been retrieved into the storage space by Qin Lang, only waiting to be distributed when they were free. Folding back to the safe hut, Qin Lang pulled up all the plants in the 4 planting areas and planted clear mushrooms. The fight had consumed all the mushrooms he had saved for over a month before. Evening. Qin Lang lay down on the bed to rest. Old Li suddenly said through mind communication, Boss, Chen Sisi just sent me a message saying that she wants to join our shelter. Qin Lang, Qin Lang was still a bit sleepy, but now he was not sleepy at all, and sat up directly. When was it? Old Li, just now. I said this is too big for me to decide. It has to be you, boss. Qin Lang, that's certainly welcome. How many of them are there? Old Li's side paused for a few minutes before replying. Chen Sisi said that there are more than 30 combatants who have strengthened their cards, and the rest of those 100 or so are ordinary people. Qin Lang, yes. Send the location of our place here. Tell her to come, and say that she is welcome at our shelter. Lao Li, okay. On the other side, a shelter hidden in a broken wall. Qin Lang has agreed for us to join. Chen Sisi was overjoyed. OMG. This is great. Hurry up and let the brothers pack up their things. Bring what you can and throw away what you can't. Xiao Zhenhai nodded his head repeatedly and just turned to leave when Chen Sisi said, no, the night is long. All of you don't bring anything but the clothes on your back. Go to the playground and gather now. Got it. Xiao Zhenhai hurriedly greeted the members of the shelter to gather. Although I'm not willing to join someone else's shelter, it's still better than dying. Qin Lang is so strong. You definitely can't go wrong following him. Chen Sisi rubbed her palms together excitedly, not noticing that a sparrow had landed in the doorway. Sparrow suddenly spat out a human voice. Chen Sisi, I heard that you guys lost a lot of people fighting the fire nest today. At first I didn't believe it. Just now I looked around and the combatants were surprisingly down to just 30 or so. Chen Sisi's body froze and she gulped. Why are you saying this? Sparrow said, don't be nervous. Join my shadow shelter. I've been saving the position of captain of the 3rd team for you. I need people like you. Chapter 85, Cecilia Chen and Zhang Xingxing. What if I still refuse? Chen Sisi frowned. Then it's you. Who doesn't know any better? Sparrow pecked the feathers on his body. Given your current situation, do you have any other choice but to defect to me? And don't you dare tell me that you're planning to join the Polaris. That's impossible. Chen Sisi said without thinking. Shadow or polar? Neither is my ideal shelter. I already have someone in mind. So please stop pestering me. TSK. Woman. Why must you challenge my patience? Sparrow's voice suddenly turned sharp. You are the only one who has rejected me 3 times and is still alive. You must give me an answer today. Or else what? Chen Sisi gasped. Do you want to kill me? You don't believe I will kill you? Sparrow's voice turned low. Then we'll see. You won't live through today. The sparrow seemed to have regained its senses and fluttered its wings to leave the room. But how did it know that just as it flew into midair, its body exploded with a bang and turned into a piece of broken flesh? Lao Li, I have a problem on my side. Can you guys help me? Chen Cece decisively gave Lao Li a call. Night. The temperature was still below zero, but under the influence of the flaming monsters in the sky, the snow melted faster, and the snow sank several meters, forming countless streams that flowed over in the direction of the lower ground. The 7 people, led by Qin Lang, left the safe cabin without any warning, and drove 2 snow chariots in one direction. As to what they were going to do, no one knew. Zhang Xingxing cautiously poked his head out of the tent, his eyes turning stern. They've all left. This is our chance, perhaps the only chance. To do or not to do? Forget it, we're just ordinary people. We can't fight them no matter what. Once we're discovered, we'll all have to die. The one who spoke was the round-faced girl, Wang Peng. Her face had long ceased to be round, due to enduring hunger and freezing for a long time, and selling her body from time to time to find those third-class dragon and tiger warriors in exchange for resources. She was now only 80 pounds out. Won't we die if we continue to stay here? Does Sun Yan that treat us as human beings? Zhang Xingxing's eyes were malicious to the extreme as he swept his gaze over the group of students. This is the end times, a world where the strong are honored. As long as we occupy their safe house, we can have as many cards as we want. As long as we become stronger, who would dare to bully us? Niu Yushan drooped. The idea is good, but how do we get into the safe house? There are so many pairs of eyes staring outside. Taking a step back, even if no one is watching, we can't get in. The corner of Zhang Xingxing's mouth lifted, and he actually fished out a colored card from his pocket. Universal key. It can lift the color card, including the access control of any building below the color card. You actually hit a colored card. How did you do that? The students in the tent were quite shocked. They are not trusted. Every time after picking up the card, will be searched. As for picking up the card immediately used to strengthen their own is even more heavenly, because the people responsible for checking them are wearing a battle power detector. Found that the battle power is not the right, on the spot to shoot, before there is a student to give their own strengthened the gold card, and now the grave headgrass are 3 meters high. Zhang Xingxing laughed and proudly touched his belly downwards. The crowd instantly understood. Stretching my head is a knife. Shrinking my head is a knife. I'll do it. Niu Yushan immediately took a stand. Wang Ping thought about it and nodded her head in agreement as well. Good, I don't want to live like this anymore. The rest of the students didn't have much of an opinion, but they had been living in deep water and had wanted to get out of their misery for a long time, and now that they had the opportunity, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. Okay, since we're all in agreement, let me deploy the strategy. You guys dash. Zhang Xingxing pointed to a few girls in the corner, responsible for taking care of those smelly men in the car nearby. You guys, go to Wang Wu's tent and ask them for resources. Make as much noise as possible to attract their attention. I'm going to open the safe house with Yushan and Wang Peng. When we're fortified, we'll put you guys in. You won't leave us alone, right? The girl said weakly. No, I guarantee it on my honor. And in this post-apocalyptic world, as strong as Qin Lang, all of you need a team. Betraying you guys will do me no good. Good. We believe you. Action. The students of the Fourth Estate immediately sprang into action. Inside the car, Qin Lang's face was grim, because from 20 minutes ago, Lao Li had lost contact with Chen Cece, the kind of chatting well and suddenly losing contact. He had a bad feeling about it. In fact, he didn't particularly need this kind of icing on the cake of combatants like Chen Cece, but after the Fire Nest battle proved that Chen Cece's joining would definitely greatly enhance the overall combat power of the shelter, and it was worth no less than 3 color cards. And if something happened to this kind of talent, he would definitely be heartbroken to death. Coming soon, another half hour. Old Li looked at the coordinates of the shelter. Damn it, Chen Cece, you have to hang in there for me. Don't let anything go wrong. Half an hour later, the smoke-filled shelter was littered with corpses and signs of battle everywhere. Many of those familiar faces had turned into corpses, including the deputy, Xiao Xinhai. He died an extremely horrible death. His arms and legs were cut off and made into a human swine, and a spear was thrust through his lower body and out of his throat and stuck in the snow. Cecilia Chen, we're coming. Where are you? Old Li yelled at the top of his lungs. But no one on the scene responded at all, except for the sound of the wind. Not a single survivor. Boss, look, this is Chen Cece's taijutsu. Old Li picked up a broken pink taijutsu. The blade was cracked and curled. It was the shadow shelter that did this. Where is this shelter located? Qin Lang's expression was so gloomy that it could drip water. It's hard to get a batch of fresh blood, but who can stand it when they're exterminated before they can join? It's not far, just under half an hour's drive. Boss, what do you mean? Old Li's eyes narrowed. They dare to touch my people. To the shadow shelter. Qin Lang got into the car. The two snow chariots drove toward the location of the shadow shelter. Other side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This house is so warm. It's like a ing dream. Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan, and Wang Peng successfully opened the safe hut. And as soon as they entered the hut, they felt warm and comfortable all over. Grabbed the cards and split up. Yes, each of the three students entered the room and searched it. But the results were disappointing. There were plenty of uneaten snacks and changes of clothes in the house, except for the cards, and they had turned the mattress over without finding even one. What does this door lead to? The backyard? Zhang Xingxing frowned, felt out the universal key, and was just about to open the door when Wang Wu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Do you guys know how bad you'll end up if you do this and Qin Lang finds out? Chapter 86, Heaven Will Not Kill Me. Zhang Xingxing. Zhang Xingxing's body stiffened and trembled as she turned around. A trace of depth flashed across her withered face caused by chronic malnutrition, but she immediately knelt down, tears barreling down her face. Teacher Wang. I know I'm wrong. I know I shouldn't have treated Sun Yan like that, but I've been punished too, haven't I? Please don't tell Qin Lang. If he finds out, I'll really die. Zhang Xingxing cried with a handful of snot and tears. Mr. Wang, do you still remember last year? I was punished for smoking in the school? At that time, you also enlightened me that young people will inevitably make mistakes. As long as they know their mistakes and can change, they are good children. But why does Sun Yan not give me a chance to change? Teacher Wang, do me a favor, just don't tell Qin Lang. I'm willing to do anything. I can help you. Help your mouth. Zhang Xingxing said, reaching out to pull Wang Wu's pants. Wang Wu was shocked and hurriedly backed away, his face turning extremely ugly. Zhang Xingxing, look at you now. What you've become. Wang Wu was in pain. It's not thanks to Sun Yan that I've become what I am now. Do you think I really like serving those smelly men? Ms. Wang, in fact, the person I have always liked is you are, but I am now no longer worthy. Zhang Xingxing cried and wiped away the tear stains at the corner of her eyes. You help us, don't tell Qin Lang, okay? The sound from Zhang Xingxing's side startled Niu Yushan and Wang Peng, and both of them rushed over and realized that Wang Wu was here, and both of them were shocked, and their legs went soft. Wang Wu took a deep breath. How powerful a character Qin Lang is, don't you know? Do you think you can really hide it from him? I can plead for him on your behalf. This is the only thing I can do. Mr. Wang, stop talking and come with me. Wang Wu sighed, both exasperated and heartbroken. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it. When you all joined together to bully Sun Yan, did you ever think that you would be punished like this? You guys might have really regretted it, but by no means did you regret bullying Sun Yan. Instead you regretted why you didn't just get her killed, right? Wang Wu's words came to an abrupt end in the middle of his sentence as he twisted his head incredulously. Goo! Blood gushed out of his mouth as Wang Wu fell heavily to the ground. On Wang Wu's neck, there was an unusually sharp, thumb-thin steel needle, which had completely missed Wang Wu's neck at this time, and the one who sneak attacked Wang Wu from the back. Besides Zhang Xingxing, who else could there be? Zhang Xingxing ignored the blood all over his hands and let out a maniacal laugh. Didn't you blame me? Hey, try blaming me again? Ha! The whole world blames me? But what's wrong with me? I just hate Sun Yan's kind of prude face. What's wrong with that? Why is she good looking, good at school, and has so many boys? Why? Because her parents are professors, and mine are labor camps and a prostitute? Ha! Don't give me a chance. If I get a chance, I'll still bully her. I'll play her to death. Wang Wu, go ing die. Zhang Xingxing stomped on Wang Wu's face and wiped the blood on his hands carelessly. And Niu Yushan and Wang Peng, who were splattered with blood on the side, were terrified. Zhang Xingxing blankly glanced at the two little followers. Look at you guys, you have no talent. It's not just killing someone. What? You're not afraid of killing monsters, but you're still afraid of killing people? Niu Yushan and Wang Peng exchanged glances and carefully stepped over Wang Wu to follow Zhang Xingxing. The backyard door opened. The three Zhang Xingxing walked in, and with a sweep of his gaze, Zhang Xingxing's pupils suddenly shrunk. What came into view was a huge 3-meter-high container, a bit like a tree cave and a bit like a scaled-down version of a monster's lair, with countless white bones piled up around it, and hundreds of thumb-thick tentacles lodged in some of the dried-up corpses, writhing slightly. What the hell is this? Why would you plant something like this in your backyard? Zhang Xingxing only felt a chill down her back. She bravely approached to observe, and her pupils suddenly lit up. She found a brain-like object vaguely visible in this lair, with dark gold cards and several colored cards present. Heaven won't kill me. Zhang Xingxing, ha. Zhang Xingxing was inwardly ecstatic, but did not show it. A hint of viciousness flashed out of the corner of her eye as she retreated and commanded, "Did I ask you guys to come here to stand around foolishly? Come over and see what's valuable in these corpses." Niu Yushan shrugged his shoulders, but obediently walked over. Wang Peng was originally an unmotivated girl, naturally following Zhang Xingxing's orders. The two came to the pile of corpses to rummage around. Zhang Xingxing licked his lips, carefully picked up a thick leg bone, weighed it in his hand to make sure it weighed enough, and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of Niu Yushan's head. Niu Yushan didn't even have a chance to scream, and fell straight into the pile of bones. "Ha, Tamayama!" Wang Peng was shocked and moved her body backward with soft legs, pleading, "Star sister, don't kill me. I've always helped you." Zhang Xingxing laughed. "Hey, you think I don't know that when you slept with those stinky men, you kept saying bad things about me, and that you are more moist than me? Better than me in Kung Fu? I let you moist. I'll make you better at Kung Fu." "Yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't." Bam, 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 bam. After a series of 7 or 8 strokes, Wang Peng was already a bloody mess, and his life and death were uncertain. The tentacles, like flies that had smelled stinky meat, zapped over, greedily absorbing the fresh flesh and blood from the two corpses. Zhang Xingxing dropped his bone rod and let out a maniacal laugh as he approached the core of the nest. However, without waiting for her hand to reach in to fetch the core of the nest, the countless tentacles suddenly paused for a moment, and then spiraled towards her and wrapped around her, binding her in mid-air at once. Zhang Xingxing was so shocked that she wanted to scream for help, but she simply couldn't do it, because the tentacles had gone crazy and burrowed into every orifice on her body, including her nose, mouth, ears, lower body. Ooh-hoo! Zhang Xingxing could only cry impotently and frantically until his 2 eyeballs burst open due to internal swelling and he died completely. Nightfall. The 2 snow chariots came to a shelter with a large enough footprint to follow. The sentry spotted them first, flashed his searchlight over and barked, "Who are you? Rangers?" Qin Lang stepped out of the car and squinted at the harsh lights. "Where is Chen Cece?" "Wait." Shortly after the sentry left, he brought back several men and women in strange costumes. One of them, a young man wearing a sword at his waist and dressed as a Japanese ronin, said, "What kind of people are you from Chen Cece? Cut the ing crap. Is Chen Cece in your hands? Is she dead or alive?" Old Li, always short-tempered, jumped to his feet and cursed. "Where did the mad dog come from? Come on people, where's the battle power detector? Let's see how much battle power these people have." The ronin man said with a disdainful face, "Captain 6, you're forgetting that the batteries are being used for warmth, and the only working detector is currently at the boss's." The 6th captain patted his head. "Hey, I really forgot about this, but it doesn't matter. Since you guys are in the same gang as Chen Cece, that is, don't go. Take you to practice your sword." Chapter 87, Death of C. "Practice on us? Uing." Old Li wanted to continue mouthing off, but was stopped by Qin Lang raising his hand. He took a few steps forward. "I don't have the heart to talk nonsense with you. Immediately, hand over Chen Cece right now." The deaths of the rest of the people, Qin Lang honestly didn't care. Even if Xiao Zhenhai, who had more than 3,000, died, it was dispensable for him anyway, but a team member with 5,000 battle power, he had to save. Captain 6 laughed. "Yo, immediately, right away? What if I refuse? What do you want to do?" The followers behind Captain 6 followed suit and laughed. "This kid really thinks he's somebody. Order who? Right, when our 6th captain is a fake? Kid, do you know how much battle power our 6th captain has? He's a superpower with 4,000 battle power." The corner of the 6th captain's mouth lifted as he slowly drew his sword. "If you want to see Chen Cece, no problem. As long as you can catch 3 of my knives without dying, I'll take you to see her." Qin Lang took a few more steps forward, his face devoid of any expression. "I am truly out of patience." "And then what?" Captain 6 snorted. "You can bite me, can't you?" Qin Lang opened the 5 fingers of his right hand. "Go to hell." "Ha ha, gah." Captain 6 laughed, but the next moment he realized something was wrong. With the danger perception talent, he clearly felt an irresistible and terrifying force being released from the man's body, but it was too late to escape at this point, as his body became stiff under the shroud of this terrifying aura. "Keep your eyes wide open. Our 6th captain is going to come out with his sword. Ha ha ha, wait for death boy." A group of unknowing juniors were still mocking, but they didn't know that at this moment, the 6th captain's pupils were shrinking, and a look of despair appeared in the bottom of his eyes. No. It was with great difficulty that he managed to squeeze 2 words out of his teeth, as the pitch-black tentacles swept in and turned into a dozen sharp pointy knives that penetrated the 6th captain's body. All the laughter stopped at this moment. while Captain Six's body was collected by Qin Lang into the spatial rings the moment he was completely out of breath. With 4,000 plus warcasters, it should be pretty good for fertilizer for the lair core. What happened? Am I blind? How come I seem to see Captain Six being stabbed to death? How is this possible? Captain Six is so strong. How could he be killed in seconds? Where is Captain Six? Why is he gone? Even if the facts were in front of us, no one would believe it to be true. It wasn't until the pitch-black tentacles bound all the bodies of more than a dozen people in midair that they realized in hindsight that they had developed a fearful mentality, and begged for Qin Lang to let them go. Cecilia Chen, where is it? Dead or alive? I said. Chen Cece didn't want to join our shelter and pissed off the boss, who sent her to the playground in a fit of rage. Playground? Male, playground. The little brother's forehead was bruised. It's been so long. I'm afraid Chen Cece is dead. No woman can last more than an hour in an amusement park. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen clusters of blood mist exploded, and Qin Lang only left behind this man who answered the question. Take me to this so-called amusement park of yours. Yes. The man was so scared that his legs went weak. The man led the way in front, and Qin Lang's group followed him. Soon the crowd came to the entrance of a tunnel that sloped downward, and the man trembled. Big brother, this is the entrance to the playground. Get in. Yes. The man fumbled for a flashlight to illuminate his way down for a few minutes before light appeared at the end, and the woman's unmistakable, chilling screams could be heard through the heavy iron door. This scream caused extreme physical discomfort for all four women in the group. Oh, coming to the playground this late? The man guarding the heel of the iron gate had a bad smile on his face. I see. You guys also want to taste Chen Cece's flavor, right? That's probably going to have to be in the back row. Chance is still alive? No different from dead. You're a raw face. When did you add? The man was run through the neck and died instantly. Qin Lang pushed open the iron door and looked inside. Under a dim light, iron fences filled with rust and blood released a foul odor, and behind these fences were women who had been tortured to the point of being crippled or even delirious. The ugliest side of human nature is on display in this playground. You guys stay here, I'll go find Chen Cece myself. Qin Lang thought about it and thought that it was better not to let the women around him see too much of these things. It was very easy to get psychologically distorted. We're fine. Our mental capacity isn't that weak. You can't be too protective of us, Lin Wanair said softly. Qin Lang didn't say anything else and went all the way to the last room. The room was very lively, crowded with at least a couple dozen people, accompanied by bursts of obscenities. Qin Lang pushed open the iron door, and when he saw what was happening inside the house, his mind as strong as he was nearly collapsed and his scalp went numb. And Lin Wanair and Chen Shui, who not long ago swore that it was okay and that their mental capacity was not weak, rushed to the side and vomited profusely after seeing what was happening. Ding Yuan's face turned blue as she held Su Yun's arm in a death grip. Who the are you guys? Know the rules. Someone cursed angrily. Qin Lang walked in and closed the iron door. Help! 1 minute later, Qin Lang walked out. There was not a single living creature in the room. All dead and messy. She was killed by me, Qin Lang said indifferently. The crowd nodded. Death, for Chen Cece, is definitely a gift. And what happened to her has long exceeded the limits of human imagination. I'm on fire right now, and I have to kill someone. This shelter, all live. They must be Ed. Big brother, I'll take you guys to the boss. I know where he is. Just please let me live. I really haven't done anything bad. The man who had led the way earlier pleaded. Put. The tentacles ran through his skull and the man's body fell to the ground. It doesn't matter if you've done bad things or not. The important thing is, this shelter, everyone has to die. And the eggs have to shake the yolks apart. There is no lofty reason, not to mention the so-called justice, kindness or revenge. Just Qin Lang simply want to vent. It's that simple. Deep within the asylum, a room that was both luxurious and warm. There are many display cases around the room with many artifacts and collectibles on display. The teenager held a glass container, looked at the beautiful eyeballs inside, and smiled. CC, this matter really can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame, you can only be blamed for not knowing what's good for you. You say you from me how good. I not only let you as my woman, also give you as the third team leader. Now, even your eyeballs have been gouged out. Just because of this, you can have 2 more holes in your body for people to vent. Old boss, it's not good. A man rushed in with a roll. Something's wrong. Chapter 88, like the law. Calm down. Calm down. How many times have I told you to have calmness for every big event? What's it like to be fidgety? The teenager placed the glass container carefully into the collection cabinet. What happened? Wait. Let me guess. Isn't it Chen Cece that was gotten killed? It makes sense. Even though she has strengthened her vitality and recovery ability, being served by so many men at the same time, even an Iron Man can't stand it. No, it's not, boss. The man's forehead was covered with beads of dense sweat. 5 or 6 people came outside, claiming to be Chen Cece's friends, and are killing people in the shelter. They kill people when they see them. Chen Cece's friends? The teenager raised an eyebrow and seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth raised slightly as he sneered. Oh, I see. The group of people coming should be the guy named Qinlang that Chen Cece talked about, rumored to be close to 10,000 battle power? Hee, how funny. As powerful as I am. I'm only 7,000 battle power. How can there be someone stronger than me in this world? Just let the captains deal with them. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Boss. The captains. It's not even a match for this group. The man shivered. The teenager was stunned. Old 6. If old 7 can't handle them, what about old 4 and 5? The man said with a sobbing voice. The 4th and 5th captains were seconded by the other side in a single glance. The second and chief captains saw the situation was bad and wanted to escape. The other side didn't give a chance at all and directly zapped the second and chief captains through. Boss, you quickly think of a solution. What the? Are you babbling about? Are you sleepwalking? Gangzi battle strength 6,700. Second only to me. And he is also the Iron Man pathway. Defense is the best in the world. Even the rocket launcher can't bombard him to death. He can be seconded? The teenager was furious and happy. I think you've been screwing too many women and your brain is broken. Boss, I swear, I didn't lie to you. The captains are really all dead. Enough. This kind of prank isn't funny at all. Get out and don't disturb me from watching the fanfic. But, boss, roll. The man took a deep breath. And just as he turned around, his body was fixed on the spot as if he was petrified. The 3 men and 4 women passed right by him without looking at him. Beads of soybean-sized sweat dripped down his chin. And the man's limbs began to twitch from excessive fear. Let you roll. Why don't you roll? Looking for a whip you. The teenager turned around violently, and saw 7 men and women who were complete strangers to him. Are you Kai-Hu? Qinlang spoke expressionlessly. Kai-Hu's brows tightened as a bold thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Everything my little brother said just now. It couldn't be true, could it? Kai-Hu's heart flinched, and he hurriedly grabbed the battle power detector on the sofa. And with a drop, Kai-Hu's face turned unusually brilliant. This group of 7 opposite. None of them are good. The weakest has 6,000 battle power. And the strongest man is 9,800 battle power. Buzz. A dozen pitch-black tentacles emerged from Qinlang's right hand. Slow down. Kai-Hu screamed. Slow down. Several big brothers and sisters. We must have some kind of misunderstanding. Chen Cece had already planned to defect to me, but she suffered inhuman abuse at your place. And you're telling me that this is a misunderstanding? Qinlang laughed. A very cruel laugh. Kai-Hu swallowed a mouthful of spit. That, big brother. I really do not know that she is your people. If I know, give me 100 guts would not dare to move her. But now people are already dead. Say these useless. I will make up for your loss. Oh, go on down the line. Seeing that Qinlang didn't make a direct move and seemed to have room to turn things around, Kai-Hu grew a bit bolder and said excitedly, Chen Cece is just a pussy with over 5,000 battle power, while I, with a full 7,000 battle power, can kill her just like killing a chicken, as long as you let me go. From this moment onwards, I, Kai-Hu, will be your little brother? What do you think? I'm super fierce. Qinlang murmured. I have to say, this is a very tempting offer, but I've never believed in this thing called battle power. How about this? If you can catch 3 moves from me, I'll spare you from death and take you in as a junior brother? Kai-Hu was overjoyed. Yes, absolutely no problem. Big brother, you start lightly. Kai-Hu asked himself that it was impossible to defeat Qinlang, but if he only received 3 moves, there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, before his smile dissipated, he saw a beautiful woman in the 7-member squad constantly adding various auras to Qinlang. Big brother, this is a bit of a bully nah. First move. Qinlang ignored him and opened his right hand, and a dozen tentacles immediately transformed into twisted vines and wrapped towards Kai-Hu. Qinlang had clearly imitated Suyun's fighting style. Kai-Hu did not dare to have the slightest carelessness, hastily swept to the rear. But the speed of these tentacles was far above him. 2 of them wrapped around his legs and dragged him down, and the other 2 transformed into sharp knives and ruthlessly sliced down towards his legs. Put! Both thighs were chopped off and bleeding, the cross-section flat as a mirror. Ah! Kaihu rolled around in pain, snot and tears flowing. Big brother, I admit defeat. It hurts, ouch. Qin Lang laughed. That's just where it's at. By the way, what did you guys do to Chen Sisi? Oh, I remember now. Ka! Two of the tentacles transformed into sharp steel needles and swam to Kaihu like snakes. Kaihu panicked. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Seeing as I'm underage. Spare me. I'm still just a kid. A child? Qin Lang blinked. Yes. Qin Lang nodded. And in the next second, the two tentacles penetrated Kaihu's eyeballs. The barbed steel needles brought out the eyeballs. The room water and blood rolled down, and Kaihu's entire face was enveloped in blood. The screams, the misery. However, Qin Lang had no intention of stopping there. He wants to do to Kaihu all the sins that Chen Sisi suffered in her lifetime, just as he did to Kaihu. Soon, Kaihu's ears were also penetrated with holes about the same size, and his nose was also cut off. In order for Kaihu to empathize, Qin Lang even thoughtfully made these tentacles take on the appearance of male implements. It had to be said that Kaihu, who had been strengthened with a large number of recovery-type cards and possessed 7,000 battle power, was just strong in vitality, and Qin Lang had tortured him for more than an hour before he breathed his last. The corpse Qin Lang naturally wouldn't waste it and loaded it into the spatial finger ring, which were all good nutrients. He, dead? Lin Wanner asked with an ugly face when she saw Qin Lang come out of the house. Qin Lang nodded. Aha! They left the room an hour ago. They didn't think Qin Lang was cruel in the slightest, they were just simply physically uncomfortable. Let's see if there are any more leaks in the camp, and look for resource cards in the meantime, so we don't miss anything. We just looked. The cards are in the storage space. Oh, let's go then. Chapter 89, The Cow Cat. Late night. It was supposed to be a time of rest, but the shelter was bustling at the moment. A group of people led by Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian brothers surrounded dozens of students in the snow, letting them cry and beg for mercy. What happened here? Qin Lang got down from the snow chariot with a frown on his face. Boss, after you guys left, Zhang Xingxing and them, Lin Mo told Qin Lang the original story. With Zhang Xingxing's several deaths in the backyard of the hut, the students who were outside drawing attention to the hut were leaderless, completely at a loss as to what to do next, and the plan was naturally exposed. Sneaking into my safe house? Where are they now? I don't know. We didn't dare to go in. We just controlled the students outside. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Qin Lang let out a cold snort and rushed back to the safety hut, and at a glance, he saw Wang Wu, who was lying in a pool of blood and had long since died. The door to the backyard was wide open. Qin Lang took out his flying sword Eternal Flame and carefully approached the past to make sure there was no danger before walking into the backyard. Are these the bodies of Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan and Wang Pang? 3 corpses suddenly appeared in the pile of corpses. Qin Lang naturally saw it at a glance, but he was just a bit strange. How did they die? In his understanding, didn't the lair core only devour corpses and flesh and blood? How could it even eat living people? What he couldn't think of, Qin Lang didn't bother to think about. Anyway, the core of the nest was fine, and a hanging heart was put down, one after another. He threw out the corpses in his spatial ring, which also included several captains of the shadow shelter, Kaihu, and Chen Sisi. Although Chen Sisi died a tragic death, but her body Qin Lang does not want to waste. Buried where not buried, it would be a waste to bury the body of a man who had more than 5,000 battle points in his life. Besides, how is this not another form of joining? The corpses of higher warriors all over the ground immediately agitated those tentacles above the core of the lair, like people who had been hungry for too long, devouring the corpses. It looks like it's going to mature. Qin Lang used his mind communication to inform the crowd that he was going to stay in the backyard to run some errands, telling them to go and rest first, and as for the students who betrayed him, he left it to Sun Yan to take care of them. Anyway, he didn't care about the death of this group of students. Whether Sun Yan forgave or punished, that was up to her. A day and a night passed. When the lair core had devoured the last corpse, a monster appeared below the core, hidden deep within the vessel of flesh and blood. It wasn't very large, only the size of the palm of a hand, a 4-legged creature. Qin Lang was immediately on guard. As we all know, the most difficult monsters in the end of the world are never the kind of huge behemoths, but the kind of small and refined monsters. These kinds of monsters have one thing in common, and that is the speed of the strange fast. Once entangled in this kind of monsters, cannot even run away. It's better not to be greedy. In case the thing that was birthed is too strong and I'm no match for it, that would be hilarious. Qin Lang thought left and right, and finally decided to hurry up and dispose of the monster to avoid a long night. However, the moment he stabbed his flying sword Eternal Flame into that flesh and blood container, The monster inside let out a pained groan, followed by revealing a furry head. It's... Xin Lang froze at once. Where was this monster? It was clearly a milk cat, or a black and white colored cow cat. Scientific name, dark cloud treading snow. Xin Lang always did not believe in the numbers given by the battle power detector, but at this time, he had no choice but to wear it as well. It was better not to test it, but once he did, Xin Lang almost spat out blood in anger. Battle strength, 5. Are you kidding me? Xin Lang gripped the milk cat's neck, his brain buzzing. Is it reasonable to think that after spending so much time and effort and so many corpses on yourself, you'd only end up raising a battle 5 cat? The milk cat's body immediately didn't move when it was choked by the neck of destiny. You better be useful or I'll stomp on you. Xin Lang placed the milk cat on the ground, and the milk cat struggled hard to stand up, stumbled and climbed onto Xin Lang's shoes, and then, huffed and puffed as it fell asleep, making purring sounds. Xin Lang was completely speechless. Inside the safe house. Wow, what a cute meanie. You spend so much time in the backyard for cats? Lin Wanner and Chen Shui were both in love with the little milk cat, and at the same time had doubts in their hearts. Xin Lang had a splitting headache, and was too lazy to take off his clothes, directly lying down on the bed. I'm very tired right now. Let's wait for everything until I wake up. That sleep was a full 24 hours. When Xin Lang opened his eyes again, he saw a large-sized cow fat cat that was holding its face towards him, its big fat face even sprouting gills. Ha! What's going on here? Xin Lang was taken aback. The cow cat was very intimate with Xin Lang, rubbing its head against his chin. Xin Lang, you're awake. Lin Wanner excitedly ran in and said, this cat is extraordinary. I found out. What good man's cat can grow from 1 or 2 to 20 pounds in a day and a night? Lin Wanner told Xin Lang about everything that happened after he fell asleep. After Xin Lang went to sleep, the little milk cat also followed Xin Lang and laid down, sleeping right next to his pillow. The two women took a look at the little milk cat that was only this big and didn't dare to move it, so they let it fall asleep. Who knew that they would talk for just a little while, and when they turned around again, the little kitten was noticeably bigger, dozens of times faster than a bodybuilding ring shot. It sleeps for as long as you sleep. At most it wakes up 5 minutes earlier than you, during which time no matter how much we shake it, it won't wake up. Lin Wanner carefully went to touch the fat cat. The fat cat was quite facetious. Snapping was a paw, and a hissing huffing sound came out of its mouth. Lin Wanner was aggravated. Hey, why are you like this? You can't even touch it? Xin Lang frowned and held the cat's head with one hand. The big fat cat licked its lips and gnawed its paw. All the actions were no different from an ordinary house cat. Xin Lang is also ready to carefully observe again. The fat cat is already with a furry paw pressed Xin Lang's hand, although did not say, Xin Lang but understand what it means, older brother. Jerking me also want to sometimes have Zuzu. Give you face is not it? Believe it or not, I'll scratch your ass. Xin Lang's eyes widened and he cursed. Who the hell are you talking to? Hiss. The big fat cat jumped up, arched his back, pricked up his ears, and blew out his hair. Are you pretending with me here, brother? Asterisk. Xin Lang really broke the defense. It was bad enough that the core of the lair had spawned such a thing, but he didn't realize that the big fat cat's mouth was still smelly, so who else could put up with it? Xin Lang cursed and went to grab the big fat cat. Who knew that this big fat cat ran with amazing speed, rushed out of the door like a whirlwind, and then also closed the door with his hand. Xin Lang. Lin Wanner? Lin Wanner, this cat has become a spirit. Asterisk. Whose cat is this? Do Hook ate what? Old Li's angry roar came from the yard. Xin Lang ran out to see that Old Li was lying on the ground on all fours, and the big fat cat was squatting next to the hot pot, and was fishing for pieces of meat in the hot pot with its claws to eat. Chapter 90, Sizzling Initial. The big fat cat was eating while surveying the crowd with provocative eyes, clearly not taking the group into consideration. Lao Li stood up at this time, sneakily opened his hands toward the fat cat, pounced, but the fat cat as if the back of the head grow eyes, a graceful jump, hind legs stomped Lao Li's face. Boom! A jaw-dropping scene occurred as Old Li, a barbarian, with over 6,000 battle power, flew backwards on the spot, his body hitting the courtyard wall solidly, damage to walls 0.478%. As the owner of the house, Xin Lang was the first to receive an alert from the safe house. I'll kill you. Old Li was infuriated, and he had several bloody scratches on his face. The fat cat was unafraid, tilting its head and tickling its own ears with its hind legs, and as it watched Old Li change the spear from his hand and throw it towards it, the fat cat jumped again and flicked its right paw, and the spear was swatted away. It's, not to mention Old Li. Xin Lang looked dumbfounded. Xin Lang took off the battle power detector and put it away in his storage space. He had known that this thing was unreliable, but he didn't expect it to be unreliable to this extent. You're telling me this is Battle 5? Alright Old Lee, you can't fight it. Qin Lang stopped Old Lee. He could kind of see that the fat cat had been playing them. Meow. The fat cat purred a few times towards Qin Lang, and what it meant in Qin Lang's ears was, from today onwards, this Meow is the shelter boss, and all of you are this Meow's servants. Wahahaha, you're not bad, quite capable. This Meow appoints you as the chief loyal servant. Fine, fine, loyal servant right, let's eat dragon and tiger tonight. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth tugged as he released his tentacles to grab the fat cat. The fat cat's pupils dilated, seemingly unwilling to take the move, and turned around to leap towards the courtyard wall. Qin Lang had anticipated that it would escape, and let a few tentacles turn into a large net and plunge through the air in advance. The fat cat was caught in the net and landed on the ground at once, but it was not the least bit alarmed, and even yawned and meowed a few times. This Meow is saying that this Meow is not afraid of you. This Meow just doesn't want to hurt you. You use this darkness touch as little as possible in the future. The more you use it, the deeper the curse goes and the more often it strikes. Don't blame this Meow for not reminding you. Qin Lang frowned and dispersed his tentacles. You know about the apostle curse? The fat cat licked its fur while saying, more than knowing, this Meow can also help you find the other 8 apostles and help you lift the curse. However, you are still too weak now. If you really meet those other apostles, not only will you not be able to kill them, you will also die. Of course, this is also considered another form of lifting the curse. Qin Lang came to crouch down in front of the fat cat. What the hell are you? The fat cat took its paw and washed its face, paused for a moment and said, all this Meow knows is that you are my chief loyal servant. Other than that, this Meow knows nothing. After saying that, the fat cat jumped onto Qin Lang's shoulder. Hungry? Want to eat meat? Barbecue or fondue? Whatever. Oh, Qin Lang had a hopeless face. But since this fat cat was not hostile to him and his battle strength was so strong, his previous depression had dissipated. At least he had not worked for nothing. Outside the shelter, it had been several days since the flaming monster had appeared in the firmament, and the temperature had risen dramatically, the snow on the ground lowering at a rate visible to the naked eye, pooling into rivers flowing towards the lowlands. If it wasn't for Qin Lang asking the crowd to connect the vehicle to the safety hut in advance, he was afraid that even the vehicle would be swept away. What about the traitors? Qin Lang looked around and realized that the 30-odd students of the 4th stratum had all disappeared. Lin Wanner explained. Swallow took them away last night, not knowing where they went. Qin Lang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yan has a strong ability to defend herself, and her methods are even more ruthless and perverted. Those students are afraid that nothing good will happen to them, but it's got nothing to do with him. A bunch of traitors. Dead is dead. The most unfortunate thing was that Wang Wu, who had at least strengthened many cards, was killed by a sneak attack. A little later, Qin Lang was personally cooking and grilling the meat when Sun Yan returned with a group of disoriented students. All of these students were dumbfounded as if their souls had been drained. Brother Qin, you're awake. Sun Yan took off her helmet and gave a big smile. Qin Lang flipped the snowflake beef and casually asked, what did you do to them? Why are they so scared? Sun Yan smiled. Nothing much, just demolished a few bandwagons in front of them for a day and a night. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. This word demolition is a wonderful use of the word. You came back just in time to eat meat. Good. Sun Yan took a large piece of beef and bit down hard. Brother Qin, your craftsmanship is awesome. That's a must. Come on all. Qin Lang greeted the crowd and came over to savor the handiwork as Sun Yan, with meat in her mouth, fished out some green food cards from her arms and tossed them to the students. The group of students were stunned, kneeling down in unison to kowtow in gratitude before carefully going to fetch the food. You say Sun Yan, this little girl, not too old, means enough ruthless. The more the whole more evil. You see that group of people? Like it is not like being brainwashed. Old Leet sked. Qin Lang was unimpressed. Yanzi is a talented person. Not to mention that this is a post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed. Even in times of peace, one cannot be a ruler with mercy and kindness alone. These are just necessary means. You're the boss. You're right about everything. Old Lee ate like piggy eating ginseng fruit. 3 or 2 bites was a large piece of meat. Old Lee. What? Pay attention to your body. Qin Lang had a bad smile on his face. Old Lee heatedly laughed. Looking down on who? Just those little girls. Old Lee, I've got my hands on a pinch. While waiting for the snow to completely melt, the shelter once again regained its unprecedented calm. During the period there were a few more fireball rains and card rains. Qin Lang led the team out to hunt once. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see just how strong Little Black was. Who knows that this big fat cat pressed his hand, plopped down on Q-Boy's head and slept with his head covered. It waited until Qin Lang's side had killed almost all of the monsters, and only then did it rush over to open the monster's brain and take the card. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly another half a month had passed, and the snow had all melted. In its place, the heat was unrelenting. Daytime highs soared all the way up to 45 degrees, making people dizzy and suffering from heatstroke in minutes. Luckily the nighttime temperatures weren't too sick, but they were 35 or 6 degrees. Safe hut master control room. It's so cozy, that's what I call living life. Qin Lang was lying in the huge portable bathtub blowing the air conditioning and watching a movie. Together in the bath were Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and Sun Yan in swimsuits, each with a different colored ice cream in their hands. Since the temperature soared, Qin Lang and the three ladies' bodies had not dried out. Meow. In one corner of the pool, the fat cat, Blackie, let out a comfortable murmur, while below, Q-Boy spat out a mouthful of bathwater and burrowed out of the water, his eyes full of happiness and joy. Chapter 91 Guests. The sun is scorching the earth. If it weren't for the fact that the city is still lined with the remnants of a large number of buildings left over from the civilized era, it would really give you the feeling of being in a desert. A team of several dozen people slowly appeared at the end of the street. They have a uniform dress code, wearing a bucket hat and heavy robes, which are seemingly simple equipment that can maximize protection from sunlight and flame burns. Boss, we don't have much water left. We can only hold out for another half a day at most, the dark-skinned young man said worriedly. The man walking at the front of the group had a long sword slung across his waist, in the guise of an ancient warrior, and he didn't half stop as he continued to move forward. There's still 50 kilometers to go, so let's all hang in there and rest later if we find a monster or a place where we can get out of the heat. Got it, boss. The young man trotted back to convey the boss's message. There was a soft murmur from the crowd, but it soon stopped. They knew very well that without Boss Yen taking extra care of them, they could not have survived that long winter. Even though the number of people in their shelter had been reduced again and again, and had shrunk from nearly 1,000 at the beginning, to about 50, as the team slowly walked up the slope, Boss Yan's weathered pupils suddenly condensed, somewhat incredulously pulling out his military binoculars to watch, only to see a shelter made of boulders erected just like a ruin. Although the stone wall is very high and thick, can he currently stand at the angle can still see the internal situation? Where? There are traces of human activities, and even, he also saw someone playing water in a swimming pool. Ju. Boss Yen called his deputy, Zhu Chengkai, and pointed in the direction of the shelter, saying uncertainly, "What did you see? I suspect my eyes are blurred and a mirage has appeared." Zhu Chengkai took the military binoculars and almost jumped up in excitement, his dry cracked lips trembling slightly. "Boss, you read it right. It's really a shelter. There is water. There is water. Ah, they can be so damned. They even built a swimming pool? How many water cards must be wasted?" The crowd behind them all ran up when they heard there was water, looking at the stone shelter, greedy light bursting out of their pupils that were originally dead gray. "Boss, should we?" Zhu Chengkai gestured a beheading gesture. Boss Yen shook his head. "You've been warned many times. In the case of not knowing the opponent's battle strength and numbers, you must remain absolutely rational and never be reckless. Those who can survive until now in the end times. How many weaklings do you think are left?" Zhu Chengkai nodded his head repeatedly. "Boss, you're right to teach me a lesson. I was sunburned out of my mind. Come on, follow me over there." Boss Yen patted the dust on his body and walked towards the shelter. At the same time, inside the main control room of the safety lodge, he took a bite of his ice cream and stood up from inside the indoor pool. "It's been a while since we've had any guests. Let's go out and take a look." Guests? Lin Wanner, Chen Shui and Sun Yan looked at each other in dismay. They weren't Qin Lang. They couldn't grow surveillance mushrooms, and how would they know what was happening outside the shelter? However, since Qin Lang said so, surely it wouldn't be for nothing. The three girls immediately trotted along in their sexy bikinis. They are not exposure freaks. It's just too hot. "We are survivors from Hangzhou. We would like to ask you for a sip of water and find a shady place to escape the heat. I don't know if that's possible." Boss Yin arrived at the door of the shelter, stated his needs bluntly, and then began to wait patiently. Soon the iron door that prevents the gentleman from preventing the villain opened, and old Li, with his arms around two rounded bikini schoolgirls, greeted them with a smile. "Oh, survivors of Hangzhou, just begging for a drink of water, looking for a place to escape the summer heat?" "Yes." Boss Yen nodded. Old Li tapped on the battle force detector and swept it towards the crowd, then passed the data to Qin Lang through mind communication. The lead one is 600 battle force, the deputy is 700, and the others are all between 1,000 and 3,000. Let them in. Come in." Old Li waved his hand and instructed the girl beside him. "Go to the storehouse and get some water cards over here. You two have been so good these past few days. Rewarding you with ice cream. Not allowed to take more ow. Be careful of eating bad tummies. Up to 3 per person. He. Thank you, brother Li. MUA, you're the best pinch." Big Brother Lee. The two schoolgirls bounced off, and when they turned back, over 100 white water cards appeared in their hands. Here, Old Lee handed the water card to Boss Yen. Boss Yen was busy thanking him. A million thanks. What do you call yourself? Are you of this shelter? They call me Old Lee. And well, in this neighborhood, I call the shots. Old Lee raised his hand and drew a circle. Boss Yen nodded repeatedly and distributed water cards to the crowd while chatting with Old Lee. Old Lee was a good conversationalist, and immediately opened his box, spitting out words with Boss Yen. Why are you going to the ancient city? Old Lee was curious for a second. Ancient City. Full name is Haidu Ancient City, located in the north of Haichang, a small county, 34 kilometers away from here. Before the end of the world it was a pretty good tourist city, with mountains and the sea, but as for what has become of it now he doesn't know. Boss Yen hesitated and said, this is something that I shouldn't have said to you, but since you've been so generous to us, Brother Lee, I don't want to deceive you. This is the information I obtained from a colored card that says there are treasures in the ancient city. Treasure? Really? I don't read much. Don't fool me, Old Lee stammered. To be honest, I don't know if it's true or not. I always have to go and see it to find out. Can I have a look at the colored cards? This, Boss Yen let out a bitter laugh. It seems inconvenient. Hey, blame me. It's more or less presumptuous. So what? You guys rest. If you need anything just tell me. Right. This is for you guys to cool down. Boss Lee fished out a large blue mushroom from his storage space and handed it to Boss Yen. Is this? Boss Yen's eyes lit up. He clearly felt the cold air contained in this big blue mushroom. Holding it in his hand was icy cold and comfortable. Thank you, Brother Lee. You're welcome. I'm borrowing it from you guys I'm going to recycle it when the time comes. By the way, this thing can't be eaten. It can only be used to cool down. Old Lee waved his hand and returned to the pool to soak his body in, and relayed the ancient city treasure information to Qin Lang in full. Lao Li, I think he's fooling me. We've gotten quite a few colored cards. Where are the treasure cards? Qin Lang, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. He shouldn't be fooling around. But whether that's a treasure or not, there has to be a question mark now. In Qin Lang's memories, as time passed in the end times, information-based cards that included locations such as treasure, lair, and props would indeed appear, except that in his previous life, he was too weak to participate in the fight for these treasures. Chapter 92, Summer Seafood Buffet. Then this treasure, should we go and take a look at it? It's too meaningless to stay in the shelter all day long. Old Lee was quite interested in this. In fact, not only Lao Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, they are also the same idea. Shelter life is indeed comfortable and happy, but this is, after all, the end of the world. The next do not know what harsh climate or monsters waiting for them. Sitting on their hands and eating nothing can only end up being eliminated by the end of the world. There is no second possibility. Going is definitely necessary. But, at least we have to determine what the information on that colored card actually is first. Some words Qin Lang did not say. That is, treasure, lair, props and other information, corresponding to the strength of the monster is also different. Which is the most difficult is the cave, followed by the lair, treasure, props and other things have to be ranked back. That's not easy. I'll go and snare some information when it's later. Old Lee made a big deal out of it. He had already figured out how to get information out of Boss Yan's mouth. He greeted the two girls and whispered in their ears. The other side of the shelter, in the shadows, with the cold ice mushroom constantly releasing cold air, it dispersed the dry heat to a large extent, and the air temperature was currently around 38 or 39. Zhu Chenkai secretly put away the battle power detector and lowered his voice. Boss, this Old Lee has a relatively high battle power of 7,000. The rest of the people are miscellaneous fishes. There are not many of them that are more than 2,000. Should we? Boss Yan shook the bottle of water at the bottom, drank the water at the bottom of the bottle and wiped his mouth. Xiao Zhu, people are kind enough to treat us with water and lend us big mushrooms to escape the summer heat. Is it right to repay us with kindness? Boss, but we've come all this way. Zhu Chengkai was about to say something. Elder Yen laughed and shook his head. The nature is different. Which of those asylum bosses we slaughtered were not perverts bad to the bone? If you look here again, other than the dozens of young men over there, the expressions on the faces of the rest are free, comfortable, at ease and respectful. This kind of shelter, even if we have the ability, we must never slaughter. There are no laws, no rules in the last days, but we have to have the bottom line of being human in our hearts. Got it, boss. I was wrong. Elder Yen laughed and patted Zhu Chengsai's shoulder. You're right. You're just too young. Well, hurry up and rest. We still have to rush at night. Ah, it's so comfortable here. I still want to stay here for a few more days. Zhu Chengkai was a bit reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. Boss Yen closed his eyes and placed one hand on the coal ice mushroom. He didn't have the slightest idea that if he had said even one word wrong just now, he would have ended this journey to the end times prematurely. Are you really kind? Or did you find out that there's a bug in the chili mushrooms? Let me wait and see. Qin Lang smiled and turned around to enter the house. Turning to the evening, the area of the shelter near the safety hut was set up with neatly arranged tables. Boss Yen curiously took a bite of the dry noodles and inquired what this was all about. And the warrior of the shelter pointed to the sign not far away, which clearly read, Summer Seafood Buffet. Here are our meals for today, the warrior said and went on about his business. Boss Yen froze on the spot, staring dead at the 7 words on the blackboard. Strange, very as well as extremely strange. He recognized each of the 7 words when they were taken apart, but when they were put together, they really confused him. Brother, it's the end times. The end times. You guys eat so well, are you sick? And let Yen boss this group of people directly shouted things are still behind. The first thing to move out is a big bucket of summer vacation green bean soup mixed with a lot of ice, which is filled with the kind of metal round pot in the cafeteria. Immediately following their appearance were 3 large tubs of ice cream packages filled with strawberry, taro, and original flavors, whistling with cold air. The last to make an appearance were dozens of seafood boats, like what Arctic shells, ice shrimp, scallops, king crab, salmon. Every ingredient is fresh and tender. As for the after-dinner fruits, they are a bit simpler, with only a platter of chilled watermelon, prunes, peaches, durian, and bananas, adding up to something like 7 or 8 varieties. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Zhu Chengkai wiped the tears at the corner of his mouth indisputably. Boss, I want to eat. Boss Yen said angrily. Look at that little bit of yours. You think I don't want to eat it? What the hell? How rich is this shelter? Boss Li is here. Pay attention to your image. Don't rush up to eat as soon as you're invited and make people look at you funny. Just after Boss Yan's side reminded him, Old Li came over. He flung Boss Yen a cigarette and helped him light it up before saying, Boss Yen, so what? We're having dinner, huh? You guys? We have food. Brother Li, you are too polite. How can this be a good thing? Oh no. I mean, we're open for dinner. Do you guys want to catch up while it's still night? So you can cool off more or less. Look, I've got the water cards ready for you all. Boss Yen froze on the spot, the corners of his mouth twitching. Zhu Chengkai in the back almost cried in anger. That's no way to entertain a guest. You could have at least been polite enough to let us fake a rejection. You don't even give me a step, do you? Boss Yen gulped, his old face rolling as he murmured. Oh, so, then we'll leave well. Thank you. You're welcome. Old Li familiarized himself with a ride on Boss Yan's shoulder. By the way, Old Yen, I'm quite interested in that ancient city treasure you mentioned, and I'd love to chat with you over a meal, but once I think of it being your fortune, I'm really embarrassed to force it, as the saying goes, a gentleman or something or other. Anyway, be careful on the road, and I wish you success. Slow down. Boss Yen is not a little cutie. He hurriedly tugged on Old Li's arm. Brother Li, I also happen to want to talk to you about the ancient city's treasures as a way to thank you for your hospitality. Why don't we chat while we eat? Old Li smiled incomparably. What are you waiting for? Quickly let the brothers come over to eat. Look at them one by two. Hungry into what kind? Boss Yen excitedly raised his hand. Dozens of people ran and jumped towards the buffet area, grabbing whatever they could and stuffing it into their mouths. What quality? What culmination? What image? Is it important to have enough to eat? This scene was seen in the eyes of the crowd, and they all couldn't help but shake their heads. Even the lowest class of student party members scoffed at this. They even felt that being a slave in an asylum was better than this group of nomads. Who would have believed that they had an object of contempt? These brothers and sisters of mine, following me, have suffered too much. These, I will definitely compensate. Yen Laochi shivered straight, but he could only force a smile. Old Li gave him a generous pat on the shoulder. Don't ever say that. By the way, what's going on with that ancient city treasure? Chapter 93, A Diary. Things have come to this point. Boss Yen just wanna hide cannot be. He and Lao Li to a tent not far away, took out a colorful card with special markings. This is the Yi Cave location. Because Qin Lang had patched up with him only a short while ago, Old Li instantly recognized that this was the Yi Cave, and at the same time, this was also the most dangerous and difficult place at this stage. Even more difficult to conquer than the lair. What? Brother Li, you know specific information about this card? Boss Yen sensed something strange. Old Li didn't hide it and nodded. What should I tell you? This place has high returns and equally high risks. High risk, high gain. Is Brother Li interested in joining us? Since the location had already been leaked out, It was obviously impossible to keep it all to himself, and Boss Yen very wisely chose to form a team. Allow me to think about it. As you can see, I only have so many people in this shelter. If I lose another batch, I, Old Lee, will become a bare-bones commander. You are right, but this is the end times. Not being stronger will only be eliminated. Brotherly, think about it and give me a reply in the morning. I'm afraid of a long night. Definitely. Brother Yen, go eat. Old Lee perfunctorily told the Yi Cave location to Qin Lang on the line through mind communication while doing so. Qin Lang, 43 kilometers. It's quick if we drive there. Although without the specific coordinates given by the color card, it will take some time to search for them. But without any accidents, we should be able to make it back before dawn. Old Lee, boss, you mean preempting? Suyun, this is a wonderful move. Never mind what's in the ancient city cave. Let's go over and take a look first. It's better than having the card snatched away by someone else. Qin Lang, Old Lee, I'll entrust you to stay in the shelter. If anything really goes wrong, I'll be the first to switch places with you. Lao Li, hey, I want to go too. Qin Lang, don't worry, if you really want to get a good card, you'll get a share. You're the head honors. With a plan in place, Qin Lang immediately greeted the crowd and moved. Half an hour later, the 6 people led by Qin Lang slipped out of the shelter in the vast darkness of the night. In a place far away from the shelter, Qin Lang took out a gold card van and headed to the location of the ancient city cave, encountering monsters along the way to avoid them if they could, and only letting Lin Wanner carry out a long-distance kill when they could not avoid them. Why is it a remote kill? The reason was simple. These fire monsters would usually burst into flames after death, which didn't do much damage to the human body but was very fatal to the vehicle. A careless carrier would explode, or else Boss Yen and the others wouldn't have come to the shelter on foot. Their carriers would have long since been blown up by the monsters on the road. 2 hours later, the van came to the old city. This tourist city with a long history has long been in ruins. Looking around, there were monsters wobbling everywhere, their bodies radiating heat and fire. It should be around here somewhere. Look for it. Qin Lang retrieved the military binoculars. In front of him was a park in which the stone monuments had long been destroyed, and dried-up corpses, both human and monsters, were lying everywhere. There were so many holes in the tent, which was strewn with holes, that it was obvious that someone had used it as a shelter before. Meow. The fat cat Xiaohei, who had been sleeping on Qin Lang's shoulder, suddenly stood up. It stretched and jumped to the ground. The primal pouch on its abdomen shook and drooped to the ground. What did you find out? Qin Lang asked with a smile. One person and one cat at least got along for a while. This fat cat Xiaohei, in addition to arrogance point, like naughty and mischievous, but also no other shortcomings. Down here, there's a very strong guy. The fat cat, Blackie, took a paw and scratched the floor. Down here? You mean, let's start digging from here? Stupid. This will alert the guys down there. We have to find the entrance to get in. This Meow will look for it first. The fat cat Xiaohei dove headfirst into the ruins without waiting for Qin Lang's reply. Qin Lang looked helpless. Cats, indeed, are the most unorganized and undisciplined animals in this world, even when mutated. And it's still portable bench Q-boy that's a bit cuter in comparison. After searching for more than half a bell, Suyun used the murderous vines to lift up a large boulder and discovered the entrance to the cave that had been crushed underneath. All be careful. Cave monsters are usually several times, if not a dozen times, stronger than surface monsters. After Qin Lang reminded him, he raised the glittering cold ice mushroom in his hand and took the lead. After a few minutes, the group made it to the cave without incident. In comparison, this place was much more eerie than the mushroom cavern, and everywhere was pitch black except for the lighting equipment in his hands. Suyun flung out a dozen cold fireworks and flares, which dispersed the darkness. Ha! What's that? A house? Someone lives here? Ding Yuan raised her hand and pointed, and 100 meters away, there was a surprising forest of houses. Closer inspection revealed that these were indeed houses and showed clear signs of human habitation. The cans have been air-dried. Did the people here leave? Or did they die? Qin Lang muttered and used the cold ice mushroom to illuminate himself, and suddenly found a thick diary under the pillow of the bed behind him. Lifting the dusty diary, the eye was greeted by a clean handwriting. The owner should be a girl. The end times make it easy to forget about time. I can't remember how many days it is in the end times. Today boss took us out hunting and killed a lot of blood corpses. We had a full meal today with instant noodles and canned food. It smelled so good. It's a pity that Uncle Song was bitten. There's no serum. He's destined to leave us. Strange. I can't even cry. Probably because I've seen too much death and have become numb. Apparently this is a diary written at the beginning of the end times. Qin Lang didn't have the patience to read down word by word, and directly flipped to the back pages of the diary. Compared to the crisp handwriting at the very beginning, The words at this point appear very scribbled, and it is easy to see that the diary owner is living in dire straits. It's snowing, the temperature is getting colder, and a dozen more people have been frozen to death. I don't know when the snow will stop. Voiting couldn't stand this life and committed suicide. TSK, how fragile. It's hard to live until now, but to commit suicide, I despise her. Today there was a big event in the shelter. The second in command went out hunting for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't come back. I think he died outside. The boss was very sad, and set up a simple clothes grave for him. By the way, the food is good tonight. I love to eat seat. It was cold, so cold that the temperature came to 50 degrees below zero, but everyone became younger because they were all frozen to the ground. I can't believe I made it through this long winter, but I have a very bad feeling that the end times won't end so simply. And that flaming monster in the sky, is it a sign that temperatures are going to get very high next? It's so comfortable with the melting ice and warmer temperatures. I'm dying of heat. Chapter 94, Qin Lang vs. Team of 5. Just as Qin Lang was reading the diary with great interest, Su Yun made a discovery on her side. Qin Lang put the diary into his storage space and walked over. Under the light of the cold ice mushroom, large dried bloodstains appeared on the walls. This amount of bleeding. I'm afraid it's not from a single person. There must be at least 7 or 8 people killed in this room. Su Yun made a judgment. In other words, the residents of this underground shelter suffered a massacre, not a normal departure. To build shelters in holes in the ground to escape the heat is to quench your thirst. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Keep looking. See if there are any other clues. If not, let's go forward and meet the guy in this hole in the ground. After the crowd dispersed in response, Qin Lang sat on the bed and took out the diary again and read it. Today the boss found a hole in the ground. It's a really good place. The temperature is only 35 degrees. It's dark, but it's better than being baked to death on the surface. Today is the 7th day since the boss moved the shelter into the hole in the ground. All is well. Wang Lily, she never told me she could dance. Last night I don't know what kind of madness she had, but she danced ballet in her room. Today is the 10th day since we moved into the hole in the ground, and it's obvious to me that something is wrong, but I can't tell you exactly what it is, and I have to get the boss to get us out of this hellhole. The boss refused my offer, and no one else is willing to leave, so what can I do? I'm just a little chicken with less than 2,000 battle power. I can't survive on the surface alone. Wang Lily is dead. The boss is dead. Wang Mang is dead. They're all dead. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Me, I'm going to die too. Ha 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 ha. This is the last page of the diary. The scribbled handwriting, as well as the incomparably maniacal narrative style, made Qin Lang's reading a little alarming, and gazing at the diary that was pierced by the pen tip, Qin Lang's brows tightened. What have they been through? Not normal. What does this abnormality refer to? Something's coming. Look out. Xiao Hei appeared by his feet at some point. It sniffed the air and nervously jumped onto Qin Lang's shoulder. The black and white fur on his body exploded and looked very fluffy. Is the opponent strong? Qin Lang was also on guard. Not sure. In short, not weak. Blackie arched his body in a fighting stance. Qin Lang's side hurriedly notified the crowd to come over and gather. But a weird scene happened. No matter how much he communicated with his mind exchange, other than old Li who was in the shelter, no one else had any reply. Bad. Something's wrong. Qin Lang's heart thumped as he hurriedly sacrificed his flying sword Eternal Flame and rushed out of the room to look for traces of the others. Meow! Xiao Hei suddenly screamed miserably, and Qin Lang turned around violently to see a dozen or so thick vines growing out of the void, frantically lashing down. This was clearly Su Yun's killing vine. Qin Lang hurriedly retreated and maneuvered his flying sword Eternal Flame to make a horizontal slash, and after the vines were cut off and disappeared, he saw 5 faces that could not be more familiar. Su Yun, Hope Ding, Lin Wan Er, Chen Shui, Sun Yen. Unlike usual, their pupils were pitch black. Mind control? The monsters here specialize in mental attacks. Qin Lang thought of the only possibility. Hiss. Ding Yuan, who had transformed into a lizard man, had already pounced towards him, and underneath its feet, there were many colorful auras shrouded, all coming from Chen Shui. Put. Qin Lang's shoulder was penetrated by a bullet, and the pain that drilled through his heart made him shiver. Bang bang. Bang bang. More and more bullets shot out from Lin Wan Er's gun, at such a close distance, and Lin Wan Er was a divine shooter. He just couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He could only use his dark tentacles to turn into a shield for defense. But, he could defend himself against bullets, but not against the double pinch of Su Yun and Ding Yuan. Almost in a short moment, Qin Lang was plunged into an unprecedented bitter battle. He has the ability to kill anyone in seconds, but he has no way to use it. These were his closest teammates, his closest companions. Was it hard to kill them? Knocking them out wasn't a bad option, but he'd have to be able to do that too. It simply can't be done. Xin Lang sighed through his weight around. But the opposite side's group of 5 was on fire, and all the skills of any mess were greeted at him as if they didn't need any money. Xin Lang tried to get Lin Wanner stunned first, but he ended up being hammered away by Sun Yen. ******ing hell. Mental protection. How did I overlook that? Xin Lang regretted his intestines. He had a large pile of relevant protection class cards, and had never given them to the crowd, mainly because he was worried that they would be burdened by their overly high combat strength. And now it seemed that he had underestimated the monsters in the third stage of the end times, cave. But this really couldn't be blamed on him. Xin Lang's previous life was just a post-apocalyptic hangman, shelter sidekick. Where would he come into contact with such a dangerous place? There was a problem with cognition. There were usually 2 ways to return the crowd to normal. The first being to also choose a spirit-type attack to forcefully disperse the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, Xin Lang did not master the relevant skills, so he could only give up. The second one was to kill the existence that released the mental attack and capture the thief, in which case the crowd would naturally recover back. Spiritual attacks have a common characteristic, that is, the caster must be nearby. The closer the distance, the stronger the effect, and vice versa. It will become weaker. Blackie, can you find it? Does this meow need you to remind it? This meow has been trying to lock onto it, but it keeps moving and doesn't give this meow a chance at all. It's moving left and right, and it can't lock on a bit. Just point me in a specific direction. Hurry up. Xin Lang was about to be numbed by the 5 little strong men. Thanks to the fact that he had the touch of darkness, his defense was amazing. Otherwise he would have to be half mutilated without dying when he encountered this situation. That way. Blackie lifted a paw and pointed in a direction. Xin Lang directly slashed with a supreme sacred slash. The piercing light instantly enveloped a large area, and through this layer of light, Xin Lang saw the creatures in the darkness. The monster was not big, almost only a meter long. At first glance it looked similar to the bee crocodile that he had encountered in another cave earlier, but a closer look would reveal that it was another species, more inclined to a chameleon, with a pitch-black body, and only the eyeballs were white. The body is pitch black, with only the eyeballs being white. Found you. Xin Lang's eyes were delighted, and he was just about to unleash the second supreme sacred slash when he realized that his right arm was instantly entangled by vines. And the next moment, vines grew out of the void, wrapping Xin Lang's entire body in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Old Sue, you're so damn annoying. Xin Lang couldn't help but curse. He appeared to be wrapped in vines and in a precarious position, but in reality he was not in half the danger, as there was another layer of black eggshell-like protection on his body surface, from the touch of darkness. Being entangled in them, there's no way I can kill that chameleon. What to do? Xin Lang was in deep thought. Chapter 95 Cave So Fat? Xin Lang quickly discovered the breakthrough. The mind-controlled group of 5, despite their ferocious attacks, did not have the intelligence that humans should have, that is, the ability to improvise. They would only use their strongest skills to attack him in a simple yet brutal manner. Right now, for example, he had clearly been trapped by the murderous vines, and the team of 5's attack still showed no signs of stopping. The most direct consequence of this was that more than 90% of the damage landed on the murderous vines, and Suyun's body had already shown obvious signs of de-stressing after using the murderous vines repeatedly many times. It seems that I've fallen into a misconception of thinking. It's actually quite simple to deal with them. Just stick to the defense to wear them down. They can't break my darkness touch's defense anyway. Thinking of this, Xin Lang was like eating a tranquilizer, so he simply coiled his legs and sat down on the ground. How long can you hold out? No matter how strong you are? Facts proved that Xin Lang's strategy was successful. After defending for less than 15 minutes, the attack of the team of 5 stopped completely. Everyone's body was soaked with sweat, lying on the ground unable to get up, without exception, all tired and exhausted. Dog, it's my turn this time. You're tired of controlling 5 people for so long, aren't you? Xin Lang looked towards the black chameleon. The black chameleon sensed the situation and turned around and disappeared into the darkness. However, Xin Lang had no intention of letting it go, first using the supreme sacred slash to light up the path in front of him, followed by throwing several cold ice mushrooms in succession. The chameleon was indeed very fast, but don't forget that the cold mushroom was area damage. The moment the 5th cold mushroom exploded, the chameleon didn't have the time to dodge it. Its body was instantly frozen. It tried its best to break free from the frozen state, but the flying sword Eternal Flame not far away had already slashed over. Die! Put! The chameleon's head was chopped off and its body crashed down the rock wall. Xin Lang made a forward dash and hurriedly collected the colored card in the chameleon's head before Little Black. A flash of embarrassment appeared on Blackie's chubby face and he began to pretend to wash his face. Xin Lang hemmed and hawed and turned back to the area where the 5-man squad was located. Strange. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so tired? Did I fall asleep? I feel the same way you do. So tired I wanna throw up. Brother Chin. What happened? Wait, what happened to us? Chin Lang smiled and tossed a surveillance mushroom out. Want to know what happened? Please watch the VCR. 10 minutes later. The 5 people who had watched the entire battle had embarrassment written all over their faces. But when you think about it, we can't really be blamed for this. Ding Yuan whispered. You got all of our card constructions from you, boss. So what can we do if you don't give us spirit protection class cards? That's right. Suyun tapped his palm. Boss, this is a blunder on your part. Ha! Chin Lang was furious and happy. But he didn't bother to argue and gave each of them a few gold cards of mental protection. Once you get a tingling sensation in your head, hurry up and notify the others. Mental type attacks are one of the most bizarre forms of attack. Got it. But boss, why aren't you being controlled? I follow the Chi Refiner pathway, and I have a strong resistance to mental attacks myself. The crowd had a look on their faces. After resting in place for a few moments to regain their strength, the group continued on their way. Just as Chin Lang had guessed, there wasn't just a single chameleon in the cave. There were more than a dozen in total. Due to the loss of the mind control as the main means of attack, the chameleon's threat to the crowd was negligible, and was effortlessly killed by several people. Cave treasure chest. We've come to the end. Chin Lang kicked the treasure chest, only to hear a click. The moment the chest opened, a dark gold card appeared. Huh, this dark gold. It's the core card of someone in our team. Chin Lang swept his gaze over it and finally smiled as he flew the card to Su Yun. For me? Su Yun was overjoyed. You're a druid. This dark gold is Change Art Raging Giant Bear. If I don't give it to you, should I use it? Boss. Su Yun's eyes filled with tears of excitement. Hurry up and learn it. Good. Su Yun tore the dark gold card to shreds, and after successfully completing the exercise, his body shook and directly turned into a huge 3-meter-tall brown bear that could reach a height of 5 or 6 meters when he stood up. Definitely a behemoth. Let me see how much the battle power has increased. Oh, not bad not bad. Chin Lang nodded. Congratulations to Lao Su for becoming our team's second 9,000 combatant. Su Yun, go, come up. I'll pack you out. I feel like my whole body is full of power now. The oldly anxious bad, not. You get what good things? This day by day, want to make me anxious to death is not it? Chin Lang, you'll know when we go back. Chin Lang waved his hand. Go! 5 people jumped on the back of the bear. The giant bear carried the crowd all the way to the wild. Speed than the car do not know how many times faster. The blink of an eye back to the surface. Big brother Su, how long can you turn into a bear for? This feels fantastic. I don't even want to ride in the car anymore. Not only Lin Wan Air, the other 3 females all felt the same way. The fluff on the back of the giant bear was very soft and Rua felt excellent in their hands. Su Yun, without fighting, it lasts for hours. But if you fight, it's probably only 10 minutes or so, since sister-in-law doesn't want to take the car. Lao Su, will carry you back. Oldly, Aya, you guys really want to make me anxious to death. Next time there is such a thing I won't stay behind even if I die. It's too damn torturous. Early morning, Boss Yan looked regretful. Since I'm unwilling to go, I won't force myself. Thank you for taking care of us, brotherly, and I hope we'll meet again one day. There must be Boss Yen. I wish you this treasure hunt to earn a lot of money. If you fail, it's okay, come back to the shelter. We don't dare to say that all the big fish and meat that at least ice cream is enough. Green bean soup is enough. Oldly thumped his chest. Boss Yen was moved to the point of shedding a few tears, and fiercely arched his hand. A great favor is not appreciated. Let's go. Take care. Don't see me off. Our shelter doors are always open for friends. Goodbye. Oldly waved his hand while watching the crowd go away until they disappeared at the end of the road. Let's just go. And you've even coveted my cold ice mushroom as well. Chin Lang suddenly appeared behind Oldly and spoke quietly. There's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Boss, what the hell have you guys gotten that's so good? I'm dying for it. It's not much. Chin Lang's expression was calm. It's just a dark gold. And 7 or 8 colored cards. That's all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oldly's mouth opened in an O shape. This cave, so fat? Chapter 96, no retreat to speak of. There's a colored card that can enhance your attack power. I've already thrown it in your box, so take it and use it yourself. There are also some gold and silver cards. As for what else is missing, you can just ask me directly to get it when the time comes. Chin Lang took a deep slouch. After tossing and turning all night, I'm sleepy, so I'll go back to sleep first. Thank you, boss. Willing to sacrifice my heart for boss. Oldly snapped a salute. Lately he was always hanging out with young student girls, and in his spare time he had been influenced by them to read a lot of comics from the distant past. Chin Lang was indeed a bit tired and fell asleep just after his head touched the pillow. Meanwhile, Boss Yan's team arrived at the entrance of the cave at noon. A sense of foreboding rose in his mind when he saw the cars parked nearby. Shouldn't have been shortchanged. Hurry down and check it out. Boss Yan screamed miserably and rushed down with his men. 2 hours later, Boss Yan's face was like ashes, sitting paralyzed at the entrance of the cave. Not to mention the color card and gold card. The other party did not even leave a blue and green card down. Boss, look on the bright side. We got at least 2 cars. Shu Changkai also really didn't know what to advise. What do we do next? Boss Yan had a splitting headache and pressed his temples vigorously. Go back to Boss Li. At their shelter. We can at least survive. Shu Changkai hesitated. Boss, although Boss Li is a good person, can he allow us to stay for a long time? We won't know what's allowed or not until we talk about it when we get back. The primary objective is to survive first. Boss Yan couldn't think of any other way and greeted the crowd as they returned the same way. Back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth for a little while. It was dark by the time Boss Yan and the others returned to the shelter. Old Li, who had expected them to come back, naturally received them very warmly, and after hearing about their intention to stay at the shelter for the time being, Old Li first expressed his welcome, followed closely by his worries. Although I still have some inventory in this shelter at the moment, it's only enough to support us for a month or two. Suddenly there are dozens of extra mouths to feed. The resources are strained all of a sudden. Old Li had a tangled expression on his face. How about this? Let's organize a joint hunt in the next few days, and get some more cards back. By the way, optimize the organizational structure. Of course, Lali didn't say this last sentence, but only mumbled it in his heart. The asylum did not keep idle people. This was a rule that Qin Lang had laid down a long time ago. Everyone had to have a value of existence. Even that group of students from the lowest class. They at least provided the other classes of warriors with emotional value and venting of primitive desires value. Good. I'm always at your disposal. Boss Li. Boss Yan patted his chest hard. At night, the crowd gathered in the courtyard of the safe house. Qin Lang unfolded a hand-drawn map that came from the Lawless brothers. At first glance, these 2 brothers seemed to be transparent people of the shelter, with little value, but in reality, their role was very great. Not only could they stand guard to avoid the shelter from being sneak attacked, but after learning the Mapper series, cards given to them by Qin Lang, they even became occupational mapmaker, taking the shelter as the center. Where there were more monsters and where there were nests within a diameter of 20 kilometers were all clearly marked in the map. Old Li, you'll take them to fight small fire nests tomorrow. Qin Lang pointed to an area marked with a red beast horn in the map. The strength of the monsters in the outskirts of the small fire nest is between 2,000–4,000. As long as you don't go in, it's absolutely fine for you to protect yourself with your current personal strength. Old Li picked his teeth. Boss, you're too conservative. Why did you pick the small fire nest? Isn't it good to just hit the big one? In this group of people, except for Boss Yan and the one called Zhu Chengkai who are not bad, it doesn't matter much if the others die or not. People have just defected to us. We can't pit them to death. A death of 30 or 40% is enough. Things can't be too desperate. Su Yun paused. There is also the fact that the Great Fire Nest boss is prepared to take a few of us to fight in person. What? You're not taking me out again? Old Li was not happy. Boss, are you being too nice to me? If it's me, Old Li, who did something wrong, tell me and I'll change. You can't ostracize me and isolate me. Qin Lang laughed and scolded. Go go go. Who has nothing to do to ostracize you? It's not convenient for us to show our faces. Besides, I can't stay at the shelter forever. In case I go hunting in a faraway place one day, the shelter always needs a vice team that can carry the flag, right? Old Li scratched his head. Hey, that's a relief. Go get some early rest. With a wave of Qin Lang's hand, the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, 2 hunting parties departed from the shelter in succession. The hunting party led by Old Li took along the Lawless brothers, Lin Mo, more than 30 warriors, and the full 50 or so people under Boss Yan's command. And those student parties that were completely incapable of fighting were left behind in the shelter as a whole. On Qin Lang's side, he himself brought along a cat, a mushroom, and a squad of 5. At noon, the sun was blazing and the temperature reached a terrifying 45 degrees above zero. Qin Lang appeared near the fire nest shirtless and wearing a pair of beach pants. The 5 people behind him were dressed similarly to him. The 4 females were in clear bikinis that were both eye-catching and sexy, while Suyun wore a pair of fancy beach pants with a short-sleeve top. The ones on the outside shouldn't be too much of a problem to clear out. Just need to be careful of the big monsters inside. Qin Lang put down his military binoculars and said to the crowd, "Make a move?" Suyun clenched his fists together and snapped, his eyes filled with an exuberant desire to fight. Action! With a wave of Qin Lang's hand, Suyun instantly transformed into a berserk giant bear, roaring furiously as he charged into the group of monsters. Suyun, who was infinitely close to 1W battle power, killed hordes of monsters in an invincible manner, regardless of whether they were fire demons, fire corpses, imps. Any monster he poked and touched would only end up in one way, either pulverized or broken. Dark gold cards are ing fierce. Cheen Langsked. If it wasn't for the fact that he had too many core cards to train, learning a Berserker Bear transformation wouldn't be a bad idea. Old Lee led the other side. The fighting was beyond grueling. The two sides exchanged fire for less than 10 minutes only, and a dozen fighters were wounded and killed in action. Even with Boss Yen and Zhu Chengkai, the two high combat power existences at the front, they were still unable to alleviate the offense encountered by their companions at the back. Facing hordes of fire demons and fire corpses attacking, the 100-man regiment behind them was retreating. It's too hot. And these monsters do group damage. It can't hold out. Boss Lee, why don't we withdraw? Boss Yen was heartbroken. A large portion of those killed in battle were his companions. Retreat? The word retreat is not in my dictionary. Old Lee roared. Give me a hard fight. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without pardon. Chapter 97, Scavengers and the Mysterious Team. Intimidated by Old Lee's terrifying combat power, the 100-man corps didn't dare to take action even if they really had the idea of escaping, and could only fight the monsters with their heads. As the battlefield continued to advance toward the front, the fighting became more intense and increased casualties were inevitable. We really can't fight anymore. There are too many monsters. Boss Yan's tears were coming out of his eyes in anxiety. At this time, half of the brothers he brought out had already been killed in action, and a small portion had suffered burns and were unable to continue fighting. In other words, more than 50 people. After fighting for less than half an hour, only a dozen or so elites were left with their fighting strength intact. Old Lee obviously noticed the situation as well, and nodded. Fall back and rest for the time being. Rescue the wounded. I'll take the top on this side. After saying that, Old Lee took out spears, blood tattoo guns and other weapons from his storage space and threw them out towards the monsters. Boss Yan glanced at Old Lee in his busy schedule, and his pupils couldn't help but stare. The monsters that the 100-member corps had to spend a lot of effort to finish off were just like papier-mâché on Lao Li's side, and a spear could often penetrate through 5 or 6 of them. What was even more outrageous was that he strung the kind of blue mushrooms on some of the spears that could cool down the temperature, and when they landed on the monsters, the mushrooms exploded, and a dozen of the monsters were instantly frozen into ice cubes, and a few hundred monsters could not come close to Lao Li before being easily taken care of by him alone. Couldn't get close enough to Old Lee and were easily and happily taken care of by him alone. You clearly have the ability to take out monsters. Why did you let your brothers go to their deaths? Did you do it on purpose? Zhu Chengkai is in the end a young man, talking without thinking, directly growling at Old Lee. Old Lee's neck crooked, came to Zhu Chengkai, grabbed him by the neck and sprayed him with spit. What the did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Brother Lee. He's still a kid. Don't be so familiar with him. Boss Yan rushed to be a peacemaker and hugged Old Lee's arm. Asterisk. It's just for your old Yan's sake. Ask the shelter. Which one dares to talk to me in that tone? Old Lee pushed Zhu Chengkai out of the way and cursed. That's right. I'm capable of taking down monsters. But if I have to do all the work myself, then am I the lord of the shelter or a babysitter? Zhu Chengsai's face went green and white for a while. Boss Yan chided. Why don't you quickly apologize to Boss Lee? Zhu Chengkai looked away and muttered in a low voice. By what right? I'm not wrong. If he had been willing to make a move earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many people. They are all brothers who have come all the way with us. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Old Lee's mouth, but he didn't get angry, because he saw himself from Zhu Chengkai a few months ago, when he was no different from Zhu Chengkai. Later, it was proven that in the end times, being a saintly mother did not do any good except dragging oneself down. Rest for half an hour, then go pick up the cards. Same old rules apply. Anyone who dares to hide it will be killed without pardon. Boss Yan was stunned and carefully said, Boss Lee, how will those captured cards be distributed? The cards are uniformly surrendered to me and then distributed by me. Isn't that what every shelter does? Old Lee had an odd expression. Boss Yan erupted, and for a moment he didn't know how to retort. How were you guys assigned before? Old Lee asked. Boss Yan hesitated for a moment and said, it's just that everyone is free to pick up cards and see who is lucky. Old Lee was happy. Oh, then it looks like you should be very lucky. Did you learn some kind of skill or talent that allows you to see the quality of the loot? Boss Yan, who was told his secret at once, was obviously a bit flustered. No, there is no such thing. Don't be afraid. It's not like it's something unseemly. Old Lee cupped his chin. Let me guess again. This talent of yours? It should be the color card talent, battlefield scavenger, right? Hiss. Boss Yan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes whiter than copper bells. You? How did you? Hey, I really guessed it. Old Lee took Boss Yan by the shoulders. Come on, Help see where the colored cards are. Good, Boss Yen sighed. And with a flash of light in his pupils, he shook his head. No colored cards, but there are quite a few gold cards, concentrated over there. Battlefield Scavenger. That's a pretty powerful support class talent. Through psychic communication, Xi Lang was very excited to learn that Boss Yen possessed this talent. In this post-apocalyptic world where cards are everything, the Battlefield Scavenger is definitely an illusionary god-level talent, as this talent not only sees the color of cards in corpses, but some cards left behind in buildings can also be discovered through this talent. I think I'm perfect for this talent. Hope Ting volunteered to apply for the study. No, you're not suitable. Something like Garbage Man. It's better for a man. Well, me to do it. Xin Lang directly refused without thinking, causing Ding Yuan to furiously roll her eyes. Su Yun hilariously laughed and said while comforting Ding Yuan, if Boss Yen knew that the talent in him was booked by us, he would be furious. That's true. Illusory god-level talent. Those with virtue reside there. His little battle power can't even be grasped. Xin Lang looked at the corpses all over the ground, and then looked at the huge fire nest in the firelight. Mushroom ammo is too little, so I won't do a whole lot of work today. Go home, and come back to clean it up after a while. Agreed. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group sat on the back of Su Yun, who had transformed into a giant bear, and ran furiously all the way back to the shelter. What Xin Lang didn't know was that it was not long after they had just left. A dozen men and women appeared near the fire nest. A shield of azure-colored light shrouded their bodies. A veil covered. Staff-wielding woman stepped out of line and waved her staff to draw a circle towards the fire nest, and the scene inside the nest was immediately fed back into the circle. Scatter! As the image disappeared, she turned to a woman and said, Elder sister, the monster inside, with a battle strength of 1W7, is an Inferno King. The one who took out those monsters in the periphery should be the nearby shelter with average strength. Otherwise they wouldn't have left the leader unkilled. The woman with only her eyes exposed sniffed and swept her gaze over the crowd, seemingly hesitant. Sis, I have to be allowed to kill whatever I say this time. The boy in the team wearing goggles said anxiously. Hey, how come you have to kill it? Why? Big sister, let me do it. 15 minutes. If I can't get rid of this Inferno Demon King, I'll chop my head off and give it to you as a night pot. The man who spoke was very tall, strong and powerful, with a visual estimate of 2 meters. I only need 10 minutes, Goggle Boy wailed. The woman who was obviously the leader smiled faintly. Alright, both of you stop arguing. Ding, go ahead. You'll only be given 10 minutes. Yes, big sister is the best. The Goggle Boy was ecstatic and leapt. His body suddenly blossomed with a large amount of thunderous light while he was still in midair, and then he plunged headlong into the fire nest. Sis, are you still worried about that guy? Let me say something you don't want to hear. If he's really as ordinary as you describe, there's no way he could have survived to the 3rd stage, and the 1st stage could have been. Shut up. The alpha woman lowered her voice and whispered. Don't go any further if you know I don't like to hear it. He must not be dead. I have this feeling. Sis, I'm done. The Goggle Boy, whose entire body was haunted by lightning, stepped out of the fire nest carrying a rather large monster's head, holding the fire nest core in his other hand. Well, come on, let's go to Kyukai. Chapter 98 Double Swordsman. Shelter. Introducing a few people to me. Bossly, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there's someone at the shelter that I don't know? Boss Yen had a surprised expression on his face, and Shu Chenkai also raised his head to look over when he heard this. That's for sure. I'm the shelter boss. But then, the person who lives there, is my boss. Old Lee raised his hand and pointed to the safe hut at the back. The kid's surname Zhu should come along as well. Shu Chenkai said vigilantly. What exactly do you want to do? It's not that you want to kill people and cross the border, right? Old Lee was amused and laughed loudly. Your head. I really want to kill you guys early action. There is a need to wait until now. Is the boss wants to see you? As this side was talking, the door of the safe hut suddenly opened, and Qin Lang walked out with a smile on his bare body, wearing a pair of fancy beach pants. Boss Yen, I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy in the last few days, and I haven't had the chance to see you, so I don't think you'll blame me for that. By the way, my name is Qin Lang. Boss Yen frowned. You're the boss here? Then Boss Lee is. Old Lee is my brother, my right-hand man, and he's in charge of this outside piece. Qin Lang glanced at Zhu Chengkai and laughed. If you want to test my battle power you can just do it. There's no need to sneak around like this. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhu Chengsai's face, but he still pressed the battle power detector. Hiss, Zhu Chengkai sucked in a mouthful of cool air and lowered his voice. Boss, this person. Battle power 1W1. Boss Yen gulped and hurriedly arched his hand. Boss Qin, come in and have a cup of tea and a chat. Qin Lang brought the trio into the safety hut. This safe hut is actually a colored card prop. I always thought it was just an ordinary building. Boss Yen carefully surveyed the surroundings. The temperature inside the safe hut was just right. Not too cold and not too hot. So many mushrooms. It turns out that all these mushrooms were planted by Boss Qin. Sit. Qin Lang greeted the several people and sat down, taking out the tea leaves to brew it while chatting about family matters. At first, Boss Yen and Zhu Chengkai were a bit nervous, but as the exchange deepened, they realized that Qin Lang did not give off a feeling of condescension, but instead talked with a sense of humor and wit, and they could not help but relax their guard. Zhu Chengkai said, "Boss Qin, why don't you just tell us straight out what you're asking us to do? I don't like people who speak in a roundabout way." Boss Yen glared at him. "Chengkai, how are you talking to Boss Qin?" "It's okay." Qin Lang laughed it off. "I'm just about to get to the point on my end." Wan Air. Aha. Lin Wan Air, dressed in a sexy swimsuit, took the panel mirror out of her room. Zhu Chengkai froze for a moment and said in surprise, Lin Wan Air? You're the one who acted in the TV series?" Lin Wan Air smiled sweetly. "She did act in some dramas. You guys chat. I'll go inside first." After saying that, Lin Wan Air turned around and went into the house. Boss Yen focused his attention on the panel mirror. His brows furrowed slightly as his intuition told him that he was afraid that the mirror was not something good. It's called a panel mirror, and its function is to help people reshape their skills and talents. Qin Lang got back to his words, and after introducing the functions of the panel mirror, he said smilingly, "I can make targeted enhancements according to your preferences and specialties. Don't worry about the cards. I'll pay for them." Boss Yen murmured, "Xiao Zhu and we are both better at melee combat, and I am Xiao Zhu's kendo teacher." It turns out that the Boss Yen before the end of the world descended was a professional kendo teacher, and in order for his student Zhu Chengkai to have an outstanding performance in the kendo open show competition, he was specially given small tuition lessons, and as a result, the end of the world descended, trapping them together. It was also because the two had rich enough combat experience that they were able to survive all the way through to the present. "I see then. I'll give each of you 15 swordsman gold cards as a core, just enough to get you to LV4, and for the rest of the support class cards, I'll give you LV2 LV3. Qin Lang took out a large stack of gold cards from his storage space as if he was doing a magic trick. There were several hundred of them. Boss Yen and Zhu Cheng directly looked dumbfounded. They had never seen so many gold cards in their lives. "Boss Qin, you trust us so much? Aren't you afraid that we'll take your card, run away?" Boss Yen swallowed his spit vigorously. "It's not that I trust you guys, but I trust my own strength. What's a few dozen gold cards in a district? I have more than enough. Besides, the weather is so hot. Where can you guys go? Where is as comfortable as me, with enough green bean soup and sorbet, and all the instruments to cool down the heat?" Qin Lang picked and chose from the gold cards, not raising his head as he spoke. It really wasn't that he was pretending to be a pussy. The colored cards were kind of hard for him to look at, let alone the district's gold cards. Boss Qin is really powerful. Boss Yen gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart. "By the way, Boss Yen, there is something I have to tell you in advance. From this moment onwards you are my people. Your food, drink and upgrades are all covered by me. But from this moment onwards you have to sell your lives for me. If you dare to move to betray me." Qin Lang paused and laughed. "The consequences will be very tragic." "Dare not dare not dare." Boss Yen and Zhu Chengkai shook their heads repeatedly. "Alright, this way please, Boss Yen. Boss Qin, you can just call me by my name Yen Bin." Aha. 20 minutes later, Yen Bin and Zhu Chengkai both walked out of the security hut with joyful expressions. They all clearly perceived that although their battle power values had dropped, their combat power had increased drastically, and the artifact of the panel mirror had directly stripped away those miscellaneous skills and talents, allowing all of their current skills to produce a positive chain effect. The only pity is, Battlefield Scavenger. But, in the future, all cards picked up will have to be turned in. It makes no difference if there's the skill or not. Yen Bin inevitably suffered a bit. "Boss, I always feel like we're being tricked." Zhu Chengkai lowered his voice. "And I'm sure that Boss Li is deliberately bringing his brothers to their deaths today." Yen Bin sighed. "You think I can't see that this is their personnel optimization plan? They actually only want me and you, and they can't wait for everyone else to die out. But, this can't be blamed on Boss Qin. This is after all the end of the world, and resources are limited. Don't say such words again in the future. It's not good to be heard. To be honest, I'm a bit scared of Boss Qin." Zhu Chengkai shrunk his body. Typical smiling tiger. Yen Bin shook his head helplessly. "I told you to stop talking. Why are you still talking nonsense?" At this time, Qin Lang came over and directly took the cold ice mushroom from Zhu Chengkai's hand, smilingly helping him to replace it with another one. "The cold ice mushroom that was given to you earlier had a wiretap inside it. And this one doesn't have one now. Swish. Yen and Ju's faces changed wildly. Eavesdropping. In that case, wouldn't all their exchanges with each other be? Qin Lang smiled and said, by the way, I'm not a smiley face. I'm a famously sunny and cheerful big boy. Chapter 99 Important Information. After resting for 3 days in the shelter and waiting for a new batch of cold ice mushrooms to be planted, Qin Lang was the first to lead the team to the fire nest to hunt. He originally thought that today would be a good battle, but he never thought that he would wait until he entered the fire nest to realize that there were no monsters here, and even the core of the nest had been picked off in advance. It's been preempted? Qin Lang's face turned white with anger. Could it have been someone from the Radiance shelter? Old Li said. The news of the Light shelter. The last remaining shelter in Haichang other than them as far as anyone knows, came from the long-dead Chen CC. However, Qin Lang had never had any contact with this asylum. We're here now, and the shelter isn't far from us, so why don't we go over and take a look? Suyun's proposal was agreed to by Qin Lang. If the leader within the fire nest was really the one that Radiant Asylum had taken out, then they must have a lot of colored cards or even dark gold cards in their hands, and he could try to trade with the other party to upgrade his pathway. Lately, his battles have been overly reliant on Touch of Darkness, which isn't a good thing. With their minds made up, the group immediately drove to the Radiance shelter. Meanwhile, inside the Radiant shelter, boss, we really won't be able to hold out much longer. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and our resource cards are already almost empty. Faced with his deputy's reminder, Wang Guangliang fell into a long contemplation, and only after a long time did he say, if it's not possible, we can only go to Jinghai and try our luck. But that group of terrible guys also said, the Beijing Sea is a big city, the group of heroes, the division of forces is very chaotic. The team if there is no 1W or more battle strength of the core members, go there is no difference with sending death. We have this amount of strength to go to the Beijing Sea. Is not it to give people as a stepping stone? What else is there to do? Stay here and die? Wang Radiance slammed the table. The weather is so hot, and we don't have any means of cooling down here, not to mention going out hunting. It's hard enough just to resist the scorching heat. Old boss, it's not good. A man rushed in sweating profusely. No good. There's a caravan coming towards us. It's those horrible guys? They're back? Wang Guangliang stood up. No. I took the battle power detector and looked at it. Their average battle power is around 7,000. And the leader has 1W3. It should be the group that exterminated the shadow shelter. Is the 10,000 battle starting to suck now? Wang Radiance was shocked and angry. Having just left a group of 10,000 battles perverts not long ago, and ushering in another batch. Of course he knows that those who can survive to the third stage of the end of the world have 2 brushes. But do you want to be so perverted? 1W3 battle power. How many colored cards do you have to strengthen? Maybe even dark gold? Boss, what do we do? What can we do? Just go out and greet them. If they really wanted to make a move on us, they wouldn't have waited until now. Wang Guangliang did have a clear perception of the situation and led the crowd to the door of the shelter. You are King Radiance? The Lord of the Asylum? Qin Lang parked his car 100 meters away from the shelter and led a few people on foot, as a way to show that he was a friend and not a foe. Wang Guangliang nodded and cupped his fists. Yes, I wonder what the bosses are looking for me for. My name is Qin Lang. I want to ask you about something. That fire nest leader nearby. He was killed by you guys, right? Qin Lang was quite polite. Wang Guangliang was stunned. Fire nest chief? I think you're mistaken. Boss Qin, our shelter hasn't actively gone out hunting since the cool summer, and we don't have the strength to eliminate the leader. Oh, so there are other shelters near us? There used to be 3, that's not all been exterminated. Wang Radiance muttered in his heart, smiled and raised his hand. Bosses come in and chat. It's too hot outside. Aha. Qin Lang nodded and walked in. All the shelter natives who saw them had deep awe and envy in their eyes. Qin Lang had a relaxed expression on his face, oblivious to those gazes. With his current strength, he really didn't need to put this small Radiance asylum in his eyes. Not to mention him, old Li or perhaps Yun could kill through the asylum. Several people sat in a stone room under Wang Radiance's greeting, which was one of the few rooms in the shelter that had air conditioning and cooling. Usually Wang Radiance didn't even bother to order it, and the silver card batteries had been depleted a long time ago. With the information I have so far, there are no other shelters in the vicinity other than ours. However, 3 days ago, a group of people did come. They were very terrifying, with an average battle strength of more than 1W. I guess, it should be that they took out the fire nest leader. What? Average battle strength of 1W or more? Qin Lang's movements stalled. Really? Wang Guangliang said. Never dare to lie. The strength they displayed. I can't describe it. It has completely exceeded my knowledge of what is powerful. The weakest one among them could easily kill me in seconds. Any surveillance or portraits of this group? Xin Lang was very concerned. Characters who could fortify themselves to above 10,000 battles at the third stage were absolutely rare, especially when the other party was still an entire team of 10,000 battles, which sounded like a pipe dream. Someone on their team has mastered the skills, and the surveillance photos come out as a mosaic. In order to confirm what he said, Wang Guangliang took out the photos, and as expected, each picture was filled with mosaics, and only some blurry silhouettes could be seen. Do they have any characteristics? Characteristics. If you look at it, it's quite obvious. There's one called Hill, a giant, 2 meters tall. There's also one called Dingli, a teenager wearing goggles. And there's a female magician called Zishuan, using a blue staff. Oh yeah, the leader of this team is a female, not very tall, and covering her face with a sarong. King Radiance knows what he's talking about. Did they tell you where they plan to go next? That's not true, but the woman mentioned a mouthful of Kyukai and Nagato. She said that if you want to live longer in the end times, you have to go to the big cities to look for opportunities. Not only are there abundant supplies, but there are also many monsters. So as long as you have the skills, you don't worry about not being able to earn resources. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to become a god overnight. Kyukai, Nagato. Xin Lang nodded repeatedly. Having survived for so long in the post-apocalyptic world, how could he not know the information about these big cities? In previous generations, there were even Jedi powerhouses that had established large strongholds that could accommodate 10,000 people, or even 100,000 people. In these large cities, Guildenstern, this enemy who had killed Feng Xiaoni and him in his previous life, was the henchman of a certain 100,000 person large stronghold bigwig. Thank you for telling me so much. Xin Lang collected his mind. Maybe it's time to make a move to the big city. You're welcome. It's our destiny to meet in the end times. What else can I help you with? Wang Guangliang's cautious look made Xin Lang think deeply that caution was not a bad way to save one's life. I'd like to trade with your shelter. Chapter 100, The Second Apostle. A deal? Yeah. As soon as Wang Guangliang heard that Xin Lang wanted to trade, his eyes instantly lit up, and then he began to cry poor with Xin Lang, saying how difficult it was for him to lead a life in the shelter, and how he lacked this and that. In just 2 minutes, Wang Guangliang talked about at least a dozen kinds of consumable items, and more than 90% of them were heat avoidance props. Xin Lang cried and laughed, and immediately asked Wang Guangliang to go and make a list out, then handed Wang Guangliang the list that had been prepared in advance. Wang Guangliang nodded after reading it. I'll go prepare. Then the ratio of our exchange. Let's go with the normal ratio. 1:12. Xin Lang thought about it. This group of people can live until now is really not easy. There is no need to pit them to death. A small profit on it. Wang Radiance naturally wouldn't refuse and thanked him profusely. The rest of the deal went very smoothly, and after the deal was successful, Xin Lang took the people back to the shelter. If what Wang Radiance said is true, then we have to avoid that group of people. Su Yun frowned. If the other party only had 1 or 2 10,000 battles, he probably wouldn't have taken it to heart, but with everyone on the team being 10,000 battles, it definitely wasn't an existence that they could mess with at the moment. Xin Lang was indeed strong, but even stronger, he was only one person, and he couldn't hit many nails even if he was covered in iron. Wang Radiance said they went to Kyukai. Let's go to Nagato. Xin Lang also did not want to collide with this group of people. The most important thing in the end of the world is to survive, knowing that the other side of the strength of the powerful, unknown friends and foes, hard to collide with. The bad luck is only likely to be their own. There is no need for this. Finally going to a new place? Great! Lin Wanair jumped straight to her feet in excitement. She didn't say anything about it, but in fact everyone was just as tired of being in this shelter as she was. Every day is the same, and the faces you meet are the same. There's no freshness at all. Just calm down. I have a few important things to do before I go. The first is to improve the overall combat power of the shelter. And the second is that I want to kill as many emissaries as possible to gain abilities before I reach Nagato. This series of things to do could take months. Lin Wanair's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but immediately smiled and took his arm. It's fine. I'll be wherever you are. It's not bad for a few months. But do you have the whereabouts of the messengers now? Xin Lang glanced at the fat cat Xiao Hei, who was sleeping in a terrible position. Well, the closest emissary to me, at 120 kilometers, is of unknown combat strength. 120 kilometers. That's not close. When are you planning to go so I can get my strength up? Old Li rubbed his fists. This matter of lifting the curse is my personal goal. I don't intend to bring too many people there. Old Li, you'd better stay at the shelter. When the time comes, Wanair, Chen Shui and Sun Yan will just go with me. Xin Lang stretched his waist, Alright, that's all for today. I'm done announcing, so you guys do what you need to do. I've already stuffed the cards into your lockers. Just study on your own. Sun Yen, come with me for a moment. After explaining the general direction of the objective, Qi Lang led Sun Yen to the outside of the safe hut. Although the shelter appeared to be a hole, it had a very strict class area division. The group of students who had betrayed Sun Yen could only be on the outermost part of the shelter. No one spoke to them, and no one would give them a good face. Sun Yen, if we're going to be away for a while next, all these classmates of yours could become a security risk. There are two choices now. The first one is to kill them directly to eliminate future troubles. I don't want something like Zhang Xingxing to happen again. Secondly, let them wear their sins and give them the chance to become stronger, as well as cross the class. The choice is yours. They have all bullied you. I am not qualified to forgive them in your place. Sun Yen stared blankly at the man beside her with a serious and earnest expression. If it was you, Brother Qin, would you choose one or two? I would have picked two. Qin Lang spread a smile. They are still contributing to the shelter after all. The female students are needless to say. The male students can clean up the battlefield instead of the warriors, saving much time and labor. Then I'll go with two as well. Sun Yen said without thinking. I actually stopped being angry a long time ago, and they've suffered enough in the past few months. Okay, since you chose two, these cards are yours to pass on to them. In Qin Lang's trade list this time, there was a batch of a considerable number of blue and green reinforcement cards. Although these cards could enhance one's physical quality in a small way, they would help one's growth very little, and they were mainly for the laborers in the shelter who didn't have to go out and fight. And this was the card that Qin Lang had used the most in his previous life. To paraphrase an old saying from the bigwigs of the shelter in the previous life, it's not like you need to go out and fight. It's not enough that your body can withstand the post-apocalyptic climate and support the daily labor. I know what to do. Sun Yen nodded and walked towards the group in the corner. As soon as the group of students saw Sun Yen coming over, they all hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to look at her at all. From this moment on, you are no longer slaves. You will be restored as human beings. One day half a month later, Qin Lang put down the military binoculars. He had already seen the apostle. No wonder Xiao He had unintentionally mentioned that there was no need to worry about how to recognize the apostles at all. Every apostle's recognition was super high. They are uniformly dressed and have the same limbs as humans. The only part that differs is the head. The one Qin Lang had killed before was an octopus monster, while the one in front of him was a monster with a head that looked like a sunflower, and its round face was filled with long, narrow eyes. This look is good at mental attacks at first glance. Battle power of 19,000, more or less scary. Qin Lang muttered and silently took out the mental defense class gold card from his storage space to level himself up. The Qi refiner only has a strong resistance to spiritual attacks. This does not mean that he can completely ignore this kind of attack. If he really needs a psychopathic point of spiritual attacker, he is afraid that he will not even know how to die. Chen Shui, help me with my aura. You two stay and protect Chen Shui. I'll go and meet it first. Good. You must be careful. Lin Wanner and Sun Yen nodded heavily and came to Chen Shui's side, holding a cold ice mushroom. Qin Lang carefully touched towards the sunflower and waited until he entered the attack range. Qin Lang threw the cold ice mushroom silently. Gah! The sunflower monster seemed to be a little slow to react, and when it looked up, the chilled mushrooms had already arrived at its feet, and in the next second, it clicked. The piercing cold freezes it. Supreme Sacred Chop. If Qin Lang didn't make a move, it was a killing move. Swish! The entirety of the sunflower monster was annihilated in a blinding light. Is this the end of? Qin Lang somewhat couldn't believe his eyes, but he immediately realized that something was wrong, and turned around fiercely, and saw two sunflower monsters appearing in front of him. They were almost identical, and both of them were staring at him with a kind of dumbfounded look, staring at Qin Lang's heart. Chapter 101, Terror Sunflower. Qin Lang reacted quickly and hurriedly leaped towards the back, pulling away from each other at the first opportunity. However, the two sunflower monsters didn't show the slightest sign of attacking, but only slowly looked their heads towards him and let out an ah sound from their suddenly torn mouths. Is it a split? No. If it's a split, they won't all have a combat power of 19,000. There must be varying degrees of combat power loss. Qin Lang tried to think of a countermeasure. Given that the other party could split, he didn't dare to strike again for a while. In case he let it split into four, then it would be really tricky. The two sunflower monsters opened their big mouths and slowly walked towards Qin Lang. If you can't kill it, then you'll have to control it first. With his mind made up, Qin Lang fished out another cold ice mushroom and flung it out, only hearing a bang sound. The moment the cold ice mushroom shattered, the two sunflower monsters actually suddenly increased their speed and dodged towards the left and right sides, perfectly avoiding the area covered by the cold ice mushroom. Speed. This is not quite fast. Qin Lang sacrificed his flying sword Eternal Flame and made it hover around his body. His gaze firmly locked onto the two sunflower monsters. Something that made Qin Lang very puzzled happened again. They didn't attack at all. Other than screaming randomly, they were just looking at him with stupid poses. Should we try to attack? Again? Qin Lang pondered for a moment and decided that it was better to strike first. This sunflower monster was too strange and made him fight his heart out. With the thought in mind, Qin Lang flew out the Eternal Flame, and the flying sword with a rolling heat wave poofed through the head of the sunflower monster on the left side. The sunflower monster screamed miserably and instantly turned into ashes. But in the next moment, the mass of ashes seemed to be alive, wriggling and splitting into two clusters before condensing into two brand new sunflower monsters at an extremely fast speed. The situation at the scene instantly became 1 versus 3. Sure enough, it possesses some sort of splitting characteristic. Qin Lang had a bit of a headache and was wondering how to deal with them when Lin Wanner suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Be careful behind you. Qin Lang turned around violently, and that was when he realized that behind him was a thick fog, and two sunflower monsters appeared in the fog. 5 identical sunflowers, all with a combat strength of 19,000. Hiss. Qin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. Why don't we withdraw today, and wait to study their weaknesses before crusading? Qin Lang wasn't that kind of go person, but he was also by no means a mindless reckless person. Seeing that the other party was difficult to deal with, the first thing that came to his mind was of course a tactical retreat. Only he thought of these sunflower monsters a little too simply, and when the 5 sunflowers saw him trying to escape, their eyes all began to coalesce with a red glow. Going to attack. Zip! 5 red lights shot at Qin Lang in unison. Qin Lang hurriedly dodged towards one side. The sound of explosions rose and fell behind him, when he completely stood still and then looked at the place where he had stayed before. Chills rushed from the soles of his feet to his head, only to see that the ground was pitted by the red light, as if he had suffered a carpet bombing. Blast ray. Qin Lang recalled a strong man in his previous life who had mastered the same skill. He could shoot rays with explosive properties from his eyes, and as long as he had enough stamina, he could easily exterminate large groups of corpses by himself. But, it's no use knowing that. I can't do anything to them. Kill them, they'll split. This was what really bothered Qin Lang. While thinking hard, the second round of explosive rays struck again, and Qin Lang perfectly evaded this round of attack by virtue of his nimble enough stance. Since we can't kill them, can we disable them temporarily? Qin Lang's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed towards the 2 sunflowers behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he came close to the edge. The sunflower dully let out an sound, and in the next second, it was hacked by more than a dozen of darkness tentacles transformed into steel knives. Its legs and feet were instantly chopped off, and only the head and the upper half of its body were left behind, and it collapsed into a pile of ashes, letting out a miserable scream. It collapsed in a cloud of ashes and let out a scream. Ash is moving. Crap. It won't work without killing it, and its limbs can split? Qin Lang screamed furiously in his heart. At this moment, the 3 sunflowers behind him launched their explosion rays at the same time. Qin Lang subconsciously leapt forward. His body was still in midair. He regretted it because he realized that the target of the 3 sunflowers' attack was not him at all, but the sunflower that had been slashed into a serious injury. Boom! 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 Explosions were heard. The smoke stormed up and filled the entire battlefield. Drip! Drip! The battle power detector began to show a large number of numbers, all uniformly 19,000. Bad. Qin Lang's heart tightened and his pupils contracted violently. 8 sunflowers appeared in the fog. There were 11 sunflowers on site. That still hits your mom. Qin Lang turned his head and ran without thinking. The 11 sunflowers looked at each other and bent down at the same time, assuming the same running position before bringing up a large amount of dust towards Qin Lang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Lang looked behind him and broke out into a cold sweat on the spot. Turns out this thing is not only good at long-range attacks, it's also pretty outrageous in terms of movement. Go go go. Can't beat it. Qin Lang shouted and threw out several coal ice mushrooms, slowing down the sunflowers to the greatest extent possible. He came to the heights, yanked the 3 women and rushed back to his car, fleeing the scene without looking back. Inside the car, luckily, it didn't catch up. Qin Lang glanced toward the rearview mirror to make sure that the other party was not chasing after him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. We can only go back and think of something first. We really can't beat it by coming at it hard. Qin Lang touched a cigarette and smoked it. He noticed that Lin Wanner's face looked a bit odd. What's wrong? Lin Wanner slowly opened her mouth. Chen Shui on the side, huh? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Lang exclaimed, sitting up in a cold sweat. Everything around us has changed. The weather is still hot. Lin Wanner said with a worried face. Qin Lang, how are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly faint when you were in a good mood? I fainted? Where is this? Qin Lang pressed his temples. So he was just dreaming, but that dream was too real. We were near the apostles. Ah, you told us to wait where we were while you went to test the other side. And just after you said that you fainted, but it scared us. Qin Lang turned to look, and there was indeed a slow-moving sunflower monster below. No. Qin Lang shook his head vigorously. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. 1,000 defenses still failed to prevent falling for its trick. I must have been mind-controlled. But, how on earth did it do that? Right now, is it the spirit world or reality? Right. It suddenly occurred to Qin Lang that he had a mushroom in his storage space called the severe pain mushroom, which would produce severe pain after eating it, causing one to be in excruciating pain. Pain is a good medicine against psychic attacks. Qin Lang flipped out the colorful dramatic pain mushroom and bit down hard. Pain. The pain that drilled through his heart caused a person with strong willpower like Qin Lang to be unable to resist screaming. And at the same time, all the sights in front of him began to twist and distort. Chapter 102 Black Shadow. In a short span of 1 or 2 seconds, the world in front of Qin Lang's eyes completely changed. The Sunflower Legion that was chasing him disappeared, and there were no more traces of battle on the ground. He was facing only a sunflower monster. Both sides were close to each other, and at this moment, the sunflower monster was staring straight at him, and the mill-like rounded head was tearing out hundreds of mouths, emitting ah-ah sounds. Qin Lang instantly realized that this was a spiritual attack that was launched using sound. Die for me! Qin Lang became furious, and his flying sword Eternal Flame transformed into a stream of light and ruthlessly slashed at the sunflower's head. In a split second, all sound ceased as the sunflower looked at the human in front of her with a horrified look, dark green blood flowing from her wound. Ah, it was the last sound it made in the world. The moment the body fell to the ground, it turned into a ball of green gas and drilled into Qin Lang's right hand, and under the sharp pain that drilled through his heart, the second piece of the curse's jigsaw puzzle appeared, and as before, it was the face of a sunflower. At the same time, Qin Lang also learned the second Dark Gold, Apostle, skill, Fantasy World. Consuming spirit to make up a scene for the enemy, allowing the enemy to fight with the fictional creatures. The stronger the spirit power, the higher the realism of the fantasy world, and the harder the enemy can resist. Brother Qin Lang, how are you doing? Lin, Chen, and Sun dashed down quickly. I'm fine, just a little body ache. What did you guys just see? The effects of the severe pain mushrooms had not yet passed, and his skin all over his body had an intense pain of being stabbed by pins and needles. You just went down there, and then you were targeted by the monster, and then you killed it with a sword. Even though this monster has 19,000 battle power, it's too weak, right? Chen Shui said doubtfully. Qin Lang mused. I fought it for a short time? Lin Wanner nodded. Yeah, it was only about 10 seconds before and after. What's wrong? Not only can you construct a fantasy world, but you can control the flow of time in that world? That's too advanced, isn't it? Qin Lang secretly sighed and at the same time reminded himself, if he hadn't strengthened a large number of mental defense cards, if he hadn't become a mushroom eater by mistake, if he hadn't had the severe pain mushroom, if he hadn't had that mushroom of intense pain, I'm afraid that if he were to face the sunflower today, he'd be in deep trouble. He wouldn't even know how to die. No wonder the fat cat Little Black always reminded him that none of these apostles were to be messed with, much less judging their strength by pure battle power. Anyway, it's finally a win. Let's go back first. Qin Lang breathed a long sigh of relief, and just as he got up, his right hand suddenly swelled up and ached, followed by an indescribable pain that spread again, instantly draining his physical strength. The curse kicked in. Ah! Qin Lang fell head over heels, unconscious. Wake up again. Qin Lang had already returned to the main control room of the safe hut, and what met his eyes were the nervous and joyful gazes of the three women. Lin Wanner said with a watery sigh, You've finally woken up. How long have you been asleep? Qin Lang's head was buzzing and his hands and feet were weak, so he had to rely on assistance to sit up. Brother Qin, you're not sleeping, you're unconscious, counting from the battlefield. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days and 3 nights, Sun Yan said. So long? Qin Lang's mood was quite complicated. The apostle's skill was indeed perverse, but the curse power was even more perverse. He must hurry to finish off the remaining 7 apostles before he could do so, which if the curse broke out in the middle of the fight, he would surely die. Sister Lin hasn't closed her eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, and has been guarding your side, Chen Shui said. Wan Er, I'm already fine. Go to sleep. Qin Lang's heart was warm, and he felt sorry for Lin Wanner. After all, from the very beginning, he had treated Lin Wanner as a tool that could be discarded at any time, and now it was difficult to make him discard it. You're still talking about me. Did you and Yanzi sleep? Lin Wan Er broke into laughter. Don't even argue. Xin Lang laughed, and the dark tentacles wrapped the three women's bodies and bundled them all to his side. Don't think about anything now. Sleep together. The morning of the next day. Safe Lodge Hall. Boss, it's time. You're finally awake. Old Li jumped up from his chair and staggeringly called out. Xin Lang laughed. As for making such a fuss, it's just that I slept for a longer period of time. It's been 4 days, big brother. If it wasn't for my sister-in-law stopping me, I really wanted to rush in to see if you were alive or not. I don't care. Next time you say anything I have to go with you. Too suffocating. Boss is awake. Hearing the sounds outside, Su Yun walked out with his arm around Ding Yuan, his face full of smiles. What did I tell you? The boss must be fine. Xin Lang nodded. By the way, has anything happened at the shelter in the past few days that I was unconscious? No, it's just that there was a fire rain the day before yesterday, and a few small waves of corpses came from the vicinity, which have already been resolved by Yan Bin and Zhu Chengkai. No one was injured, much less hung up, Old Li replied. Good. Yan Bin and Zhu Chengkai can focus on cultivating them. Lin Mo. And Wu Fa Wu Tian. These three are all old brothers who followed us early on. Mention their battle power. As for those brothers brought over by Lao Su, mention their battle power to around 3,000. I'll send the cards to you later. I'll thank boss for the brothers first. Su Yun nodded heavily. Shelter. Everything was just as Old Li had said. There was no damage to the entire base. The only difference was that there was no longer a fourth stratum in the shelter. A swimming pool had been constructed in that area for summer vacation, and the original students had rejoined the main group. Boss. Yan Bin and Zhu Chengkai hurriedly rose and saluted. Well, you guys, Old Li told me about it, and here's your reward. Xin Lang was in a good mood and casually flung out 7 or 8 gold cards. There are rewards for merit and punishments for faults, and a clear distinction between rewards and punishments can only last for a long time. In the future, you guys are free to act as you like. You can lead the team to go out and hunt, and you don't need to report to anyone. Yan Bin fiercely clasped his fists. Many thanks, boss. I'm in a good mood today. I've raided the second apostle, and I've increased my hidden battle power by a large amount, so I'll give you all extra food tonight. Xin Lang had never been a stingy person, especially at the current third stage of the end times. The resources that should have been accumulated had been saved up long ago, and it was simply impossible to spend them all, and the next thing to do was to continuously improve the combat power of the existing pathways. Long live the boss. Hooray! At night, the shelter was filled with laughter, where there was half the appearance of the end of the world, just like a carnival party. Danger, more often than not, comes from the aftermath of a binge. At this moment, the crowd did not even notice that a dozen or so black shadows had already invaded the periphery of the shelter by taking advantage of the vast nighttime color, and they were so light on their feet that they didn't even trigger the surveillance mushrooms. Boss, a shelter was found. The number of survivors is around 100. Visual strength, average battle power 2,000, highest battle power 5,000. Waiting for instructions from headquarters, the man in black said as he touched his walkie-talkie. Zip, zip, the usual, annihilation, zip, roger that. The men in black nodded at their companions, and they all fumbled for the blades on their belts, leaping to the stone wall of the shelter. Chapter 103, The Fortress and the White Hare. Inside the shelter, well-drunk students gathered to gossip. Chatting was one of their few pastimes in this scorching post-apocalyptic world. We went too far before. If I could be given another chance, I definitely wouldn't treat Yanzi that way. What's the use of talking about this now? Swallow has long hated us. If she really hated us that much, how could she have reinstated us? I want to sincerely say sorry to her. Swallow is actually quite nice. She never did anything to wrong me. I was simply jealous of her, and when I saw Zhang Xingxing bullying her, I followed. If you want to apologize, I'll go with you later. We'll go too. Aha! The students talked in low voices, oblivious to the fact that some dark shadows had appeared behind them. It was as if they were transparent, suddenly appearing in the air without warning. Put, poof, put. Between the flashes of cold light, more than a dozen students had their throats slit instantly, and they didn't even have the chance to scream. They could only stare into the distance with wide eyes, unwillingly, feeling their lives fade away. Why? Obviously you've survived this long. Why do you have to die? Puff. In just one shot, dozens of students had their throats all slit. After putting down the bodies of the people in black once again turned transparent and headed towards the garage. Strange. Why did those students go to bed so early today? Didn't they just finish eating? A few soldiers were sitting near the car, well-fed and chatting over a cigarette, when they spotted the students collapsed into a heap in the distance. One of them laughed evilly. What's the matter? The boss said. If you want to have sex, you have to ask the other party's permission and pay a certain amount of money. And if you dare to come hard, you have to be cut into little ding-dongs. Look at you. Am I that kind of guy? I didn't really think much of it until you mentioned it. And then you suddenly mentioned it. And hey, my little brother does need to relax. Together? My treat? I don't really like these. But you're buying, so I must. Before the words were finished, this warrior's pupils suddenly condensed. After all, he had rich combat experience and keenly noticed the abnormal curve of light in the air. He could not help but exclaim, "What kind of person?" The words just fell. A dozen blacks showed up with sharp daggers plunged into their hearts. Well, some fighters tried to call for help before they died, but unfortunately their mouths were covered. "Boss, something seems to have happened outside." Sniffing the smell of blood, Shu Chengkai was creeped out and hurriedly got out of the tent. Then he saw that the group of black-robed men of unknown origin were unilaterally slaughtering the warriors. 4,500 battle power. It should be a leader-level existence of the shelter. Kill. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled faintly as the three black-clothed men rushed towards Zhu Chengkai in unison. Although Zhu Chengkai's age is small, his character is very ferocious. Facing the three black-robed men, not retreating but advancing, pulling out his golden longsword, swinging a circle of sword-ons and ruthlessly slashing over, the two sides battled together, and the sound of golden chimes resounded continuously. At this time, Yan Bin also appeared from the next tent, and he let out a low roar, not hesitating to join the fight. The master and disciple duo dealt with 7 or 8 black-robed men, but they did not lose the slightest bit of ground. This shows how important the card's frontal chain bonus is, and the 4,500 battle power under the frontal chain is even stronger than the 7,000 battle power without the chain. A bunch of losers. The other side is only 2 people, but they fought for so long. The leader of the men in black snorted impatiently and clenched his right fist, black fire enveloping the dagger as he swayed his body to come behind Zhu Chengkai. Not good. Noticing the danger, Zhu Chengkai attempted to dodge, but the other party's speed was far above his, and the black-flamed dagger stabbed directly into his right eye. In the midst of the screams, Zhu Chengkai's body rapidly turned black and spread with his injured right eye as the center, quickly becoming a black stone statue. Yan Bin let out a gasp. Don't scream. The person who has been hit by my Medusa's kiss will surely die. You'll be going down to accompany him in no time. The leader of the men in black laughed loudly and rushed towards Yan Bin. Boss, help me. Yan Bin yelled as he knew he was outmatched. Inside the security hut, Qi Lang lay on Lin Wanner's smooth and white thighs and leisurely watched the movie. The fat cat Xiao Hei, who was originally lying on the bed and dozing off, didn't know what stimulated him to stand up violently. His fur fluffed out and he loudly wailed. Qi Lang rolled over and sat up. He could understand Xiao Hei's cat language. There's an enemy attack. Strange. How come it didn't trigger when I set up a mushroom formation all over the outside of the shelter? Qi Lang frowned and accessed the outside world surveillance video. It was better if he didn't look at it, but he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The crowd outside the safe hut was being slaughtered unilaterally by a group of men in black. This group of people killed extremely fast, and those warriors and students who hadn't had time to strengthen their cards were like bugs in front of them, being easily crushed to death, with no room for resistance at all. The few reinforced Lin Mo, Wu Fei Wu Tian brothers and Yan Bin could not withstand the siege of these dozen people. Qin Lang watched as they were turned into stone statues with a burning black dagger. Qin Lang's face sank like water as an awe-inspiring killing intent was released, causing the 3 women behind him to stifle a cold war. Outside the security hut. Boss, the shelter has been cleared. However, I suspect there is someone else in the house, but the battle detectors can't detect the hut. The leader of the men in black said towards the intercom. We're already on our way. Don't act rashly. What's in front of you is called the safe hut. It's a color card level building that can't be breached by violent means. A huge to like an ancient beast like a round carrier. The tracks issued a click 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 sound, slowly traveling in the ruins. Along the way encountered monsters either straight into the past will crush them into pieces, or is to open the hidden gun holes, which will be stretched out the heavy machine gun will be crushed them. This thing could no longer be described as a vehicle at all. It was just like a moving war fortress. Inside the fortress, it was very spacious and bright. The middle-aged man with a full head of white hair sat in the main control room, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Wang Radiance, for telling me the location of this shelter. Wang Radiance stared blankly, staring vacantly straight ahead. He can't talk. After all, at this point, he was just a head in a container. Having the same treatment as Wang Radiance, there were a dozen containers around, and the head in each container was an asylum boss. 10 minutes later, the war fortress crashed through the stone wall and came to a group of black-clad men. The white-haired man, dressed in a black trench coat, walked out of the war fortress supported by a pair of hot and sexy twins. He smiled at the monitor. Don't hide. I know you're in there. Come out and have a chat. If you're battle-hardened enough, I'll spare you from death. There are still plenty of places left in my fortress. Chapter 104, Deep Nightmare. Inside the security hut. In the face of the white-haired man shouting, except for Qin Lang, who remained expressionless, everyone else showed anger to the maximum extent. Boss? Old Li clenched his fists to death. White Devil, did you bump into it this early? Qin Lang muttered. Upon seeing the other party's war fortress with the license plate F8656Z, Qin Lang already knew who the person on the opposite side was. White Devil. In his previous life, it was definitely a terrifying existence. Not only because they possessed absolute strength, the most terrifying thing was that they never spoke any rules. Sneak attacks, assassinations, breaking contracts. The number of shelters that were destroyed by them in their previous life is as countless as the sands of the Ganges. The White Devil himself, after plundering the resources of these shelters, grew rapidly and became a strong man standing on the tip of the pyramid of the last days, ranking 67th on the gods list. Don't say that you haven't grown up yet. Even if you were a white demon in your previous life, you must also die for me. Qin Lang took a sharp breath and stepped out of the safe cabin. The white demon sat in a rather exaggerated sitting position on top of the war fortress, a stubby cigar in his right hand as he looked at the few people walking out with a smirk. Oh, how are you guys? Sweeping his eyes over the sheets of corpses, looking at the faces that he had once spent time with, but at this moment would never speak or smile again. Qin Lang's anger reached the extreme at this moment. Boss. The leader of the black-clothed people took a deep breath. This group of guys, the lowest surprisingly also has 8,000 battle power. The one in the lead 1W4, higher than you. The white demon was stunned. Ha! Surprisingly, there is such a high battle power? After a pause, he exhaled smoke. Don't be nervous, battle power can only be used as a reference. It's not like we haven't killed in 10,000 battles. Kill. Qin Lang only said one word. Su Yun and Lao Li, who had long been unable to hold back, whistled furiously and pounced on them, one of their bodies still in mid-air, transforming into a giant bear, their hill-like bodies crashing down, and the spear in Lao Li's hand emitted a snorting and cracking sound, penetrating through several black-clothed men. Under absolute combat power, the black-clothed people in charge of assassination were as weak as the group of dead students. When the leader of the black-clothed men realized that his opponent was a solid powerhouse, it was too late to escape. A lizard man covered in scales pounced in front of him and bit off half of his head. The legendary dagger called Medusa's Kiss was simply ineffective against the lizard man. So strong, the white demon's smile froze with a sense of foreboding. This group of black-clothed assassination team each has 3,000-5,000 battle strength, but also all the front chain, according to reason, will not be so simple to be destroyed by the regiment. 10,000 wars will also be surrounded by them to death. Since there will be this kind of situation, it can only show a problem. In front of this group of people, there is no one. Water goods are really strong. Retreat first. The white demon murmured and tapped the top. The men in the cockpit sniffed and hurriedly turned the car around. But Qin Lang must be staring at them, so he wouldn't let them escape so easily. Bomb me. Qin Lang raised his hand and there was a blinding golden light, and the tracks that were enveloped by the light were interrupted, and even the hardened fortress shield was dented. The power of the supreme sacred slash was evident. Kill my men. Qin Lang roared angrily as he rushed up to the fortress, his flying sword eternal flame clicking through the entrance, and behind him was Su Yun, who had transformed into a giant bear, frantically slapping the vehicle with his huge claws, a huge dent appearing in the body of the vehicle with every heavy blow. Bullets shot out from the war fortress, and large wounds immediately appeared on Su Yun's body, but in the next moment, a holy light blossomed from his body, and the wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss, our tracks are broken, we can't drive the car, the guns are useless against them. Soon they will attack. What should we do? The driver was a bit anxious. The white devil's double cheeks trembled, viciously saying, this time it really kicked the iron plate. But, do you really think that I am a vegetarian? Since I can't run away, I'll fight. The ferocity in the white demon's bones was aroused at this moment, and the two twins saw this and hurriedly enchanted him with various supporting auras. Bang! The 100-pound top was lifted off and the white demon leapt out. Seek death! The white demon roared, his right fist entwined with a large piece of light and smashed towards Qin Lang, but in the very next second, the white demon froze. He realized that he was actually in a cell, surrounded by prisoners in blue and white prison uniforms. The white demon was a bit puzzled for a moment. Obviously the end times had come. He had escaped and had a powerful team. Why was he back in prison in the blink of an eye? Is it hard to believe that what happened before was all a fantasy? Get in there. Your bunk is at the far end. The warden pointed to the bunk in the far corner. The white demon looked down and realized that he was holding a pile of daily toiletries in his hands. and that the 7 or 8 inmates inside the cell were looking at him with a strange gaze. The white demon shook his head vigorously and silently made his way to the bed to set down his daily necessities. Ka-ching! As the iron door closed, the inmates who had been standing straight a second before immediately slackened and gathered around him with bad jokes. I heard that your boy violated a little girl. The man with a scar on his forehead had a bad smile on his face, and threw the person into a cesspool and drowned her? I'm not. The white demon gulped. He was scared of this scar from the bottom of his heart. No? What the? You're here and you're still talking. Scar went up and threw a dozen punches, straight at the white demon. Brothers, the boss said, treat the beasts in the way that the beasts should be treated. Together, let him have a good time. Ha 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 ha. Okay, he must be made to feel good to the sky. The boy may be cold-blooded, but I'm sure his bowels are hot. Ah ha 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 ha. 7 or 8 inmates had groped the waist of their pants to gather around them, and the crowd swamped the white demon. Soon, the white demon let out a miserable scream. No. On the war fortress, Qin Lang silently retracted his palm. The white demon facing him had dull and empty eyes. His body was stiff, and his blood stained the entire pair of pants. I'm really sorry. I've only just mastered the fantasy world. I'm not too skilled at utilizing this ability, and I pushed a little too hard. The mental destruction you are experiencing is called Deep Nightmare. It's the most horrific event you've ever encountered magnified tenfold, and the time has been extended indefinitely. The first time Qin Lang used a spirit-based attack, he didn't control the strength, and at this time, there was some slight tingling sensation in his brain, and he gestured towards Su Yun, who immediately used his claws to tear open the entrance of the war fortress to drag out the twins, the pilot, and the other 4 logisticians inside who didn't have the ability to fight. Please, don't kill us. We are willing to serve you. Our kung fu is especially good. The twins were trembling in fear, kneeling down and begging for mercy. And, we both know aura skills. We can assist you. Auxiliary your ass. All of you. Die. Qin Lang cursed profusely, and his hand raised his sword to directly cut down all 8 of them. Chapter 105, The Professional Maverick. Security hut. Backyard. This was the first time Qin Lang had brought someone in. I got it. Lair core. The crowd stared blankly at the huge tree-like plant. Blackie also hatched from the core of this nest. After briefly explaining, Qin Lang took out a corpse from the spatial ring and threw it to the nest core as nourishment. Now that spatial ring had long become a ring that Qin Lang had specialized in moving corpses. After a few minutes of the mechanical removal, a large number of corpses were piled up in the corner, and when Qin Lang took out a new corpse, he couldn't help but sigh heavily as he looked at the familiar face of the corpse. Lin Mo. The college student who doesn't say much, has little presence on the team. Qin Lang. They are also. Lin Wanner was a little unable to look at them. Dead or dead. It's better to feed it to the nest core rather than bury it in the ground. Qin Lang replied back indifferently, and when he had finished carrying all the corpses, he looked towards the white demon that had been brought in by Su Yun by the neck. Biologically speaking, the white devil wasn't dead, but his pupils had long been lax and his soul dimmed. Qin Lang did not know that the white demon had actually spent decades in deep nightmare. In fact, in the 6th month of entering the deep nightmare, the white demon went completely insane, and those later hours were purely physical torture. Qin Lang nodded as Su Yun pushed the white demon towards the core of the nest. The core of the nest, which was feeding, suddenly stopped for a moment, as if it had discovered something delicious. Countless black tentacles slowly wrapped the white demon around it, and then it began its frantic absorption. And in just a few minutes, the white demon turned into a pile of white bones. It turns out that feeding a living person with high battle power can accelerate the growth rate of the nest core. It's just a pity that there's no difference between knowing this information and not knowing it. Where am I going to find so many living people with high battle power? Qin Lang sighed and greeted the crowd as they left the backyard. Back at the door of the safe hut, everyone's mood was low as they looked at the empty, lifeless shelter. Even though they didn't particularly care about the death of these people, they had been enjoying this kind of hot and lively group life, and to coldly turn into loners, this kind of discrepancy made it very hard to bear. Just as Qin Lang hung on to his verbal words, the difference between reality and novels lies in the fact that novels emphasize on the beginning and the end, but the reality is without any padding, especially in this brutal post-apocalyptic world, where friends who were happily chatting one second are likely to be killed the next. A friend who is still chatting happily is likely to be killed in the next second. When the nest core matures for the second time, we'll go to Nagato. Qin Lang turned around and went into the house after saying that. A few people looked at me and I looked at you and let out a sigh. The 3rd week after the White Devil sneak attack, the temperature outside reached a terrifying 47 degrees. A temperature that baked cracks in the earth, not to mention humans, and turned the large city into a barren wasteland. Compared to the barrenness of the outside world, The inside of the safe house is like a paradise. Xin Lang cut open a monstrous monster that had just been birthed by the core of the nest, and discovered a shiny card from its head. At first, Xin Lang thought that it was a gold card, but he carefully held it in his hand before realizing that it was not a gold card. It was clearly an extremely rare bright gold card. So, there's been bright gold since the third stage of the end times. Xin Lang forced himself to calm down and carefully lifted the card. Profession Maverick. Bright gold pro card. Xin Lang exclaimed in shock, even somewhat disbelieving his eyes. That's too much luck to get a shot at a pro card. Profession Lone Ranger. When there are no teammates around, your metrics increase by 100%. The fewer the words, the stronger the card. It was an unwritten rule in a previous life. This is T0.5 bright gold in the lone wolf profession. In his previous life, although Xin Lang's strength was a hangman, he still knew quite a lot in terms of knowledge. There were some people who possessed special ways to collect a large amount of various information about the end of the world and then compiled them into books. Xin Lang had read a lot of them. The strongest of the lone wolf professions belongs to loner. It is said that this profession can improve all indicators by 150-200%. The biggest drawback is that it only takes effect when fighting monsters. The more humankind around, the worse the effect. From this perspective, Xin Lang, the loner, was not bad. At least he could be effective against his enemies as well. It's a little hard to be a lone wolf again when I'm used to fighting in groups. But, the icing on the cake, who can't love that? Especially when it's a bright gold card. He was in a happy mood, so he directly tore open the card and learned the Lone Ranger. Then he took out his flying sword Eternal Flame and plucked out the core of the nest. Since he's leaving this for Nagato soon, and doesn't even want the safety hut, he naturally won't keep the nest core. There is a total of 1 dark gold card, 3 colored cards, and the rest are gold cards within the core of the lair. The dark gold card was a weapon, Long-Bowed Dawnbreaker, which no one in the team could use at the moment, while the colored cards were a carrier and 2 food. As for the gold cards, Xin Lang didn't even take a look at them right now. What? Did I hear you right? You want to go to the mushroom cave of the earth alone? Oldly let out an exaggerated exclamation of shock. Lin Wan Air also hurriedly stopped it. How can this be? That monster has 60,000 battle power. Aren't you sending it to death by going? Xin Lang, however, laughed it off and said rather assuredly, where are you all thinking of? I'm alive and well. Why would I want to send myself to my death? I just want to see if with my current situation, if I encountered a creature of this level, I would be able to compete with it for a few moments. Don't worry, it's not like you guys don't know how much I value my life. This time I'm going, I'll only bring Blackie and Q-chan. You guys just wait for me at the hut. I'll keep in touch with you guys at all times through mind communication. But, Sun Yen wanted to say. Xin Lang raised his hand and touched her head. Put 1,000,000 hearts. I'll be back soon. After saying that, without waiting for any further persuasion from the crowd, he took a cat and a mushroom and rode his motorcycle to the mushroom cave. Is 10 kilometers from your teammates considered a lone wolf? Xin Lang silently measured the distance and nodded. At this moment, he could feel that the cells of his whole body were abnormally active, and he had inexhaustible strength from head to toe. This was the main reason why he dared to go with to challenge the Mushroom Cave's 6W battle power creatures. His own battle power is 3W with the Maverick enchantment, and he also has the Apostle's Curse that doesn't count towards his battle power. With this estimation, after activating the Lone Ranger profession, his true battle power should be between 4-5W. A few hours after a wild ride, Xin Lang slid down the same path into the hole in the mushroom floor. Woo! Q-Boy was so excited to be back in his old home that he was jumping with tears in his eyes. Chapter 106, Big Head. Be careful. My goal today is to break bread with that horrible creature, so I might not be able to care about you two in a real fight. Xin Lang reminded. Blackie licked his paw and meowed to show that he knew, and Q nodded along. Xin Lang took a cat and a small mushroom man towards the depths. Re-entering the mushroom cave of the earth, he had the feeling that it was a lifetime ago. The last time I was here, it was an extremely cold climate, and that was months ago. The scene in the hole in the ground hadn't changed much from before. The only difference might have been that the mushrooms around them had all swelled up a bit and thrived to the naked eye. Along the way towards the depths, along the way, they encountered quite a number of bee crocodiles feeding on mushrooms, probably because the bee crocodiles sensed that Xin Lang, a two-legged creature, was too powerful and didn't dare to fight with him at all, and either hid into the shadows or turned their heads to run away. For such creatures with no fighting spirit, Xin Lang did not have the slightest idea of killing them. Just like that, Xin Lang kept advancing, and soon Xin Lang came to the deepest part. The hive-like wall followed by the gaping hole that the horrible creature had torn apart earlier was still there, releasing an extraordinary and terrifying aura from within. Xin Lang put on a battle power detector for himself while taking out a variety of mushrooms and eating them. Since we are going to arm wrestle with the horrible creatures, it is natural that we cannot save on these supplementary food items. Hardened mushrooms, mighty mushrooms, big sword mushrooms, speed mushrooms. I'll take any of them and stuff them in my mouth. After eating these mushrooms that could bring considerable gains to himself, Xin Lang set up several mushroom formations in the vicinity, most of which were mainly smoke mushroom formations and frozen mushroom formations, so that if he encountered a special situation later on, he could play a role in delaying the enemy when retreating. Everything is ready. Xin Lang touched out his flying sword Eternal Flame and took a deep breath. Then, I'm coming, the supreme sacred chop. Woo! A large glow rushed towards the walls of the hive. In the next second, only a loud boom was heard, and half of the hive wall was submerged in light. A hissing roar that seemed to come from the abyss of the earth came, and the familiar creature's claws poked out from the gap, viciously grabbing at Xin Lang. Catch my move, Supreme Sacred Slash. Xin Lang raised his hand and made another sword strike. Put! A large piece of flesh on the claw was destroyed by the light and blood flowed. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to completely destroy the monster's offense. Instead, it turned even more berserk, and along with a loud roar, its claws came in front of Xin Lang. Touch of darkness. Xin Lang raised his right arm, and dozens of dark tentacles fused into an equally huge hand that was cross-clasped with that claw, wrestling with each other. Sasha! Sasha! The power of the terrifying creature was so great that even with the maverick and the various mushrooms, the giant hand that the darkness touch had transformed into was unable to match it, and Xin Lang's body was pushed back continuously. Chop! Xin Lang freed his left hand and maneuvered the flying sword Eternal Flame to attack the middle part of the claw. Every chop made it gush blood. A dozen swords went down in a row. The chopped part of the blood and flesh flopped. Ow ow ow. The horrible creature screamed in pain and steeply increased its strength. Xin Lang secretly said that it was not good. In the next moment, the dark tentacle was shattered. The claw that lost its blockage fished forward and tried to grab Xin Lang's body and crush it. Fortunately, Xin Lang ran fast enough, which didn't allow it to succeed. But even so, Xin Lang's chest was still torn out with a wound deep enough to be seen in the bone, and blood biaojiao came out. Hiss, that hurts. Cold sweat broke out furiously on Xin Lang's forehead as he backed up to defend against the claw's attacks while continuing to attack. Drip! A new value suddenly appeared on the battle power detector, which caused Xin Lang to freeze for a moment, and at the end of the arm that extended into the depths of darkness, an existence with a battle power of up to 80,000 appeared. Has a second horrible creature been attracted? Or is this just a horrible creature, only separated to calculate the battle? Xin Lang didn't think about what he couldn't understand and turned around to run, rushing out several thousand meters in a single breath, far beyond the range of the claw's attack. Determining that the other party was not catching up, Xin Lang sat on his butt on the ground to catch his breath. After resting for more than half an hour, when all the wounds on his body had healed, Xin Lang got himself a large portion of roasted meat to ensure that his physical strength remained at its peak before killing back again. The exact same plot was staged again. The only difference was that this time, Xin Lang had experience and dispersed the touch of darkness in advance to avoid it, not letting the claws catch him. And when that 8W plus battle indicator reappeared, Xin Lang slipped away again with his feet on the ground. If I can keep going at it like this, it'll probably take 2 more times before the claws get cut off by me. Ha! How's that for a bit of a card bug? Xin Lang tore off a large piece of lamb from the roasted leg of lamb and chewed on it. The higher the battle power, the higher the requirements for food. For example, he, right now, could only eat food that was gold card and above. The satiety that the following food could provide was completely negligible, not to mention what recovery effect it could provide. Wow! Xin Lang's side was eating. Q-Boy and Shohei, who had been running off somewhere since the start of the battle, rushed back upside down, and Q-Boy pulled out a large pile of colorful and strange mushrooms from his belly pocket. This is? Xin Lang was a bit dazed and picked up a few of them and looked at them, and was surprised. These are dramatic explosive mushrooms? Fierce poison mushroom. This is? The giant strength mushroom? Where did you get them from? Xiaohei me out a few times and told Xin Lang that all these mushrooms were dug up by Q from underneath some large mushrooms nearby. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I upgrade the mushroom maker pathway to grow these advanced versions of mushroom resources. It's all good stuff. Xin Lang was in a good mood and rubbed Q's Q-bouncing umbrella cover hard, and did not forget to yin and yang a sentence. Q's digging mushrooms for me. What are you doing? Blackie stopped combing her fur and tilted her head. I'm just a few months old. Useless kitten. Ha! Xin Lang responded with a cold smile. After resting for a moment, Xin Lang once again rushed back into the depths to wrestle with the claws. With the help of the advanced mushrooms, Xin Lang really cut off the arm, and just this section of the arm connecting to the claw almost filled up the entire space ring. And this time, Xin Lang also saw what that 80,000 battle power existence was. It was a head with arms attached to it. In fact, this monster has only one head and one arm. Two huge white eyeballs grew abruptly from the round, hole-ridden head, which was now streaked with blood, as it frantically banged against the wall, trying to make itself break through the wall and enter the hole in the mushroom floor. So the head was too big and got stuck. Qin Lang nodded and put his heart down. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since his opponent was stuck in the wall, could he take this opportunity to grind him down? What kind of cards do 80,000 battle power monsters drop? Chapter 107 Departure. Long Vine. After carefully pondering over the feasibility of this tactic, Qin Lang decisively made a decision and took out that dark gold weapon, long-bowed Dawnbreaker, from his storage space. After tearing it open, a big fire-red bow appeared in Qin Lang's hand at once. The bow body was like jadeite carved and made, and it fell into his hand with a heavy weight. Qin Lang took out another dozen of gold card-grade explosive arrows, penetrating arrows and gold-shattering arrows from the storage space. These consumables, Qin Lang had a lot of them in his hand, and since there were no archers in the team, Lin Wan'er's current profession was a marksman, so he had kept them useless. You can live without it, but you can't live without it, and it's a good thing you didn't trade it out. Qin Lang hemmed and hawed and took a few steps forward with his longbow in hand. The big head was still madly banging against the wall. It looked like it couldn't come out at all for a while. How about trying a penetrating arrow with Dawn? Qin Lang took a deep breath, opened the bow into a full moon and set the penetrating arrow, only to hear a swoosh of a popping sound. The arrow brought up a circle of thread-like wind arcs shooting straight into the big head. Put! Blood immediately shot out from the brain, and the big head trembled in pain, even forgetting to continue attacking for a while. It can break defense. Qin Lang was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. All kinds of arrows were used in different ways to greet the big head, just like treating the big head as an arrow target. In a short while the huge monster's head was filled with all kinds of arrows, and the wounds were countless. However, after all, this is a horrible creature with 8W combat power. The tenacity of life is staggering. Have been beaten into such a way even still alive and kicking. One should know that Qin Lang was using a dark gold level weapon, and the arrows were all gold card level. Any tanker in its place would have to be overturned by dozens. Let's see if it's your life that's hard, or my stock that's high. Qin Lang flipped out a dozen more gold card arrows and launched a new round of attack. This mechanical attack lasted for a whole hour and a half. Qin Lang's arms were so sore that he couldn't lift them up. The big head finally let out a miserable scream, and the two huge white eyes burst open one after another. After determining that the big head was dead through the battle force detector, Qin Lang then carefully approached over and entered through the big head's shattered eyeball, finding the card that was enveloped in white light. There's only one card. However, this card was different from all the ones Qin Lang had seen before. The back of the card had an extremely complex pattern, and the card as a whole was dark red in color. Even in his previous life, Qin Lang had never seen this kind of card, but he knew that it must be a higher level card than bright gold. Card level? Skill weirding. After learning, you can make weird changes. Conditions for use: normal state, battle strength up to 50,000, or strengthen 5 bright gold, or 10 dark gold. Qin Lang was instantly speechless and slapped his head vigorously. He was so focused on killing monsters with the card bug that he forgot a very important point. Many high-level cards have learning conditions, and monsters like this 8W battle power, even if they dropped the card, they wouldn't be able to learn it for a while. So, I'm taking home a whopper? Qin Lang shook his head and laughed bitterly, but he quickly relieved himself. 50,000 battle power. Not too far to say, not too close to say. Sooner or later, there would be a day when he could use it. The next thing to do is to go to the other apostles and lift the curse. Qin Lang looked at the Dawnbreaker in his hand. Should he allow himself to moonlight as a long-range profession again? Or else he would have wasted this dark gold bow. The power of this thing can be much more dominating than the flying sword Eternal Combustion. But I currently don't have a color card level archer core card in my hand. Whatever. Let's go back first. Qin Lang prettily collected the card, greeted Q-Boy and Xiao Hei, and returned the same way. By the way, he also greeted the few people with whom he always maintained psychic communication. Qin Lang, don't worry, I'm still alive. I got that monster killed. A moment of silence followed. Old Li, 60,000 battle power that? Did you kill him? Qin Lang, well, it was a fluke. Suyun, I can't think of a second adjective other than awesome. About the big head. Qin Lang didn't say anything. It's not about trust. It's just not necessary. Against the hot sun, Qin Lang rode his motorcycle over the ruins, and on the way, he inquired about Xiao Hei's location of the remaining apostles, and Xiao Hei informed him that 200 miles to the east was the location of the third apostle, and in that direction, it was already infinitely close to Chongting City. Let's go to Nagato and find a place to settle down and gather information before we go to the rest of the apostles. A few days later, Qin Lang and his group of 7 people, with a cat and a mushroom man, left the safe hut where they had lived for up to half a year. At this time, Qin Lang's carrier had also undergone an update, using the color card level, Mobile Fortress, which was a color card he had seized a long time ago and had never found the opportunity to use. Compared to White Devil's battered War Fortress, the Mobile Fortress was more inclined to defense, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities. The tires that could be changed into 4 forms were enough to deal with all kinds of complex terrains and climates, and the interior was even more spacious, with more than 200 square feet, and it looked like a big turtle from afar. Boss, just how many goodies had you hidden? This stuff, you should have taken it out earlier. Old Lee's eyes widened. Why did you take it out earlier? Do you think this is a weapon? You can stuff it into the space if you don't use it. Once this thing is taken out, it can't be stuffed back in. You don't mind that it's big. I still mind that it takes up space. Qin Lang's hands were not idle as he spoke, placing the panel mirror and trading terminal in the main control bedroom. Old Sue, how about you come and be the driver? Qin Lang placed the colored card, Master of Mechanical Manipulation, on the table. Su Yun was stunned. How? You're giving out colored cards now? Have we gotten this rich? What's a colored card? Sooner or later I'll fortify you all with dark gold. Qin Lang put one arm around Lin Wanner and one arm around Chen Shui. You or Ding Yuan. Whoever learns can do it. I'll go inside first. Su Yun glanced at Ding Yuan. You want to learn? But driving is tiring. Ding Yuan took the colorful card. I'll learn even if I'm tired. Master bedroom. What are you looking for? Lin Wanner sat beside Qin Lang and watched as he fiddled with the trading terminal. I want to find a legendary archer core card. You guys will be free to help me keep an eye on it later on. If you swipe out a color card archer core, call me. The only thing I'm lacking right now is long range means of attack. Medium and close range is already enough. Qin Lang did not hide them. Okay, we know. We'll keep an eye out for you at all times. The 3 women nodded their heads. Off to Nagato. I don't know when I'll be back. Chen Shui looked at the smaller and smaller safety hut with some emotion. It held many memories. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lang also had some feelings in his heart, and more than anything else, he was sad and worried. Where the hell are you? Did my rebirth cause you to experience the butterfly effect? You're so smart. You must be fine, right? Chapter 108 Big Brother's House. Please, the road from Haichang to Chongteng, although only a few hundred kilometers, was a full 3 days walk. Due to the loss of human maintenance, bridges and highways connecting cities have long been indistinguishable to the naked eye. This is a post-apocalyptic wasteland where you can get lost even with navigation. In addition to the road is difficult to travel. The main reason is that along the way encountered too many monsters. Sporadic dozen of monsters, Qin Lang can naturally ignore. But just the corpses and the tide of corpses. Qin Lang, they encountered 3 batches of corpses. Facing the thousands of corpses and monsters inevitably killed and cleaned up the battlefield. One by one the time is so delayed. It was worth mentioning that on the way to Nagato on the 2nd day, Qin Lang had the good fortune to spend a lot of money from the trading terminal to purchase a color card, Talent Elven Archer, which was a kind of core card that had a strong sense of danger and at the same time was extremely good at archery. It was just right to have a positive chain effect with Daybreak, in order to make Dawn play a stronger power in the next battle. Qin Lang raised the gold card, Longbow Mastery, and gold card, Bowmanship Champion, to LV4 in one breath. At this moment, the power of Qin Lang shooting an arrow was even stronger than the Supreme Sacred Slash. And after the reinforcement of these cards, Qin Lang's battle power reached 19,000 without any doubt. Ow! The giant that was as huge as a hill was shot in the head with an arrow, and its ponderous body knelt down heavily between the sea of corpses and bones. The mobile fortress slowly ran over the corpse, and as for the card in the giant's head, it was privatized by a fat cat with black fur and white paws and white breasts. Nagato City. We're here. Qin Lang looked at the bridge that had long since collapsed, and the broken bloodstained placard clearly read Welcome to Nagato City. Stop the car. Less than half an hour into Nagato City, a guard post appeared up ahead, and dozens of men and women armed with firearms stopped the mobile fortress, each of their faces weathered. It's still the same. There are no stupid people who made it to the 3rd stage and are still alive, and they all have an average of 4,000 battle power. How? A hint of ferocity flashed in Old Lee's eyes. I'll go talk to them. If they wanted to attack they would have attacked long ago. Why wait until now? Qin Lang spoke up and told Ding Yuan to stop the car, and walked down to the mobile fortress himself. Rip, this kid actually has 19,000 battle power. It's higher than even the 5 heavenly kings. Where did the gods come from? As soon as Qin Lang stepped out of the car, he was locked by 5 or 6 battle power detectors. After reading out Qin Lang's battle strength, The men and women blocking the road lowered their weapons in a cry of shock. They were all people who had seen big scenes, and knew that when facing experts with more than 8,000 battle power, the effect that firearms could have was minimal, and when facing those with more than 10,000 battle power, there was no difference between firearms and a child's toy water pistol. This brother, may I ask where you are calling from? Where are you going? The black-skinned man who spoke was the leader of the group, with a battle power of 5,500. Qin Lang said indifferently, "Why did you stop me when you came from Hai Chang and hunted at Changtung?" No. Big brother, you must not misunderstand. We are not stopping you. The black-skinned man was startled and was busy explaining. This is an order from the 5 heavenly kings for us to guard the entrance to the city, and any unfamiliar forces entering must be investigated for their identities. Oh, the 5 heavenly kings? You expand on that. What are they? Qin Lang walked straight into the shelter where this group of people lived, and with every step forward, the people around him would subconsciously take several steps back. This was the feeling of oppression from a 19,000 battle powerhouse. Yes, big brother house, please. Let me tell you in detail. Our small place. Supplies are scarce. If there is a place where hospitality is not good, please don't take offense. The black-skinned man hurriedly waved his hand and asked his men to prepare, while he himself brought Qin Lang into the tent equipped with cold air. Qin Lang raised his palm and changed into a cold ice mushroom and placed it on the table. With the overflow of cold air, the temperature of the tent instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees, which was indescribably comfortable. The black-skinned man's mouth straightened. Big brother is big brother. So you guys use this method to cool down. I've gained insight today. Qin Lang's expression was indifferent. Get to the point. Yes. The black-skinned man busily said. The 5 heavenly kings refer to the bigwigs of the 5 shelters in the east, south, west, north, and center. The east tyrant, the south dinosaur, the west hung master, the north rowan, and the center Qingxue. These 5 people occupy the 5 regions of the long vine, and the other small shelters make monthly card offerings to these 5 bigwigs based on the regions they are in. How is their relationship? Qin Lang asked casually. The black-skinned man thought about it. Honestly, I am also a small person who survives in the cracks. I don't know the relationship between these big brothers. The only thing I know is that Zhong Qingxue has a good relationship with the other 4 big brothers. Oh, because her shelter are all women. You also know, now is the end of the world. Women, especially beautiful women, that is as scarce resources as cards. Oh, according to you, this Zhong Qingxue is a sea queen. Qin Lang smiled faintly. The black-skinned man was shocked and quickly waved his hand. I don't dare to say that. This if she knows, my dog life is not guaranteed. What else should I know? The black-skinned man nodded. Oh, at the end of every month, they would conduct a card trade at the central asylum, and at the same time, they would also hold a meeting of the 5 kings, at which time, even though there were small asylum leaders had to go and attend. To put it simply, Nagato is ruled by the 5 heavenly kings, and any shelter that dares to disobey them, or doesn't follow the rules, will be jointly sanctioned. How strong are they? Qin Lang lit a cigarette for himself. All extremely strong. However, with Big Brother you can't compare. The highest is the Tyrant, reached 1W2 battle power like this. This is last month's data. The black-skinned man was extremely flattering. Oh, 1W2 battle power. Qin Lang nodded, gaining a relatively intuitive understanding of the situation of the 5 heavenly kings in Nagato City. I've got the news I wanted. It's time to go. Qin Lang got up and prepared to leave. The black-skinned man busily said, Big brother, I've prepared a gift for you. Do you want to take a look at it? You yourselves are so poor that you can't even afford to turn on the air conditioner. What kind of gift are you preparing for me? Qin Lang felt a bit funny, but not disgusted. Slipping and speculating was originally one of the ways of survival in the end times. The black-skinned man smiled badly. You don't say. You really don't say. Although our place is small, there is always something good. Come on, bring it in. Wow. There was a rattle of chains and a young woman with dirty clothes was pushed in. She had chains around her neck and feet and her eyes were full of fear. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Ha! The black-skinned man fawned and smiled. Big brother, this woman was caught a few days ago. She is a wanderer. She is a thief and runs fast. In order to catch her, I have lost a lot of brothers. By the way, she is a virgin. Chapter 109, Joe Sweki. Wanderer, not a profession, but a generic term for a certain group of people. These people often have no permanent shelter and navigate the urban wasteland on their own strength. He had lost the protection of the shelter many times and worked as a wanderer, so he still knew these types of people very well. Brother, look, do you like it? The black-skinned man rubbed his palms a little nervously. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Women, what normal man doesn't like them? Since you have some good intentions, I'll take it. The black-skinned man was obviously relieved, and sent Qin Lang out of the tent in an extremely flattering manner. Big brother, please take your time. If there's anything you need my little brother to do, just open your mouth. Qin Lang left this humble shelter without looking back, while the chained woman behind him did not have the slightest intention of resisting and stumbled after Qin Lang's ass. Boss, what's the matter with you? Tired of delicacies and want a change of flavor? Old Li Aili sent a private chat. Qin Lang ignored him and was about to get into the car when he turned around and crushed the chains on the woman with his bare hands. Go, you're free. The woman looked at the young man in front of her in a daze, rubbing her wrists, which had long been worn out, and suddenly spoke. Aren't you very powerful? Or else it would be impossible for Chen Jie to be so polite to you. Chen Jie? Qin Lang oot? You mean that black skin? Does it have anything to do with you if I'm awesome or not? The woman's face was dirty and unreadable, only to hear her say quietly, indeed it doesn't matter. Can you give me a drink of water? I haven't had any water for 2 days. Qin Lang didn't squeak and flung a few water cards to the woman. The woman tore open the water card and immediately began to bull drink, drinking 5 or 6 bottles in one gulp before she gasped with satisfaction. Thank you. My name is Zhou Sueki. Zhou Qingxue is my sister. If you are willing to take me to her shelter, she will definitely repay you. Qin Lang smiled at his words. If you are really Zhou Qingxue's sister, how did you end up in Chen Jie's hands? Lying should also be logical. I didn't lie. I didn't tell Chen Jie about my identity because I was afraid that if Chen Jie knew, he would use me to blackmail my sister. He certainly wouldn't dare to do it himself, but if he offered me to the tyrant's other heavenly kings, my sister would be very passive. Qin Lang thought about it carefully and it seemed to make so much sense. Do you have your sister's contact information? Yes, I have the number memorized. Zhou Sueki nodded repeatedly. Dial the number. Qin Lang handed over his cell phone. The phone was quickly answered and a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Who told you my number? Let's start with who you are. Zhou Qingxue, the middle heavenly king of the 5 heavenly kings. Oh, where is your shelter? I'll send your sister Zhou Sueki over to you. You have Yuki? Okay, Nagato Central District. Come over here. Get in the car. Hanging up the communication, Qin Lang signaled Zhou Sueki to get into the car. Inside the car, as soon as she got into the car, Zhou Sueki's big eyes began to curiously survey the interior. She is? Lin Wan Air was also curious. Qin Lang briefly explained her identity. If what she said is true, sending her back to the shelter has no disadvantages. Is there any food? Get her some. Yanzi, take her to take a bath first. Her body stinks. Zhou Sueki lifted her arm and sniffed it, almost not giving herself a smoky flip. A few moments later, Zhou Sueki, who had finished washing up, came out of the shower wearing a rather cool set of clothes, and by now the table was already set with fried rice and a few small dishes. Is it for me? Zhou Sueki gulped. Eat? Qin Lang sized up Zhou Sueki, and had to say that this woman's appearance was much better looking than he had imagined, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was too skinny due to long-term malnutrition, she definitely had the capital to compete with Chen Shui and Sun Yan. Zhou Sueki swooped down to the dining table and began to wind up, and soon the meal was cleaned up by her. Even the plates were licked as if they had been washed. If you don't stay honestly in your sister's shelter, what are you doing wandering around blindly? And how did you end up in the hands of Chen Jie? Qin Lang asked casually as he lay on the living room sofa smoking a cigarette. The hunting team I was in charge of was attacked by monsters. All of them were killed in action and I was the only one left. I lost my communication device while escaping, and I happened to catch up with Chen Jie leading the hunting team, so I couldn't escape, so I could only tell him that I was a wanderer. Zhou Sueki's eyes were thirsty. Can you give me one? You're not very polite. Qin Lang threw half a pack of cigarettes to her. Zhou Sueki logically touched out one and smoked it, and the remaining half a pack was directly stuffed into her bra, skillfully unlike the first time she did this. Phew, that's so cool. One bite and I'm on top. Zhou Sueki's face was full of intoxication. Little brother, not only are you handsome but also kind-hearted. Do you want to consider marrying my sister? In this way, not only will you have a beautiful wife who looks like a flower, but you will also become the king's man. Qin Lang laughed it off. I'm not interested in those, so why don't you tell me about the intelligence of Nagato City? That's fine. Nagato City is now jointly ruled by the 5 heavenly kings. In the time that followed, Zhou Sueki recounted the specifics of Chongqing City to Qin Lang, which was not much different from what Chen Jie had given, except that there were a few details that Zhou Sueki knew a bit more than Chen Jie, which, in a way, elevated the authenticity of her identity by quite a bit. Boss, there's a traffic stop ahead. Ting-1 initiates a psychic exchange. Qin Lang came to the driver's cab. Through the single-sided reinforced glass he really saw that 100 meters ahead was artificially constructed as a fortification. Behind the fortification stood many men and women gazing intently. In terms of the degree of well-equipped and essence, it was obviously much stronger than Chen Jie's team. Is this your sister's shelter? Qin Lang asked Zhou Sueki. No, my sister's shelter only recruits women. This is the territory of the Southern Heavenly King Dinosaur. Zhou Sueki shook her head. Old Li, go ask them what they want. Qin Lang didn't bother to move and informed. Old Li drilled out of the mobile fortress and yelled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you want to die? Dare to stop my car? Qin Lang. Zhou Sueki. Soon, a leader-like man came out from behind the fortifications and said with a sarcastic smile on his face. Egu, this big brother. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll immediately let my brethren clear the road for you. Don't grumble. Old man bad temper. Old Li cursed and drilled back into the car. In the next second he played the looker to the extreme. Full of sycophantic smiles. Who said that the battle force detector is useless? It's just perfect for scaring this group of little brats. Qin Lang gave a lazy thumbs up. What Nagato 5 Heavenly Kings? Honestly, he really didn't put this group of people in his eyes. The highest is only 1W2 battle power. Old Li could probably pick them off. Chapter 110 Women's Shelters. Although this team is small in number, each one of them is the strongest of the strong. We must get on good terms with them, Zhou Sueki secretly said. Even though Qin Lang and Old Li did not have the slightest intention of pretending, and were purely having a normal conversation, this scene fell in Zhou Sueki's eyes not so much, and brought a huge shock to her mind. Previously, Chen Jie treating Qin Lang like a licking dog and sending himself out had already made Zhou Sueki perceive that Qin Lang's strength was not trivial, and now that he had sent out his henchmen to scare away the captain under the Southern Heavenly King Dinosaur with curses, this strength was definitely even stronger than her sister. Zhou Qingxue. It was a pity that she didn't have a battle power detector. Otherwise she really wanted to see what kind of amazing level of battle power this group of people had reached. Is it 1W per capita? How terrifying that must be. With a man like that, who would dare plunder our resources? But, while Zhou Sueki was rambling, she glanced out of the corner of her eye to where Lin Wanner's 3 girls were, and it just so happened that the 3 girls were looking at her as well. So she hurriedly retracted her gaze and carefully sucked up the fruit tea in her hand. 2 sisters. She has thoughts about our man. Lin Wanner lowered her voice and said in a voice that only her 2 companions could hear. As a woman she was especially sensitive to such things. She dares. A hint of viciousness flashed in Chen Shue's eyes, and the corner of Sun Yan's mouth lifted as he subconsciously touched the warhammer that was mortared to the side. Of course, she did not dare to act rashly and really hammer Zhou Sueki to death, which would definitely make Qin Lang unhappy. Find a way to get them killed. The 3 women exchanged a look and secretly nodded. Qin Lang was blissfully unaware that a storm was brewing as he looked out the window. The end times are cruel and fair, just like death. Even the first-tier domestic big city like Changchun, after experiencing the severe cold and heat, has also become a piece of wasteland. The huge city simply cannot see the complete building. The highest is a 6-story small building. The higher business building has long been turned into a steel ruins. However, due to the large number of survivors in Nagato City, the entire city looks a little bit of life. Along the way, in addition to the long dried out monster corpses and human corpses, occasionally encountered survivors, who tend to stay in the shadows to carefully observe the mobile fortress. Do not dare to go up at all. This is a common sense thing. Dare to so grandly drive a color card carrier in the city of Nagato waving through the city, either the 5 heavenly kings under the command of the forces, or have absolute confidence in themselves. Either way, it is not an existence that they can provoke. It's big sister. A few hours later, in the evening, the mobile fortress finally arrived at its destination. Zhou Sueki excitedly waved towards a group of loaded women in front of her. The woman in the center wore a white leotard, a bucket hat on her head, and a golden firearm on her waist, giving off a rather competent and fierce look. Yuki, Zhou Qinshue's eyes were excited. I have always thought that you have. Sis. Zhou Sueki jumped off the mobile fortress and quickly came to Zhou Qinshue's side, venting out all the grievances she had suffered during this period of time, hugging Zhou Qingxue and bawling her eyes out. Good girl. It's alright. It's safe when you're home. Zhou Qingxue comforted her sister while looking at the man on the mobile fortress, and the deputy beside her lowered her voice and said, Elder sister, this person has a battle power of 1W9. What? You didn't see it wrong, did you? Zhou Qingxue was startled and somewhat incredulous. That's right. I've measured it several times and it is indeed 1W9. The deputy busied himself. How terrifying. I hope he's not a brutal character like a tyrant. Zhou Qingxue gulped and said from afar. Thank you for saving my sister. The shelter has made an exception to let you in. Open the gates and welcome the VIPs. Qin Lang laughed it off. Saving your sister was a matter of incidental hands. You don't have to be so polite. I'm new to Changchun. There are indeed some things I want to ask you for advice. I'll just go in alone. Qin Lang leapt down and walked straight up. Of course, as long as I know the information, I will definitely know everything. Please come in. Zhou Qingxue nodded, never removing the bucket hat on her head. Entering the shelter, Qin Lang began to greatly survey the surroundings. As Zhou Xueqi had said, this shelter was made up of pure women, and there were quite a few of them. They couldn't help but stop and watch when they realized that such a clean and handsome man had come to the shelter. And some of the women even boldly struck flirty, or straight up flirty poses. Fox, you restrain yourself, Zhou Qingxue reminded the young woman who was posing. The young woman snorted. Big sister, people haven't seen a man for a long time. I would like to restrain myself, but I can't. Take a banana top first. Zhou Qingxue threw out a banana with her hand, and the young woman's face flushed and her mouth pouted. Humph. Qin Lang laughed out loud. You guys have a really nice atmosphere at the shelter, Zhou Qingxue faintly said. Fortunately, they are all sisters. There is not too much mess. We are here. This way please. Zhou Qingxue led Qin Lang into a safe cabin. That's right. The place where Zhou Qingxue lived was the color card safe hut. The only difference was the internal layout. This footprint and room of hers was obviously larger than the one owned by Qin Lang, with more than 20 rooms, but without a yard and too many recreational facilities. It was a bit like a barracks. The barracks were adequately air-conditioned and some of the women were resting on their coolers when they heard the commotion and all sat up. After discovering Qin Lang, their eyes all went weird. One of the dark-skinned women drew a long knife and actually slashed at Qin Lang. Black sister, stop. Zhou Qingxue shouted to stop, but the woman didn't listen at all. Seeing that the long knife was about to split the man in two, dozens of black tentacles suddenly appeared in the man's right hand, instantly binding the black sister's body. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Want to die? Don't. Mr. Qin, please on my face don't get on her bad side. She's not mentally normal. Just this once, and the next time, I'll kill the King of Heaven even if he comes." Qin Lang coldly grunted, and with a fling of his tentacles, the black sister was heavily slammed against the wall, and the rest of the people hurriedly set her up to send her away for treatment. A 4800 battle power black sister can't even be considered a mole in front of a 1W9 battle power. Zhou Qingxue took a deep breath and looked at Qin Lang with eyes filled with awe. Have a seat. Wait for a few people to sit down. Zhou Qingxue took off her bucket hat, revealing a face that didn't dare to say it was beautiful, but was definitely one in a million. And what attracted men the most was the fact that she had perfectly blended feminine softness and strength together. Come to think of it, how could a woman who could rely on herself to survive until now in an environment like the end times and become one of the 5 heavenly kings be a soft, independent bird? Black sister was previously a slave in some shelter. She was abused by that group of men for a long time to the point that she became mentally deranged and lost her ability to speak and bear children. Zhou Qingxue felt the need to explain to Qin Lang. Qin Lang waved his hand. It's fine. The matter is over. Turn the page. Let's talk about business. Big brother Qin Lang, you're so powerful. Sister Black is super strong. She was knocked away by you in one go. Zhou Xueqi sat down next to Qin Lang, took Qin Lang's arm in a self-satisfied manner, and said with a smile, "Brother, come, smoke," said reaching out from the bra to take out the half-pack of cigarettes that Qin Lang gave her earlier. Chapter 111, Counting on Each Other. Pop. The cigarette was lit and Qin Lang took a deep breath. How to put it? This cigarette tasted different from the ones he had smoked before, with a light milky flavor. Zhou Xueqi snorted a smile and took more and more initiative, hugging Qin Lang's arm and pouting. Brother Qin Lang. Before in the car, the 3 sisters kept staring at me as if they were going to eat me, and I didn't dare to get close to you, but now it's fine. No one is bothering us except for me and my sister. Be sure to stay for dinner. Qin Lang himself was not a moral model, so naturally he would not squirm or anything, much less be uncomfortable. Smiling faintly, having dinner is of course no problem, but let's talk about business first. Zhou Qingxue nodded and opened the door. Chongqing City seems to be controlled by the 5 heavenly kings to outsiders, but in reality, the only real controllers are the 4 heavenly kings of the southeast, northwest, and west, and it's hard for me, the middle Qingxue, to be sandwiched in the middle by them as hard as it is. Originally we had a large territory, but we couldn't withstand their infiltration, and now our area of control is less than half of what it was, and if it continues like this, it won't be long before there's no more place for me to stay. Mr. Qin, we might as well open up the windows of heaven and say something. If the words are too harsh, you must not take offense. Zhou Qingxue pinned a strand of sideburns behind her ear and said after a pause, "You're very strong. You're the only being I've ever seen with a battle power of 1W9, but I'm not sure how much water is in that 1W9 battle power. If you can lead me to breakthrough, I am willing to give a large amount of resources, including my and my sister's bodies. I like people who speak directly like you. You want me to help you take down the 4 heavenly kings?" Qin Lang smiled playfully. The best outcome I can hope for is to take out one of them so that I can move my shelter out without any problems. If you find this scenario more difficult, you must at least give them a head start, so that they won't dare to think ill of my shelter in the short term, so that I can have some breathing time. Destroying the 4 heavenly kings is easy for me, but why would I do that? The chips are too few to impress me. Qin Lang smiled and touched Joe Swecky's silky little hand. After exterminating you guys, I can just as easily seize a large amount of resources. As for your sister's bodies, to put it bluntly, under the post-apocalyptic world, this thing called sex can only be used as a flavoring agent for a boring life. It's dispensable. Zhou Qingxue let out a bitter smile. Mr. Qin, you're too crazy. You should know that battle power doesn't mean everything. I've killed more than one 8,000 battle power expert when I was at 6,000 battle power. Which of the 4 heavenly kings, including me, doesn't have a crushing masterpiece? Qin Lang played with Zhou Swecky's small hand beautifully while smiling faintly. I still say that I'm too lazy to make a move if I don't have enough chips. Unless you can come up with something that impresses me more. Zhou Swecky puffed out her cheeks and said softly, Brother, it's not that we're cheap, but we don't have much to give you, so why don't we do it this way? If you help your sister to stabilize the shelter, you can just pick a few of the sisters in the shelter and take them away. That's fine, isn't it? What do you take me for? A colored demon? Qin Lang was amused. Zhou Qingxue's eyelids were lowered for a long time before she raised her head and said, Mr. Qin, I'll give you an even greater benefit. The dark gold card. Is that enough? Qin Lang looked up. Ha! Zhou Qingxue explained. The dark gold card is a card that is several times more powerful than the legendary color card. I know where that dark gold card is located, but since that place is guarded by very ferocious monsters, I haven't dared to act rashly. As long as you help me, I will tell you the location of the card and assist you in getting it. If the information is false, how much will you have to pay? Do you know? Qin Lang restrained his smile. Zhou Qingxue nodded seriously. I will not joke with my life. It was not easy to survive until now. I value my life more than anyone else. Yes, deal. Qin Lang hammered out. Aside from the dark gold card location, I want all of the previous benefits. Not a single one. Can. A trace of disgust flashed in Zhou Qingxue's eyes, while Zhou Swecky snorted with joy and softened into Qin Lang's arms. Brother is so bad yo. Tomorrow afternoon happens to be the 5-party talks and trading day. I'm already looking forward to Mr. Qin's performance at the meeting. Zhou Qingxue got up. I'll go have someone prepare dinner. Is Mr. Qin planning to stay here today? I'll find some sisters to accompany you. Live even if I'm a person choose bed. Cold change of place is easy to lose sleep. Tomorrow at noon I will come over. Qin Lang walked straight out, and when he passed by Zhou Qingxue, he reached out and pinched her tight buttock petals with a firm hand, which felt excellent. Certainly no match for Q's mushroom caps. Zhou Qingxue didn't resist, but only said faintly, Mr. Qin, you're getting antsy here? Qin Lang laughed out loud, said nothing, and left the shelter. Safe hut. Sis, that's a good move you're using to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. Zhou Swecky's expression became serious, and the wavy smell on her body disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qingxue had a cold attitude. I hope this Qin Lang can bring me a little surprise. These men, none of them are good. Swecky, you shouldn't have fallen for him, right? Zhou Swecky didn't hide her thoughts. Sister, he has 1W9 battle power. Even if there is water in this, squeezing it will still be 1W4 or 5. If you were to change you wouldn't be moved? If you want to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, either you become strong yourself, or you depend on the strong. Isn't this what you taught me? Zhou Qingxue sighed. That's true, but this Qin Lang gives me a very bad feeling. He's been in disguise, making himself appear frivolous and greedy. This kind of person is very scary. Sis, don't think about things so complicated. No matter what happens tomorrow, what effect will it have on us? If Qin Lang wins, our shelter has one more backer. We can rely on him and wait for the times to change. If Qin Lang loses, the 5 heavenly kings will divide and conquer, and we'll earn both left and right. Mobile fortress. They're playing this math in a way that I can hear even in the northeast. Tomorrow's 5-party talks. If you win, they'll have a big tree to cling to, and conversely if you lose, they'll most likely combine with the other 4 heavenly kings to wipe us out and divide us up, and left and right are both earned by them. Su Yun's analysis was quite spot on. Qin Lang hilariously laughed. Old Su, you've overlooked the most crucial point. How can I lose? Tomorrow, I'll bring Xiaohei and Q-Boy to the 5-party talks. You guys go and do this thing. Several people's eyes turned excited after hearing the plan. Boss, do we need to play so exciting? Old Li had a face of impatience. Qin Lang was happy. It's not like I'm here to travel. I'm here to rule over them. Chapter 112, that's it? The night was silent, and the next day it was noon. Qin Lang remained alone in the daughter country, which was Qin Lang's personal name for this shelter. Zhou Sueki waited at the door early. Seeing that Qin Lang was alone, she intimately went up to take his arm and said sweetly, "Brother came really early. One of the 4 heavenly kings hasn't arrived yet. Do you want me to accompany you to stroll around the shelter? Yesterday you left too quickly. I didn't even have time to introduce the specialties of our shelter. Coming early means I'm sincere. What's particularly colorful in your shelter?" Qin Lang still had that dangling and frivolous and flamboyant look. Zhou Sueki let out an angry laugh and lightly pinched his arm. "I think you're the one who's particularly colorful. Brother, it's a special feature. Special feature la. Don't you want to know how our shelter maintains its daily resource consumption? HM? Qin Lang converged his smile. Not to mention, he was really quite interested in this issue, because according to what Zhou Qingxue said, the hunting area of the Daughter Kingdom shelter had been deliberately squeezed by the 4 heavenly kings to become very small, and the Daughter Kingdom had several hundred women, who ate and chewed on at least 1,000 cards a day. This consumption of resources could not be said to be insignificant, and it was impossible for ordinary people to withstand it. Is this something I can be made aware of? Qin Lang snorted. Zhou Sueki smiled and said, "If my brother can crush the 4 heavenly kings at the 5-party talks today, he'll become my sister and I's man. So we're family now. So what's the need for secrecy? It's useless to know the secret if you're dead, right?" Qin Lang gave a hearty heckle in his heart, but he didn't dismantle the other party's true thoughts. "Take me to have a look. This way." Zhou Sueki pulled Qin Lang around to the back of the shelter and entered a secret underground passageway. And after walking through a few hundred meters of verdant stone road and entering a bronze gate, the scene in front of her made Qin Lang's eyes light up. It turns out that underneath this shelter, there is a secret permanent fortification, which not only has water and electricity lighting, but also various facilities, and what comes into view are patches of ripe or semi-mature food and fruits and vegetables, and almost all of the food that can be purchased at the food market in the day-to-day life is available here, which is enough to sustain the daily food consumption of all the people in the shelter. Awesome! When did you guys start farming? Since discovering this dungeon, my sister has secretly trained a group of professional botanists, agronomists to cultivate the seeds. If we were to expect to kill monsters to burst cards, we would have starved to death 800 years ago. Zhou Sueki grabbed a cucumber and handed it to Qin Lang. "Try this fruit cucumber. It tastes superb." Qin Lang took a bite and nodded his head. This cucumber was not only crunchy, but also sweet and juicy. It tasted like sugar cane. "Isn't it delicious? I didn't lie to you, right? When we leave later, my brother will pack some for the 4 sisters and those 2 brothers to try." No merit. I, Qin Lang, am not someone who takes things from people for nothing. I guess you guys need this. I'll trade this with you. Qin Lang touched out a thick stack of white green cards and handed it to Zhou Sueki, who took a look and a hint of joy and shyness flashed in her eyes. "Brother, you're so annoying. How did you know that we're lacking this?" Qin Lang laughed out loud. "That's for sure. If you guys can grow vegetables and fruits, can you still grow sanitary napkins? With so many ladies in the shelter, this thing is bound to be in short supply." That's right. What Qin Lang gave out was a bunch of feminine products, commonly known as Fei Zi. After wandering around the underground plantation for a while, someone reported back that Northern Heavenly King Rowan had arrived. "Let's go. Let me meet the Tenno of Nagato City." Back to the ground, dozens of stout, well-equipped men appeared in the distance. The leader was a bald man. His upper body was naked. His lower body was wearing a pair of apricot yellow sweatpants. His tanned upper body was full of muscle blocks and scars. At first glance, he was an expert who specialized in melee combat, with a battle strength of up to 9,500. Zhou Qingxue was talking to him about something, and when she saw Qin Lang and her sister come out, she greeted them with a smile. "Rohan, time was rushed. I didn't have time to introduce you for a while. This is what I said. A special friend, Qin Lang." Luohan looked over and narrowed his eyes. "Kid, I don't care where you come from. When you come to Changteng, it's a dragon you have to dish out. It's a tiger you have to lie down. Don't think that just because you have Zhou Qingxue backing you up, you don't have to make any offerings. Say it. How many people did you bring with you to Changteng this time?" Qin Lang gasped and laughed. "Bald head. I'm not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your vocabulary. Speak properly to me. If there's a certain sentence that I don't like, I'll directly kill you." At these words, the scene was deathly silent. Even Zhou Qingxue and Zhou Sueki were frozen. This is too much. A direct declaration of war? Rohan frowned and pulled out his ears hard. "Ha? You say that again? What do you want from me? Ha? Ugh." Qin Lang sighed hard. "I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Isn't it good to live well? Why do you have to seek death?" The words fell. Qin Lang struck out brazenly, and a dozen black tentacles instantly bound Luohan firmly, and no matter how much he struggled, He couldn't break free from the terrifying tentacles. Luo Han was shocked and roared. Wait! I am the Northern Heavenly King Luo Han. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow. There's not a word I love to hear. Go to hell. Qin Lang shook his head and bunched his right hand. No! Only a pfft sound was heard, and Rohan was crushed alive by the tentacles and turned into a broken corpse. Qin Lang sneered. Northern Heavenly King Rohan, this is it? Ah, this. Everyone is stupid. Zhou Qingshue's sisters' faces were blue. They had never dreamed that Qin Lang, a cheeky man, had struck so viciously and directly killed Luo Han. This had completely exceeded her plan. The old boss. You dare to kill our boss? I'll fight you. The man who was clearly the second in command under the North Heavenly King roared furiously and was ready to strike, when a junior beside him nervously pulled him. Brother, don't be impulsive. This man, his combat power, 1W9 ah. What? 1W9? The second in command giggled. You, Qin Lang pointed at the second in command. From now on, you're the boss of the Northern Shelter. And I, your boss. You'll be at my disposal. Is there any problem? The second in command was startled and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, I'll do everything at your command. You guys, what are you gawking at? Why don't you hurry up and call for someone? Boss. Dozens of elites shouted in unison, their eyes filled with awe. Not bad. Qin Lang revealed a satisfied smile. Even in civilized times, there is such a thing as people leaving tea. Let alone in this post-apocalyptic world where human life is like grass. I don't realize that another month has passed. Qingxue, have you thought about it? Do you want to marry my son or not? What's so bad about my son that you hate him so much? Qin Lang's hand had just put Luo Han's corpse into his spatial finger ring when a loud voice rang out from the doorway. Chapter 113, The Heavenly Kings Gather. Qin Lang twisted his head to look, only to see a group of people walked in great numbers. The leader of the middle-aged man was born with a beard. His face was full of scars and pimples pits. His eyes were stern and murderous. He is the Western Heavenly King. Master Hong, Zhou Sueki reminded in a small voice. Master Hong is here. Zhou Qingxue smiled. Didn't I say many times that your son is very good, but he is not suitable for me? Master Hong laughed. Oh, it's fine if you don't want to marry my son. Then marry me. I, the Western Heavenly King, with you, the Middle Heavenly King, should be considered a family match, right? Zhou Qingxue smiled without saying anything. Master Hong scanned the circle and asked toward the second in command. Today is the big day for the five-party talks. Why isn't Luo Han here? The second in command carefully glanced at Qin Lang, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Qingxue laughed. Rohan came and went. Gone? Where did this kid go? Master Hong is a little confused. This is not a civilized era. To participate in the party field board can leave early to mix the nightclub. Now the outside is hot as hell, and there are monsters everywhere. Rohan went back home. Zhou Qingxue thought about it and replied. Back home? Master Hong was completely confused as Zhou Sueki pointed to the blood on the ground and the pile of broken meat. Well, it's right next to you, and the one your feet are stepping on seems to be Luo Han's heart? Master Hong was creeped out and lifted his foot, and sure enough, he found a piece of internal tissue belonging to a human stained on his slipper. What do you mean? Qin Lang couldn't stop laughing, raised his hand and pinched Zhou Sueki's buttock petals. How to say it? It's a little different from his sister's touch, but they are both quite tantalizing is all. Master Hong, the Western Heavenly King, right? Qin Lang restrained his smile. Zhou Qingxue, Zhou Sueki are my women. You should stop hitting them for attention, lest you get yourself into trouble. And from today onwards, the Western Shelter will upload a certain number of cards to me every month. And how you normally collect those small shelters, add 20% on top of that. Master Hong was directly dumbfounded, his eyes staring straight at Qin Lang with a kind of looking at a little cutie. Look, kid, are you alright? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I don't want to repeat myself a second time, so kneel down and thank me if you hear me. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth lifted. Master Hong gasped and laughed. Zhou Qingxue, this little cutie, where did you find it? Talking is so humorous. Zhou Qingxue smiled without saying anything, and Zhou Sueki said with a smiling face, Master Hong, I advise you to watch what you say. Oh, brother Qin Lang has a bad temper, so be careful of following in Luo Han's footsteps. Master Hong. At this time, a man wearing a battle power detector appeared behind Master Hong and said with his ear, this kid, battle power 1W9. What? 1W9. Master Hong huffed backward. Is it broken? It's not broken. I tested it several times. Master Hong aura instantly weakened 6 or 7 points. looked at the puddle of blood on the ground, backed up a few steps, some cautious opening. Luo Han was killed by you? I told you to kneel down and give thanks. Can't you understand me? Do you want me to heal your ears? Qin Lang spoke at a low volume, but it was so deafening that everyone's brains buzzed. However, in the face of such a provocation, Master Hong did not dare to talk back in the slightest, because he could not figure out how much water was in this 1W9 battle power of Qin Lang. But taking a step back and saying that even if there was 30% of water, it was not in existence that he, a heavenly king who had just passed the 10,000 battle points, could match up with. Master Hong was hesitating. He was torn. No more patience. You go to hell too. Qin Lang raised his right arm and was about to strike when a voice came from outside. I've heard that a team of top-tier powerhouses has come to Changtang. Are you the captain? Seeing the southern heavenly king dinosaur strutting into the arena with his men, Master Hong was like grasping a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, Brother Dinosaur. Dinosaur, as its name suggests, is extremely tall, 2 meters 7, 8, completely out of the realm of normal human size. Bloated body all the time is not releasing danger signals to the outside. Of course, this danger is relative. Qin Lang was not afraid in the slightest. Even the monster with 8W battle power in the mushroom cave of the earth had been killed by his card Bug. So how could he be afraid of this humanoid dinosaur? The dinosaur looked down at Qin Lang and frowned. 1W9 battle power. I have to say, this battle power of yours is indeed very high. But, how much water is in it? You know it best in your heart. Don't think that you can scare us by simply using numbers. Qin Lang said cheerfully. Then do you want to try how much water I have? Dinosaur heckled. Scare me? Do you think I'm scared of dinosaurs? As he spoke, the dinosaur's body began to grow dark golden scales, and his form transformed at any time, changing from a giant to a Tyrannosaurus Rex in just a few seconds. His huge head bearing and dripping saliva coming up to Qin Lang. Your meat. It must smell good. Qin Lang smiled contemptuously. I'm afraid you don't have such good teeth. Brother Dinosaur. Zhou Qingxue stepped in promptly. Today is the day of the 5-party talks. There's no need to shout and fight as soon as we meet. Nagato City originally had a population of 10 million, but now there are only a few tens of thousands left dead. So if you ask me, it's better to stop internal conflict and think together about how to resist the current and future disasters. For your sake, I'm not going to talk to this kid. It's just 1W9 battle power. Is it great? Dinosaur retreated back, regained human form. Full of ridicule. 5-party talks my ass. 4-party talks is more or less. Luo Han, this water goods die good. I have said that he has no real ability. You do not believe. Do not know where a bunch of messy card hard to support the war power. Click, 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 click. As the crowd confronted each other, there was suddenly a toothsome, odd sound from outside. Zhou Qingxue's face changed. The tyrant is here. That's his centipede throne. Zhou Sueki visibly tensed up. Her hand holding Qin Lang trembled. Her words filled with heartfelt disgust and fear. Click, 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 click. The sound got closer and closer, and soon a centipede-type monster with countless human limbs growing came into view. With an extremely bizarre shape, a closer look reveals that it's not actually a monster, but a group of women spliced together, with special latches artificially crafted out of metal at the joints of their faces and hips, 2 of them side by side in a section of dozens of sections. No wonder Zhou Sueki was so disgusted. It's hard to imagine the horrific world in which the women who make up this artificial centipede live. A man covered in heavy armor and wearing a demon mask was currently sitting in a palanquin on the centipede's back. Tyrant! Tyrant! Master Hong! The dinosaurs have all bowed towards the tyrant. Obviously this so-called 5 heavenly kings is just a front. And the actual ruler is this Eastern Heavenly King, the Tyrant. Chapter 114, Talks Fall Apart. The Tyrant raised his hand to stop the artificial centipede, and his tyrannical gaze swept over everyone at the scene, and almost everyone touched by the gaze would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, and Qin Lang was no exception. Only he quickly dispelled the emotion while having an initial assessment of the Tyrant that he should have mastered some sort of talent or skill that amplified one's emotions. Why isn't Rowan here? A hoarse, deep voice came out of the demon mask. Luo Han was killed by this kid. Master Hong pointed at Qin Lang. Oh, Tyrant looked over with some surprise and knocked on the right side of his mask. When he saw the number given by the battle power detector that came with the mask, his heart was also slightly stunned. He laughed loudly and leapt down from the palanquin. This little brother is very powerful. I wonder what is the purpose of coming to our Nagato. Tyrants are cruel indeed, but not stupid. Regardless of how much water was in this 1W9 battle power of Qin Lang, He didn't want to tear his face off with him until he had no choice, and the dinosaurs were too impulsive in comparison. I'll be settling in Nagato for the next while. What does the Eastern Heavenly King have to say? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes and said. Tyrant heckled. I welcome this friend on behalf of the Eastern Asylum. Xing Shui. I must criticize you for a few words. Why didn't you tell me in advance when such a great expert came to the asylum? Also, today is the 5-party talks. Do you want us to stand at the door to talk? Zhou Qingshui sidestepped. It is indeed my fault for poor hospitality. A few of you please come inside. Xin Lang had a smile on his lips and followed Zhou Qingshui in. Master Hong. The dinosaurs looked at each other, and then looked at the tyrant. Tyrant. This newcomer is not a nice person to be around. He took out Rohan as soon as he arrived at Nagato. Master Hong reminded with a smiling face. Tyrant smiled lightly. In this post-apocalyptic world with no laws, it's meant to be that the strongest is the most honored. What's so strange about Rohan being taken out when he's not as skilled as the others? Doesn't that just give his turf to this newcomer? It would be great if things are really like you say. I'm afraid that a piece of land won't satisfy his appetite. Master Hong was the oldest here, and his speech was also a bit eccentric. Old Hong, just say what you want to say. Master Hong moved over and lowered his voice. What I mean is, if he is willing to live in peace with us, naturally it's best. If he's not, or if his ambition is too great, we might as well strike first. Gathering the strength of the three of us, can't we still deal with a wild boy? Stupid, Tyrant scolded. Can't you see that Zhou Qingshui has already allied with him? 3 against 1. We naturally have a good chance of winning, but if it's 3 against 2, what are our chances of winning? Master Hong's brow furrowed. And according to you? Listen to what he wants to say before you decide. The tyrant finished and walked straight in. The only living room in the safe lodge. The air conditioning was on and a cup of fragrant tea was placed in front of each person. Since everyone is here, then our 5-party talks can begin. Zhou Qingshui gestured a pleased gesture. If there are any important and urgent issues, people can bring them up like before. This month, it's better to let our guest speak first. Mr. Xin Lang, please. Tyrant smiled faintly. Xin Lang put down his teacup. Oh, then I won't be polite. I came to Chengtu this time to do only one thing, and that is to integrate the 5 major forces of Chengtu into one big force. And by the way, absorb the other small and medium-sized shelters in the city, so that it will be easier to develop in the future. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, the end result of fighting separately will only be broken by the monsters on each side. Are you out of your mind? Master Hong was the first to jump out and object. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you have 1W9 battle power? Making us hand over our permissions. On what grounds? We, the 5 heavenly kings, are living as dashingly as we can in Changtong. On what basis should we integrate? That's right. It's fine for people to be arrogant, but there has to be a limit. Coming up to unify the long vine. Who gave you the courage? Dinosaur laughed coldly in succession. The last person to speak was Tyrant, who gently tapped the tabletop. If we all don't agree to integrate, Mr. Qin, is your next plan to kill us all? Xin Lang laughed. I am only saying the purpose of this trip, not discussing with you, whether you agree or not. It makes no difference to me. As for whether to kill or not, it depends on your attitude and my mood. Ha, 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 ha. Master Hong laughed maniacally. A few of you have heard it. This kid is wildly out of control. He just entered the city and he wants to consolidate his forces. It seems that he must be given a little color to look at before he can do so. Tyrant took his fingertips and tapped the desktop heavily. You're so arrogant. You don't have us in your sights at all. With all due respect, all of you in the room are trash. Xin Lang put his arm around Zhou Qingshui's shoulder. Except for you. Of course. Zhou Qingshui laughed bitterly in succession. All the plans were no longer under control from the moment Xin Lang struck out to take out Luo Han. Hell knows what would happen next. Zhou Qingshui, you've allied yourself with this kid? Master Hong said. So what if it is? It's all because you guys forced it. Zhou Qingshui clenched her teeth. Since the beginning of winter, you guys have been openly and secretly infiltrating towards my territory. If this continues, sooner or later, the central territory will fall into your hands. Rather than being slowly devoured by you guys, it would be better to take the initiative to hand it over in defect to the new lord. Zhou Qingshui decided to take a gamble. The stakes are her life. Mr. Qin, don't we have any room for discussion? The tyrant didn't want to go to war with Xin Lang from the bottom of his heart. Sorry, no. Xin Lang tilted his head and smiled like a smile. While we are sitting here chatting, my people have already gone to liberate your shelters. And before nightfall, all 5 major shelters will be liberated. Good. Since you're bullying us too much, don't blame us for being merciless. Old Hong, Dinosaur, Tyrant let out a loud shout, and the 3 heavenly kings stood up at the same time. Zhou Qingxue lowered her voice and reminded. Qin Lang, the strength of these three heavenly kings is several notches higher than Luohan. Do you have the certainty of defeating them? In 8 words, those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Qin Lang shook his palm and the flying sword Eternal Flame appeared in his palm. In order to save time, why don't the three heavenly kings go together? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Since you seek death, then I will send you down. Master Hong couldn't hold back any longer, and after receiving the approval of his 2 companions, he roared in anger and drew a long black sword to slash at Qin Lang. Qin Lang raised his right hand, and the dark tentacles transformed into rolling black smoke that wrapped around the long blade, and no matter how much force Master Hong used, he could not draw it back. Griffin! Qin Lang rose up boldly. The dark tentacles transformed into long whips and knotted and lashed at Master Hong. The dinosaur saw this and transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, biting towards the materialized dark tentacles. At the same time, a slender red blade appeared in the tyrant's hand, aiming straight for Qin Lang's heart. You seek your own death. Blame no one else. Chapter 115, Crushing the Bureau. Woo! Between the black gas dazzle, 1,000 variations of dark tentacles divided into a part to wrap around the slender red knife. The other part of the composition of the fist solidly smashed in the tyrant's chest, only to hear the bam sound. The tyrant's full body armor was smashed out of the heart of fist mark. Not only that, the tyrant's body is also uncontrolled to fly backward out of the security hut walls or smashed out of the cracks. My Nima! So fierce! Master Hong swallowed hard. At this moment he realized that he had underestimated Qin Lang's battle power too much. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't moved, and he had beaten the 3 people back with only that weird dark tentacle. Brother is just too fierce. Joe Swecky's eyes glowed unsteadily. Ow ow ow. The dinosaur in Tyrannosaurus Rex form let out a huge roar, but its body retreated backwards. He had just frantically torn into the dark tentacles, and as a result, a few of his teeth had chipped off. From that moment on he knew that this existence in front of him was by no means an existence that they could fight against, people that wasn't called arrogance. It was simply having strength. The 3 heavenly kings? Don't laugh at me. Qin Lang couldn't help but sneer. This place is too narrow to move around. Come out if you dare. Tyrant snarled and turned to go out the door. Master Hong and Dinosaur paused for a moment to hasten to follow. Qin Lang. Seeing that Qin Lang was going to chase him out, Zhou Qingxue hurriedly said, Tyrant's strength is unfathomable. I will help you. She had already made up her mind not to stand idly by and completely stood on Qin Lang's side. However, Qin Lang shook his head. There's no need. It's just a matter of stepping on a few ants. After saying that, Qin Lang pushed out the door and came to the door of the shelter. Qin Lang, you're the one who forced me to do this. I'll show you the true strength of my tyrant today. Ow ow ow. The tyrant raised his voice to the sky, and the human centipede curled up behind him suddenly trembled violently, followed by it even bursting open one after another, turning into a mass of blood mist drilling towards the holes exposed in the tyrant's armor. At the same time tyrant's battle power was also climbing. Each section he absorbed would raise his battle power by nearly 300. By the time he absorbed the entire centipede's blood chi, his battle power soared all the way up to 1W9, and was almost on par with Qin Lang. So that's not just a mount, but also an enhancer. Qin Lang secretly nodded his head. You're dead. The tyrant laughed out loud and brought up a series of residual shadows to charge and kill, and the terrifying aura contained within his fists seemed to chisel through the earth. Qin Lang, be careful. Before the words fell, the tyrant's fist had already arrived in front of him, while Qin Lang had already prepared himself, and his dark tentacles similarly changed into fists. Bang! When the 2 fists struck each other, the shockwave that exploded actually sent all the onlookers flying, and as strong as the heavenly king level Zhou Qingxue, Master Hong, and Dinosaur were also pushed back a few steps by this heaven-defying force. In the battlefield, a dust curtain rose up, and people couldn't see the scene inside the field. Who won? I don't know. Where's the battle detector? Zhou Qingxue took the battle power detector handed over by her men and looked at it. Her mouth immediately opened in an O shape. She did not understand. Why would a monster with a battle power of 3W8 suddenly appear in the field? This can't be right. Zhou Qingxue tapped the battle power detector and retested it. The results were the same, without the slightest change. At this point, the sand and dust generated by the pair of fists gradually dispersed, and people were horrified to see that the armor on Tyrant's body had long since disappeared, revealing Tyrant's original face, a middle-aged man with an unimpressive appearance. Ah, my hand! The Tyrant fell with a scream, his right arm inching away. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why are you so strong? By this point Tyrant couldn't believe he was defeated. Qin Lang lightly hooked his fingers in a cloudy manner, and the flying sword Eternal Flame chopped off the Tyrant's head after a hover in midair. Pitifully, the strongest person of Nagato died without resting in peace. It's your turn next. Qin Lang slowly collected the tyrant's corpse and looked at Master Hong. With a jolt, Master Hong hurriedly got down on one knee and said, Mr. Qin, I, Hong Dali, am willing to serve you, please let me live. It's not that Master Hong's bones are soft, it's really impossible to fight. As strong as the tyrant was cleaned up in 3 or 2, he himself has a few pounds than anyone knows. I like people who know what they're doing. Qin Lang didn't make a move on him and looked at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. What about you? Dinosaurs, can be killed, cannot be humiliated. Tyrannosaurus roared towards the sky. You think that Tyrannosaurus is the strongest person in Nagato? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, I, Tyrannosaurus, am the one. I just don't care to compete with him for this #1 spot. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Ow ow ow. Accompanied by a gurgling roar, large, lurid spikes appeared on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, and Joe Swecky's battle force detector numbers were jumping crazily at a rate of 500 per second. 20,000 now, 25,000 it is, 30,000 it is, 35,000. Finally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's battle strength is set at 5W5. Zhou Qingxue was scared out of her wits. Battle power. 5W5. He has 5W5 battle power. There was an uproar all around. I can't imagine there are still masters. Ha, 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 ha. Tyrannosaurus took a step forward. Kid, scared? Kneel down. I can consider sparing you from. A heavy punch slammed into Tyrannosaurus Rex's face, and Tyrannosaurus Rex's seemingly large and heavy body immediately flew out. Qin Lang was all smiles as he stepped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's belly. Let who kneel down? Try saying that again? Big brother, spare your life. Tyrannosaurus Rex reverted to human form, put his palms together and begged for mercy in a very spineless manner. Spare my life, let me do whatever I want. I don't want the territory. I don't want the cards. I don't want the cards. I'll give them all to you. What's going on here? Zhou Qingxue was confused. Why was the 5W5 battle power so weak? Qin Lang laughed. There's a card called Battle Power Expansion that allows one's battle power value to increase drastically in a short period of time. You shouldn't have used it much, right? How many levels? Dinosaur fawned and smiled. 3, LV3 now. Big brother, you're so powerful. You can tell even this. You deserve to be big brother. Qin Lang lifted his foot and clapped his hands. Alright, since the 5 heavenly kings, 2 died and 2 surrendered, my purpose today has been achieved. Zhou Qingxue, what do you say? Zhou Qingxue's cheeks flushed. What do you want me to say? Everything is just according to the agreement. Qin Lang nodded and kicked the dinosaur. You and Hong Dali wait here. If you feel unwilling and don't want to be subordinate, you can try escaping for a bit. The dinosaur rolled over and sat up with a serious expression. Big brother, what are you talking about? Kong Shun is not that kind of person. From this moment onwards, I, Kong Shun, am your most loyal little brother. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. If you tell me to go left, I will never go right. Me too. Hong Dali nodded his head repeatedly. Nice. Qin Lang turned around and wrapped his arms around Zhou Qingxue and Zhou Sueki on the left and right. Let's go. Let's grind it out. Grind what? Zhou Qingxue was stunned. She really didn't understand. Of course it's sizing up. It's hard to get emotionally attached. Chapter 116, the first day of the Lunar New Year. 3 hours later, Qin Lang turned his back to the Zhou sisters, whose bodies were limp, and put on his clothes. The messy bed behind him was a good indication of how exciting the 3 hours of fierce fighting had been. It was not an exaggeration in the slightest to say that fighting the Zhou sisters was even more laborious than killing the tyrant. The location of the dark gold card can tell me. Qin Lang fastened the buttons of his clothes. Yes, I'll send the coordinates to your phone later. Zhou Qingxue sat up with difficulty and rubbed her aching legs, her expression returning to a clear and cold one as she asked, what are your plans next? Consolidate the territory of the 5 heavenly kings and centralize the survivors. You and Sueki can manage if you're interested in doing so. If not, I'll arrange for others. Qin Lang has long had an idea. Good. I will be responsible for managing them well. But as you know, it's the end of the world now, and I'm afraid they won't serve me if I don't use strong-arm tactics. So, Qin Lang waved his hand. I'm not very concerned about the deaths and lives of those survivors. Look after yourself. Use what you can and kill what you can't. Brother, then what are sister and I in your place? Zhou Sueki lazily stretched her arm to tug on Qin Lang's coat corner, her voice sweet and mushy. Qin Lang laughed as he turned around and squatted down, pinching her chin. Don't give an inch. I've already given you enough gifts and even made you the queen of the long vine. What more do you want? Zhou Sueki smiled and said, want, your heart? You can try, but this is very difficult. Qin Lang was in quite a good mood and laughed. Outside the door, seeing Qin Lang come out, Kong Shun hurriedly jumped up. his body straight. Boss. Hong Dali also hurriedly agreed. Boss. My men will be arriving soon. You two bring people to assist them in placing the survivors. Remember, you, including those survivors, are my Qin Lang's personal property from this moment onwards. Whoever dares to mess around, don't blame me for being impolite to him. Boss, please don't worry. If you just gave me 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to fool around. Kong Shun nodded repeatedly. After another hour or so of waiting, the mobile fortress arrived at the shelter at a relatively steady pace, and in its wake were crowds that numbered in the thousands. It was the survivors from the 4 major shelters in the southeast, northwest and north. While Qin Lang was participating in the 5-party talks, Oldly led the remaining 5 people to kill through the 4 shelters in the southeast, northwest, and north, liberating all of them, and all of the process people reported back to him through mind communication. This seems to be a big project, but in reality it is simple and incomparable. The highest battle strength of the captains who remain in these several shelters is 6000 to 8000. So casually which of the Old Li in their shot is a second, and there is no danger at all. Boss. Old Li jumped down from the mobile fortress. Basically everyone who can be used is here. We killed some of them, and some of them we just can't use. Qin Lang nodded in understanding. That little sister, was she eaten up by you? Lin Wanner smiled as she stepped forward and took Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang smiled. Jealous? How stupid do I have to be jealous of them? Lin Wanner gently shook her head. But have you forgotten what day today is? What's today's date? Is it special? Qin Lang was stunned, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't think of what day it was. Brother, if there's no end of the world, today is New Year's Eve. It's already past 12 now. It's considered the first day of the new year. Sun Yan took out a calendar and said, the first day of the year? Qin Lang's mood suddenly turned a little complicated. How would he be spending the first day of the year at this very moment if there were no end times? Well, it should be the same as the previous years. A person in the rental house to buy some cooked food while swiping the phone while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Since it's the first day of the new year, we need to have a New Year's Eve appearance. You guys send some supplies to them, so that they can have a good New Year's Eve. By the way, I'd like to introduce you to these 2 people. One is called Kong Shun and the other is called Hong Dali. In the future, you can leave the major and minor matters of the Chang Tang shelter to them. Kong Shun fawned. Hello sister-in-law. Hello second sister-in-law. Hello third sister-in-law. Not much longer. A large number of blue, green, and white cards were distributed, and those thousands of survivors who had followed the mobile fortress to the shelter all silently shed tears as they savored the delicious food. Over the next few days, Qin Lang made a large-scale personnel assignment to the shelter. Zhou Qingxue was the well-deserved lord of the shelter, while her younger sister Zhou Sueki was appointed as the leader of the daughter kingdom, and although the 2 shelters were close by, they were not connected. During this period, Qin Lang brought Kong Shun, Hong Dali, and a dozen captain-level characters with notable combat strength into the mobile fortress, using the panel mirror to reconstruct their talents and skills. Although the overall battle power had decreased, the combat power had increased by a lot, and it was more than enough to deal with Stage 3 monsters. After arranging everything here, Qin Lang surreptitiously went to pester the Zhou sisters for a few more days to determine some of the rules of the shelter before he pulled up his pants and left. How cruel the end times were. Qin Lang knew better than anyone else. Although his current battle power was already strong enough, if he didn't know how to live in peace and continue to enhance his battle power, he would be eliminated sooner or later. Phase 4 is almost here. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. At most, no more than half a month. What will be the environment in Phase 4? We've been through winter and summer. What else is there? The people in the car already knew that Qin Lang possessed the ability of undiscovery, and when they heard him muttering, they couldn't help but ask. The 4th stage, in a way, it's considered the resting stage, the so-called resting on every 3rd day, when a large number of caves, dungeons, and secret realms will appear. A good opportunity to raise the overall strength. Only, these secret realms all have their own rules, and it's easy to die an untimely death if you go in before you understand the rules. Qin Lang saw that Old Li was listening to the clouds, so he opened a small science class. For example, there are secret realms where the rules are only females are allowed to enter, and if a male accidentally goes in, he will be cursed and turn into a female. Turning into a female? That's not much of a curse, is it? After being cursed, all your talents and skills will disappear. And you still think this is nothing? Qin Lang gave him a blank look. Old Li hurriedly waved his hand. That won't do. That's not bull ******. I'm just giving an example. It may not be possible to encounter the situation I'm talking about. The rules are different for each secret realm. Qin Lang lit a cigarette. It's about time for a safe area in the true sense of the word to appear. We'll have to seize a safe area as a long-term settlement. It's a little early for that. Take your time. Ding 1. How far are we from the apostles? It's just up ahead. Less than 20 kilometers. Ding Yuan in the driver's seat twisted her head around and said. Chapter 117, half a month later. Drive a few kilometers further and I'll meet this apostle myself. Although Qin Lang didn't tell the crowd that he had the bright gold card, Lone Ranger, no one would raise an objection to his strategy. Only that there was still some curiosity in their hearts because recently, Qin Lang had been acting alone more and more often. They had a vague sense of crisis, and were afraid if Qin Lang would abandon them at some point in time. After traveling forward for another 7 or 8 kilometers, Qin Lang jumped off the mobile fortress and rode a motorcycle towards the target location, and soon came to the vicinity, at which time the Lone Ranger buff started to take effect. Taking out his military binoculars, Qin Lang searched for his target in the ruins, and soon locked in a group of monsters with a blood corpse, wearing an apostle's costume and covered in green light, with a battle strength of 2W4, which was a full 5,000 higher than the second apostle. Green light, it should be poisonous. Qin Lang touched out a stack of cards and decisively strengthened himself with LV4 poison resistance. Facing this level of creatures, Qin Lang didn't want to risk at all. The saddest thing about living in the world is that people die and their cards are useless. After using the card and eating a few more positive gain mushrooms, Qin Lang touched the daybreak, pulled the longbow into a full moon, and directly struck a penetrating arrow. Snort! The arrow made a sharp popping sound that cut through the air and hit the blood corpse solidly, directly penetrating a fist-sized hole through the blood corpse's chest. Ow! The blood corpse dully lowered its head and looked at the wound. A green light erupted from its dead eyes. It quickly locked onto Qin Lang and roared as it opened its hands and sprayed out 2 large clouds of dark green poisonous mist, which shrouded over towards Qin Lang at an extremely fast speed. Snort! 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 Qin Lang turned a blind eye and continuously plucked the bowstring, firing several more arrows. The blood corpse was seriously injured, but its movements were not affected in the slightest, bringing up a series of residual shadows and dodging all the attacks. Physical blood corpse? Looks like it's going the dual physical and poison route. Seeing that, Breaking Dawn could no longer cause damage to the opponent, Qin Lang decisively scattered and ran away, pulling away from the poisonous mist. However, Poison Mist and Blood Corpse had no intention of letting him go, and following closely behind. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Flaming mushrooms. Qin Lang threw out 2 flame mushrooms consecutively, and the fiery red mushrooms burned the moment they touched the poisonous mist, vaporizing all of the 2 masses of poisonous mist. Flames work wonders against toxic substances. Ow! The blood corpse leapt over 10 meters high, transformed into a black dot, and smashed down heavily. Qin Lang did not panic in the slightest. His right arm was revived, and he raised his hand to deliver a supreme sacred slash. The light annihilated the sky, but in the next second, the blood corpse with tattered clothes still rushed out from the light, viciously grabbing at Qin Lang's forehead. Touch of darkness. Woo! Dozens of tentacles bound the blood corpse firmly in midair, making it unable to move. Go to hell! Qin Lang violently stabbed out a sword. Ow! The blood corpse struggled desperately, its vitality unusually strong. I'll see how long you last. Qin Lang stabbed frantically, stabbing more than 30 swords in one breath before the blood corpse died through, turning into a ball of green gas drilling into Qin Lang's right hand. That familiar tingling sensation reappeared, and Qin Lang realized that he had mastered the new dark gold skill, Deadly Poison Cloud, an ultra-large range means of attack. The curse is acting up again? Old Sue. I'll take care of this side. You run back by yourself. Qin Lang's brain tingled as he hurriedly used change position to switch himself with Su Yun and said to the few people, the curse has struck. I may have to sleep for a few days. Don't tell anyone about my slumber. After saying that, Qin Lang's 2 eyes went black and fell into endless darkness. Soon, a heavy footstep came from outside the mobile fortress, but it was Su Yun, who had transformed into a giant bear, who had returned. Boss passed out again? Then where are we going next? Su Yun asked. Several people's gazes were directed towards Lin Wanner, who had been with Qin Lang for the longest time and was recognized as the second in command. Although Old Li was strong, it was also recognized that he had no brain. Go back to the Long Vine Asylum. Lin Wanner assisted Qin Lang into the room. Yanzi, later on, you tell Zhou Qingxue that no matter what happens, no one is allowed to go near the mobile fortress, not even if the shelter people die out. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long. Qin Lang finally awoke from his long slumber, and what met his eyes was Lin Wanner's familiar face. You're awake. Lin Wanner was filled with joy. How long have I been unconscious this time? Qin Lang sat up, very weak, but he could clearly feel that his strength was slowly recovering. You were out for 15 whole days. What? Half a month? Qin Lang's eyes widened. The second time he was only unconscious for 3 days. This time it was actually 5 times longer. Then next time, Qin Lang had a bit of a headache. It's true that all of the apostle skills are ridiculously strong, but that's a bit too much of a side effect. Did anything happen during the time I was unconscious? Qin Lang lay down again and patted his forehead. A lot did happen. Which aspect do you want to hear about first? Lin Wanner obediently laid down beside Qin Lang. Has phase 4 begun? Well, it started. On the 5th day of your coma, that flaming monster in the sky exploded. A lot of debris fell to the ground. There was a dungeon that smashed near the shelter, and none of the people who went in to explore came out alive. And that included Zhou Sueki. The underground palace has appeared. Qin Lang rubbed his face. Venturing into the underground palace. What's the difference between that and committing suicide? What else is going on? Zhou Qingxue was outside every day begging for an audience, and was stopped by Yanzi. But one thing is for sure, the shelter is being managed very well by her, and the population has gone from 4,000 in the beginning to over 6,000 now. 7 days ago, the shelter was hit by a wave of corpses that killed nearly 1,000 people, and Lao Su and Ding Yuan went to do the finishing touches. Pile after pile, one thing after another was told by Lin Wanner. There's really only one thing that matters, the 4th phase of the end times has begun. Come on, get out there. Qin Lang rolled over and got out of bed, wrapping Lin Wanner into his arms. These days, it's been hard on you. Isn't that what I should do? Lin Wanner laughed and whacked him. It's not just me. Xiao Shui and Yanzi are also very dedicated to taking care of you. Inside the shelter, located in front of the mobile fortress, a 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex blocked Zhou Qingxue's path, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex grunted. Zhou Qingxue, I've told you many times, no one is allowed to enter during the boss's seclusion. Not even you, the Queen of the Long Vines, are qualified to enter. Go away. Zhou Qingxue stormed out. Kong Shan, you get the hell out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. I have to see the boss today no matter what. Chapter 118 Childhood in the Underground Palace. Kong Shan looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard. I only listen to the orders of the boss. As for you, if you really have the ability, you can step over my corpse. Asterisk 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 you. Zhou Qingxue was so angry that her forehead veins were jumping straight up, but she did not have any way to deal with this Kong Shun, who was using chicken feathers as an arrow. This cargo had played the profession of a licking dog to the fullest since he was incorporated by Qin Lang, and in order to show his loyalty, he was guarding in front of the mobile fortress for almost 24 hours a day, just in order to show his dutifulness to the people in the fortress. The question is, who asked you to guard it? Fine. You won't let me. Then I'll kill you. Zhou Qingxue fiercely clenched her teeth. Her sister had been trapped in the underground palace for as long as 10 days. She had long since lost interest in politics. Today she had to meet Qin Lang no matter what. At worst she had to meet the other principals to let them come to the rescue of her sister. With this in mind, Zhou Qingxue drew her sword and stabbed towards Kong Shun, and a cold aura instantly enveloped Kong Shun. Hey, you! Kong Shun was shocked, never expecting Zhou Qingxue to really dare to make a move on him. He hurriedly retreated to the back, dodging the attack while yelling, Zhou Qingxue, are you a crazy? Armed fighting is prohibited in the Changteng Asylum, and this decree was issued by you. I'm the Queen of Nagato. I'll say what I want. If you don't let me, I'll chop off your head today. Zhou Qingxue screamed and slashed out a few more swords. When he had not been taken in by Qin Lang, Zhou Qingxue was not really a match for Kong Shun, but times were different nowadays. Kong Shun had been escorted to the panel mirror by Qin Lang to store many of the cards. And even though Qin Lang had compensated him with many gold and silver cards in the later stages, he was still nowhere near as good as he was at his peak in terms of his overall battle power. On the contrary, in order for Zhou Qingxue to sit on the throne of the Queen of the Long Vines, not only did Qin Lang not touch her core cards, he also helped her strengthen them quite a bit on top of the original ones, allowing her to reach a battle strength of 1W4, a battle strength that was second only to that of the mobile fortress team of 7. Between this and the other, the 5 Kong Shuns were now no match for Zhou Qingxue. Whoa! Yikes! Kong Shun soon couldn't resist, and was slashed and wailed as blood dripped from the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. Asterisk 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 you. Zhou Qingxue was furious and her hand rose up to drop her sword. No! Kong Shun's pupils suddenly shrunk, and at this moment, he even regretted his intestines. Kong Shun! Kong Shun! Why are you messing with this crazy bastard? Zhou Qingxue, almost done. Just when Kong Shun was ready to meet his death, Qin Lang's voice rang from behind. Like heavenly music, Kong Shun turned around violently. Taking human form he rolled and crawled and rushed to Qin Lang's side, hugging his thighs and howling, Boss! This crazy lot wants to kill me. I'm just doing my duty as a guard for you. I didn't do anything wrong. You have to do something for me. Woo woo, it's okay to cry. Don't wipe your nose on my pants. Qin Lang seemed to smile. Looking at Zhou Qingxue, his tone suddenly turned gloomy. You crossed the line. My sister is trapped in the underground palace. I'm in a hurry. Zhou Qingxue pursed her lips. And that's no reason for you to cross the line. Who told her to go to the dungeon so boldly? Xinlang pulled out a few gold cards and casually tossed them to Kong Shun, who was receiving treatment. You're very dedicated. I like it. Keep it up. This is your reward, boss. Kong Shun's eyes were wet with tears. Alright, stop howling. Heal your injuries and get lost. Xinlang waved his hand and Kong Shun hurriedly bowed deeply and ran away upside down. As for you, Xinlang violently swung out a fist, and a ball of black chi condensed into a fist instantly smashed Zhou Qingxue away. In the face of Xinlang's attack, Zhou Qingxue did not have the ability to resist in any way. Ahem. Zhou Qingxue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Where is the underground palace? Show me. Xinlang walked straight past her. There are no rules, even for women who have fought violently. To the west of the shelter, a few kilometers away, stood an immense and incomparable palace. Humans looked incredibly small in front of this palace. If Sweki isn't dead yet, I'll definitely be able to get her out. Xinlang came to the stone tablet on the right side of the underground palace. This is the complete rule book. What is a rule book? Lin Wanner was a little curious. The day the underground palace appeared, a few of them took the time to come over and look at it, but the text on it was no different from a heavenly book. They didn't recognize a single word. It's the rules for entering this dungeon. Or, laws. I remember some scholar cards. I'll look for them. Xinlang took out a large pile of gold and colored cards from his storage space to rummage through them, and soon turned up 7 or 8 golden, word researcher, tearing them open in order to study them. Word researcher, although it only raises a small amount of battle power value, the rulebook is very important in the future. Xinlang naturally won't hand it over to other people to learn. Or the same sentence. Anyone who has it is better than himself. The heavenly book on the stone tablet became clearer and clearer as the word researcher level was raised to LV3. The name of this dungeon is Childhood. Xinlang pointed to the rulebook and interpreted. Upon entering childhood, the age will randomly become 6-10 years old. Rule number 1, no outside weapons of any kind. Rule number 2, crying attracts a ghost woman. Rule number 3, ducking is required at night. There are only 3 rules. Low-level dungeons. Xinlang nodded secretly. In his previous life, the Earth Palace was categorized into low-level, intermediate level, high level, super high level, and nightmare level, based on the number of rules. Rules 1 to 5 are low level, 6 to 10 are intermediate level, 11 to 15 are high level, 16 to 20 are super high level. Having 20 or more rules is nightmare level. Perhaps it was because Xinlang had received too few channels of information in his previous life, and had never heard of anyone being able to come out alive from the super advanced Earth Palace. You continue to go back to preside over government affairs, and a few of us will go into the Earth Palace to look for Sweki, Xinlang said to Zhou Qingxue. Zhou Qingxue was stunned. I want to go with you guys, if it's possible. Sweki has been trapped inside for so long. Her life and death are uncertain. When her sister is definitely worried. You should let her come with us. Lin Wanner gently tugged on Xinlang's sleeve. I just hit you. Do you hate me? Xinlang suddenly asked. Zhou Qingxue froze and shook her head. I don't hate. It was me who did something wrong. You punished me, right? Not a bad realization. So let's get in there before it's too late. Xinlang nodded at the few people and walked straight into the underground palace. 8 figures, plus a cat and a mushroom, were quickly overwhelmed by the light of the dungeon. The intense vertigo lasted for more than 10 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, Xinlang saw several companions around him and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Old Li, ha 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 ha, you were so fat as a child. Old Li was confused, looked down at his chubby hands, then realized what had happened. Milky voice, has become really small. 6 years old. Ah. Wow. Xinlang, you were so cute when you were little. The same milky voice rang out. A turn of the head was a porcelain doll-like, red-faced little girl, and from the shrunken clothes one could tell that she was Lin Wanner. Chapter 119, The Milkmaid Core Strikes. There were a total of 7 little tykes on the scene, all between the ages of 6 to 8. The only older girl was Zhou Qingxue, who was lucky enough to turn 10, and not only was she much taller than them, but her strength had been cut down the least. As for Blackie and Q-Boy, they were not restricted by the rules and stayed as they were. Apparently the rules here were only for humans. Boss, I don't feel like I have much strength. Little bald Old Li patted his head. It's normal to have no strength. Xinlang explained to the crowd that those who were randomly up to 6 years old would have their fighting strength cut down to only 20% or 30% left, and for every year upwards, 10% would be added. And a top age like Zhou Qingxue would be able to utilize up to 60% or 70% of her strength in her heyday. If you want to say that luck is also a form of strength, we may have to look up to you next. Qin Lang looked at Zhou Qingxue, who was a full head taller than him, and said deliberately. Zhou Qingxue bristled. It's better to hurry and find my sister. Don't worry. There's something I need to tell you first. This dungeon. It's likely that we're not the only team. If there are other teams that have entered the local dungeon during the same period of time, we're likely to run into them. What do you mean? Several people had odd expressions. Qin Lang picked up a tree branch and drew a few circles on the ground. The circles represent the underground palace. Although the location is different, as long as the rules of the underground palace are the same, they will all end up in the same space. It's equivalent to a copy in the game, Chen Shui said in a milky voice. Pretty much, Qin Lang nodded. Who do you think researched all this stuff? Old Li let out a sigh of relief. Find someone first. You all remember the rules of the dungeon, right? Of course. No crying, no outside weapons, and you need to hide when it comes to the night. Go. Qin Lang raised his hand, and the 7 little tykes immediately followed the eldest child, Zhou Qingxue, towards the front. Geographically, it was a forest, and instead of being eerie, the tones were bright, and the trees were full of brightly colored, unknown fruits. Try not to touch anything here if you can, especially the food. Qin Lang reminded the crowd while carefully looking around. Even though he had returned from Rebirth, it was his first time entering the underground palace, and nervousness was inevitable. After traveling along for about half a bell, Suyan suddenly called out to him, "Boss, there's a discovery." Qin Lang turned around and walked over, noticing that several palm-sized models of children appeared in Suyan's hands, seemingly made of plastic and carved in a lifelike manner, with different expressions on each model's face. So childish. It reminds me of the plastic toy soldiers I used to play with. Old Li was a bit emotional. Look guys, there's a lot of them up ahead. Zhou Qingxue realized that the further she went, the more character models were scattered around, and what was frightening was that the expressions on their faces were indescribably bizarre. I'm a little scared. Lin Wanner's hand holding Qin Lang trembled slightly. Strange. I'm usually not this timid. When people get smaller, not only do they lose their battle prowess, but their tolerance for fear also decreases. Qin Lang also obviously felt that something was wrong. Since he entered the underground palace, his heart had been surging. He hadn't even been this nervous when he fought the big brain in the mushroom cave of the earth. Ah, what's that thing? Look out! Zhou Qingxue suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked in unison, only to see a mist appearing in front of them for no reason, and dozens of figures appeared in the mist shakily, slowly approaching. Prepare to meet the enemy. Qin Lang stood in front of the crowd, standing side by side with Zhou Qingxue. Ga! Ga! The sound of bones rubbing together rang out one after another, and a few minutes later, a group of zombies covered in rotting bodies came out of the mist with a foul stench, and after spotting their target, they howled and pounced. Ice pick! Zhou Qingxue roared and swung out her fists. A dozen ice picks hit the zombies, killing several of them on the spot. These walkers are so meaty. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Zhou Qingxue only used one attack to measure the battle strength of the zombie horde. They must be at least 5,000 or more. Not good to kill. A bad premonition rose from her mind. Although her sister Zhou Sueki had brought quite a few attendants with fighting ability when she entered the underground palace, but if the monsters they encountered were all at the level of these zombies in front of them, they wouldn't be able to fight them at all. Ow ow ow. Suyan then looked up to the sky and transformed into a small milk bear over a meter tall. He looked down at his miniature paws and revealed a helpless expression, but immediately rushed into the zombie group to start killing. Although it was only a small milk bear, his fighting strength took Zhou Qingxue's breath away, and a dozen or so zombies were easily exterminated by him. To be fair, even if Qin Shui had added some gain aura to her as well, she wouldn't have been able to kill so crisply. Everyone on Qin Lang's team is an expert. Even though the zombie horde was extinguished, the mists became thicker and thicker, and the monster hissing that rang in their ears from time to time made the hearts of the crowd rise up in their throats. What the hell is that up ahead? Qin Lang realized that there was a black shadow in front of him, and he tried to detect it with his battle power detector, only to find that it was completely ineffective in the underground palace, and was not useful at all. Let me cast a stone for a moment. Old Li took out a stone obtained along the way and smashed it hard towards the black shadow. Only hearing a boom, the black shadow's body was smashed and shook, and then it turned around and pounced towards them. It was a large bird with an extremely terrifying appearance, with a body of more than 2 meters tall. It was no different from a giant in the eyes of Qin Lang's group of milkmaid. It opened its black wings and shot out dozens of feathers. Holy light shield. Sun Yan took a step forward and raised his hands to hold up a light shield, and the feathered arrows that hit the light shield were all bounced off. Seeing the failure of the attack, the big bird became more and more violent, leaped up to the mid-air, neck violently raised backward. Seems to be brewing some big move. Lally saw the situation and continuously threw stones. These stones are like cannonballs, solidly smashed in the big bird, not only interrupted its casting of the spells, but also smashed one of its wings. The loss of center of gravity of the big bird screamed and landed on the ground. Ow ow ow. The little milk bear that Suyin turned into and the little lizard man that Ding Yuan turned into were both the first to pounce on him, and with the two of them clamping down, the big bird perished on the spot. Oh, good luck, boss. Colored cards. Suyin shouted his voice in delight. Nice. Qin Lang briefly expressed his satisfaction, and after resting in place for a while, he continued on his way. About half an hour later, the crowd walked out of the misty area, and what met their eyes was a beautiful scene. Wooden houses, wigwams, streams, and all sorts of little beasts with countless arms and legs or heads or eyes. Next to the wooden house, several children were eating, and they all revealed surprised expressions when they saw Qin Lang and his party. Chapter 120, Ghost Woman. Just as surprised as these children were the 8 Qin Lang people, as they realized that this group of children were all little black children, obviously coming from another country. #UN%, #UN%. The leader of the black child suddenly shouted, followed by a dozen black children rushed out of the cabin, each hand holding a small firearm. They did not have any communication, meaning to directly pull the trigger. Bullets splashed in. Qin Lang was furious, and with a wave of his right arm, the black chi condensed into a huge shield, blocking all the bullets. Get these sons of Es killed. Old Li's few were furious to the extreme. What kind of person would lay down a deadly hand as soon as they met? No need for you to make a move. Qin Lang's eyes were sinister, and between his arm vibrations, a large mass of dark green poisonous mist erupted from his fingertips into the sky, and then enveloped towards the group of black children. #UN%, #UN%. The black child leader was shocked and tried to dispel the poisonous mist with his flames. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Lang's deadly poisonous cloud was a dark gold skill, and it wasn't in existence that could be dispersed by ordinary flames. Even if some of it was burned away, it did not affect the power of the poison cloud in the slightest. Ahem. Cough. For a while the black children enveloped by the poisonous cloud let out bursts of coughing. Soon the coughing turned into wailing and screaming as they cried out in pain and rolled all over the floor in the poisonous mist. Qin Lang dispersed the touch of darkness and looked at the black children in the poisonous mist with cold eyes. His pupils suddenly condensed and raised his hand to signal the crowd to retreat. In that poisonous fog, at some point a huge body appeared, about the same size as a big bird, but with a wider body structure. The creature ignored the poisonous fog and came to the black children, waving the cane in its hand to turn all of them, who were wailing and crying in pain because of inhaling too much poisonous gas, into dolls. It's Ghost Woman. A piercing chill spread from the top of his head to the end of his toes. It turns out that all those dolls they encountered on the road were all transformed by the explorers. The poisonous mist gradually dispersed, and people finally got a good look at the real face of the Ghost Woman, which was an old lady with a face full of pustules on a hill mountain peak, with all kinds of dolls hanging from her twisted walking stick. The Ghost Woman seemed to have her own rules for choosing dolls, picking only some that it recognized and not even looking at the rest. Woo! After the Ghost Woman finished this, she looked at the crowd with a deep gaze and said nothing as she turned around and walked towards the depths. Zhou Qingxue exclaimed. You wait! Give my sister back to me! What? Qin Lang froze. You saw Sweki? Zhou Qingxue's eyes reddened with anxiety as she nodded heavily. Yes, on its crutches. I recognize Sweki's clothes. It turned Sweki into a doll. Qin Lang grabbed Zhou Qingxue, who was trying to attack the Ghost Woman. Don't be impulsive. The fact that it didn't attack us means that it's not a monster but a rule guardian. Attacking it hastily will surely end badly. Qingxue, don't be swayed by your emotions. Since we are here, we will definitely find a way to save Sweki. Lin Wan'er also advised. You have to trust us and trust Qin Lang. Zhou Qingxue was dumbfounded, and for a long time bowed towards Qin Lang. I'm sorry, I didn't control myself just now. I will never be like this again. Qin Lang nodded. Sweki being turned into a doll is good news in a way. It means that Sweki has only broken the rules of this place and may not be hopeless. Let's look around and see if there's a way to turn the doll back into a human. Good. A group of people walked into the wooden house only to realize that it was not a native building in the underground palace, but a gold card building, because there were a lot of high-tech products inside, such as TVs, central air conditioning and whatnot. The house was not only messy, but also had a peculiar odor mixed with cologne that was unpleasant. Din Hope opened the window and let the air out for a while before the smell disappeared. What are you reading? Qin Lang looked at Chen Shui, who was holding a thick book in her hands and was carefully flipping through it. It's a diary written by one of them. In English. Show me. Qin Lang took the books. It was indeed a diary that recorded their experiences after entering the underground palace, and the recorder was the scholar in the group. Qin Lang carefully flipped through the books and took 2 whole hours to read all the notes. He smiled and said, Qing Xue, if what is recorded in this book is true, then your sister is saved. What does it say? It says that anyone who breaks the rules will be turned into a doll. And the way to turn a doll back into a human is really simple. Find the altar and sacrifice the monster's heart to the ghost woman. Qin Lang pointed to one of the lines of text and said, however, the strength of that monster far exceeded our imagination. In order to let the doll return to human form, we forcefully crusade against the monster. As a result, instead of succeeding in the crusade, we lost 13 of our men. There were more than 100 of us when we came in, and now there are only a dozen of us left. Alas, I want to go home so badly. According to the books, the monster habitat is in the west, while the altar is in the north. Now that it's getting late, let's rest here for the night for now, and set out in the morning to kill the monsters first, and then go straight to the altar. Zhou Qingxue looked at the somewhat dim sky outside and could only nod her head in agreement. In the evening, the silence in the forest was eerie. Luckily, the cabin's power supply was intact and the house was lit up like daytime, more or less dispelling some of the fear of being in the unknown. Old Li inhaled a cigarette and exhaled heavily. Seeing this, Qin Lang couldn't help but snicker. Old Li, you should really look in the mirror to see what kind of look you have now. You've turned into a little tit and you're still so addicted to cigarettes? Old Li heckled. Smoking is a way to relieve stress. It has nothing to do with whether my body is big or small. Do you want one? I'm even. I don't want to smoke right now. Qin Lang waved his hand to reject it and went back to his words. The third rule of the underground palace is that you need to hide at night. It means that there might be some kind of creature attack here at night. Tonight, 2 people will be on watch. I will be with Zhou Qingxue. The rest of us will form our own teams. And those of us who don't have a turn will seize the time to go and rest. We've seen so many big storms and waves, but don't roll over in this underground palace. The people were deeply impressed. And after dinner they went to bed one after another. The ones on first shift were Qin Lang and Zhou Qingxue. Qin Lang sat leisurely on the rattan chair, with Xiaohei lying in his arms and Q-boy squatting by his feet. But he was not lonely at all. On the side, Zhou Qingxue sat in the doorway with her hands clasped around her curled legs, her eyes empty, not knowing what she was thinking. He was not in the mood for conversation, so the 2 of them stayed silent until it was time to change the guard. I had advised Sweki not to venture into such inexplicable places, but she refused to listen. Zhou Qingxue suddenly said. She said that she can only become stronger so that you can look at her squarely instead of simply treating her as a bedmate. Chapter 121, The Power of Teams. Qin Lang silently turned his head, a sneer surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Are you saying all this because you want me to be moved? If you ask me, you sisters might as well honestly be my bedmates. At least you won't attract trouble for me. Zhou Qingxue blushed. I hate people who don't think for themselves. Why do you think we're here? Qin Lang coldly grunted. If you want to join my team, do your job honestly, and cut out these messy little maneuvers. It's almost time. Go call Old Li and the others to come over and change the guard. Oh, Zhou Qingxue rose in silence. The night passed without incident. After having breakfast, Qin Lang led the crowd to the monster habitat. The scholar in that black child's team's description of the monster was very simple, only saying that it was a group of monsters that couldn't be killed, perhaps related to some kind of rules, but nothing else was recorded. Apparently he hadn't thought of a way to defeat the monster. An hour later, the 8 people successfully arrived at the monster habitat. It was a pool. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, like a fairy tale world, if not for those huge lotus leaves squatting a large number of monstrous monsters to spoil the beauty. The scenery here is first class. This toad is so oozingly long. Old Li sked. It doesn't look like it's very powerful. I'll try? Su Yun volunteered to fight. Qin Lang nodded. Ding Yuan, you go with Lao Su. Just test the waters. If you can't beat them, run. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Got it. Su Yun moved his arms and legs and opened his short legs and ran in the direction of the pool, both he and Ding Yuan contorting during the run. Guh? The toad-like monsters on the lotus leaves had sharp senses, and they turned their heads to look over after sensing the enemy attack. Ow ow ow. The little milk bear came to the shore and provoked it by slapping the ground hard. The toad monsters cooed a few times and simultaneously rushed towards the shore. Their strong and powerful hind legs made their bouncing power exceptionally amazing. A jump could be 7 or 8 meters away, and in 2 takes off and landing they rushed to the little milk bear and the little lizard man. Killing vines. Little milk bear's right palm slapped. Large swaths of vines emerged from the void, immediately entangling those toad monsters whose body shapes were about the size of a casserole dish. As the vines tightened, the toad monsters let out a gurgle of screams, and without exception, they weren't strangled to death and turned into fragments. That's right, they don't have bodies. They're simply pieces. Brother Qin, look. Sun Yan raised her hand and pointed. The originally empty lotus leaves actually recoalesced with toad monsters, exactly the same as the previous ones. They cooed and rushed backward and forward, and with every batch that Su Yun and Ding Yuan killed, new monsters appeared in the next moment. There's something wrong with this pool. But, Qin Lang pinched his brow. It was fine for him to fight, but solving puzzles really wasn't his strong point. Ah! Sun Yan slapped her palm. I told you how these lotus leaves look so strange. Brother, look! Does it look like a puzzle? Jigsaw? Qin Lang fixed his eyes on it, and as expected, those seemingly oddly shaped lotus leaves were actually pieces of a jigsaw puzzle scattered all around. Smart! Worthy of being a schoolmaster. Qin Lang was overjoyed and rubbed Sun Yan's head vigorously. Xiao Shui, you go and aid Lao Su and the others. I'll take care of the puzzle. Yanzi, you take command and tell me which diagram corresponds to which. Alright, give me some time. Let me take a closer look. Sun Yan climbed to a nearby tree and stood tall to speed draw the lotus leaves in the pool. Coo. Perhaps discovering the secret exposure, a part of the monsters inside the pool separated and jumped towards Qin Lang's side. Dogs, if you weren't so shabby looking, I'd have to take you to the rim. Oldly cursed and smashed out rocks. Each rock was a cannonball, directly smashing the toad monsters to the point where they couldn't take care of themselves. Even if by chance there were a few that rushed to the shore, they were shattered by Zhou Qingxue with an ice pick. 10 minutes later, Sun Yan threw the drawing book to Qin Lang. Brother Qin, I've already marked it. Just move the puzzle pieces according to the top. Qin Lang looked down at the drawing book. His brain buzzed. Not that Sun Yan's drawing level was not good. It was really that there were too many lines. He looked straight dizzy. Let me help you. Lin Wanner took the drawing book and commanded. 7 o'clock on the lower left. 1 o'clock on the upper right. That's much easier. Qin Lang executed the royal chi technique and put the lotus leaf puzzles together one by one as directed by Lin Wanner. This process lasted less than 10 minutes. And when the last piece of the puzzle was successfully put together, all the toad monsters that had pummeled the crowd let out miserable screams and turned into fragments that surged towards the middle of the complete puzzle. Coo, quack. In the next moment, a giant toad that was 7 or 8 meters tall appeared in the middle, and with a loud roar, it rushed towards the direction where Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Chen Shui were, as if it was a hill smashing down. Murderous vines, touch of darkness, ice prison. Su Yun, Qin Lang, and Zhou Qingxue all struck out at the same time, rigidly controlling the giant toad in midair and preventing it from moving. Hit it with long-range skills. Remember not to use weapons. Qin Lang hurriedly reminded a sentence that people could easily forget the rules in such tense moments. Lin Wan hurriedly let go of her hand, and just a little bit later, she pulled out the forest wolf. The killing of the giant toad was arguably uneventful, with the entire round being a squad of 8. It wasn't that the giant toad was weak, it was really that the team that Qin Lang had created was too comprehensive, resisting damage, controlling the field, outputting, gaining, and detracting from each and every one of them. It only took a few minutes for the crowd to join forces and pop the giant toad. Oh, a big shipment? Qin Lang's eyes were happy. Xiao Hei ran back with a dark gold card in his mouth. Flipping the card over, it was the second dark gold, Team Glory. With another one, he could upgrade the card, not only to increase the player positions, but perhaps more functions. This thing should be the heart. Get some rest and let's go to the altar. The battle was uneventful but physically exhausting. After resting in place for an hour or so, the group kicked off and headed for the altar. On the way, the crowd encountered some strange and weird monsters, which were easily crushed by Oldly and Su Yun without Qin Lang's hands. A few hours later, is this the altar? Qin Lang looked towards the towering 4-square building not far away, and 2 rows of torches stretched from 100 meters away to the 4-square building. Torches were lit as the crowd walked by. Be careful. Qin Lang held the black heart and carefully walked up the steps. On the other side of the altar, the ghost woman was sitting on the ground with her walking stick. Seeing the arrival of Qin Lang's group, it waved its walking stick and signaled Qin Lang to throw the heart into the fire pot. The moment Qin Lang threw his heart into the fire pot, many three-dimensional figures appeared in his mind, with corresponding dolls underneath each of them, and a 0/3 number in the lower right corner. It means 1 heart can save 3 lives. Chapter 122, Going Hunting Alone. What if more than 3 people are turned into dolls? Qin Lang asked. The ghost woman could obviously understand human language. At that it cracked its big curved moon-shaped mouth, opened its right hand and coalesced a scroll. But just as Qin Lang was about to reach out to pick it up, the ghost woman grunted a few times with some impatience. Oh, I'll save the people first. Qin Lang hemmed and hawed, ticking off Zhou Sueki and the other 2 males standing with her, faces that were somewhat familiar to the asylum. Qin Lang's site had just finished operating when the ghost woman threw out 3 dolls, which landed and transformed into human form. Yuki, Zhou Qingxue rushed over. Sis, why are you here? Qin Lang is also here. Ah! Jo Sweki looked around with blank eyes and screamed in fear when she realized that the ghost woman was behind her. It's a long story. It's good that you're fine. Zhou Qingxue hurriedly comforted her. Qin Lang didn't bother to pay attention to the two sisters and took the scroll from the ghost woman's hand, and was about to ask something more when the ghost woman's figure disappeared into fragments, and along with it, there was also the sound of a sharp and ear-piercing laughter. The sound was unpleasant to the extreme, but Qin Lang felt joy from the laughter. The words on this scroll. Qin Lang unfolded the scroll and scanned it, finding that the contents on the scroll were all garbled, and he could only recognize 5 or 6 out of 100 characters. It looks like we have to level up, text researcher, 2 more times, or else we won't even be able to decipher the message. Qin Lang thought for a moment and decided to leave for the time being. This trip to the underground palace earned a dark gold and a color card is already full of pots. People also saved back. Belong to the double happiness. There is no need to take risks. If you want to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, you can't be too meticulous or too reckless. On the way back, the group didn't encounter any attacks and made it back to the entrance without any problems. Su Yun looked at the one-person high-mirrored entrance in front of him and suddenly said, "If we can find the entrance of those black people from earlier, wouldn't we be able to perform a long-distance teleportation and arrive at their kingdom?" The corner of Qin Lang's mouth lifted. "You have an interesting idea. When I figure out the writing on this scroll, we can study it. Let's go." Qin Lang and his group entered the mirror. There was still a short period of dizziness, and after 10 seconds or so, Qin Lang and his group returned to the entrance of the underground palace, and their figures were all restored to their original forms. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so rash." Jo Sweki lowered her head and apologized. "Let's forget about it this time and not the next." Qin Lang was in a good mood, so naturally he wouldn't bother too much with Jo Sweki. "There's only one thing we need to do next. Collect the word researchers and related cards and figure out what the scrolls mean." Zhou Qingxue, find some time to divide the people with combat power within the shelter into teams and let them go hunting. This shelter of 6,000 to 7,000 people, relying solely on an underground plantation where to hold up. I've been wanting to talk about this for a long time. Zhou Qingxue hurriedly handed a document to Qin Lang. "This is my idea and decree. Can you see if it's feasible? If there's anything that's not well thought out, you bring it up and I'll revise it right away. You're the queen of Nagato. Don't come to me for decisions. And if you have to ask me to give you an opinion, my opinion is simple, the strongest man wins." Qin Lang didn't pick up the document. He wasn't stupid, so how could he really get involved in the construction of the Nagato shelter? As far as he was concerned, he wouldn't bat an eye if all the people of the Nagato asylum died. You have to know that this is the early stage of the last days when human life is like grass, and human beings are as fragile as candles in the wind, and you really want to set up a regime only when everything is stabilized in the later stage. Anyway, in his previous life, Qin Lang hadn't heard of any strong man who had successfully established a regime, holding out to make a city of 100,000 people. After returning to the mobile fortress and resting for a day, Qin Lang brought along Xiao Hei and Q Boy to go out hunting, while Old Li and his party were not idle. Each of them found their own positions in the long vine shelter, and every day, they brought a huge group of people to hunt the nearby monsters so as to enhance their strength. Time rushed by and half a month passed. Boom! The 3-meter-tall giant was shot in the head with an arrow, and the ground shook with it the moment the body fell. Qin Lang retrieved daybreak and leisurely walked towards the corpse of the giant. After this half a month of almost sleepless hunting, Qin Lang's battle power had already reached 2W5. Facing this kind of 1W battle power out of the monster could completely kill it in seconds without any pressure. Oh, so lucky. Another colored card. This is the third one today, right? Qin Lang beautifully pocketed the colored cards, and since he had been targeting large monster hunts, he had a steady stream of high-level cards coming in every day. Take a break today when you've taken care of one more 10,000 battle monster, and let me con where the nearest one is. Qin Lang opened the colored card hanging around his neck, Monster Radar, and as the ripples spread, a 1W5 battle power monster appeared 10 kilometers away and was moving slowly. Get in the car. Qin Lang patted the car seat, and Xiao Hei and Q-Boy immediately ran back. The motorcycle spewed a large black mist and disappeared at the end of the road, 10 kilometers away. Run! Run! Dozens of men and women were running for their lives. Behind them a quadrupedal creature was chasing after them. This creature looked like the insectoids in the ancient movie. It possessed a pair of indestructible slender chelicerae and an indestructible black carapace. The bazooka could only cause trace damage to it, and those cold weaponry were even more needless to mention. Ah! A woman falls while running for her life, and without waiting for her companion to pull her up, the bug jumps behind her, slashes her chelicerae downward, and skewers her into a kebab high in the air. Ah poof! The woman didn't die through A large amount of blood spurted out of her mouth, and in the next second, the bug threw her into her mouth and swallowed her alive. Ah! Nima's dead bugs. I'll fight you. A dark-skinned man in the team watched his woman crush being swallowed alive. His eyes were red as he shouldered his machine gun and pulled the trigger regardless. Clang! Dang! Dang! The bullets bounced off the monster's body as much as they could, not even leaving a trace. Asterisk 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 me. Seeing the uselessness of the machine gun, the man drew his belt knife and yelled. Flames instantly covered his entire body, only to see him leap up and slash at the bugs with both hands. Put! The commissary easily penetrated his chest, and the man's form hung in mid-air. Vomit poof! The next moment the man spat out blood. His body lost weight and was thrown into the monster's mouth. The vice captain is dead. This monster's combat power is definitely more than 1W5. Someone screamed at the sight of the lieutenant's misery. They all knew that the vice captain's combat strength was 8,000, and unusual monsters were no match for him. It's all at this time, don't care so much. Saving your life is important, Captain Mamer yelled, and as he saw the retreating vehicle right in front of him, the ground suddenly burst open, and two identical bugs burrowed out, completely blocking the way of the crowd. Chapter 123, The Sunflame Shelter. Despair spread through the crowd like a plague. One bug was enough to wipe out their group, and three appeared on the battlefield at this moment. How can I escape from death? Everyone pondered this question, yet the answer made them despair even more. Captain, are we going to die? A girl in the group was in tears. She was not happy. It was so hard to make it through the post-apocalyptic world. Why did God do this to her? Defensive formation. Mamoru took a deep breath, and the players were scared but still tacitly formed a defensive formation with their backs to each other. The three bugs approached the crowd without slowing down, waving their slender commissary and looking down on the group of ants. Captain, I like you. If there is a next life, will you marry me? The female team member choked. Ma-mo was stunned and nodded heavily. I actually like you too. I don't dare to confess to you. Afraid of being rejected by you. I'm really happy to hear you say that. The female team member wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and flashed a smile. Kill this group of bugs, Mamoru yelled. Bullets rained down on the three giant insects. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one noticed a flash of color in Mamer's eyes. A few minutes later, three consecutive arrows broke through the air and penetrated the heads of the three giant insects. A handsome young man rode a motorcycle onto the battlefield, and it was none other than Qin Lang. He put away Daybreak and surveyed the wretched battlefield with a curious face. It wasn't the bugs that struck him as strange, but the human corpses that had been transformed into human skin. In his previous life, he had come into contact with the insect race and knew their feeding methods, the vast majority of which were to rip the human body to pieces or directly swallow it raw. And no insect race would suck human blood dry. If it's a brainworm, it's only sucking the brain marrow. Strange. How the hell did they die? Qin Lang muttered. However, he didn't put it on his mind. Whether someone else died or not didn't have much to do with him. After Xiaohei dug the card out of the bug's head, Qin Lang straddled the motorcycle and prepared to leave. Wait, help me. Suddenly a voice came out from the pit next to him. Qin Lang approached to see a man huddled in a pit that had long since collapsed, covered in blood. Qin Lang yanked the man out. Are you with them? The man's eyes were obscure. Yes, I'm their captain, and they're all members of my team. My name is Marmo, from the Sunflame Asylum. Sunflame Shelter. Never heard of it. Qin Lang shook his head. Having been out hunting alone for over half a month now, he had long since gotten away from Nagato City. Can you take me back to the shelter? The boss will pay you if he knows you saved me. Mamoru's eyes were a little expectant. Qin Lang shrugged. If you're getting paid, why not? This bike is for you to ride. Take me to the shelter. Thanks. Mamer mounted his motorcycle and led the way, while Qin Lang tore open a gold card carrier and followed in his SUV. Before leaving, Qin Lang looked deeply at those human skins, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Sunflame Shelter, a shelter built in the middle of an artificial lake, was 100 meters away from the shore, requiring a pontoon bridge to be built for passage. I'm surprised the lake hasn't dried up here. Qin Lang sked. Although the climate in the fourth stage of the end times had gradually stabilized, the scorching heat of the third stage had turned many places into deserts, and how to obtain a stable water source had become the #1 problem for survivors all over the world. The lake dried up a long time ago when we built the shelter here, and this is all seawater that the boss brought in from somewhere else. Oh, this is seawater? Qin Lang squinted his eyes and looked closely, and soon saw a group of dolphins in this lake. Just outrageous. Captain Ma is back. Open the pontoon. With a shout, the 3-meter wide and 100-meter long pontoon bridge floated up from under the water. Horse team, how? Did you come back alone? Where are they? A young man in his early 20s asked. All dead. Marmo lowered his voice. Ha? How is it possible? Could it be that even the Vice Squad is in a state of shock? Exclaimed the young man. We've encountered a new monster. It's a big bug that's impervious to knives and guns. Is the boss around? Marmo clearly didn't want to explain too much to the young man. Boss has already led the team out for 3 days. Just now he contacted the headquarters. The earliest he can come back will be at night. After the young man finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Lang. This is Qin Lang. It's my savior. Let's go inside and talk about it. Mamer was clearly in a high position at the asylum, and those who encountered him along the way bowed and curtsied respectfully. Boss will have to come back at night. I have a lot of physical exertion. I need some time to rest, or else I'll let Xiaoli accompany you to stroll around the shelter. And we'll talk about the payoff when boss comes back at night? Mamoru hesitated for a moment and said, no problem. Qin Lang waved his hand. I'll just stroll around by myself. Good. Mamer left in a hurry. The young man called Little Lee was in a very low mood, and it was obvious that there were his friends and family in the group that had been massacred. Have a cigarette? Qin Lang handed over a cigarette. Lee was stunned and took it with a forced smile. Thank you. Tell me about your shelter. And what is your boss? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not spying. I'm just a wanderer who happened to run into Captain Ma. Qin Lang's posture was very low, and in the face of an object with no conflict of interest, Qin Lang would choose to play dumb most of the time. Xiaoli smiled. There's nothing I can't say. However, I'm more interested in your experience. Brother Qin, how did you survive alone? And how much battle power do you have? Mediate if you don't mind if I sweep you. Feel free to sweep. It doesn't matter. Qin Lang laughed out loud. Other side. Marmo walked into a 3-story building, and on the top floor, in the main control room, he connected to the boss. Boss, I'm back. Everyone else is hanging. What happened? The woman's voice came from the other end of the headset. Here's the thing. We came across a new monster while hunting. It's a bug. Mamoru told the story as it was, not even hiding the fact that he had sacrificed dozens of his teammates in order to stay alive. So that's what happened. You don't have to beat yourself up. I'm already happy that you survived. Even if you hadn't killed the others, they would have been killed by the bugs. What is it that you are so eager to contact me about? I brought back a person. His name is Qin Lang. His battle power is not high, but his weapon level is very high. He can kill bugs in seconds. I suspect it's a dark gold card. I tricked him into coming to our shelter. Oh, a dark gold weapon wielder? Are you sure? I can't be 100% sure, but I trust my judgment. I have about 6 hours to get back to the shelter. Stabilize him until I get back. There are no weaklings who dare to go out hunting alone. Yes. Chapter 124, Queen of the Seas Team. No way. You dare to hunt alone when you only have a battle power of just over 10,000? After scanning Qin Lang's combat power, Xiaoli stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. Qin Lang hemmed and hawed. Look at what you're saying. Is the 10,000 battles weak? Weak is definitely not weak. Captain Ma only recently broke through the 10,000 battles. You can at least rank in the top 10 in our shelter with this battle power. But when facing hordes of monsters, the 10,000 battles are just SOSO. I do think that not only are you powerful, but you are also very bold. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad guys? Lee looked to be in his early 20s, but was actually only 17, and just seemed to have never experienced anything and spoke rather innocently. Qin Lang was a bit puzzled as to how a simple teenager like Xiaoli had survived until now in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Qin Lang said happily, who dares to go to Liangshan without 323? I naturally have my cards. Well, I've answered all your questions. Shouldn't you also answer my question? What's the origin of your boss? He. I knew you were interested in the boss. Our boss? That's a godlike character. You see the artificial lake outside? That was all made by the boss alone. Oh, how did she get it? This can't be told to you. You'll naturally know when you meet her. Xiaoli hemmed and hawed. Okay, forget it if you don't. Then let's have tea and change the subject. After a couple hours. Mr. Qin. Ma-Mo pushed the door in and laughed. I've been looking for you guys for half a day. But it turns out that you're here drinking tea and chatting. Boss is back. She wants to see you. Qin Lang nodded and got up. Good. Qin Lang immediately got up and followed Ma-Mo to the council hall. Arriving at the door of the council hall, Mamer smiled and said, Mr. Qin, although you saved my life, but we have rules in the asylum that you must unload your weapon before meeting the boss. You see. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then I'd better not see it. It's the end times now. In case I hand over my weapon and you guys flip out, I won't even be able to resist. See how you put it. How could I possibly take a shot at Nkong? Ma-Mo shook his head repeatedly and said in a firm tone, I still have this bottom line of being a human being. Oh, you're talking to me about the bottom line of being a human being, aren't you? Qin Lang revealed an odd smile. I saved you, but you set your sights on my weapon. Is this not considered to be enmity? What? Marmo froze. What do you mean? Qin Lang spread his hand out and simply showed his cards. I'm a person who's used to being cautious, so I planted an eavesdropping mushroom on you when you weren't paying attention, and I heard all the conversations you had with the boss. Mamoru blushed. Bugging mushrooms. Where? Mamoru fumbled around on his body for half a day, and sure enough, he found a tiny earphone-shaped mushroom on the back of his collar. Pitfalling your teammates in order to keep yourself alive. In order to get my weapon. You went out of your way to trick me into coming to your shelter. And for that you have to lick your face to talk to me about the bottom line in humanity. Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Do you still want to have a face? Mamo's face was green and white for a while. He could not imagine that his own nasty things were all exposed in Qin Lang's eyes. Okay, those of you in the house. You can stop pretending and come out. Squeak! The doors to the council chamber opened. A woman and 3 men walked out slowly. The woman vaulted in the center was in her late 30s, plump, wearing a blue crown and holding a sapphire scepter. Even the long dress she wore was blue. The 3 men were dressed differently. One was dressed as a ninja with only one eye showing. One was a burly man carrying a huge axe with his breasts bared. And another held a white paper fan and wore a royal blue satin gentleman's suit, dressed like an ancient scholar. Princesses, ninjas, barbarians, scribes. There are just too many slots for a combination like this. 9 doesn't match 8. Boss. Mamoru hurried to the side of the small group of 4. The princess smiled faintly. Since the plot has been dismantled by you, I'm not going to bother pretending. Hand over that weapon that can kill the insectoids in seconds, and I can consider letting you live. Boss has already been merciful. I advise you not to toast the wine and refuse to eat it. The scholar shook his white paper fan and smirked. What kind of eyes do you have? You don't think that with a small 10,000 battles like you and a dark gold weapon you can pose a threat to us, do you? Dark gold weapons. Our Lord Sea Queen also has them. It turns out that the boss of the Sunflame shelter is nicknamed Sea Queen. Hand over your weapons and get out. The barbarian growled. What if I refuse? Qin Lang was all smiles. Refusal only leads to death. I've given you the greatest grace I can. Why are you so insensitive? I only want your weapon, not your life. The corners of the Sea Queen's mouth raised slightly. Or, are you deliberately acting like you don't care? Wanting to win my appreciation so that you can join my team? Empress Hai carefully sized up Qin Lang, becoming more and more determined in her thoughts, and said with a bright smile, I have to say, I'm very much eating your face, and I'm also very much eating your desire to capture this set of things. Let's do it this way. Hand over the weapon, and I'll give you the opportunity to please me. As long as you can satisfy me, I can consider letting you join the shelter as a captain. Hey, how long are you going to talk to yourself? I don't even want goods like you for nothing. Qin Lang really couldn't listen anymore. After mixing for so many years in the last world, what kind of people had he not seen? Cruel, perverted, twisted in mind, but it was the first time he had seen someone as self-righteous as the Sea Queen. I'll crush a few of you as easily as I crush a bug. Who the hell gave you the courage to pass your claws at me? Boss, this kid doesn't seem to understand the situation. Why don't you just stop babbling with him? Wouldn't it be painful to cripple him and send him to your bed? The scholar said with a smirk, blatantly not putting Qin Lang in his eyes. Empress Hai nodded. That's the way it has to be. Barbarian, this kid is yours. Just cripple him. Don't kill him for me. Don't worry, boss. Barbarian waved his giant axe with an exuberant expression. I will break his limbs and send him to your boudoir. Kid, are you ready? Qin Lang had a cloudy expression on his face, but he was muttering a bit in his heart. Why was his opponent so emboldened when he knew he had a dark gold weapon with a terrifying attack power? Unless, Qin Lang thought of a possibility. Among these few people, there must be someone who possessed a skill like disarm or seal. Otherwise it would be impossible to be so arrogant. Let's try out your bottom cards first. As Qin Lang thought of this, he directly took out a color card grade, Star Bow. Ha. Come up here and show your bottom card? Now it's mine. The scholar laughed maniacally and did not know what action he did. The next second Qin Lang felt that his hands were empty. The Star Bow was somehow replaced with a white paper fan, and the Star Bow was grasped in the scholar's hands. Qin Lang froze. What kind of skill is that? Chapter 125, Unilateral Crushing. It wasn't that Qin Lang was deliberately pretending to be surprised, but he was really amazed by this skill. If anyone in the team had mastered this skill and used it to control the field, it would be a killer. The scholar was smug and patted the Starbow and said, You're a dying man anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. This skill is called switching hands. As the name suggests, it can switch the weapon in my hand with the enemy. Now that your bottom card has been switched to my hand, What else do you have to fight us with? Ha 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 ha. This kid can only say that he's too lucky to live until now. If he ran into us earlier, he would have died long ago, ha 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 ha. Barbarian laughed maniacally, and the Sea Empress also cracked her scarlet lips in laughter. Your good luck ends here, Barbarian. On. Coming. Barbarian waved his great axe and leapt forward, bringing up a furious cyclone. He was a barbarian at his core, just like Old Lee. The difference being that Old Lee was better at long-range throwing, while Barbarian was a melee fighter. Seeing that Barbarian was already close at hand, Qin Lang did not move at all, giving the impression that he was scared silly. The Sea Queen giggled. Don't get it dead, oh. I know. The words fell. Barbarian's huge axe had already fallen, and just when everyone thought that Qin Lang would be hacked away, something unexpected happened. Dozens of black tentacles actually tied up Barbarian's entire body, making his body hang in midair and unable to move. This is a druid skill? Vines? The Sea Queen was a little insightful, but not much, and mistook Qin Lang's skill for something else. The ninja in the group frowned, and as his palms flipped, a dozen or so boomerangs made a swooshing, cracking sound hitting the tentacles, but without exception, they were not bounced off. No, it's not a vine. The defense is high. Concealed weapons can't break it. The ninja drew his short sword and arched his back, tackled the thief. After saying that, the ninja attacked towards Qin Lang with a low roar. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth, and the dark tentacles just wrapped around Barbara and flung them towards the ninja. Ah! Bang! There was a loud bang. The muscular and burly barbarian's body came into close contact with the ground, and his entire head exploded, leaving only his empty cavity spewing out blood, so it could be said that he died an untimely death. Qin Lang looked at the creepy expressions of the several people instead. What are you hiding for? If you don't hide, he will at most be seriously injured and won't die at all. You, the ninja was a little peeved. The Empress of the Sea finally realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. Your battle power is definitely more than 10,000. You're hiding it? Qin Lang shrugged. Yeah, it's true that I've hidden 1 billion points of battle power. And a few days ago I hunted and got a few people of low profile talents. Humph. The Sea Empress took a step forward and waved her staff. I was going to let you live, but you killed Barbara, and now no one in heaven or on earth can save you. You're dead. A powerful aura emanated from the Sea Empress body, and it was clear that she was brewing some kind of killing move. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth turned up slightly. What makes you think I'm going to let you get away with this? Look at me. The Empress of the Sea frowned, and when she looked into Qin Lang's eyes, her brain felt a sharp pain. Oh no! Spiritual attack. Infinity Nightclub. The Queen of the Sea looked around in bewilderment as several big-bellied bosses were drinking left and right. Why am I here? Chen Feier patted her pulpy head. Wasn't it already the end of the world? Why would she appear in a nightclub? Could it be that there was no end of the world and everything was a dream? And a celebrity nightclub headliner herself? Fifi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and toast the boss. The female companion on the side urged. Chen Feier busily raised her cup. Boss, I'll toast to you. I'll drink first. Between the push and pull, men and women hooked shoulders. The atmosphere ambiguous. The wine is over. The slightly drunken Chen Feier was embraced by the fat boss and entered the hotel room. The moment she pushed open the door and looked at the dozen or so men wearing masks and holding various props in their hands, Chen Feier's wine instantly woke up 7 points. She screamed in terror and struggled to escape, but her body was too limp to run. One of the masked men angrily shouted, Chen Feier, you, my boss loves you so much, but you cheated all of my boss's money, caused his family to be broken, and committed suicide by jumping off a bridge on New Year's Eve. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your name. No, don't. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I'll give you all the money you want. Chen Feier was inexplicably tied up hand and foot, and no matter how much she screamed and cried, the masked man was oblivious. Brothers, all stand up and stomp for me. Ha 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 ha. It's a must. There's only one goal today, stomping and crippling this dead liar. Ha 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 ha. No. Help. Philip Chin began to experience a long and painful nightmare. While in the real world, only a few seconds had passed. The Haiho's body trembled violently and she fell to the ground as if she were a puddle of mud. The scholar, the ninja and Mamoru were completely unaware of what had happened. In their opinion, the Sea Empress had only glanced at Qin Lang, and the consequences were so severe? Boss, wake up boss. Useless. Qin Lang waved his fingers. There are only 2 ways to lift the deep nightmare. Either I take the initiative to lift it, or one of you has a higher spiritual power than me. Now, it's your turn. Qin Lang's arm vibrated, and the flying sword Eternal Flame brought up a long fiery tail towards the ninja. The ninja sensed the power contained in the flying sword and turned to run, but his speed was ultimately a beat slower. and he was run through his body by the flying sword, killing him on the spot. Woo! The flying sword eternal flame circled in midair and chopped at the scholar. Don't kill me! The scholar suddenly wailed and plopped down on his knees. Big brother, I know I'm wrong. I'm just a field control. I don't have any attacking ability. Everything is what the Sea Empress told me to do. The flying sword paused as it reached the scholar's neck. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. Change hands was a rather bullish field control skill. Maybe he could do something with it. Qin. Seeing this, Ma Mo also wanted to beg for mercy, but Qin Lang didn't give him a chance and directly chopped his head off. Buzz. Qin Lang flipped his palm and a mirror immediately appeared on his side. The very same panel mirror. He grabbed the completely defenseless Sea Queen in front of the mirror and stored all the skills on her into the mirror. Overall, the Sea Queen has a very scientific skill build, with a dark gold, Neptune, as the core card, and 5 other colored cards, with the rest being gold and silver cards. Storing dark gold cards. To think that you need 5 colored card batteries, might as well just kill them as fertilizer. After saying so and hesitating for a long time, Qin Lang finally endured the pain of storing the dark gold card. Chapter 126, Rest and Recuperation completed. Setting off again. After eating the Sea Queen dry, Qin Lang directly cut her with a sword. Under the end times, the weak are the strong and the fittest survive. Qin Lang actually didn't have too much hatred towards the Sea Queen, so killing it and torturing it was not a crime. Come here. Qin Lang hooked his finger towards the scholar. The scholar was terrified in his heart, but he didn't dare to resist in the slightest and honestly came to the panel mirror. Weapons change hands. Ha! Soul purification? You actually have 2 dark gold? Qin Lang somewhat did not believe his eyes. A small minion had secretly strengthened himself with 2 dark gold cards. The scholar stammered. The second dark gold card. I got it by fluke when I was out hunting some time ago. I didn't tell anyone. What's the card for? Qin Lang didn't recognize this card. And currently he only had 8 copies of the colored card battery left in his hand, which wasn't enough to store all of the 2 dark golds. Soul purification. It can drive away one's evil thoughts. I've experimented with Little Li, but it doesn't seem to have any particularly great effect. The scholar answered honestly. Exorcise evil thoughts? Little Li? Qin Lang suddenly realized. He could sort of understand why Xiaoli looked simple and almost stupid. The feelings were being secretly debuffed. Weapon exchange, I'll take it. Soul purification, keep it for yourself. Qin Lang stored the weapon swap into the panel mirror and gave the scholar a dozen more gold cards and 1 colored card. The scribe was stunned when he saw the whole thing in his hand. Is this for me? The shelter can't be without a master for a day. From now on you'll be the boss of the Rion shelter. Run the shelter well and don't let me down. Qin Lang said so on his lips, but in his heart he didn't think so. If it wasn't for the fact that the color card battery was dead and there was no way to store the soul purification, he wouldn't have bothered to care about the shelter's death or life. In this situation now, we can only stabilize Booker for the time being, let him run the shelter, and then come back to deposit the dark gold card after he gets the battery. Colored cards Qin Lang didn't care, but dark gold, especially this kind of functional dark gold with a very high ceiling, had to be gotten no matter what. Boss, from now on, my life is your life. The scholar was grateful and directly knelt down to show his loyalty. Qin Lang told him to stand up, call the captains of the shelter over, and call some more people you trust. I'll help you build a team. I'll be leaving soon. I can't leave you guys without food. Yes. The scholar turned and left, and when he returned, he brought more than 20 people with an average battle strength of just over 4,000. To put it bluntly, this kind of battle power in the 4th stage of the end of the world can only be regarded as a relatively large mole cricket. Encounter elite monsters will die without a doubt. Want to live in the 4th stage of the nourishment? At least have to be in the 10,000 battles or more. It is best to positive chain lock. Qin Lang spent more than half an hour to reconstruct the skill talents of these 20 people, basically focusing on the scholar himself. Originally the scholar only had 8,000 battle power. After Qin Lang's help, the battle power directly soared to 1.3 W. For the sake of the dark gold card, Qin Lang was also bloodthirsty. I'm so much stronger than I used to be. I can feel that I'm filled with power. The scholar's eyes were red with excitement. Qin Lang glanced at him with a smirk. Launch an attack at me with all your might. Don't leave anything behind. The scribe froze. Ha, it's okay. I'll try you out. The scribe pursed his lips, and a touch of sinister emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Then, well, boss, I'm coming. As he spoke, the scholar copied his longsword and stabbed ferociously, the powerful air currents forming a tornado that blew all the surrounding corpses away. Clang! Yet the next second, a scene that made the scribe incredulous happened. Qin Lang didn't move. A layer of chrysalis condensed from black gas surrounded him, and the long sword of Jinka slashed at it actually broke by inches. Boss. Your battle power. What is it? The scholar was inexplicably terrified. He had just naively thought that he could take the opportunity to get Qin Lang killed. Don't you know if you look for yourself? I've already closed the hide, Qin Lang said indifferently as the black silkworm chrysalis faded away, revealing a bright smile. Drip. The scholar pressed the battle power detector and looked at the number on the battle power detector that was as high as 50,000. His legs softened and he once again knelt down to Qin Lang. Boss, you are too strong. The scribe no longer dared to have any petty thoughts. As long as you follow me with your heart and soul, sooner or later you'll be as powerful as I am. But I won't blame you if you try to betray me, as long as you can accept the consequences. Qin Lang intentionally let the scholar fight with him, deliberately revealing his battle power in order to deter the scholar, so that the boy would not think anything out of the ordinary, typical of hitting a stick and adding a sweet date, and painting a big picture along the way. Boss, I won't betray you even if I die. Get up. Qin Lang told the scholar to get up. I'll leave tomorrow to hunt nearby. Keep an eye out for some cards for me. I'll recycle them at a high price. Here's the list. Qin Lang handed the list of cards to the scholar. If things are done beautifully, I will take resources to focus on cultivating you. I don't have much else. I have a lot of dark gold, colored cards. Boss, please don't worry. I will definitely keep an eye out for you. The scholar nodded repeatedly. Keep the communicator. It has a localization function. Contact me in time when you encounter danger. I won't go too far. Yes. After explaining the scholar's side, Qin Lang directly went into the Sea Queen's palace to scavenge, and as a result, apart from a few thousand blue and green cards, there was nothing else of value. Come to think of it, in this post-apocalyptic wasteland where you can die at any time, who wouldn't use a good card right away? Boss. As Qin Lang lay on his bed with his eyes closed in contemplation, the scholar contacted him with his communicator. What is it? Speak. It's like this. There are a few particularly beautiful girls at the asylum who have heard about you and admire you so much. I'll send them over to you if you need a bedding. Serving, you think I'm the emperor? Qin Lang smiled faintly. Bring the people in. Yes. The scholar was ecstatic and said to the three girls around him, serve well. If the boss is the slightest bit dissatisfied, I'll make your lives worse than death. The three pure-looking maidens were busy nodding their heads. We will definitely serve well. Early morning, Qin Lang left the sunflame shelter and continued hunting. A satisfied smile spread across the corners of the scholar's mouth as he looked at the three female college students who were limp on the bed. These three female college students he has been secretly raised, originally intended to enjoy their own, but unexpectedly came in handy. From now on, you will live here, and you will tell me directly what you lack and what you are missing. The three girls looked at each other and all wore surprised expressions. Thank you, Captain. Don't thank me. Thank the boss. And yourselves for your hard work and dedication. Chapter 127 Pale Blood Corpse and the Secret Realm of Fighting Beasts. Blood slid along his forehead and across his cheeks, landing on the dry, cracked ground. In the city that had long been reduced to ruins, a young man was running for his life, and not far behind him, a pale blood corpse was chasing after him. Asterisk. Are you ever going to finish? Qin Lang couldn't help but curse. Old me didn't just rob you of a weapon. Do you need to chase me for 3 days and 3 nights? The pale blood corpse's rotting face did not have the slightest expression, just gently raised his hand. A black hole appeared in midair 100 meters away. As the black hole exploded, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. The power was comparable to an intercontinental missile. Qin Lang, who was unfortunate enough to be affected by the bomb, broke an arm and was thrown away. He forcibly endured the severe pain caused by his broken arm to take out the 26th motorcycle carrier card, and rode on it to start a new round of desperate running. The matter of why Qin Lang was in such a mess started a few days ago. After leaving the Sunflame shelter, Qin Lang set off on his journey alone. He who had 26,000 insta battle power became 52,000 battle power under the enchantment of Lone Ranger. He could almost be said to have swept through all the monsters on the surface of Stage 4. Even if he encountered a wave of monsters, he didn't panic in the slightest. With a dozen or so rounds of the Supreme Sacred Chop going down, the only thing he had to do next was to pick up the card. Due to the hunting process being too smooth and winning 100 battles, Qin Lang made the mistake that all people make: carelessness. 3 days ago, Qin Lang entered a grotto to explore. During the exploration process he found a pale blood corpse in front of him, carrying an extremely gorgeous ice sword on patrol. He did not even think about it, did not even carry out a battle detection, casually picked up a branch and the other party to come to a weapon swap. When the ice sword was successfully exchanged for his hand, the pale blood corpse was also angered. A flash came to him in front of him with a fist to break his ribs. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have a chance to use darkness touch. Fortunately, Xin Lang had prepared quite properly, immediately flinging out dozens of explosive mushrooms, frozen mushrooms, smoke mushrooms, and so on to control the field. And taking advantage of the time when the pale blood corpse was briefly controlled, he ran outside while spitting blood. After a long time coming to the surface, Xin Lang used his battle power detector to scan and found that the pale blood corpse's battle power reached 9.9 W. Xin Lang was almost scared to pee and hurriedly ran away, resulting in everything that happened before. The pale blood corpse had been chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights, and every now and then, it would store up its power to produce a black hole for a large area indiscriminate attack. Xin Lang himself has Super Recovery Body LV2. Body recovery speed is very fast. Broken arms and legs can be quickly recovered, but the motorcycle cannot withstand such an attack. 3 days down. Scrapped 25. It's also that Xin Lang's family is big. If it were any other survivor, he would have died 3 days ago, but even so, Xin Lang was burnt out. Under the high intensity of fleeing for his life, he had consumed nearly 70% of his strategic supplies. If it wasn't for the fact that he had planted a lot of mushrooms before, he would have starved to death even if he wasn't exhausted. During the escape, he didn't have the chance to eat it all. There's only half a day's worth of edible mushrooms left. If this keeps up, I'm really going to get cold. Xin Lang glanced back at the pale blood corpse that always kept a distance of 200 meters from him, and large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. During these 3 days, he tried everything he could think of to fight with the pale blood corpses, but the results invariably failed. In the face of absolute power, all strategies seemed so ridiculous. A new chase went on for another half day, and it looked like it was getting dark. Woo woo! The hissing of the pale, bloody corpse came to his ears as if it were getting closer. How the hell do I get rid of this damn thing? Just when Xin Lang was thinking about countermeasures, a bright light appeared not far away. Xin Lang drove the motorcycle with one hand, freeing a hand to raise the binoculars to see. His heart could not help but be happy. That was actually a secret realm. The flash was precisely the door of the secret realm. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. Saved. Xin Lang threw out 5 frozen mushrooms. These blue mushrooms formed a mushroom formation and exploded the moment the pale blood corpse stepped in, freezing it in its entirety. But the next second, the pale blood corpse's body began to tremble and continuously shook the ice and snow on its body surface away. It was clear that this level of attack was unable to damage it at all, and it could only control the field for a short period of time. Taking advantage of these few seconds of work, Xin Lang smoothly distanced himself from it and sprinted towards the secret realm. The secret realm of the Colosseum. A few minutes later, Xin Lang arrived at the scene. He threw away his motorcycle, fished out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the stone monument. Then he just dove in head first. Since the time within the secret territory was different from reality, when Xin Lang opened his eyes he realized that it was still daytime here. It was surrounded by dense trees, the tallest reaching more than 10 meters. Xin Lang did not act rashly, and the first time he felt out his cell phone, checking the rules through the photos. The secret world, the Colosseum. Rule 1, no outside cards of any kind may be used. Rule 2, no loud noises. Rule 3, you may not leave the secret world with more than 5 cards. Rule number 4, those who attack across ranks will be penalized. It was a low-level secret realm, with 4 rules. After keeping these rules firmly in his mind, Xin Lang continued to look down. Colosseum. Upon entering the Colosseum, participants are automatically divided into 5 camps based on their battle strength: elephant, tiger, leopard, cat, and rat, with mutual restraints: elephant tiger, tiger leopard, leopard cat, cat rat, rat elephant. It's the rules of fighting chess. Xin Lang's eyes lit up. He used to play this kind of game when he was a kid. The ascendant can only launch an attack on the restrained. This is very plain and easy to understand. The hard part is how to be able to determine the identity of the other party. It would be miserable to be punished for attacking indiscriminately. 9 times out of 10 I'm in the elephant camp. Just watch out for the rat camp and you'll be fine. As Xin Lang pondered, a voice rang in his ears. Known participants of the elephant camp, 5 people. Tiger camp participants, 19 people. Leopard camp participants, 48 people. Cat camp participants, 117 people. Rat camp participants, 344 people. Updated every half hour. Hiss, there are so many people. Xin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. The number of people in the secret territory far exceeded his imagination. And what made it hardest for him was that the tiger camp that he had restrained only had 19 people, while the rat camp that had restrained him had a full 344 people. How can this be played? That's so unfair. Xin Lang swung his fist indignantly, but he was immediately amused by his own words. There is no fairness in times of peace. Where is fairness in the end times? Please, don't kill me. Not far away suddenly came the man's begging voice. The voice was not loud. just in time to reach Qin Lang's ears. He followed the voice and touched the past, only to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was arrogantly looking at a scaly yellow man. Goodbye. Chapter 128, The Hunting Ground. Hey! Qin Lang hesitated slightly, but still stepped forward. It wasn't that he was much of a kind person. Having just entered the secret realm of fighting beasts and not knowing anything but the rules, he needed an old driver to lead the way to give information. The blonde man raised an eyebrow, his stern eyes staring Qin Lang dead in the face. Here comes another annoying yellow-skinned monkey. Only white people are the purest race in this world. The first time he was addressed with such a strange adjective, Qin Lang froze for a moment and frowned. What are you? Qin Lang asked the man. Me? Ah, I'm Leopard. Leopard. The man didn't dare to hide his identity and hastily revealed his identity. Oh, so, you're a tiger. Qin Lang's mouth revealed a playful expression. What a coincidence. Charlie sneered. Good. I'm in the tiger camp. Then you go to hell. With a vibration of his arm, dozens of black tentacles instantly entangled Charlie. No matter how much Charlie struggled, the black tentacles on his body didn't move at all. Instead, there were signs of getting tighter and tighter. Ah, you're an elephant? That can't be possible. I've never seen you before. Charlie, sweating profusely, begged, spare me. For God's sake. God? Sorry, I don't know him very well. Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders and smiled evilly. Dare to call me a yellow-skinned monkey? I should crack all the bones in your body. But I'm very busy right now. I don't have the time to play with you. Go see your god. As he spoke, Qin Lang's right fist bunched up and directly strangled Charlie to death. Survivors of this level. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qin Lang could kill several thousand of them in one breath. You're an elephant. Elephant camp. The rescued man's eyes glowed red with excitement. Great. Thank you, big brother. No wonder the man was so excited. As a leopard camp, he dreamed of hanging out with an elephant camp bigwig. Only an elephant could restrain a tiger. Don't get too busy thanking me just yet. Tell me what information you have. And most importantly, how I'm going to get out of here. Yes. Whatever big brother wants to know. I'll tell you everything. The man immediately recounted the information he had, one by one, in every detail, for Qin Lang to know. Through the exchange, Qin Lang knew that the man's name was Zhou Zhixin. Almost half a month ago, he followed the team into the secret realm hunting, due to the special secret realm identity rules, causing the team to instantly fall apart. Dead, injured, mixing up to the point that now only he was left alone. Collect 5 lower identity cards and you can leave? Qin Lang dug out a card symbolizing the identity of the tiger from Charlie's corpse. Right. It's not right, is it? Qin Lang shook his head. There are only 5 elephants in the secret realm, but there are more than 300 rats. How can there be enough to share? Won't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? Zhou Zhixin hurriedly said. Big brother, you don't know. I saved a rat and talked to him about this. The rat's rules are not the same as the elephant's rules. Any elephant that is killed, they can complete their mission. In other words, they just need to unite together and take out all 5 elephants. They will be free. Oh, Qin Lang nodded, which was reasonable. Where are the other tigers? Do you know? Qin Lang changed the topic. Zhou Zhixin shivered and said in fear. Big brother, don't joke. I'm shivering straight away when I hear the word tiger now. It's too late to run. How would I know where they are? Ha! Qin Lang couldn't help it. It wasn't easy for such a small guts to survive until now. They don't allow outside cards here. So how do you guys eat and drink? Kill the monsters here. This secret realm is big. There are many edible creatures. Big brother, you saved me. This pork chop is for you, said Zhou Zhixin, fished out a piece of smoked black pork chop from his bosom and handed it over. This is moldy and mushroomy. You want to poison me? Qin Lang gave him a blank look. Ah, I don't mean that. Zhou Zhixin hurriedly waved his hand, and said in a low mood. All large hunting grounds are guarded. I'm just lucky, picking up the leftovers that other people don't want. Hey, it's good enough to survive. How dare I pick and choose? Qin Lang refrained from commenting and walked towards the depths of the dense forest. Zhou Zhixin hurriedly jogged to keep up. Time passes much faster in the secret territory than in the outside world. It was clearly daytime when he came in, but by this time it was already dusk. Qin Lang's stomach rumbled with hunger. There are tons of supply cards in the storage space, but unfortunately you can't use them, so you have to do something about it. Right now there was only one path left in front of Qin Lang. Find the other 4 tigers and kill them, take away their identity cards, and then head to the altar to leave the secret realm. But as Zhou Zhixin said, in this secret realm, unless it was a life and death situation, who in their right mind would reveal their identity? They can only be judged by their habits. Habits of life? Yes, Zhou Zhixin nodded. Because there are very few elephants in the secret realm, most of the tiger identity people will choose to act alone, while the cats and rats, despite their numbers, have poor strengths, so they usually choose to embrace the group to keep warm. I know that there's a rat camp nearby, which is guarded by a few panther identity people. Big brother, do you want to go and take a look? What? Do I look like I'm sick? Qin Lang's eyes rolled up in his heart. He wasn't too worried that the other party could kill him, but he could only be beaten passively and couldn't fight back this kind of taste he couldn't stand a bit. Zhou Xixin smiled sarcastically. Soon it was completely dark. Qin Lang found a relatively secluded place to rest. The hungry man clearly felt his strength draining away. That's the downside of having too much combat power. You have to consume high-quality food every day to replenish your energy, or else you'll starve to death alive due to malnutrition. After sunrise, we must go hunting, fill our stomachs first, or we can't fight. Qin Lang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The night was silent, and the morning of the next day was early. Zhou Xixin brought Qin Lang to the hunting ground in his mouth. Looking from afar, there were indeed traces of human activities nearby, and even farther away, dozens of men and women were chasing an odd-looking plum deer. Why did I say odd? Because this plum deer had 3 heads, and the antlers on each head were shining like coral. 3 deer. This is gold card level food. Zhou Xixin twisted his face and said, Big brother, what does it say? Can you identify those people down there? Qin Lang was already dizzy from hunger at this time, and his brain seemed to be frozen, unable to function properly at all. The group chasing the deer looked like rats at first glance. The ones watching around them were cats, and the ones a little farther away were leopards. That one. Zhou Xixin raised his hand and pointed to a black woman sitting near the hunting grounds, all the panther identities far away from her with wary eyes. She's supposed to be a tiger. 8 or 9. Qin Lang licked his lips. At this time, the 3-headed deer was already heavily injured and was about to be taken down. Later, you do as I say. Qin Lang swallowed hard. Chapter 129 Real Tiger. Fake Tiger. Inside the hunting ground, the 3 deer that were surrounded by dozens of people finally couldn't support themselves and fell into a pool of blood. The crowd let out a burst of cheers, but just as they were about to go forward to share the venison, the group of men and women with the identity of cats stopped them. Hey, are there any rules anymore? How to share and how much to share is up to you. I see that you guys are a little bit unable to distinguish between the big and small kings. All of you get the hell away from me. The corner of one of the women's mouth rose, very satisfied with the expression of this group of rats, who were scared and fearful, but couldn't do anything about it, and turned to the other few people. Brother Long. Well, good job. The usual rules apply. We'll split it in half and leave the rest for you to distribute. Yes, Lung. The middle-aged man who was called Brother Long felt out a sharp machete and chopped the deer into 2 and 3 or 2 strokes, then carried the upper half of the deer towards the black woman. The hunting ground with only a few dozen people was hardened into 4 classes. The 3 deer heads go to me. You take the rest and split them. The black woman waved her hand. Okay, thanks boss. A few of Long's men were overjoyed when suddenly a voice came from behind them. I wonder if you all have an opinion if I would like a share as well. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Lang brought Zhou Xixin over. The black woman's pupils stared. Who are you and what gives you the right to share my prey? On what grounds? Qin Lang laughed. Just the fact that I'm tiger status is enough? As soon as they heard that Qin Lang was a tiger, several of Long's frightened brothers backed up several meters at the same time. Being of leopard status, their greatest fear was to encounter a tiger, especially a strange one. The black woman raised an eyebrow. Don't fart. I know all the tiger identities. Do you have proof when you say you're a tiger? So it looks like you don't believe me. Then I have to prove myself before I do. Qin Lang's unsuspecting gaze swept towards Long's several people as he moved his wrist. Leopard is it? Let's take you guys. Boss. Help. Lung's face turned green with fear, and he hastily threw a look of help to the black woman, who hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Hey, forget it, we have a lot of food anyway. No matter if you're a real tiger or a fake one, just give you a share. Qin Lang grinned and released his black tentacles to directly slice away 2/3 of half of the venison. This scene watched Long and the others dared to be angry. There was no way. Who let this young man's status is higher than theirs? Their own life and death in the hands of others. Black sister laughed. Friend, what's your name? Qin Lang. Good. If you hear from the 5th elephant meet me at the south camp. Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. My name is Lisa. Qin Lang had wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but stand still and said with a curious look on his face, What? Do you guys know the news about the other 4 elephants? Of course. The only thing that can pose a threat to us in the secret realm is the elephant identity. Surely we must investigate clearly in advance. We tiger identity people have long formed an alliance. A trace of doubt flashed in Lisa's eyes. How come you don't know anything? Did you just come in? Qin Lang spread his hands. You found this out? Yes. I just came in a few days ago, and my head was full of fog. Luckily, I caught a leopard and let him lead the way. Otherwise I wouldn't even know where this hunting ground is. With that said, Qin Lang put his arm on Zhou Zhixin's shoulder. Zhou Zhixin very cooperatively showed a fearful expression and lowered his head. Zhou Zhixin, right? A man in Long's team recognized Zhou Zhixin's identity. No wonder I look at you and think your face looks familiar. Boss, he is indeed leopard identity. Lisa smiled, her earlier misgivings dissipating as Zhou Zhixin's identity took hold. Alright, let's keep in contact at all times. If there's anything you don't understand, you can feel free to ask me. I've at least been hanging out in this secret realm for most of the month. Lisa handed a contact to Qin Lang and greeted the crowd as they prepared to leave. Qin Lang had a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask, but the most important thing at the moment was the issue of filling his stomach, so he didn't say anything and hurriedly left the hunting ground with Zhou Zhixin. Soon after, a bonfire was raised in a clearing in the forest, and the venison wrapped in thick grease was roasted to a charred exterior and tender interior. With a fragrant aroma, the grease landed in the campfire with a zippy sound. Big brother, you eat first. Zhou Zhixin was a man who could come to terms with things, handing a piece of venison with just the right amount of fire into Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang sniffed the venison and took a bite. The deer meat full of grease was quite chewy, and Qin Lang was sweating as he ate it, all the fatigue from the past few days dissipating with his eating. It's a shame you can't use a card, or else a whole lot of beer would be beautiful. Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief as he wolfed down his food. Big brother, you want to drink? I have just the thing here, but it's white. Seeing Zhou Zhixin go to touch the card, Qin Lang stopped it with a smile. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. Kidding aside, this was a secret realm, not a safe house. How could Qin Lang go and drink something that would affect his reaction and judgment? A large chunk of venison was quickly split between the two. Qin Lang, who had eaten and drunk enough, rested under the tree. Suddenly the contact rang and Qin Lang answered. Lisa? Something's wrong. Charlie's dead. Killed by the fifth elephant. Lisa's voice on the other side was very tense. Do you want to come over and join us and discuss what to do about him? Asked me to come over to meet up. Is this a conspiracy? Or is it? Qin Lang pondered for a while. Alright, send me the location and I'll be right there. Yes. Lisa quickly sent a location. Zhou Zhixin worriedly said, Big brother, this is not a good idea. Once you go to their camp, your identity will definitely be dismantled. Why? Qin Lang looked curious. Zhou Zhixin said, Any camp, in order to prevent any unknown people from mixing in, will set up a very perfect checking system, such as having the rat identity attack you while checking your identity. Once you react, your identity is naturally exposed. Aren't the rules of the secret realm that you can't attack people who are not in a restraining relationship? The rules are dead. People are alive. Besides, those rat identity guys, so many. Dead a few who will care? That's kinda hard to do. Qin Lang closed his eyes and contemplated. If it wasn't for Zhou Zhixin's reminder, he would have definitely worn out his welcome. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Lang decided to skip the appointment, and the fewer people who knew his identity, the better, so that he could keep disguising his tiger identity. Find a place to earn some cards first. Do you know where there are more monsters? This I know. There is a swamp to the north, where monsters are especially abundant. But, Zhou Zhixin worriedly said, that's the territory of the witch. The witch's identity is an elephant and has recruited several tiger identities to work for her. Wouldn't it be better to go over there and talk about an alliance? Qin Lang grinned. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Chapter 130, Swamp Witch. The secret realm of the fighting beasts. The northern swamp. In the swamp that emitted a strong stench, a dozen men and women were besieging a giant monster, which seemed like a giant piece of jelly traveling through the swamp, and the poisonous gas bombs that were spewed out from time to time caused a lot of trouble for the besieging crowd. It's just a fierce slime, and it's taken this long? Not far away was a dead tree. On the tree sat a young woman wearing a pointed magic hat and a long blue magic dress, in her early 20s. At this moment she was swinging her white and slender legs and letting out a dissatisfied complaint. She is the king of the northern swamp, nicknamed Witch, and identity, Elephant. If she made a move, the fierce slimes down there wouldn't survive for more than 3 seconds. But she couldn't make a move because the swamp was really dirty. Fruit, give us 5 more minutes. This slime is upgraded. A man holding a giant axe wiped the muddy water on his face carelessly to give a response. Make it quick, or it'll be dark later. The witch yawned. Suddenly she seemed to notice something and looked over towards the other side. What kind of person? Don't be sneaky. Get out. Hi. Qin Lang hadn't wanted to hide. He just happened to pass by and was discovered. So he came out to say hello. The moment the 4 eyes met, the smiles on both Qin Lang's and the witch's faces turned into surprise as they said in unison, Why is it you? Qin Lang rubbed his eyelids. Fruitcake. The witch pooh-poohed. Old Qin, if you dare to call me by my nickname again, old lady will fight you. Qin Lang hilariously laughed. and the witch also laughed out loud. She leapt down, not caring about the mud splattered all over her body, and ran towards Qin Lang with her little bare feet. Old Qin, I can't believe you're still alive. Qin Lang let out a loud laugh. I haven't seen you for so many years. Why is your mouth still so poisonous? I really didn't expect to meet you here. Li Guogua, 20 years old, nicknamed Fruit Beaver, and Qin Lang childhood sweethearts grew up together. From elementary school to junior high school in a class, either the same table or front and back rows. And then the examination of the high school when Li Guogua because of family reasons to follow their parents to the provinces. But even so they have not cut off contact, and still maintain communication. Old Qin, Li Guogua opened her arms with moist eyes, and Qin Lang smiled and hugged her. It was pure. No distractions, a hug of pure friendship. Why are you still crying like you used to? Qin Lang was a bit distressed and helped Li Guogua wipe her tears. My mom and dad are dead. Qin Lang sighed silently. Enough of the sadness. How did you get here? And what are you? Li Guogua probably also felt that it was inappropriate to talk about those difficult things after a long goodbye, and hurriedly wiped away her tears to change the topic. It's a long story how I got in here. As for what my status is, do you want to take a guess? Qin Lang looked at her with a smile. I'm guessing you're a yo-yo, kid? Guess. I'm an elephant. What about you? You're not a mouse, are you? If there was anyone else in this world who could make Li Guogua undefended, that person must be Qin Lang, and only Qin Lang. If I were a rat, would you be afraid? Qin Lang teased her. Li Guogua blinked her big eyes. Guess if I'm scared? Qin Lang imitated Li Guogua's tone and said, little kid? Guess? Ha 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 ha. The two men laughed out loud. Qin Lang immediately informed Li Guogua about his elephant identity. Li Guogua was full of surprise after hearing that. I can't imagine that the person who always copied my homework in the past is actually mixing well in the end of the world. It's not simple to become an elephant identity. The threshold battle power is 1W5. Are you confused? It's obvious that you copied me. Do you remember one exam? You copied my name on it, and gave the teacher a whole lot of confusion. Are you annoying? Li Guogua indignantly gave Qin Lang a punch. Just as the two were talking, the slime was taken down without incident. The man with the giant axe came over and handed the card to Li Guogua. Li Guogua introduced. This is Qin Lang, who is as close to me as a brother and sister. This is my classmate, He Fan, and the second in command of my shelter. Hello. Qin Lang loved the house and took the initiative to shake hands with He Fan. However, He Fan obviously held deep hostility towards Qin Lang, and surprisingly ignored it, saying to Li Guogua, Guozi, don't forget that it's the end of the world now, and everything changes. Even a former childhood friend may not have become an evil person now. Never underestimate the evil side of human nature. Li Guogua frowned. Old He, don't talk nonsense. Old Qin treats me like a real sister. No one can change him. That's not necessarily true. He Fan raised an eyebrow. Li Guogua rounded off the scene and said, Old Qin, you don't have to talk to Old He general knowledge. He is not bad, is stimulated. The temper becomes very odd. Qin Lang nodded in understanding. He didn't need to bother with a minion. It would make him look out of place. Come on, let's go to my camp and we'll talk. I'm so curious how you survived all this time in the end times. Li Guogua smiled and took Qin Lang's arm. Ma, there are so many things I want to ask. I don't even know where to start for a while. It's okay, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. The two of them left with a smile on their face, and witnessing this scene, a trace of complex emotions flashed in He Fan's eyes. As the king of the northern swamp, the camp established by Li Guogua naturally wouldn't be too far away from the swamp, and he returned after a 10-minute walk. There were dozens of people in the camp, with all 5 identities, and they had a cordial relationship with each other, which side by side showed that Li Guogua possessed quite strong organizational skills and means. Come, let's eat and talk. Li Guogua threw a large pile of food cards onto the table and sat down opposite Qin Lang in a duck-sitting position. I remember you liked to sit like this when you were little. Because of this you were often scolded by your aunt, saying that you sat without sitting. Qin Lang joked. Li Guogua smiled bitterly. You still remember. Sometimes I really miss the days of being read by my mom. You'll have me from now on, and I'll protect you, just like I did when I was a kid. Yes. Li Guogua opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Qin Lang. Let's go through one first. Come on. The day. Li Guogua and Qin Lang never left the hut again, and the two of them had a long conversation, completely forgetting the time until noon the next day. Li Guogua twisted her head to look at Qin Lang who was sleeping beside her. I can't believe that you have also established your own shelter. When we get out, what do you think about the two of us integrating the shelters together? That would be great. I can't wait. However, the immediate priority is still to find a way to leave the secret realm. This is easier said than done. As far as I know, the Tiger Identity people have formed an alliance. calling themselves the Tiger Alliance, and have also raised many rat identity people. And the defenses are 5 elephants. Li Guogwa shook her head. She also wanted to go out, but she couldn't because she couldn't kill anyone at all. Chapter 131, Rebellion. You mean trapped here for a month without killing a single tiger identity? That's not true, but I only killed one and took his identity card. Li Guogwa pulled out a tiger's identity card. Xin Lang smiled and took out the Charlie one. You have to get 8 of them to leave. Is there no other way to leave the secret realm besides completing the secret realm quest? You're really something. Only coming in for a few days and you've taken care of a tiger. Actually, there is another way to leave the secret realm, but it is undoubtedly a pie in the sky. Li Guogwa shook her head and told Xin Lang the information she had. Further north, there is a Colosseum. As long as you can pass all the challenges in the Colosseum you can leave. Not only that there are extremely rich rewards, the reason why it is called a heavenly paradise is because the monsters in that Colosseum are very terrifying. There was once an elephant identity who went to challenge it, but ended up being killed only at the 2nd level, with no bones left, and with the inability to use the outside world's cards. Everyone's battle power was cut to the bone. Can we give up if we realize that we can't beat the monster halfway through? Xin Lang closed his eyes and pondered. Of course you can, but you'll be penalized by the rules. By the number of levels passed, the enhanced cards in the challenger's body will be randomly selected. The more levels passed, the less number of cards will be selected after giving up. Seeing that Xin Lang seemed to be really pondering over the possibility of clearing the Colosseum, Li Guogwa advised, without sufficiently strong strength, I wouldn't recommend challenging the Colosseum. The main thing is that the environment in the secret realm is very good, and although the number of monsters is not high, it can balance the books. The secret realm isn't permanent. Have you ever thought about what if it closes one day? All the people in the secret realm will die. Xin Lang said seriously, this is the end times. Being parochial will only lead to elimination. Li Guogwa sat up. You really want to challenge the Colosseum? I want to try. Well, if you've made up your mind, I'll give you all the cards I've been saving these days. Li Guogwa took out a large stack of cards from his storage ring. Guns and ammunition were available, and each card, regardless of the level, had a special pattern of the secret realm on the back to distinguish between ordinary cards and secret realm cards. I've got the card. What about you? To go we go together. I can't leave. I still have so many friends who have come all the way with me. And it was also my suggestion to enter the secret realm. How could I possibly leave by myself and leave them here? Li Guogwa said without thinking. I know you're kind, but this is the end times. Xin Lang pinched his brow. Forget it, whether to leave or stay. Let's talk about this later. You first take me to the Colosseum to have a look. Even if I want to challenge the Colosseum, I still have to make sufficient preparations. I don't even have a weapon to use right now. Weapons in hand. You mean colored card level? Yes, that's the minimum standard. Sword-like weapons fit my fighting style. Xin Lang was such a character. Reckless when it was time to be reckless and stable when it was time to be stable. Even if he had more than enough confidence in his battle power, he still wanted to be foolproof. I know where to find sword-like colored card weapons, but, Li Guogwa shook his head. I can't get them. They're in Lisa's hands. Lisa? Do you mean the black girl with the tiger identity? Didn't you just come in? How do you even know Lisa? Li Guogwa was a bit speechless. Here's the deal. He told him how he had deceived Lisa and how Lisa had invited him to the camp. Li Guogwa came to a realization and immediately showed joy. I can ask He-fan to help you blend in. He is an illusionist. He can make your identity temporarily turn into a tiger, and the other party will definitely not be able to detect the authenticity. That would be so convenient if that were the case. Xin Lang nodded. This trip to the northern swamp was so worth it. Not only had he searched for his childhood friend's sister, but he had also learned of the second method of leaving the secret realm of the fighting beasts, and now he had even managed to disguise his identity. The two immediately found He-fan and informed him of the plan. He-fan agreed in one breath. There is absolutely no problem with this. Fruit's friend is my friend. When do you plan to go to the camp? I'll join you. Tiger identity can be said to be the most reckless existence in this secret realm, because there are too few people to restrain them. As long as one or two of the elephant identity get on well with them, they are basically invincible. It's not too late. I'm replying to Lisa right now. We're leaving now. By the way, I have a friend named Zhou. I'll have him come over to your campsite later. After arranging everything on this side, Xin Lang and He-fan headed to Lisa's camp. Since the time flow rate of the secret realm was much higher than the outside world, so it wasn't a long way to go, but Xin Lang and the others walked for a day and a night. Smoke curls up in front of them, obviously where the camp is. You want to come in with me? Well, I know Lisa, and I'm not going to lie. I'm actually a member of the Tiger Alliance. Something Fruity knows. The current ecosystem of the secret realm is very subtle and harmonious. Everyone doesn't infringe on each other. He Fan briefly explained a few sentences and applied a disguise illusion on Qin Lang. The duration of the camouflage illusion is 30 minutes, which is more than enough time for the inspection. Well, let's go inside. Qin Lang sent a message to Lisa informing her that he was at the door. Soon Lisa went out with a dozen or so of her men to greet them, and after seeing He Fan, Lisa was a bit strange. Why are you here as well? He Fan smiled. It's been a long time, boss Lisa. I brought the boss's blessing, and I hope we continue to coexist peacefully in the future. Lisa smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. It's naturally best to be able to coexist peacefully. The end times are already brutal. Who would want to kill each other if they don't have to? Mr. Qin, please come in. Following Lisa into the camp, Lisa pointed to a man next to her and said, routinely conducting inspections. Mr. Qin won't mind. Of course not. Whatever. Qin Lang opened his arms and allowed a few men to examine him, and one of them scratched Qin Lang's arm with a sharp fingernail, resulting in blood literally flowing out. Lisa nodded in satisfaction and led Qin Lang into the council chamber. The second in command, Lung, wanted to follow him in, but was stopped by Lisa waving her hand. I want to talk to Qin alone. Got it, boss. Lung resentfully retreated to the side and fawned. Boss being a leopard status, he was very respectful to He Fan. He Fan said expressionlessly, immediately, gather all the rat identities here at once. Lung was stunned. For what? He Fan said in a cold voice. Qin Lang is the elephant identity, and this is all a conspiracy on his part. What? He's an elephant identity? Lung was shocked, but the check just now. I've added illusionary camouflage for him, so don't do it right away. Do you really want to watch your boss get killed? Chapter 132 The Love of Van. Mouse Identity. The weakest existences in the secret realm of fighting beasts had been living as slaves, but they had a lethal killing power for the strongest person. Elephant. Not only because of the identity restraint, but a more important point, the rat identity was given a unique skill, Rat's Unity. Once they enter a battle, their battle power index will be multiplied by a multiple of the nearby rat identity, assuming an individual rat with a battle power of 4,100 rat identities in the neighborhood. Then, a particular individual will have a battle power of 400,000 when fighting an elephant. That's right, 400,000. No bishop could withstand such an attack. During the time Qin Lang and Lisa went inside to talk, Long had mobilized all 40-odd rat identities at He Fan's urging. He Fan lowered his voice and said, after Qin Lang comes out later, don't hesitate and kill him directly. Lung said in a chilling voice, do you all hear me? Yes. The crowd of rat identities looked at each other and answered sparsely. They didn't dare to say no, with a dozen leering cats at their side. It wouldn't take half a minute to kill them all. Time passes by. Half an hour later, Lisa re-emerged from the house with Qin Lang in tow, talking animatedly. Lisa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw so many people gathered around the door. What's going on? What are you guys doing gathered here? Long walked out of the crowd with a boost of spirit and respectfully said, Boss, the Qin Lang beside you, he deceived you. His identity is actually an elephant. I've gotten all the rats from the entire camp to protect your safety. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Oh, who told you this news? He Fan said, I can vouch for my life that he is an elephant. Boss Lisa, do it. Lisa nodded. All rats are not allowed to move lightly, and whoever dares to move will be killed. Qin, you may strike. Thanks a lot. Qin Lang revealed a smile that was as sinister as it could be. He Fan, I don't know where I've offended you, and you've even betrayed me. What? He Fan never dreamed that things would develop like this. According to his own script, after he pointed out Qin Lang's true identity, Lisa would be shocked and immediately let the rats launch an attack on Qin Lang to kill him on the spot. Why was Lisa so calm? Where did He Fan know that? In fact, Qin Lang had picked out his identity on the spot when he entered the room with Lisa and informed her that he wasn't interested in killing people, and that he had only come this time to challenge the Colosseum by borrowing the colored card weapon. Lisa was highly intelligent and immediately agreed to the alliance with Qin Lang and lent him the colorful martial arts, because if Qin Lang really came over with malicious intent, it would be too easy to kill her. There was no need for the other party to lie to her. Moreover, forming an alliance with Qin Lang was a form of tying one to give one away, because Qin Lang still had the elephant in the room, the northern demoness, by his side. In this way she, Lisa, could really walk horizontally in the secret realm of the fighting beasts. There were 100 advantages without any disadvantages. Unfortunately, He Fan no longer had the chance to ponder over these things, as Qin Lang knocked him out with just one punch. He is one of the Witch of the North's men, and I will leave him to her personally. Lisa, then as we agreed, see you in the Colosseum in 3 days, Qin Lang said with an arch. Lisa nodded. No problem. I'll bring my brothers to cheer you on then. Take your time. Farewell. Xin Lang's right arm released dark tentacles that bound the fainting He Fan and carried him back to the northern swamp as if flying a kite. Northern swamp. He Fan. He actually betrayed you. But this, why you have no conflict of interest with He Fan. Li Guo was angry, bewildered, and even at a loss for words. What the hell is going on here? Why would He Fan target Xin Lang? Xin Lang sighed. Why are you still as naive as before? Can't you see that He Fan sees me as a love rival? He likes you. Ha! After Xin Lang's nudging, Li Guogua, with hindsight, immediately felt a chill. No wonder that since the establishment of the shelter, He Fan's eyes have been looking at her strangely. He likes me? Li Coco frowned. At this time, the henchman who was ordered to search He Fan's room to see if there was any evidence of collaborating with the enemy returned, sweating profusely. Boss, there's something found in Vice He's room. What discovery? I don't dare to say. Why don't you go and see for yourself? The henchman's face was very twisted, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Xin Lang had a playful look on his face. Had he guessed wrong? It shouldn't be. Li Guogua rushed into He Fan's residence. Everything was normal in the hall, but when she pushed the door into the bedroom, the whole person was dumbfounded, and Xin Lang was also greatly shocked. Just see this not big bedroom, full of drying racks. Each drying rack is hung with women's underwear stockings, etc. If only these, hold up is also a foreign object fetish. In this end of the world is really nothing to make a big fuss. Let Xin Lang speechless and disgusting is. A huge teapot soaked with women's sanitary napkins. A lot of soaked and lost color sanitary napkins were neatly stacked on one side. I can't, I want to throw up. He turned around and went out. If he stayed any longer he would have a picture. No, he already had a picture. Every leisurely night, He Fan would sit on a rattan chair, sipping tampon tea while admiring the intimate apparel he had collected from Li Guogua. Li Guogua came out with an iron face and brushed past Xin Lang without saying anything. She was very nauseous and in severe physical discomfort. He Fan, I've just been to your room. Li Guogua grimaced and stared dead at He Fan, who was leisurely waking up. He Fan's heart thumped, revealing a miserable smile. Already discovered by you then, I have nothing more to say. I've always treated you as a big brother. How dare you do this to me? Li Guogua was furious and out of his mind. What did I do? Both of He Fan's hands and feet were bound, unable to move. The only thing he could move was his head. He tilted his head with a teasing face. All those trash you don't want, I regard them as treasures. So what's the effect on you? What? That tampon. Li Guogua was momentarily dumbfounded. That's my ration tea. It's my spiritual support. He Fan rationalized. You've thrown it away and don't want it. Why can't I pick it back up? What I eat and drink is my freedom. Li Guogua was completely speechless. As for you, He Fan's eyes were hideous. I don't know what's going on with you and Lisa. I admit that I lost. But there's no one under the sky who loves fruit more than me. You call this perverted behavior love? Xin Lang was really exasperated and laughed. Is a perverted love not love? He Fan's rhetorical question gave Xin Lang a whole won't. He Fan screamed madly. I even dared to eat the S of the fruit. Do you dare? You don't even dare to do that. Who are you to say love? Enough. Li Guogua really couldn't listen anymore and covered her ears. Take him away from me. Fruit? Are you alright? Xin Lang was worried about Li Guogua's mental state. Don't. You stay away. Li Guogua hurriedly backed up, full of refusal. You, let me be alone. My heart is very chaotic now. Chapter 133, seconds again? He Fan is dead. It was suicide. He slit his wrists and wrote a love letter in blood on the dungeon wall before he died, revealing only 2 words between the lines, pervert. About the content of this blood love letter Xin Lang read it and decided that it is better not to tell Li Guogua. This only 20 years old girl has already suffered a huge blow to the psyche. The spirit is not good. How can he bear to let her be hurt again? It was noon on the 3rd day when I saw Li Guogua again. She looked extremely pale and had obviously not slept for several nights. She refused to talk to all males. Even Xin Lang was turned away by her, which made him cry a little. Fruit beaver. You don't beat all men to death with one stick. Perverts like He Fan are just a minority. Forget it if you don't want to talk to me. I'm going to the Coliseum. After yelling a few times towards the residence, seeing that Li Guogua refused to come out, Xin Lang could only call it quits. Just as he turned around to leave, Li Guogua walked out. Old Xin, I'm sorry, I've endured too little. My psyche is too fragile, and I've cold-shouldered you in the past 2 days. Xin Lang laughed it off. How could he be angry with Li Guogua? He laughed and said, it's good that you're fine. There are still all sorts of outrageous perverts in the peaceful era. Not to mention this lawless post-apocalyptic world. I hope after this you can be strong. Not every man is He Fan. Don't mention this person. I get sick to my stomach when I hear that name. Let's go to the Coliseum together. In case something happens you'll have a backup. Good. Xin Lang nodded. Seeing that Li Guoguo's spirit had recovered quite a bit, he was also much more relieved. Immediately, Li Guoguo took everyone in the camp with her to head to the Colosseum further north. When they arrived, Lisa was already here waiting. Hello Ms. Witch. Lisa bowed respectfully. Li Guoguo smiled. Lisa, thank you for lending old Qin your weapon. I, Li Guoguo, swear that no matter what happens in the future, I will never take action against you or those around you. Lisa was overjoyed. It's an honor to form an alliance with the Witch of the North. Mr. Qin, good luck with your challenge. Thanks a lot. While a few people were talking, a few more teams came in one after another. They had learned that someone was going to challenge the Colosseum and had come over specifically to watch the battle. As Zhou Zixin had introduced, there was always a delicate balance between the several large forces within the beast fighting mystery. No one was willing to break this balance. Everyone coexisted peacefully, and it didn't smell good to have cards to earn together. There is really no need to fight and kill. So, only the rat camp is harmed by the world reached. It's very much in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Standing high above, Xin Lang surveyed the circular Colosseum below, which had a large amount of mottled bloodstains, and a gust of wind blew past, rolling up rolling yellow sand. I'm going. Without further ado, Xin Lang leapt forward. Arriving at the entrance of the Colosseum, Xin Lang carefully read the rules. There aren't really any rules. As long as you kill the 5 types of monsters in the fighting arena, you can pass the level and become the lord of the secret world of the fighting beasts. It turns out that there are 5 levels to go through, which are rat rank monsters, cat rank monsters, leopard rank monsters, tiger rank monsters and elephant rank monsters. That makes sense. Xin Lang nodded. Just as he was about to go in, a black shadow suddenly leapt out from the side. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually Xiao He. Behind its butt was Q-Boy who was walking shakily. Xin Lang couldn't help but be happy. Hey, why are you two here as well? Where have you been surfing all this time? I've been thinking that you've hung up. Meow. Xiao He squatted on the ground and meowed while washing his face, meaning that they had been busy hunting and growing mushrooms during this period of time. And last night when it heard that someone was going to challenge the Colosseum, it guessed that this person was Xin Lang, so it rushed over with Q-Boy early in the morning. Growling, Q-Boy reached into his belly pocket and took out a dozen of small mushrooms, which were planted in the secret realm and marked with a special pattern, so Xin Lang could eat them without worry. Q-Boy, I didn't hurt you for nothing. Xin Lang was overjoyed, rubbing Q-Boy's mushroom face vigorously. Q bouncy, simply more than a girl's arse. Cough. I'm getting ahead of myself. Old Xin, this cat and mushroom, you guys know each other? Li Guoguo trotted over, her eyes glowing. Xin Lang laughed loudly. What do you mean you know? This is my pet. Come on, let me introduce to you. This is Xiao He. This is Q-Boy. Xiao He had a lofty face, skimmed Li Guoguo and continued to wash her face. Q, on the other hand, was quite heartless, twisting over to Li Guoguo and pointing to his mushroom cap, gesturing for Li Guoguo to sit on it. Li Guoguo was curious, and when she sat up, Q-Boy's legs were rooted to the ground, and his body lengthened, and he was directly elevated to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and he hard to give Li Guoguo a VIP position out. You little thing, when did you learn this skill? You must have been a benchwarmer in your previous life. Xin Lang collected his mind and formally stepped into the fighting arena. Buzz, an ear-splitting voice rang out. A mirrored wall appeared behind Xin Lang, not only blocking him from leaving, but also preventing anyone from entering to make trouble. The iron fence directly in front of it slowly rose, and a giant creature covered in scars appeared. Its 2-meter-tall body was cobbled together from the remains of various beasts and humans, and it carried a bone rod in its hand. The styling is chic, but weak. Xin Lang made a judgment through the aura released by the other party. Make it quick. Xin Lang moved his arms and legs and mischievously rushed towards the monster. Old Xin, go for it. Li Guoguo clenched her fists hard. Off-site, Lisa's group stood with an open view and watched the battle. Boss, how many levels do you think this Xin Lang can pass? Long was curious. Lisa laughed. He's strong, so he can at least get past the 3rd level. Do you know why I brought you guys here to watch the battle? To cheer up Xin Lang? Long thought for a moment. You want to be shallow. Lisa smiled. Cheering is a secondary purpose. The main purpose is, I want to formulate a set of plans by observing the scene of him fighting with monsters, in case we have to fight the Colosseum in the future as well. A boss is a boss. Admirable. Lung patted his ass furiously. The corner of Lisa's mouth rose slightly as she looked at Xin Lang who rushed towards the monster. Fight. Fight as hard as you can. Boom. There was a loud bang. The corners of Lisa's slightly upturned mouth began to distort and turned into an O shape, because that seemingly terrifying monster was given a second by Xin Lang with a single punch. Yes, seconds after just one punch. This Colosseum monster is so weak? Lisa rubbed her eyelids vigorously, not waiting for her shock to end. The second single combat started. This time the one that appeared was a giant spider monster. Qin Lang didn't trust his fists to continue attacking with his fists. Instead, he took out the colorful martial arts that Lisa had lent him, breaking knife, and took it away directly with a single shot of the supreme sacred slash. Another second? The scene was in an uproar. Chapter 134 passes through the Colosseum. Lisa's mouth never closed from the moment it turned into an O. The Colosseum was extremely fast-paced. Qin Lang's side had just finished off the giant spider in seconds, when the third leopard-class monster appeared. This monster was obviously several times stronger than the giant spider, as Qin Lang used a full 4 rounds of Supreme Sacred Chop to take it away. Can't even see the monster make a move. Lisa was confused for a moment. It was said that the monsters in the Colosseum were harder to fight layer by layer. Why were they just like paper maché in front of Qin Lang? At this moment, she had an illusion of "I'll be fine if I go on." The fourth tiger-class monster appeared. A zombie beast with colorful heads all above its neck. Each head could spew out different damage. Flames, toxins, freezing, lightning, etc. Lisa was also satisfied and waited until the monster made a move. But, it was only a dozen or so moves before the monster was bound by Qin Lang with black tentacles, and the ring-breaking knife directly cut off the monster's neck. Everyone was stunned. So, the monsters in the Colosseum are so weak. Who the hell said this was an impossible challenge? A group of leopard identity men and women rubbed their fists and prepared to challenge the Colosseum as well when Qin Lang was done. After winning 4 matches in a row on Qin Lang's side, he had a short rest time. He took out the mushrooms brought by Q-Boy and quickly ate them, immediately feeling full of strength. Come on, show me what an elephant-class monster is. Qin Lang deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, holding his breath and adjusting his mental state to the best. Woo! Boom! A 3-headed, 6-armed zombie leapt out of the fence and cannonballed to the ground. A curtain of dust storming up. It rose slowly, its ghastly white pupils staring directly at this challenger. All 6 arms holding long, magnificent swords. Qin Lang felt a hint of threat from this zombie. But, and just a hint, compared to the pale blood corpse that had chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, the one in front of him, it's just SOSO. That's right, it's always impossible for monsters with a battle strength of over 50,000 to appear in the low-level secret realm. Ow ow ow. The zombies' 3 heads simultaneously opened their bloody mouths and hissed. Qin Lang was silent and raised his hand to greet him with a supreme sacred slash. The zombie reacted quickly, and after the 6 arms swung in unison and broke the supreme sacred chop, its body suddenly spun up at high speed and swept over as a whirlwind of sword blades. Qin Lang was not afraid in the slightest. The black tentacles condensed into a giant shield, and the swords and knives cut on it bursting out large sparks, not causing the slightest damage to Qin Lang's body. Average power. Qin Lang rotated the ring-breaking sword with his right hand and laughed. Hey, it's my turn. The supreme sacred chop. 5-star General MacArthur once said, the deadliest attack often comes from the most unassuming skill. Qin Lang had one trick up his sleeve. For defense he used the touch of darkness, and for attack it was the supreme sacred slash. With his current battle power, dozens of rounds of supreme sacred chopping down, not to mention 3 heads and 6 arms, even if it was 300 heads and 600 arms, they should die. It was a no-holds-barred victory, a sound one-sided crushing, the moment the zombie turned into pieces and disappeared. A card with a blinding bright light automatically rushed into Qin Lang's body, and at the same time, Qin Lang mastered a new skill, 5 gear, as well as a title, Colosseum Passer. Bright gold skill, 5 gear, can liberate 5 gears of power at any time, which are rat, cat, leopard, tiger and elephant. Title, Colosseum Passer. With this title, you may leave the secret realm of the beasts at any time, may not kill anyone in the Colosseum, and will not be harmed. Old Qin, you're too good. Li Guogua smiled and rushed over, headfirst into Qin Lang's arms. She was happy for Qin Lang from the bottom of her heart. Qin Lang smiled and patted her soft body, sniffing the unique body fragrance of the woman's body. He was a little moved for a moment. This is a side note, there really is no such thing as a pure friendship between a man and a woman unless one of the parties is the same. Congratulations! Lisa hurriedly brought the men down to congratulate them. Qin Lang also kept his promise and returned the ring-breaking knife to Lisa, mainly because it was a colored card weapon. He really couldn't look at it right now. Thanks a lot. If it's fate to meet again, I'll buy you a drink. Lisa smiled. There's an old Chinese saying that says, drinking today, worrying tomorrow, so if you're free, you're always welcome at my camp. Qin Lang smiled and glanced at Li Guogua. Guozi, what do you say? Li Guogua thought for a moment. Today is the big day. Since Lisa warmly invited us, let's not get drunk. Lisa laughed. Go, let's drink. The group left in joy. just as Qin Lang's group had left before him. A man with tiger identity rushed into the Colosseum. Ha ha, I'll be the second person to pass the Colosseum. Damn it, let him get the jump on us. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is so handy. A few minutes later, the tiger identity man barely made it through the second level, and was slashed in two when he faced the third level monster. Not even a chance to give up. Later on, there were some more people with bursting self-confidence who went to challenge them, and it was a rare sight to be able to fight up to the third level. And 90% of them gave up at the second level. Only then did people realize that it wasn't that the monsters in the arena were weak, but that Qin Lang was too strong. So strong that he made them hallucinate. Other side, Lisa's campsite resounded with laughter. During the drinking process, Lisa would rub herself against Qin Lang from time to time, and anyone with a discerning eye would know what it meant. This made Qin Lang cry and laugh. In a way, Lisa is not ugly, but it really does not fit his oriental aesthetic. For example, in the early years of watching movies with color in a critical nature, he would choose oriental actresses, and then again, blondes and white people were fine. Only blacks couldn't look a bit. Again, far from it. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Qin Lang, who had dispersed from the banquet, took Li Guogua back to the camp. Li Guogua drank a lot of wine. Her little face was red, and she said with a cheeky smile, Lisa has made it clear. Why don't you stay? Do you dislike the fact that people are black? Don't you men always say that it's all the same with the lights off? Qin Lang was happy. The problem is, it's the same whether she turns off the lights or not. Who can stand that? You nasty guy. Li Guogua pinched him. Honestly, how many girlfriends do you have? Well, you'll have to let me think about that a little bit. Qin Lang broke his fingers. Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, Sun Yen, Zhou Qingxue, Zhou Sueki. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you for real? Li Guogua gasped and put more force on her hands. Qin Lang suddenly turned around and thunked Li Guogua on the tree. The two of them noses facing each other. They could hear each other's heartbeat and breathing. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Qin Lang had a bad smile on his face. Li Guogua closed her eyes and pursed her lips. All in good time. Chapter 135, Huang Chengjun and Xianba. Early in the morning after 5 days in the secret realm time, Qin Lang took Xiao Hei and Q-Boy and returned to the real world. As for that pale blood corpse has long been unknown. To make sure that there is no threat nearby and he is safe, Qin Lang dialed Lin Wanner's phone at the first time. He usually keeps in touch with the other party. This is all of a sudden lost for a week. I think they are all anxious and crazy. Sure enough, the phone was answered after only 1 ring. And Lin Wanner cried, Qin Lang, where have you been these days? I was chased by monsters and escaped into the secret realm. You can't use outside cards in the secret realm. How about your side? Is everything alright? Qin Lang simply said. Something happened at the shelter. Yuki died. You say? Qin Lang was shocked. How did this happen? How did she die? A week ago, a group of people disguised as wanderers entered the shelter, and after nightfall began to go on a killing spree in the shelter. Zhou Qingxue urgently sought our help to assist in the defense, but the group was so strong that we couldn't hold them back, and that's when Xiao Shui was assassinated. If Suyan hadn't come back in time and fought them off, our casualties would have been much higher. Neither Old Li nor Suyun were at the shelter when it happened. Hunting outside. Where is that group now? Qin Lang's face turned blue. I don't know. They were fought off by Suyun. When will you be back? I'll be right back. Shouldn't take more than a couple days. Wait for me. Hanging up the communication. Qin Lang's mood was like a roller coaster, instantly slipping from the highest point to the bottom. He really couldn't accept Chen Shui's death, knowing that Chen Shui was the game core of the team, and her demise directly led to a reduction of the entire team's combat power by at least 20%. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to kill my men. Let me catch you guys. I'll eat you alive. Qin Lang raised his head to the sky and let out his depression. After a while, Qin Lang got on his motorcycle and drove towards the shelter. Meanwhile, in a ruin 200 kilometers away from the shelter, dozens of men and women are taking a break. The man sitting by the campfire was stocky and muscular, wearing a light green short-sleeved uniform with camouflage pants underneath, and he was currently peeling an apple with a dagger. His name is Huang Chengjun. Before the end of the world is a veteran. In the nightclub to help a few social big brothers to watch the scene. After the advent of the end of the world, he by virtue of the orthopedic hands continue to strengthen their own. And now his combat strength has reached a horrifying 1W7. The men and women sitting near Huang Chengjun are his companions, following him all the way to the top, so to speak. Originally, Huang Chengjun thought that he could push all the way across the world and become the king of the end of the world. As a result, he met his Waterloo in the infiltration battle a week ago. He didn't expect that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers and experts in this shelter with nearly 10 000 people, especially those guys who rushed out from the mobile fortresses. One was more powerful than the other. Although in the battle they assassinated the other party's female auxiliary, although they had assassinated the opponent's female auxiliary during the battle, they had also paid a huge price for it, losing 10 of their loyal brethren. The most frightening thing for Huang Chengjun was the druid who could change into a berserk bear. No matter the strength and speed, he crushed them, and if he hadn't run so fast, he would have had to drop dozens of corpses again. Warlord, what should we do next? What's the point of continuing to stay here? I can't beat the druid named Su Yun at all. Huang Chengjun looked towards the spectacled man in the team. Who was the team's wise man? Nicknamed Warlord. The military division pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Riches and riches, we've been hiding all over the place. Our brethren are exhausted. We desperately need to find a long-lasting shelter to recuperate. The Nagato shelter is just right for us in terms of both geographic location and size. We can't give up just like that easily. I don't want to give up, but I can't fight." Huang Chengjun sulked. "I fought with Su Yun. 37 open. I 3, Su Yun 7. If it wasn't for him, the shelter would have been taken down by us long ago. That what Lin Wanner, Zhou Qingxue, Sun Yen, these stinking ES would have been played out by me long ago as well." The military division laughed it off. "You can't defeat Su Yun, but that doesn't mean others can't either. Have you forgotten the Xiongba we met some time ago?" "Xiongba?" Huang Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "He is indeed very strong, but I don't have any friendship with him, so why should he help me?" "Hey, what do you mean by help? This is clearly cooperation. I haven't let you move your nest in the past few days, but I was actually waiting for Xiongba's reply. Just yesterday, Xiongba has already led his entire team towards the Chantu side, and will arrive tomorrow morning at the latest." The warlord smiled and said, "I had wanted to give you a surprise." Huang Chengjun's eyes lit up as he stuffed a piece of baked apple into his mouth. "This guy Xiongba, he's insatiable. What benefits did you promise him?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Huang Chengjun, you brat. Surprisingly, you're bad-mouthing me behind my back. Believe it or not, I'll smack you in the mouth." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. The crowd didn't even have time to react before 3 silhouettes appeared within the camp. The man at the head was unusually tall, with sword brows and starry eyes, wearing a set of gorgeous python robes, his red cloak hunting. Beside him were 2 young men, a man and a woman, one with a sword and the other with a sword. His henchman, Shocking Cloud, and Nei Feng. "Xiongba, you came fast enough." Huang Chengjun slanted a glance at him. "How come you only brought 3 people?" Xiongba opened his palms and laughed in an exaggerated manner. "Ha ha 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 ha. I thought they were too slow to leave, so I brought Feng Yun over in advance." "Didn't your brat just ask Little Glasses what benefits he promised me? Let me tell you. First, after this is accomplished, we will jointly take charge of the Long Vine shelter. Second, I want all 5 women. Lin Wan Air, Sun Yen, Zhou Qingxue, Ding Yuan and Zhou Shueqi. Third, I want 60% of all the cards." Huang Chengjun glared angrily. "You fart. I can agree to the first and third, but those 5 pretty girls, you want them all? What am I going to do with them? No way. It has to be evenly divided between the 2 of us. There's no negotiating this. I have to have them all." Xiongba waved his hand violently. "If you want to play with women, I can have Nei Feng accompany you." Nei Feng smiled flirtatiously, pinching her small waist with one hand and said, "Boss Huang, I admit that my posture is a little worse, but I'm alive and well, so I guarantee that I'll let you take off." "I shucks." Huang Chengjun cursed. "You vixen, let's tempt me here. Who doesn't know that the skill you learned is picking young to replenishing? I still want to live for a few more years. I don't want to turn into a human." Nei Wen stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "Can't you even pick just a little bit?" "No." Huang Chengjun directly refused. "Ha ha 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 ha. Alright Nei Feng, don't tease him. You don't know what old Huang's character is. If he really wanted to sleep with you, why would he wait until now?" Xiongba laughed out loud. "Hey, do you agree or not? Long Vine shelter except for these 5 women. The rest of them all belong to you. That's fine, right? All those mediocre girls put together are no match for one Ding Yuan. Not to mention the ones from Lin Wanner." "Hey," Huang Chengjun sighed. "Forget it. It's not easy for you to come all the way here. Just give it to you." "Ah ha 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 ha." Xiongba looked up to the sky and laughed. Chapter 136, Disagreements. Nagato Shelter. Conference Room. The cadres led by Lin Wanner, Lao Li, Su Yun, and Zhou Qingxue gathered together to discuss strategies. Although Lao Li intentionally opened a few dirty jokes to liven up the atmosphere, but the discerning can still feel that since Chen Shui's accidental death in battle, they are all in a low mood. Chen Shui is not a person who talks a lot. In the life of almost not much sense of existence, but then how no sense of existence. They are also together for several months. To say that it is not difficult is false. Oldly slapped the table. Okay, don't be sobbing. If you let the boss see this look, he will still laugh us to death. No one wants to see Chen Shue's death, but the facts are in front of us, so we have to accept them. What we should think about next is how to deal with those guys. Su-yun silently flicked off the ashes of his cigarette. This wouldn't have happened if either of us, me or you, were at the shelter when they attacked. In other words, in the future, no matter if we go out hunting or exploring the secret realm palace, the shelter must keep one high-end combatant. Is everyone okay with that? That's definitely fine. The problem now is that the boss is already rushing towards us, and we'll be back in a week at the slowest. Is our next step passive defense, waiting for the boss to come back to see the joke, or take the initiative and find that group to avenge Chen Shui? Old Li yelled. My proposal is to take the initiative and them up. Su-yun gave him a blank look. Easy for you to say. If I knew where they were hiding, I would have rushed over to exterminate them long ago. Why wait until now? We can send people to expand our reconnaissance range. Right now our reconnaissance range is only 50 kilometers. We can completely expand it to 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers. I just don't believe that they'll stop at nothing after so many people died. They must be cats in some nook or cranny waiting for a counterattack. Zhou Qingxue rejected it outright. No, we are severely short of combatants. Our defense is stretched to the limit, let alone sending them outside. Besides, who reconnaissance would reconnaissance hundreds of kilometers away? Old Li said indignantly. And according to you? Old Li did not like Zhou Qingxue at all. All day long a high and cold iceberg goddess look. If not for the fact that she is the bosswoman's sake. Early open dislike. Zhou Qingxue said. My opinion is to transfer all the scouts back and mainly strengthen the patrols within the shelter and wait for Qin Lang to return. As long as he comes back, that group of people, no matter how powerful they are, will be killed without a trace. Old Li furiously rolled his eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? We all know very well in our hearts how strong the boss is. We don't need you to tell us. The question is, what if a similar situation happens next time and the boss isn't there? What if the shelter comes under attack? We can't count on the boss for everything, right? We are adults. It's not like we're children. Su-yun stood up and said. I agree with Old Li. We can't count on the boss for everything. We must stand up when it's time for us to stand up. Chen Shui may just be a stranger to you, but to us it's the closest companion. I must find them before the boss comes back and them up. Ding Yuan took Su-yun's arm. Whatever old Su does, I'll support him. Old Li looked at Lin Wan'er and Sun Yen. Sister-in-law, what do you say? Lin Wan'er hesitated. To be honest, Lin Wan'er didn't agree with Old Li and Su-yun, and was more inclined towards Zhou Qingxue. Obviously there were simpler and safer methods, so why take the risk? But, they are Old Li and Su-yun. She has no position to oppose. If all three of you agree, so do I. Lin Wan'er nodded. Sun Yen rewrapped himself in his full body armor. A dull sound emanating from within the metal armor. I agree. Fine. Since everyone agrees, let's get started right away. Old Li rubbed his fists together. Zhou Qingxue, just take care of the shelter. When we move, the shelter will definitely keep a high-end combatant. Got it. Zhou Qingxue took a deep breath and said no more, turning away silently with her sister. Even though she and her sister's bodies had been handed over to Qin Lang, it was clear that the other party did not treat them as his own. Perhaps, in Qin Lang's eyes, she and her sister were nothing more than tool people for him to vent his desires. Sister, Zhou Sueki wanted to speak. I'm fine. Tell the captains to step up the patrol work inside the shelter. Anyway, just wait for a week. As long as Qin Lang he's back, everything will be fine. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, and even without streetlights, visibility remained high. The replanned and reconstructed grounds were immaculately clean, and the shelter was fairly quiet except for the occasional footsteps of the night patrol. Those guys have obviously escaped. So how come the boss is still so cautious and has to let us come out on night patrol? Hey, you don't know Boss Qingxue's character. She's always been cautious. Anyway, it's not like she's going to treat us poorly. So night patrols are just night patrols. That's true, but this heart is very unbalanced. I was a 996 cowhorse in the peace era. I can't imagine that in the end times. I'm still a 996 cowhorse. Ha 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 ha. A cow and a horse will always be a cow and a horse. You can't get rid of this fate. Ha 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 ha. The three night patrol fighters were smoking and talking, and the heckling was very jovial. Turning past the intersection in front of them, the three of them were about to turn back when a weak plea for help suddenly came out from the bushes. Help! Save me! What man? All three men were startled and brought up their rifles in unison. Come closer. Just see the grass lying a disheveled woman. Appearance can only be said to be fair. She obviously suffered a wrongful invasion. At this time is already dying. Drop. The battle power scan ended and one of the men said, "It's a civilian with only 400 battle power. In the fourth stage of the end times, anyone with a battle strength of 1,000 or less is a civilian. What happened to you? Who did this to you?" "There's a man in black. He insulted me." The woman curled up in the arms of the night patrol warrior and cried, "I was afraid. What are you doing out at night? A woman? Do you really think there are no bad people in the shelter?" The night patrol warrior consoled the woman while exchanging glances with his two colleagues, all wearing heartfelt smiles. Soon after, the three night patrol fighters took the woman to a remote corner of the shelter, inside a half-dilapidated building that, structurally, would have been a restaurant before the end of the world. "Sister, this is the end of the world. It's all about smoke for smoke and tea for tea. We can save you, but the premise is that you have to take something to exchange with us. I just checked on you. There is nothing. Then, you can only save your life and give your body to us." What? The woman showed a horrified expression. "What are you afraid of? We'll be gentle and definitely get you off. There's nothing under the sun more pleasurable than white whoring. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Go for it." "No, don't. Woo." The woman tried to scream, but the next second her mouth was covered. Chapter 137, The Queen's Might. Pop. Red and blue flames rose from his fingers and lit the cigarette. The woman took a deep drag on her aftershave and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Idiots. True hunters often appear as prey, not even understanding this basic common sense. You're only lucky to have survived this long. The woman's mouth revealed a sneering expression. She was no one else but Xiongba's henchman and iPhone. Nei Wen straightened her collar and silently disappeared into the nighttime haze of the shelter. Early morning. Zhou Qingxue rubbed her eyes that were streaked with blood. Despite the fact that she had strengthened a lot of cards that restored her physical strength, governing a shelter with 5,000 to 6,000 people required far more than just physical strength. More than that, it was spirit and energy. "Boss, something's wrong." A captain knocked on the door and came in, looking a little flustered. "What's wrong?" 3 dead men were found in a ruin in the area to be built in a strange manner, and all of them were members of the night crew. "Strange death? Show me." Zhou Qingxue led the captain and a dozen warriors to the place of the incident. Inside the crumbling ruins, there were indeed 3 corpses lying. 3 dry corpses to be exact, because apart from the thin layer of skin wrapped around their bones, all the flesh and blood in their bodies had been sucked out. The deceased have been identified. They are Zhang Lu, Qin Yuling and Feng Xiang. Last night the 3 of them were in charge of the first half of the night duty and did not return to the team after the night duty was over. Then wouldn't it stand to reason that this kind of non-return should be reported in a timely manner? The reason it wasn't reported is because they would often go after night duty. The reporting captain paused for a moment, and when he saw Zhou Qingxue looking over, he lowered his voice and said, "Going to look for a young lady." So the captain on duty didn't take it seriously. Zhou Qingxue frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. "Got it, boss. There's a lot of panic in the shelter right now. Could this be the work of some monster? It's possible, but I'm leaning more toward man-made," Zhou Qingxue said with a calm face. "Monsters wouldn't lure people to such a remote place, and there are no signs of a fight in this neighborhood. In other words, the 3 of them were tricked into coming here by someone through some means. You immediately lead an investigation into the young women who have recently entered the shelter, between the ages of 20 and 40, and bring back to the council chambers any that don't have an alibi." Understood. It was only half a day's work before and after, and the captain had brought back more than 100 young women, all of whom had no alibi, and who were now looking at each other with looks of awe on their faces, but who did not dare to ask what had happened. Zhou Qingxue walked while her sharp gaze swept past the women in turn, and when she was on her way to Nifeng's side, she paused slightly, but quickly lost interest and continued on her way. "Hey, I have the color card, Concealer, which allows me to adjust my battle power and breath downward at will. Unless your strength exceeds mine by too much, it's impossible to discover my true battle power." But, she's Zhou Qingxue? No wonder the boss can't get enough of her. She does have some good looks. "Okay, you guys can go." Zhou Qingxue waved her hand. When Nei Feng was ready to go out, Zhou Qingxue raised her arm to stop her. "Old boss, what is it?" Nei Wen had a scared look on her face. "Stop pretending. It was you who killed the 3 night duty warriors, wasn't it?" Zhou Qingxue said indifferently, and the captains around him were authorized to gather around. What night warrior? I don't understand what you're talking about." Nei Wen cursed in her heart. "You don't think that if you hide your battle power, you won't be revealed, do you? Your battle power can be hidden. Your scent can be hidden, but that smell of blood on your body can't be hidden." Only to see Zhou Qingxue's right arm vibrate. An ice sword appeared in her hand. The tip of the sword was directly against Nifeng's throat. "Still pretending with me? Humph." Seeing that her identity was revealed, Nei Feng simply stopped pretending. Slapping away the ice sword, her body swept out a few steps towards the back as she said with a scowl on her face, Zhou Qingxue, you are worthy of being the king of the long vine. You really do have two brushes. It's me who underestimated you. You can't get away. Say it. Who sent you? Is it Huang Chengjun? How is Huang Chengjun qualified to instruct me? My oldest's name is Xiong Ba. He is the boss of Qingtsong. Nei Feng sneered. If you're willing to honestly let me go back, when the boss captures the Long Vine Asylum later, I'll put in a good word for you in front of him. If not then what? Zhou Qingxue's expression was flat and ancient. Then you'll wait to be crippled by my boss. There are plenty of people who want to cripple me. What's your boss? Zhou Qingxue smiled contemptuously. Come, if you can block my 3 swords, I'll let you go back. If you can't, then leave your life behind. Ha 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 ha. Nei Wind laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're really crazy. That's what you said. Make a move. When Nei Feng shouted out the words make a move, a powerful and unrivaled coldness enveloped her, and in a trance, hundreds of ice swords appeared in front of her eyes. The ice swords converged into a long dragon spinning and crushing towards her. Hiss! Nei Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, clenched his teeth fiercely, and his longsword flared up into flames to clash with the sword dragon. Boom! There was a loud bang. Nei Wind flew out backwards, bleeding from all 7 of her orifices. Under absolute battle power suppression, Nei Wind lost in a single move. She looked at Zhou Qingxue, who had a sword dragon coiled behind her in horror, and tried to speak, but her throat hardened as she spat out a mouthful of blood. I overestimated you. Had I known you were so weak, I would have only used 70% of my strength. The corner of Zhou Qingxue's mouth rose slightly. Suffer death. Don't. If you kill me, my boss won't let you go. Nei Feng was still making a final struggle. Then let him come to me. Zhou Qingxue swung her long sword, and the sword dragon roared, smashing Nei Feng's body into pieces. Even the collection of the body was dispensed with. Inform Sister Lin for me, and say that I've gotten a new piece of information. Temporary camp 100 kilometers away from Nagato City. The corner of Xiongba's mouth suddenly twitched, and he, who had been laughing happily a second ago, suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of Nagato, his eyes turning incomparably gloomy. What's wrong? Huang Chengjun rarely saw this kind of grave expression on Xiongba's face. Nifeng is dead. Shocking Cloud, who was wiping his long sword, froze for a full 3 seconds before resuming wiping his long sword. Apparently the death of his companion was far less important than wiping his sword. The one who killed her was Zhou Qingxue, who seriously injured her in one move. Xiongba closed his eyes, and images of Nei Feng fighting Zhou Qingxue in her lifetime immediately appeared in his mind. Nei Wind is nothing but a man-player. Someone with a little bit of battle power can second her. What's so strange about that? Shot Cloud blew a strand of hair off the blade. It's good that she's dead. I've long looked at her with displeasure. Shot Cloud. Xiongba was a bit angry. What I care more about than Nefen's death is. Shocking Cloud blatantly launched his sword. The arc of the half-moon blade slashed at a rock 300 meters away like lightning and thunder, accompanied by a scream. The Nagato scout hiding behind the rock was cut in two. Chapter 138 Dark Gold Technique. All beings are equal. Our position has been discovered. Huang Chengjun picked up the communicator next to the corpse. The communicator's indicator light was on, indicating that their every move just now was being communicated in real time to the Nagato shelter. Wouldn't it be better if we found out? We could keep watch and save us the trouble of looking for them. Xiongba had absolute confidence in his battle power. Don't be gullible. All the few serious experts of the Long Vine Asylum have a battle power infinitely close to 20,000. Or even more than 20,000. Huang Chengjun reminded. Xiongba smiled contemptuously. Old Huang, your knowledge of my strength is still not thorough enough, not to mention that they are 20,000 battle power, or even 50,000 battle power. When it comes to me, they should die or have to die. Huang Chengjun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and would glance at Arms Master, who pushed his glasses and calmly said, "This is the main reason why I'm looking for Boss Xiongba to cooperate with me. Boss, you can rest assured that there will never be anything." Huang Chengjun nodded. If even the military division said so, then he was really relieved. From the beginning of the end times, there was not a single time that the warlord's strategy failed. Other side, a berserk giant bear carried Lin Wanner, Sun Yen, Ding Yuan and Old Li in a hurry. They had just learned the other party's exact location and personnel allocation through the scout warriors. They had to arrive as soon as possible, otherwise they would let them escape. 30 kilometers to go. 25 kilometers. 20 kilometers. The berserker bear ran at an incredibly fast speed and was able to adapt to most terrains, which was the biggest advantage of the transformation phase skill. Almost in the blink of an eye, the five arrived at the scene of the incident. What they didn't expect was that instead of fleeing, Huang Chengjuan's group waited in position, apparently intending to fight them here. Welcome, masters of the Nagato Asylum. Huang Chengjun spread out his hands with a bad smile on his face. Welcome your mom. Responding to Huang Chengjun was a blood-colored lance that seemed like a meteor, wrapped in flames and smashed solidly. Without waiting for Huang Chengjun to make a move, an awe-inspiring blade light flashed and actually sent the long gun flying. Frightened Cloud waved his long sword expressionlessly. Frightened Cloud does not cut down nameless ghosts under his sword. Report your name. What a poser. Ding Yuan disdainfully poo-pooed and transformed into a lizard man, while Lin Wanner and Sun Yan both leapt off the bear's back and assumed battle positions. Xiongba walked out of the crowd, opened his palms, and let out a wild laugh. It's a pity that the Zhou family sisters didn't come, or else I would have been able to wipe you all out, but it doesn't matter. When I exterminate you guys, I will immediately go to exterminate the Long Vine Asylum, kill all the men, and leave all the women as slaves. Ha 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 ha, what on earth gave you the courage to say such things? Su Yun was considered to be the most composed character in the team, and at this moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth. In the end times, strength is everything. I, Xiangba, will let you all see how strong I am today. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ga. Xiongba laughed out loud, and suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt end as he looked down at his chest, where a transparent lance was stuck, having pierced through his heart. Huang Chengjun was shocked. Xiongba. Looking at Xiongba, whose body slowly fell backwards, everyone was dumbfounded, including the one who started it all. Oldly scratched his head in bewilderment. No, I was just trying to shade him, and this is a spike? Hey, this joke is not funny at all. You stand up for me. Huang Chengjun was flustered in the flesh. Can you not panic? The main force died before the battle even started. Should he be allowed to face a siege of 5 enemy men? Isn't this like a joke? He stole a glance at Shocking Cloud and realized that Shocking Cloud's face did not change in the slightest, still cold and calm, so he could not help but let go of his heart. As expected, Xiongba stood up after falling down for more than 10 seconds, pulled out the transparent spear that had penetrated his heart, and snorted. Your kid's hand is quite dark. Playing with me to play underhanded and undermining, is it? It's great that you didn't die. Oldly shook his hand. I'm sorry for Snowy for letting you die so cheaply. Okay. Warm-ups are over. It's time to get down to business. Xiongba curved his smile and suddenly took a step, and his expression turned serious. At this moment, Xiongba was like a different person, carrying a kingly aura. Dark gold technique. Crowd. Bio. Ping. Equal. Buzz. A ball of black light exploded from Xiongba's palm, instantly forming a boundary 5 kilometers in diameter that enveloped the entire battlefield. Xiongba majestically opened his mouth. Within this boundary, the highest battle power will be erased, and then the lowest battle power will be erased, and the battle power of the remaining people will all be evenly distributed. Have you felt the change? Lin Wanner hurriedly tested with the battle power detector and her heart thumped. The average battle power of each person was now 1050. That's right, it's 1050. The berserk bear that Su Yun had transformed into had shrunk in size several times due to the drastic weakening of its battle power. All out. A group of men and women armed with swords and shields sneered as they poured out from within the woods and surrounded the 5. Xiongba laughed. Although everyone is 1050 battle power, but our numbers are dozens of times more than yours. Now do you know why I'm invincible in battle? An unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in the hearts of the crowd. We can't fight. We have to run. Su Yun lowered his voice, and despite his low voice, it was still heard by Xiongba, who let out a loud laugh. Run? Where can you run to? This neighborhood is full of our men. Now, I'm going to give you 3 a chance. Xiongba pointed at Lin Wan'er, Ding Yuan and Sun Yan. Kneel down, lick the soles of my shoes clean and swear allegiance to me. You'd better die of this. Lin Wan'er had long since not been the little white girl who knew nothing under Qin Lang's shelter, and she raised her hand with a shot as she picked up the forest wolf. Xiongba hurriedly dodged to the side. Ungrateful stinking. Brothers, give it to me. Dozens of people swarmed. Break out. Oldly rushed at the front with a lance in each hand. It's really impossible to fight this battle. He couldn't do damage even with the best skills after both sides were averaged out. But having said that, the 5 people after all, have been through 100 battles, facing the tide of corpses have never been afraid, and how would they be afraid of this group of the same kind? In the high experience and skill and the heart of the tacit cooperation, but also really by them to kill a bloody road. Seeing that hope was at hand, a figure appeared and blocked the way. Shocking Cloud held his sword in one hand and laughed coldly. Shocking Cloud is here, and no one can stop him. Get lost. The lizard-eyed Ding Yuan rushed over and clawed. Shocking Cloud sneered, looking for death. Woo! Only an arc of light flashed by, and Ding Yuan's body immediately erupted with blood as she screamed and flew backwards. Sun Yen rushed to hold her in place and cast Holy Healing. I'll kill you. The Berserk Cub wailed and attempted to launch an attack on Surprise Cloud. However, Surprise Cloud slashed out another blade, and the thick fur flipped open on the spot as blood gushed out. Lao Su, this isn't right. How could his battle power be so strong? Lin Wan Er exclaimed. Chapter 139, I'm back. It's only now that you realize that my battle power is different from yours? Isn't it a bit late? The corners of Shocking Cloud's mouth rose slightly as he took out a piece of animal skin from somewhere and gently wiped the blood-stained blade. Might as well tell you guys. My dark gold technique is called Fair Duel. As long as both sides' battle power doesn't fluctuate up and down more than in a state of 20%, I will boost my battle power by 100%. In other words, my current battle power is 2100, which is double that of yours. Xiongba laughed out loud. Equality of all beings, coupled with Fair Duel. How are you going to win? What will you win with? Lin Wanner's face was gloomy. It was hard not to think about what kind of decision he would make if Qin Lang was here. Before, they all relied on Qin Lang too much, facing the pursuers that were groping around them. The faces of all five were incomparably ugly. Are we really going to fold here? I hate nagging, and this will send you on your way. Shocking Cloud swung his long sword, and the half-moon blade arc reappeared. Sun Yen, who was covered in armor, raised her shield to resist, in front of the crowd, but to no avail. Her shield and armor were both chopped to pieces, and a large amount of blood flowed out of her chest, and although the wound was not deep, it looked very scary, with the skin and flesh turned over. Shocking Cloud, show mercy, women don't kill. Xiongba yelled hurriedly. I know, I have a point. Shocking Cloud blanked him, and when he made his sword again, ready to result in two males, a terrifying aura came from the back, and he hurriedly drew his sword and turned around to see Zhou Qingxue and Zhou Sueki rushing over with a few hundred people. Zhou Qingxue, Old Li's face was ugly and very ashamed. Zhou Qingxue is not with the Old Li and other people to count the targeting at the meeting. Clear and cold openings, equality of all beings, seems to be very strong. In fact, there is a very obvious disadvantage. That is, which party has more people? Which party will occupy the absolute advantage? Therefore, I brought the shelter that can fight. Will fight, including civilians. There are more than 400 people, and now the average fighting strength of each person is only 200 or 300. How did you know the weakness of my dark gold technique? Xiongba frowned tightly because what Zhou Qingxue said was not true at all. The thing that, equality of all beings, was most afraid of was the fact that the enemy was numerous. That's thanks to your good henchman, Naifun. After killing her, I stole part of her memories. Zhou Qingxue stood with her sword in her back, looking at the wretched quintet, a hint of sarcasm flowing from the corner of her mouth. He strengthened quite a few functional skills for me before he went out hunting. I previously thought that he was just giving me some crappy cards that he didn't use, and I even had quite a grudge against him. And it's only now that I finally understand why he's doing this. You guys have traveled all this way, under his leadership smoothly, encountering gods to kill gods, encountering ghosts to cut off ghosts, so it gives you an illusion, as if there are no masters in this world other than you guys, such as right now, without even investigating what abilities the other party possesses before suddenly striking out. In fact, the few of you are just that. Nothing apart from him. What the hell do you mean by that? Old Li's face turned red, but it was hard to refute. It's meaningless, simply spitting and venting my emotions. After all, I, Zhou Qingxue, am not the type of person who is used to keeping my grievances in my stomach. Zhou Qingxue pinned a strand of hair from her temples behind her ear. Kill for me. But anyone who can kill the enemy hand-to-hand will be heavily rewarded. Those who kill 3 or more will be admitted to the captain's seat. Roar. Kill. Hundreds of people hissed at the same time, their eyes red. The original Nagato Heavenly King, now Captain Nagato, Kong Shun and Hong Dali exchanged a glance and waited for their men to rush out, tacitly taking out 2 AK-47s from their traveling bags. What an age to be tired of cold weapons. Truth is only within range. Dignity stands above the area covered by guns. After saying that, these two shameless old greasers started pulling the trigger. Boundary, scatter. Xiongba looked at this and hurriedly withdrew the boundary. He had just withdrawn the boundary 1 second, and the next second a raging giant bear lunged at him. Lin Wanner's few people recovered their battle strength, and they instantly rose up with a dragon's vigor, charging towards Shocking Cloud and Xiongba and the others respectively. This your mom, beat the out of it. Huang Chengjun drew in a breath of cold air, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he made a look with the military division and evacuated the scene with his remaining men. Go! Xiongba is strong in that he has a dark gold skill, equality of all beings, as well as the harvesting talent Shock Cloud. Now equality of all beings cannot be used. His combat power can only be considered sloppy. And where will be the opponent of the crowd? Exchanging only 2 rounds of defeat. He turned back to greet the Huang Qingjun to help, only to find that the other party has long been running away from the shadow of the shadow. Go, go! Xiongba yelled. Go, where are you going? Stay here. Su Yun was extremely defeated. He held a stomach of pent-up anger in desperate need of venting, madly chased after Xiongba, and finally turned Xiongba over after an hour and a half of chasing. As for Shocking Cloud, it had long since turned into a pile of rotten meat under the siege of the experts. Luckily, we have Xiongba and the others to attract hatred, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to escape. Huang Chengjuan's heart palpitated, making sure that no one was chasing after him. Then he let go of his heart. In the future, we still have to find more allies like Xiongba. The warlord pushed his glasses. I'm not afraid that the other side is strong in battle, but I'm most afraid that the other side has a warlord. I didn't expect Zhou Qingxue to be such a tactful woman. Boss, it's better for you not to think about the Nagato shelter. How dare I think about that? It would be nice to save a little life. Huang Changjun looked at the fully compiled team. The brothers are all alive. Not much of a problem. Let's stay away from Nagato's sphere of influence first. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound suddenly came from the bushes in front of them, and the crowd looked over. Only a handsome young man appeared from behind the bushes, and both parties stared at each other. Huang Changjun raised an eyebrow. What are you? You, Nagato's pursuers? Nagato chaser? I'm not. Oh. The young man shook his head. You mean the pursuers from the Nagato asylum? Why are they chasing you? You can't be Huang Changjun, can you? Huang Changjun's heart thumped. You, who are you? How do you know I'm Huang Changjun? The man nodded. You're the ones who killed Chen Shui. TSK, it's not an enemy. Who the hell are you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Huang Changjun snapped and pressed the battle power detector. And then, he was confused. Because, the man in front of him had a battle value of 6W6. What? It's broken, isn't it? Huang Changjun knocked on the battle force detector. Die. The man raised his right hand, and dozens of black chi transformed into spears that instantly penetrated the bodies of a group of people led by Huang Changjun. Under absolute battle power suppression, they didn't even have a chance to scream. I'm back, and I slaughtered Huang Changjun by the way. Qin Lang had finally entered the range of mind communication. Chapter 140 Re-exploring the Childhood Palace. Nagato Shelter. After listening to what the people had told him, Qin Lang gently sighed. Luckily, Qingxue is resourceful, or else you guys would really have to capsize in the gutter this time. I thought you said it would take a week at the earliest to get back. How come you're here in 2 days? Zhou Qingxue sized up Qin Lang. After more than a month of separation, Qin Lang's appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, but his eyes were getting deeper and deeper. Especially the aura on his body was unfathomable. Even if Qin Lang didn't have the slightest hostility, it would still make her feel fearful. I don't know much about my mobility. Qin Lang smiled and rubbed the tip of his nose. I thought it would take a week at first too, but I didn't realize that going in a straight line would be so fast. Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I failed to protect Sister Xiaoxue. Sun Yan blamed herself somewhat. Qin Lang waved his hand. This is something that is not to blame for any of you. Let bygones be bygones. The person is already dead, and we who are alive should cherish life all the more. Qin Lang first filled the crowd with some chicken soup for the soul, and then got back to the point of chatting about the crowd's recent situation and the situation of the shelter. Old Li, they needless to say, individually pulled out a very strong combat power, out hunting very smoothly. Almost everyone has made great progress. The one who surprised Qin Lang the most was Zhou Qingxue, the queen of the long vine. Her internal affairs ability was first-rate, and during the period when he was out hunting, she had already completed the preliminary urban planning, had a complete household registration system, and planned out several neighborhoods with different functions and differentiated management. Obviously had worked in municipal engineering before, either as a staff member within the system. Zhou Qingxue led the way in front while pointing and introducing. I encourage the residents to go out hunting and be self-sufficient, so I specifically set up a trading area here to facilitate their card swapping. The trading area is the top priority, and I've given the job of maintaining law and order here to Sweki, with her acting as the captain. Thanks for today. Without your support, I would have lost 5 of my old friends. Qin Lang's words turned around, making Zhou Qingxue somewhat at a loss for words. This is what I should do. Consider these cards as a small reward. How about when I take out that equality of all beings of Xiongba's and give it to you or Shuiqi to use? Xiongba didn't die. He was severely injured by Su Yun's slap, and is now staying in the dungeon, not immediately extracting his dark gold card. That's because Qin Lang doesn't have any extra color card battery in his hand at the moment. This thing has an extremely low burst rate. Everything is at your disposal. Zhou Qingxue obediently nodded her head. By the way, there's something I have to give you a heads up in advance. Qin Lang looked around this thriving shelter. If one's personal strength is not strong enough, it's useless even if the shelter is built well. The long vine shelter can only be used as a temporary residence. Once an attack that is difficult to resist occurs, I will not hesitate to abandon it. You must be mentally prepared. Do you know something? Zhou Qingxue counted herself as half of her own people and had long known that Qin Lang possessed the ability of undiscovered. The post-apocalyptic environment's only going to get tougher and tougher. And if I'm not mistaken, what awaits us next will be a perpetual night with a mortality rate that far exceeds that of extreme cold and heat. Eternal night? Zhou Qingxue got goosebumps. Yes, prepare the illumination cards ahead of time. For more details, Qin Lang didn't say more. Not that he didn't want to say, it was really that he knew too little. In his previous life, during the months when the eternal night descended, he had almost always been hiding in the shelter, like a yellow-bellied girl in a rich family whose door was not open. The afternoon of the second day back at the Nagato shelter, Qin Lang then reclaimed a large area of farmland behind the mobile fortress and planted a large area of mushrooms. From now on, your task is to guard this mushroom field and not allow anyone to approach. Yes, Kong Shun's body straightened up. I heard Qingxue say that you've been doing well lately, so I'll reward you with these cards. Whether you want to use them yourself or give them away. Whatever. Qin Lang was quite generous, lifting his hand to a dozen gold cards. Kong Shun's eyes were red with excitement. Brother, you are my own brother. I would give my life for big brother. Oh, you better be. Fixing the mushroom field, Qin Lang took out the pile of corpses in the spatial ring, and when the tattered corpse of the cave's strange hand was thrown near the mushroom field, Kong Shun couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This thing. What is it? Nothing. It's just a monster with 60,000 battle power. 60,000? Kong Shun forcibly resisted the urge to kneel down, and a thought rose in his mind that Qin Lang was a thigh that he must firmly hold on to, preferably welding himself to it. During the evening meal, both Old Li and Su Yun expressed to Qin Lang their intention to go out hunting. At this, Qin Lang naturally would not refuse. I don't object to your eagerness to become stronger, but you must do it according to your strength. I'll only give you one piece of advice. Prepare more light sources, the more the better. It's best to come back immediately after the pitch-black giant appears. I estimate that we'll enter the 5th stage in another month or so. Stage 5 is Neverwinter Night. The best card to deal with Neverwinter Night is the gold card talent, formerly blind. Preferably upgraded to LV3. I think I have this card. Old Li rummaged through his locker for half a day before he managed to find this gold card. This card is important? I always thought it was trash. Enhancing perception in case of blindness. Go around the city more. Collect some blind cards, and some cards must be prepared, such as silver cards, lamps, white cards, candles, blue cards, kerosene lamps. The more of these the better, and you will know what use they are when the time comes. Okay, I'll go collect the cards and go out hunting when it's done. Old Li revealed a bright smile. Be safe, don't die out there. That would break my heart. Don't worry, as long as you don't wave, you definitely won't die a bit. Old Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan left on the third day of Qin Lang's return. Having lost Old Li, the loud voice and the extremely flowery Su Ding couple, Qin Lang was still a bit uncomfortable for a while, and would have to wait for them to come back before he could see the giant bears battle the lizardmen again. In the afternoon of that day, Qin Lang once again came to the door of the childhood Earth Palace. At this point, his word researcher had already learned LV5, and was able to decipher 90% of the information. And the 32 identical gold cards needed to go further up the ladder were not something that could be found in full overnight, and there was no need for that at the moment. Qin Lang, who re-entered the underground palace, turned into the appearance of a child again, and unlike the last time, he appeared next to the altar, where the ghost woman stood, revealing an eerie smile, holding in her hand that scroll which Qin Lang could not understand at all before. Qin Lang took the scroll and read it at a glance, finally understanding what the ghost woman's mission was. Don't worry. I'll help you kill them. Chapter 141, Evil Thoughts. The contents of the scroll, which is both a quest and a story, tells how the ghost woman's childhood was miserable and how she was transformed into the evil-minded ghost woman by the cruel abuse of her beastly parents. In fact, Qin Lang was not interested in the content of this scroll. After all, the ghost woman and him were two species. It was hard for him to empathize. There was only one thing that made it hard for him not to care, and that was the fact that he had read an article related to it in the newspaper. And that should have been many years ago. A 3 or 4-year-old girl was abused by her own mother, because her mother did not give her food for a long time. The little girl could not stand the hunger to secretly go to the chicken coop to eat chicken food, was found by her mother. The mother instead of conscience, but blamed the little girl to her shame, with a needle, cigarette burns and other means of abuse girls. and later fear that the little girl denounced himself. The beast of a mother will be the little girl's mouth with a needle stitched up. Finally, in the end, the little girl died in the arms of the nurse because of long-term malnutrition and 2 serious injuries. When he first read this report, Qin Lang was in an indescribably depressing mood, almost causing his worldview to collapse. Later on, with all sorts of various and outrageous news spreading through the internet, Qin Lang gradually accepted the setting that some just look like people. Perhaps the end times researcher in his previous life was right in his guess, but if that's really the case, it's only a matter of time before the human race perishes, and no amount of struggling will help. Qin Lang sighed lightly. Meow? Xiaohei and Q-Boy still followed him without any presence, and revealed strange expressions when they heard Qin Lang muttering. Qin Lang walked towards the target point while saying, "Some people say that the reason why the end times came to pass is because a civilization at a super high latitude turned the earth into a playground similar to the Ant Kingdom. Those monsters in the sky are just props used by higher civilizations to force humans to evolve. And due to the lack of specific research on humans, they simply adapted some of the human stories into plots and cards through some means. For example, in this era where traffic is king, many people, in order to satisfy their curiosity, specially create an Ant Kingdom eco-box, and then put some scorpions, centipedes, and the like into it, and watch the ants fight with these large insects, and the party that wins will be rewarded with good food. If this conjecture is true, then humans are no different from ants in front of this higher civilization." Qin Lang suddenly sighed. It was the kind of thing he'd never told anyone, mainly because he was worried they wouldn't be able to accept the harsh reality. Whether the conjecture is true or false, living in the moment is most important. Qin Lang reached out and touched Xiaohei's head, and the latter subconsciously resisted a little, but after thinking about it, he still allowed Qin Lang to jerk him around a few times. Half an hour later, Qin Lang came to the residential area pointed out in the scroll, which had long been a graveyard, with only a wooden house standing alone in the middle of the graveyard, and the faint mist added a bit of mysterious color to the already bizarre wooden house. Qin Lang found a high ground and prostrated his body, without knowing exactly how much battle power the monsters inside had. Qin Lang was still somewhat cautious. "Do you want to go seduce a wave?" Qin Lang smiled and looked at Xiaohei, who was licking his fur and sniffed and whimpered, saying succinctly, "No, Q-Boy, you go." "Ga?" Q-chan reached out with his little round hands and grabbed the umbrella cover to cover his ears. "Acting scared? How can you hang out with me in the future if you're so timid? Forget about it, do it yourself and have a good meal." Qin Lang muttered and prepared to cast a stone to see the color of the monsters inside. At this time, a few silhouettes that appeared in the mist on the right side attracted Qin Lang's attention, and he hurriedly crouched down to look over there. One after another, 7 children came out of the mist, and judging by their dress, they were actually of a clear white color, consisting of 5 males and 2 females. This should be the old site the ghost woman was talking about. "Everyone get ready. Todd, it's up to you." The boy called Todd nodded and waited for his companions to form a battle formation before he raised his arms high and a ball of hot fire appeared in his hands. Ignis! The fireball blasted into the cabin. With a loud boom, the monster in the cabin was startled and let out an angry roar, followed by a monstrous monster rushing out from inside, its bloated and twisted body covered in arms, legs and tumors, looking like a diseased and mutated tree spirit from afar. "Mother of evil thoughts." Qin Lang nodded in agreement with the description of the scroll. At this time, the 7 children below had already battled with the mother of evil thoughts. These 7 men were clearly a complete elite team, boasting a knight, 2 swordsmen, 3 magicians and a priest. Despite not being able to use external weapons, they still fought back and forth with the mother of evil thoughts through tacit cooperation. It's very ornamental. These guys are very strong. They can almost have around 2W of battle power. If you take me off, Old Lee and the others may not be able to securely win against this team. Since someone had taken the lead, Qin Lang was naturally happy to have a free time and watch the show from above, studying the tactics of these 7 people in the meantime. Actually, has no tactics. It was nothing more than knights in the front attracting the attention of the mother of evil thoughts, 2 swordsmen guarding the 3 wizards and not letting the attacks fall on them. The main output was the 3 wizards, attacking remotely with fire magic, and the priests naturally at the end of the group helping them heal and adding gain status. Both sides fought fiercely for about 10 minutes. The mother of evil thoughts was scarred and about to be taken down when it suddenly turned its head and let out a long whistle at the wooden house that had been blasted into ruins. Mutiny arose at that very moment, as some creature beneath the cabin was awakened, and the tombstones within the cemetery trembled. "The father of evil thoughts is coming out. Everyone be careful," the knight captain warned. As soon as the words fell from this side, the tombstone cracked and dozens of zombies drilled out from it. They possessed extremely terrifying movement speeds and surrounded the 7 people in an instant. And in the direction of the cabin, the father of evil thoughts also revealed his true form. It was a zombie with a size similar to a giant. The weapon in his hand was the bone of some creature, and a seemingly random smash directly knocked the Knight Captain back 5 or 6 steps. This thing is so powerful. I can't hold out for long. Damn it, hurry up and back me up, the Knight Captain shouted. Unfortunately, his companion was being pestered by a group of life-affirming zombies and couldn't be distracted from helping him. Evil Thought Father's battle power is actually 2W4, and Evil Thought Mother's battle power is also 1W5. This isn't right, is it? Xin Lang looked at it with the battle power detector and frowned. This was only the lowest level dungeon. Why would a monster with such a perverted battle power appear? Theoretically, in a low-level dungeon, there won't be more than 2W combat creatures to appear. While Xin Lang was still pondering here, the battle below was nearing its end, and under the siege of the 2 major monsters and a group of zombies, the 7-member squad dragged their injured bodies and fled for their lives in a hurry. It's time to strike. Xin Lang casually grabbed a stone and smashed it from afar, hitting the father of evil thoughts squarely on his head in an unbiased manner. The father of evil thoughts slowly turned his head and looked at Xin Lang, who had been hiding in the shadows. Chapter 142, The Pool of Evil Thoughts of the Ghost Woman. Make it quick. Xin Lang moved his arms, a hint of a smile swirling at the corner of his mouth. Let's see if we can finish you off within 10 seconds. 5th gear, elephant power. The father of evil thoughts seemed to be able to understand Xin Lang's words and expressed his dissatisfaction by roaring furiously. But in the next second, the eyes of the father of evil thoughts appeared to change, and the boy who didn't seem to be much powerful actually leapt up, releasing a circle of black chi from his right arm, and those black chi condensed into a huge and incomparable fist, which smashed solidly on the father of evil thoughts' body. Bang! The upper half of the father of evil thoughts' body was instantly destroyed and turned into pieces. This monster with 2W5 battle power that could easily level an elite squad was so easily killed in seconds. It didn't even have a chance to resist. The mother of evil thoughts that was chasing the 7-member squad seemed to have sensed something, and immediately gave up the chase and hurriedly rushed back to the graveyard with a group of zombies. And what greeted it was Xin Lang's second punch. Bang! The mother of evil thoughts that had long been bruised and battered was shattered on the spot by the iron fist condensed by the touch of darkness. And as for the group of zombies, their bodies quickly dried up and turned into a pile of white bones after they lost the aura boost from the 2 evil thoughts leaders. It's really worthy of being a secret treasure of the secret realm of the fighting beasts. It's even more powerful than I thought, at least doubled in power. If the current me were to face the big head from 2 months ago, I might be able to kill it without using a card wall. Xin Lang dispersed the touch of darkness, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered. However, the physical exertion is also huge. Just the consumption of these 2 strokes is enough for me to use dozens of rounds of Supreme Sacred Chop. While Xin Lang rested in place, Xiao Hei and Q-Boy brought back the special card inside the evil thought. Let's go. Go back to the ghost woman and turn in. Xin Lang greeted him and took Xiao Hei, Q-Boy back the same way. As for the 7 foreigners who had escaped, Xin Lang did not fall on his sword to go after them. After all, at his level of combat power, killing people brought him too little gain, far less than killing monsters. Instead of wasting time chasing people, it would be better to find more powerful monsters to kill. Half a day later, Xin Lang returned to the altar and handed the 2 special cards and scrolls to the ghost woman. A wide smile appeared on the ghost woman's twisted and monstrous face as it used its withered branch-like fingers to touch a dark gold card from its bosom and handed it over to Xin Lang as payment. Xin Lang's eyes lit up when he took a look at the dark gold card, because what the ghost woman gave him turned out to be a special dark gold, Pool of Evil Thought Ghost Woman. The Pool of Evil Thoughts. Obtain evil thoughts by killing monsters and upgrade the cards in the pool. Up to, dark gold, cards. Xin Lang couldn't wait to tear open the Pool of Evil Thought Ghost Woman card to study it, and as a golden light flashed by, Xin Lang clearly realized that a small pool had appeared in his body, and in the middle of the pool was the statue of a ghost woman, with her hands raised high, seemingly holding something. At this moment, there was neither water nor cards in the pool. And when Xin Lang placed the extra piece of Team Glory dark gold card into the hands of the Ghost Woman statue, the Ghost Woman statue slowly opened its eyes, swallowed the Team Glory into its mouth, and pointed its hands towards the pool. Xin Lang immediately understood what this meant. It was an auxiliary skill that duplicated cards and had no offensive or defensive capabilities of its own, but was an absolute phantom god card. As long as a steady stream of hunting is done, evil thoughts are injected into the pool, and after a certain level is reached, the Pool of Evil Thoughts Ghost Woman will be able to duplicate the exact same card. Find the monster and try it. Xin Lang was very excited and was about to leave the secret realm when a discordant voice came from the distance. Just you alone dare to enter the secret realm. Have you never died before? Xin Lang twisted his head to see that it was the group of 7 who had been chased like dogs by the evil thought leader earlier. By now they had recovered from their injuries after resting and were looking at him wistfully. Seeing that Xin Lang didn't respond, the night captain sneered. It seems that he doesn't understand our words. This kid doesn't look too strong. How about slaughtering him to relieve his anger? While I'm not really in favor of indiscriminate killing, I can't deny that I do hold a lot of anger and desperately need to find someone to take it out on. Just do as you say. The female magician in the group nodded. You guys, going to kill me? Qin Lang was amused. Oh, so you can understand our words. Then you should also know your current situation. If you're willing to be obedient, we might not be able to spare your life for God's sake and allow you to be our slave. The night captain had an arrogant expression on his face, completely treating Qin Lang as a minor character who had mistakenly entered the secret realm. Qin Lang rubbed the tip of his nose. God? What's his battle power? The night captain heard this as a provocation and raised an eyebrow. You seek death. I'll do it. The swordsman in the group suddenly leapt out and ruthlessly slashed at Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't move a muscle and quietly looked at this white man who didn't know what he was doing. Ha ha, this kid was actually scared silly. The same reaction as those we enslaved. The white man is the best race of man in this world, and all others besides should perish. The six of them talked and laughed because in their opinion, Qin Lang wouldn't even be able to block a single move from the swordsman before he would be decapitated. Things, however, often turn out to be unexpected. Seeing that the long sword was about to fall, dozens of tentacles made up of black chi wrapped around the swordsman's body, leaving his body suspended in the air and unable to move. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys something. If you guys go back to the graveyard and have a look, you'll know that the father of evil thoughts and the mother of evil thoughts, who crippled you guys before, have already been killed by me." Nonsense. Those two monsters are strong as hell. How can you possibly kill them with just you? You quickly put wool down. Otherwise I'll be rude to you, the night captain said angrily. Oh, listen to you. Qin Lang exerted a little force, and swordsman wool was torn apart on the spot, and the broken pieces of his body fell like rain, leaving the six people dumbfounded. I've put the man down. What else is there for me to do? Qin Lang smiled and walked forward. Will? God. What happened? Will was even killed by him in seconds? This is an illusion, right? Will has 1W6 battle power. No, it's not a hallucination. But how does this happen? I don't understand. The squad of six was both bewildered and shocked. It wasn't that they couldn't accept the death of their teammates, but they couldn't accept the death of their teammates in such an unexplained manner. The other party had killed the most powerful swordsman in the team with just one skill. This yellow-skinned man in front of them, was he a human being? Or a monster? Your turn. The corners of his mouth lifted and he whispered. Third gear. Panther's acumen. Swish. Qin Lang brought up a series of residual shadows and arrived in front of the night captain in the next second, and under the four eyes meeting, the night captain had the feeling of facing a flooding beast. No, no, the night captain trembled as he squeezed two words through his teeth. Chapter 143, Texas Bugwave. Now you know you regret it? Sorry, it's late. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth raised in a sneer as he directly snapped the night captain's neck. Jesus, Captain, oh my God, what kind of monster is this? The remaining 5 people were all stunned. The captain, who was nearly invincible in melee combat, was even killed in seconds. Even if it happened right in front of their eyes, they were not willing to believe that this was the truth. As the night captain's body fell limply, the remaining 5 men had the hindsight to make birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. If I let you guys escape, where would I put my face? Qin Lang smiled as he brought up a series of residual shadows and chased after them. 10 minutes later, Qin Lang pinched the last blonde doll and said, whether you want to die or live, it's all up to you. For God's sake, spare me. I want to live. The doll, who was the team's priest named Shitada, pleaded. Just don't kill me. Make me do anything. I have a few questions for you. Qin Lang let go of Shitada. Where did you guys come from and what's the current environment there? I'll say, we're from Texas. Devon. We control a huge asylum. They call me the 7 Horsemen. Shitada hurriedly told Qin Lang the information he had in detail and brought him to the entrance when he entered under Qin Lang's instructions. In order to confirm whether or not his guess was correct, Qin Lang pinched Shitada's neck and walked into that glittering barrier with her. Still a brief moment of vertigo. After the stun ended, Qin Lang opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. To be honest, this place was similar to Nagato, with devastated earth, huge eyeball monsters floating in the sky, and from time to time, ear-piercing, ear-splitting, strange cries coming from all around. Eyeballs? Qin Lang sensed that something was wrong. The monsters in the sky here are not the same as Nagato. Are the monsters different in each area? Just as Qin Lang was thinking, a heavily armed squad rushed over. Captain Shitada, it's not good. You guys just went in and our shelter was attacked by a bugwave. It's in danger. If you don't go back, the shelter will be finished. Ha? Why are you the only one returning? Shitada glanced at Qin Lang and busily said, "The chief captain had more important things to do, so he let me come back alone. And this Mr. Qin is our honored guest." "Hello, Mr. Qin." The man who spoke was yellow, although he spoke an authentic foreign language, and should be an immigrant. Qin Lang nodded. "Take me to your shelter. This way." At that moment, the group headed towards the shelter in a giant 3-meter-tall SUV. On the way back, the crowd encountered a large number of bugs. Each of these bugs was 2 meters tall, possessing sturdy shells and side-sharp claws, and the damage that ordinary hot weapons could inflict on them was almost negligible. However, this group of soldiers who had survived for most of the last half of the world was not a light, and they all copied their weapons to fight with the bugs, destroying dozens of bugs in a few moments. It seems that the end times over here in Texas, it really isn't quite the same as China. Although the bugs were also encountered over there in Huaxia, they were not in large numbers, unlike here where they were in swarms and even formed a wave of bugs. As the group arrived at the periphery of the shelter, Qin Lang was slightly shocked by the scene in front of him even though he was mentally prepared. Into the eyes is a 100 meters high wall, and outside the high wall are tens of thousands of bugs, these bugs forward and backward. In order to stack the corpses of the method constantly fill the land outside the wall. At this time there has been 60 or 70 meters of height. In addition to the ordinary scytheworms, the wave of worms was also interspersed with many slightly smaller, winged flying worms that attack by spewing strong acid from their anus to corrode the enemy. "Ha, and the big guy?" Qin Lang looked in a more distant direction. A large pile of green fat worms taller than houses slowly moved, their bloated and incomparable bodies slowly glowing. "Those are plasma worms, capable of spewing plasma from their anus, causing ranged damage and extremely strong damage to buildings. Even if our city walls are reinforced, it's impossible to withstand an attack of this scale." Shitada had completely forgotten that she was on the opposite side of the fence from Qin Lang, and went as far as to ask for his help. "Mr. Qin, please save our shelter. Once the shelter is lost, all of us will be reduced to food for the insect race. What do I have to do with the loss of your shelter? Ms. Shitada, have you forgotten that not too long ago you were trying to kill me?" Shitada was dumbfounded. "Do you have a place to hoard cards?" Qin Lang's words reminded Shitada, and her eyes lit up as she said, Yes, we have a specialized card warehouse. It's in the chief captain's basement. I can take you to get it. You better not be lying to me." Qin Lang moved his arms and legs and took out the ice sword that he had exchanged from the pale blood corpse. Once the ice sword was taken out, the temperature inside the car dropped by a dozen degrees, and someone couldn't help but shiver. "Drive forward," Qin Lang said. "But there's a wave of insects in front of us. Once we're surrounded." "Wheel. What bug wave?" Qin Lang slanted a glance at him and raised his hand to sweep out a sword. The supreme sacred slash that mixed the dual damage of light and freezing fell into the swarm of worms. Several hundred worms instantly flew into ashes, and a large blank space appeared there. "I know. You are a messenger sent by God to rescue us. Thank God." A group of people reverently began to cross themselves on their chests. Qin Lang scoffed at this. He was a staunch atheist. If there were really a divine Buddha Lord God in this world, then there would not be so many evil people in this world who have done so much evil but have not been punished. The so-called religion is just another form of domination. It's the end of the world, and you don't see God stepping in to save you. Your faith is quite strong. Qin Lang sneered and made successive sword strikes, and pieces of bugs were killed. And by the time the buggy traveled to the entrance below the city wall, the number of bugs that died under Qin Lang's hand was up to thousands. "Open the door! Open the door!" The driver tapped his horn frantically. The secret door just big enough to accommodate a vehicle opened and the crowd dove in headfirst. "Take me to the basement to get my card." Qin Lang raised his hand and pinched the back of Shitada's neck, not paying the slightest attention to the inner city that had long been in chaos. "The sky is the limit and earning cards are the biggest," 5-star General MacArthur once said. In a post-apocalyptic environment, nothing is more important than strengthening yourself. Boom boom boom. The walls of the city under attack by the plasma worms shook as the inhabitants panicked and scurried around. Some scythe worms rushed in through some gaping hole and unleashed a bloody and brutal massacre on the civilians, and Qin Lang didn't even bother to look at it, and after arriving at his destination, he pushed Shitada directly into the chief captain's residence. Chapter 144 Exterminating the Wave of Insects Alone. The chief captain's residence was a relatively sturdy 2-story small building, belonging to a card building with a level of gold, which was difficult for ordinary scythe worms to breach in a moment. After entering, Qin Lang escorted Shitada to find the basement without any problems. Only that the chief captain's collection was far from what Shitada had described, and there were only a few thousand blue, green and white cards, and this point of cards, to put it mildly, would not be enough for Qin Lang to stuff his teeth with. However, Qin Lang still threw the card storage box into the storage space on the principle that a grasshopper's leg was also meat. "As for you, Qin Lang touched the tip of his nose and seemed to feel the killing aura of the man in front of him. Xiaotada exclaimed, "Please don't kill me. I haven't done anything bad. Everything is done by the chief captain and them. I am their team member and can only follow them to do evil. They're all dead, so you can naturally say whatever you want. Besides, whether I kill you or not has no direct relation to whether you've done something bad or not." Qin Lang corrected Xiaotada. "You have to tell me what other use you have. Forget about your priest abilities. I won't even get hurt fighting this level of bug-tide." Xiaotada suddenly ripped her dress away. "Do whatever you want to me as long as you don't kill me." Qin Lang pinched his brow. "I'm not sexually interested in you." It really wasn't that Qin Lang was pretending. A group of bugs were ghosting outside, and the plasma bugs were constantly releasing plasma. In this situation, who would be spermatic to think about such nonsense? Even though Xiaotada was really big and white. "Forget it, I'll just go kill the bugs. You'd better stay close, in case you fall behind and get killed by the bugs. It won't be my fault." Qin Lang walked out of the small two-story building without looking back. A dozen or so scytheworms scented his scent and screamed as they rushed over, only to be rushed halfway before they were pierced through the body by a lance condensed from black tentacles. "God bless me! Help! I don't want to die." There were screams and screams. A large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding walls under the bombardment of a large number of plasma worms. Countless scytheworms and flying worms swarmed over. Those survivors with only a few hundred, or even a few dozen, battle strength were not at all a match for the insect hordes, and were decimated in a single glance. In contrast, Qin Lang's side was another kind of light, only to see him holding an ice sword, constantly releasing the supreme sacred chop to harvest the swarms of insects, and the terrifying and incomparable insects in front of him were like mole crickets, unable to withstand a single blow. There were some smart survivors who realized that Qin Lang's battle power was amazing and spontaneously followed over. Instead of driving them away, Qin Lang protected them as they broke out towards the outside of the shelter without haste. By the time Qin Lang cleared a safe zone, there were as many as 200 to 300 survivors behind him. "Tell them to stay here and stay put," Qin Lang informed. Xiaotada hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, what about you? What about you? Are you stupid? With all those bugs, how can we rebuild the shelter if we don't exterminate them?" Xiaotada was dizzy for a moment. "It's a bug wave, and you're only one person. How can you possibly fight it?" Exterminating a few thousand bugs and exterminating a wave of bugs were two completely different concepts. Qin Lang told Xiaotada the answer with his practical actions, only to see him raise his right hand and release a cloud of thick green poisonous mist. This is the third apostle skill, Deadly Poison Cloud. Where the poisonous cloud drifted through, those scytheworms fell to the ground in pieces, and even though they didn't die immediately, they all lost their ability to fight. Bugs themselves are resistant to poisonous fog. Captain Xia, what kind of person is he? He is too powerful, more powerful than even the chief captain. It must be an angel sent by God to protect us. All shut up. Xiaotada rudely interrupted the crowd. Mr. Qin Lang is an atheist. In front of him, don't mention anything about God or angels. Be careful of your life. The crowd was silenced, not daring to speak again. Snort! A burst of air-breaking sounds rang out, and the plasma worms several hundred meters away exploded one after another, and the plasma that was too late to be launched exploded in place, blasting out a large blank area, capable of melee combat, long range, and field control. Mysterious Oriental. Too scary. Xiaotada's eyes changed from fear to admiration when she thought of that little cutie. The knight captain was going to take on such a monster. She couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What is this if not seeking death? How long does it take to exterminate a full wave of bugs? Qin Lang gave the answer, 1 hour 27 minutes. Standing on the mountain of corpses piled up by insect corpses, Qin Lang silently wiped his sweat. He was now in dire need of rest and food. Xiaotada, you lead them to collect the cards and uniformly hand them over to me. Whoever dares to monopolize the private stash, kill them. Xiaotada hurriedly said, please rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will never allow anyone to hide the cards. Leave the cleaning of the battlefield to me. Aha! Qin Lang turned around and disappeared at the end of the sea of corpses and bones. Early the next morning, Qin Lang, who had rested in the basement for the whole night, had completely recovered his essence, and when he appeared on the streets again, the corpses on the streets had basically been burned. When the people who were cleaning up the battlefield saw Qin Lang, they all cast a gaze of awe at him. Where are the Xiaotadas? Mr. Qin Lang, Captain Xia is organizing people to repair the east wall. She said that if you wake up and want to find her, you should go to the east wall. The one who spoke was a red-nosed old man with a broom. Oh, got it. Qin Lang nodded. Mr. Qin Lang. The old man with the red nose bowed towards Qin Lang and said with tears in his eyes, many thanks. If it wasn't for you, my granddaughter and I would have been eaten by bugs. It's nothing. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Work. The eastern wall. Shitata handed 5 large boxes full of cards to Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, this is the cards collected so far. There's about 1/3 left to get. There are too many corpses and our manpower is too small. Not bad. Looks like it was right not to kill you. Qin Lang put the card away. Keep packing. When everything is done here, meet me at the chief captain's small building. I still have some things I want to ask. Yes, Mr. Qin Lang. Sighting Qin Lang far away, Shitata waved her long whip and snapped. Hurry up. The battlefield must be cleaned up before noon, or no one will be able to eat. Chief Captain's small 2-story building. Qin Lang savored a delicious seafood dinner and drank red wine. Standing at his side was Shitata, who had long since changed into a maid's outfit, carrying a wine jug that she would take the initiative to pour over every sip of red wine that Qin Lang took. You don't have to dress like that to please me. I don't kill people with merit. Qin Lang squinted at her. Shitata whispered. Before the end times came, I was a maid store employee, and pouring drinks for customers was my main job description. Don't give me this stuff that doesn't interest me at all. Tell me what you guys have been through since the end of the world. The more detailed the better. Qin Lang forked up a piece of salmon and brought it to his mouth. Chapter 145, The Big Man. Through the in-depth communication with Shitata, Qin Lang confirmed the conjecture in his heart. The end times were the end times of the whole world. No city or country could be spared. But there was a difference in that the monsters in each region were different. For example, in China, Qin Lang and his men had experienced the blood heart, extreme cold, scorching heat and now the rest period, whereas in Texas, all they had experienced from the beginning to the end was the bug invasion. They had been fighting a massive amount of bugs for most of the year, and had not experienced any harsh climate at all. All I can say is that you people of Texas are living a truly blessed life. Qin Lang had already eaten his fill and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly as he took the handkerchief handed over by Shitata. According to you, there should be quite a few shelters in Texas. After all, it's only bugs you're facing. Just bugs? Shitata was crying a little. Millions of people died under the frenzied attack of these bugs and that's all? It's true that there are a lot of intact shelters because they've dealt with bugs a lot and know how to deal with them. If the chief captain and the others don't die, although we can't wipe out the bug wave, we shouldn't have much of a problem holding the shelters. Shitata replied honestly. Okay, when this side of the battlefield is cleaned up, take me to the other shelters. Okay, Mr. Qin. That, for the card, can you? I killed all the bugs. Of course they all have to go to me. Qin Lang swept her a glance. Leave some white-green cards for them. Who made me a kind person? Shitata's pretty face twitched. I thank you for the survivors of the shelter. When Shitata went to command the cleaning of the battlefield, Qin Lang looked at the ghost woman's pool of evil thoughts. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the pool had accumulated 1/10 of the evil thoughts. In other words, as long as he finished off another 10 waves of the worm wave, he would be able to have a dark gold card team glory to give his team an expanded quota. It looks like it's going to have to stay here for a while. Nothing happened that day. Qin Lang ate and drank enough and went back to sleep. Until the next morning, Qin Lang stretched his lazy waist and went out. Shitata had long changed into a set of sexy and revealing clothes and waited for him at the door, clearly seducing Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang didn't eat this. Staring dead at the 2 piles of white meat on Shitata's chest, he said in a serious manner, take me to the nearest shelter. Shitata shivered. Yes sir, I've got the driver. The giant SUV started and carried Qin Lang and Shitata to the Xin shelter, which was called so because the boss of the shelter was named Richard Xin, and people used to call him Boss Xin. Shitata, it's a miracle you're still alive. I thought your shelter was finished. Richardson was filled with surprise. Why are you the only one who came over? Where are the others? All dead. Shitata downplayed the situation with a flourish. Richardson sighed. Alas, my poor brother. It was hard for him to live until now, and he died when he said he would. Come in. Richardson thought Qin Lang was Shitata's slave and never looked at him with a straight face from start to finish. Entering the shelter, Qin Lang looked around. Not only did this shelter have towering walls, the buildings inside were also very well preserved, and from an overall perspective, it should have been a large community before the end of the world. Come in, have a seat. Being here is like being at home. Don't ever be polite. Richardson was very enthusiastic, signaling Shitata to take a seat. Shitata glanced at Qin Lang, and only after receiving approval did she take her seat and say the purpose of today. I'm here because I want to trade some cards with you. The cards that I need are already written on this, and the ratio is there as well, so see if there's any more of them in your area. Charlesine read it in one glance and said, oh, I do have some of these cards you asked for, but isn't this ratio too low? But it doesn't matter. We're all family, so I'll have someone prepare the cards for you right away. Thanks, Boss Sin. Shitata, what are your plans for the future? Your people defending against the bug wave should have suffered heavy casualties. Why don't you bring the survivors to join my shelter? With a mouthful of food from me, Richard Sin will never starve you. Richard Xin spoke with such righteousness, but Qin Lang realized that the bearded man's eyes never left Shitada's breasts. For her part, Shitada is playing it safe, deliberately wrapping her arms around her to squeeze the advantage even further. We'll talk about joining your shelter later. Today it's only about the deal. Okay. Richardson lit a cigar and barred a few puffs, when there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Boom! A dozen turbaned men kicked open the door and rushed in, each with a sword copied in his hand and a leering look on his face. Shitada frowned. Boss Xin, what do you mean by that? Richardson changed his previous bravado and righteousness and smirked. What does it mean? Isn't it clear enough? When your chief captain was alive, I respected him, but now that he's dead, what are you going to use to negotiate a deal with me? Boss Xin. The relationship between our two shelters has always been very good. Shitada was blissfully unafraid. Jokingly, behind her stood Qin Lang, the god of war. So what was there to be afraid of? Yeah, it's true that we had a good relationship at that time, but that was all based on the balance of our asylum's battle power. And now you're talking to me about relationship. What are you? Richardson spread his hands. His smile was lewd and evil. Shitada, don't worry. I don't want to kill you. As long as you stay with me well and let me and my brothers have a good time, I'll consider letting you go back. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Shitada laughed. Richardson, you don't think that I'm stupid enough to come and make a deal with you without any preparation, do you? Do you know who is going to make the deal? That's a big man with heavenly means. Oh, scare me? Scare you? There's no need for that. Now I must correct you on one word. We didn't defend against the bug wave, but took the initiative to exterminate it. And the one who struck was none other than that great man. Shitada is a smart woman and kisses ass like crazy. Although Qin Lang knows it in his heart, he is still being patted quite comfortably. And it's true that he won't get up the idea of killing her easily again now. So it's quite good to have a cat or a dog. Fine. You call out this big shot for me to recognize. If he's really as powerful as you say, why would he need to trade with me? Wouldn't it be faster to just rob him? As soon as Richardson's side of the conversation ended, his throat was pinched by a strange black hand. And Qin Lang smirked. You're right. Grabbing is indeed a bit faster. You seek death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let go of the boss. A dozen or so minions screamed frantically. Qin Lang glanced at them, and in the next second, all of their hearts were penetrated by the dark tentacles, killing them on the spot. Chapter 146, Northern Bug Nest. Looking at those softly collapsed corpses, Richardson showed an unbelievable expression. Although these were not the elite of the shelter, they were all strong people who had strengthened many cards, and the weakest had more than 4,000 battle power, but they were even so simple to be seconded, and they didn't even have a chance to react. Card or life? Qin Lang had a bad smile on his face, while Shitada had expected this outcome and had no expression on her face at all. After witnessing Qin Lang exterminate the insectide, Shitada felt that she had nothing to do with surprise in her life. Brother, spare your life, brother. I'll give you whatever you want. Richardson held his hands up high. It's just cards. Here you go. Ha, there's no rush with the cards. Let me see what skills you've learned first. Qin Lang pushed Richardson away and took out the panel mirror from his storage space and shone it at Richardson. Richard Xion's overall card construction couldn't be said to be a mess. It could only be said to be disastrous. What a mess. The largest number was surprisingly the silver card. He had strengthened himself with more than 3,000 of them, and the value of combat power brought to him by the silver card alone was as high as 1W2. And the rest of the forests added together amounted to the level of 2W2. Only 2 colored cards. I'll take it for how badly you're mixed up as a shelter bigot. Dark gold cards. Currently he lacked the color card batteries to pick off. But color cards were no problem. Gold and silver card batteries, he had more than enough of them. He didn't even know how he could consume them. Storing Richardson's only 2 colored cards into the panel mirror, Qin Lang smiled and said, okay, now take me to where you keep the cards. Well, this way. Richardson, his flesh aching, glared fiercely at Shitada, who was all sneers. Do you still want me to spend time with you now? Half an hour later, Qin Lang came out of the shelter with a few thousand more cards in his storage space. No wonder a lot of people choose to kill people in the end times. The speed of earning cards is just too fast. It's worth the gains of exterminating a small-scale bug tide. Qin Lang's mood was quite good. I have a question. Why didn't you kill them? Shitada asked, gathering her courage. That's because I'm kind and can't bear to kill. Of course. What's the point of killing them? Qin Lang laughed out loud. Wouldn't it be better to keep them to earn me cards? Shitada, do you want to become the Queen of Texas? Texas, Queen? Me? Shitada looked confused. What do you mean? Meaning? I've changed my mind. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also train you with all my might to make you the Queen of Texas. All you have to do is to give me a certain number of cards every day. Exactly how many? According to your daily earnings. As for the extra ones, it's all at your disposal. Whether it's to enhance yourself or train your subordinates. I don't care. Can I really? I'm not very good at fighting. Shitada visibly felt her heart racing and her face reddening. But I swear I'll try to learn to fight and never let you down. It's good that you have this realization. Take me to the next shelter. For 3 whole days, Qin Lang hoofed around the nearby shelters under the leadership of Shitada. The vast majority of the shelters succumbed to Qin Lang's iron fist and gave a large number of cards, while there were 3 headstrong shelters that were unwilling to cooperate with him. And naturally, the result was that they were killed by Qin Lang, and the yolks of the eggs were shaken apart. These 3 decks are customized by me for you. Take them and use them. They are enough to take care of more than 90% of your current enemies for you. When I come back in a few days, I hope you won't let me down. I hate things like investments going down the drain. Qin Lang handed a thick stack of cards to Shitada. Shitada's eyes warmed up. Mr. Qin, you can rest assured. I swear to serve to the death. Get up. Qin Lang lit a cigarette and smoked it. Mr. Qin, where are you going next? Didn't you say that there's a bug nest in the north? I'm going to take a look. Qin Lang decided to go back to Huaxia through the underground palace after exploring the bug nest. There was something very important waiting for him at that end, and it was almost time for Li Guogua to come out of the secret realm, so he had to go and pick her up. The worm's nest, that's absolutely not allowed. It's very dangerous there. Shitada's face was filled with horror. Even if you possess the ability to fight against the bug tide, you must not easily set foot in the northern bug nest. Oh, why? Before this, there was someone who organized a hunting party of thousands of people to go to the northern bug nest, but the result was that only on the second day, the news came that the whole army had been wiped out, and the ones who escaped were scared out of their wits, saying that there was an evil god living in there, and that it would be suicidal for a mortal to set foot in it. Whether it's an evil god or some monster living in there, you have to go in and see it to know. My mind is made up. You don't have to persuade me. You just have to do your own thing. It was fine if Shitada didn't talk about this, but once he did, Qin Lang became even more interested. Qin Lang has never lacked the spirit of adventure. The big deal is that if you can't beat them, you can sneak away. So, what can I do for you? Shitada's eyes were big and watery. Come to my room tonight and give me a massage. I'll leave in the morning. Yes, Mr. Qin. No, Master. On the afternoon of the next day, Qin Lang came to the northern bug nest that everyone in Texas survivors talked about after half a day's long distance running. From a distance, this is an abrupt oval building, with 1-person-high bug eggs all over the building, and various sickle bugs, flying bugs, and plasma bugs in the vicinity. The scene is so spectacular that it is much more spectacular than the previous bug tide. The scene was more spectacular than the previous insect tide. What concerned him the most was that at the top of this northern bug nest, a thick yellow line could clearly be seen connecting to that eyeball monster in the sky. Meow. The non-existent Blackie warned. The creatures inside have a very scary aura. Whose aura is stronger compared to me and the thing inside? Qin Lang frowned slightly. Little Black had an extremely strong sense of danger. It's hard to say. It's true that you're strong, but the aura of the creatures inside isn't weak either. And it's even a bit stronger than the feeling you bring to me. I'm afraid this trip won't be too easy. Little Black licked his paws and suddenly exploded. No good. It's found us. Qin Lang raised his head fiercely, and saw that the large eyeball in the sky actually moved slowly, and the dead, black hole-like eyes stared straight at him, and he immediately had a nauseating urge to retch and vomit. This is only a little bit stronger? Qin Lang was creeped out. So far, no creature had yet brought him such a creepy feeling. You, Fru, of course, came. Here we go. A woman's breathless voice abruptly sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Enter, come, happy, welcome, chair, welcome. Hiss, what the hell is this thing that speaks English? The voice in his head, though stuttering, was authentic English. Chapter 147 Eternal Night. Qin Lang hesitated, playing from half a year ago to return to the Rebirth. He relied on the memories and experience of his previous life. No matter encountered people or monsters along the way, are almost always God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. Even encountered the strongest monster's pale blood corpse also just to give him a heart-stopping feeling. Such as today, this to the extent of the thrill of the never encountered. On top of that, he wasn't sure if the thing in the nest was a human or a monster. If it's a monster, how can it speak human language? But if it's a human, then how scary must she be? Leave it all to fate. Heads in, tails out. Qin Lang did not want to take unnecessary risks. Felt out a coin and tossed it. After catching it and seeing that it was a pattern on the back, he turned around decisively. However, As soon as Qin Lang left, the existence within the insect nest was unwilling and suddenly yelled, "Come back here!" Boom boom boom. Squeak. The bugs outside the nest were startled and darted towards Qin Lang's side in unison. And dozens or hundreds of plasma bugs also aimed their asses at him and began to build up their power in preparation for firing their plasma cannons. Facing the tidal wave of insects, Qin Lang didn't want to engage them, and without turning his head back, he escaped with his head smothered. However, the existence within the insect nest obviously did not want to let him go just like that. Accompanied by a burst of hissing sound that hit the soul hard, the devastated ground in front of him suddenly rumbled, followed by a giant beetle breaking out of the ground. This beetle was 7 or 8 meters tall, except for its head. Its whole body was covered under the thick and hard armor. Qin Lang gave it a few rounds of the supreme sacred chop, and surprisingly, the outer shell did not have even the slightest traces of being chopped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this thing's so hard? Qin Lang cursed as he ran. Behind him was a dense tide of insects that had converged into a sea. Fortunately, although the group of bugs were moving fast, they were still quite a bit worse compared to Qin Lang, who had used third gear leopard's agility, and soon pulled away a distance. First file rat's hide. At the first moment he shook off the insect tide, Qin Lang turned into first gear. The odor and scent of his body instantly disappeared as he plunged headlong into the ruins. Carefully observing the movements of the insect tide, the bugs that had lost their prey could do nothing but open their teeth and claws in impotent rage. And in the end, they could only return to their nests resentfully. Dog thing, you'll have to avenge this arrow of yours when I've gotten rid of strange chemistry. Qin Lang secretly cursed and turned around to leave. After spending 2 more days in Texas, Qin Lang passed through the childhood dungeon and returned to China. Near the Nagato Asylum, the moment the vertigo wore off, there was a world as black as ink. The 5th stage. It's amazing that eternal night has descended so quickly. Qin Lang muttered and took out his lifting lamp to illuminate the room. The underground palace was right next to the green vine shelter, and bypassing a piece of rubble, Qin Lang soon saw the shelter. Thanks to Qin Lang's reminder, the shelter could not be said to be brightly lit, but it had a large bright light, and there was light in almost every family's tent and stone house. Who's in front? Stop right there. Several soldiers on duty spotted Qin Lang and raised their guns to shout. It's me. Qin Lang lifted the lamp up, revealing his face. Ah, it's Boss Qin. The soldier on duty was startled and rushed to help him open the gate. When did the eternal night descend? Qin Lang asked. Eternal night? Oh, you mean too dark. The day before yesterday. All of a sudden. It got dark all of a sudden, thanks to the boss letting us prepare candles in advance. Otherwise it would have been bad. Qin Lang nodded and awarded the soldier on duty with some cards for good duty before returning to the mobile fortress. At this time, the mobile fortress had lost its usual bustle, and Lin Wanner was the only one who saw Qin Lang's return, and she happily burrowed into his arms. You've been out for a long time again. Who'd have believed it? I ran away to Texas. Texas? Grilled chicken? No, the Texas of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Qin Lang picked up Lin Wanner and smiled broadly. I'll tell you slowly. 2 hours later, Lin Wanner was half paralyzed on the bed. Her eyes were lazy but full of happiness. Not long after you left, Yan Zi went out hunting. Yesterday she was still within the range of the mind communication. Now she doesn't know where she went, but it is expected that nothing will happen. Paladins have a natural resistance to darkness, and nothing will happen to her whoever goes wrong. Taking a step back, if I've brought them along for so long and they can't even make it through the 5th stage on their own, then it can only be said that they have a bad fate. Qin Lang took a bite of the grapes that Lin Wanner handed over. I'm going to go out again in the next few days to pick up someone. Pick up? Her name is Gogoli. She used to be my hairdresser. Now she's my woman. Got it. Lin Wanner nodded. It's getting dark. Go to bed. Qin Lang smiled and pressed towards Lin Wanner, who immediately let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter. Nagato Asylum, Council Hall. I just heard from the doorman that Qin Lang is back. He really has still been treating us as outsiders, and went back to his mobile fortress at the first opportunity. Zhou Sweki's eyes were grudging. Seeing her sister indifferently reading a book, she couldn't help but say, Sis, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Zhou Qingxue said expressionlessly. So what if we heard it? We've only known Qin Lang for how long? How long has Lin Wanner known him? Then you can't treat us like air. Zhou Sweki pinched her waist, her face full of anger. Zhou Qingxue shook her head. Sweki, put away your little temperament. Do you still think this is a peaceful era? It's already great that we can rely on Qin Lang as a big tree to survive in the end times. Don't expect too much. Without Qin Lang, this central shelter of mine would have long been annexed by the 4 heavenly kings, and our sisters would never have ended up any better. That's true, but I just can't feel it in my heart. Zhou Sweki kicked the leg of the table, and that familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Who has provoked second young miss? taking it out on the table leg? Joe Sweki was shocked. Qin Lang, how? Did you come? No. Why are you walking without a sound? Zhou Qingxue smiled. Sweki has just been shattered. Blaming you for not coming to see us. I'm not here. Qin Lang smiled and forced Joe Sweki into his arms. This chick struggled twice and couldn't break free, so she just let him be. Are there still enough lighting reserves in the shelter? It's not a big problem to last a month or two, but not if it's too long. Zhou Qingxue answered honestly. Here are some cards. Take them and use them first. If you don't have enough, go find Lin Wan Air. Qin Lang pulled out a long box from his storage space, which was densely packed with cards. Now the cards are given in boxes? Zhou Qingxue's large eyes flickered with spirituality. It was a rewarding trip out. Looking for you sisters to celebrate. You just came from Sister Wan Air's place and you still have the stamina to celebrate? Zhou Qingxue revealed a bad smile. Are you kidding me? Physical strength. Well, we'll really have to try. Chapter 148 Visitors from N9. This fierce battle between one dragon and two phoenixes was fought from dark to dark. Looking at the exhausted Zhou sisters who eventually begged for mercy, Qin Lang was satisfied and lit a cigarette to smoke and chatted about his experiences in Texas. The sound of running water came from the bath. It was his sister Joe Sweki taking a bath. Zhou Qingxue, on the other hand, sat at the dresser and coiled her long hair up, adding a bit of mature flavor. After listening to Qin Lang's lecture, Zhou Qingxue said thoughtfully, this matter is actually very well corroborated. All you need to do is to find a direction and head straight that way. If it's really a regionalization, you'll be able to leave the Neverwinter Nights environment sooner or later. I'm going out to look for a friend this time, so I can seal the deal in the meantime. Qin Lang nodded. Qin Lang, I have something I want to discuss with you. You tell me. What is it? Sweki and I have discussed it. In the future we would like to try to move towards the auxiliary side. If you come across any relevant cards, can you bring them to us? Zhou Qingxue spread her hands. The battle is enough with you and Old Li and the others. Qin Lang smiled and put his hand on Zhou Qingxue's shoulder. Yes, auxiliary professions are also indispensable professions in the end times. However, as the Queen of the Long Vines, you still need to have some self-protective combat power. What if I'm not around and you guys encounter the previous attack again? Zhou Qingxue smiled faintly. Everything is at your disposal. You guys get some rest. I'm going back. Early in the morning 3 days later, a pair of hands protruded from the dark barrier, followed by the head and body. Although the sunlight at this time was not harsh, this handsome-looking man still subconsciously raised his right hand to shield himself. It took a while for the vision to gradually return. So it's true. Qin Lang looked at the pitch-black place in front of him and gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. When he went to Texas, he wondered if there was a possibility that there was no such thing as the so-called end-time stage 1. And now it seemed that he was completely correct. The plagues experienced by each region were not the same. And in his previous life, he had just stayed in one region for a long time, and experienced the extreme climatic and monstrous changes of the region's turnover, and then he had a preconceived notion that all parts of the earth would experience the same end of the world. And now it seemed that it was really a regionalized end of the world. But there's no denying that the monsters and the environment have certainly gotten worse. Qin Lang took the lamp back into his storage space and looked around. As a variety of plants came into view, Qin Lang was surprised to find that the plants in this area were extremely lush and tall. And when he came to an apple tree, the apple was as big as an adult's head. Such a big apple. I wonder if it's sweet. Qin Lang muttered. Of course it was just words. How could he touch this kind of food from an unknown source? Drip, drip, drip. Qin Lang pulled out the monster radar, and there was a monster with a battle strength of 8,000 nearby. The area is different, so the monsters should also be different from the ones I encountered before. Qin Lang greeted Xiao Hei and Q-Boy and darted towards the monster. Soon Qin Lang saw the creature. It was a humanoid creature, 3 meters tall, holding a bone stick, and was constantly waving it to smash the crowd in front of him. This monster was being surrounded by 7 or 8 people, and those who surrounded him were using the most basic rifles and submachine guns, which made Qin Lang look at him with a burst of novelty. What's wrong with you? What era is this? And people still use rifles to fight monsters? Qin Lang took another look with the battle power detector and found that the average battle power of these 8 people was only 2,500. If they were placed in the Eternal Night region, any one of the monsters would have wiped them out, and they would never survive past the next day. Ow ow ow. The green-faced and fanged monster let out an angry hiss and rampaged towards the crowd, who immediately dispersed in all directions at the sight of the situation, rather tacitly. After a few minutes, the clumsy monster couldn't withstand the bombardment of gunfire and bullets finally collapsed, and the bearded man in charge dug out the card in the monster's head. Who's there? The bearded man spotted Qin Lang and immediately shouted loudly. I meant no harm. He raised his hands high and uttered the classic opening line. I'm a wanderer who just got here. The group of bearded men looked at each other, and two of them came over and searched Qin Lang to make sure that he was not carrying any weapons, and then nodded at the bearded man. The bearded man lowered his gun and said, "Dude, where did you hit and where is this going?" Qin Lang pointed to the area behind him that was shrouded in darkness. "I came from Chongtang and somehow ended up here." Nagato. The bearded man's eyes lit up. "What? Nagato actually has living people? Aren't I?" Qin Lang laughed. "Why do you think there are no living people in Nagato?" The bearded man frowned. "Nagato is the N9 region. People in the N9 region will not have a survival rate of more than 0.15%. This is the survival rate given by the supercomputer. It will never be wrong." "What is the N9 region?" Qin Lang was confused. This was definitely a new word. He had never heard of it in his previous life. "Pops, it seems like this kid is really from N9. He doesn't know anything." A young girl in the team was full of curiosity. N9 refers to the survival difficulty of the area. N9 is difficulty level 9. Our side is an N3 area. However, it will be upgraded to an N4 area soon. Qin Lang frowned so much that he could pinch a fly. Please forgive me for being ignorant. I really have never heard of this word. It looks like N9 isn't as difficult as the legend says. You can survive with only 5,000 battle power? Yellow hair turned off the battle power detector. I once thought that someone who could survive the N9 difficulty must have at least 10,000 to 20,000 battle power. But I never imagined it would only be this much. The bearded man laughed. 10 or 20,000 battle power, which is so easy to reach. Our city master is from the N6 out of the city, but also can only reach 1W. City lord? You have a city? It was no wonder that Qin Lang would be treated as an old man of the soil by this group of people. At this moment, his mouth had already opened into an O shape. Of course, where else would we live and sleep? The young girl was quite fond of Qin Lang and said to the bearded man, "Pops, his battle power is quite high. Let him join our hunting team." The bearded man laughed. "Do you think that the hunting team was built by me? I can recruit people when I say so. This has to go through the consent of the lord of the city. In any case, come back with us first. Make sure that there is no problem with your identity. Then I will gladly welcome you to join the hunting team." Of course. Qin Lang nodded repeatedly. His heart slightly lowered. At least they had the term hunting team here. At that moment, Qin Lang got into the SUV and followed the bearded group of people to the main city. Through talking to them, he learned that this main city was originally called Yuanjing, was a super tier 1 city in the age of civilization, and Qin Lang had even traveled here. After nearly an hour's drive, Qin Lang arrived in front of the main city gates. Looking at the towering walls and the huge city that retains at least 70% of the architecture of the civilization era, Qin Lang rubbed his eyes incredulously. "You, Haven T, experienced a snowstorm? What snowstorm?" The bearded man asked a soulful question. Chapter 149, The End Times are also a mixed bag. Qin Lang's entire being was bad, and forcing himself to hold back his torn worldview, he asked again, "What about the heat?" The girl Guolin snorted and laughed. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about? And snowstorms and heat is not hit his head, even not sober are you." The bearded man was driving, and when he heard Guolin spouting off about Qin Lang, he couldn't help but say, "Little brother Qin escaped from the N9, and it's likely that he's experienced that kind of extreme climate." You've experienced snowstorms and scorching heat?" Guolin spat out her tongue and apologized. "Sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay." Qin Lang rubbed his face with a rather complicated mood. The SUV slowly drove into the city, and the men and women who set up stalls on the side of the road cast respectful and envious glances toward the crowd inside. Obviously, in any city or asylum, hunting parties with access to cart resources are the meat and potatoes. The bearded man drove the SUV to the entrance of a 3-story building and told the people to do their jobs, while he himself patted Qin Lang's shoulder. "Let's go. I'll take you to see our chairman." "President? Not the city lord?" Qin Lang followed. "The city lord isn't something that just anyone can meet. You have to contribute to the city in some way to have a chance of being summoned. The one in charge of the hunting team is the president of the hunting association. We all call him Young Head. Walking into the opulent hunting association, Qin Lang found that his eyes were not enough. There were novelties everywhere. The only one he recognized was the trading terminal. There were 5 of them here. Don't they have these instruments in the N9 region? The bearded man couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Lang's eyes were out of place. Not at all. Qin Lang shook his head. I've never even seen what these are for. Jesus, so how did you survive? The bearded man slapped his head. Pops is back. Papa Chow. The bearded man's surname was Zhou, and those who were familiar with him called him Old Father Zhou. Old Father Zhou was quite prestigious and well-liked throughout the entire Yuan city. and almost all of the hunting personnel who encountered him along the way would greet him enthusiastically while sizing up Qin Lang with a strange look in their eyes. Yang Tao. Papa Zhou arrived on the second floor and greeted from a distance toward a man in a bright silver uniform. The man turned around and smiled. Old Father Zhou is back. How was the harvest this time? Not bad. A small profit. Come, let me introduce someone to you. This is the brother who escaped from the N9 region, named Qin Lang. What? Escaped from the N9 area? Yang Head was shocked. This is unlikely, isn't it? Not to mention N9, even the N8 area is as horrible as hell on earth. Papa Zhou laughed. I didn't believe it at first either, but little brother Qin has a full 5,000 battle power. Yang Head's eyes were delighted as he rushed over to shake hands with Qin Lang in his stride. Little brother Qin, welcome to Yuan City. When do you have the time? Can you tell me about what you guys actually went through while living in the N9 region? Qin Lang nodded. Any time, but what I'm more curious about now is how you guys managed to keep the city. In the nearly 1 year since the end of the world, haven't you guys encountered any crises? Corpse tide? Bug waves? Extreme weather? Not a single one? Yang had let out a bitter smile. To be able to say corpse tide, insect tide, looks like you're really from the N9 region. We are the N3 region, and apart from a small number of monsters, we have never encountered the kind of situation you are talking about. Oh, I can't say it's completely absent. 3 months ago, Father Zhou encountered a large-scale beast swarm with several hundred mutated beasts, right? Aha, Papa Zhou nodded. That was a really sound battle. The memory is still fresh. Qin Lang, old Father Zhou, you first take little brother Qin to change and rest, then show him around the association. I have to go take care of some things now. No problem. Don't worry, leave it to me. You get busy. Papa Zhou led Qin Lang to receive a pure white uniform from the staff on the first floor, jokingly pointing to little black and Q boy who were following his ass. We don't have any clothes for the pets, so we'll have to condemn them. The advent of the end times had caused many changes to the structure of the world, and it wasn't uncommon for people like Qin Lang to bring pets, so no one cared. That's okay. And to Pops Chow, how come my dress is white and your dress is blue? Pops? Ha 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 ha. Papa Zhou laughed brightly. This is to differentiate the status. White is a trainee hunter, green is an official hunter, and blue is a senior hunter. We all got it based on the color of the card. Qin Lang smiled and nodded in understanding. This is the supercomputer that came crashing down with the cards when the end times opened. Papa Zhou pointed to the red fog area on the huge computer screen. The red fog area here represents that there are monsters. The higher the concentration of red fog, represents the higher quantity and quality of monsters, and vice versa. This is a life card converter. Any card you don't use can be converted into the life type card you want here. The trading terminal, as the name suggests, is used for card trading. This is only open to hunting teams. After all, the chances of a civilian getting a card are too small. Papa Zhou patiently explained the usage of some instruments to Qin Lang, and when he encountered something Qin Lang didn't understand, he would immediately explain it, getting along very comfortably, giving a feeling of a friendly elder. Oh, what do you mean civilians can't get cards? This is actually very good. We regularly give out some basic resource cards, such as plant seeds, building materials, consumables, parts, etc., and they can work to earn cards for themselves. Quite a few of them exchanged for combat-type cards and joined the hunting team. Father Zhou seemed to have thought of something. His eyelids drooped and he sighed. I really don't know how long these comfortable days can last. Are you worried about the increased danger of the region? Qin Lang asked. The elevated danger level of the area is only one reason. More importantly, there's an asylum 200 kilometers away. The boss is named Kim Wonsun. Their people want to seize control of the city. We've fought with them several times, winning less and losing more. Papa Zhou touched a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, wanted to smoke only to find that the carton had long been empty, and threw the carton into a ball in displeasure. These days, it's hard to smoke a cigarette. Qin Lang smiled as he took out a large half-pack of cigarettes and stuffed them into Father Zhou's jacket pocket. Father, please take care of me in the future. Father Zhou was overjoyed. I-oh, how can you be so polite? Hurry up. Order up a bite. Qin Lang smilingly helped Father Zhou light his cigarette, and the two of them exchanged words while swallowing clouds. At that moment there was a sudden sharp alarm from the outside world. Father Zhou's face changed. Something's wrong. Chapter 150, Monster Attack. The people of the Hunters Association all rushed out when they heard the alarm. And naturally, Qin Lang and Papa Zhou were no exception. When he came to the door, he saw the young hunter who had returned together earlier with a tense face saying, "It's not good. A large number of monsters have been found in the southwest and are marching towards the city. And if nothing goes wrong, they will be at the city gates in less than half an hour. It's not like we haven't encountered a monster attack before. What are you nervous about?" Father Zhou frowned and drank. This time is not completely different from before. The number of monsters is several times more than before. Even more than 10 times. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there were such monsters, the supercomputer would have already given the alert. I've just looked at the supercomputer. There's no difference. How did they escape the radar monitoring? Papa Joe didn't believe it. Pops, I really didn't lie to you. The young man didn't finish his sentence. President Yang Tu jumped down from the third floor and droned. We just received an order from the city lord. All the hunting members of the city will take their weapons and go to the southwest city wall to station themselves within 15 minutes. Yang Tu, is the situation so urgent? Papa Joe was a bit flustered. Not only is it urgent, it's also very strange. In short, go and look at the situation first. Yang Tu glanced at Qin Lang. Little brother Qin, you're new here. Theoretically speaking, I shouldn't let you participate in the battle. But this concerns the lives of tens of thousands of people in Yuan City. Please do your best to fight. Well, I'll go to the war with old Father Zhou. Qin Lang nodded heavily. The western wall, which was more than 30 meters high, could be seen in the extreme distance from its height. At this time, what came into his eyes was a dense and locust-like beast tide, the number of which was no less than the insect tide he encountered before. Qin Lang saw the monster through the military binoculars. It was a green-skinned humanoid creature with an extremely ugly appearance, and the weapon in his hand was a very rudimentary bone rod. Kobolds? But not quite. Goblins don't seem to have tails. It was the first time Qin Lang had seen this kind of monster. Guo Lin, who was standing by the side, said with a grimace, demi-human beasts, also called kobolds. They are creatures that live in groups and will actively attack humans, often killing the males in the group and then taking the females captive to be their birthing machines. And I've heard that the women they take captive will all be drained of their reproductive value and then eaten. Geez, can we hold it with so many? No wonder Guo Lin is afraid. Although there are many residents of Yuan City, but most of them are unarmed civilians. The real fighting power of the hunting team full of not more than 500 people, and at this time they are facing tens of thousands of goblin legions. Even if there is a city wall, I'm afraid that it is difficult to hold for a long time. Don't panic everyone. I contacted our allies in the north and they are on their way to us. We just need to hold out for 3 hours until they arrive. A valiant woman had appeared on the city wall at some point, dressed in a golden battle suit, wearing a pistol and a thin sword at her waist. The tight battle suit perfectly framed the curves of her body in the front and back. Could she be the city lord? Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. No, she is Luo Bing, the daughter of the city lord. The city lord is called Luo Shanhe, and she is also the second strongest combatant besides the city lord. Old Father Zhou had a serious expression. Even Miss Luo has made a move. It looks like, it really is all urgent. Qin Lang looked at the rifles and bullets handed over by Guo Lin and couldn't help but laugh. The main weapons of the N3 region are still these. What's the matter? Doesn't N9 use a gun? Guo Lin wondered. Basically, it's not used. There's not quite enough firepower. So you guys meet monsters. Look out. Look at the sky. Guo Lin was still talking to Qin Lang when Papa Zhou suddenly reminded him in a loud voice, and the crowd looked up to see dozens of big green birds appearing in the dark clouds, and along with their screams, countless kobolds smashed down from a height of 100 meters as if they were raining down. Boom boom boom. Kobolds were not tall, only 1 meter 2 or 3, but their vitality was extremely vigorous and their recovery ability was terrifyingly strong, and many kobolds that had broken their arms and legs didn't encounter an attack for a short period of time, and soon stood up on their own and attacked towards the nearest residents. Ah, the kobolds are coming into town. Help! A woman screamed and fled, but was unfortunately knocked down by a kobold's baton, its sharp, barbed tail piercing directly into the woman's body, who immediately let out a miserable, unimaginable scream, while the one who started it all opened his hands and let out a grotesque laugh. Kobolds don't have male and female. Their genitals are their tails, and they will lay eggs in the wounds of human females. Guo Lin's hands trembled. Papa Zhou, bring the men with me to purge the city of kobolds, and station the rest on the city walls. Luo Bing roared and leapt down from a height of 30 meters, and after landing steadily, he continuously pulled the trigger and shot all the approaching kobolds in the head. Qin Lang followed behind Papa Zhou, taking the rifle and shooting the kobolds point blank. The efficiency was surprisingly high. Before a box of bullets was finished, there were dozens of kobolds getting their heads blown off one after another. Little brother Qin is a good shot. Learned the relevant talent, right? Father Zhou praised. Well, it's been a while since I've used it and it's a little rusty, or I could be more accurate. Qin Lang replied calmly, as he pulled Guo Lin and smashed a goblin that tried to sneak attack with the butt of his gun. These things are pretty fast. Guo Lin, stand behind me and stay with Xiao He. They can protect you. What? Staying with cats? Aren't they pets you have? Guo Lin was a bit confused. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she saw Blackie jump up and tear apart a goblin with one claw, while Q-Boy, who was specialized in being cute, finally had its use, bouncing around like a boxer, swinging its chubby fists and smashing all the goblins out of the air. You cat and mushrooms, where did you buy them? They're so beatable, can you get me one? Old Father Joe was quite envious. There's a chance. Qin Lang laughed it off. Luo Bing led the team and quickly cleared the airborne goblins inside the city, while at that moment the goblin army outside the city also killed. They attacked the city walls while using a tool similar to a stone thrower to throw goblins into the city as if they were cannonballs. Where are the snipers? Are they there? Destroy their projectiles, Luo Bing bellowed, aiming. The sniper pulls the trigger and the stone thrower a few hundred meters away bursts into flames in the next second. Fire! To the death! Luo Bing commanded the battlefield, oblivious to the fact that a man behind him revealed a sinister smile. That's it, keep up the fire. We mustn't let them storm the city. Luo Bing methodically presided over the battle, gradually getting better. But suddenly, she felt a dangerous aura behind her. Before she could react, a sharp pain came from her waist, and a dagger was stuck in her waist, blood instantly staining her clothes. The one who struck out was an unimpressive teenager. The teenager grinned. Go be a birthing machine for the kobolds. Bang! Lot Bing was kicked off the wall and fell down with his big head, with thousands of kobolds below him. Chapter 151, A Descending Strike. It happened so suddenly that everyone didn't react, and by the time their surprise turned to anger, Luo Bing's body was only a few meters away from the group of kobolds on the ground. The nearby kobolds had their tails up, eager and ready to inject their essence. The creatures were indeed stupid, but they knew instinctively that the stronger the human female was, the stronger the bred kobold offspring would be. No, Ms. Lock Bing. Oh my god. Many people couldn't bear to see the cruel scene that followed and closed their eyes. But right at this moment, a pair of large hands condensed with black gas suddenly grabbed Luo Bing and froze, fishing her back from hell. What? Luo Bing had already planned to kill herself. She would rather die than be the birth machine of this group of kobolds. The sudden change of events made her face full of surprise. Are you? The one who stepped in was none other than Qin Lang, who smiled. I'm new here. My name is Qin Lang. Are you going to be alright? Luo Bing covered the wound and said with difficulty, the wound is recovering. It will heal in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. You're welcome. Qin Lang's gaze locked onto the teenager who took advantage of the chaos to escape. His right arm revived, and the touch of darkness transformed into a black gas that tumbled and surged towards the teenager in the crowd, grabbing him firmly, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake the touch of darkness in the slightest. The difference in combat power between each other was so great that they could be considered two species altogether. Old Father Joe looked at the teenager who was thrown to his feet and angrily cursed. Li Jun. You. Why did you plot against Miss Luo Bing? Li Jun? The teenager laughed fiercely. He was killed by me a long time ago. I just disguised myself to look like him. I can't imagine that there are experts in the city, but it's no use. Soon the goblin army will flood Yuan City. You won't be able to withstand an attack of this level. Luo Bing's eyes went cold and she drew her knife to slash. But her wrist was suddenly strangled. She looked at the young man who had saved her life in disbelief. What? Qin Lang was full of smiles. You're also too disregarding me. Someone who came back from the N9 region. I'll let you open your eyes today to see how fragile the so-called Goblin Legion is. Qin Lang let go of Luo Bing. His right arm once again vibrated, and dark green breath surged out, quickly forming a poisonous cloud in the sky. Apostle's dark gold technique, deadly poison cloud. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark green venom poured down, covering the legions of kobolds below. At first, the kobold army didn't notice anything strange and continued to attack the city foolishly, but after less than 5 minutes, the skin of this group of kobolds without exception began to fester. They rolled on the ground in pain, and many of them scratched their own skin. This is... The hunting crew on the city walls watched with eyes that almost didn't fall out. What kind of skill is this? Not only is the group injury area large, but the power is so horrible? Thousands and thousands of kobolds. A large half of them died in just less than 10 minutes. And the remaining small half, although they didn't die, were completely incapable of fighting, and couldn't even run away. Deadly Poison Cloud is not an explosive skill like Supreme Sacred Slash, but rather a continuous output. The longer one stays within the range of the poisonous rain, the more damage one receives. Phew! Qin Lang saw that the goblins in the battlefield were almost resolved, terminated the skill release, and casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. Making such a large poisonous cloud had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Lang realized that everyone's gazes at him were filled with shock. He spread his hands and said modestly, I came back from the N9 after all. This kind of scene is just a small thing to me. There's no need to be too surprised. This was originally a casual remark of modesty by Qin Lang, but it caused an unimaginable psychological shock to the crowd. They all had only one thought at the moment. The people who can come out alive from the N9 area are really monsters. Even if they die, they can't provoke such an existence. The poisonous clouds dispersed completely, and a thunderous siege was brought to an end under such inexplicable circumstances. The teenager stared incredulously, obviously greatly stimulated. How is it possible? How is this possible? Impossible. You can't be this strong. Qin Lang laughed. Ms. Luo Bing right, now you can kill him. I don't really like it when someone pretends to be in front of me. Luo Bing was stunned. His eyes complex. I was a bit impulsive just now. This person is more valuable alive. At least we can interrogate who the master behind him is. Luo Bing found a few of his men to escort the teenager away and bowed heavily towards Qin Lang. Thank you, Mr. Qin. You are not only my savior, but also Yuan City's savior. Qin Lang waved his hand. A show of hands. Old Father Zhou, you arrange for people to clean up the battlefield. I'll bring Qin Lang to see his father. Papa Zhou nodded. Good. Don't worry and leave it to me. Mr. Qin, if you're free, would it be alright if you came with me to meet father? I happen to have nothing to do. On a collapsed high building a few thousand meters apart, a woman wearing a red nun's uniform put down her binoculars with a frown and said towards the intercom, Boss, the plan failed. The Goblin Legion, almost wiped out. Failure? Why is that? Yuan City has an expert in using poison. I've recorded the video and sent it over, so you can see for yourself. Since the plan failed, you'll be back. The Red Sister ended her communication and had just turned around when a large body stepped in front of her. The Red Nun's eyes went cold. Goblin King, what are you going to do? The owner of this massive body was clearly a giant kobold, over 3 meters tall, with its tail coiled around its waist, and it grabbed the Red Nun in a chokehold. You have killed many warriors of my tribe. You will have to pay for it. The Red Nun said in fear. My boss will definitely pay you compensation. Let me go back and I'll give you whatever you want. No, the Goblin King shook his head. You are enough. You will train warriors for my swarm. Lots and lots of warriors. How about 10,000? As he spoke, the terrifying arrowhead tail at the waist of the Goblin King stabbed directly into the Red Nun's abdomen, and the flat belly bulged with the naked eye, just like a pregnant woman about to give birth. Vomit poof. No! The Red Nun spat out a mouthful of milky white liquid and screamed miserably. Boss! Save! Save me! The Goblin King hid into the ruins with the fainting Red Nun. I'll be back. Yuan City. City Lord's Mansion. Qin Lang, thank you for saving my daughter. The man sitting on the throne was full of haggardness and weakly looked at Qin Lang. You are the city lord. Luo Shanha? Qin Lang frowned. This was completely different from the city lord he had imagined. It's obviously an old man on the verge of dying. Luo Shanha let out a bitter smile. Did I scare you with this appearance? Sorry, Dad. Luo Bing was heartbroken as she held her father. Luo Shanha said, It's fine. I won't be able to die in a short period of time. Qin Lang, let me ask you a question. Did you really come back from the N9 region? Aha. Then your battle power. Why is it only 5,000? Oh, you're hiding your power, right? Aha. I see. Luo Shanha coughed out a mouthful of black blood. The sky is the limit. Maybe you can save me. Chapter 152. Ha? What's wrong with you? Poisoning? Qin Lang was a bit curious. Luo Shanha shook his head. I was injured by someone. My injury. Only he can cure it. Tell me what's going on. Ugh. Luo Shanha let out a long sigh. This is very simple to say. A few months ago, at that time, Bing Bing and I had been living in a shelter in the N6 region, when we suddenly encountered an attack by a group of powerful people. I had to exert a great deal of effort in order to escape from that shelter with Bing Bing, and I was punched by someone in the process of escaping. At that time, I didn't think that this punch would cause much damage to me, and naively thought that I could heal this injury through healing potions or priest skills, but I never thought that as time went by, my injuries got worse and worse, and in the last 2 months I've barely been able to get out of bed and walk. I've barely been able to get out of bed in the last 2 months. I can clearly feel my vital signs dropping. I'm afraid I won't live for a month. So you want me to go to the N6 area and find the guy who hurt you in the first place? Can you help me? Luo Shanha said almost pleadingly. Qin Lang shook his head repeatedly. It's not that I won't help you. Not to mention the fact that it's already been a few months. Is that person still alive? Even if he's alive, it'll take some time for me to find him. Are you sure you'll be able to hold out until then? Is there no other way besides that? Luo Shanha's eyes were gloomy. Unless, can get a legendary, healing agent, but this kind of legendary card which is so easy to get hold of. Killing 1,000 monsters may not be able to pop out one. Even if it pops out it may not be a healing agent. I think you're talking about the colored card healer. I have it. Qin Lang rummaged through the storage space and quickly turned out a colored card, healing agent. He originally had 7 or 8 of these. Before Old Li and the others went out solo, he distributed 1 to each of them, and now there were still 4 in his hand, which he didn't have the chance to use at all. Ha! Luo Shanhe was dumbfounded. Luo Bing was even more shocked beyond words, and his 3 views were completely subverted. Is this the strength of the returning N9 personnel? Pulling out a legend card at the drop of a hat? I can't give you this colored card healer for free. Do you have any valuable cards or information to trade with me? Although Qin Lang didn't have any ill feelings towards Luo Shanhe's father and daughter, and admired them for building Yuan City, one size did not fit all. Colored cards were hard currency no matter where they were. Luo Shanhe hesitated for a moment. For the sake of it, in the N3 region we even have very few chances to see a gold card. It's unlikely that you'll be able to take a look at those inventories of mine. However, if you want to know the intelligence, I can give you some. Which area do you want to know about? Monsters, secret realms, dungeons. Yes, I'll tell you all I know. 2 hours later, Qin Lang walked out from the city lord's mansion, and through his in-depth communication with Luo Shanhe, he obtained intelligence on all the forces in the area around Yuan City, including the exact location of the monster nests, their habits, and so on. Which power is good to start with first? Qin Lang was somewhat hesitant. Mr. Qin, Locke trotted out after him. Oh, Miss Luo Bing, why are you so nervous? Could it be that the colored card potion is useless to the city lord? No. Luo Bing shook his head repeatedly. After my father used the potion, he spat out a lot of bruises and said that he was much more comfortable, and that he would be cured with a few more days of rest. Congratulations. So what's your business? Qin Lang smiled. A blush appeared on Luo Bing's face. It's like this. I want to follow you to go hunting. Not waiting for Qin Lang to refuse, Luo Bing hurriedly said, I can do anything, and I'm very familiar with all the areas around Yuan City. Having me as a guide can save a lot of time. Qin Lang rubbed the tip of his nose. In fact, he knew better than anyone else what Luo Bing was playing at. But what did it matter? He did need a henchman to help him out, picking up cards and whatnot. As long as you're not afraid of hard work or tiredness, I wouldn't mind having you with me. Does your father agree? Luo Bing was overjoyed and said, how could he not agree? To be able to learn from an N9 expert. How many people can only dream of this kind of opportunity? Whatever. Qin Lang shrugged indifferently. Mr. Qin, from now on you can call me Luo Bing or Bing Bing. Where are we going next? The N3 area. There's not much that interests me. I'd like to check out the goblin horde first. What? Going straight to such a treacherous place? Luo Bing's face, which had been joyful a second ago, instantly collapsed. Kobolds are an absolute nightmare for all human females. You can stay if you're afraid. Qin Lang put down a sentence and walked straight ahead. Luo Bing hurried to catch up. Being afraid is indeed a bit scary, but I still have to go. If I can't even overcome this fear, how can I guard Yuan City? The spirit is commendable. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up, but it's a bit late today. Take a day off for now. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, you go to the northern city gate and wait for me. Yes, Mr. Qin, I will definitely not be late. Locke bowed deeply. Early the next morning, at dawn, Qin Lang took Luo Bing, Xiao Hei and Q Boy and left through the north gate, heading for the goblin tribe. It's amazing how hostile the N9 environment is. The one responsible for driving was Luo Bing, and when she heard Qin Lang's experience, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 50 to 60 degrees below zero and 40 to 50 degrees above zero. Either extreme weather was not something a normal person could endure, and just thinking about it made her shiver. Invisibly, her offer Qin Lang deepened a few more points. Have you and your father never thought of leaving Yuan City? It's true that you guys are living a good life now, but it's all just an illusion. Just a few random wannabe survivors can kill you through, and I'm not afraid to hit you with the fact that wannabe is just the basics of living in N9. I was thinking of leaving Yuan City to hunt in a harder area and improve myself, but my father has been in poor health, and the tens of thousands of people in Yuan City can't be left ungoverned. If it wasn't for you curing my father, how could I possibly go out hunting with you? I know what you're talking about. Even my father used to say that we should live in peace and think of danger. It's just that once one has lived in comfort for too long, one becomes very life-thirsty. Qin Lang silently exhaled a mouthful of smoke. I can see that you're quite torn between wanting to become stronger and not wanting to lose your comfortable life. Luo Bing glanced at Qin Lang. No, I want to become stronger. Only when I'm strong can I protect the people around me. Being strong that can't even protect your friends and family is worthless. Qin Lang laughed. Well said. Luo Bing's cheeks rolled and she was about to say something else when a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, followed by a dozen ragged men and women rushing out from behind the ruins. Stop the car. Turn off the engine, or I'll blow up your car. This group of men and women were all dirty and unkempt without exception, and if not for the fact that they were all carrying weapons in their hands, Qin Lang would most likely mistake them for beggars. Chapter 153, Harmony in 3. Get out of the car. Do you hear me? You're forcing me to take action against you, aren't you? The leader of the group was obviously a northerner with a heavy accent. Luo Bing had a crying expression on his face. They are the Dragon and Tiger Wandering Group. They have been operating in the area around Yuan City, often robbing hunting parties, and are a famous tumor in our area. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you calling a tumor? Don't you know that I'm known as a smooth talker? Get off or not? If you don't get off, I'll really open fire. The burly man carrying a bazooka threatened in a loud voice. After Luo Bing and Qin Lang stepped out of the car, he couldn't help but stare at Luo Bing's appearance. Aren't you that who? Brother, look if this looks like that who. Zhang Long raised his hand and gave his brother a slap on the back of the head. Stick your tongue out and talk straight. Talk to me like I'm a chicken riddler. Zhang Long carefully sized up Luo Bing instead. You're Luo Bing? Luo Shanha's daughter? Lok Bing said helplessly. It's me. Ha ha ha. The god of wealth before going out was not in vain. Zhang Long laughed loudly. Brothers, as long as we tie up this little, Luo Shanha will have to hand over as many cards as he has. Zhang Hu laughed fiercely. Go back and fix a few more incense sticks for the god of wealth's elder. Luo Bing, do you want to surrender, or do you want us to do it ourselves? Don't blame me for saying this in front of you. Our big old men don't have a light hand. If we hurt you, you can't blame us. Luo Bing had a look on his face as he looked at an idiot. With you bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, are you enough for me to chop? Oops, that's awesome for you. Come on, let's see how much battle power you have. Zhang Long's face was full of teasing as he took the battle power detector and put it on. Laughing, isn't it just 5,000 battle power? Pretending to be a chicken? Luo Bing glanced at Qin Lang, seeing that he didn't have the slightest desire to make a move, and slowly drew his fine sword. Then you can try. Brothers, charge me. Zhang Long waved his hand and a dozen people rushed towards Luo Bing in unison. The main reason why they didn't use hot weapons was because they were afraid of damaging the SUV behind the two. In the N3 area, the gold card carrier is a treasure. Although Luo Bing was young, after all, he was a person who had returned from the N6 region and had a lot of combat experience. And even though he was surrounded by 5 or 6 people, he still didn't lose the wind. Swords and knives fought against each other, clanking and clanging of gold. The fight was quite lively. Qin Lang fished out a cigarette and lit it, squinting at the show. Brother, look at that kid. He kind of looks down on us. Zhang Hu disliked Zhang Long's waist and eyes. Zhang Long frowned. How can you tell? That kid isn't afraid of us at all. He even lit a cigarette. Isn't this a slap in our face? Yes, it's not true that we are bandits, but bandits also need to have dignity. We can't let him look down on us. You're right. Go, him. The Dragon and Tiger brothers rolled up their arms and sleeves and led the remaining 5 or 6 people towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang was also a 5,000 battle power, even lower than Luo Bing, so they didn't take him seriously at all. However, a scene that surprised everyone except Luo Bing occurred a few seconds later, as 7 thick black tentacles tied the Dragon and Tiger brothers and the 5 brats solidly and suspended them in midair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this? Brother, help me. I can't move. I can't move either. The Dragon and Tiger brothers wailed and groaned, and even the stupidest knew that this was a kick in the teeth. Qin Lang ignored them and elegantly flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Luo Bing, can you handle these stray fish or not? Luo Bing's face flushed, knowing that Qin Lang was getting impatient, and she chirped. I can do it. Kill. Luo Bing, who no longer stayed his hand, instantly suppressed the 6 bandits, taking advantage of the gap to cut over 3 of them, while the remaining 3 completely lost their fighting spirit, threw their weapons away, knelt down towards the ground, and clasped their hands over their heads. Spare their lives. Phew. Done. Luo Bing wiped the dense sweat from his forehead. Qin Lang happened to finish a cigarette at this time. His right hand made a palm overlaying movement downwards. The 7 Dragon and Tiger brothers immediately smashed their heads downwards on the ground. All of them had their heads broken and bleeding, screaming miserably. The corners of Luo Bing's mouth lifted into a smile. Scream miserably my ass. Get the hell out of Yuan City. If I meet you next time, I'll kill you on sight. Go go go. Move. The Dragon and Tiger brothers held their heads and ran away in a puff of smoke. Qin Lang's face was odd. Didn't you say that they were a tumor in this area? Why did you still let them go? He was puzzled. Luo Bing shouldn't be a saintly mother, right? Luo Bing hurriedly said. Mr. Qin, you don't know. Although these guys robbed and liked to bully the few with the many, they never killed anyone, much less plagued any women, and their crime is not punishable by death. Oh, You mean they're a gang of righteous thieves? Sort of. I asked Papa Joe to deal with them before, asking them to join Yuan City, but they had to say something about not wanting to be 990 say excess cattle and horses, preferring to fall into the grass. Anyway, their brain circuits are quite strange, kind of interesting. Let's go. Qin Lang laughed it off, feeling quite a bit of emotion in his heart. In the end is a group of people living in the N3 region. Due to the living environment is not harsh to the extreme, so the vast majority of people still maintain the bottom line when the civilized society. If this is placed in the N9 region, how can only rob money and not rob sex? Such as Luo Bing, such a beautiful woman fell in the hands of the bandits one day to be scourge of the scattered frame. This is not stand-up stirrups so simple. What a suitable place for people to live. N3 is this kind of environment. What about N2 and N1? Qin Lang asked casually. N2 and N1 are just theoretical areas that exist that we haven't found. Luo Bing shook his head. Oh, I know then. That would be the safe zone. Qin Lang had actually been searching for absolute safety zones, but there was no way that there were too few such places, and the safety range was relatively small, not exceeding 1 kilometer in diameter. I wonder how harsh the environment is in N10. There must be a lot of high-level cards there. N10. Luo Bing looked deeply at Qin Lang and gulped. Legend has it that that's the land of death. The magic capital Tianhai City with a population of 30 million is N10. It's said that no one can survive there for more than 3 days. You underestimate the ability of human beings to adapt to the environment. Humans are the most fragile and strongest species on Earth. Even in barren land, there are still people who can tenaciously live. Qin Lang paused and suddenly felt some emotions. When I have the chance, I must go to the N10 region to have a look. Meet the experts who live there for a while. Lok Bing couldn't interject, so he could only be silent. The SUV sped along, and 3 hours later, arrived near the goblin tribe. Qin Lang took out his military binoculars and took a look. Sked. This group of kobolds are quite good at finding a place, by the mountains and by the water. Ha, that is? Qin Lang's pupils stared as a strong killing intent surged in his heart. Chapter 154, Praise God the Father. There is a man-made penned ranch near the lake, except that instead of cows and sheep, the ranch is filled with humans. A group of pregnant human females to be exact. They had long been tortured beyond human shape. Their stomachs were several times larger than normal pregnant women, while their faces and limbs were shriveled up like twigs, and if you didn't look closely you would even mistake them for plasma worm larvae. Luo Bing was in tears, pounded the ground hard, and said viciously, "This group of people, I definitely won't let them go." She wiped her eyes hard and lowered her voice. Kobolds are oviparous creatures. They lay eggs into the womb of a female. These eggs are often laid within a few days of absorbing enough nutrients, 10 or more litters at a time. So kobolds are usually able to form a legion in a short period of time. According to you, those women were used as birthing machines. Their nutrition was drained long ago and they should have died quickly. How did they last? Even though the women on the ranch were tortured to death, it was safe to assume that they were all still alive. Without waiting for Luo Bing to reply, Qin Lang saw several skinny kobolds carrying buckets of sticky objects into the pasture. They broke open the woman's mouth and forced those things in. It should be a food similar to a nutritional cream. You wait here for me and don't move. After Qin Lang finished speaking, he walked straight towards the tribe. When they were still more than 300 meters away from the horde, the kobolds discovered Qin Lang's presence, and they called out to their companions, gathering hundreds of them in just a few dozen seconds. Roar! A dozen or so stout kobolds kicked away the weak kobolds that blocked in front of them and swung their wooden sticks towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't dodge or avoid. He just walked forward slowly. The black tentacles turned into sides and chopped away in the air, and wherever they passed, all the kobolds were chopped into a dozen or so pieces. A mere few hundred goblins couldn't even make Qin Lang slow down. Wah! Wah! The massacre in front of the tribal gate naturally caused chaos as the sentries blew their horns and more kobolds rushed out from the back caves. Deadly poison cloud. Poisonous clouds coalesced as Qin Lang's palms flipped. Several of the kobold priests with feathered crowns on their heads showed awe at the sight. They are the lucky ones who have escaped back from yesterday's siege. It was lopsided carnage, not to mention causing damage to Qin Lang. It was as difficult as hell for them to even get close. Soon Qin Lang killed through the goblin camp and came to the entrance of the ranch. He watched as one goblin egg after another was laid by those females. His heart was surging with killing intent that was hard to suppress. Kill me, please. The woman used all her strength to reach out her hand in a grasping motion. Please. Well, I will avenge you all. Qin Lang nodded as the ice sword appeared in his palm, and with a casual wave of his hand, the light instantly annihilated the ranch, reducing everything to nothing. Roar! Behind him, there was a sudden roar. The long-lost sense of crisis caused Qin Lang to slightly raise his spirits. He raised his eyes and looked, but it was a dozen or so super kobolds with a body similar to that of an adult male, and each of them had a battle power of around 1W. Die. Without any nonsense. A shot of supreme chop took away all the dozen or so super goblins. Qin Lang raised his sword and pointed deeper into the cave. Come out. Humans, seek death. Boom. The cavern was broken through by a huge object, and a 3-meter-tall giant kobold rushed out from it. Its bloated body did not affect its speed at all, and in a single rise and fall, it came in front of Qin Lang, and its huge wooden stick smashed down hard. Bam! Qin Lang only felt a numbness in his right arm. The ground crumbled under his feet, and most of his body was plunged into the cracked land. It could be seen how terrifying the giant kobold's power was. N3 actually has creatures with a battle power of 3W. No wonder humans couldn't kill the kobolds to extinction. Qin Lang shook away the huge wooden stick and raised his hand to deliver a supreme sacred slash. The giant kobold was so ferocious that it didn't even dodge and attacked against attack. With a loud bang, the giant kobold's body flew out backwards, blood flowing from its green skin. Ho ho ho! The giant kobold tried to stand up, but his throat had been pressed against the tip of Qin Lang's sword. You, strong. I, weak. I, submissive. The giant kobold revealed fearful eyes and waved its hand hurriedly, signaling Qin Lang not to kill it. Don't dream. Qin Lang's hand rose and fell with his sword, and the giant kobold's head was split in half. After disposing of the giant kobolds, the next step was a one-sided massacre. Qin Lang rushed into the place where the kobolds were living and killed them until he was sure that there was no longer any living kobolds, and only then did he greet Luo Bing to come over and clean up the battlefield. What's wrong with them? Qin Lang frowned as he looked towards the Dragon Tiger wandering group that suddenly appeared behind Luo Bing. Brothers Zhang Long and Zhang Hu poofed and knelt down in front of Qin Lang with adoring eyes. Big brother, we want to hang out with you. You're too ruthless. This is a 3W battle power Goblin King. It was even killed by you in seconds. Big brother, take us. We can do anything. You guys are following me? Qin Lang was in a bad mood. No, we didn't mean to follow you. Our shelter is in this neighborhood. And when we saw you guys driving this way, we thought to come over and take a look. Zhang Long hurriedly explained. Luo Bing said, Mr. Qin, just let them help pick up the cards. With so many kobold corpses, I might have to pick them up alone until the monkey's age. Whatever. With a disinterested face, Qin Lang took out the colored card that had exploded from the Goblin King earlier and looked at it. Color card, super fertility gene. When used, it can nullify racial reproductive isolation and greatly increase fertility efficiency. Dramatically increasing reproductive efficiency is something Qin Lang understands, but what does it mean to nullify racial reproductive segregation? Is it possible to mate with different species? Qin Lang thought of this, his body straight goosebumps. This kind of strange card, if the next door to the 3 get, that's not good. They will not play flying up? Meanwhile, the Indi N9 region. From this day forward, Abai is my 100th wife. A withered, dark-skinned man gently stroked the white cow at his side. Around him, no less than 100 strange-looking men and women were gathered. They have the horns of bulls, some with the faces of horrible lizards, and goat-headed men, human-headed snakes, sphinxes. Congratulations, Father God, on your bride. The monsters voiced their congratulations, and some of those who really couldn't speak could only symbolically roar a few times. The man smiled brightly. Soon, I will lead you to conquer Huaxia, and sooner or later, this world will be ours. Praise God the Father. Praise God the Father. Chapter 155 and 3 is truly paradise. Boss, the cards are done picking up. They should all be here. Zhang Long placed 2 large book bags of cards in front of Qin Lang, revealing an expression of waiting for compliments. Qin Lang casually unfolded his school bag and looked at it, realizing that 80% of the cards inside were white and green cards, and blue and silver cards were few and far between, not to mention gold cards. N3 is really poor. Qin Lang heartily lamented a sentence. It was good that getting the Goblin King killed allowed him to earn a color card. Otherwise he would have to lose his money if he wasted these several hours. The blue and silver cards go to me. You can take the rest, Luo Bing. As for how you want to distribute them, whatever you want. With a wave of his hand, Qin Lang threw several thousand cards directly to Luo Bing, who was holding 2 large packs of cards with adoration written all over his face. What a superb return from N9. I don't care if I can't see the white card, but I can't even throw the green card away like a piece of trash? Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, are you sure you want to follow me in the future? Luo Bing said this subtly, using the term follow her, not follow Qin Lang. Well, following Missy is not the same as following Boss Qin. To be honest, we are really tired of being bandits. It's not interesting at all, Zhang Long said with a big grin. We want to progress. Luo Bingle said. Good, then I'll take you in for the time being. As for whether or not I want you to join the hunting team, it depends on how you have to perform in the future. These 2 packs of cards, you'll carry them for now. and then distribute them when you rest. After saying that, Luo Bing threw the book bag back. Zhang Longzhang who smoothly threw to the back of the people, and then these 2 packs of cards fell into the hands of the last 2 guys like a drum. Mr. Qin, where are we going next? Should we go to the crocodile cave? There's a big monster there with a battle strength of over 1W5. Too weak to be interested, and probably can't drop any good cards. What about the swamp in the south? There's a slime king there with the ability to change and a battle power of 2W2. Slime king? Qin Lang stretched. It's okay to check it out. Seeing that the sales pitch was successful, Luo Bing spread a smile, but immediately cried out again. Mr. Qin, there's a problem now. The further south we go, the more swamps there are. Ordinary SUVs can't drive through them, and it'll take a long time to walk if we go on foot. And there are so many more of us. That's good. Qin Lang took out the colorful carrier cards that had been successfully classified long ago. Then in the eyes of a group of people who were dumbfounded, he took out one of them. Sea and land amphibious troop transporting mechanical body. The full capacity is 20 people. Just enough for us to use. Wait. Seeing that Qin Lang was ready to tear the card, Luo Bing hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, I know that you have a big family, but this is after all a color card. Do you really not think about it anymore? Once the carrier is taken out, it will be very difficult to recover it. This girl, she's quite good at living, and she's already a housekeeper? Qin Lang couldn't help but say, I didn't think about recycling. I won't be able to stay in N3 for long. When I leave, the carrier will be left for you to use. This, well, since Qin Lang had said so, Luo Bing naturally wouldn't advise any further. Qin Lang tore the card open and casually threw it away, and an odd-looking carrier immediately appeared on the ground, the upper half of which looked like a bus, and the lower half of which looked like a robot from a sci-fi movie, with tracks, tires, and mechanical feet. A triple power system. Asterisk 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 is ing cool. This thing also has 2 barrels that you can blast monsters with. A group of people sked. When the group entered the troop transporting mechanical body, the first thing that caught their eyes was the spacious lounge area with rather soft couches. There is a lounge area on the left and right sides with seating for 10 people and an oversized shower area. This is too good to be true. Zhang Long and Zhang who softly rolled on the sofa and shouted, Who wants to drive this machine? Qin Lang threw the 3 gold cards, mechanical driving, on the table. Learn to roll and drive when you've negotiated. Don't whimper here. Zhang Long and his group hurriedly sat up, wide-eyed. I'm the boss, so I've decided that I'll be the driver of this. Brother, just don't drive. Think about when you just got your license. The next day you gave a pregnant woman a rubdown. Good thing nothing happened. Do you want to die? This old sesame and old grain thing you take out and say? But it's true. Brother Dragon. Brother Tiger, you guys stop arguing. Why don't we just be fair and guess the ding shell? Just guess. Qin Lang pinched his brow. His brows could be wrinkled, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be fooled. He really didn't resent the hustle and bustle at all. Maybe it was because he had been with Old Li and the others for too long, and had long gotten used to the lively atmosphere. You tell them the bearings. I'll take a break. Qin Lang hugged Q-Boy and went into the house after informing Luo Bing. As for Xiao He, he remained aloof, and unless he was willing to do so, Qin Lang usually couldn't jerk it off, let alone sleep with it in his arms. Lock Bing, hurry up and get going. Okay Missy, we're done. The team's bag-carrying teenager grinned and stormed into the cab. Meanwhile, somewhere in the N3 region, a shelter. Why? Tell me, why? The man who dyed his hair blonde shed 2 lines of blood and tears. His shoulder was penetrated by a lance, and he was nailed to the ground in a backward-leaning position. Around him were hundreds of mutilated corpses, some of which were cut off at the waist but not dead through, letting out miserable wails. Not far away, a group of women shivered. The corners of the black-clothed young man's mouth sketched out a hint of teasing as he softly said, There's no reason. When you're walking, do you pay attention to how many ants you step on and say sorry to those ants? You, Kim Vanson. The N3 region powerhouse felt desperate and helpless for the first time in his life. In front of this young man in black, he was as weak as a baby in swaddling clothes, at the mercy of others, unable to resist in the slightest. N3, what a paradise. Ha, 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 ha. The young man in black looked up to the sky and laughed. Yuan Chan Luo Bing, I hope she's really as beautiful as you say she is. Jean Wanson was still about to say something when the black-clothed young man's right arm was revved up, and the moment the lance returned it sliced through his skull, half of his brain slipping out of the corpse. No, don't kill us, please, don't kill us, we didn't do anything. The women, curled up in a ball, begged bitterly. Too old to die. The young man in black swung his lance and reaped the woman's life. Too dark-skinned to die. Too fat to die. Too skinny to die. Ugly and dead. Too small breasts. Die. Too big boobs. Die. In the end, the black-clothed young man looked for 2 young girls from among the dozens of women who had long been stunned. If you want to live, serve me well, do you hear me? Chapter 156, Black Clothes. And 3 is such a nice place. Young girls are such a good thing. The black-clothed young man lamented while dropping the female head in his hand, while then lifting his pants and walking out the door, gesturing a direction with his hand. Yuan City. That's the direction. Yuan City's #1 beauty. Luo Bing. Here I come. Boom. Moment. The man appeared in midair 100 meters away as a ball of black gas, and as he continued to perform his skills, the black gas moved rapidly in the direction of Yuan City. It was another breezy day in Wanyung. After a concerted effort by the local residents, any damage caused to the walls by the goblin army was repaired to the maximum extent possible. Zhou Laodai was busy lighting a cigarette, bearing it, his eyes looking toward the left and right from time to time, for fear that he would be stared at by any small person to ask for it from him. Cigarettes, a luxury for Yuan City residents, could be exchanged for a lot of food, and Qin Lang had given him most of the packs, which he had not been willing to smoke. Pops, good wow, not only are you lazy, but you're eating alone here. Is it like words? Is it like words? Guolin pinched her tiny waist and snapped. Papa Zhou hurriedly pulled Guolin to his side. Shoo, keep your voice down. If they know I have cigarettes, I'll be lucky to have 5 left in this big half-pack. Then you share a few with me. Guolin smiled and held out her palm. You smoke too? What's it like for you, a girl, to smoke? Besides it's not good for your health. Papa Zhou covered his pockets, mouth and face. Guolin said viciously, it's the end of the world. How long I can live is a question. And you're worried about whether I'm physically fit or not. Do you give it or not? If not I'll scream ah. Just give it to you. Don't shout. With a reluctant face, old Father Zhou pulled out a few cigarettes and handed them to Guolin, helping her light them in the process, muttering, you girl, you're really getting more and more licentious lately. You're starting to threaten on me. Slightly. Guolin made a face and changed her words. Where's big brother Qin Lang? Father Zhou said. I heard that he went out with Miss Luo early in the morning. He should have gone hunting. Do you want to find him for something? Aha, if you see brother Qin again, give him this letter for me. Guolin nodded. If you have something to say, wait for him to come back and say it in front of him. Why write a letter? Hey, this is not a love letter, right? Papa Zhou is over 100 years old and has eaten and seen before. He guessed it at once. Guolin didn't hide it either. That's right, it's a love letter. As long as you help me give this love letter to brother Qin, my pack of cigarettes will be yours. With that, Guolin took out a whole pack of unopened cigarettes from her bra. Holy, you girl, you're hiding pretty deep. Father Zhou's eyes lit up. No problem, it's wrapped up in me. Give it to me. Receiving the pack of cigarettes with body heat and a faint milky flavor, Father Zhou was filled with intoxication. I'm not going to bull **** with you. I'm going to work. Remember to give the love letter to big brother Qin ah. It would be better if you can put in a few more good words for me. Guolin got up and left. Don't worry. I'll do my best to put in a good word for you. Zhou old man smiled and waved his hand, and waited until Guolin's back disappeared. His mood suddenly turned a little lost. His 2 daughters were studying abroad, and now I am afraid that they are long gone. Right. Qin Lang has traveled extensively and has been to many places, so I can entrust him to help me find them. Papa Zhou's eyes lit up and he had a plan in mind. Yuan City. City Lord's Mansion. Luo Shanha had already healed, and he stood on the roof of the City Lord's Mansion, looking down at the vibrant city. Everything was so beautiful. You are the City Lord, Luo Shanha? The sudden voice behind him startled Luo Shanha, and he looked at the man in black with horror. You are? The man in black smiled. I'm just a traveler. I've heard that your daughter, Luo Bing, is the most beautiful woman in Yuan City. I want to meet her. Well, to put it more bluntly, I want to play with her. Luo Shanha's eyes went cold. What did you say? The man in black revealed a playful smile. Just tell me where she is. If she's really as nationally beautiful as Jean Wanson said, I might not kill you when I'm in a good mood. Kim Vanson, you're a Jean Wanson? Luo Shanha clenched the hilt of his sword, beads of sheer sweat oozing from his forehead. His intuition told him that the black-clothed man in front of him was extremely strong, and he would most likely only have one chance to make a move. No, you're mistaken. The man in black laughed. A piece of trash like Jean Wanson, even being my subordinate, I think he is too weak. I have already slaughtered him. Hurry up and tell me where Luo Bing is. My big bird can't hold it down anymore. Okay. I'll tell you. Luo Shanha suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and stood up straight and said, "She is in." Luo Bing quickly go. The man in black let out a light eep. And the moment he turned around, Luo Shanha's eyes were ecstatic as he stabbed out with his sword. Luo Shanha had thought that a sneak attack would be able to cut down the man in black, but he didn't expect that the sword merely pierced his skin, and the man in black appeared as a ball of black gas about a dozen meters away, and he looked at his bleeding skin with an angry face. "You don't talk about martial virtues. You even staged a sneak attack, almost making me turn over in the gutter." The man in black licked his lips. "If you don't say it, then I'll find it myself. Now, how do you want to die?" Luo Shanha took a deep breath and suddenly turned around and leaped down. He knew very well that this man was by no means in existence that he could contend against, and perhaps in the entire N3 region, only Qin Lang could fight against him. Could it be that he is also from the high difficulty region? With all sorts of random thoughts, Luo Shanha landed steadily on the ground, and just as he raised his head, he saw the man in black looking at him with a smile. "Escape? Where can you escape to, yo? What the hell do you want?" "I, the king who came to rule over you." The man in black laughed as he swung his lance, and the lance went straight through Luo Shanha's mouth. The man in black didn't panic as he shouldered his spear, letting Luo Shanha's body drag on the ground as he slowly walked towards the marketplace. Southern Swamp. It's too poor for N3 to stay a little. Qin Lang really wanted to cry. He drove for hours to come here, and finished off the Slime King in 3 or 2 hits, but in the end, he only exploded 2 gold cards. The explosion rate was like a joke. "Sorry, I didn't know. It was so poor." Luo Bing was full of apologies. "I don't blame you. I was expecting too much from N3. Pack up and head back to town." Qin Lang shrugged. The first order of business was still to go and pick up Li Guagua first, and as to whether the next step was to go back to Changtung, or go somewhere else, we would talk about it then. The Nagato shelter site is now a eternal night environment, which honestly isn't suitable for hunting. Meow? Blackie suddenly put a paw on his arm. Qin Lang laughed. "Going to kill the 4th apostle is a good suggestion. My only worry is that I'll be unconscious for too long this time." "Forget it, no matter that much. Let's go back to Yuan City first." Chapter 157, The Burning City-State. Half a day later, the group returned to Yuan City. Qin Lang, who was resting, suddenly heard a cry of alarm in the hall and rushed out at the first opportunity. He wanted to inquire about what had happened, but his gaze was already attracted by the burning city-state in front of him, and he could no longer move away. Yuan Chang, a city that retained 80% of the buildings from the civilization era, was being burned by fire and had become a large fireball. How can this be? Hasn't the Goblin King been wiped out? Lot Bing rubbed his eyes vigorously. Dad! Luo Bing rushed out of the car and ran towards the city. "You guys stay here and watch the car." Qin Lang knew a word and followed Luo Bing's footsteps. The two entered Yuan City one after the other. Flames scorched every building in view, and the smell of charred meat was in the air. No, Dad! Yang Head, Papa Chow! Luo Bing shouted loudly, but it was futile. No one responded at all. She rushed to the central square, and her pupils suddenly froze. Thousands of corpses fell in the huge square. They were burning, and in the middle of the square hung dozens of heads that had long since burned beyond recognition, the top one being Dad. Luo Bing's legs went limp and he sat down on his knees. "Why? Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it?" Luo Bing screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Qin Lang had never been a sentimental person, and he had even less feelings for Yuan City, but at this moment, he could clearly feel a vigorous flame burning deep inside him, a rage that could burn through the heavens. Eyes swept around. In a remote alley, Qin Lang found a familiarly dressed body. The body was killed by someone running through the heart from the back, turning the body over. It was none other than Papa Zhou. Qin Lang couldn't use any words to describe his feelings at this moment. Papa Zhou, no matter who did it, I will definitely take revenge for you. Qin Lang forced himself to hold back his anger and helped his old dad close his eyes that were not closed. Out of the corner of his eye he inadvertently noticed that his old dad seemed to be clutching something in his right hand. Breaking it open, it was 2 letters, both written to him. One was a love letter from Guolin. The content was incomparably bold. Rather than saying that it was a love letter, it was more like a small yellow text of 1,000 words. Qin Lang smiled and wiped his eyes, realizing that it was damp there. Damn, I can't believe I got teary-eyed reading porn? Qin Lang really couldn't understand what was going on. The other letter was written to him by old Father Zhou. The content was much simpler. He entrusted Qin Lang to help him find his 2 daughters. One of them was named Zhou Qingxue and the other was named Zhou Sueki. Papa Zhou, is Qingxue and Sueki's dad? Qin Lang carefully put the 2 letters into his storage space and came behind Luo Bing, his voice cold without the slightest emotion. Get up. Luo Bing got up disoriented. Her eyes were blank. She didn't know what she should do. Blackie me out and looked toward the city lord's mansion high above. Third gear, Panther's acumen. Qin Lang grabbed Luo Bing with one hand and rushed towards the city lord's mansion like thunder and lightning. Here, originally, was a church dedicated to the gods of the civilized world, and beneath the huge deity sat a man in black, who elegantly crossed his legs and surveyed Luo Bing. Worthy of being Yuan City's #1 beauty, she is indeed beautiful, much better than these mediocre girls. The man in black pointed to the neatly arranged female heads, hundreds of them, on the right. Why did you do that? Luo Bing screamed. The man in black thought about it and spread his hands. How would I know if you ask me why? Probably too bored and wanting to find some excitement for myself. Come on Luo Bing. Serve me well, your face is my favorite type. I promise I will never kill you before I get tired of playing with you. I'll kill you. Luo Bing cried out and charged forward, but was tugged by a strong hand behind her arm. Qin Lang said indifferently, you can't beat him. Don't make fearless sacrifices. This guy is quite strong. The man in black laughed. Quite strong. Interesting. What kind of person are you Luo Bing? It can't be her man, right? Stay here. This one. I'll handle it. Qin Lang walked forward slowly, his eyes skimming over the female heads one by one, and when he reached the middle section, he stopped and pressed his hand on one of the heads. Guolin, I've read your love letters. I guess you should have been a small pornography author in the peace era. I'll take revenge for you now. After saying that, Qin Lang freed one of his hands and held the head, which had been tragically and inhumanly abused in life. Flatly. Ha 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 ha. The man in black laughed and stomped his feet. A mere 5,000 battle power. And you're clamoring for revenge? Oh, I see. You're planning to laugh me to death, right? Ha 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 ha. Laozi is the one who came back from N7. What are you going to fight me with? This punch is for Luo Shanha. City Lord Luo. The words fell. The man in black was so steeped in surprise that he didn't even have time to use his skills before he was blasted in the face with a punch, and his body flew up and slammed heavily into the Jesus statue. Vomit. Pft. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning stern and scornful. The facts told him that this man was just like him, returning from a high difficulty area, or else he couldn't possibly be such a strong fighter. The difference between war power and combat power is 1,000 miles. The former is just a numerical value. The latter is the real strength. The man in black landed steadily and wiped the corner of his mouth. It really hurts. My friend, there is no such need to have to fight to death. Why don't we form a group to go to other low difficulty areas to rule over the weak people? We are strong and powerful. Who will be our opponent? At that time, women, you can sleep as much as you want. If you don't let me touch Luo Bing, I won't touch it. Do you deserve to be friends with me? Qin Lang raised 2 fingers. The second punch was for old Father Zhou. The man in black was prepared this time. Without waiting for Qin Lang to throw a punch, his body turned into a ball of black gas and flew backwards. But it was useless. A thick tentacle directly bound him, making him unable to move. Boom! The punch caused the black man's face to change shape and his teeth to fall out in large numbers. Damn! Oh no! This person is too terrifying. I'm no match for him. The man in black swallowed his blood. Don't hit me. If I die, my boss won't let you go. The third punch was for Guolin. Qin Lang simply ignored what he said and threw another punch. In just 3 punches, the man was only half alive. He was dying and his body had broken hundreds of bones. Vomit poof. He vomited blood. Qin Lang carefully placed Guolin's head on the side of the black-clothed man's head. Guolin, do you see? Right. Qin Lang pressed his palm on the black-clothed man's head and said in an extremely low voice, I forgot to tell you something. I'm back from N9. Now there is good news and bad news. The good news is that I won't kill you. And the bad news is that you will be worse off than dead. Chapter 158 Absolute Suppression. Who? Lan Yu's gasp attracted the attention of the woman beside him. A pretty face filled with worry looked over. Lan Yu, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Fei, why are you here? Didn't you die a long time ago? Xiao Fei gasped. What are you talking nonsense? I'm not alive and well. How can I die? Or all you can't wait for me to die? No. Blue sat up and rubbed his cheeks vigorously, his thoughts a little confused. I had a very long nightmare. Nightmares? Well, I dreamed. I was sent by the boss to find a livable place. I found AN3 area. That place is called Yuan City. I obeyed the boss's order to kill all the stragglers in this area. But then, a man appeared. He was very powerful. I had no power to fight back in front of him. Lan Yu, heart palpitating, hugged the woman. Fortunately, this is just a nightmare. Too real, too terrible. It's okay. It's good to know it's a dream. Fei gently stroked Lan Yu's hair. We'll be able to live well. Of course. With boss here and so many brothers, we've got a shelter that's indestructible. Lan Yu's eyes were glowing. Suddenly, there was a clamor from outside. What's wrong? I don't know. Go out and look. Lan Yu held Fei's hand and walked out of the room, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he took a good look at what was happening in front of him. The shelter, which seemed to him to be immensely strong, was now in ruins. Dozens of men dressed in black and looking exactly the same were approaching him with the heads of their comrades in arms. You are. Lan Yu trembled with fear. This man is not exactly the nightmare. In the N3 area to see the man? Nice chick you have around. The man laughed as he tossed the boss head to the ground and greeted his companions. Come on, brothers, let's have some fun together. No, Fei, you run. Blue screamed and pushed her lover away, but it was no use at all. The group of black-clothed men were so ridiculously strong that they couldn't run away. Soon, the man in black pressed Fei in front of him and unzipped his pants with an evil grin. Don't worry, we're not going to kill her until we've played her out. Don't hurt her. She's innocent. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Don't hurt her. The man in black paused and revealed a contemptuous smile. Griffins have no qualifications to bargain. No. Yuan City. City Lord's mansion. Vomit. Lan Yu was lying in a pool of blood, his mouth constantly vomiting blood. He wasn't dead, and the powerful life force was healing his shattered body. But it is only the body that is healed, his soul is never redeemed. Qin Lang cupped Guo Lin's head and came to Luo Bing's side, saying indifferently, you can kill him any time to avenge your father's death. He was hit by my fantasy world. Spirit is being tortured in another world. Luo Bing looked mechanically at Lan Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes empty and constantly pleading to the air. Please, don't. Let her go. Let me do anything. Why are you so cruel? Was what he went through horrible? Lok Bing suddenly asked without a clue. I don't know. It's expected to be pretty scary. Luo Bing nodded. Then, can I keep him? I don't want him to die comfortably. Whatever. Just tie him to the bed when the time comes and feed him every day. Qin Lang had a disinterested look on his face. He didn't like abusing and killing, but there were some people. How could he relieve his anger without abusing and killing them? Boss. Missy. Zhang Long and Zhang who ran in with a few people. I thought I told you to watch the car. What are you doing in here? Something's wrong. Zhang Long pointed outside. It's raining blood hearts. Blood heart rain? Got it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, letting Zhang Long and the others take Lan Yu away, gently putting down Guo Lin's human head, and sighed. Life is unpredictable, and the end times are even more so. The sky. Countless blood hearts fell. Balls of blood of different sizes stuck and clung to all corners of the city, and many blood corpses, blood dogs, and night demons crawled out of the blood hearts as they sniffed the air hard. The difficulty has escalated. Luo Bing whispered. Do you want to go back to the car and rest, or take it out on them? There was nothing uncomfortable in Qin Lang's heart right now, as all the negative emotions had dissipated with Lan Yu's defeat. I want to go back. Locke rubbed her eyes. I'm so tired. Well, go home and rest. Boss, they found us. So many. We can't get out. Right? Zhang Long, Zhang Hu and the others were filled with horror. The number of monsters was just too much, and they were densely gathering towards this side. Among them were not limited to strong-bodied night devils and giants. Just like an army of monsters. Qin Lang greeted him with an expressionless face, his voice indifferent to the extreme. Looking for death? The not-so-loud voice instantly spread throughout the entire city, and all the monsters that felt Qin Lang's aura revealed expressions of awe as they lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a single breath. This is it. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Of course they know that Qin Lang is strong and perverted, but what is this? Even monsters were afraid of him? How did he do that? Naturally, they wouldn't know that this was a skill that Qin Lang had accidentally comprehended on his hunting journey, called absolute suppression, which had a miraculous effect on creatures with too low a battle power, causing them to instantly lose their will to fight. The lower the monster's combat strength, the better the effect. This was the first time Qin Lang had used it publicly, without any battles. Qin Lang sent Luo Bing back to the troop-carrying machinery and arranged a room for her to rest. At this time, those monsters outside all instinctively fled, fleeing as far away from the troop transportation machinery as they could. Boss, what happened to Yuan Chang? Zhang Long gathered his courage and asked. Qin Lang lit his cigarette and took a silent drag. There's no more Yuan City. It's just a dead city there now. The crowd was silent. Luo Bing slept for a day and a night this time. When she woke up again, her entire body had lost a circle of weight visible to the naked eye, and what worried Qin Lang the most was her hair, which had turned white in several pieces. Are you okay? Qin Lang pushed his coffee cup over. Well, I'm sorry for letting you worry. Luo Bing bowed towards Qin Lang. I haven't experienced anything. My psyche is too fragile. Qin Lang didn't know what to say and simply shut up. Luo Bing looked at Lan Yu, who was tied to the bed, constantly screaming into the air and begging for mercy, and suddenly showed a smile. She took bread and water and gently crushed them to help feed him, and finally wiped his mouth. Brother Qin, where are we going next? Go find my friend. It's time to cross over again. Her area is N7. Qin Lang tapped the huge supercomputer on the side and pointed in one of the directions. Last night he idly moved the machine inside the troop transporting machinery and it worked quite well as a strategic map. Chapter 159, The Tree in the Cocoon. Somewhere, the air is filled with a thick, poisonous fog. A group of men and women wearing gas masks came out of the fog. The boss is back. Boss. The 100 or so survivors in the shelter greeted each other. Well, I got lucky today. Got a couple gold card food items, so I'm going to give the big guy a taste of his own medicine tonight. The crowd cheered when they heard that they would be able to have meat in the evening. Faye, hasn't Lan Yu contacted you yet? No, it's been 2 days since he was lost. But, the vitals on the life detector show that his vital signs have returned to steady. Such an answer obviously did not satisfy the hawk-nosed man, and he fell into deep thought with his brow furrowed. Lan Yu is the stronger combatant in the team, and his mobility is even better. Sending him out to look for habitable land is the most suitable candidate. But why would he be lost for 2 days with normal vital signs? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Boss, I'm a little worried about him. The day before yesterday, his vital signs nearly disappeared. He must have been attacked by a strong enemy. Faye's eyes were worried. I think. Eagle Nose shook his head. You don't need to say anything. Since he recovered, it means that his body is already normal. And if he doesn't contact us, the probability is that there is a problem with the contact device. Hawkish Nose looked towards the glittering computer screen, and suddenly he let out a soft eep. Ha! This kid Lan Yu actually ran back? Everyone gathered over at the word, only to see that the bright spot that was at the edge of the map and represented Lan Yu's vital signs was slowly moving towards this side. Little Faye excitedly said, Great! I knew he'd be fine. Boss, I'll bring a few brothers to pick him up. Hawk Hook Nose thought about it. The external environment is too bad now, and that Li Guogui is watching intently. It is not advisable to spread out the troops at this juncture. If we are to go, we will go together, lest we be attacked by a sneak attack. Yes. At that moment, the crowd began to pack their bags. Anyway, the material cards they are not short of. Can bring away. Really cannot bring directly throw away also does not hurt. In less than half a day's work the luggage was packed, and a group of people approached in the direction of Lan Yu, not far from the shelter. In a tree, hidden in the thick toxic fog was a thin man, also wearing a gas mask, who saw the vehicle leave and contacted his boss at the first opportunity. Boss, the eagles are pouring out of the nest. I don't know where they're going. I'm following them. Z. After the sound of a slight electric current, a woman's voice rang out. Monkey, pay attention to safety. Don't be exposed. Follow if you can. Give up if you can't. Got it, boss. I'm not stupid. How would I joke with my own little life? They want to kill me in a highly toxic environment. The difficulty is not ordinary. Monkey was a bit chatty. He suddenly laughed. Big sister, when exactly will our big brother come? It's been a good 2 months. You're in a hurry, and I'm in a bigger hurry than you are. Shut up, don't talk so much. Li Guogui rolled her eyes and hung up the communication. Even though a long time had passed, she still couldn't forget the warmth as well as the promise that that man had brought to her in the beginning. Anyone under the sun could have lied to her, but not him. Now is not the time to think about such nonsense. Li Guogui raised his right hand and patted his rolling face. Where are they going with this? Eagle? Boss, last time we suffered a big loss and lost so many brothers. Let's take revenge this time while they're not on guard. The burly men in the tent were shouting. Li Guogui murmured. The overall strength of the eagle and theirs is slightly better than us, and we don't have much chance of winning in a hard fight, even if it is a sneak attack. It is easy to lose the lives of our brothers, but just let them go. You guys are willing. I am still not willing. The old lady's arm cannot be broken in vain, is not it? Li Guogui moved a little too much, and that empty sleeve immediately fluttered. Her left arm was neatly severed, a wound that could not heal itself. Tell the brothers to get ready. Let's follow them over and take a look. It's best if we can shade them, but if not, we'll withdraw. Li Guogui slapped the desktop with one hand and gave the order. At that time, Qin Lang inside the amphibious troop transporting machinery did not know that his appearance had attracted the two biggest forces in the area. He sat in the lounge area, smoking a cigarette and looking out the window at the world shrouded in toxic fog. N7 is already so terrifying. It's hard to imagine what N9 is really like. Luo Bing sat beside Qin Lang and muttered. Her mental state had recovered well overall, except for a somewhat perverted expression when she was taking care of Lan Yu. she was relatively normal at all other times. When we receive my friend, I'll take you to N9 to feel it and we won't know. Qin Lang smiled faintly. What I care more about is still N10. I wonder how strong the people living in the N10 region are. Boss, you're really overthinking it. N10, that's the legendary land of certain death. An absolute forbidden zone. It's simply impossible for humans to live there. Zhang Long interjected. Qin Lang shook his head. High risk means high reward. The higher risk the area, the higher the quality of the card. What's the highest grade card you've seen in N3? Of course it's the color card. It goes without saying. The legend card. Isn't that recognized as the highest level? Zhang Long said smilingly. You're wrong. Qin Lang waved his fingers. On top of the colored cards, as far as I know, there are 3 other kinds of cards. Dark gold, bright gold, and unknown. What? What? There are 3 more? The crowd all showed a demented expression, as if they were listening to heavenly books. I'm not telling you all this to show off how knowledgeable I am, but to tell you that there is definitely someone alive in N10, and this person will definitely strengthen the dark gold and bright gold cards, and I'm not even fully sure that I can beat him once we get into a conflict. Qin Lang was not being presumptuous. Ever since he learned that the N times had regional difficulty divisions, and that the one he was in wasn't the hardest region, he'd gone into a state of internal conflict and deep anxiety. If you are born in the peaceful era, lie flat on lie flat. The big deal is to eat a little bit worse, drink a little bit worse, do not get married, do not buy a house, do not give birth to children. At least the safety of life will not be threatened. But in this post-apocalyptic world is not the same. Backwardness will be slaughtered. He does not hope that he or his companions in a certain day encounter similar to the massacre of the city of Yuan. Even the opportunity to fight back. Must pull my battle power up to 5W as soon as possible, then go to N10 to check it out. How can I know the overall strength of the N10 survivors before I can feel at ease? Qin Lang thought wildly. Boss, there's a big monster up ahead, blocking the road. The young man driving the car, nicknamed Fatty, exclaimed in shock, interrupting Qin Lang's thoughts. Qin Lang came to the cockpit to look forward. As expected, a giant monster appeared 100 meters away. To be exact, it was a big dark green tree, tens of meters high with countless cocoons swaying in the wind hanging from it. These cocoons were both big and small. The small ones were like fists, and the big ones were like houses, and they were releasing their green poisonous gas towards the outside world continuously. Shouldn't we have found the originator of the poisonous fog? Qin Lang rubbed the tip of his nose. Chapter 160, Singling Out the Demon Tree. Boss, this thing is so scary. The lowest has 1W battle power, and the high one reaches 2W. Why don't we go around the road? Zhang Long turned on the battle power detector at the first time. Looking at the countless jumping numbers in the instrument, he couldn't help but be staggered. As a N3 local, how had he ever seen this scene? Not being scared to pee already counted as his guts. Qin Lang laughed it off. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll try to see if I can get this thing to die. Boss, gas mask. Looking at the mask handed over by Zhang Hu, Qin Lang shook his head. No need. It affects the line of sight. The first time he entered N7 and realized that it was a poisonous environment, Qin Lang had filled himself with LV5, poison fog resistance, and this bit of poisonous fog was completely negligible. Qin Lang touched out the Dawnbreaker and launched an attack on the largest cocoon on the tree. Snort! The flaming arrow broke through the air and stuck heavily on the large cocoon, the arrow missing the entire thing. Cocoon instantly fire. Cocoon within the creature came a scream and advanced to break out of the cocoon. It is a body covered with dark green liquid huge bullhorns monster. Bullhorns monster's battle strength is 2W3, cannot be said to be not strong. But unfortunately, it had encountered Qin Lang. You boys better drop me a better card. Qin Lang took out his flying sword Eternal Flame and rushed towards the Minotaur. Against poisonous creatures, it's common for the flames to act as a damage multiplier. Ow ow ow. Ow ow ow. The bullhorn monster raised its head to the sky and the ground shook. Facing Qin Lang's attack, it opened its monstrous palm and grabbed it without any fear. Click, click, click. Qin Lang slashed out a dozen swords in a row. He realized that the monster's skin was exceptionally hard, and he only cut through a layer of outer skin with that much force, causing very little damage. In that case, taste the Supreme Sacred Beheading. Qin Lang idly stepped forward and backhanded 2 rounds of Supreme Sacred slashes. The monster that was annihilated by the light let out a gurgling scream, and by the time the light disappeared, the bullhorn monster was already bruised and battered. It's nothing more than that. Then, the Supreme Sacred Slash plus the 5th gear, the elephant's giant power. Can you block it? As Qin Lang muttered to himself, he used 5 gear. The Supreme Sacred Chop with the 5 gears added instantly turned the bullhorn monster into pieces. A colored card, and a dozen gold cards fell to the ground. It's only this much stuff. Qin Lang didn't even look at it and directly pocketed it, then took out Dawn to remotely attack the other tree cocoons. The crowd inside the troop transporting machinery looked rather speechless. Of course they knew that Qin Lang was strong, ridiculously strong, but to beat a monster with more than 2W battle power like a sun, this was something they could never have imagined. When did the gap between people become so big? Zhang Long sighed. It's not even a year. Boss is too fierce. Luo Bing also watched with great joy, clenching his fists hard. Daybreak, as a dark gold weapon. The power is amazing. Under the continuous shooting, the cocoons under the giant size barely have a chance to hatch out before they are all smashed. Occasionally encountering giant cocoons, Qin Lang uses 5th gear plus Supreme Sacred Beheading to carry out a second kill. In just 10 minutes, more than hundreds of tree cocoons were destroyed, and the harvest was quite large. Although there was no dark gold, there were 4 colored cards. Take a break. The physical exertion is a bit much. Qin Lang did not love the battle and returned to the car to eat and rest. The stronger the battle power, the faster the hunger comes. It must be replenished in time. The main thing was that the cocoon on the poisonous tree was too much. It was simply not something that could be cleaned up in a moment. After resting for a while, Qin Lang got out of the car again and made those cocoons as he did. After a dozen times of repetition, the poison tree managed to become physically naked. Without these cocoons, the toxins in the surrounding air were obviously much thinner, which also confirmed Qin Lang's guess that this thing was the source of the poisonous mist. Next up is the main body. I wonder how strong the contraption in there is. Qin Lang took a hard bite of the tender and juicy veal chop, and his mouth was full of oil. Rest up and go this big demon tree. Qin Lang rubbed his fists. You guys be smart, and if the stuff in the trees gets too strong, you drive the car farther away so you don't get caught in the crossfire. Got it, boss. The city gates are not affected by what's coming. Zhang Long nodded repeatedly. Qin Lang hemmed and hawed and stepped out of the troop-carrying mechanical body once again. It seems to sense danger. The poisonous tree began to tremble slightly, and this trembling conveyed a message that was in no way fearful, but rather an excitement. Click. Ka, 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 ka. Accompanied by a gust of strange noises, the poisonous tree cracked open from the center, and a humanoid creature stepped out from it. It had a slender body and limbs exactly like humans. No genitals but an extra tail, and a pair of dark green eyes without the slightest emotion, which was indescribably weird. 6W6 battle power. The crowd in the car was stunned. Kind of. Qin Lang was unafraid. His flying swords, Eternal Flame and Ice Sword, circled around his body clockwise as he held Breaking Dawn in his right hand, staring at the monster dead on. His intuition told him that this monster was challenging and should be considered the strongest opponent he had encountered since the end of the world, bar none. Woo! The monster opened its hands, its terrifying aura surging wildly, and in the next second, it appeared in front of Qin Lang and swung out a fist. Touch of darkness. Qin Lang met the battle head-on. Dozens of black tentacles transformed into sharp long knives and chopped frantically. In an instant, one person and one monster fought no less than 100 rounds, but it was difficult to distinguish between them. Neither could break the other's defenses. Speed, strength, and defense are all top-notch. If you don't turn on the 5th gear, you won't be able to hurt it at all. However, this thing must have kept its cards as well. Qin Lang didn't rush to open the 5th gear, but took out 2 mushrooms and ate them to temporarily boost his speed and strength. The monster obviously had a very powerful intelligence, suddenly reviving its right arm, seemingly attacking head-on, but in fact, it coalesced a poisonous spear behind Qin Lang, attempting to strike the west with the east. Transform the armor. Qin Lang did not panic. The first time he let the darkness touch coalesce into armor, the poison gun smashed on it apart from bringing Qin Lang a strong feeling of pushing back. It could not hurt him at all. Supreme Sacred Chop. Qin Lang is starting to get real. The monster was expressionless, utilizing its super high movement speed to idly dodge the chopping attack that could annihilate everything. 3rd gear, Panther's Acumen. Qin Lang steeply accelerated and caught the monster off guard. The ice and fire dual swords entwined the monster's body and continuously chopped it. With each chop, the monster would let out a dull roar and its body splashed with green juice. Finally the monster couldn't hold back and let out a wild whistle. As its breath surged, the poisonous tree behind it that had long since lost its vitality suddenly stretched out a branch to connect with its tail. The injuries on the monster's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its battle strength was climbing. 7W, 7W5, 8W, 8W5, 9W, 9W5. Finally, battle power stops at 9W5, and at this time the monster, no longer the beginning of the form, the body stout circle not to mention, the body is more a layer of armor with spikes. Oh, I told you how your image looks so familiar. You're Frisia, right? Qin Lang was not half afraid. Monster? Chapter 161, A Close Win. Don't look at Qin Lang's mouth. But in fact, his heart was already on the alert. Because even if he had the Maverick enchantment and doubled his battle power, he had only just managed to touch the 8W threshold. And this monster was a full 1W5 higher than him. Will we fight or withdraw? Qin Lang didn't forget to stuff the few remaining gain-type mushrooms into his mouth while he was seriously thinking. Something like gain status. More is better. Especially when facing a strong enemy. Ka! At this time, the monster that looked like Frisia flicked its tail, disconnecting from the poison tree, and its body suddenly disappeared from its original position, reappearing in front of Qin Lang, with both sides following each other by less than half a meter. Boom! A simple, brutal punch, so fast that no one could see what was happening. Qin Lang flew backwards like a cannonball whistling backwards, and large cracks appeared on the darkness shield that had never fallen off since it was mastered. The attack is so strong. Qin Lang did not suffer any substantial damage, but he was greatly shaken inside. The monster clearly didn't intend to give him any more chances to catch his breath, launching successive attacks as the ground was blasted out with huge crater after huge crater. And 9W5 battle power monster. The boss also has 7W9 battle power. It's too exaggerated. The 14 people, including Luo Bing, had long been unable to see the movements of Qin Lang and the monster in the field, and could only track their positions through the battle force detector. And as for who had the upper hand in this fight, it was all in their heads, and the naked eye couldn't keep up. Boom! After a violent crash, the darkness shield completely shattered, and Qin Lang was shaken by the tremendous force, his body flying dozens of meters backwards, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. So strong, this is definitely the strongest monster in N7. Third block, Panther's Acumen. Qin Lang wiped the corners of his mouth vigorously and formed his fingers into swords, maneuvering his flying sword Eternal Flame and Nameless Ice sword to intercept the monster. Nihao monster in the absorption of the poisonous tree part of the origin. Not only the strength, speed to get a horrifying boost, even the defensive ability is also strong ridiculously. The sword chopped in its body, just cut off some armor shell. Extremely difficult to injure the body. Tough. With only a moment's lapse of concentration, the monster once again pounced on his face, and the moment his four eyes met, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly erupted with a strange light. Fantasyland. Apostle Dark Gold Technique. Fantasyland. The ability to pull beings with intelligence into the illusion. This was the first time that Qin Lang had used this skill to fight. In the past it was mostly used to torture people. Stabbed by Qin Lang's gaze, the monster really froze for a moment, its dark green pupils filled with doubt. Good chance. Fifth gear. Elephant's Giant Power. Supreme Sacred Slash. Qin Lang seized the moment and chopped out the ice and fire dual swords without any reservation. Roar! The monster screamed and was drowned in light and ice and fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really strong. This is not even dead. Qin Lang looked at the monster that stepped out of the smoke and twisted his eyebrows into twists. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark green liquid dripped down from the monster's torso, and it had an extremely malevolent look in its eyes. Whoosh! The moment the monster disappeared in place, Qin Lang decisively turned on 1 block rat's concealment and drilled headfirst into the woods and disappeared. 5 grades is not 5 intensity grades, but refers to 5 different fighting styles, respectively. First gear, concealment of the mouse, which masks breath and briefly renders the enemy off target. Second gear, a cat's dexterity that makes one less likely to make mistakes when performing some fine movements, such as maneuvering a scalpel and deciphering a mechanism. Gear 3, Panther's Acumen. Gear 4, Tiger's Fury. And Gear 5, Elephant's Mega Strength correspond to Speed Boost, Total Attribute Boost, and Strength Boost, respectively. Each gear does not correspond to the same combat environment. The monster's eyes turned a little blank as its blow fell short, because in its perspective, the human who was powerful a second ago had inexplicably disappeared after using some unknown skill. Even his breath was gone. Not waiting for the monster to send force to find the right side of the grass, a fire sword shot. The monster does not avoid. A hand knife directly cut the fire sword flying. Shoo! Another sharp crack, this time an ice sword. The monster did as it was told, but at the same time its hand blade touched the ice sword. It meant something was wrong. The ice sword was much larger in size than before, and there was obviously something attached to it. The monster realized the end and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Its brain couldn't keep up with its movements, and a slash triggered a dozen cold mushrooms attached to the ice sword. The cold mushrooms exploded simultaneously, freezing the monster on the spot. Supreme Sacred Chop. Qin Lang once again seized the opportunity, and the flying sword Eternal Flame rolled up a large swath of light to envelop the monster's body. The battlefield was filled with smoke. Qin Lang stared dead on at the monster with broken armor and scars all over its body. That's right. It's still not dead. 9W5 Battle Power Monster. Terrifying as hell. No, gotta go. I don't stand a chance of winning if we keep fighting. Qin Lang did not intend to continue to tangle with the monster. With his current strength, challenging the N7 strongest creature was really still too much of a stretch. However, just as Qin Lang developed the intention to retreat, the monster was the first to turn around and escape, running towards the direction of the poisonous tree. Run away? Qin Lang's eyes lit up. This indicated that the monster had also reached the end of its oil, so if he didn't chase after it now, it would be a good time to do so. Stop. If you have the guts to fight with me again for 300 rounds. Qin Lang was so dejected that he haphazardly stuffed a few mushrooms into his mouth and chased after them. When Qin Lang re-entered the battlefield, he saw that the monster had reattached its tail to the dying poison tree again. It opened its hands and began to absorb the poison tree origin in large quantities. But it soon realized something was wrong, for it was not the life essence that the poisonous tree passed through the tail connection, but another, energetic substance that was completely foreign to it. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lang knew that the plan had succeeded, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "Little black and Q boy, you've done a great job." The monster looked over at the cowcat and the sneaky mushroom man trying to escape. Roar! The monster was furious and roared furiously to kill the two creatures, but it found that its body became uncontrollable. Not only did its movements and strength slow down, but all kinds of strange symptoms appeared in its body. A moment of cold and a moment of heat. A moment of intoxication. A moment of numbness. You thought I was single-handed, but you're actually wrong. From the very beginning, we were one man, one cat and one mushroom. After I transferred you away from the scene, Blackie and Q-Boy stuffed tons of mushrooms with side effects into the poisonous tree. Ha ha, don't you like to absorb poisonous trees? Absorb it, all you're absorbing are the side effects of the mushrooms. Qin Lang laughed out loud and jumped up high, his ice sword chopping heavily at the monster's neck. Roar! The monster roared furiously and swung its arms to fight Qin Lang to the death. Last shot. Fifth gear. Supreme chop. Roar! Boom! Violent explosions resounded through the heavens and earth. Qin Lang fell heavily to the ground and coughed up blood as his heart was almost clawed out. As for the monster, it remained in its offensive position. Only its head grunted and slammed to the ground, with a bright gold card stuck inside. Chapter 162, Unpredictable. Ahem poof. Qin Lang, who was barely able to stand up, spat out a mouthful of black blood and took 2 steps forward before falling back down again. His injuries were simply too heavy, and even with the super recovery body, it would be difficult to repair such heavy injuries for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes of him just lying straight on the ground, finally his swollen brain began to recover and his damaged heart began to heal itself. Qin Lang stumbled over to the head and picked up the bright gold card. Bright gold, promotion, you can promote any card to king level. This simple to almost crude description made Qin Lang's heartbeat unable to stop accelerating, and at the same time, he also knew for the first time that the original bright gold card was named King Card. Qin Lang, how are you? You talk instead. Luo Bing's voice kept coming from the communicator. I'm fine. It's done. Qin Lang didn't rush back to the troop transporting machinery, but sat on the ground, pondering which card to upgrade to king. He has so many options, because there are 3 core cards alone. Alchemist, Pathway. Mushroom Eater, Pathway. Apostle, Pathway. As for the skills used for combat, the one he used the most right now was undoubtedly the Apostle Pathway's Touch of Darkness, but this Pathway's method of enhancement was to kill the Apostle, so it was not to be considered. The Mushroom Maker's biggest role was to assist in battle, and it was obvious that the ceiling would not be too high, so it was also not within Qin Lang's consideration. After performing a simple elimination, there were 2 types left in front of Qin Lang. Either raise the Supreme Sacred Slash and maximize the damage of this skill, either raise the 8 veins and continue to dig into the depths of the Chi Refiner Pathway. The former awkward place is, to the Saint Chop is pure skill damage. With any pathway is not match, cannot play a positive chain effect, and the latter, Refiner Pathway. After the enhancement, exactly how strong the combat power can be brought is also unknown. How to choose are people torn. Think again. In the end, Qin Lang decided to upgrade the Chi Refiner Pathway, for no other reason than that the ceiling of this pathway is unfathomably high. Promote the 8 chakras. As the king's card turned into nothingness and the 8 veins turned from gold to bright gold, Qin Lang only felt his body filled with surging power. His bones emitted clicking strange sounds, and his mind was clearer than ever before. This power. Qin Lang couldn't help but want to let out a wild laugh. His power had more than doubled from before. If he encountered this monster again, Qin Lang even had a feeling that he could easily take it down without getting hurt at all. Luo Bing. Let's see what my current battle power is. I can't see it. What do you mean? The detector blew up. Qin Lang was filled with confusion. Zhang Long said through the communicator, Boss, What's going on here? My detector blew up too. Ha! Could it be that the battle force detector will explode if the battle force exceeds 999? With this speculation, Xinlang rummaged through his storage space and took out the king's card, weirding, from it, which had been dusty for a long time. As expected, he was fully capable of learning at this point. Without any hesitation, Xinlang tore the card, and immediately a strange power entered his body, causing his body to itch a little. Luckily the itch didn't last long and soon subsided. Boss is too powerful. 9W5 monsters were all killed by you. You're simply invincible. Boss is definitely the first person in the end times. The carload of people were happy for Xinlang. After all, the stronger Xinlang was, the safer they were. Xinlang's mood was also very joyful. Taking advantage of this effort to rest and recover from his injuries, he boldly took out a large pile of cards and helped Luobing as well as all 12 people in the car to carry out a large-scale card construction and strengthening. Of course it's impossible to strengthen it too much. After all, the landlord's family doesn't have anything left. Luobing only had 5,000 battle power before strengthening, and reached 2W after strengthening. Brothers Zhang Long and Zhang who were all at 1W6 battle power, while the rest of them had all reached around 1W2. Although the battle power wasn't too high, Xinlang projected that there shouldn't be too many people who could threaten them in areas below N7. From now on, you guys will listen to Luobing's command, do a good job, and sooner or later, I'll let you break through 5W battle power. Xinlang drew a very big pie. Boss, we'll follow you to the death even if we have to sacrifice our lives. The 13 people led by Zhang Longzhang who were all moved to tears. Luobing was also very excited, and didn't even forget to share this joy with Lanyu, feeding him bread while gently saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely let you live for a long time." Xinlang, neurotics are scary. Pretty female psychopaths are more intimidating. But, being in the post-apocalyptic world, how many can not be crazy? This great battle could be said to be a profitable one, and Xinlang immediately decided to camp on the spot and rest, waiting for his injuries to be completely healed before moving again. Naturally, the crowd was fine with that. With the withering of the poisonous tree, the poisonous fog that enveloped N7 completely dispersed after 2 days. Early morning on the third day, a dozen speeding SUVs surrounded the troop-carrying machinery. One by one, Eagle got out of the SUV with over 100 heavily armed men and women. What do you mean? Luobing looked at the uninvited guests with an expressionless face. The Eagle smiled fiercely. Beauty, I don't want to nag you too much. Our brothers are in your car. Hand over the people. Who are you brothers? Ranyu. Ranyu? Luobing shook her head. She knew all the nicknames and first names of the group of Dragon and Tiger brothers, and there was no one with the last name of Blue. You're looking in the wrong place. No way. He's clearly in your car. Either hand him over or let us go up and search him. There's no third option, Faye said emotionally. You guys are so sure he's in my car. Could it be that he's the one you're looking for? Lotbing roughly ripped the slumbering murderer from the medical bed and choked him like a baby chick. Ayu. You. The crowd erupted in anger. Asterisk. What have you done with Lanyu? Eagle blared angrily. Is he one of yours? Luobing suddenly revealed an oozing smile. You guys are the ones that made him go to N3, Slaughter City, right? What massacre? What are you babbling about? Doesn't matter. Luobing spread his hand. Since you guys are his friends, then, this blood debt, you guys can just pay it together. Lot didn't intend to be reasonable. Asterisk. Who do you think you are? Yes, I admit that your 20,000 battle power is not low, but isn't it a bit too presumptuous to try to kill us? The Eagle's face was full of disdain. A district of 20,000 battle power. What are you pretending? These people, you can't handle them alone. Bring the Dragon Tiger brothers with you. Xinlang came behind Luobing and opened his mouth flatly. And when people focused their attention on this strange man, a strange scene happened. Everyone's battle power detectors exploded at the same time, emitting green smoke. Asterisk. What's going on? Chapter 163, Weirding Out. Eagle's group was still wondering why the good old battle power detectors would explode at the same time. And over here Luobing had already drawn his fine sword and led the Dragon and Tiger brothers to pounce on the crowd. Unsuspecting. Brothers, listen up. I'll keep you alive and let the brothers have a good time tonight. Ow. Eagle snorted and yelled with a dozen of the asylum's highest combatants to meet them head-on. There was no build-up or warm-up. The two teams came up and fought to the death. Xinlang leaned against the doorframe and gently jerked the half-squinting Blackie. Luobing and the Dragon Tiger brothers have good skills and combat techniques, but the team is too functional. With only 2 healers, it lacks support and field control. I'll help them reconstruct their cards when the battle is over. Xinlang was now completely disinterested in this level of battle. In his opinion, the group battle between Luo Bing and the eagle was like kindergarten children playing around and spitting on each other. You're quite the pretender. Suffer death. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Qin Lang, and the sharp dagger ruthlessly plunged into Qin Lang's neck. The black shadow had thought that he could kill this pretender in a second with one move, but unexpectedly, the dagger was firmly fixed only half a centimeter away from Qin Lang's neck, and a black tentacle that appeared out of nowhere wrapped around his wrist like a steel bar, making it impossible for him to move. Qin Lang scratched his shoulder and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. TSK, why is it so itchy? You have the ing balls to let go of me. Let's fight one-on-one. The black shadow screamed. Oh, Qin Lang was quite obedient and dispersed his dark tentacles. Come on, kill. Exterminating dragon stab. The sound of breaking air suddenly rose, and the dagger transformed into a stream of light, flashing instantly. Ha! The black shadow stared wide-eyed, his eyes full of shock and unbelief, because his strongest color card skill was actually clamped by this man with 2 fingers. Click, 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 click. The dagger began to crack with Qin Lang's force, followed by crumbling into dozens of pieces. How is this possible? The black shadow fell into deep self-doubt, and this outrageous scene happened to be seen by the Eagles group in the midst of the fierce battle, who hurriedly withdrew from the battle circle, their eyes incomparably scornful. Black Shadow, nicknamed Shadow Kill, was the team's assassin, had easily taken down the head of the hostile force's 2W battle power expert, just such an expert who could cross the level of the challenge. In front of Qin Lang was just like a child, being played in the palm of his hand. Anyone would be jealous. Why did you stop? Did I tell you to stop? Locke licked away the blood running down his forehead. Eagle scornfully said, I admit that Lan Yu is one of my people, and I sent him out to look for a livable place. But what you're saying about massacring the city or whatever has nothing to do with me, and we've never given such an order. So what? You think that just like that, I'll let you guys off the hook? Luo Bing shook his head vigorously. Where are the innocent snowflakes? Boss, the strength of this group of people is just like that, but that kid behind them is really scary. I won't hide it from you. I'm now looking at his heart protruding. Could he be an expert with a battle power of 3W or more? No chance. The eagle sprouted a desire to retreat. And truth be told, he did fear someone like Qin Lang, who couldn't see the depths. From the bottom of his heart, we have something to talk about. It's my responsibility. I will never shirk it. Lan Yu slaughtered the city. I have part of the responsibility. But you can't implicate us just because he did something bad. I can compensate. The eagle decided to try to be reasonable. Yes. Luo Bing nodded. Take the lives of all of you to pay for it. Holy, you really think I'm afraid of you? Eagle was a little angry. Stop nagging and keep fighting. Luo Bing roared angrily. At this time, an excited voice suddenly came from not far away. Old Qin? The voice was incomparably familiar, causing Qin Lang to get excited as well. Fruit. Bad. This person knows that Li Guogua. Eagle's heart sank, secretly saying it was bad. Old Qin. Li Guogua dashed over and jumped headfirst into Qin Lang's arms. Why did you just come? Alas, too many things have happened along the way. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. Qin Lang smiled and wrapped his arms around Li Guogua. Suddenly he realized that something was wrong. A pinch of the empty sleeve. The pupils suddenly condensed, killing intense surging. Your arm. Who did it? Liguria turned and pointed at the eagles. Them. Qin Lang took a deep breath. You first step back and chop off my womaness arm. The gods can't save you even if they come. I said so. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Eagle poo-pooed it hard. And since there was no way to resolve it peacefully, it was dry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come on. If you've got the guts, don't play games with me. Do you think we're 100 brothers? Right. Just do it. Who's afraid of who? A bunch of people were screaming madly. But soon, their shouts became smaller, followed by all of them subconsciously taking a few steps backward, looking at the monster in front of them with a look of extreme horror. Why, it's a monster. That was because Qin Lang's body appeared in unspeakably strange change. Before and after just a few seconds, he grew a dozen arms. What made Qin Lang himself feel speechless was that these arms, let's just call them that, their ends were not palms, but a single eyeball, big or small, as well as weird skeletal weapons. That's quite a freakification. Am I not becoming a demon? Qin Lang scratched his strangely itchy belly and lifted his clothes to take a look. And goodness, a dozen or so strange faces had appeared there, which were twisted into a ball and emitted disorganized sounds. Jesus, what the hell is this? Are you a human, or a demon? The crowd was stunned, and the SAN value was instantly zeroed out. Not to mention them, Li Guogua, Luo Bing and the others were also frightened by Qin Lang's weirdness. Oops. Qin Lang raised his hand and scratched his itchy scalp. It's so itchy. It feels like I'm going to grow a brain. No. We can't continue. We have to hurry up and get it over with. To be honest, Qin Lang couldn't stand his current form either. He leapt up and landed heavily in the crowd, raised his right hand and put up his index finger. You monster! You want to set us up for a minute? Flew. The eagle was trembling with fear. Qin Lang, however, shook his head. One move. Qin Lang moved, turning into countless residual shadows. He traveled back and forth through the crowd. What? Not good. Watch out. As these remnants of shadows resumed their positions, the heads of more than 100 people, including the eagle, fell to the ground in unison. Not bad for a king card. It's hard not to love it when you need face value and strength. Qin Lang laughed out loud, and those augmented limbs and torsos all retracted back into his body with the termination of the skill. Coco, it didn't scare you, did it? Well, scared. Liguria nodded her head in a serious manner. You're even more perverted than before when I met you. TCH, what a thing to say. Qin Lang laughed as he gave Li Guogui a hug and rushed into the troop transportation machinery. Rest in place, clean up the battlefield, and don't bother me for 2 hours, Li Guogui said to a group of dazed henchmen. No interruptions for 4 hours. Lobbing. Zhang Long, boss, are you serious? I thought I was the only one in the whole world who was so fierce, but it turns out you are too. Get out. Chapter 164, Returning Home. Ha. The gasps were especially heavy in this stretch of area. As usual, Lin Wanner tended the vibrant mushroom field with great care, completely oblivious to the appearance of the black shadow behind her. Until a strong smell of blood entered her nostrils, Lin Wanner was creeped out. She turned around violently, and through the light of the carrying lamp, she saw the person who came and was surprised. Old Li, how did you become like this? Looks like you've suffered a lot. The fierce battle was over for the moment, and both the man and woman on the bed were drenched in sweat. Qin Lang gently stroked the woman's wound. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to connect your arm back. Li Guogui smiled and touched Qin Lang's stubble. Being able to pick up is naturally the best, and it doesn't matter if you don't pick up. Anyway, it doesn't affect my life and living. That said, that pretty sister outside, did you not snap with her? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. I admit that I don't have much resistance to beautiful women, but I'm not the one who moves to evil thoughts when I see a woman. Her name is Luo Bing, and she previously lived in the N3 area. After listening to Qin Lang's story, Li Guogui sighed quietly and felt deep sympathy for Luo Bing. So the area we live in is divided like this. N3 is a paradise no less, but it's a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Li Guogui snuggled into Qin Lang's arms. What are your plans next? First I'll take you home, meet the rest of the asylum, then I'll go take out the few remaining apostles, make the apostle pathway complete, and remove the curse, which would be considered a short-term goal. Okay, I'm at your disposal for everything. Is there anything I need to do now? Let me think. Oh, are you rested? Qin Lang revealed a bad smile on his face. Li Guogui rolled her eyes. You're toxic. With the addition of Li Guogui, the number of people in Qin Lang's team swelled to 200 again. It must be said that Li Guogui did have quite a strong commanding force. Each of these little 200 people were elites, and 7 monsters were not their opponents at all. Even if they encountered beasts on the way, there was no chance for Qin Lang to make a move. With the 200 people working together in a coordinated manner, they easily defended themselves against the thousands of monsters. As for the seized cards, Qin Lang didn't ask for a single one of them and let Li Guogui distribute them all by herself. The group traveled neither too slowly nor too fast, methodically traversing the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Another half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Is this the N9, Neverwinter Nights region? Looking at the large black curtain that descended from the dome of the sky in front of them, the crowd's hearts felt a sense of relief. Home. Qin Lang's mood at the moment was completely different from the others. He had gone out on this trip for a long time. He missed the people from the Long Vine shelter too much, and he didn't know if they had returned or not. Go. Qin Lang went ahead of the others, carrying the lamp into the black curtain. The moment the darkness enveloped everyone, Qin Lang opened his mind to communicate. Hello, anyone? Lin Wanner, Qin Lang. Qin Lang, well, I'm back. Lin Wanner, Old Li is dying. Hurry back. The smile froze instantly. Li Guogui, who was at his side, sensed Qin Lang's expression and knew that something must have happened. Qin Lang, what's wrong? Something has happened to one of the brothers. You take them on a slow march while I go back to the shelter. Qin Lang touched out a black tadpole and handed it to Li Guogui. I almost forgot the most important thing. Eat this tadpole and we can have a psychic contact. Li Guogui didn't even ask what it was and swallowed it directly. Li Guogui, so, can still communicate like this? Is there no distance limit? Qin Lang, yes. It was only 10 kilometers before it was upgraded, but after the upgrade, it can now cover an entire area. and the members have also expanded from 6 to 10. But at the moment, our team can't put together 10 people. Wanner, I'm heading over. I'll be there soon. Lin Wanner, good. Hello, Sister Gogo. Qin Lang talks about you from time to time. Li Guogui, old Qin also often mentions you. I'll go over there first. Keep me posted. Qin Lang explained a few words to Li Guogui and plunged headlong into the endless darkness. 7 hours later, Qin Lang pushed open the door of the mobile fortress in a flurry of wind and fire. And what met his eyes was Lin Wanner's nervous and pretty face. How's old Li? When did he come back? Qin Lang wrapped Lin Wanner into his arms and walked into the bedroom. Almost half a month ago. He's been like this since he came back. Lin Wanner anxiously wiped her tears. Old Li. Hiss. Qin Lang came to the side of the bed and looked at the man who had fallen into a coma on the bed. His brows locked. There was a huge hole in old Li's chest, where there should have been a heart that kept beating to sustain life. But at this moment it had disappeared. He lost his heart. Lin Wanner nodded her head. No wonder she was at a loss. Even Qin Lang was filled with confusion. It looks like he should have been hit by some kind of curse like me. Otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Can we save him? I need to know exactly what attacked him where there's nothing I can do. Qin Lang frowned. Only old Li came back. Old Su and the others never came back? No. There's no contact. I don't know where I went. Lin Wanner answered truthfully. Alright, you take care of old Li first. I'll go find Zhou Qingxue and the girls. There's something they should know. Qin Lang descended from the mobile fortress and went straight to the asylum palace. Before we could wait for the palace, we heard a sound of cold air being sucked backwards from the sky above. Is the boss back? The voice sounded a little familiar. Qin Lang raised his eyes and saw that it was the former long-blind heavenly king Kong Shun. Kong Shun ran down upside down and kneeled down on one knee. Kong Shun has met boss. Boss, you're too ruthless? Your battle power actually broke through 6W. Qin Lang laughed it off. Go about your business. I have something to find the Zhou sisters. Boss, that's not a good time for you to be back. They went out hunting last week and haven't returned yet. Oh, did they say where they were going? I'm not too sure about that. I wouldn't dare to ask. After all, Qingxue is the queen of Nagato. Kong Shun, are you making up about my sister again? I can hear the jealousy in your words even from a few dozen meters away. Zhou Sueki was valiant and walked over in her pony boots, and when she realized that it was Qin Lang standing beside Kong Shun, her pupils condensed. Ah, when did you come back? Zhou Qingxue was also a bit surprised. Just got here. I have something to tell you guys. Go in and talk. Qin Lang secretly sighed and entered the palace with the Zhou sisters who were full of confusion. I have now established that this world does indeed have regionalization, and that each region has a different level of difficulty. But that's not the point of what I'm going to say today. It's, after a pause, Qin Lang lowered his voice. I met your father in Yuan City, and he passed away. Chapter 165, The Importance of Reading. Qin Lang told the Zhou sisters about his experience in Yuan City and took out Father Zhou's letter and handed it to Zhou Qingxue. Zhou Qingxue looked at her father's familiar script on the paper and silently wept. Compared to her sister, Zhou Sueki didn't have such a deep city and had long since cried into tears. Qin Lang placed the 2 black tadpoles on the table. I'll give you guys one night to think about whether or not you want to join my core team. And if you're done thinking about it, eat it. Old Li has suffered a very strange kind of injury. I have to think of a way to save him. So I'll leave first. Qin Lang, wait. Zhou Qingxue wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. I probably know what's going on with Li Jingqi's injury. Qin Lang stopped. You know? Yes. Zhou Qingxue nodded. He should have entered the casino mystery realm and exported his heart. Only then can he explain why he can still live until now after losing his heart. Why don't you tell Wan Er about this? Qin Lang frowned. Tell her there are only 2 outcomes. Either she does nothing as she is now and waits for you to come back to deal with it. Either she goes to the casino secret realm herself. If it's the latter, in case something happens, Zhou Qingxue didn't finish her sentence. But the meaning was already clear. She didn't dare and didn't want to take the responsibility. You did the right thing. Qin Lang took a breath. Tell me, through what channels did you learn this information? Remember when I told you that I wanted to move towards being a researcher? During the time you weren't in Nagato, I upgraded myself with quite a few skills related to language, writing, and ciphering, and found many more books to read. One of those books talks about the casino mysteries. Sueki, go and bring that black codex. Zhou Sueki wiped her tears, turned around and went into the bedroom. And when she came out, she had an extra thick, black book in her hand. And Qin Lang, who possessed the e-text, related skill, saw at a glance that there were 4 words, Encyclopedia of the Secret Realm, written on the cover of this black codex. According to the information I've deciphered so far, the casino mystery realm belongs to the intermediate mystery realm and has a high danger factor. Take a look. Zhou Qingxue flipped the encyclopedia to a certain page, then pushed it in front of Qin Lang. The content inside was indeed related to gambling. The only difference was that in civilized societies, people gambled on money, whereas here they gambled on cards. That seems to be the case. But where is this secret place? Even if one knew that there was such a secret realm, it was useless if one didn't know the exact location. Look, it's written here that the casino mystery realm will only appear in areas above N8. I'm guessing that the probability is that it's in our N9 area. In fact, I've already sent someone out to investigate, but there's been no reply. You sent someone to look for it? Qin Lang actually didn't know what to say for a moment. A woman, like Zhou Qingxue, who is so courageous and resourceful and can do things well, should really be pulled into the core team earlier. I'll thank you in advance for Oldley. Whether he lives or not, I owe you a huge favor. You don't have to say this. If you hadn't helped us to unify the Long Vine, it's unknown if Sweki and I would have survived until now. Zhou Qingxue had a very clear perception of herself. If there's any news from my side, I'll notify you first. As for the matter of joining the core team, is the quota on your side tight? This can also be guessed? Qin Lang froze. There had to be a degree of cleverness. Zhou Qingxue was a bit over the top. It's not a guess, but it's written in the book. Black tadpole, white tadpole. You should have learned the supreme card, Team Glory. Qin Lang pinched his brow. You win. Let Shirkei join the team. I can have Shirkei notify me of any information and leave a spot open. Although Qin Lang wasn't extremely smart, he wasn't stupid either. Would he not understand another layer of meaning in Zhou Qingxue's words? Since I promised Pops that I would protect you guys, I will definitely do my best. Don't think so badly of me. I didn't think too much about it. I just didn't think it was necessary for us sisters to take up 2 spots. Seeing Zhou Qingxue's insistence, Qin Lang did not say anything more, retrieved a tadpole and left the palace. Sis, I don't understand. Obviously we can all join the team. Why did you voluntarily give up? Zhou Qingxue looked deeply at her sister. Qin Lang is by no means a bad person, but he is also not a holy mother who is always ready to show mercy. The more you contribute to the team, the more he will care about you, and vice versa. He is likely to be discarded. I am only doing this because I want to tie the 2 of us together. A team position. Buy 1 get 1 free. Our value for money looks pretty good so far. Dad is dead. From now on, we can only rely on us to support each other. The Harry character has to change. Got it, sis? Then this tadpole. Eat, Zhou Sweki, Qin Lang? Qin Lang, well, as long as we're in the N9 region, we can always communicate in this way. Tell your sister to notify me at the first opportunity when there's news about the secret realm. Zhou Sweki, got it. Qin Lang, also, I'll send the relevant card to your storage space later, so remember to give it to Qing Shui. Zhou Sweki, oh. 3 days later, the Long Vine Asylum, which was shrouded in darkness, welcomed a group of powerful newcomers. None other than Li Guoguo, Luo Bing and his group. Fruit, let me introduce you. This is Lin Wanner. This is Zhou Qingxue. This is Zhou Sweki, Luo Bing. They are old Father Zhou's daughters. Qin Lang gathered the people together and introduced them. Li Guoguo quietly pinched Qin Lang's arm. All-girl team ah? Don't be ridiculous. This is purely an accident. Aren't there 2 other men in the team? Qin Lang let out a faint smile. We are all young people. The age difference is not too big. There is no barrier. And soon talk to each other. To say talk and laugh may be a bit of an exaggeration, but at least on the surface is very harmonious. Hasn't the survey team heard back yet? Qin Lang asked Zhou Qingxue. I was about to tell you. Not long ago the investigation team sent a message. They found a place suspected to be a secret realm, but there are a large number of dark creatures present nearby. He didn't dare to get close. The coordinates are here. It will only take a day if you go in a straight line. Good. Qin Lang was delighted. There's no time to lose. I'll set off immediately. The fruit comes with me. Wanner you. I want to go with you. Is it convenient? Lin Wanner said pitifully. Qin Lang brought back 2 beauties whose looks were not inferior to hers on this trip. To say that there was no sense of crisis was false. Of course it's convenient. Brother Qin. Then Luo Bing hurriedly said, can I go with you? Where I'm going is quite dangerous. You might be a drag if you go. I'll set you up on a more important mission. A more important mission? Locke perked up his ears. Yes, close protection for Zhou Qingxue. Not only is she the queen of the Long Vines, she is also a scholar. There are many places I will need her help in the future. Yes. Locke Bing nodded heavily. Chapter 166, The Secret World. Casino? After arranging the personnel properly, Qin Lang immediately brought Li Guoguo, Lin Wanner, as well as Xiao He and Q Boy to the location of the coordinates. Encountering no danger along the way, the trio arrived at their destination a day later without incident and managed to find the investigator nicknamed Night Owl. It was a young fellow in his early 20s. hard-eyed and athletic, smart and capable at first sight, who had a number of flashlights strapped to his body, and did so to keep from falling into the darkness and being swallowed up by it. Boss, this is the limit of how close I can get. Any further in and the light source will be absorbed. If you guys go in, you have to be careful, Night Owl reminded very sweetly. Qin Lang laughed it off and flung dozens of light source cards at him. Wait for us here. Don't run around. Okay, boss. Night Owl flashed a broad smile and climbed up to the simple treehouse like a spirit ape, and the house was immediately lit up. Make sure you stay close to me. Just make sure the lights don't go out so you don't invite the horrible creatures. Qin Lang barked a word of advice and carried the carrying lamp towards the front. The light dispelled the thick ink-like darkness, and the roar of monsters came from time to time from the empty ruins. Watch out for the ghost hand. Qin Lang suddenly pulled out his flying sword Eternal Flame and chopped the sword towards the front. The firelight flashed instantly. A dead wood-like object fell down in response. Walking over to take a look, it was clearly a monster arm. After being illuminated by the strong light, the arm began to burn and evaporate, emitting a zippy sound. This ghostly hand attacks light sources and can be very dangerous in this environment if you lose your light source. It's really worthy of being an N9 area. I always thought that the poisonous fog was already deadly, but I never imagined there was an even more outrageous eternal night. Li Guogui was staggered for a moment. When we wake Old Li up, I'll find a chance to take you guys to other countries to sneak around. The scenery and monsters there are nothing like what we have here. It was hard for Qin Lang not to think about the Texas bug nest. He had been chased by a wave of bugs for a long time before. This was a revenge he had long wanted to avenge. He just didn't know if that was the in several regions. The three of them protected the light source and cut down the ghostly hands that reached out from the darkness while slowly moving forward, soon arriving at the heels of the huge door. Qin Lang came closer and looked at the words on the inscription, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The Secret World Casino, this is both heaven and hell, where some people get rich overnight and others lose everything overnight. Casino rules. 1. Injuries are strictly prohibited. 2. Outside alcohol and food is strictly prohibited. 3. Cheating is strictly prohibited. 4. Dancing is strictly prohibited. 5. Photography is strictly prohibited. 6. Must participate in at least one game per day. 7. You must spend at least one card per day. 8. Stay in the casino for at least 1 hour per day. 9. No more than 3 times per day may you decline an invitation to play. 10. You may not invite each other to play more than once a day. Memorize these 10 rules and never break them. God knows what punishment will come down. Don't worry. We're not the ones dragging our feet. Li Guogui playfully blinked her big eyes. A brief moment of vertigo faded like a tidal wave. Opening his eyes again, Qin Lang was already at the edge of a huge oasis city. All of them were coolly dressed men and women, and when they saw them appear, some bikini beauties even threw winks and flying kisses. It is so beautiful here. Li Guogui had a strong sense of unreality. Qin Lang pressed his temples. The more I think now, this end world we're in is artificially created. It's clearly made according to Las Vegas. Hey, buddy, new here. Need a guide? While the three were looking around, a man in a floral shirt came over with a smile, speaking fluent Chinese. You're familiar with this place? Qin Lang asked rhetorically. Flower shirt hemmed and hawed. No blowing awesome. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow here when I came here, and I'm the oldest group of tourists here. Oh, and what do I have to pay to hire you as a guide? 1 gold card for 1 day. Thanks for the cut. Flower shirt rubbed his palms vigorously. No problem. Qin Lang directly took out the gold card and threw it to Flower Shirt, who excitedly caught it, kissed it vigorously, and carefully put it away in his jacket pocket, saying, Does the boss intend to stroll around first, or go directly to get a couple of hands? There's no rush. Let me ask you something. Is it possible to gamble on body parts here in addition to cards? Flower Shirt was worthy of being an old fart, instantly understood Qin Lang's meaning, and said with a smile, I see. It looks like the boss that a certain friend of yours lost his organ. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. That friend of yours is hopeless. Death is certain. Why do you say that? Flower Shirt touched out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath and said, Being able to lose your own organ means that your friend has already met with the venue owner, and if you want to meet with the owner, first you have to pass the 3 hurdles, which are not so easy to pass. Out of 100 people, no more than 10 can pass the first hurdle. Are you going to say next that you are one of the 10? The floral shirt was smug. Ha ha ha, a boss is a boss. He's a good judge of character. That's right. Not only am I one of the 10, but I also squeaked out a win over the field master once. Oh, Qin Lang stopped talking and walked straight ahead. Boss, the best way for you to save your friend is to hire me. Except that it's a very high price to pay. Not just a few gold cards. There's no rush. Qin Lang was quite calm. It's not easy to get out of the end times. Rest here for a while before we talk about rescuing people. Take us to the place where we're staying. Oh, the rest area is over there. The flower shirt licked his lips and led Qin Lang's trio to the rest area on the left. Ah, my supreme card. My supreme card that I earned with great difficulty. Lost, I have nothing left. As he was walking, a man with bloodshot eyes rushed out of the casino and fell to his knees, crying and howling. I should have stopped earlier. What should I do? Who teaches me? What the hell to do? The man's hissing was very miserable, but no one stopped for him. Everyone's eyes were incomparably cold, as if this had long been commonplace. Flower Shirt said, this kid turned out to be a big shot in the N7 region, with a battle power of over 30,000, and after playing here for less than 3 months, he lost all his cards. Qin Lang retracted his gaze silently. Isn't it normal to gamble on dogs and bet on them and end up with nothing? Hey, boss scream. I see that you're a nice guy, so I'll give you a piece of advice for free. If you want to mix up in the casino secret realm, you have to set your 2 hearts right, the slightest bias, and the result is all doom and gloom. Those 2 hearts. One is called greed and one is called unwillingness. Chapter 167 Murder. Said that the rest area? It is better to say that this is a huge refugee camp. The large open space has long been piled up with colorful tents, and the people living here is the convergence of the world's various races. Standing in the rest area has a kind of feeling of entering the food market. This is the ordinary rest area. Only need to pay 1 green card per day. If the boss wants to live in a better place, the front of the hotel can be chosen, but the consumption of that can be high. The entrance ticket will have to be 1 silver card. All kinds of consumption is even more, as long as there is a card. What do you want to have what you want? Speaking of this, the flower shirt came closer and lowered his voice. Even the orcs, elves and those have. What? You've tried it? Qin Lang was full of bad jokes. Flower shirt smiled sarcastically. That is not for me. I still prefer humans. Let's go to the hotel. Immediately a party of 4+2 pets arrived at the hotel. The overall environment here is similar to that of civilized society, with not only a bright lobby and smiling counter ladies, but also many men and women in suits are sexy and alluring. With the help of the flower shirt, Qin Lang quickly checked in. Qin Lang had booked a luxurious suite of 200 square feet, with a rather wide view, overlooking the entire gambling city from above. Boss, this is your room card. Insert the card if you need to renew it. The charge is 1 gold card per day. Flower shirt respectfully handed the room card to Qin Lang. So what's next for us? Are we going to check out the venue? There's no rush. Qin Lang lit a cigarette. There are still a lot of things I don't understand. For example, what should I do in case I lose all the cards on me? This is not simple. There are 3 ways to earn cards. First, the casino offers a variety of positions. As long as you work hard, you can obtain cards as pay every day. Second, don't want to work is no problem. You can go outside the casino to hunt monsters, but I don't really recommend going out. The outside has long been occupied by the Invincible Gang. This gang is not considered to be a great evil, but when it comes to outsiders robbing resources, the hand of the Black Hand is still quite black. Qin Lang nodded. The rules say you can't kill people, but they don't say you can't hurt people. Thirdly, it's to be a free man, like me, and take jobs in the city on your own and barely make ends meet. Barely making ends meet? You're too modest. According to the ratio here, the gold card is equivalent to $10,000 in the civilized era, and the silver card $1,000, making $10,000 a day is still less? Qin Lang snorted. You go out first. I'll look for you later. Alright boss. Xiaohua is standing by, waiting for Flower Shirt to go out. Qin Lang crushed out his cigarette butt. Have you guys noticed that this hellhole is permeated with an evil nature from the inside out? Li Guogua just happened to come out of the bathroom at this time. At this time she had already changed into a sexy swimsuit with the help of Lin Wan Air. Although she had broken an arm, it didn't affect the beauty in any way. Instead, she had a kind of crippling beauty, no matter how well it's whitewashed. This is just a small world under the end times. Looking at the drunkenness of this group of people, I'm afraid they've long forgotten what the real end times looks like. Li Guogua had lived in the secret realm of the fighting beasts for a long time and was very touched by this. And once upon a time she had even had the idea of living in the secret realm all the time and escaping the end times. In fact, this was impossible. When someone pierced through the current secret realm, the secret realm would automatically be destroyed. And this time might be 1 month, maybe 3 months, maybe half a year. The fighting beast secret realm that Qin Lang had pierced through was the best example. The secret world. It won't always be there. The secret world, like a post-apocalyptic anesthetic. I'm getting a bit of an urge to live here permanently. Lin Wanner sighed softly. As evil as this place is, it's still so much better than the never-ending outside world. Qin Lang put the 2 daughters into his arms. Let's go. Take a look at the field. The first priority is still to win back old Li's heart. Aha! The gilded casino hall. Countless machines were running and men and women sat in front of them, red-eyed, shoving cards into them one by one. The winners cheered and the losers hung their heads. No. You cheated. There's no way I can lose. There's no way I can lose. A middle-aged man screamed miserably and slammed his head into the stone pillar next to him, instantly dying on the spot as his brain erupted. A crew soon carried the body away, and a group of suited and booted winners sipped champagne and smiled at what was happening before their eyes. Snap! Pop 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 pop. A woman in her early 20s slapped her face vigorously. She regrets it. Not regretting the gamble, but regretting that I should have just bought big. Pretty girl, have you lost all your chips? Don't hurt yourself. Our boss said you are quite good looking. Do you want to accompany him and give you 2 silver cards a day? Do you want to do it? The woman was stunned and nodded heavily. Yes. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of the flower shirt's mouth, and despite the flash, it was still seen by Qin Lang. Is there anything wrong? Flower shirt was stunned, lowered his voice and said, Boss, that kid I know. His boss, nicknamed Big Brother Pungwon, is a pervert. The kind of psychopath that will cripple women. Women who fall into his hands are almost always tortured by him to the point of insanity. I've been here for a couple of months now, and I've watched too much of this kind of thing. By the way, there are a few people here who should never be messed with. One is the invincible of the invincible gang, the second is the big brother of list 1, and the third is the god of gamblers Chen Wanchang. That old kid doesn't know what's going on. His gambling skills are unrivaled. No one has ever been able to win against him. Thanks for the reminder. Qin Lang nodded and was about to move forward. A swarthy man came over. Hey friend, nice female companion. How many cards a day? Our boss hit it off. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Looking for death? The man laughed and said, Aiuu, young people fire is really big. A word on the fight. Just came to our casino secret realm. Right. Sambo, shut up if you don't want a beating. Our boss isn't bad. Flower shirt chided. Yo hey, who do I think it is? If it isn't Master Hua, this is your client? Crap. Sambo licked his lips. Alright then, the boss will come over to talk by himself later. Sambo walked away with his hands in his pockets, taking 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Headache. I'm being targeted by the invincible gang before I can do anything about it. Flower shirt sighed heavily. That said, if one were to kill someone here, what price would one need to pay? Qin Lang suddenly said. Flower shirt quickly waved his hand. Boss, you mustn't mess around. Killing someone in our secret realm requires compensation. If you kill one, you have to compensate 10 gold cards. 10 gold cards? Seriously? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. I can't lie to you about this. Look, doesn't the sign say, 10 gold fine for murder? As soon as Flower shirt spoke, a black tentacle rushed straight out of his arm and wrapped itself around Sambo's neck, twisting it with force. Ka-ching! The body fell to the ground. Ha! Flower shirt was dumbfounded on the spot. 10 gold cards for a human life. What a bargain. Chapter 168, Wang AI's Dealings. Qin Lang's brazen move to strike down the outspoken Sanbao caused everyone's eyes in the casino to focus over. They had seen too many people who committed suicide and self-mutilation because of gambling losses, and they had also seen many who fought because of conflicts and greeted each other's parents. But like Qin Lang, those who killed when they said they would. It wasn't that there weren't any, but it was too few. After all, 10 gold cards is not a small amount. Murder without cause. Fine of 10 gold cards. The murderer is requested to pay the fine at the counter at his own discretion. If not dealt with within an hour, there will be consequences. An announcement rang out in the large casino. Ooh, I can't imagine that this place is so humanized that it even gives time to make up cards? Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. The psycho from there dares to kill my men. Don't you know he's a little brother? A group of invincible gang members rushed over and surrounded a few people in the center. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth lifted. Seeking death. The word death had just been exported. The flower shirt felt that it was not right, because he felt a strong killing intent, but at this time it was simply too late to stop it. A dozen black tentacles transformed into scythes and directly decapitated the heads of the group. The empty cavity spurted out a large amount of blood. Murder without cause. The fine is 140 gold cards. The murderer is requested to pay the fine at the counter at his own discretion, and if the process is carried out within 1 hour, he will suffer the consequences. The familiar announcement came on again. Boss, your flower shirt was quite speechless then. Yes, you're a big family, but you can't afford to do that for a bunch of minions. Qin Lang had a disinterested look on his face. He's not pretending. He really doesn't care. This time he traveled around, seized countless cards. Gold cards below he is lazy to pick up. On this gold cards are fast to put the storage space full. Not to mention a few hundred gold cards. That is, a few thousand. Then he estimated that there will be a drop of meat pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment you come, you break the rules. Do you think my invincible gang is a fake? With a loud roar, a silhouette slammed down, smashing a large hole in the floor. The man slowly raised his head, his lanky body covered in tattoos and gnarled muscles, the word invincible written on his face. Yes, not described as invincible, but he really tattooed 2 words on his face, invincible. Brother invincible. This is a misunderstanding, Flower Shirt hurriedly said. Misunderstanding? Invincible's pupil stared. After killing so many of my brothers, you're telling me that this is a misunderstanding? Who let them recruit me first? Xin Lang smiled faintly. Of course, even if they didn't recruit me. To kill it, what can you do to me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You talk like that? Invincible was instantly dumbfounded. I've never seen anyone so crazy. How much ing battle power do you have? Talking like that? Invincible fumbled for a battle power detector and put it on, dinging it before falling into a long silence. Don't you want to do it? Come on. Xin Lang moved his wrist. Forget it. Invincible suddenly took a step back. These boys don't know what's good for them. So if they die, they die. I don't have to be general with you. Besides, I have something to do now. I have to leave for a while. With that said, Invincible turned and ran. Flower Shirt was deep in thought. Xin Lang hilariously laughed, but he didn't fight with Invincible. How can I say this? He still quite likes this kind of sensible person. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Invincible actually ran away. Didn't this kid claim that he has 30,000 battle power and fights all over the world? Why is he so wimpy today? More or less outrageous. Maybe Invincible is not as fierce as he said himself at all, and this is all pretend by him? Don't fart. Do you know how much battle power this big brother has? How much? It can't be more than 40,000. Can it? More than 40,000. He's got ing 60,000 battle power. This is a big boss. Hiss. There was a sound of cold air being sucked out of the casino. 60,000 battle power? Flower Shirt swallowed deeply. Boss, who are you? You didn't come out of that place, did you? That place? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes. This kid knows quite a lot. Aha, the legendary Forbidden Land. It is said that anyone who comes out of the Forbidden Land has at least 50,000 battle power. Oh, this topic interests me. Tell me more about it in detail. Xin Lang's interest was instantly raised. This gentleman would like to know about the legendary Forbidden Land. Why don't you come up and sit down? A woman's voice suddenly came from the second floor. Xin Lang looked up. It was a woman in a red cheongsam with short blonde hair, looking smart and capable. Could be. Xin Lang picked up the steps, and all the people around him retreated when they saw him. It was the first time I had heard of a 60,000 battle power big brother, not to mention seeing it, or even hearing about it. How many cards do you have to strengthen? The secret realm is afraid that the sky will change, someone whispered. Inside the VIP private room on the second floor, the Cheongsam woman took the initiative to extend her hand and said, Introduce yourself. My name is Wang Ai. These are my men. We are from N8 Xiananfu. Xin Lang, you said you know about the legendary Forbidden Land? Xin Lang briefly introduced himself. Wang Ai smiled. Mr. Qin should be a strong person who came out from the N9. Quite guarded. In fact, you don't have to be. Once the secret realm disappears, we basically won't be able to see each other again in this lifetime. Please have a seat. Let's talk about a deal. You better not be wasting my time. I have a bad temper. Xin Lang grinned. This smile caused goosebumps to rise on Wang Ai's arms, and he had the feeling of being stared at by a flood beast. The legendary Forbidden Land, also known as the N10 area where a general is said to be a great success. This area can only be exited, and in order to enter, one must obtain the secret key, or key prop. I happen to have information about that prop here. Wang Ai saw that Xin Lang had no expression on his face and continued. My friend is trapped in N10 for some reason, and I want to go to save him. Now the problem is that I have empty coordinates and information about key props in the N10 area, but I have no way to obtain them. I hope to join forces with you to help me obtain the props, while I can tell you the coordinates of N10, and in the process of obtaining the key props, all the cards and harvests. I cannot want a story full of holes. You just said that N10 can only go out, not in. How did your friend get trapped? Xin Lang shook his head. I know you don't believe me, but that's just the way it is. He was taken in by a monster. Since he was caught in there by a monster, the chances of him surviving are low, right? I think he must be very close to you. Xin Lang nodded. The one who was taken in was our boss's fiancé, a junior brother said. Wang Ai glared at his little brother. He's still alive. I use a special way to contact him every day. But He may not live long. I don't have time. Chapter 169, The Same Enemy. I can work with you, but in addition to the above, I also have a condition. You name it, and I will assist you to the fullest extent of my ability. A friend of mine lost his heart here, and I'm going to help him win it back, and this must be prioritized above your fiancé. Qin Lang had only one main task in coming to the secret realm this time, and that was to save Oldly. Anything else had to be put on the back burner. Betting on losing your heart. Wang Ai froze, somewhat incredulous. What you said, is Li Jingqi, Li Baldi? You know him? Qin Lang frowned deeply. Wang Ai suddenly burst out laughing. I see. You're the boss in Baldi Li's mouth. This guy hasn't mentioned you much, although Old Li usually likes to yell blindly. At least one thing is true, and that is that you are really strong. Terribly strong. Wang Ai was afraid that Qin Lang wouldn't believe that she had a good relationship with Old Li, so she directly took out her cell phone and played the video inside. In the video, Old Li had obviously won a lot of cards and was celebrating with Wang Ai and the others by munching on food, occasionally gesturing. Yeah, Lali lost his heart this thing, we actually know. We persuaded him, let him see good, but you also know, betting on the dog. Not, once the person is on the head. What words cannot be heard? Wang Ai sighed. Although our purposes are different, the target is the same person, the field master. The key prop to open N10 is on him. Tell me about this field master. Is he a human like us or a monster? Qin Lang resumed his seat. He was once human. Wang Ai thought about it. Only this description was the most apt. Battle power? 6W5. Not a big problem. If someone else said such words, I would have laughed at his lack of self-importance. But you, Mr. Qin, do have the qualifications to say such words. However, there is still a problem now. Wang Ai said. In order to meet the field master, you must pass 3 tests. I wonder how your luck and gambling skills are. Mr. Qin, I'm pretty lucky. As for gambling skills, Qin Lang said in a serious manner, I've played Fight the Landlord, almost kindergarten level. Ai Wang, thank you very much for your candor, but there's no way to pass the test without gambling skills. And if you can't pass the test, you can't get close to the field master. It's a headache. Not a big problem. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Rules are meant to be broken. Since he only has a mere 6W5 battle power, then why do I need to abide by its rules? Do you mean? Wang Ai's eyes lit up, and when she realized what Qin Lang was planning to do, she couldn't think of anything else but awe. The weak follow the rules, the strong make the rules, and the strongest break the rules. When do we do it? There's still 40 minutes to go before my punishment time for killing is up. No surprises, do it in 40 minutes. You guys wait for me here. I'm going to take care of some things. Qin Lang turned around and left with the 2 girls. Are you really planning to break the rules? Although your battle power is high, what if this rule is too strong for you to withstand? Li Guogui was a little worried. So yeah, for safety's sake, you guys have to leave the secret realm first so that I can utilize my strongest battle power. Qin Lang immediately told Li Guogui about the characteristics of the Lone Ranger. Li Guogui stared wide-eyed and said, no way, the king card is so outrageous? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come with you, but instead I've lowered your combat power. Qin Lang smiled and put her into his arms. You and Wan Er go to the entrance of the secret realm and wait for me. When I take care of the field master, the first time I will go to look for you guys. Don't run around to make heart. Don't worry about it. Do you really think we're a drag? I've at least been a shelter boss. Li Guogui gave him a blank look and barked a few words of caution before returning the same way with Lin Wanner. Boss Qin, are you really planning to break the rules here? The flower shirt saw Qin Lang come out and quickly followed him. It's really dangerous. This gold card, it's an extra payment. I don't need you to be my guide anymore. I don't want the card. I want to ask Boss Qin to do me a favor. The flower shirt suddenly knelt down and banged his head. Boss, if you can really clean up the field master, can you save my wife and daughter back? What do you mean? Qin Lang frowned slightly. Why would your wife and daughter be in the hands of the field master? Yes. Flower shirt was mortified. I was losing my head and lost them as a bet to the field master. Is it a good idea to bet your wife and daughter? Qin Lang let out a bitter smile. Gambling dogs, they really don't have any semblance of humanity. I know it's wrong. I just want them to come back to me now. Qin Lang neither agreed nor refused and turned to leave. On his way to the casino's private room to meet up with Wang Ai, the invincible brother with the word invincible tattooed on his face ran over upside down and brought a large group of men with him. Bringing so many people. Are you trying to fight me? Qin Lang's eyes carried a bit of teasing. Just kidding. You have more than 6W of battle power. I wouldn't dare to make a move against you even if I ate bear's heart and leopard's gall. Invincible was very honorable. I brought my brothers here because I want to join you and hang out with you. Delegate to me? Qin Lang touched the tip of his nose. Being my little brother is dangerous. Have you guys thought about it and don't regret it? Hey, this is the end times. No one knows if we can see the sun tomorrow. Anyway, if you don't mind us, boss, let us follow you. Yeah boss, just let us follow you. The 100 or so people behind Invincible shouted. Could be. Qin Lang gave an indifferent shrug. Great, boss. Invincible was overjoyed. Boss, if you have anything next, just give us an order. We'll do our best to do our best. Get your brethren ready for battle, Qin Lang said lightly. Battle ready? Fighting who? Invincible was stunned, thinking that Qin Lang was joking. Who dares to go against you in this secret realm now? Isn't that lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for death? I'm going to kill the field master later. Which is the field master? So ungrateful? Invincible at this time has not realized the seriousness of the problem, until there is a little brother beside him who lowered his voice to remind him in his ear. Invincible face suddenly turned an iron blue. Wait boss, the field master you're talking about. It can't be the Lord of the Secret Realm? Yeah, what's the problem? Huh? Is that guy killable straight away? He has 6W5 battle power. Invincible was shocked. 6W5, is that high? Qin Lang sent out a soulful question. It's not like I haven't killed 9W battle power ones before. Chapter 170, Qin Lang vs Field Master. 9, Invincible stammered in shock. What is the concept of 9W battle power to him? Sorry, no concept. It's like asking a beggar to imagine the life of the world's top tycoon. Completely beyond his imagination. It looks like Mr. Qin doesn't seem to have any particular confidence in killing the field master. Wang Ai looked at Qin Lang, who had returned alone, and smiled and spoke. Why do you say that? If Mr. Qin was confident, he wouldn't have let his family leave first. Wang Ai threw his hands in the air. It was plain to see. Qin Lang laughed. You've misunderstood, but I don't want to explain. Okay. Wang Ai pointed to the group of men in the room. These are the most elite members of my team. Once the battle starts later, we will do our best to assist you. Could be. Qin Lang nodded and looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left. He went out and called the trembling Invincible in. I'll be the one to deal with the venue owner later. As for the other demons and devils, I'll leave them to you. Fight if you can. Drag if you can't. And just don't let them affect my fight with the venue owner. This small request can be done, right? No problem. Invincible wiped his sweat. But boss, are you really not going to think about it anymore? That's the field master, the rule maker here. A terrifying existence with absolute power. You're at least nicknamed Invincible. But you're scared like this. Boss, my name is just Wu Di. So you tattooed your face? 7 minutes to go. Let's get to the field. Wang Ai took a deep breath and led the people out of the private room. She had forced a smile from the beginning to the end. To be honest, she didn't have any confidence in today's battle. After all, there wasn't anyone in her knowledge who was powerful enough to go against the rules. Uniting with Qin Lang was a compulsion, and she had taken a big risk. The crowd inside the casino keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere and all chose to stay away and watch. 8.76. Wang Ai silently counted down. 3.2. 1, time's up. The crowd snapped their eyes towards the entrance, only to see dozens of humanoid monsters rushing out from there, pouncing straight at Qin Lang. Each monster had a battle strength of 3W. This is a force to be reckoned with absolutely. Coming. ING. Invincible smacked himself a couple times as hard as he could. Without any unnecessary opening remarks, the two sides instantly sparred together. Although the battle strength of this group of humanoid monsters was high, the number was far lower than the human camp. Under Wang Ai's command, the human camp adopted the tactic of 5-member joint defense, and surrounded these monsters in units of 5. And for a while the monsters wanted to break through the encirclement and it wasn't that easy. Meow. Xiao Hei leaped onto Qin Lang's shoulder and licked his paw vigorously. Qin Lang let out a hum. He had already sensed that powerful aura was continuously approaching this way. Boom! There was a loud bang. Masonry and rubble exploded into the air, and the incomparably thick wall was hardened into a hole, and a monster appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The creature was 5 meters tall, bloated like a plasma worm, its naked upper body covered in centipede-like stitches, and its weapon was a giant shark-toothed long knife. Ordinary people would lose their ability to fight just by seeing this weapon, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Coo-coo, coo, coo-coo. The field master let out a vague roar from his mouth and ran towards Qin Lang. Both sides were still less than 50 meters away. It suddenly threw out its long shark-toothed blade. Clattering and clattering, the long blade tore through the air, smashing the ground out of a huge crater. So it turned out that there was a chain at the end of the long shark-toothed blade. It feels just like that. It's nowhere near as good as Frisia. I just don't know what kind of weird rule attacks there are. Qin Lang did not panic and offered the ice and fire twin swords. Since raising the 8 veins to the king level, not only was his sword control ability more skillful, he had also comprehended a new skill, which was just right for him to try his hand with the field master. Qin Lang merged his fingers into a sword and pointed remotely. Ice and fire. Woo! Twin swords entangled into a fusion of ice and fire power of the whirlwind swept away. The field master roared. Shark teeth long sword sweep actually will be the double swords flew more than 10 meters away, but immediately the double swords on the merger, once again to launch the attack. The field master is worthy of the existence of 6W5. The strength is very strong. The fighting style is wide open. The power does not lose Qin Lang at all. Both sides instantly exchanged dozens of rounds. It is not even close. Something. I may have underestimated you a bit. Qin Lang nodded secretly, and not far away. The jaws of the crowd who witnessed the fierce battle between Qin Lang and the field master almost didn't drop to the floor. It turned out that there really were humans who were already strong enough to be able to fight with a lord of the mysterious realm like the field master. And the most terrifying thing was that Qin Lang was on the offensive side and the field master was on the defensive side. It's too terrifying. And 9 out of the people are strong to this extent. Then N10. Is not the heavenly god down to earth? The harsher the environment, the more powerful the absolute can be born. The occasion of the divergence of opinions. The aura on Qin Lang's body soared steeply. A faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Still not using the power of rules? If your strength is just this, then you are dead. As if he understood Qin Lang's words, the field master laughed strangely and tore open a centipede suture on his upper body, pulling out 3 bloody 6-sided dice from inside. Stuttering, more than the size. What if I don't bet with you? Buy you. The field master rattled off a laugh and threw out the dice. The 3 dice spun on the ground for a while and soon the results were in 2, 5 and 6 respectively. The dice spun and flew into Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang rolls with an expressionless face and the result is 1, 4. You lost. The field master rattled with laughter. What happens when you lose? Your eyes, they're mine. The field master's words fell. Qin Lang suddenly felt his eyes being pulled by an invisible force, barely giving him any time to react. The 2 eyeballs were pulled out hard. The drilling pain made Qin Lang unable to stop himself from screaming. Ah! Oh no! Wang Ai's heart sank. Man, how can you fight if you lose your eyes? Humans really can't fight the rules after all. Alas! You say you, is it not good to live well? Why do you have to make your own death? A voice belonging to a human rang out. Take a closer look. But it was a middle-aged man squeezed out from the field master's cracked centipede suture. He smiled and said, Still betting? God of gamblers. Chen Wancheng. Invincible yelled. Are you ing with the monster? Chen Wancheng said smilingly. To be exact, I am the field master. And the field master is me, this insouciant little brother. Come, let's fuse together. Your power. The field master loves it. Love. Super favorite. Some short centipede stitches in the upper half of the field master's body cracked open and extruded a head of children, women, and old men who chattered and bickered. Come here. You can't win. It really ing hurts. Blood gushed out from the cracks of his fingers as Qin Lang gritted his teeth and said, Bet. What's the next bet? Chapter 171 King Props. Multiplier dice. Only the winner is entitled to know the prize. He. Chen Wancheng laughed strangely as he opened his palms and casually fiddled with the dice, eventually arriving at a point number of 236. It's your turn. Qin Lang covered his bleeding eyes with one hand and freed his other hand to push towards the dice. The moment the dice stopped, looking at the points of 1, 3, and 6, Chen Wancheng laughed. You lost. You can't win. Lose. Those weird heads were screaming. This time, for your legs. As soon as Chen Wancheng's words fell, the strange force reappeared, hardening Qin Lang's legs and snatching them away. The intense pain caused Qin Lang to scream once again. We're finished. Wang Ai's eyes went black and he completely lost his will to fight. Without eyes and having lost his legs, what use was it even if his battle power was high? It could not be utilized at all. Again, Qin Lang was like an epileptic gambler, roaring shrilly. But what responded to him was Chen Wancheng's icy voice. There is no need to continue gambling. The current you is just a piece of fish on the chopping board. It's simpler to kill you directly. As soon as Chen Wancheng's words fell, Qin Lang heard a whistling air-breaking sound coming towards him. Die. Ha. Clang. A golden chime sounded and the laughter came to an abrupt end. Chen Wancheng looked incredulously at the black shield that was in front of Qin Lang. The long shark-toothed blade slashed at the top and didn't even leave a mark. Humph. Chen Wancheng sneered. There's no point in having a strong defense. It can only serve as a living target. I'll bet you. Xinlang suddenly laughed because he had found out what was wrong with the casino rules. I don't agree. You go to hell. Chen Wancheng suddenly screamed as his huge body was like a hill slamming heavily towards Xinlang. However, it was of no use. The shield transformed by the touch of darkness protected Xinlang's body in all directions, while the shark-tooth-long blade was unable to break through the defense. I'll bet you. Xinlang finally repeated. Can you refuse? Casino rule number 9. No refusal 3 times in one day. You. Chen Wancheng frowned. Just bet. Roll the dice. Xinlang rolled a 2. 2. 5. Chen Wancheng rolled a 1. 1. 3. In this round, Xinlang won. Chen Wancheng grunted. You kid is lucky. Say it, do you want your eyes or your legs back? Those aren't the things I want. Xinlang lowered his blood-covered palm, his empty and bleeding eyes staring at the field master's body in death. At this moment, Xinlang was able to see the field master being subdivided into chip bodies. An eye for an eye. I want your eye. You're ing sick. Chen Wancheng roared. What's the point of losing both of you like this? What do you care? The old man likes it. Xinlang had a teasing face. Poof, poof. The field master's 2 eyeballs flew out and landed heavily on the ground, causing him to wail in pain. Again. Xinlang continued to roll the dice and came up with the points of 5, 6, and 6. Chen Wancheng suddenly panicked a bit and lowered his voice. What exactly do you want? We can talk. Talk about your mom. Roll the dice. Xinlang didn't talk to him at all. Chen Wancheng was sweating profusely, but there was nothing he could do but roll the dice. And the result turned out to be 1. 1. 2. He lost once again. Whoever rolls the dice first must win, right? This result caused Xinlang to stifle his laughter. How did you find out? Chen Wancheng gulped. He had an extremely strong sense of foreboding. I guessed. Xinlang looked at the field master's body. Leg for leg. I want your leg. Wait. Chen Wancheng exclaimed. There's no need for that. I'll give you back your eyes and legs. How about we call it a draw? There's no need for that. It's not like I don't have it. The body suddenly began to change, and the empty eye sockets and the cross-sections of the legs began to squirm with flesh. And in less than half a minute before and after, the eyeballs and legs grew back. But the pair of eyeballs are strangely shaped, much larger than normal eyeballs, looking like monsters, and the length and thickness of the legs are not in harmony with the body. What is this? Wang Ai and a group of people who were watching the battle looked dumbfounded. They had long ago stopped fighting with the monsters by tacit agreement. I'm really sorry for scaring you guys. It's my fault for not being able to fully control this skill yet. That's right. This skill was called weirding out. A skill that consumes stamina to augment flesh and blood for itself. These augmented flesh and blood are not only able to form the various organs of the body, but also possess the abilities of these organs. It was only that it would take a lot of time to learn to fully master this skill, and Xinlang had only been drilling for half a month so far, and was not yet able to fully master it proficiently. This was precisely the bottom line of Xinlang's dare to break the rules of the casino secret realm. Not just body parts, as many as you want. I can miss countless times, while you can only miss once. Xinlang smiled as he walked towards the field master who had lost his legs. Chen Wancheng said in horror. Don, come over, die. Xinlang merged his fingers into swords, and with a forceful hook, the ice and fire double swords nonetheless circled around his body, and as Xinlang's fingertips suddenly pressed down, the double swords directly penetrated through the field master's head. No. Gah. Ouch. Whoa. Chen Wancheng and the other heads were turned into puddles of blood and flesh. In some strict sense, they had long since ceased to be human, only retaining some human emotions, their flesh and blood having long since been fused by the field master. As soon as the field master died, Xinlang immediately felt his eyes and legs itching. He hurriedly dispersed the blood and flesh that had proliferated, and as expected, his eyes and legs were healed by a strange power, intact as before. Damn! If I cancel my skills a little late, won't I be permanently replaced? Xinlang broke out into a cold sweat. He sliced open the field master's head and found a king's deck from inside. D20 multiplier dice. The number of points rolled will be the multiplier of your next attack. Cooldown 24 hours. If you're lucky and roll 20x damage. Xinlang took a deep breath. This thing was so damn buggy. Li Guogui, Xinlang, you're too good. Lin Wan Air, Old Li is awake. Xinlang, luckily, it was easy to take down. You guys come to the casino to find me. Ending his mind communication with the two girls, Xinlang looked at the monsters that had been turned into mush, all of which had cards on them, clear-colored cards. Wang Ai was full of surprise. Mr. Qin, you've really opened my eyes. I'm convinced. Don't admire too much too soon. Where are the key props? It's in the treasure vault. I'll take you there. Wang Ai immediately greeted a group of juniors and took Qin Lang to rush to the treasure vault in a windy manner. In the middle of this large treasure trove, there was a key the length of an arm floating. Walking over to take a closer look, Qin Lang realized that it wasn't actually a key, but a mini-human dry corpse, on which 2 words were clearly written, extremely hungry. Chapter 172, The White Worm. This is it. The key to unlock N10. Wang Ai exclaimed in excitement, and just as she was about to fetch it, she was snatched up by Qin Lang, who fished the dry corpse into his hands with his royal chi technique. Extremely hungry. What does that mean? Does it mean the environment of N10? Qin Lang asked, pretending not to see the embarrassment on Wang Ai's face. Wang Ai fixed his mind and said with a straight face, yes, unlike the areas below N9 where the environment will change over time, the environment of N10 is usually fixed, and the environment won't change unless the core monsters inside can be eradicated. Qin Lang nodded his head in understanding. Then can you tell me where the coordinates of this N10 are now? Sure, I'll even take you in, if you want. Go in and forget it. I have no intention of going to the N10 just yet. Qin Lang's hands were not idle during his conversation with Wang Ai. Never mind if it was useful or not. He threw the things in the treasure vault into the storage box in a brain. After, Team Glory was upgraded. It wasn't just the number of team members that was boosted, but each team member's locker capacity was also boosted tremendously, twice as much as before. After emptying the treasure vault, Qin Lang brought the 2 girls and Invincibles group to follow Wang Ai out of the casino's secret realm. After all, the 2 most precious things here he had gotten his hands on. There was no need to stay. Besides, the secret realm that had lost its core would soon collapse, and the space was very unstable. On the way he saw the bodies of the flower shirts, and he crashed to his death next to the slot machine, clutching the long melted heads of his wife and daughter. This scene made Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh a little. Half a day later, Qin Lang's group appeared in a large green forest, and behind them was the entrance to the secret realm that was flickering with an unstable light. It's finally out. Wang Ai stretched his body and said with a smile on his face, welcome to the Xiaonan mansion. This is my territory. Wait for me to treat you well. Big fish have it. Invincible grinned broadly. There's plenty to eat and drink. You must eat until you puke. This way, it's quicker once you're out of the mountains. It's only a 2-hour drive. Wang Ai, as the lord of the shelter, has accumulated a lot of carrier cards, and came to the highway the first time to get dozens of motorcycles and vans. A fairly large fleet of vehicles hot and heavy to the shelter. It's such a nice environment here, and the climate is good. Li Guoguo lay on the window and looked out. When there's an opportunity in the future, I'll find a place with a better environment than this one, and we'll get a permanent residence, Qin Lang said with a smile. That's what you said. I'll wait. The journey was uneventful and the group made it back to the shelter without incident. But when Wang Ai gleefully stepped out of the car, he realized something was wrong. The shelter's post was surprisingly empty, and the doors were wide open, with no sign of human activity inside. No good. Something's wrong. Wang Ai's heart tightened and he yelled lowly, prepare for battle. Qin Lang stepped out of the car and narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. There's no sign of biological activity or signs of a fight. Could it be that your people didn't tell you they moved out of the shelter for some reason? Impossible. Something must have happened. Xiao Chen. See if you can contact them. Wang Ai had an ominous feeling. No, everyone's phone doesn't work. Boss, look. Invincible suddenly pointed to a tree not far away. What's that? Qin Lang came to the tree's heel and surveyed the dried-out carapace hanging on the branch, which was obviously the shell of some kind of bug. Pushing aside the thick leaves, Qin Lang found more identical shells inside. Wang Ai, do you recognize what this is? Qin Lang called Wang Ai for identification. I've been in the Xiaonan mansion for the past half year. I haven't moved from place to place. I know exactly what monsters are here. I've never encountered this one. By the way, Wang Ai suddenly thought of the nearby allied shelters. Xiao Chen, try to see if you can contact Bai Yi and the others. There's no need to contact them. There's no one left alive at the shelter. A man in his 40s emerged from the forest with a haggard face inside. Boss Wang, how nice it would have been if you had come back earlier. Your Uncle Tao? It's really not easy. Boss Wang even recognized me as a minor character. Uncle Tao let out a bitter smile. Uncle Tao, what exactly happened here? Wang Ai hurriedly said. Uncle Tao said in a chilling voice, almost a month or so ago, a strange creature appeared in the local area. Very small in size, since they don't possess any offensive ability themselves and can only survive through parasitism. We didn't even take this monster seriously until 10 days ago. Uncle Tao's face visibly twisted as he spoke, obviously recalling something horrible. That monster flooded the white asylum. Uncle Tao danced around. I don't know how to describe it to you. Thousands and thousands of white bugs flooded the shelter like a tidal wave. And then what? And then, everyone melted. Uncle Tao trembled. I saw the white clothes being melted with my own eyes. No matter how he struggled, it was useless, and his body was quickly sucked dry by the white worms. I was terrified and rushed to your shelter, but by the time I got here, it was already too late, and your shelter was also attacked by the white worms. Uncle Tao, but why are you okay? Why didn't the white bugs attack you? Wang Ai said in disbelief. I don't know. I'm guessing it might have something to do with the deck I've constructed. My core card is Sentinel Bugmaster. Not good. Uncle Tao suddenly exclaimed. They're coming. Coming. The crowd was startled and rushed to look around. Qin Lang glanced at Xiao Hei, whose fur was blowing up on his shoulder, and a trace of worry flashed in his heart. With his understanding of Xiao Hei, if he hadn't encountered a tricky enemy, he basically wouldn't have this kind of subconscious reaction. You guys follow me closely, Qin Lang reminded the two girls. He didn't care in the slightest about other people's deaths, but Lin Wanner and Li Guagua. There must not be any slip-ups. What to do? What to do? Uncle Tao held his head and squatted on the ground, obviously stunned. And just then, someone spotted the wave of bugs and exclaimed, Bugs! Bugs! The densely packed white worms converged into a sea of white, soundlessly surging towards the crowd. The unprecedented sense of oppression caused Qin Lang to vaguely feel his scalp tingle. With fire, Wang Ai felt out a large number of incendiary flasks and smashed them far away, trying to block the sea of bugs in this way, but it was no use at all. These bugs didn't fear the flames at all. Seeing that the sea of insects was getting closer, Qin Lang glanced out of the corner of his eye, and a hint of ferocity flashed across his brows. You're the one who lured the insects here, aren't you? What? Uncle Tao was stunned. I didn't. Have it. Still sophomoric. It wasn't you. Then you're laughing your ass off. Qin Lang raised a fist and smashed it on Uncle Tao. Half of the latter's body was blown up on the spot, but something unexpected to everyone happened. Not the slightest bit of blood gushed out of Uncle Tao's half of his body. Instead, it turned into countless white worms. Chapter 173, Nothing Can Be Done. The sudden turn of events took the crowd by surprise. Wang Ai was furious. Tao Gongming, you killed them. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The white worm on the ground turned into a human face, and Tao Gongming laughed out loud. It's really a bit embarrassing. I'd like to act sad, but I just can't cry. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Everyone was killed by me, including you guys next. Why are you doing this? Aren't you Whitey's most trusted subordinate? Wang Ai finds it hard to believe that Tao Gongming, who gives off the impression of being an honest person, is the culprit behind the destruction of the two shelters. You are right. I am indeed Bai Yi's most trusted subordinate. But I don't want to be any subordinate. Tao Gongming smiled and said, how dare a mole cricket want to command a true dragon? Wouldn't it be ridiculous to spread the word? You are not seeing the way Bai Yi looked at that time before he died. TSK, painful, too painful. Ha 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 ha. Now is not the time to bull ******* him. Qin Lang merged his fingers into a sword and pointed it remotely, and the flying sword eternal flame penetrated Tao Gongming's big white face. It's useless. You guys can't kill me no matter what method you use. As long as any of the white gods are around, I can be resurrected. So you guys will obediently enjoy the baptism of the white gods. Ha 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 ha. The big white face turned into a puddle of liquid that seeped into the ground and disappeared. While at this time, the sea of white insects that came from all directions had already arrived near the crowd, with both sides separated by only a few dozen meters. It's over. Invincible sat on his butt. I should have known better than to come out. Old Qin, what should we do? Li Guagui also panicked. She hadn't seen this kind of scene before. Deadly poison cloud. Qin Lang tried to poison the white insects to death with the poisonous cloud, but to no avail. The white insects were not affected by the poisonous rain in the slightest. It was just a waste of effort. This thing is so resistant? Qin Lang's pupils narrowed, and a large area of black chi surged out from his right hand, forming a semicircular black transparent barrier with him at the center, blocking the sea of insects. Boss, I knew you were reliable. Invincible was moved to tears. Shut up. Qin Lang gave him a blank look and carefully observed those white insects. It was a pity that Zhou Qingxue wasn't here, or else with her amount of reading she might be able to figure out the weaknesses of these white worms. Luckily, these white worms are not very strong in their attacking ability, so they won't be able to break through the screen for a while. Before the words were finished, Tao Gongming's large face appeared outside the barrier and he laughed. It's useless. You have underestimated the corrosive nature of the white god. You think that this can block the white god's attack? Dream on. Amidst Tao Gongming's loud laughter, the white worm transformed into a huge, incomparable, green-faced, fanged, serpentine monster, which bit down on the barrier with a mouthful. Countless fangs all over the suction cup-shaped mouthparts, with each fang oozing white liquid outwards. Not good. Qin Lang's brows tightened as he clearly felt that the barrier formed by the darkness touch was being corroded and would soon collapse. Gotta get out of here first. How do we leave? It's full of bugs out there and we can't fly. Wang Ai's face was ashen. Weirding out. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth lifted, and his back suddenly bulged, followed by a pair of flesh and blood wings that were difficult to describe in words quickly condensing. The reason why, monstrous alteration, was a king-tier skill was not because of how much it could boost combat power, but because of its endless mining potential and incomparably powerful functionality. Qin Lang held Lin Wanner and Li Guogui in one hand and lifted his wings to fly, and Little Black and Q-Boy took the initiative to grab his fleshy wings without him having to remind them at all. Qin Lang. Ah, boss. Wang Ai and the invincible group of people exclaimed. The crowd that had lost the protection of the barrier was instantly overwhelmed by the white worms that had transformed into monsters. Lin Wanner and Li Guogui both fell into silence. There are too many people for me to save. Qin Lang shook his head. When he was able to, Qin Lang didn't mind being a good Samaritan to save them, but in the current situation, it was difficult to protect himself, so he could only choose to give up. As far as guilt goes, that's half the battle. The one who killed was Tao Gongming. What did it have to do with him? Qin Lang, you can't escape. Tao Gongming ignored the crowd that was flooded with white worms and maneuvered the giant beast to bite towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't even look at him, and with a flap of his meaty wings the person had already reached a place several hundred meters away. White worms are resistant to fire, poison, can change, and are corrosive, self-healing, reproducing both, but it seems to be slow, has average attack power, and can't turn into a flying creature. Qin Lang only needed to protect the two women and the two pets at the moment, so he didn't need to worry about running out of stamina at all, and started observing the sea of bugs below after he pulled away from the white bugs for a while. In just a few minutes, the group of people that Wang Ai and Invincible had brought with them had been left with no bones left, as if there were no traces of their existence in this world. Have the guts to come down. What are you hiding for? Tao Gongming yelled. I'm right here. Come up here if you dare. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. Oof. Count your kid lucky. Tao Gongming held a fire in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The white god possessed countless advantages. The only disadvantage was that it was too bulky to fly, and was helpless against flying creatures. Since he couldn't do anything about Qin Lang, Tao Gongming didn't dwell on it anymore, and all the white worms transformed into white liquid and seeped into the soil. Hiding in the earth? Could it be that his main body is underground? Qin Lang had such a judgment in his mind, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still brought the two girls away from the battlefield until they flew out for more than 10 kilometers, and only then did they land it on a hilltop. No wonder I've always felt that there's something wrong with the Xiaonan mansion. Qin Lang muttered. Have you guys noticed that there are almost no other creatures present here other than birds? It should all be eaten by the bugs. Li Guogui's heart palpitated. That's outrageous. How could there be such a perverted monster? Go home first. There's not much I can do with him in a short time. This has nothing to do with the strength of the combat power. In the face of such creatures as the white worm, if you can't find its fatal weakness, that is, the combat power is even higher, but also can't take it, properly belongs to the rules of the class of creatures. There are thousands of kilometers from Xiananfu to Changteng. I'm afraid we have to cross several regions. How are we going to get back? Li Guogui asked. Going back from the casino secret realm. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Qin Lang wrapped the two girls into his arms and flew towards the secret realm he came from. An hour later, Qin Lang landed in the familiar nature reserve, but the scene in front of him gave him a headache. The door into the casino's secret realm collapsed at some point. He had always thought that the secret realm could exist for a long time even if the core monsters were killed. Apparently it was wishful thinking on his part. It was good when I came here. I can't go back. Qin Lang sighed. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. Chapter 174, Reversal. The dark underground lair was only flickering with a faint light. Tao Gongming, who had recoalesced into his human form, looked at the more than 100 people wrapped into cocoons by the white liquid, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Tao Gongming, what the hell are you trying to do to us? Wang Ai glared angrily. That's right, Wang Ai didn't die. The 100 or so people including her were just teleported to the underground world after being flooded by the insect sea. Tao Gongming let out a bad smile. Wang Ai, your temper is still so fiery as before. I hope you still have the strength to scold me when the white god devours you later. Devour. Wang Ai took a deep breath as she twisted her head to look to the sides. There were indeed a large number of skeletons piled up not far from them, both humans and monsters. Not bad. The white god needs to replenish its energy by devouring blood and flesh. Tao Gongming moved a chair made of human heads pieced together and sat down, gently tapping the handle of the chair with a face full of intoxication. As a famous musician, I can tell you responsibly that there is no sound under the sun that can be compared to the sound of screaming and melting flesh and blood, and I'm starting to get a little impatient. You pervert. Invincible poo-pooed. Don't worry, you guys didn't die that quickly. The devouring process is very slow. By the way, that guy who escaped is a bit interesting. What's his origin? Tao Gongming was a little concerned. The man who had fled with the two girls brought him a strong sense of oppression, and was the only existence that could pose a threat to him at the moment. Tao Gongming, how about we make a deal? Wang Ai's words changed. Although we have a bit of battle power, we can't compare to Qinlang. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to take you to him. Devouring Qinlang alone is better than devouring thousands of us. Tao Gongming said approvingly. Wang Ai, you're quite a good helmsman. He's unkind and I'm unrighteous. If he can leave us behind and escape, why can't I betray him in order to stay alive? Wang Ai rationalized. According to my understanding, any kind of skill or creature that requires the use of the word devour craves for more powerful flesh and blood. Do you know how much battle power Qinlang has? 6W. 60,000? Tao Gongming's eyes lit up. Really? I swear to God, what she said is true. Qinlang single-handedly killed his way through the secret realm not long ago. He's as good as a fake 6W battle power. Invincible interjected. It's also because of Qinlang's high battle power that it will be extremely difficult for you to take him down alone. You'll need our help. That's right. No matter how powerful a person is, it's meaningless without a follower. We are willing to follow you as our master. Help you destroy Qinlang. Wang Ai continued to lay down a strong dose. Sister Wang is right. Invincible's face is full of unwilling tears, but unfortunately his hands are wrapped in liquid, unable to wipe the tear tracks, losing me to treat him as the boss, counting on him to take us to eat and drink. But I can't imagine that when we encounter danger, this head will sell us out without looking back. Oh, what are you taking to prove that you are not deceiving me? Tao Gongming frowned slightly, clearly being spoken to. Big brother, what proof is needed for this? You are so powerful. We don't even have the power to fight back half the time in front of you. Why should we lie to you? Besides, who is it not to mix with? We have no grudges against each other. We just want to ask for a way out with you. That's all. Who would joke with their own lives? Wang Ai saw Tao Gongming falter and smiled. Uncle Tao, you didn't ask us for cigarettes in the beginning. Tao Gongming laughed and snapped his fingers. The white liquid that imprisoned the crowd immediately melted into white worms slowly crawling into his body. Boss, Uncle Tao. Invincible and Wang Ai led a group of people to bow deeply. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Tao Gongming let out a wild laugh. If Bai Yi was as sensible as you guys, I wouldn't have killed him. His battle power is clearly lower than mine. How dare he accuse me? Whitey seeking his own death doesn't deserve any sympathy. Wang Ai entered his role quickly. Uncle Tao, I know where Qinlang will go next. If you want to catch him, you can go there in advance to block him. Oh, where would he go? I'm guessing that in all probability he'll go to Area N10, the land of extreme hunger. N10? The land of extreme hunger? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Tao Gongming was at a loss. After all, he had only had the power for a short while, and no one had ever correlated the information with him. Boss, the matter is like this. Invincible hurriedly told the information he had, and Wang Ai added at the side. So that's how it is. The difficulty of survival is different in each area. Tao Gongming nodded. There is no problem to go there to block him. The problem is that he can fly, and I can't do anything about flying creatures. Uncle Tao, before you couldn't do anything about Qinlang. That was because you were only one person. It's different now. Now that you have us, can't we just find a way to make him unable to fly? Wang Ai came closer and lowered his voice. I happen to have mastered a skill called no-fly field. As long as we wait for him to enter our ambush, I will control him at the first time. Tao Gongming laughed out loud. Good. If you can really take Qinlang down successfully, the White God will be successfully promoted, and I will reward you with heavenly benefits at that time. I don't want favors or anything. I only want to hang out with you. Boss Tao. Invincible awareness was quite high. Good. Without delay, take me to N10 immediately. Yes. Boss, you slow down. Let me help you? Going to the N10 area? Would that be too sudden? After listening to Qinlang's idea of going to N10, the two women were both a bit worried. If Qinlang had acted alone, they wouldn't have been worried instead because Qinlang had the king skill of Lone Ranger, which directly doubled his battle power. But right now, he only had less than 7W of battle power. Anyone who heard the heartfelt words of Li Guogui or Lin Wanner would have their three views shattered. At a time when everyone was striving for 10,000 battles and fighting for 3W, 7W was only in their eyes. Being careful shouldn't be too much of a problem. Take a step back and say, if we really encounter any tricky monsters, The big deal is that I'll just take you guys and sneak away and that's it. Now there are more and more strong people. If you don't work hard to improve your combat power sooner or later you'll be eliminated. Not to mention far away. Just now we also encountered a monster that I can't do anything about. Xin Lang had always had a strong sense of crisis after he had learned that there was an N10 area, and he actually didn't want to venture to N10, but the increasingly hostile environment had forced him to take the risk. Xin Lang, promise me that if you encounter any danger, you leave us behind and go first by yourself, Li Guogua said in a serious manner. Then her head was bounced hard by Xin Lang. Don't talk nonsense, I won't leave any of you behind. Chapter 175, Welcome to N10. Xin Lang actually didn't know where the exact location of the land of extreme hunger was, but it wasn't difficult for him at all because when he had traveled to the shelter with Wang Ai before, he had asked for information about this place as an aside, and had a rough idea of the location. After flying around for about half a day, Xin Lang looked at the bridge heading to the collapsed bridge, and his eyes lit up as he found it. Xin Lang descended back to the ground, put away his meat wings, and held his breath as he looked to the other side of the bridge, where there was very much a barrier that was hard to detect with the naked eye unless one looked closely. Xin Lang took out the dry corpse from his storage space, and at this moment, the dry corpse was really attracted by N10's aura and began to shine. Go! Xin Lang greeted him, and just as the three of them and the two favorites were about to cross the broken bridge, the ground suddenly appeared to shake violently, followed by countless densely packed white worms surging out from the ground, converging into three figures, which were none other than Tao Gongming, Wang Ai, and Invincible. Xin Lang's pupils stared. Tao Gongming laughed out loud and said, Wang Ai, you're right, this kid has really come to N10. Wang Ai laughed. Uncle Tao, I've imprisoned his ability to fly. Now he's desperate. Very good. Tao Gongming nodded his head repeatedly. It was true that more people were better. Xin Lang. Invincible pointed at Xin Lang's nose and cursed. I treated you like a boss. You even slipped away without looking back when you were in danger. Today is the day you die, and next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes. He counted on hearing that Wang Ai and Invincible had fallen back, understood and respected. After all, everyone has the right to make choices, so it was you two who lured him here and set up an ambush here ahead of time. Of course. Wang Ai clenched his hands on his waist. You're unkind and I'm unrighteous. Brothers, come out, Wang Ai yelled, and on the other side of the broken bridge, the place covered by the white insects immediately sprung up with more than 100 people, each carrying a weapon in their hands, with a murderous look. I'll kill you, traitor. Wang Ai drew his sword and charged towards Xin Lang at the same time as Peerless. When both sides were less than 3 meters away, Wang Ai suddenly shouted, Xin Lang, quickly twist the dryad. This is the way to enter N10. Xin Lang froze. In case of fraud he tossed the dry body to Wang Ai. You twist it. Damn. You need to be more defensive. Wang Ai was quite speechless, spitting on his words, but he still twisted the dry body into two at the first time, then leapt to the opposite side of the broken bridge. Invincible followed closely behind. Boss, what are you waiting for? Go! The whole process was said to be long, but it actually happened within 10 seconds, waiting until Xin Lang's group of people rushed into the N10 area. Tao Gongming then realized that he had been cheated, and jumped to his feet in anger and cursed. Wang Ai, you dared to cheat me. You think you can run away? Pissed me off. Tao Gongming roared and rushed across the broken bridge as well. I can't believe that all of you are alive. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes and ran wildly in front of him, flanked by Li Guogua and Lin Wanner, with Wang Ai and Invincible falling behind him, and further back was a large troop of more than 100 people. Wang Ai said indignantly, I also thought I was dead, but I didn't realize that those bugs just moved us to the underground world, which is his lair. It's still Sister Wang who was smart enough to fake a surrender. Otherwise we'd be dead. Invincible opened his big mouth and laughed maniacally. It's a fact that I'm abandoning you guys, so why don't you guys just follow him for real? Xin Lang said deliberately. Wang Ai shook his head. In that situation before, anyone would have made the same choice as you. I don't blame you. If I had to choose between you and Tao Gongming, who is more trustworthy and harmless, I would definitely choose you. Who would stay with a monster who has mastered the devouring skill? Just in case he's in a bad mood one day he'll use us as dog food. We're not little cuties. True enough. Xin Lang's eyes were full of praise. There are no fools who can survive until now. Well, except Tao Gongming. Where are we going now? Let's lose the guy behind us first. Wang Ai glanced back. Although Tao Gongming was chasing after them, the white worm was moving at a very average speed and was already a long way behind them. After running wildly for more than 10 minutes like this, seeing that the road ahead was flat, Xin Lang decisively took out a large number of carrier cards for the people to get on. and more than 100 people took off, leaving Tao Gongming alone jumping to his feet and cursing. Is this really N10? Why do I get the feeling that this isn't much different from the other areas? Invincible's eyes had been looking out the window when suddenly he let out a soft eep. Ha! The monsters in N10 are actually zombies. So low? Qin Lang raised his eyes and a dozen shambling zombies appeared in the crumbling complex. Something's not right. Watch out, Wang Ai hurriedly reminded. These aren't ordinary zombies. They fight. Well. How much? You tell me. 3W. The average fighting strength is 3W, and the weakest is 2W5. Screamed Wang Ai. Try to avoid. Qin Lang wanted to say to avoid the zombies and find a safe place to set up camp first, but before he could finish his words, the zombies that were staggering a second ago suddenly swooped over like chicken blood. The seemingly weak and tattered body was actually harder than a cannonball, directly knocking over an SUV on the right. Hiss, so outrageous. Qin Lang sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly maneuvered the ice and fire twin swords to chop down the zombies. Boss! Help! Ah! The rear of the convoy also encountered a zombie attack. 7 or 8 zombies, as if entering the sheep pen of fierce tigers, launched a merciless killing. No one can block this group of zombies' seemingly simple pounce scratch. In a matter of moments, more than 20 people lost their lives at the hands of the zombies. Invincible and Wang Ai try to rescue their comrades, but they are blocked by 2 zombies and a fierce battle ensues. The two corpses fought a half-catty, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to distinguish the winner in a short period of time. Geez, do N10 monsters have to be so outrageous? Li Guogua screamed. Qin Lang's pupils narrowed slightly. His attention was on the front, 200 meters away. Dozens, no, hundreds of zombies were attracted by the sound of the fight, and were collectively approaching this side, worthy of being in the N10 region. The moment I came up, I came with such a big dismount. However, it's only 3W battle power. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Qin Lang merged his fingers into swords and manipulated the ice and fire double swords to directly give the zombie group a shot of Supreme Sacred Chop. Hundreds of zombies vaporized on the spot, and the ground was filled with shiny cards, of which at least a dozen of colorful cards, and at the very least, silver cards. So fat. Qin Lang's eyes lit up. At this point the mixed men's and women's hitting in the back was nearing its end. Wang Ai and Invincible both fell, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Qin Lang maneuvered his flying sword to cut down the 2 zombies, then looked at the few hundred troops left, and lowered his voice. Even if they are saved, they won't be able to survive here. Chapter 176, The Aborigines. Wang Ai was about to say something. Invincible wiped the blood on his face carelessly. Let's go. We can't even protect ourselves. How can we care about them? Go away. Wang Ai sighed. Qin Lang immediately unfolded his flesh wings and flew away from the scene with the 4 of them. A few minutes later, Qin Lang's group of 5 landed on top of a ruin. This is obviously a building that has since collapsed for some reason, with the highest point being 100 meters above the ground. It should be safe here. Take a break first. Qin Lang touched out a few gold card food, fiercely bit into the tender and juicy tender steak. Soon a large piece of steak was eaten clean. But let Qin Lang feel surprised is that usually even if he is hungry again, eat 2 or 3 gold card food is almost full. But today he ate a whole 5 gold card food. The stomach is still empty. This point of the thing with the gap between the teeth almost. No wonder this place is called the land of extreme hunger, where one's hunger is amplified many times over and food is digested much faster than usual. Qin Lang muttered as he looked over at Li Guogua and Lin Wanner, who usually ate more showily, but at this moment, they also began to wolf down their food without caring about their image. Wang Ai, can you contact your fiancé? Qin Lang asked casually. Wang Ai was sitting on his knees, seemingly performing some kind of ritual, and nodded with joy at his words. I've contacted him, and his location is in the ruins of the seaside hospital in the north. It's not too late. Now let's go. Qin Lang redeployed his fleshy wings and led the crowd in the direction of the northern hospital ruins. Coo. Having only flown for a few minutes, Qin Lang suddenly felt a strong burning sensation and unspeakable hunger in his stomach, and his sense of smell seemed to be many times more sensitive than usual. Boss, what's wrong? Invincible looked at Qin Lang, who had refallen back to the ground, with a puzzled face. Qin Lang was too lazy to answer him. This time, he directly used the color card food, Grand Banquet. Immediately, dozens of kinds of food spread all over the ground. Qin Lang didn't even bother to use chopsticks. He directly got on with it, grabbed a braised hoof and started to nibble on it, and ate with his mouth full of oil. No, why don't you quench your hunger at all? Qin Lang was a bit flustered because he had already eaten 2 braised hooves in a row, a whole stewed chicken, and a large plate of marinated beef, and had only eliminated some of his hunger, which was too wrong. Battle power is almost 7W. Good man, where did you come from, monster? But at that moment, A slightly surprised voice came from not far away. The crowd was shocked and hurriedly got up to make preparations to defend the enemy. Qin Lang looked at the man who was slowly walking away while stuffing food into his mouth and said vaguely, "Mud like water." The man was in his 40s or 50s, with a lean figure and sunken cheeks. Carrying a longbow, he held his hands up high and said, AI, don't be nervous, everyone, I'm not hostile. I just smelled the scent and came over to take a look. You guys don't look like locals. In our place, card food can't work. You have to eat special food from the hunting ground. Hunting ground food? Qin Lang swallowed a piece of ribs whole and wiped his mouth. The man took out a strip of jerky from his dirty satchel and tossed it far away to Qin Lang. Try this one of mine. Qin Lang was still hesitating whether to eat this stranger's food or not. Xiao Hei had already taken a bite of 1/3 of the jerky down, and it ran to the side with the jerky in its mouth and ate it with gusto. Seeing that the food was normal, Qin Lang didn't want too much and took a bite. How can I put it? It tasted like chewing wax. This jerky had been stored for an unknown period of time. Half of the grease was not there. Calling it food was a bit of an insult to the word food. But strangely enough, after Qin Lang finished chewing the jerky, he really wasn't hungry anymore. The man laughed. So what? I didn't fool you. Qin Lang arched his hand. Many thanks. What's uncle's name? They all call me Old Lu too. You can call me that too. I still have jerky here. Do you want it? That's for sure. A strip of jerky for a colored card. Old Lu's head is a lion's share of the money. Ahem, do you want to be so dark? Qin Lang rolled his eyes straight in his heart. Old Lu too was happy. You're new here. It's normal that you don't know. The common price in our place is a piece of jerky for a colored card. If you don't want to, you can go to the hunting ground and find a trading terminal to exchange it. Trading terminal. Can you take us to the hunting grounds? When we get to the place, I'm willing to give colored cards as a reward. No problem. 3. Old Lu too held up 3 fingers. Give one first, and then clear the tails at the place. Here. Qin Lang threw a colored card to Old Lu too. The latter smiled and put the card away. Let's go. I'll take you to the hunting ground. It's not far from here. If you have any information you want to know, you can ask me. As long as it's not critical information, I can tell you for free. Uncle Lu, are the ruins of the northern hospital far from our place? Wang Ai hurriedly said. Old Lu too raised his eyebrows and said with a face full of surprise, what are you asking for? My fiancé, in the ruins of the northern hospital. Ha! Old Lu's eyes widened. Nonsense. How is this possible? There was indeed a shelter before the ruins of the northern hospital, but the people there died out half a month ago. Impossible. Wang Ai exclaimed. I just contacted him, and he said that he's in the ruins of the northern hospital, and now he's starving to death. Hoping that I'll hurry over to save him. Old Lu too murmured. Girl, let me say something you may not like to hear. Your fiancé, 9 times out of 10, is controlled by the heart raider demon. Odds are it's a trap. What is the heart-snatching demon? Qin Lang asked. Old Lu too grinned. This information should have been charged, but I see that you guys are pretty good, so I'm giving it to you for free. Heart-snatching demon is a heart demon that will be created after a person's hunger reaches a certain level. It is considered to be a kind of spiritual attack. After being controlled by the heart-snatching demon, although the person retains all the skills of the enhancement, he will lose his emotions and turn into a monster that will only go crazy and go around looking for food. Girl, let me ask you, when you contacted your fiancé, did he go crazy and say he was hungry? Wang Ai choked. Old Lu too was telling the truth. During the process of contacting his fiancé, the word he said the most was hungry and the second most was I'm so hungry. Could it be that by being controlled by the heart raider demon, is a person hopeless? Wang Ai's eyes overflowed with tears. It was hard to find N10, and she couldn't accept such an outcome. That's not necessarily true. As long as you find the top ingredients in the hunting ground, there is a probability that he will recover. It's just that this is very difficult. It's hard as hell. Old Lu should not have communicated with anyone for a long time, and when he opened his box, he couldn't stop talking. The hunting ground is occupied by several forces. Ordinary survivors can only hunt in the periphery, while the top ingredients tend to appear only in the core area, and every time they appear, several forces will fight for them, and many people will die every time. Chapter 177, The Guardian. Through his exchange with Old Lu too, Qin Lang learned about the overall division of forces in the current region. Taking the hunting ground as the center, there are 3 strongest forces, namely Heavenly God Squad, Heavenly Disaster Legion and Redeemer of the End Times. Each of these 3 forces has masters who are not less than a handful of them. Each of these 3 forces is a master of their craft, and there are no less than a handful of them with a combat power of 5W or even more than 5W. Not long ago, the leaders of the 3 parties had a big battle, raising a dozen or so kilometers in a radius to a flatland, so the strength of the force can be seen. The reason why old Lu Tu knew so clearly was because although he was a wanderer he had contacts and transactions with members of all three forces, and was not considered a friend to each other, but at least he was a familiar face. The people are getting fewer and fewer. Now the three forces easily don't dare to go to war. Oh right, old Lu Tu patted his head. In addition to the three forces, there are also peripheral wanderers like me, about 1,000 or so. That means that only 2,000 or 3,000 people survived here. Yeah, a city of 10 million people. And now that's all that's left. Old Lu Head sighed a bit as he rubbed his wrinkled face. Alright, are you guys going to the hunting grounds now or to the northern hospital ruins? Hunting ground. Qi Lang answered the question in place of Wang Ai as he turned to Wang Ai and said, fill up your stomach first before you think of a way to save the others. Wang Ai wanted to say something, but despite his heart's anxiety, he agreed to Qi Lang's strategy. Wang Ai is a very smart woman. She knows how dangerous the N10 area is. Right now she can't even beat the lowest level zombies. How can she talk about saving people? If she really wants to save her fiancé, she must rely on Qi Lang's help. Alright then, take you to the hunting grounds. Old Lu Tu stretched. By the way, if any of you have mastered the king's skill, don't use it when you don't have to. The more times you use it, the faster you will starve. Yes, I'm talking about you. Qi Lang laughed. Understood. The group followed old Lu Tu over the mountains and came to the outskirts of the hunting ground in the evening. At this time, curling smoke rose from the artificial lake. 4 young men and women were fishing, and on the campfire was fragrant fish. Several people stood up vigilantly when they saw Qi Lang's group of unfamiliar faces. Old Lu Tu waved his hand and said, don't be nervous, they don't mean any harm. They're just a bunch of unlucky people who mistakenly broke in from outside. One of the freckle-faced woman laughed. Old Lu Head, you pick up people back when can you change? The other side of what road do not know dare to lead to the home. Not afraid of encountering bad people. Look at you say this. In the beginning, if not for me to save you, this girl has long been dead. It is still your turn to put aside here to talk about sarcasm. Old Lu Tu was not amused and introduced. This is Little Sparrow. The one fishing is her boyfriend Di Zhuang. And over there are Hound and Dog Bear. Qi Lang, sort of the squad leader. Qi Lang introduced himself. Little Sparrow said, since you are the leader of this team, let's call you Old Qin from now on. I, Little Sparrow, have never been a stingy person. Here, these few fish are given to you guys as a meet and greet gift. You can't underestimate these native foods. They are more hunger resistant than color card foods. Just this fish. It looks inconspicuous. 2 or 3 of them can be exchanged for a color card. So you guys can eat them without worry. Thanks. Qi Lang was not polite and made sure that the grilled fish was fine and took a hard bite. The taste can only be described in 2 words, sparse. River fish without any seasoning, even if grilled over a good fire, has a rather heavy earthy flavor. Just when Qi Lang was ready to take some seasoning for secondary processing, old Lu Tu was busy stopping it. We are talking about the original soup to make the original food. If you add seasoning it will not care about the fullness. It will not be worth the loss. That would seem like I'm being pretentious. Qi Lang was a bit embarrassed. Hey, what is pretentious or not? After mixing here for a long time, naturally understand the rules here. Today it's too late. It's not safe to hunt at night. Tomorrow morning I'll take you guys into the hunting ground to get a better look. That would be a pleasure. Night. A bright full moon was reflected on the calm lake, and the broken walls around it added some indescribable bleakness to this calm night. Why are you still awake? Qi Lang looked at Li Guagua who was rubbing her eyelids and sitting over. Li Guagua held the man's arm and yawned. Still talking about me? You are not also not sleeping, put aside here to pretend to be deep? Qi Lang laughed. Isn't this hungry? Fishing. It's only been a few hours and you're hungry again. It seems that old Lu Tu was right. The higher the battle power, the faster you get hungry. Li Guagua narrowed her eyes. How about I help you? What? You fish too? That's not true, but I can electric fish. Li Guagua's right hand suddenly flashed with crackling yellow electricity, and she grinned as she plunged her palm into the lake. Moment. With a snap, countless electrocuted fish of all sorts flopped and floated to the surface of the lake. Qi Lang was just about to praise her a few times when his face abruptly changed as an unprecedented sense of oppression rose from the depths of the lake. Not far from the old Lu Head and his party also noticed the change. Have sat up and rushed to the lake. The old Lu Head looked at the face of innocent Li Guagua, and those who turned belly fish already know what happened. Face Iron Blue said, bad. Just forget to advise you on this matter. You guys have got this moth out. The fish here can only be fished, cannot use other means, otherwise it will alarm the guardian of this place. I don't know. Li Guagua hid behind Qi Lang and Baba said, what now? What else can we do? Run. Otherwise, when it comes out, we'll all die. Old Lu Tu greeted the crowd to run for their lives. Qi Lang did not dare to be too big. With one hand on the other, He took off running. They just ran out a few hundred meters. The monster in the lake revealed its true form. It was a huge and incomparable monster fish. Like a small mountain. It had 8 slender chelipeds under its belly, like a spider's legs, and chased after them towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk 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 up. Blackfish sperm. Right. Pop. Invincible wanted to know how much battle power this monster had, but as soon as he pressed the battle power detector, it blew up, and the debris almost didn't blind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How does it break at this time of year? There are still counterfeits of this thing? Xinlang silently glanced at him and snatched the answer before old Lu Tu. It's not that the battle power detector is broken. This proves that the strange fish's battle power exceeds 9W9999. Ha! Invincible suddenly had the urge to cry. I'm so sorry. I really shouldn't have come to N10. The speed of the monster was too fast. A few sprints and it came behind the crowd. Xinlang put his heart in the right place and sacrificed his ice and fired dual swords. Damn! You really think I'm a soft persimmon, don't you? I'm starving, so I'll take you as my midnight snack today. Old Lu had scared legs are soft. You do not mess this thing more than 100,000 war power. You, as soon as the words fell, Xinlang had already swung out a sword. 5th gear, elephant power, 20D multiplier dice. Woo! The light flickered. A large, hundreds of pounds of flesh and blood were cut off raw, and the monster fell painfully into the ground aside, bouncing a few times before struggling to stand up and then, twisting its head and rushing back into the lake. Ha! This, everyone, including Xinlang, was dumbstruck. That outrageous? Chapter 178. I can see that I'm hungry. That outrageous? Everyone at the scene let out a gasp of surprise, each dumbfounded. Old Lu Tu and the others exclaimed because they couldn't believe that the guardian beast of the lake that no one dared to mess with on weekdays would have such a large piece of meat chopped off by a single sword, whereas Xinlang exclaimed because his own all-out sword had only chopped off such a piece of meat. It's worthy of being a monster from the N10 area. It's ridiculously strong. Xinlang's heart palpitated, thanks to the 20D multiplier dice, casting 10x damage just now. Otherwise the opponent's wound would only be smaller. The old Lu head of a group of people rubbed their eyes vigorously and squeezed out a smile that was harder to see than crying. You can really fierce He really couldn't find any other words to describe this animal Xinlang. The little sparrow's eyes were not glittering. If it wasn't for the fact that Xinlang had 2 top-notch beauties following him every inch of the way, she would definitely betray her boyfriend, Da Jiang, without any hesitation to offer herself to Xinlang. A man who could slash a guardian-level creature with a sword represented absolute power, meaning that following him would never be without food and was definitely worth following. Is this meat edible? Xinlang touched his parched stomach. Yes, he was hungry again. The 5th gear consumed a great deal of his physical strength. More than edible. Old Lu directly jumped up in excitement. This is guardian beast level meat. It's more than 100 times stronger than meat for nothing. Wang Yaotu, remember what I told you before? If you want to heal someone who is controlled by a heart-snatching demon, you have to use top ingredients. And this is a top ingredient. No, this is a super ingredient. Seeing old Lu Tu excited like this, Xinlang knew that this 100 pounds of fish meat must be something good, and immediately threw out a frozen mushroom and froze it to keep it fresh, and then took his ice sword and cut a small piece off. The meat was very much like the blackfish that I had eaten before the end of the world. It was very tender and didn't smell bad. Blackie, this piece is yours. Xinlang casually threw it, and Xiao Hei immediately jumped up and grabbed the fish, devouring it. There's a piece for everyone who sees it. Come on, a piece for each of you. Xinlang is not a stingy person. Immediately cut 5 pounds to old Lu Tu and his group. Old Lu Tu and his group were so grateful that they almost dropped their tears. After mixing in N10 for so long, let alone eating it, they had never even seen this kind of superfood ingredient. This thing only exists in legends. This piece is for your fiancé. Xinlang dumped a 2-person portion of fish for Wang Ai, who reddened her eyes and bowed heavily. Thank you. This piece is yours. Xinlang gave a piece to Invincible, who gulped and slammed his chest with vigor. Thank you, boss. I knew that as long as boss is around, all demons and monsters will have to get out of the way. Xinlang laughed it off and greeted the 2 girls. Come and try this sashimi. To say that this was a super ingredient, the flavor was more than 100 times stronger than the grilled fish they had eaten earlier. What satisfied Xinlang the most was the energy and hunger-resistant ability contained within the fish fillets. He ate about 5 pounds by himself. Not only did he fully recover from the energy he had consumed, but his small belly was rounded from eating. Comfy. So full. Xinlang was in an incomparably happy mood. Food and beauty are the most impossible to live up to in this world. Old Lu Tu and the others didn't dare to be as extravagant as Xinlang. They all only ate a small piece for a taste and put the rest into storage bags, intending to use it as an occasional need. Xiao Qin brother, you said earlier that you were so fierce. We still enter what hunting grounds? Specifically targeting the guardian beasts is not on the line, not to mention the distant ones. The one in the lake is enough to eat for a month. Old Lu too was quite excited. Qin Lang sniffed but shook his head. That thing in the lake is tougher than you think. Today I was just lucky and bled it a bit. I won't necessarily be that lucky next time. So, the hunting ground still needs to be entered. Having lost the powerful gain effect of Maverick, Qin Lang didn't dare to be as prodigal as before. Besides, the strange fish in the lake aren't little cuties. How dare you take a chance after you've suffered once? Several people bravely returned to the lake campground. At this time the lake has long been red with blood. Countless large and small fish are floating on the top. The dead aside, the living are desperately trying to absorb the nutrients in the blood. After determining that the guardian beasts in the lake would not dare to come up for a while, Old Lutu's few found a large pile of containers and started to fill them with blood and water. And soon the lake was piled with bottles, cans, and all kinds of water bladders. This is the lake water drenched in the blood of the guardian beast. It is much stronger than ordinary ingredients. It should never be wasted, and will be used to make soup in the future. Old Lu Tu perked up. I could tell they were really hungry and scared. I don't know whether it was Qin Lang's illusion or what, but it always felt that time passed faster here than in the outside world, and without realizing it, the east turned white and the sky dawned. After collecting all the available resources in the lake, including blood water, dead fish, and live fish, Old Lu Tu led Qin Lang's group of 10 people into the hunting ground. The circular hunting ground was mainly composed of 3 areas: the periphery, the center and the core. The closer to the center, the higher the grade of the ingredients. And of course, the more dangerous, not only because the monsters are powerful, but mainly because the 3 major powers themselves don't have enough to eat. Where else would they allow wanderers to sneak in and hunt? It didn't take long to enter the hunting grounds. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A rush of footsteps sounded. The forest came out of 5 or 6 men and women dressed like African natives. They took a look at Old Lu Tu and couldn't help but laugh. Who do I think it is? Isn't it Old Lu Tu? You're surprisingly still alive. Old Lu Tu obviously didn't deal with this group of people and rolled his eyes and said, I won't even get cold if you guys get cold. He. Look at you holding a grudge. It's not just that you robbed your prey last month. Why hold a grudge until now? I, Li Dabiao, am not a petty person. Is this piece of meat enough to compensate? Said Li Dabiao threw a large fan of meat chops to Old Lu Tu. Looking at the quality of the meat should be wild boar peches. Old Lu Tu grunted. Do you think I'm a beggar? A fan of pork chops will get rid of me? However, since you have this intention, my old man will forgive you all. Li Dabiao laughed. Bad old man. Your breath is not small. It seems to get to the tip of the goods. Dare not take out to the brother's palm eyes? Tipsy generally refers to premium ingredients. This was something Old Lu Tu had popularized with Qin Lang. Old Lu Tu waved his hands in succession. Hey, where's the pointy stuff? It's just that I got lucky and got a bottle of precious blood, said Old Lu Tu as he tossed the mineral water bottle with the blood water to Li Dabiao. Treasure blood? What the hell is that? Li Dabiao unscrewed the cap of the bottle and smelled it. His eyes suddenly changed. Incredibly said, the quality of this blood. Old man, where did you get this blood? Sorry, secret. Old Lu hooked his palm. Give it back. Li Dabiao's eyes flickered for a while, probably because he felt that the number of the other party in the open robbery was above him and he didn't have an advantage. Reluctantly returned the water bottle, and lowered his voice. Old Lu Tu, are you going to exchange this precious blood? I'll take 5 gold cards to exchange with you. What a joke. You think I'm a little cutie. 5 gold cards for this bottle of precious blood? Old Lu Tu went straight to the mouth. It's no problem if you want the precious blood. 1 colored card. Anything less is off the table. Chapter 179, The Pink Reaper. Li Dabiao laughed bitterly. Old Lu Tu, you really think highly of me. Where can I give you the whole color card to go? How about this? 8 gold cards for your bottle of precious blood. This is the highest price I can offer. See if you can accept it. I can't do anything if I can't accept it. It really can't be sold. Precious blood is already scarce. Old Lu Tu's face was full of entanglement. At this time, the small sparrow beside him suddenly said, Old Lu Tu, we are not dealing with Brother Li for a day or two. Sell him and forget it. He at least sent you a meat chop. Yes, Old Lu Tu. Sell it. De Zhuang followed and seconded. These 3 people obviously hadn't played this kind of cooperation often. If not for the fact that Qin Lang saw Old Lu Tu quietly gesturing with them with his back, he almost believed it. Alright, 8 gold cards for you. Hey, this is precious blood. How much effort did I put in to get a bottle? Old Lu Tu acted quite distressed. After the deal was completed, Li Dabiao couldn't hide the joy on his face. Old Lu too. If you get any more precious blood, don't forget to notify me. You have my phone number. I'll withdraw first, ha. Li Dabiao made a wink towards his companions. The crowd turned into the woods and quickly walked away. Old Lu looked at Little Sparrow and De Zhuang and laughed. You two little witches. Little brother Qin. Thanks to your blessing of snubbing this little cutie Li Dabiao, these 8 gold cards should all be yours, said Old Lu too as he handed over the cards. Or how to say people old treacherous horse old slippery. Human feelings are considered to be. Old Lu had to play understand. Qin Lang shook his head. I don't want a card you earned on your own merit. That's right. Brother Xiao Qin is someone who does big business. So how could he look down on these few gold cards? Old Lu Tu's ass-kissing skills were also very strong. If a bottle of blood water can be exchanged for 8 gold cards, wouldn't 1 pound of fish meat be exchanged for several colored cards? Qin Lang was indeed thinking of a big deal at the moment. Old Lu Tu squinted his small eyes. Theoretically that's right. But the color card is something that's hard to earn. And the ones who have the ability to trade color cards for ingredients are besides the bosses of the 3 major powers. I can't think of anyone else. Then find a way to sell it to them. I trust your 3-inch tongue. And I'll give you a 10% commission when it's done. On my word. Old Lu Tu's eyes were glowing as he said with great joy. No problem. I'll definitely try my best to get it done for you. My relationship with the 3 major powers is quite good. Other side. After Li Dabiao changed the precious blood, he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly entered the core area of the hunting ground. And when he was about to call someone, he suddenly felt a coldness on his neck, and a sharp Taiwanese knife had already been set up at his neck, cutting out a bright red bloodstain. Don. Sister Xiana. It's me. Li Dabiao. Li Dabiao's forehead was oozing beads of sweat and fear, and his several companions wanted to rescue him, but after seeing who the person who struck was, they were all scared and did not have the slightest desire to fight. Because this pink-haired girl carrying a taijutsu was none other than Mina, the boss of the 3 major forces, the End Times Redeemers, nicknamed the Pink God of Death. Li Dabiao, what are you doing running to the core area all the time when you have nothing to do? Mina smiled faintly and withdrew her taijutsu. She was short, only 1 meter 52 or 53, but the aura she released was 3 meters tall. Sister Ona, I have something heavenly to report to you. Li Dabiao wiped his sweat haphazardly and took out the precious blood and handed it to Mina. Look, is this what you want? Puzzled, Mina took the water bottle, unscrewed the cap and sniffed it, her eyes flashing with surprise. Where did that come from? I was the one who exchanged a colored card with Old Lu Tu. Li Dabiao was busy saying. Old Lu Tu? The same Old Lu Tu who camped by the lake? And where did he get the precious blood from? Mei Na asked drily. Li Dabiao said. I really don't know about this. How could he tell me? Also, no one would be stupid enough to tell outsiders where this good stuff came from. Where are they people? It's in the center. And it looks like it's heading to the core as well. Li Dabiao pointed a direction to Mina. This precious blood belongs to me. This is your payment. Mei Na flung out a colored card to Li Dabiao. Li Dabiao was about to thank him when Mei Na had already transformed into countless pink butterflies and flew towards the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's so damn scary. Worthy of being the Pink God of Death. Li Dabiao sheepishly wiped his sweat and clutched the colored card in his hand. He was filled with joy. It's not much, but it's earned. Originally, what he wanted was also to take the precious blood and trade it with the 3 major powers, but now it was better. There was no need for him to waste time rushing. In front of us is the area controlled by the 3 major forces. Before hunting, it's best to greet them. Otherwise, once discovered, being driven away is still a small matter. And the biggest fear is that something unpleasant will happen, Old Lu Tu said in a serious tone. Little Sparrow laughed. Do you think our little brother Qin is a vegetarian? The guardian beasts can be chopped over by him with a single sword. Aside from the bosses of the 3 major forces, who could possibly be his opponent? That's true, but it's better not to fight if you can. Old Lu Tu was still speaking bitterly, when Qin Lang in front of him suddenly eeped and opened his right palm falsely, and the ice and fire double swords immediately appeared in his palm. At that moment, hundreds of pink butterflies flew out from the front and converged into the appearance of a pink-haired girl. Hiss, Old Lu's head and a few others were all shocked. Pink death. Mei Na, the boss of the End Times Redeemer. Mei Na did not nag, took out the precious blood and waited. Old Lu Tu, I just met Li Dabiao. He said that this precious blood was bought from you. Is there such a thing? There is. Old Lu was so scared that he couldn't even stand up. He traded 8 gold cards with me for the precious blood. Oh, Mina was expressionless. This blood, where did it come from? Well, Old Lu Tu mused. Mina narrowed her eyes, and instantly, her killing intent was overwhelming, and the temperature around her plummeted. I hate people who stumble over their words. Don't give him a hard time. The precious blood is mine. Qin Lang calmly said, "Do you want to buy it? Or do you want to rob it? Or do you mean that you have to force us to reveal the source of the precious blood?" Fresh face, "Are you new here?" Qin Lang responded with silence. Mina laughed. "Playing nice. Go to hell." Click. The moment the taijutsu was unsheathed, an extremely powerful aura surged out, enveloping everyone present, and the crowd felt as if they were in hell, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was an absolute suppression from a higher power, but there were exceptions to everything, and there was one other person on the scene who could remain aloof, none other than Qin Lang. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, keeping it until Mina had sheathed her sword and the aura had disappeared. "Something, besides those two monsters. You are the third person who can carry my pressure." Mina put away her lofty stance and playfully tasted. "I acquire precious blood. How much do you have? How much do you want?" "I'll take as much as you have." "I have as much as you want." Mina sneered as she took out a book bag and slammed it on the floor. The open book bag was filled with gold and colored cards. "Is this enough?" Qin Lang smiled. "Far from enough.